Qin Feng traversed into a high martial world where spiritual energy had revived, activating the most formidable template system, awakening the template of Kaido, the strongest creature of land, sea, and air for his own use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the strongest creature template of Kaido. This was merely the beginning. The strongest template from the world of Demon Slayer, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The strongest template from the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara. The strongest template from the world of Bleach, Sōsuke Aizen. Upon unlocking the strongest templates from myriad worlds, Qin Feng became the sole true deity in the high martial realm. Chapter 1. Qin Feng. Jinling Battle Zone. Is it possible? You had just turned 16. The examiner took the identification card, glanced at it, and then looked at Qin Feng in astonishment, exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge as youths." To be a Kwasa warrior at the age of 16 is indeed a rarity. The awakening of martial souls is at 10 o'clock in the morning. You should head to the training ground to warm up. Lastly, I wish you a smooth assessment today. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, the venue erupted into a cacophony of voices. What? Did that examiner really mean what he said? A 16-year-old is already a Kwasa warrior in the Jinling Battle Zone? My little brat is already 18 and still stuck in the junior academy. Can there be any doubt in the examiner's words? Alas, this truly is a case of the superior overshadowing the inferior. I once thought my son advancing to intermediate at 17 was a miracle. Yet here comes a prodigy who is merely 16 and already a Kwasa warrior, just a step away from becoming a true warrior. Goodness, is it possible that this kid has been training since he was in the womb? This is utterly extraordinary. Currently, high school students worldwide are not only engaged in academic studies, but also subjected to unified military management. For instance, the nearly 10,000 high school students at Jinling High School fall under the jurisdiction of the Jinling Battle Zone. Yet the vast majority are merely junior students, with only a handful achieving the status of intermediate students. Individuals like Qin Feng, who are eligible to participate in the awakening of martial souls as Kwasa warriors, are truly few and far between. Amidst the envious and resentful discussions of the surrounding students and parents, Qin Feng remained indifferent, clenching his fists and silently contemplating. Having traversed this parallel world for 16 years, I have finally awaited this day. Indeed, Qin Feng is not a native of this world. He has crossed over to a parallel universe a century after his previous life on Earth. This parallel world is currently in the midst of a cataclysm, with the global population plummeting from 6 billion to 1 billion. However, the genes and physical qualities of the surviving billion have been significantly enhanced, and those who awaken their martial souls are further qualified to become warriors. Martial souls are categorized into 3 main types: instrument martial souls, beast martial souls, and elemental martial souls. Once a beast martial soul is awakened, it grants the warrior a physique comparable to that of a demon, as well as an extraordinary resilience and recovery ability, allowing them to rise again no matter how many times they are knocked down, alongside immense strength and offensive power. Upon awakening their martial souls, warriors acquire an array of extraordinary abilities. The awakening of elemental martial souls allows practitioners to transform their bodies into corresponding natural elements, a process known as elementalization. This transformation renders physical attacks ineffective, and the wielder can generate natural elements through their body, creating immensely powerful offensive capabilities. The 3 primary categories of martial souls are classified into 4 tiers: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into 10 grades. The higher the grade of the martial soul, the greater the cultivation speed and potential for future greatness, thereby increasing the likelihood of achieving the status of a war god. However, the awakening of high-grade martial souls is a formidable challenge, akin to reaching the heavens. Celestial-grade martial souls are exceedingly rare, with only one emerging among millions, truly a chosen one. The cataclysm did not only grant humans the ability to awaken martial souls. Even the avian and terrestrial creatures, under the natural law of survival of the fittest, have evolved, with most developing massive, fierce, and swift characteristics. Moreover, a select few among the demon race have attained intelligence. This precipitated a protracted conflict between humans and demons lasting several decades. In response to this monumental shift, the officials of the Divine Land established 5 major military divisions, with Qin Feng belonging to the Jiangnan War Department, specifically the Jinling War Zone. Today marks the day he embarks on his journey to awaken his martial soul in the Jinling War Zone. In the expansive training ground, a group of men and women clad in the training uniforms of the Jinling War Zone diligently practice against their respective plum blossom poles. Regardless of their efforts, their punches and kicks land on the poles as if cast into the ocean, leaving no trace and failing to even cause a tremor. Senior Brother Qin Feng. Senior Brother Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng arrived at the training ground, intending to limber up, a robust voice called out. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall with a formidable physique, hurriedly approached Qin Feng. Though Qin Feng stands at 188 centimeters, he is dwarfed by this imposing figure. What is peculiar, however, is the profound respect the giant displays upon encountering Qin Feng. Senior Brother Qin Feng, I have something I wish to consult you about. The burly man sheepishly scratched his head, his bashful demeanor contrasting sharply with his imposing stature. Speak freely, Qin Feng replied, pausing to listen. It's like this, Senior Brother Qin Feng. Our martial soul awakening requires a punch strength of 1,000 kilograms. But despite 2 years of consuming nutritional supplements, I have barely reached 500 kilograms. Lately, the efficacy of these supplements has been diminishing. What should I do? The stout man looked at Qin Feng with eager anticipation. To practice martial arts, one must invest effort. Mastery is honed through time and dedication, not merely through consumption. With that, Qin Feng swiftly delivered a powerful punch to the plum blossom pole before him. Bang! A dull thud resonated, reminiscent of a cannonball striking wood, as the sturdy plum blossom pole cracked open, radiating from the point of impact made by Qin Feng's fist. Can you withstand the power of a punch honed over a decade? Practice. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qin Feng strode away. The burly man who had just sought guidance from him felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, yet he hesitated to wipe them away, staring vacantly at the plum blossom stake before him. Crack! The sound of splintering echoed repeatedly as the towering 10-meter plum blossom stake could no longer endure the force, shattering in half and crashing to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. The onlookers at the martial arts arena felt their hearts leap into their throats, nearly collapsing in astonishment. The once unyielding plum blossom stake had been obliterated by Qin Feng's single strike. To shatter the plum blossom stake in the arena, one would need at least 1,000 kilograms of punch power. Could it be that Senior Brother Qin Feng has reached the realm of a martial artist? No wonder he is Senior Brother Qin Feng. Among the nearly 10,000 students at Jinling High School, only a select few have attained the title of quasi-martial artist, and those like Zhong Haoxing from affluent families look down upon us. Only Senior Brother Qin Feng is willing to offer us guidance. Those privileged individuals have received unknown training from martial arts masters since childhood, with untold resources expended on their behalf. In contrast, Senior Brother Qin Feng's achievements are solely the result of relentless dedication. He is simply incomparable to Zhong Haoxing. Previously, Zhong Haoxing brought along 3 advanced students to trouble Senior Brother Qin Feng. But guess what happened next? Senior Brother Qin Feng, growing stronger with each bout, reduced the 3 advanced students to kneeling and surrender an undeniable blow to the arrogance of those wealthy, second-generation heirs. The burly man who had sought Qin Feng's counsel clenched his fists in excitement, declaring, from this moment on, I will no longer indulge in distractions. I will emulate Senior Brother Qin Feng and diligently train every day, striving to advance to an advanced student before turning 20. At that moment, the subject of their discussions, Senior Brother Qin Feng, wore a smile on his lips. Ding! Detected protagonist's power has surpassed 1,000 kilograms, meeting the conditions for system activation. The multiverse template system has been successfully activated, binding to host Qin Feng. Ding! The novice gift pack is being drawn for the first time, granting 1 lottery opportunity. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the background of the One Piece world. The system is now proceeding with the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for drawing the template of Kaido, the strongest creature of sea, land, and air. Chapter 2. I am invincible. Is this the benefit of being a traveler? How exhilarating! Listening to the voice resonating in his mind, and noticing the sudden appearance of a virtual screen before him, Qin Feng clenched his fists, his heart surging with excitement. After 16 years of relentless training, he had finally met the conditions to activate the system. Qin Feng tightened his grip with his golden finger of system by his side. He was determined to carve out his own path in this era of revitalized spiritual energy. Taking several deep breaths to quell his excitement, Qin Feng turned his attention to the virtual screen before him. Host, Qin Feng. Realm, martial artist. Character template, Kaido the Beast. Fruit ability. Fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon form heavenly grade, 10th tier skills. Observation Haki, armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, heavenly grade, tier 10. Evolution points, 10. As Qin Feng perused the system interface, he quickly grasped the essence of this extraordinary system known as the multiverse system, which, true to its name, allows the extraction of all items and abilities from parallel worlds. This formidable system transforms the most potent and defiant abilities from various realms into one's own, even surpassing their original might. To his astonishment, Qin Feng's first draw from the novice benefits yielded the template of Kaido, the strongest creature in the world of One Piece. Recognized as the most powerful being in the One Piece universe and one of the four emperors of the New World, Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan, allows him to transform into a colossal azure dragon, soaring through the clouds, or into a dragon-human hybrid form. In his azure dragon state, Kaido can unleash calamity-level assaults, converting his roars into thunderous strikes. Furthermore, Kaido can create flame clouds, which serve as platforms for aerial traversal. Any object enveloped by these flames falls under his dominion. To Qin Feng's delight, his luck was extraordinary in his very first card draw. He obtained the template of such an unparalleled character. Moreover, he not only inherited Kaido's fish fruit and its mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form, but also the embodiment of his royal prowess, the three forms of Haki. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The system had rated these three forms of Haki at heavenly grade, tier 10. With a mere flick of his wrist, he had drawn a martial soul of unparalleled might, the pinnacle of power on earth. To possess not one, but two such martial souls was a testament to the relentless dedication Qin Feng had exhibited over 16 years of arduous training. At present, it was unlikely that even within the modest confines of the Jinling-based city, one could encounter a heavenly grade, tier 10 martial soul, let alone across the vast expanse of the divine land or the entire world. It is said that a heavenly grade, tier 10 martial soul, when fully developed, possesses the capacity to annihilate entire worlds and disrupt the existing order of humanity. However, the awakening of a martial soul is primarily dependent on bloodline inheritance. Prior to this moment, even the prospect of awakening a heavenly grade, tier 10 martial soul was a distant dream according to the bloodline of its original owner. The most one could hope for would be a meager yellow grade, tier 1 martial soul. In this era, where martial prowess reigns supreme and strength is king, awakening a yellow grade, tier 5 martial soul would signify the potential to become an aspiring martial artist, thus embarking on the path to true strength. Even the benefits of a yellow grade, tier 5 martial soul are substantial should others learn that Qin Feng possesses a heavenly grade, tier 10 martial soul, and not just one but two. Just as Qin Feng reveled in the infinite astonishment brought forth by his newfound fortune, the system's notification chimed once more in his mind. According to the rules of the world in which the host currently resides, the restrictions of the original One Piece world will no longer apply. The restrictions of the One Piece world no longer apply? After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Feng's eyes widened, and a broad smile spread across his face. Did this mean he would no longer be limited by sea stone or seawater? Did this imply he was invincible? Ding. The initial system task has been issued. The host has joined the Shinjo War Department. Reward: 3 instances of enlightenment. Suddenly, the familiar sound of the system prompt echoed in Qin Feng's mind, instantly bringing a radiant joy to his face. Qin Feng realized that the first task from the system had arrived, and the reward was astonishingly generous, allowing him to attain enlightenment 3 times. As is well known, enlightenment is a rare and coveted occurrence for any martial artist, enabling them to grasp profound insights while practicing techniques or breaking through bottlenecks in their cultivation, thus achieving remarkable results with minimal effort, a mysterious and wondrous realm. However, the opportunities to resonate with the cycle of the universe and attain such enlightenment are exceedingly rare, often beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners, most of whom spend their lives ensnared by their limitations. Even the most gifted individuals may only experience such moments once or twice. For those legendary prodigies, encountering enlightenment 2 or 3 times in a lifetime would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Thus, it becomes clear how difficult and precious these moments of enlightenment truly are, especially for those with a heavenly grade 10 martial soul, as they can yield immeasurable benefits. It is no wonder that Qin Feng was overjoyed by the system's lavish generosity. Is the only requirement for me to join the Jiangnan War Department? How exceedingly simple. One cannot help but note that this task lacked any real challenge. For Qin Feng, possessing two heavenly grade 10 martial souls, it was certain that powerful factions worldwide would vie for his allegiance, each willing to go to great lengths to secure his joining. As one of the 5 major war departments of Shenzhou, the Jiangnan War Department, with its official backing, undeniably stands as the strongest and most legitimate force in the region. Joining such a department would undoubtedly accelerate Qin Feng's journey to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse, ultimately leading humanity to triumph over this cataclysmic era. Furthermore, the 5 major war departments are repositories of Shenzhou's finest techniques and top-tier combat skills. Coupled with the system's reward of 3 opportunities for enlightenment, it was akin to having a pillow delivered just when one felt drowsy. The awakening of martial souls is about to commence. Just as Qin Feng pondered these thoughts, a middle-aged man in a black combat uniform with a buzz cut approached him, speaking with gravity. Prior to this, Qin Feng had learned through the introductions of distinguished figures in the Jinling War Zone that this man, named Guo Qingtong, was the head of the Jinling War Zone and the chief instructor. Even the mayor of the Jinling base city would defer to him, given his esteemed position. All of you, line up in order and present your examination permits and identification cards, commanded Guo Qingtong. With his directive, staff members from the Jinling War Zone began collecting examination permits one by one, presenting them before Guo Qingtong, who remarked, "Director Guo, there are quite a number of participants in this assessment, 50 in total." Chapter 2. I have become invincible. Chapter 3. The Supreme Mystic Level. Indeed. Guo Qingtong nodded, then surveyed the 53 assessors present and declared with a resonant voice. Allow me to elucidate briefly. The awakening altar determines the quality of martial souls through colors and the number of light pillars. The 4 hues, yellow, blue, red, and purple, correspond to the 4 great realms, heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, while the number of light pillars indicates the 10 ranks of quality. As for the highest martial soul realm that our Jinling Battle District's altar can accommodate, it reaches an impressive mystic level of the 10th rank. With that, Guo Qingtong spread his hands and continued, "Of course, you need not be concerned that the altar will fail to detect your true martial soul realm. Since the establishment of our Jinling Battle District a century ago, the highest recorded martial soul rank has merely been Mystic Level 9. Any student capable of awakening a Mystic or even an Earth-level martial soul will receive our utmost sincerity from the Jiangnan Battle Division, not only by bestowing military ranks, but also by signing the highest-level martial artist training contracts." Upon hearing Guo Qingtong's words, the faces of all the students revealed profound longing, which was soon eclipsed by disappointment. For martial artists, the likelihood of awakening a mystic-level martial soul is so rare among the millions in the Jinling Battle District that it could likely be counted on one hand. Moreover, even awakening a yellow-level 10th rank martial soul is a daunting challenge. As for the military rank and the prestigious martial artist contract mentioned by Guo Qingtong, such occurrences have been mere myths for over a decade. However, only Qin Feng among the crowd exhaled a long sigh of relief, having lived 2 lives. Qin Feng understood well the adage that a tree that stands out invites the wind. If he were to claim that he possessed a 10th rank heaven-level martial soul, and furthermore, that he had 2 such souls, it would be a matter of time before he became a test subject in a laboratory. It was not beyond reason that even the demon emperors would lose their sanity, unleashing an endless tide of beasts in a relentless pursuit to eliminate him. Yet, unexpectedly, the altar could only detect up to a mystic level 10th rank, and even earth-level martial souls would be a struggle. This revelation instantly alleviated Qin Feng's concerns. While a mystic level 10th rank would indeed provoke a stir across the realm, it would remain within the realm of common understanding, drawing attention but not inciting a global conflict solely for him. Having concluded his explanation, Guo Qingtong placed a candidate's examination card onto the reader. Beep! With the sound of an electronic prompt, the virtual screen before Guo Qingtong displayed the detailed identity information of the first candidate, Zhong Haoxing the first. As Guo Qingtong's words fell, Zhong Haoxing gracefully descended onto the altar, radiating an extraordinary presence. He sat cross-legged upon the altar, emptying his mind and resisting not the altar's power. Observing Zhong Haoxing as the first to step onto the stage, many students at the assessment site cast expectant gazes in his direction. Although Zhong Haoxing had previously lost to Qin Feng, his exceptional talent on the martial path remained undeniable. In the entirety of the Jinling battle zone, the only one capable of steadily surpassing Zhong Haoxing is undoubtedly Qin Feng. As Zhong Haoxing settled cross-legged, the altar began to slowly rotate, its originally dark hue now illuminated by streaks of yellow light that emerged, enveloping the altar in a beautiful veil of yellow. After a brief moment, The yellow light columns surrounding the altar seemed to converge towards Zhong Haoxing like rivers flowing into the sea. Suddenly, a resounding and majestic beast roar erupted from within Zhong Haoxing, followed by a yellow silhouette gradually materializing above his head. As the onlookers focused their attention, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Before them stood a colossal beast resembling a tawny wolf, its fierce howl echoing through the air, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. Within the grand examination hall, aside from those focused on Guoqingtong, everyone else felt an overwhelming and vast pressure enveloping them. In the next instant, 6 yellow light pillars shot into the sky, illuminating the vast venue as bright as day. It was indeed 6 beams of yellow light, a yellow level 6-tier beast martial spirit. The eruption of those soaring yellow beams sent the venue into a frenzy. All the students and instructors stood up in shock from their seats. What? Am I seeing things? This is indeed a yellow level 6-tier beast martial spirit? Yes. Our Jinling battle zone is truly blessed this year. Such an extraordinary martial spirit has manifested in the first awakening. The faces of all the teachers and students displayed profound astonishment, completely unprepared for such an explosive turn of events during today's martial artist assessment. Let us momentarily set aside other matters, for the yellow level 6-tier beast martial spirit alone ranks among the top echelon of geniuses within the entire Jinling battle zone. Typically, in a year's martial artist assessment, the occurrence of such high-tier martial spirits is exceedingly rare. Moreover, any martial artist possessing a yellow level 6-tier martial spirit has limitless potential for future achievements. If all goes well, Zhong Haoxing is likely to be the foremost among those under 18 in the Jinling battle zone, right? It is indeed surprising that Zhong Haoxing awakened a yellow level 6-tier martial spirit. However, just as everyone was fervently praising Zhong Haoxing, Guoqingtong's brow furrowed in deep disappointment. Is the strongest martial spirit of this cohort merely a yellow level 6-tier? Truly, this generation seems to pale in comparison to its predecessors. Must we once again find ourselves at the bottom in this practical examination of the Jiangnan Battle Division? Contemplating this, Guoqingtong let out a long sigh and then turned his gaze to the next candidate, proclaiming, "Next, Qin Feng." The ripple of excitement surged through the crowd as Guoqingtong's words echoed. Why are you all jumping to conclusions so early? Qin Feng has yet to be tested. Have you all forgotten? In the previous strength and agility tests, Qin Feng thoroughly overwhelmed Zhong Haoxing in every aspect. I believe that during the upcoming martial soul awakening, senior brother Qin Feng will undoubtedly astonish us all. Humph, it is not that I underestimate Qin Feng. The awakening of one's martial soul is inextricably linked to the lineage inheritance. Individuals like Zhong Haoxing, born into privilege, can inherit the genetic traits from their ancestors, which is why he possesses such an extraordinary martial soul of the 6th rank in the yellow grade. Upon hearing the myriad of praises and adulations surrounding him, Zhong Haoxing felt an immediate surge of exhilaration, as if all the frustrations he had endured during the comprehensive assessment against Qin Feng had suddenly dissipated. It was an unparalleled delight. Chapter 4. What of the humble origins? The commoners remain commoners. The lineage they inherit stands before them like an insurmountable mountain, immovable despite their relentless efforts. For a moment, all eyes converged upon Qin Feng. Prior to this, he had already established himself as a remarkable figure within the Jinling war zone, his record still unbroken by many. Yet, even so, few, including the high-ranking officials of the Jinling war zone, placed their hopes upon him. The reason for this skepticism was simple. While the diligence of a martial artist is undoubtedly vital, ascending to the pinnacle of power requires more than mere hard work. It necessitates innate talent as well. The measure of one's talent is intrinsically linked to their martial soul. Countless prodigies, much like Qin Feng, initially appear unstoppable before awakening their martial souls, only to fade like ephemeral blossoms, ultimately faltering at the moment of awakening, without any formidable ancestral lineage to draw upon. Even if Qin Feng were to awaken a martial soul, it would most likely be a mediocre one, ranking merely at the yellow level, 1st or 2nd grade, hardly of any significant use. As various gazes scrutinized him, Qin Feng rose calmly and strode toward the altar with an air of tranquility. Brother Qin Feng, you are our pride. The likes of Zhong Haoxing cannot compare to you. At that moment, a sturdy man who had recently received guidance from Qin Feng raised his arm and shouted passionately. The crowd of students, moved by his words, echoed his fervor. Lifting their arms in unison, their spirits ignited. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had deftly outmaneuvered Zhong Haoxing's provocation, invigorating the hearts of these commoners, instilling in them the belief that the elite were not as untouchable as they seemed. With this realization, the children of humble origins blushed with excitement, raising their voices in fervent cheers that resonated throughout the training ground like a mighty river. However, Amidst the uproar of encouragement from the crowd, the noble offspring seated in the front row wore sardonic smiles. In their eyes, commoners would always remain commoners, lacking any hope of rising above their station. They dismissed Qin Feng's recent victory over Zhang Haoxing as a mere fleeting triumph. What of it? It amounted to nothing more than a momentary satisfaction. In the forthcoming martial soul awakening, not only would Qin Feng fail to rival Zhang Haoxing, but even the awakening of a yellow-level third-grade martial soul would be a miracle beyond belief. Thus, under the watchful gaze of hundreds, Qin Feng approached the black altar step by step. At that moment, a voice broke through the air. Zhang Haoxing's taunting words reached his ears. Qin Feng, I advise you to step down now. You might still be the pride of those losers. But if you insist on awakening your martial soul, you may become the laughingstock of the entire Jinling Bay city. After a brief pause, Zhang Haoxing added with biting sarcasm, a mutt is still a mutt. Even dressed in imperial robes, it will never resemble a prince. Just then, a deep and resonant masculine voice suddenly interrupted. Oh, Lao Song. Is this young man from Jinling No. 1 High School? This lad is truly remarkable. Qin Feng, devoid of any backing or support, has ascended to the realm of warriors solely through his own diligence. Not only that, but he has also shattered the specially crafted plum blossom stakes of our Jinling battle zone with a single punch. TSK, tis such physical prowess. One could say that even some junior battle soldiers, without the activation of their martial souls, might struggle to exhibit such astonishing explosive power. The youth is indeed formidable. Truly formidable. Suddenly, the vast assembly hall fell into an eerie silence, as if the drop of a silver needle could be heard. Even the scions of the nobility gaped in awe at Guo Chengtong. It is essential to recognize the significance of Guo Chengtong. What a distinguished figure he is. As the commander of the Jinling battle zone, his status is beyond reproach. It is said that even the mayor of Jinling Base would pay his respects to Mr. Guo with utmost deference. Yet, here stands Guo Chengtong, a man of immense power and influence, actively speaking on behalf of Qin Feng. Truth be told, if it were not for the unique aura of a battle king emanating from Guo Chengtong, one might suspect that this battle zone commander was merely an imposter. Beside them, the principal of Jinling No. 1 High School, Song Hangshan, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly broke into a proud laugh. Qin Feng is merely a talented junior, nothing more. Although Song Hangshan feigned humility, it was evident to all that he could hardly contain his triumphant grin. Humph, old Song, I advise you not to bask in your pride too early. It is well known that the awakening of martial souls is predominantly determined by one's bloodline inheritance. At that moment, a rotund middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully, saying, and your Qin Feng from Jinling No. 1 High School is just a commoner, lacking any bloodline enhancement. Even if he possesses exceptional talent, he would be fortunate to awaken a yellow-tier 4th-grade martial soul. That would be a blessing from his ancestors. Upon hearing this, Song Hangshan shot a glance at the portly man, unyielding. What's this? Has old Fatty succumbed to jealousy? Indeed, your Wenshang High School does not boast such an extraordinary genius, do they? Qin Feng, show Wenshang High School the prowess of our Jinling No. 1 High School's talent. Yes, principal. Qin Feng boldly stepped forward, ascending the altar under the watchful eyes of the multitude. He sat cross-legged on the altar, breathing deeply and focusing his mind. Today, he would make those noble elites see clearly. Qin Feng would rise above them, for a century, a millennium, or even a myriad of years to come. He aspired to become the leader who would rally humanity in the face of calamity, sounding the horn for a counteroffensive against the apocalypse. The obsidian altar began to rotate slowly, and a radiant white light cascaded down, enveloping Qin Feng entirely. All eyes in the arena were fixated on Qin Feng, the atmosphere thick with anticipation as if time itself had come to a standstill. At the forefront, the elite faction led by Zhang Haoxing wore expressions of derision, some even scheming over whether Qin Feng would awaken a 1st or 2nd grade yellow-level martial spirit. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence, and a beam of golden light soared into the heavens. Did you hear what I just said? Qin Feng has indeed awakened a 1st grade yellow-level martial spirit. Zhang Haoxing erupted into triumphant laughter upon witnessing the golden light emanating from the altar, while the principal of Wenshang High School also wore a smirk of disdain. Yet, before they could utter their next words, a new turn of events unfolded on the altar. Chapter 5. The altar is about to explode suddenly. The golden light on the altar transformed into a brilliant azure hue, soaring into the sky and instantly overshadowing the martial soul displayed by Zhang Haoxing. At this moment, not only were the assessors taken aback, but even the high-ranking officials of the war zone, including the esteemed Guo Chengtong, were utterly astonished. How could this be possible? The records indicated that Qin Feng was merely a commoner, and to awaken a yellow-grade martial soul without any ancestral legacy was already a remarkable feat. Yet How could he possibly awaken a mysterious grade martial soul? At this instant, Guo Qingtong's mind was flooded with questions. As a warrior of the king level, he could easily discern the talent and strength of the students participating in the assessment with just a glance, which was why he had confidently declared Zhong Haoxing to be the most outstanding candidate for martial soul awakening. His previous defense of Qin Feng stemmed not from the latter's potential but rather from his disdain for the arrogance of the privileged youth. However, Qin Feng's subsequent performance far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, as Zhong Haoxing and others had remarked, for Qin Feng to awaken a yellow-grade martial soul of the 3rd rank or higher without any lineage was already akin to a miracle. Yet, this commoner unexpectedly awakened a mysterious grade martial soul, truly a phoenix emerging from a chicken coop. As this thought crossed his mind, Guo Qingtong furrowed his brows even tighter. Boom! Just as Guo Qingtong was deep in thought, a second azure beam shot into the sky, causing an uproar in the assessment arena, leaving everyone speechless in astonishment. Even Guo Qingtong, known for his composure, could not help but rise from his seat, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng filled with shock. A 2nd-rank mysterious grade martial soul. This was not merely a marvel within the Jinling war zone. Even across the entirety of the Jiangnan military district, it was an extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, the more exceptional Qin Feng appeared, the more perplexed Guo Qingtong became. This did not make sense. Just moments ago, as he observed Qin Feng, the young man possessed no remarkable traits aside from commendable physical strength. Could it be that his king-level cultivation was flawed? To the average person, the talent and cultivation Qin Feng exhibited would have been sufficient to earn him renown at Jinling No. 1 High School, possibly even elevating him to the status of an idol for countless commoners. However, for Guo Qingtong, who had witnessed countless prodigies and geniuses over the decades, Qin Feng was merely a minor talent, someone who could shine brightly within the school, yet would pale in comparison to the elite of the Jinling Bay City or the entire Jiangnan province. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable young genius had, against all odds, awakened a 2nd-rank mysterious grade martial soul. This was utterly unfathomable. With a deep breath, Guo Qingtong once again focused his king-level perception on Qin Feng. However, apart from Qin Feng's ability to unleash a punch with a force of 1,000 kilograms, there was nothing else remarkable about him, which left Guo Qingtong unable to equate him with those prodigies and geniuses. Boom! At that moment, 2 beams of azure light that had already illuminated the surroundings surged upward once more. The spectators at the assessment site were left in a state of stupor. The shock and astonishment they felt transcended mere words. Even Guo Qingtong's heart raced uncontrollably, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within him. He fixed his gaze intently on Qin Feng, eager to discern the limits of this young man. Yet, this was merely the beginning. For beams, 5 beams, 6 beams, as everyone began to speculate whether Qin Feng was nearing the peak of his martial soul awakening, the pitch-black altar beneath him trembled incessantly, and beams of azure light ascended like fireworks into the sky. With each ascending beam, the altar quaked more violently, and spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward from Qin Feng, threatening to topple it. The booming sounds echoed like relentless thunder. Evacuate. Quickly evacuate the students. The altar is about to explode. The principal of Wenchang High School, after a brief moment of stunned silence, turned pale and rushed down from the platform, shouting frantically at the dazed students. Even Guo Qingtong, the commanding figure at the forefront, could not conceal his astonishment. He waved his hand, unleashing the formidable aura exclusive to a martial king, ensuring the protection of everyone present. Boom! As time progressed, the cracks on the altar multiplied, and soon it could no longer withstand the ferocious and intense energy. The resulting explosion blew the roof of the venue away, sending 10 beams of light soaring into the heavens. Simultaneously, a resounding boom echoed from within Qin Feng, followed by an emergence of dark energy, under the anxious and apprehensive gaze of all present. This dark aura expanded until it transformed into a fiery cloud that enveloped the skies above the Jinling Bay City. Within the fiery cloud, silver lightning and red flames surged relentlessly, yet this was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instilled fear in all was the faint silhouette of dragon eyes observing the myriad beings below from the heights of the fiery cloud, accompanied by a roar that reverberated throughout the universe. The extraordinary occurrences in the Jinling war zone instantly captured the attention of various factions and bewildered crowds in the Jinling Bay City, leading thousands to bow in reverence, their expressions filled with utmost respect, as if worshipping celestial deities from the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the students, instructors, and district leaders present were left in a daze. All eyes turned in unison toward the location of Qin Feng. To their astonishment, the altar, once standing proudly, had inexplicably transformed into an expansive wasteland, with only the 10 azure beams piercing the clouds, steadfast and unyielding. The Xian level. To think that it is a Xian level 10th rank martial soul. Qin Feng has astonishingly shattered the century-old record of the Jinling base city. Even Zhong Haoxing, who had just clashed with Qin Feng, was so taken aback that he stumbled back, collapsing to the ground, as a yellow liquid began to flow from him, completely terrified by the extraordinary phenomenon before his eyes. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng, lacking any bloodline or inherited advantage, could awaken such a remarkable Xian level 10th rank martial soul, a rarity that might not even appear among millions. At that moment, a tumultuous uproar erupted from the crowd, a clamor so intense it seemed as if it might lift the very roof off the building. Chapter 6. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Could you please slap me? Surely I cannot still be dreaming. No, you are quite awake. The altar has exploded, and the 10 brilliant azure pillars in the sky leave no room for doubt. Senior brother Qin Feng, he has made history. Such talent cannot be contained within the confines of the Jinling battle zone. Surely, he will be fervently courted and sought after by various factions from all corners of the globe. I cannot believe it. Truly, I cannot believe it. The century-old record of our Jinling base city has been shattered today. Have we just witnessed history? A prodigy of the Xian level, grade 10. My life is now without regret. The last individual to awaken a Xian level martial soul in the Jinling battle zone must have been senior brotherling, right? Had it not been for that unfortunate incident a decade ago, our Jinling battle zone would have continued to reign supreme in the Jiangnan battle division. May the heavens bless our great nation and our Jinling battle zone. Guo Chengtong gazed at the blazing clouds on the horizon, his stern and resolute demeanor betraying the excitement that tightened his fists. One must ask, how could the Jinling battle zone, having remained silent for so many years, not flourish? How could the land of Shenzhou not thrive? The impending practical assessment of the Jiangnan battle division. What does first place mean to Qin Feng but a mere formality? Even though the awakening altar has erupted and the assessment has been interrupted, none of this holds significance for Guo Chengtong anymore. After all, to have a prodigy such as Qin Feng, possessing at least a Xian level, grade 10 beast martial soul, is a monumental event that would bring glory to the Jinling battle zone. No other genius in the history of the Jinling battle zone could hope to compare with him. Swiftly seal the news of Qin Feng's martial soul awakening. This matter is of utmost importance and should not be widely publicized. After the initial shock subsided, Guo Chengtong regained his composure and resumed his authoritative demeanor as the battle zone commander, methodically issuing orders to the personnel of the Jinling battle zone. As the commander, with strength rivaling that of a battle king, Guo Chengtong was no ordinary individual. He immediately recognized that Qin Feng's awakened martial soul was far more than the mere Xian level, grade 10 it appeared to be. A martial soul capable of such a spectacle, even provoking anomalies in the heavens and earth, could not simply be a Xian level martial soul. It must be at least a D-level martial soul, perhaps even a legendary grade 10 D-level martial soul. This matter was of great consequence and was beyond the purview of a mere battle zone commander to handle. His immediate task was to suppress the news and report to the Jiang and battle division with utmost urgency. Yes, Commander. As Guo Chengtong's voice fell, the instructors present began to efficiently implement measures to contain the information and intercept personnel. Young Qin Feng, may I have the honor of viewing your martial soul? After ensuring all matters were settled, Guo Chengtong approached and inquired. Of course, Qin Feng nodded, having just experienced a delightful surprise from a brief demonstration of his conqueror's Haki. His curiosity regarding the formidable power of the fish fruit, mythical beast type, and the azure dragon form within him was now fervently ignited. Extending his right arm, he summoned the energy from his dantian, mobilizing the strength enveloping him at that moment. Next, roar. A sudden, commanding dragon's roar resonated from within Qin Feng, exuding overwhelming majesty as the dragon's pressure rapidly expanded outward from him. With a sound akin to tearing fabric, his clothing erupted, muscles in his right arm surged, and his fingers transformed into dark claws, covered in shimmering azure dragon scales that gleamed with a metallic luster under the sunlight. Excellent, splendid. Guo Chengtong gazed at Qin Feng, who was enveloped in a radiant aura, exuding the dominance of the azure dragon, and he could hardly suppress the urge to bow in reverence. The remaining students and instructors in the venue looked upon Qin Feng with admiration, their expressions reverent as if they were on a pilgrimage. Boom. As Qin Feng felt the azure dragon's power within his arm bubbling, rolling, and roaring, the dragon's roar echoed throughout the hall, resonating for an extended period. In an instant, the students were overwhelmed by the sheer might of the dragon's presence, scattering in fear like birds and beasts. Some, paralyzed by terror, crouched on the ground with their hands clasped over their heads, trembling uncontrollably, scarcely daring to breathe. As for the media reporters who had surrounded the Jinling battle zone in layers, they remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the venue. Mistaking the fierce dragon's roar for an assault by demonic forces, they fled in disarray, leaving behind a scattered array of cameras, microphones, and bags. Qin Feng's intuition warned him that the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying his awakening of the martial spirit had nearly obliterated the venue. Had he succumbed to a moment of impulsiveness and unleashed his full strength, it would not only have reduced the venue to ruins, but also claimed the lives of many innocent bystanders. Just as Qin Feng felt himself teetering on the brink of losing control, a pair of strong hands rested upon his shoulders. Soon, a powerful force enveloped him, effectively reigning in the chaotic energy of the Azure Dragon. A hearty voice followed suit. Young Qin Feng, you must continue to grow and refine your abilities. I believe that in the not-so-distant future, you shall become a pillar for both the land of the divine and humanity as a whole. Guo Tong remarked, glancing at Qin Feng's formidable dragon claws before continuing. Moreover, remember that a man without guilt can still face consequences for possessing treasures. The martial spirit you have awakened is truly extraordinary. Should it be recklessly revealed, not only will the demon clan seek your demise, but various human factions may also covet your immense power. Be vigilant, be vigilant. With that, Guo Tong turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something. Patting Qin Feng's shoulder as he gestured towards Song Hengxian, who was not far off. As for subsequent matters, young Qin Feng, you may consult with Song Hengxian. After Guo Tong had elucidated everything, he patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and led his entourage away with purposeful strides. Thank you, District Commander. Qin Feng casually tucked the token into his pocket, then raised his own Azure Dragon Claw, marveling inwardly. Could this truly be the Azure Dragon power of Kaido, emanating such a terrifying aura? If I were to master Kaido's Thunder Bagua, would I not possess the ability to reshape this world with a mere gesture? With this thought, Qin Feng's fists clenched in excitement, his heart swelling with boundless exhilaration. Alas, he had only just awakened the three-color Haki and the fish fruit, a mythical Zoan type, and his command over them remained exceedingly limited. To unleash a devastating move akin to Kaido's Thunder Bagua, which could fell even the king, Luffy, with a single strike, he would need to enhance not only his mastery of Haki and the development of his fruit abilities, but also elevate his cultivation to a level commensurate with that of the district commander, a high-ranking battle king. Otherwise, even if he were to become proficient in Thunder Bagua, lacking sufficient true energy would render him as powerless as a skilled cook without ingredients. In this world of martial prowess, where spiritual energy had revived, warriors were categorized into 5 major realms, ranging from the lowest to the highest: battle soldier, battle general, battle king, battle emperor, and battle god. Each major realm is further subdivided into 4 minor stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and great perfection. Currently, Qin Feng found himself at the initial stage of a battle soldier, having only just awakened his martial soul. As he pondered these thoughts, he pushed open the door to the resting room of Jinling No. 1 High School. Chapter 7. Conditions of the Battle Division. At this moment, the principal, Song Hengxian, was alone in the lounge. Haha. Qin Feng, well done. You are truly remarkable. I never imagined that our Jinling No. 1 High School would produce such an extraordinary talent in a century. Song Hengxian was still immersed in the scene of Qin Feng exploding the awakening altar, his emotions lingering long after. After a while, he approached Qin Feng and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Qin Feng, you are destined to be a renowned alumnus of Jinling No. 1 High School. You are our pride. Listening to Song Hengxian's hearty laughter, Qin Feng nodded with a smile. Qin Feng, just now, the regional commander specifically instructed me. With the talent and combat prowess you have demonstrated, you can be admitted to the Jinling Battle District without the usual requirements, even if you choose not to participate in the new recruit trials tomorrow. New recruit trials? Upon hearing those words, Qin Feng's brows raised in curiosity as he asked, is it the recruit trials for battle soldiers? Indeed. Song Hengxian nodded, handing Qin Feng the prepared contract. This is the contract for the upcoming battle soldier recruit trials. Should you choose to participate and happen to be killed by the demon race during the trials, the Jinling Battle District and the school will only be responsible for the subsequent compensation. There will be no other obligations. Moreover, this time, the new recruit trials will not only involve the Jinling Battle District, but also the elite warriors from various battle districts across Jiangnan competing in the same arena. At this point, Song Hengxian paused for a moment before continuing, Qin Feng, in the new recruit trials, you will confront real demons. They are bloodthirsty, brutal, and warlike. Considering humans their mortal enemies, any encounter will be a fight to the death. Therefore, even though there are strong protectors present every year during the new recruit trials, the casualty rates have remained alarmingly high. After hearing the principal's earnest words, Qin Feng nodded solemnly. One cannot see a rainbow without going through the storm. My development of the devil fruit and the mastery of the three-color Haki cannot simply improve by watering and fertilizing in a greenhouse every day. What I urgently seek now is a battle filled with blood and fire, a struggle on the edge of life and death. Only through this can I truly embark on the path of the strong. Principle, there is no need for special admission. I currently crave a vigorous battle to test my combat strength. Taking the contract, Qin Feng casually glanced at it before signing his name. Very well. One cannot see a rainbow without experiencing storms. I will report your participation in the new recruit trials as usual. Assemble at the preparation area at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. At this point, Song Hongxing's tone shifted slightly, and he continued, however, with your exceptional talent. Your outstanding performance in the Battle Soldier Recruit trials will undoubtedly attract the attention of the other 4 major battle divisions in Shenzhou, as well as various powerful factions from the world's top 5 financial conglomerates. It won't be long before they all extend their olive branches to you. As he spoke, Song Hongxing chuckled and remarked, by that time, you might find yourself grappling with a plethora of enticing offers from various factions, leading to a veritable dilemma of choice. Qin Feng was not taken aback by Song Hongxing's words. Setting aside other considerations, the Jinling-based city, with its population of tens of millions, has only witnessed the awakening of the highest-level martial souls, a mere 9th-grade elemental martial soul, just a decade ago. It is not only in Jinling, across the entire Shenzhou continent. With its population exceeding 1 billion, the sighting of a terrestrial-level martial soul could likely be counted on one hand. Given such extraordinary talents, how could various factions refrain from vying for them? Qin Feng, the Jinling Battle Zone, which is under the Jiangnan Military District, is one of the 5 major military divisions of Shenzhou and has consistently been a focal point for national and military development projects. Song Hongxing smiled again and said, rest assured, Qin Feng, the conditions we offer from the Jiangnan Military District can be compared with any faction globally after your new soldier trial. If you find any area where the Jinling Battle Zone falls short, you are welcome to bring it to our attention, and we will make adjustments accordingly. It can be asserted that the conditions offered by the Jinling Battle Zone not only match those of other factions, but also excel in certain aspects, including the granting of military ranks, a privilege that others cannot extend. With that, Song Hongxing handed Qin Feng a prepared contract from the Jiangnan Military District for martial artists. This contract pertains to joining the Jinling Battle Zone, and specific terms can be adjusted at any time. Typically, ordinary soldiers joining the Jinling Battle Zone would receive a welfare housing arrangement of a 3-bedroom apartment along with a bonus of 1 million. However, given your exceptional talent, the Jiangnan Military District is willing to allocate a villa in Taoweiyuan, Ziguanyuan. Furthermore, the personal bonus will be elevated to 10 million. In addition, the Yanhuang Mall will grant you a consumption limit of 100 million, allowing you to purchase the cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and even one-on-one instruction from powerful warriors at the king or emperor level. However, any expenditure exceeding 100 million will need to be covered personally. Even though Qin Feng had made ample preparations beforehand, he could not help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing the terms offered by the Jinling Battle Zone. Typically, ordinary martial artists wishing to join the Jinling Battle Zone must first pass the new soldier trial at the soldier level. Yet, Qin Feng, even without participating in the trial, could be admitted through special consideration. In contrast, common martial artists are typically offered a mere 1 million bonus and a 3-bedroom welfare housing arrangement. In the current context of the Great Catastrophe, where resources are scarce and land is precious, this 1 million and welfare housing is already exorbitant for ordinary individuals. However, for Qin Feng, not only does the Jinling Battle Zone offer a bonus tenfold that of an ordinary martial artist, but it also provides him with a consumption limit of 100 million at the Yanhuang Mall. What does this imply? The coveted cultivation techniques, martial arts manuals, and divine weapons that countless martial artists yearn for will no longer pose a challenge for Qin Feng. Moreover, the system task itself is to join the Jiangnan Military District. Even without considering these martial artist benefits, the 3 opportunities for enlightenment alone are immensely enticing. After meticulously reviewing the contract, Qin Feng found it to be exceedingly clear and straightforward, with remarkably lenient terms that left him feeling quite satisfied. Given the evident sincerity of the Jiangnan combat unit, he promptly affixed his signature. Qin Feng, we are delighted to welcome you into the Jiangnan combat unit family. Upon witnessing Qin Feng finally sign, Song Hongxing, brimming with excitement, shook his hand and proclaimed, the contract is now in effect. I will make arrangements for you and your family to settle in Taoweiyuan, Ziguanyuan. As for the 10 million reward, it will be directly transferred to your card. However, the 100 million spending limit in the Jinling War Zone can only be accessed once you unlock the internal network privileges through the new recruit trial. Qin Feng nodded in understanding. Subsequently, Song Hengxing graciously hosted a lively dinner with Qin Feng and the students from Jinling No. 1 high school who were also participating in the new recruit trial. The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie, and the students were brimming with anticipation for the upcoming trial. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, the banquet finally came to a close. Qin Feng bid farewell to each of his classmates, all the while activating the system as he walked. Chapter 8. The Eternal God of the System Host. Qin Feng Realm. Junior Warrior Martial Soul. Fish Fruit. Mythical Beast Type. Azure Dragon Form. Heavenly Grade. 10th Tier. Special Skills. Observation Haki. Armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Heavenly Grade. 10th Tier. Evolution Points. 10 Character Template. The strongest beings of sea, land, and air. Kaido. Following the awakening of his martial soul, Qin Feng has achieved the realm of a junior warrior, with true energy circulating from his dantian to his limbs and bones, symbolizing his status as a warrior. However, Qin Feng's current preoccupation lies not in these accomplishments. With a mere thought, he directly inquires the system. System, does the true energy I am cultivating in this world conflict with the power system of the One Piece realm? Ding. Response from the system. The current power system and ability settings will automatically convert to the template of the world you belong to. The true energy and other powers you cultivate henceforth will strengthen the 3 types of Haki and the abilities of the Devil Fruit. As your strength in the current world increases, the 3 Haki and the Devil Fruit will naturally receive further enhancement and upgrades. Upon receiving this affirmative response from the system, Qin Feng excitedly clenched his fist. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding the lack of detailed descriptions from Oda, the creator of One Piece, regarding the cultivation of the 3 Haki and the mastery of the Devil Fruit. Moreover, the advanced forms post-awakening of the Devil Fruit abilities, the foresight granted by Observation Haki, and the intricacies of Armament Haki, including hardening, external manifestation, entanglement, internal destruction, and the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki were all briefly mentioned without thorough explanation. If he were to truly cultivate according to the One Piece world's standards, with his limited understanding, it would only lead him down a path of perilous missteps. Contemplating this, Qin Feng could not help but give a silent thumbs up to the system, the Eternal God. After this moment of introspection, he again focused his thoughts, reopening the character template to study it in detail. Character template. Kaido of the 100 Beasts Fruit ability. Fish Fruit. Mythical Beast Type. Power of the Azure Dragon, Human Form. Unlocked. Azure Dragon Form. Unlocked. Dragonman Form. Unlocked. Special Skills. Observation Haki. General Overview. Unlocked. Subtle Realm. Unlocked. Mustard Seed. Unlocked. Vastness. Unlocked. Profit. Unlocked. Armament Haki. Hardening. Unlocked. External Manifestation. Unlocked. Destruction. Unlocked. Entanglement. Unlocked. Conqueror's Haki. Elementary. Unlocked. Intermediate. Unlocked. Advanced. Unlocked. Perfected. Unlocked. Body Techniques. Elementary Remarks. Unlocking character template skills requires not only an elevation in realm, but also ongoing battles to gain evolution points, as well as rewards from main and side quests issued by the system. Indeed, it seems that just as he was feeling drowsy, someone has come to offer him a pillow. Qin Feng had been struggling with the thought of cultivating skills from the One Piece world in this parallel universe. Unexpectedly, the system had already anticipated this and presented a complete and mature plan before him. The service attitude was truly commendable, deserving of full marks. Initially, he thought he would have to navigate through uncertainty, but the system laid out the definitive answers right before him. It was utterly delightful. Moreover, Qin Feng understood that the character template of Kaido, the Beast King, was merely the first step of a long journey. There would be many more powerful character templates from various realms in the future. If he had to rely solely on his own exploration, it would take an eternity. However, with the system's assistance in this regard, Qin Feng's path of cultivation became remarkably clear. By continuously engaging in battles, hunting demon creatures, and enhancing his cultivation level, he could acquire more evolution points and accumulate invaluable combat experience. The unlocking of relevant skills related to his character template would naturally follow. As for the demon creatures, in this parallel world, where spiritual energy was revived, demons were in no short supply. Qin Feng's only concern was whether he might inadvertently turn them into endangered species. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng clenched his fist in excitement, eager to participate in the new recruit trials the following day. After the gathering concluded, Qin Feng bid farewell to his close friends, and then, filled with anticipation, hailed a taxi. His heart raced with eagerness to return home and share this wonderful news with his parents. During his 16 years in this parallel world, to save enough for his tuition at Jinling No. 1 High School, his parents had endured hardships, skimping on food and clothing to support him. Their love and sacrifices were deeply engraved in his heart. Moreover, having been an orphan in his previous life, he had never experienced the warmth of a family. However, in this life, fate had blessed him with a loving and harmonious family, which he cherished profoundly. Now, with his martial soul awakened and having secured such a lucrative contract with the Jiangnan War Department, it truly felt like a double blessing. Dad, Mom, you won't have to toil so hard anymore. I will buy you a grand villa in Jinling Bay City, allowing you to enjoy a peaceful and happy retirement. Qin Feng thought to himself, fist clenched in determination. As a taxi sped down the street, the view from the windows transitioned from towering skyscrapers to tightly packed, low-cost housing. The sight was overwhelming, with rows of dense buildings seemingly blocking out the sun, creating an oppressive atmosphere upon entering. In a damp, dimly lit basement, Qin Feng's voice echoed with resignation. Mom, you've reviewed this contract no less than 3 times, and I still have to participate in the martial artist trials the day after tomorrow. Looking at Zhao Yalan, who held the contract for the Jinling War Zone, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of keys unlocking the door resonated from behind him. As Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the sound, he beheld a middle-aged man, his face adorned with a bushy beard and his figure slightly stooped, entering through the door. This man was none other than Qin Feng's father, Qin Yoriichi. Dad. The moment Qin Feng called out, his father seemed to instantly shed the weight of fatigue, swiftly covering the distance to Zhao Yalan in just a few strides. He then carefully lifted the contract pertaining to the Jinling War Zone, scrutinizing each line and word with utmost diligence, as if fearing he might overlook even a single character. His demeanor mirrored the anxious excitement he had displayed years ago when he first gazed upon Qin Feng's birth certificate. Now, he was engrossed in the contract his son had presented to him concerning the Jinling War Zone. Chapter 9. Qin Feng's new home Xiaofeng. Is everything stated in this contract true? Did the Jinling Battle Zone really grant you 10 million in startup funds? And do we truly get to move into Teo Weiyuan, Zaiaguanyuan right away? Qin Yuhai took several deep breaths before turning to Qin Feng, his voice trembling. Observing her husband's uncontrollable excitement, Zhao Huilan shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, Old Qin, the contract is clearly written in black and white. Are you still questioning our child? How embarrassing. Qin Yunhai was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face. 18 years. A full 18 years. He had finally awaited this day. Qin Yunhai, a mere commoner, had endured so much during this tumultuous era of chaos and war. As the head of the family, he had borne an immense burden. With limited education and unable to become a martial artist, his only means of supporting his family in this apocalyptic world had been through hard labor. For the sake of his family and to ensure that Qin Feng would not tread the same path he had, Qin Yuhai worked tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Though he often wore a cheerful smile at home to comfort Qin Feng and Zhao Huilan, who could fathom the countless solitary nights he spent huddled in a corner of the dock, numbly gnawing on pickled vegetables in silence. Having such an exceptionally talented son as Qin Feng had always been a source of pride for Qin Yuhai, serving as his greatest motivation to persevere. Yet, he had never anticipated that their family's fate would not only change, but that they would leap like a carp over the Dragon Gate to become the owners of the once unattainable Teo Weiyuan, Zaiaguanyuan Villa. Indeed, in any era, especially during such catastrophic times, a villa like Teo Weiyuan was nothing short of a fantastical dream for the common people. Now, as the apocalypse had ravaged vast swathes of humanity's territory, the scant remaining resources and land had to sustain over 1 billion people in Shenzhou. Even describing land as worth its weight in gold would be an understatement. Thus, not only had villas like Teo Weiyuan become priceless treasures beyond monetary measure, but even their modest 30 square meters of subsidized housing had taken nearly a decade for Qin Yunhai to secure. I, Qin Yunhai, have actually reached a day where I can reside in Teo Weiyuan. How wonderful, truly wonderful. As he laughed heartily, he wiped away his tears, exclaiming, I'm calling that miser Zhou right now. That scoundrel will no longer have me under his thumb. I will no longer endure his disdainful face. Hearing the bitterness in Qin Yunhai's words, Zhao Huilan reflected on their 18 years of marriage, prompting her own tears to flow. Qin Feng's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity, yet predominantly filled with joy. Having arrived in this parallel world for 16 years, I have tirelessly pursued self-improvement day and night. For what purpose, you may ask? Is it not to alter the fate of my family? To hasten the day of liberation from this suffocating, dim, and damp basement? After soothing my parents' emotions, I carefully collected the treasured memories of this room and stepped out with my family. Before leaving, I glanced back at the basement where I had lived for 16 years. And with no lingering attachment, I strode confidently up the staircase, ever upwards. Am I imagining things? Is that truly a military vehicle from the Jinling War Zone? Huh. The Jinling War Zone represents the might of the Shinjo military. Who would dare impersonate it? What brings these soldiers from the Jinling War Zone to our impoverished neighborhood? Look. Isn't that the Qin family of three? Could it be that the Jinling War Zone has come to escort them? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a keen observer shouted out, "Of course, they have come to fetch us. Our little Feng has passed the warrior trials, and the Jinling War Zone has come specifically to take us to Teo Weiyuan." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanhai, who had been trailing behind, proudly stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he addressed familiar faces. "Once we settle in Teo Weiyuan, I will host a grand banquet at the largest tavern nearby. I hope all of you neighbors will come and support us." Gasp. The crowd quickly grasped the implication of Qin Yuanhai's words. Qin Feng's success had indeed brought fortune to the entire family, transforming their fates upon joining the Jinling War Zone. Every resident of this low-rent housing eagerly hoped for a change in their own circumstances. Yet, who could have anticipated that Qin Yuanhai's son, at merely 16, would achieve such a remarkable feat by joining the Jinling War Zone? I have always known that young man was destined for greatness. He has passed the trials of the Jinling War Zone at such a young age. His future is boundless. Alas, it is true that comparisons breed discontent. If only my own son possessed half of Qin Feng's talent, perhaps we too could escape this wretched place. The Qin family truly seems blessed, having such a prodigious son. I envy them immensely. Word spread rapidly among the neighbors, and soon, the majority of the residents of the low-rent housing were aware of how impressive Qin Yuanhai's son was. Having joined the Jinling War Zone at 16 and moving his family to the luxurious Teo Weiyuan villas, this news acted like a powerful tonic, instilling boundless hope in countless struggling families residing in low-rent housing. Thus, with the heartfelt send-off of our neighbors, the Qin family departed in the military vehicle of the Jinling War Zone, embarking on a new chapter of their lives after nearly 18 years in their humble abode. Jinling Teo Weiyuan. This villa district, viewed as a whole, resembles a complete Jiangnan garden. The Shaoguan Garden, where Qin Feng resides, is situated at the heart of the entire landscape, traversing the central scenic axis in the east-west waterways. Not only does it occupy the most advantageous position within the park, but it also allows for an intimate experience of the grandest public garden in the Peach Blossom Spring, with its pavilions, towers, and fragrant waterside alcoves, all contributing to a serene and timeless botanical masterpiece. Qin Yuanhai and Zhao Huilan, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, were in a state of constant admiration, their eyes wide with wonder. The expanse of this place is truly immense, without the dedicated transport provided by the Jinling Military District. The elderly couple would likely have lost their way amidst its vastness. Chapter 10. Surge of Power. Mr. Qin Feng. Xianguanyuan stands as one of the few exquisite villas where one can revel in the beauty of a public garden, and this particular residence is comprised of 4 floors. Currently, we find ourselves on the first floor of Xianguanyuan, where the entirety of the first and second floors is enveloped by a magnificent panoramic ceilings, offering an unobstructed view of the enchanting Jiangnan scenery. As the female steward provides her introduction, Qin Feng's eyes sparkle with wonder, even with his composure. Witnessing such a luxurious abode leaves him momentarily spellbound. Meanwhile, his parents behind him have been exclaiming in awe without pause. This villa, totaling 4 stories, boasts a property size of 666 square meters, where even a single restroom exceeds the size of Qin Feng's former underground dwelling by more than thrice. Previously, he had only heard tales of such grandeur but had never beheld it with his own eyes. As the steward guided him through, Qin Feng found himself unable to take in enough of the surroundings, growing increasingly delighted. From this day forth, he would be the master of this magnificent villa. After a brief acquaintance with Xianguanyuan, Qin Feng ensured his parents were comfortably settled before venturing alone into the training room specially prepared for him in the Jinling battle zone. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by an expansive space. This training room spans nearly 150 square meters, filled with high-end training apparatus designed specifically for martial artists, alongside machines for testing strength, speed, and agility. Xianguanyuan's resident, Qin Feng, realm, quasi-warrior, first entry into the training room. At this moment, Qin Feng had already donned a sleek black training outfit. After swiping his identity card, the various testing machines illuminated their screens, accompanied by a crisp electronic chime. Exhaling deeply, Qin Feng gazed at the punch force testing machine, pondering the extent to which his power had ascended following the awakening of his martial soul. He steadied himself, his aura shifting from languid to fierce in an instant. With his knees slightly bent, his right fist launched forward towards the sensing zone of the punch force testing machine like a cannonball. Bang! A tremendous, Thunderous sound reverberated through the spacious training room, powerful enough to rattle one's eardrums. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, as the architect of this uproar, Qin Feng remained oblivious to the tempest he had unleashed, continuously swinging his fists, the resounding impacts echoing relentlessly. The punch target swayed under the force of Qin Feng's tremendous strength, akin to a small boat in a storm. While the display screen of the punch force testing machine flickered with a series of numbers. 0, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The crimson figures on the screen climbed relentlessly, showing no signs of halting. Should someone like Guo Chengtong from the upper echelons of the Jinling battle zone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape in astonishment. It is worth noting that Qin Feng had merely just awakened his martial soul, and in all honesty, he had yet to even reach the most basic level of a battle warrior. In the present day, Qin Feng's explosive punching power has transcended the boundaries of a novice warrior. The astonishing force of 6,000 kg flashed across the large screen in an instant, exhibiting no signs of abating. Before long, the latest data surged to 70,000 kg, yet this too was fleeting, rapidly escalating to 8,000 kg. Approximately 3 minutes later, the upward trend in Qin Feng's punching power began to wane, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive 900 kilograms. Even though Qin Feng had mentally prepared himself for this moment, he could not help but be taken aback by his own remarkable achievement. He had not anticipated that his current explosive strength would approach that of an advanced warrior. While Qin Feng had foreseen that awakening the fish fruit, a mythical beast type, in its azure dragon form would greatly enhance his physical prowess, he was astonished to discover that his punching power was now perilously close to the realm of advanced warriors. In this light, tomorrow's practical assessment, which may seem like a perilous challenge for other participants, would be a mere formality for Qin Feng, requiring little effort on his part. He eagerly awaited the arrival of the next day, curious about the rewards that would accompany his first hunt for demon beasts, feeling the surging power coursing through him. Along with his observation Haki reaching a profound second stage, Qin Feng underwent a transformative metamorphosis from head to toe. He found himself yearning to rush to the assessment venue and engage with the formidable young talents of the Jiangnan War Department, eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Under the guidance of instructors from the Jinling War Zone, Qin Feng and 10 others who had awakened their martial spirits the previous day boarded a special train bound for the site of the practical assessment at the first military camp in Jinling, Jiangnan Province. The camp sprawled over an expansive area, seemingly endless, and gathered nearly 500 participants from across Jiangnan for the assessment. Though ostensibly a trial for the younger generation of Jiangnan Province, this practical assessment was, in essence, a covert competition among various major base cities. The war zone that produced the standout participant would garner immense prestige, allowing its leaders to command respect throughout the Jiangnan base cities. Thus, the significance of this practical assessment was paramount, as the eligible young warriors were the cream of the crop from their respective war zones. Rather than being merely a contest of younger generations hunting demon beasts, it was a manifestation of the comprehensive strength of the war zones. Those present were far from the likes of the frivolous Xiaohaoshan. They represented the true trial of Jiang and S youth. Qin Feng. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice resonated, growing nearer. It was none other than Guo Chengtong, the district leader of the Jinling War Zone. Director Guo. Qin Feng exchanged brief greetings with his colleagues from the Jinling War Zone before making his way toward Guo Chengtong. He was acutely aware that his ability to secure such a prestigious contract with the Jinling War Zone was largely due to Guo Chengtong's considerable efforts. Moreover, it was Guo Chengtong who had looked past his humble beginnings during the awakening of his martial spirit, advocating for him on multiple occasions, an act of kindness that Qin Feng had always held dear in his heart. Qin Feng, follow me. I wish to introduce you to a significant figure from our Jinling War Zone, Guo Chengtong remarked, giving Qin Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder before leading the way. Although Qin Feng was filled with curiosity, he chose not to voice his thoughts and instead followed Guo Chengtong forward. Before long, the two navigated through numerous sentinels and arrived at a military tent, entering with purpose. Upon stepping inside, they were greeted by the imposing sight of a vast sand table, at the far end of which stood an elderly man clad in military attire, his silver hair adorned with 2 brilliant golden stars on his shoulders. Chapter 11. The Pinnacle of Valor. Upon catching sight of the elderly man in military attire, Guo Chengtong promptly bowed deeply in utmost respect. Oh? Qin Feng observed this scene with a hint of surprise. It is worth noting that, given Guo Chengtong's status as the commander of the Jinling War Zone, he typically maintains a demeanor of neither arrogance nor submission even when addressing the mayor of the base city. Yet, witnessing him display such deference towards this elder was indeed unexpected. Particularly, the elder's aura exuded tranquility and serenity, devoid of any trace of a martial artist's presence. Had he blended into the crowd, few would have taken notice of him. Haha, young Gua, is this the Qin Feng youth you mentioned to me yesterday? The elderly man regarded Qin Feng with a gentle gaze, sizing him up before nodding in acknowledgement. Though unaware of the elder's true identity, Qin Feng felt compelled to return the salute with military decorum. Yesterday, young Gua urgently called me, requesting an expedited approval for a supreme-level martial artist contract from the Jinling War Zone. Initially, I was curious about what kind of prodigious disciple could command such attention from young Gua. Having met you today, it is indeed true that heroes are often born in youth. With a pause in his tone, the elderly man continued, young Qin Feng, while you are indeed remarkable, do remember that the Suzhou and Guangling War Zones, among others, also boast exceptionally talented young disciples. Never underestimate them, lest you tarnish the reputation of our Jinling War Zone. Qin Feng merely nodded casually. Before arriving, he had already heard of the fierce competition among the various war zones under the Jiangnan military region. In recent years, Jinling War Zone, despite being the provincial capital, had seldom achieved commendable results in the new recruit trials, often overshadowed by the likes of Suzhou and Guangling. This had led to a considerable loss of face for the higher-ups of Jinling War Zone. Thus, both the Jinling War Zone and the Xinzhou military region placed tremendous emphasis on this upcoming new recruit trial. Rest assured, Commander Qin, the top position in this new recruit trial shall undoubtedly belong to our Jinling War Zone. I have faith in young Qin Feng. He will surely elevate the prestige of our military department. The elderly man expressed his satisfaction with a nod and gently patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, adding, if you can secure a place among the top 10 in the Jiangnan military region, I assure you, I shall not let you down. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Frankly, the earlier ramblings of Guo Chengtong and the elderly man seemed to him mere empty boasts, unworthy of his attention. Instead of indulging in idle pleasantries, it was time for substantial rewards. After such a lengthy discourse, the elderly man finally steered the conversation to the crux of the matter. All right, Elder Chun and Commander Guo, you need not elaborate further. Let the remuneration be in place, and we shall claim the top position. Do not consider merely the first in Jiangnan province. Even securing the national top spot would be a trivial matter for me. Qin Feng waved his hand lazily before turning away with a flourish. However, upon hearing those words, Guo Chengtong nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. While even the esteemed Elder Qin, who had maintained a lofty demeanor from the outset, could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. The young man. Did he speak seriously just now? I was contemplating whether it was too demanding to ask him to rank among the top 10 in Jiangnan. Yet, this fellow, without a hint of hesitation, declared he would aim for the first place in Jiangnan and further stated that as long as his salary was satisfactory, he could bring home the national top spot. Ha ha ha. How amusing. This lad recruited by Guo Qingtong is indeed intriguing. As Chun Lao watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, he was momentarily stunned before breaking into hearty laughter. However, he suddenly ceased his laughter, adopting a profound expression, and remarked, Xiao Guo, I have approved your request for Qin Feng to bypass the trials to become a battle soldier. But why do you still allow him to participate in this practical trial? Over the years, the Jinling battle zone has suffered immensely during assessments, all due to that monster. Do you truly believe Qin Feng has the capability to confront such a being? It possesses combat prowess comparable to that of a junior demon general. Upon hearing Qin Lao's words, Guo Chengtong fell into silence, and after a long pause, he replied, Qin Lao, Qin Feng is truly an outstanding young man. I have faith in him. With that, Guo Chengtong said no more and stepped out of the tent. At the same time, as Qin Feng exited the tent, he found himself confronted by two individuals as if they were waiting for him. Leading the pair was a middle-aged man exuding an air of aggression, his loose green military uniform straining against his robust frame. The other two were similarly attired, but their presence was markedly less imposing than that of the middle-aged man. Old Guo, is this the Qin Feng you have been praising so highly? In my opinion, he pales in comparison to our Guangling battle zone, the middle-aged man remarked. Casting a proud glance at the young man behind him, let me be frank, this is our Guangling battle zone's trump card, Chu Xiao. I won't hesitate to tell you that Chu Xiao possesses the strength of a mid-level battle soldier at just 18 years of age. During the last strength test, he reached an astounding 5,000 kilograms. Are you afraid? The middle-aged man's introduction elicited a confident smile from Chu Xiao, who tilted his chin and looked at Qin Feng, saying, You must be the top contender from the Jinling battle zone this year. Qin Feng? I heard you speaking boldly in front of Commander Qin. The words Qin Feng had spoken earlier, as long as the salary is right, I can take the top spot, echoed clearly in his mind. Had it not been for the presence of Commander Chun in the tent, he would have rushed in to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Qin Feng, Do you dare to challenge me? Tonight's new recruit trial will reveal who truly holds the top position in Jiangnan. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes, and he extended his arm toward Qin Feng in a gesture of handshake. Not interested, Qin Feng replied coolly, shaking his head dismissively as he attempted to walk away. Chu Xiao's arm froze mid-air, his expression darkening, but he quickly thrust his arm forward, aiming to grasp Qin Feng's left hand. Qin Feng was initially taken aback, only to feel an overwhelming force surging through his arm. Swish. Chu Xiao's actions immediately captured the attention of all present. No one anticipated that he would be so impolite as to seek to impart a lesson to Qin Feng right before Qin Shuai's tent. Hiki, brother Qin. Although we belong to different battle zones, we are all part of the Jiangnan War Department. Engaging in friendly sparring can certainly foster our growth, he remarked. Moreover, we might find ourselves as comrades fighting side by side in the grand competition among the 5 major war departments in the future. With a smile that masked his true intentions, Chu Xiao addressed Qin Feng. In response, Qin Feng paused momentarily and returned with an innocent, radiant smile. Ha ha ha. Brother Chu, you are far too courteous. As he spoke, Qin Feng reciprocated the handshake with an unwavering smile, adding, Brother Chu, I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 12, Have you eaten? Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted in the air, resonating with an explosive force as the struggle between the clasped hands of Qin Feng and Chu Xiao reverberated throughout the venue. The clarity of the sound was such that even the most oblivious could perceive it. It was evident to all that while Chu Xiao feigned a handshake with Qin Feng, his true intention was to humiliate him with his formidable wrist strength. Many spectators gazed at Qin Feng with expressions filled with pity and sympathy. Indeed, if one were to examine Qin Feng's past achievements, he was undoubtedly an exceptional talent, a prodigy without question. At merely 16 years of age, he possessed a punch strength of 1,000 kilograms, having reached the threshold of a junior warrior and subsequently awakened a transcendent beast martial soul of the 10th rank. Yet, what did that matter? Although Qin Feng was extraordinary, it depended on whom he was compared against. In the Jiling Battle District, he could indeed reign supreme. But when viewed in the broader context of the entire Jiangnan War Division, it was clear he was somewhat lacking. To illustrate, standing before him was the ace of the Guangling Battle District, Chu Xiao. Although they both appeared to be martial artists, Chu Xiao had already demonstrated a punch strength of 5,000 kilograms a month prior, a feat that placed him firmly in the ranks of a mid-level warrior. The disparity between 5,000 kilograms and 1,000 kilograms was so glaringly obvious that even a fool could discern the difference. This peculiar situation did not persist for long. The whispers of the onlookers abruptly ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the arena, as if one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, Qin Feng and Chu Xiao remained locked in their handshake, their contest of strength seemingly without issue. However, the bizarre twist lay in the fact that the once confident Chu Xiao now bore a face flushed with embarrassment. In stark contrast, Qin Feng stood there seemingly unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he might yawn at any moment. How could this be? This made no sense. As one of the principal parties involved, Chu Xiao was sweating profusely, his face reddening to an alarming hue. Initially, he shared the same sentiments as the onlookers. He chose to compete with Qin Feng through a handshake because wrist strength was his trump card, as someone with a punch strength of 5,000 kilograms. If he were to concede second place among his peers, no one would dare claim the first. Just as Chu Xiao prepared to swiftly overpower Qin Feng, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. No matter how he exerted himself, it seemed as though Qin Feng remained completely unaffected. At first, Chu Xiao believed he had not applied enough force. However, as he summoned every ounce of strength within him, his efforts were met with a disheartening silence, akin to a cow sinking into the ocean. Hey, have you eaten? Just as Chu Xiao's anxiety reached a fever pitch, Qin Feng's languid voice drifted into his ears. As he prepared to respond, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced through the air, echoing throughout the venue. As Chu Xiao felt as though his right hand was ensnared in a vice, the grip tightened inexorably, causing his skin to burn as if scalded by hot oil. He could almost hear the bone in his right hand cracking, as if Qin Feng were about to crush it entirely. The excruciating pains surged like relentless waves, each one crashing upon him with increasing ferocity. At that moment, all semblance of dignity abandoned him, and he cried out like a child, tears streaming from his eyes. The agony was unbearable. If this continued, he had no doubt that Qin Feng would reduce his hand to mere dough. In stark contrast, Qin Feng maintained an expression of innocence, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight smirk. He even feigned politeness by shaking his arm, which only elicited a higher pitch of Chu Xiao's cries. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead, his face as pale as a sheet. Indeed, Brother Chu, we seem to have an instant rapport. You're reluctant to let go of my hand. Qin Feng teased with a smile, while Chu Xiao, overwhelmed by the pain, could scarcely utter another word. Qin Feng, that is enough. Guo Chengtong intervened as he deemed the lesson sufficient. Observing the middle-aged man's face contorted in discomfort, Guo Chengtong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Yet, when he glanced at Qin Feng, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. It was widely recognized that Chu Xiao possessed a punch force of 5,000 kilograms. Yet even so, Qin Feng managed to pin him down and rub him into the ground repeatedly. This young man, Qin Feng, was indeed unfathomable. Brother Chu is always welcome to seek me out for sparring. With Guo Chengtong having spoken, Qin Feng graciously released his grip. Chu Xiao, feeling as though he had been jolted by electricity, quickly withdrew his hand, revealing a large bruise at the base of his thumb that sent shivers through all who beheld it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's left hand remained unchanged. Not a single drop of sweat betrayed his composure. Chu Xiao had clearly attempted to show off but had ended up thoroughly humiliated. As they prepared for the upcoming assessment, Qin Feng could not help but commend him. I hope Brother Chu will go easy on me. After all, your wrist strength is quite formidable. He even raised a thumb in admiration. While such words, if spoken by another, would have been entirely innocuous, coming from Qin Feng, they felt like salt rubbed into an open wound, an insult to the pride that Chu Xiao harbored for his intermediate warrior strength. Nearby, Guo Chengtong keenly observed the subtle rivalry between Qin Feng and Chu Xiao, particularly noting the dark expression on Old Song from the Guangling War Zone. His heart swelled with delight as the shadows of worry that had loomed over him began to dissipate. Commander Guo, Commander Song, the new recruit trials are about to commence. At this moment, a soldier approached Guo Chengtong and his companion with brisk steps, offering a respectful salute. Guo Chengtong reciprocated the gesture and then turned to Qin Feng, saying, Qin Feng, your innate talent is extraordinary, and your physical prowess, along with your ability to combat foes beyond your level, distinguishes you among your peers. However, exceptional talent and formidable strength do not guarantee your success in slaying demonic beasts. I have witnessed far too many individuals, blessed with remarkable abilities, who faltered in the face of these creatures, paralyzed by fear, their strength diminished to naught. The edge of a fine sword is honed through rigorous trials, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from the bitter cold. This is the inevitable journey of us warriors. The purpose of this new recruit trial is to awaken the fighting spirit within you. Therefore, when confronted with demonic beasts, do not show mercy, Qin Feng. As he spoke, Guo Chengtong placed his large hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, imparting this solemn admonition. Chapter 13. The steel-spined porcupine. I understand, Qin Feng nodded. Furthermore, the majority of the beasts encountered during this new recruit trial correspond to the warrior level of martial artists, classified as demon soldiers. However, these beasts are exceedingly bloodthirsty, exhibiting a ferocity and aggression far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. This explains why, during each new recruit trial, various battle zones experience varying degrees of casualties among the aspiring martial artists. Qin Feng could not deny that before engaging in combat with these beasts, all aspiring martial artists were merely delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. The bloodthirsty, frenzied beasts would show no mercy simply because one was a fragile bloom. Creak. The military truck finally came to a halt in a desolate county town. The mottled bloodstains on the remnants of the crumbling walls revealed that a fierce battle must have occurred here previously. Occasionally, the savage roars of beasts reverberated from deep within the county, causing unease among the newly arrived aspiring martial artists. Candidates of the 106th assessment gather swiftly in the open area ahead. Just as anxiety began to settle among the crowd, a robust male voice resonated through the air. After Qin Feng and the others assembled in the designated area, they turned towards the source of the voice. There, atop a military green SUV, an officer leaned out of the sunroof, holding a walkie-talkie, and addressed the gathering with clarity. This new recruit trial follows the same rules as before. It will officially commence at 7 o'clock this evening and conclude at 7 the following morning, lasting a total of 12 hours. During the assessment, your microcomputers on your left arms will calculate the number and level of the demon beasts you hunt. The more beasts you slay, and the higher their levels, the greater the points you shall earn, which will ultimately determine your ranking in this assessment. At this point, the officer cast a significant glance at the assembled candidates and continued, moreover, while the regulations prohibit martial artists from killing one another, they do not restrict internal disputes. Additionally, the points accumulated on your microcomputers can be plundered. We are solely concerned with the final results. Of the 500 participants in this assessment, the top 100 in points will receive certification at the warrior level, while the remaining 400 will face failure and must await next year's recruit trial. A ripple of excitement surged through the crowd following the officer's declaration. Although they were already aware of the unprecedented severity of this new recruit trial, they were taken aback by the revelation that over 80% would face elimination. Ultimately, should any participant sustain severe injuries during the battle with the demon beasts or encounter heavily wounded individuals during the assessment, they could contact the medical team via their microcomputers. Though this would signify failure in the assessment. With a sweeping gesture, the officer proclaimed, "I hereby announce that the assessment officially begins now." Roar. 500 aspiring martial artists raised their arms in a unified cheer before scattering in all directions throughout the county town, each seeking to hunt the demon beasts designated for their trial. On the desolate streets, a figure clad in brown camouflage darted past, eyes keen as those of a hawk, scanning the surroundings in search of the first prey. This individual was none other than Qin Feng, who, after coordinating a meeting point and time with the personnel from the Jinling battle zone, had detached from the main group to embark on his solitary mission. While following the main group for hunting certainly offers a greater sense of safety, allowing for mutual support, it might be a prudent choice for an ordinary warrior. However, for Qin Feng, an overwhelming desire to slay more beasts to accrue experience points and enhance his tricolor dominance and Azure Dragon martial soul drives him forward. According to the records provided by his microcomputer, the majority of creatures within this county are primarily of the demon soldier rank, with only a single advanced demon soldier present. Aside from that formidable advanced beast, the others pose no significant threat to him. After a brief glance at the bestiary on his microcomputer, Qin Feng quickly activated his observation Haki, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters around him, under the meticulous scrutiny afforded by his refined observation Haki. Unless he encountered a demon king, no other beast could elude his perception. However, it was apparent that such a powerful foe would not appear in the trial grounds. Suddenly, Qin Feng's keen senses detected a menacing aura approaching from 1,000 meters ahead. Peering intently, he soon discerned a beast towering nearly 6 meters. Its body bristling with dense, sharp spines. Its claws and fangs glimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, although its appearance bore some resemblance to a porcupine. In Qin Feng's memory, a porcupine measured only about 90 centimeters in length, while this creature appeared akin to a moving two-story building. Ding. Steel-spine porcupine. An intermediate demon soldier beast, known for its brutal charge and spiny strikes. Just then, a system notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. The steel-spine porcupine? You shall be my first quarry. As Qin Feng stepped forth from his cover, positioning himself directly in front of the steel-spine porcupine. The beast fixated its orange-yellow eyes on him, a human warrior clad in brown camouflage and wielding a battle blade. It emitted a series of peculiar low growls, its spines erect and its powerful forelegs stomping the ground, conjuring a tempest and sending fragments of stone flying, an oppressive aura enveloping the area. With his battle blade crossed over his chest, Qin Feng braced himself, anticipating a charge from the steel-spine porcupine. To his astonishment, its erect spines suddenly shot upward into the air. In the next moment, these spines rained down upon him like arrows. How uncivilized. Launching an ultimate attack right off the bat, Qin Feng exclaimed, cursing as he witnessed the dark cloud of spines descending upon him. He fully unleashed his observation Haki, darting through the gaps in the barrage like a shadow, swiftly closing in on the steel-spined porcupine. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. A fierce rain of arrows cascaded relentlessly from above, yet at that moment, Qin Feng exhibited an unprecedented calmness. With the enhancement of his observation Haki, he accurately discerned the landing points of each arrow, all the while maneuvering closer to the steel-spined porcupine. Armament Haki, harden. A low hum resonated as cold light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. All his strength surged into his battle blade, infusing it with a dark hue that reeked of impending death, and he executed a swift, merciless upward slash. The blade, empowered by armament Haki, cleaved upward along the beast's neck with precision. In the next instant, the steel-spined porcupine's head was severed cleanly and sent soaring into the air, while a torrent of foul, dark red blood gushed forth from its neck. The massive body of the steel-spined porcupine maintained its forward momentum for several steps, swaying precariously before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, convulsing for a while before finally succumbing to its demise. Chapter 14. The first hunt. Gasping for breath, Qin Feng found himself compelled to take several deep inhalations despite the seamless execution of his earlier strike. The vivid imagery of the steel-spined arrow bore's neck snapping and blood gushing forth still sent shivers down his spine. Though reincarnated, the experience of slaying a beast for the first time left his heart in tumult. It was no wonder that District Chief Gua had repeatedly emphasized the stark contrast between real combat and training. Many warriors excel in practice, yet falter miserably when faced with the chaos of battle. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Feng reflected earnestly on the recently concluded confrontation. He had demonstrated commendable adaptability in the heat of battle, yet he had failed to immediately discern the attack patterns of the steel-spined arrow boar. It was only due to his mastery of observation haki that he was able to perceive the beast's assault in such a brief span of time. Had it been another warrior, they would likely have been turned into a pincushion amidst that barrage of arrows. Undeniably, while the steel-spined arrow boar was merely of intermediate demon soldier caliber, it was one of the few monsters that could seamlessly integrate both offense and defense. It was hard to imagine other warriors standing their ground against such a creature as Qin Feng had. They would likely have fled in terror. Yet, given Qin Feng's current prowess, he could hold his own even against advanced fighters and even junior generals. Slaying this steel-spined arrow boar was akin to preying on a lesser creature. Had Guo Chengtong and the other examiners witnessed Qin Feng's fluid combat performance and his calm analytical demeanor post-battle, they would surely have questioned their own life choices. Indeed, it was a bitter truth that comparisons could be disheartening, while others were still fleeing in panic at their first encounter with a monster. Qin Feng's extraordinary adaptability was a stark reminder of their inadequacies. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the intermediate demon soldier, the steel-spined arrow boar. Reward, 20 evolution points. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Feng's excitement propelled him to clench his fists. He swiftly severed the beast's head and tucked the demon crystal into his backpack. Onward to the next challenge. With a series of leaps, Qin Feng vanished from the street, leaving behind the decapitated carcass of the steel-spined arrow boar. Its blood staining the ground crimson. As time ticked away, fierce battles between humans and monsters raged throughout the martial artist trial grounds. By 9 o'clock in the evening, in an abandoned underground parking lot, eerie sounds of gnawing echoed intermittently, sending chills down the spines of passers-by who instinctively avoided the area, fearing for their safety. Yet, at that moment, a figure clad in camouflage, wielding a dark battle knife, stepped forward with deliberate strides toward the source of the ominous sounds. Under the formidable perception granted by his observation haki, Qin Feng could distinctly sense the presence of over 100 monstrous beasts congregated in this area. A sly smile played on his lips as he licked the corner of his mouth, his entire being brimming with the fervor of battle, with at least 100 beasts. I could amass over 1,000 evolution points. He murmured to himself, channeling his armament haki to darken the blade in his hand as he advanced towards the beast's den. In the C-zone of the underground parking garage, there lay an abundance of primitive demon soldiers known as tiger mastiffs. At the very center of these creatures, within a dilapidated bus, an enormous tiger mastiff king 5 or 6 times the size of an ordinary tiger mastiff was voraciously devouring the corpse of a fallen challenger. Surrounding the tiger mastiff king were the severed limbs and dismembered bodies of human warriors, their crimson blood staining the ground, each drop splattering against the pavement. Suddenly, the tiger mastiff king ceased its feasting, its keen instincts honed to perfection as it turned sharply towards the shadows nearby. Indeed, as a high-ranking demon soldier, its alertness was far more acute than any Qin Feng had previously encountered. With a leisurely gait, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he met the fierce gaze of the tiger mastiff king. The beast, inherently sensitive to danger, perceived an unprecedented threat emanating from Qin Feng, prompting it to emit a piercing howl without hesitation. As its cries echoed, howl, 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 an overwhelming tide of tiger mastiffs surged forth, encircling Qin Feng completely. Their dark yellow eyes glimmered with bloodlust and excitement, their claws scraping against the ground with an ear-piercing sound. In particular, the tiger mastiff king, with a single swipe of its paw, overturned the bus and pressed forward ominously towards Qin Feng, saliva dripping from its maw, a palpable sense of dread permeating the air. The stark white bones piled behind the tiger mastiff king hinted at the countless challengers who had perished at its jaws. For an ordinary challenger, witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly send shivers down their spine, leaving them in a state of disarray. Even a novice warrior would find themselves in an exceedingly precarious situation, likely seeking to escape. In the wilderness, encountering a high-ranking demon soldier like the tiger mastiff king necessitated utmost caution, especially when facing a pack of these ferocious beasts. The tiger mastiff, having evolved from the East Asian jackal, exhibited its genetic traits of savagery and cunning to the fullest extent. Once it locked onto its prey, it would initiate a relentless onslaught until the prey was utterly exhausted, ultimately delivering a fatal bite to the throat. This was precisely why previous cohorts of aspiring warriors had little chance of survival against the tiger mastiff king. Those who were slow to flee often became mere remnants of white bones on the ground. Yet, regrettably for them, they had encountered Qin Feng, surrounded by the tiger mastiffs. He remained unfazed, his smile widening, exuding an air of confidence as if the ones encircled were not he, but the pack of tiger mastiffs. In the midst of a stalemate, A piercing howl of a beast reverberated through the air, prompting the pack of tiger mastiffs to spring into action. Two of these formidable creatures took the lead, charging towards Qin Feng. Their razor-sharp claws, reminiscent of sickles, slashed fiercely towards his chest, while their gaping maws lunged for his legs. With a swift motion, two dark flashes cut through the air as Qin Feng's obsidian blade struck twice, instantly diminishing the ferocity of the tiger mastiff's assault. They tumbled to the ground, struggling briefly before falling still. Ding! The host has slain 2 junior demon soldiers, earning 10 points of evolution value. Ding! Proficiency in armament Haki has increased by 2. Upon hearing the sequential notifications echo in his mind, Qin Feng was initially taken aback, but a smile soon graced his lips. Indeed, the practical experience gained from the battle with the steel-spined porcupine could be applied to future encounters, thereby enhancing his mastery of armament Haki. Did this imply that these lesser foes could serve as a means for him to accumulate experience? With this thought, Qin Feng gazed once more at the pack of tiger mastiffs, suddenly finding their fierce and menacing visages considerably more endearing. Chapter 15. The King of the Tiger Mastiffs Howl. Howl. The sight of the 2 tiger mastiffs, the first to initiate the attack, being swiftly dispatched, rendered the pack of dogs abruptly silent. Despite their primal instincts sensing the peril posed by Qin Feng, they remained bewildered by the recent turn of events. Roar. A resonant beastly roar erupted once more. As the king of the tiger mastiffs reared its head, its fierce gaze fixed upon Qin Feng's orange-yellow eyes, brimming with murderous intent. Following their leader's command, the tiger mastiff pack swiftly suppressed their fear and launched a renewed assault. This time, they charged en masse, their gaping maws wide open, intent on tearing flesh with reckless abandon, willing to sacrifice their lives to seize a piece of Qin Feng. Prepare for battle. With the battle blade held diagonally before him, crimson droplets of blood dripped steadily from the dark blade's blood groove, signaling the peak of Qin Feng's battle fervor. As the black glint of the blade flashed, a spray of blood followed in its wake. In the face of the tiger mastiff's desperate onslaught, Qin Feng remained remarkably calm and composed. Although the enemy had the numerical advantage, Qin Feng, with his mastery of observation Haki, could keenly perceive the trajectories of each tiger mastiff's attacks and respond with lethal strikes. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh resonated continuously, as Qin Feng's offensive, though seemingly straightforward, was executed with unparalleled precision and ferocity. Each strike aimed directly at the vital points of the tiger mastiffs. In mere moments, the relentless black blade had claimed the lives of dozens of tiger mastiffs beneath Qin Feng's onslaught. Under the perception granted by observation Haki, the crude and straightforward assault of the tiger mastiffs could not even come close to reaching Qin Feng as they fell one by one. Ding. Proficiency in armament Haki 1 ding. Proficiency in observation Haki 1 ding. Host successfully slayed a junior demon soldier, the tiger mastiff, earning 5 evolution points. In Qin Feng's mind, the incessant chime of system notifications resonated like the most exquisite melody, causing an uncontainable smile to spread across his face. This was exhilarating. As Qin Feng fought with increasing vigor, he observed the rapid ascent of his proficiency in both observation Haki and armament Haki, further igniting his combat spirit. Before long, the tide had turned. The once overwhelming assault of the tiger mastiffs had transformed into a scenario where Qin Feng, with his bloodied blade in hand, steadily drove the pack deeper into the depths of the underground parking lot. What a sight! To an unknowing observer, it would seem as if Qin Feng single-handedly encircled the 100-strong tiger mastiff pack, watching his kin fall one after another. Even the cunning and ferocious tiger mastiffs found themselves momentarily daunted by Qin Feng's prowess. Roar! Just as Qin Feng prepared to deliver the final blow to the remaining few tiger mastiffs, he steeled himself for the decisive moment. Suddenly, a ferocious and brutal roar reverberated through the space. The once steadfast king of the tiger mastiffs could no longer remain composed. Witnessing his subjects fall like wheat before the blade at Qin Feng's hands, the king was utterly incensed. As a high-ranking demon soldier, he was the unequivocal king within this testing ground. To him, both human warriors and other beasts in the arena were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. How could his majesty as a beast king be so brazenly challenged by a mere human warrior? Moreover, from Qin Feng's attire, it was evident that he was merely a participant in the assessment. Such so-called human prodigies, no matter how formidable, paled in comparison to the disparity in realms. With a thunderous roar that pierced the heavens, the king of the tiger mastiffs unleashed his fury, sending numerous nearby beasts fleeing in terror. The colossal figure of the king, towering at 5 meters, leaped into the air, descending with tremendous force towards Qin Feng. Although appearing as merely a high-ranking demon soldier, the king's strength was perilously close to that of a junior demon general. Additionally, with hundreds of tiger mastiffs surrounding him, even some junior battle generals would think twice before engaging. A prey has willingly presented itself. I can only imagine that the crystal of a high-ranking demon soldier would fetch a handsome price. Observing the descending king, Qin Feng's fighting spirit ignited fiercely. Gripping his battle blade tightly, he propelled himself off the ground. With a resounding thud, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider web under the force of his leap, sending him soaring into the air, his blade aimed at the king's abdomen. In this trial ground, designated by the Jiangnan Combat Division, the clash between humans and beasts unfolded relentlessly in every corner of the small county town. Many participants, during their initial skirmishes with the beasts, sustained grievous injuries and had to be rescued by the examiners, regrettably withdrawing from the assessment. Others, faced with the near-manic assaults of the beasts, were left paralyzed with fear, ultimately meeting their demise at the jaws of the monsters. In this town, the cycle of killing and being killed was a perpetual spectacle. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away in the command center, screens lined the walls, each displaying the ongoing events. The Tianyan data monitoring system could effortlessly discern any movement within the trial ground. Quick, let me see how our ace, Qin Feng from the Jinling Battle District, is faring. What is his ranking now? I can't find him. Old Gua, you know my memory. Our database only tracks the top 10 performances. My apologies. Mainly because Chu Xiao from our Guangling Battle District has held the first place since the assessment began, causing me to momentarily forget. Old Gua, I'll treat you to a drink once the assessment is over. As he observed Song Yuantao's insufferable demeanor, Guo Qingtong felt veins pop on his forehead. If it weren't for Elder Chun's presence, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a punch to Song Yuantao. But it shouldn't be, should it? As far as I understand, although Qin Feng's prowess may not quite match that of Chu Xiao, it is not unreasonable to expect him to break into the top 10. Yet, with the assessment period already past its midpoint, why has Qin Feng not made it onto the leaderboard? Just then, the Elder Qin, seated in the highest position, spoke in a grave tone. Xiaogua, that young man from the Jinling battle zone is quite extraordinary. He dares to challenge the Tiger Mastiff King. What is the Tiger Mastiff King? For a moment, Guo Qingtong was taken aback, but upon seeing the footage displayed on the surveillance screen, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. There, on the monitor, Qin Feng was seen wielding a dark battle blade, soaring through the air as he engaged the Tiger Mastiff King in a fierce duel. Elder Chun, the Tiger Mastiff King possesses the combat strength of a junior demon general, making it exceedingly perilous and far beyond the scope of this assessment. Upon realizing this, Guo Qingtong gritted his teeth and exclaimed loudly, Qin Feng is of utmost importance to our Jinling battle zone. Please allow me to enter and rescue him. However, in response to Guo Qingtong's plea, Elder Qin remained indifferent, simply picking up the walkie-talkie on the table and commanding, redirect all surveillance units to Sector B-23 at once. Chapter 16, Special Reward at the command of Elder Qin. The entire wall of display screens flickered and switched to the B-23 zone. There, on the giant screen, the Tiger Mastiff King collided head-on with Qin Feng before crashing to the ground. Hiss, that force was indeed formidable. After the impact, Qin Feng shook his slightly numb wrist and remarked, comparatively, the Tiger Mastiff King was not in a better condition. Its abdomen was also injured, and instead of cowering, the blood it shed only fueled its ferocity. With a powerful stomp, the Tiger Mastiff King pounded the cement floor, kicking up a cloud of dust and a foul wind as it charged towards Qin Feng. From a distance, it resembled an out-of-control heavy tank barreling towards him. Come on. Qin Feng raised his dark blade, invoking his armed color and hardening it, advancing rather than retreating to meet the Tiger Mastiff King in another direct clash. This time, however, he staggered back over 10 paces before barely regaining his footing, subtly revealing his disadvantage. Overestimating oneself. Challenging anyone would be fine, but to take on an opponent comparable to a low-level demon general like the Tiger Mastiff King. Observing the surveillance screen, Song Yuantao let out a disdainful snort before turning to the nearby Guo Qingtong with a mocking tone, saying, Old Guo, if you don't intervene soon, you'll only be left to collect Qin Feng's remains later. Elder Chun. Though Song Yuantao's words were harsh, Guo Qingtong, understanding the gravity of the situation, hurriedly sought Elder Qin's permission once more. Patience, let us continue watching. The young lad hasn't even awakened his martial spirit yet, though anxiety gnawed at him. Guo Qingtong dared not defy Elder Qin's command and could only anxiously gaze at the screen, hoping for a miracle to unfold. It seemed he would need to awaken his martial spirit. Watching the Tiger Mastiff King prepare for another assault, Qin Feng shook his slightly numbed hand and tightened his grip on the battle blade, a surge of oppressive aura enveloping him. Roar! A resonant dragon's roar erupted. and Qin Feng's right arm tore through his clothing as a terrifying pressure swept across the arena. The Tiger Mastiff King immediately sensed the shift in Qin Feng's aura and, unwilling to grant him a moment's respite, launched another attack. In an instant, the Tiger Mastiff King closed in within 100 meters of Qin Feng, who stood his ground, wielding the blade enveloped in armed color to meet it head-on. Clang! The clash of metal rang deafeningly. However, this time, it was not Qin Feng who retreated, but the Tiger Mastiff King, its sharp claws severed with a resounding crack. Aha! Delightful, truly delightful. Feeling the surging power of the Azure Dragon within his right arm, Qin Feng could hardly contain his joy at having dealt a heavy blow to the Tiger Mastiff King, bursting into wild laughter. In the next moment, zzz. Dark lightning surged violently from the blade of his dark weapon, illuminating the dimly lit underground parking lot with flickering lights and rampant electricity, as if divine retribution had descended. Awoo! Awoo! The Tiger Mastiff King, upon witnessing this scene, was struck with terror, its very soul quaking in fear. It hastily turned to flee. Yet how could Qin Feng permit such an escape? Perish! The savage lightning shattered the ground beneath, sending countless fragments soaring into the air. Before they could descend, Qin Feng's figure vanished from sight. In a flash, he reappeared directly before the Tiger Mastiff King. The orange-yellow beast's eyes reflected Qin Feng's grim visage as the thunder blade swung down, cleaving towards the beast's neck. With a sickening plop, the blade pierced flesh. A torrent of blood erupting forth, and the massive beast's skull was sent soaring, crashing heavily into the heavens. A deluge of blood rained down, transforming the already dim underground parking lot into a scene reminiscent of hell. Ding! Host has slain the advanced battle beast, Tiger Mastiff King, earning 100 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully combining armament Haki with the Azure Dragon martial soul, achieving a 10 proficiency in the fish fruit, mythical beast type. Azure Dragon S power in human form. Ding! Armament Haki hardening proficiency at 20. Ding! The special effect of the mythical beast type is activated, granting the host an all-encompassing enhancement of attributes. As Qin Feng reveled in the exhilaration of vanquishing the Tiger Mastiff King, the persistent chime of the system echoed in his mind, akin to popping beans in a pan. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, he distinctly felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing from his dantian through the meridians. A frenzy of energy that heralded the awakening of the Azure Dragon's might and the development of armament Haki. The progress bar for the Azure Dragon's human form, which had been stagnant, surged by an astonishing 10% with this successful fusion. Notably, the fish fruit, one of the rarest devil fruit abilities in the world of One Piece, belonged to the most formidable category of Zoan-type fruits. Each enhancement of the mythical beast type significantly bolstered the host's attributes across the board. What astonished Qin Feng further was not just the rapid augmentation of his attributes. His cultivation level was also skyrocketing with unprecedented speed. Martial Novice, Primary Martial Artist, Intermediate Martial Artist, Advanced Martial Artist. After a prolonged moment, Qin Feng's cultivation level ultimately stabilized at the peak of the Advanced Martial Artist, mere half a step away from becoming a primary battle general. Astonishment. Utter astonishment. Never in his wildest dreams did Qin Feng anticipate that being cornered by the Tiger Mastiff King would lead to the successful merger of armament Haki and Azure Dragon power, triggering a special reward. Moreover, the devil fruit of the mythical beast type within him had bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises. It is no exaggeration to proclaim that each enhancement of the mythical beast type was transformative for Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, he had transitioned from a novice in the martial world to a formidable warrior on the brink of becoming a battle general. If other martial artists were to discover this, they would surely feel an overwhelming urge to leap from heights in shame. Indeed, for any martial artist, regardless of their extraordinary talent and remarkable abilities, every realm represents a formidable challenge, particularly the higher the realm in question. This is especially true for advanced warriors, sovereigns of war, and supreme beings at the level of deities. The ascension through each minor realm becomes increasingly arduous. In fact, many human warriors find themselves ensnared within a particular realm, unable to transcend it throughout their lives, ultimately leading to a fate of unfulfilled potential. However, what appears to be an insurmountable chasm for all human martial artists is, in Qin Feng's eyes, merely a trivial matter that can be resolved with a mere flick of his finger. As long as he continues to harness the power of demon fruits derived from mythical beasts, his cultivation will naturally ascend. Although breaking through to the ranks of sovereigns and deities may not be as effortlessly accomplished as a triple leap from the soldier level, reaching the pinnacle of godhood is merely a question of time. How it is true that comparisons can be fatal. Yet, in stark contrast to Qin Feng's profound astonishment, the command center 100 kilometers away, comprising individuals like Guo Qingtong and Song Yuandao, experienced a level of shock magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 17, Slaying the Tiger Mastiff King. At this moment, the command center was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the slightest sound, a falling pin, for instance, would resonate throughout the room. Just moments ago, Song Yuantao and Guo Chengtong were locked in a heated debate over whether Qin Feng would meet a grisly end at the jaws of a beast. Now, they stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell, their mouths agape in astonishment, nearly dropping their jaws to the ground. Even the usually composed Elder Qin found it impossible to maintain his calm demeanor. He remained in his position, teacup in hand, his aged eyes fixed intently on the display screen, oblivious to the cooling tea within. At that moment, a singular thought consumed their minds. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Before them lay the lifeless body of the Tiger Mastiff King, a creature that had reached a state of death beyond the grave. The members of the command center, led by Elder Qin, were utterly bewildered. Setting aside everything else, it was evident that no solitary warrior, no matter how formidable, could vanquish a beast of such caliber. Moreover, behind this monster loomed hundreds of tiger mastiffs. Faced with such a terrifying horde, even a junior battle general would hesitate to engage directly, and it was hard to believe that even a mid-tier battle general would dare confront them head-on unless absolutely necessary. Yet, who could have anticipated that the mighty Tiger Mastiff King, a creature that could force even mid-level generals to retreat, had been dispatched by Qin Feng with a single decisive stroke? Could it be? Is he even human? Qin Feng managed to conquer the Tiger Mastiff King? This was his first foray into the hunt for monsters. Truly astonishing, utterly unbelievable. Song Yuantao couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, exclaiming in awe. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would find it difficult to believe that this young man is merely 16 years old. Indeed, he was just 16. Guo Chengtong echoed this sentiment, sighing deeply. Look at the other martial artists who are battling monsters for the first time. As long as they don't soil themselves from fright, they are considered to have strong mental fortitude. Even the few prodigies participating in the assessment, who don't crumble in their first battle, still don't exhibit remarkable prowess, being that it is their first encounter. But Qin Feng, his emergence shatters all preconceived notions. He can slay the Tiger Mastiff King with a single strike after merely a few battles, and even in the face of the furious onslaught from the Tiger Mastiff horde. He displays an effortless grace, as if strolling through a garden. This young man seems to have been born for combat. His potential is truly limitless. Even among seasoned battle generals, many lack the agility and combat experience that Qin Feng possesses. It is evident just how extraordinary and otherworldly he is. It is crucial to understand that before engaging in actual combat, martial artists are akin to delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Attributes such as martial soul rank and various physical statistics are merely superficial metrics that fail to reflect a martial artist's true combat capability. Factors such as agility, tactics, mindset, and experience are what truly measure a martial artist's strength. Before Guo Chengtong could express his sentiments any further, he was abruptly interrupted by Song Yuantao, who remarked, "Old Guo, a sentence or two of your humble bragging would suffice. You are the epitome of someone who takes advantage and yet pretends to be modest." Yet, before Song Yuantao could continue his playful jabs, he caught sight of Elder Chun rising from his seat, prompting him to stand at attention beside the others. Qin Feng is poised to become the shining star of our Jiangnan battle division and even of the entire Shinjo continent. Hence, I have decided to personally draft him to represent our Jiangnan battle division at the elite training camp of the 5 great battle divisions of Shinjo. Although Elder Qin's words were delivered with a calm demeanor, they rendered the previously bustling command center utterly silent. Guo Chengtong, Song Yuantao, and the others turned their gazes towards Elder Qin, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. It is important to note that only a handful could represent the Jiangnan battle division at the elite training camp, each one a rare prodigy, with the stipulation that their age must be under 18. Even among the Jiangnan battle division, only 3 individuals were selected, including the remarkable Chu Xiao, who had attained the rank of intermediate warrior at the tender age of 17. Wait a moment, old Song. What does Chu Xiao from Guangling intend to do? Guo Chengtong's voice broke the spell of astonishment surrounding the invitation to the elite training camp. As Song Yuantao instinctively turned to follow the sound, he was taken aback by the sight before him, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in shock. Truly, as if summoned by their very mention, there stood Chu Xiao in the surveillance feed, seemingly prepared to challenge Qin Feng. This is akin to the ancient saying, when you speak of Cao Cao, he appears. Just moments before, Song Yuantao had been contemplating the disparity between Chu Xiao and Qin Feng, never expecting to witness Chu Xiao making an entrance on the screen. Ready to confront Qin Feng. You have reliable information? This area is precisely where our brothers from the Guangling Battle District went missing. At this moment, a blood-soaked youth, his face etched with cold determination, brandished a 3-foot-long blade toward a nearby aspiring warrior. The aspiring warrior trembled, pointing toward the entrance of the underground parking lot, stammering, "Indeed. Brother Chu, I believe the last known location of our missing brothers is right here." Upon receiving this confirmation, Chu Xiao, fueled by vengeance, was about to charge forth when his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure engaged in a fierce battle with 2 fierce mastiffs. The mastiffs, seemingly invigorated, launched themselves at the individual with alarming speed, their drool-laden jaws gnashing wildly. In contrast, the figure wielded a dark blade but showed no intent to confront the mastiffs, instead opting to evade their relentless assault. "Oh, who could that be? Is that not the ace of the Jinling Battle District, Qin Feng?" Chu Xiao mused. "Struggling against 2 mastiffs, are we? How embarrassing for your battle district." In the face of Chu Xiao's taunts, Qin Feng remained oblivious, continuing to evade the onslaught of the mastiffs with his hands clasped behind his back. The system notification reverberated in his mind, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ding. Observation Haki Proficiency 1. Ding. Observation Haki Proficiency 1. With a series of sharp breaths, after a brief stalemate, it became evident that the 2 tiger mastiffs were utterly exhausted and could no longer provide him with experience. Qin Feng, wielding the dark battle blade, executed 2 swift and decisive strikes, extracting the demon crystals from the 2 tiger mastiffs, and intended to return to the assembly point of the Jinling battle zone. However, just as he exited the parking lot, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. "Qin Feng, it's time to settle the score for our previous grievances." Qin Feng looked up to see Chu Xiao, wielding a large blade, exuding arrogance as he stood defiantly before him, flanked by a group of prospective warriors from the Guangling battle zone, effectively encircling him. Chapter 18. Always quite arrogant Qin Feng. Weren't you quite arrogant at the command center? As he gazed at Qin Feng, who was now like a fish in a barrel, Chu Xiao had never felt as exhilarated as he did today. He still remembered the humiliation Qin Feng had inflicted upon him in front of everyone at the command center. He had intended to settle the score with Qin Feng in the future, but he never imagined that day would arrive so swiftly. Now, not only was Chu Xiao present, but he was also accompanied by over 100 elite members of the Guangling Battle District. With so many people around, even a single spit from each could easily drown Qin Feng, couldn't it? "I've always been rather arrogant," Qin Feng shrugged, then turned to face Chu Xiao and his entourage. "I apologize, but I am in a hurry to meet my comrades from the Jinling Battle District. Would you kindly make way?" As soon as his words fell, a wave of laughter erupted from the crowd. Chu Xiao was so amused that he doubled over, nearly in tears. "Haraha, Brother Chu, could it be that the ace of the Jinling Battle District is a fool? Is this still the ace? He claims to be quite arrogant, but I suspect his sanity is in question. Ha ha ha." This cold jest was delivered perfectly, and the laughter became uncontrollable. This lad still hadn't realized the situation, had he? It was simply too hilarious. The eyes of Chu Xiao and his companions were filled with scorn, as if Qin Feng were nothing more than a comical jester. Meanwhile, many onlookers regarded Qin Feng with pity and dismay. Amidst the relentless laughter of the crowd, Qin Feng joined in the mirth. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding thud echoed through the assessment hall as several heavy objects fell to the ground in succession. Thud, thud, thud. Under the astonished and bewildered gazes of all present, the once aggressive Chu Xiao and his band of lackeys unexpectedly knelt before Qin Feng. Those familiar with the world of One Piece would be astounded to discover that Qin Feng had just employed the Conqueror's Haki, a rare ability possessed by only 1 in several million. In the realm of One Piece, this Haki symbolizes the presence of a true king. A warrior wielding Conqueror's Haki can intimidate, shock, and even render foes unconscious merely by their aura, without needing to lift a finger. Furthermore, at higher levels, this Haki can not only incapacitate an opponent, but also be wrapped around a weapon for mid to long-range attacks. This was Qin Feng's first time activating the Conqueror's Haki. Though his mastery was still lacking, using it to intimidate such lowly pawns like Chu Xiao was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The venue fell silent. The earlier mockery and derision directed at Qin Feng ceased abruptly, and the crowd appeared as if they had been grasped by the throat, their faces flushed, mouths opening and closing yet unable to utter a single word. For a moment, the arena was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. How could this be possible? The prodigy Chu Xiao, regarded as a once-in-a-decade talent in the Guangling battle zone, was now kneeling before his nemesis, Qin Feng. This was utterly shattering to everyone's perception. Unbelievable. It was simply beyond comprehension. In the brief span of their encounter, while other warriors lay prostrate, their consciousness long lost, only Chu Xiao remained barely conscious. Yet under the oppressive might of Qin Feng, He could only maintain his kneeling position, utterly immobilized. Qin Feng leisurely approached Chu Xiao, bending down to whimsically slap his face, saying, "Come on, give me another smile. I haven't had my fill yet." Qin Feng, do not be too much. Slap. Before Chu Xiao could finish his protest, Qin Feng delivered a resounding slap that forcefully silenced him. Wiping his hands with a grin, Qin Feng remarked, "Ah, today I shall indeed be excessively tyrannical. What will you do about it? Weren't you just laughing heartily? Why not continue? Slap. Give me a smile. Slap, slap, slap." In mere moments, Qin Feng had rendered Chu Xiao unconscious. Suddenly, the air raid siren blared throughout the county, accompanied by an aged voice resonating from the loudspeakers. 10 minutes remain until the assessment concludes. All participants must cease combat and gather at the training ground. Oh, has the new recruit trial finally come to an end? Qin Feng casually flipped Chu Xiao onto the ground, declaring, "I have no time to play with you." After sweeping away Chu Xiao and the others' points, Qin Feng strode forward, while the warriors that had previously obstructed his path hurriedly sidestepped, unwilling to meet his gaze. As the assessment drew to a close, aspiring warriors began to emerge from the county, their military uniforms stained with blood. More shocking still were the bodies covered with white cloth scattered across the training ground, totaling at least 100, a grim testament to the trial's brutality. Each person passing the corpses instinctively placed their fists over their hearts in silent homage before departing without uttering a word. After a night of bloodshed and combat, the gathered individuals had made significant advancements in various aspects. They all understood that the adversaries in this trial had been deliberately selected by the Jiangnan Battle Department. The most formidable beasts were merely of the advanced demon soldier rank, and most were only low-level demon soldiers, with even mid-level demon soldiers being a rarity. This was precisely why the trial was conducted in such a manner. Once on the battlefield, there would be no choice in enemies. As warriors, if they could not surmount this obstacle, they would hardly survive another day in the field. Armed with taxpayers' money, enjoying a noble status and immense power, they naturally bore the responsibility of fighting to protect humanity. Having chosen the path of a warrior, one must be prepared to sacrifice oneself on the battlefield for the sake of the nation. And there is no need to consider the grim prospect of returning home in a shroud. Look at the leaderboard. Goodness, could there be an error? Just as the crowd was still enveloped in a somewhat oppressive and silent atmosphere, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through. Many initially furrowed their brows, ready to voice their indignation. But as they turned to gaze at the colossal display screen, their mouths fell agape, unable to close in disbelief. Everyone was plunged into an unprecedented state of profound shock, with some even beginning to doubt the very essence of life. The massive screen showcased the top 10 results of this trial, from the 10th to the 2nd place. The scores were within the realm of comprehension, the highest being merely 2,000. Yet, the score of the first place was so astonishing that not even in their wildest dreams would they have dared to imagine such a figure. The first place, Qin Feng, with a staggering score of 39,000. Chapter 19. Is it possible not to attend? 39,000 points. What on earth? What does this even mean? Let's not even mention that the combined scores of those ranked from 2nd to 10th do not even amount to a fraction of that monstrous figure. It is likely that the total score of all candidates in a single battle zone may not even reach this number. According to the assessment regulations, hunting a demon soldier class monster yields scores of 10, 100, and 1,000 points for the low, medium, and high tiers respectively. For the vast majority of martial artists, slaying a low-tier demon soldier monster signifies passing the assessment and obtaining certification as a junior warrior. Among the elite, some may manage to take down 2 or 3 low-tier demon soldiers. Yet they remain within the realm of ordinary individuals and are utterly unqualified to vie for a position among the top 10 of the Jiangnan Battle Division. Each individual in that esteemed ranking is a paragon of talent, each engaged in fierce battles that defy the rules. But Qin Feng's 39,000 points transcend the question of merely bending the rules. This is an outright crime of strength. Oh, have you noticed? The Guangling Battle Zone, once a frequent presence among the top 3 on the leaderboard, has failed to place even one contender this time. This is quite perplexing. At this moment, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, upon your mention, it does appear to be the case. It seems illogical. I have also heard that this year, Guangling produced a prodigy named Chu Xiao, who at merely 18 possesses strength comparable to a high-ranking warrior. It stands to reason that they ought to perform better. Ah. But you may not be aware that I just heard that Chu Xiao engaged in a fierce conflict with Qin Feng during the assessment, which resulted in not just him, but the entire Guangling battle zone being swept away. Meanwhile, the much-discussed figure, Qin Feng, finds himself at the command center. Qin Feng, you have finally arrived. As soon as Qin Feng stepped into the command center, without even having a moment to quench his thirst, he was greeted by Guo, who approached him with a beaming smile. Without hesitation, he grasped Qin Feng's hand with palpable excitement. Director Guo, let's discuss matters at hand. I am not interested in anything else. Qin Feng discreetly withdrew his hand, feeling quite uncomfortable. He is a young man of sound principles, with a preference for the fairer sex, embodying the ideals of a modern youth. However, Qin Feng's words left Guo utterly flabbergasted, causing all his previously prepared enthusiastic remarks to lodge in his throat. He truly could not comprehend what was going through Qin Feng's mind. How could a moment of slight excitement devolve into such misunderstandings? Truly, he is utterly incomprehensible. In contrast, the elderly Chan, observing the exchange, chuckled as he adjusted his beard. Having interacted with Qin Feng on 2 occasions, he had begun to grasp the essence of the young man's character. Though youthful, this lad is known for his unconventional approach, often surprising those around him with his actions. Nevertheless, Qin appreciated his forthright nature, which stood in stark contrast to the sycophantic individuals he usually encountered. Cough, cough. Observing the somewhat awkward atmosphere in the room, Guo hastened to clear his throat before proceeding directly to the point. Qin Feng, I shall not beat around the bush. The reason we summoned you to the command center is to convey a matter of utmost significance to you. This also explains why Elder Chun is present here. Turning his gaze towards the 2nd and 3rd place participants of the trial, Guo continued candidly, the recent rookie trials have proven that you all possess exceptional talent. Especially you, Qin Feng. You have reached the realm of a senior warrior, standing shoulder to shoulder with Elder Chin's granddaughter, who is reputed as the finest among the younger generation in the Jiangnan war zone. At this juncture, Guo paused momentarily before shifting the conversation. However, I wonder if you have heard of the elite training camp of Shinjo? This camp is dedicated to the clandestine training of a select few, typically aged between 16 and 18, from across the nation. Its purpose is to transcend conventional selection processes and cultivate outstanding talents in Shinjo. Each participant is a genius among geniuses, an anomaly among anomalies. From the information I have received, the 5 major war zones of Shinjo have already registered candidates. First, from the Qilu war zone, we have an 18-year-old senior warrior. Next, from the Basha war zone, a warrior with a 3rd-grade weapon spirit. And finally, from the Imperial Capital war zone, a 17-year-old junior warlord with a terrifying 5th-grade beast weapon spirit. As for you, Qin Feng, you are the representative of our Jiangnan war zone's younger generation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a tinge of surprise. He had initially thought that the individual he had previously taught a lesson to, Chu Xiao, was the pinnacle of combat power in the Jiangnan war zone. Yet, if Chu Xiao were to be placed among the 5 major war zones of Shinjo, he would be utterly outclassed. Any one of those contenders could easily defeat him, rendering him merely a filler in the elite training camp. But what of it? To be frank, Qin Feng held little interest in this so-called elite training camp of the 5 major war zones. Particularly after hearing about the militarized, closed management, his enthusiasm waned further. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to hunt beasts in the wild to earn evolution points and experience? Qin Feng, I must emphasize that this opportunity is incredibly, exceedingly precious. It is a chance that countless warriors would fight tooth and nail to seize. Were it not for Elder Chin's involvement, I would say this spot is tenuous. Meanwhile, Elder Chin, with a smile, lifted his cup of tea, ready to take a sip, but nearly choked upon hearing Qin Feng's next remark. Cough, cough. Excuse me, Commander, is it absolutely necessary to attend this elite training camp? Qin Feng raised his hand, a look of reluctance on his face. Guo was momentarily taken aback by Qin Feng's words, his face turning crimson as he stammered for a while before finally responding. Qin Feng, do you truly not wish to go? Good heavens, is this some new trend in cold humor? This is an SSS-level elite training camp, a sanctuary that countless warriors dream of entering. However, Qin Feng, this extraordinary individual, chose to defy convention, leaving Guo and Elder Chin utterly astounded by his decision. This initiative represents a clandestine training program for a select few prodigies in the nation, a concept unheard of until now. Never before has there been an instance where someone, under the guise of selection, opted not to participate. Remarkably, Qin Feng has pioneered this unprecedented approach. Indeed, I believe that solitary cultivation is superior to collective training. Qin Feng shrugged and candidly expressed his thoughts. While it is true that for other martial artists, elite training camps serve as the most expedient pathway to success, as they are designed to nurture the nation's most distinguished and exceptional talents. What may be a priceless opportunity for others is merely a superfluous endeavor for Qin Feng, an option that is devoid of flavor, yet too valuable to discard. Chapter 20 Thus, I found myself in a most peculiar situation. Endowed with an extraordinary system, my task was merely to seek out a venue to amass experience. Yet, I had ventured into that so-called elite training camp, which was, to my chagrin, governed by a military-style administration. What was I, Qin Feng, supposed to do there? Randomly eliminate a couple of fortunate students, or engage in a theatrical display of martial prowess with the instructors? This was quite absurd. Observing Qin Feng's earnest demeanor, it was truly infuriating to Guo Changtong, who felt as if he were on the verge of transcending to a higher realm in exasperation. Truth be told, he was tempted to pry open Qin Feng's skull to uncover the bizarre notions residing within that mind. Qin Feng, I am acutely aware of your exceptional talent and your possession of a heavenly ranked beast martial soul, which indeed grants you a certain arrogance. However, you must grasp the concept that there are always individuals more formidable than oneself, and realms beyond comprehension. In the elite training camp, not only can you receive guidance from War Emperor and even War God level mentors, but do you truly comprehend the rarity of such an opportunity? It is a privilege that countless individuals would pay handsomely for. Guo Qingtong believed that by appealing to Qin Feng's sensibilities, he would readily acquiesce. After all, from the perspective of an ordinary person, it appeared to be a straightforward choice. However, the disparity between ideals and reality was stark. Commander of the battle zone, I must express my utter disinterest in this so-called training camp, Qin Feng declared. Not far off, Elder Chun, witnessing the impending spectacle of Guo Qingtong nearly losing his composure, stepped forward with a smile, saying, Young Guo, temper your fervor. Allow me to have a word with our young friend Qin Feng. Elder Qin gently patted Guo Qingtong on the shoulder to calm him, then turned to Qin Feng, stating, Young Qin Feng, my young friend's emotions have run high. Let me elucidate the situation regarding the training camp. In addition to receiving guidance from formidable War God level experts, you will have the opportunity to obtain rare manuals, cultivation resources, and extraordinary treasures. There is nothing within the realm of possibility that this training camp cannot provide. Elder Chen's words instantly invigorated Qin Feng. Oh, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. If such abundant resources are available, it is certainly worthy of consideration. Every genius who joins the training camp is not only granted unlimited access to rare resources, but if one ranks among the top 10 on the genius list, they will also have the invaluable opportunity to comprehend celestial level techniques. Qin Feng, you must understand, these are treasures coveted by countless War God level experts. Moreover, the daily training resources and conditions are beyond commendation. Those who have experienced them sing their praises. Observing Qin Feng's growing interest, Elder Qin continued with a beaming smile. So, what do you say, Qin Feng? Are you now intrigued by the elite training camp? Upon witnessing this exchange, Guo Qingtong could not help but give a thumbs up to Elder Chun, silently acknowledging his wisdom. Indeed, the old are often more cunning than the young. Reflecting on it, he remembered that when he initially sought to recruit Qin Feng into the Jiangnan Battle Division, he had promised a plethora of favorable conditions. Otherwise, given Qin Feng's nature of requiring substantial incentives, it would have been far more challenging to entice him. I should have considered this earlier. Furthermore, I had just been extolling the grandeur and excellence of this elite training camp with Qin Feng. Yet, what does it matter? Qin Feng is the epitome of someone who won't act unless he sees tangible benefits. The prospect of comprehending the most prestigious martial arts secrets of our land truly stirred his interest. Despite having easily passed previous trials with the aid of his three-colored aura, Qin Feng realized that his current offensive capabilities were woefully inadequate. If joining the elite training camp could grant him insight into heavenly-level techniques and combat skills, it would undoubtedly enhance his abilities tremendously. Is there really a chance to grasp such techniques? Hearing the lengthy monologue from Guo Qingtong had nearly lulled Qin Feng to sleep, as he was preparing to concoct an excuse to leave. However, Elder Chen's subsequent words instantly invigorated him. Heavenly-level techniques from our land? If that were indeed the case, it would fill the most significant gap in his current combat repertoire, with the finest techniques and skills at his disposal, paired with the continual refinement of his three-colored aura and the hidden ace of his azure dragon martial spirit. At that point, not even those of the same realm could surpass him, let alone high-ranking battle generals. Indeed, by joining the elite training camp, one would have the opportunity to comprehend heavenly-level techniques and combat skills. Additionally, there would be no need for him to worry about training resources. Without waiting for Elder Qin to finish speaking, Qin Feng decisively declared his participation. The stark contrast in his demeanor left Guo Qingtong utterly astonished, his jaw nearly hitting the ground in disbelief. This lad, has he truly relented? Moreover, he agreed so readily? After all that effort, did it seem to him that his words were merely idle chatter? In an instant, Guo Qingtong felt his blood pressure surge, the world spinning around him. Qin Feng, Let me make myself clear, he began. What Elder Qin said is true. Every genius participating in the elite training camp will indeed have the opportunity to comprehend heavenly-level techniques and combat skills. However, this opportunity is only available to those who rank within the top 10 of the genius list, and you will have a mere 15 minutes of comprehension time. There will be no recording allowed. It will all depend on your own insight. At that time, do not aim too high. Although heavenly-level techniques and skills are exceptional, there are very few contenders among the top 10 on the genius list, primarily due to the extreme difficulty of grasping such techniques. Furthermore, to ascend into the top 10, one must engage in positional challenges. As Guo Qingtong prepared to continue his lecture, Qin Feng casually cleared his ears and replied nonchalantly, Director of the Battle Zone. I am fully aware of this matter, so you need not worry. He felt disheartened, realizing that he had wasted his breath, as his lengthy explanation had amounted to nothing. Observing Qin Feng's nonchalant expression, Guo Qingtong scoffed, Humph, it might be good for you to stumble a bit. To secure a position among the top 10 on the prestigious leaderboard, one must initiate a positional challenge. Thus far, no one has succeeded in this endeavor. Young friend Qin Feng, we shall embark from the Jinling Battle Zone at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon your arrival at the elite training camp, I shall have my granddaughter extend a warm welcome to you. Very well. Qin Feng nodded, then departed the command center without a backward glance. Leaving the gathered personnel in the command room exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes wide in astonishment. Did I just imagine that? Elder Chun has indeed entrusted her precious granddaughter with the task of welcoming this young man. Chapter 21. Apathy and knowledge. Guo Qingtong twitched the corner of his mouth. His voice tinged with a dry rasp, pondering whether he had misheard. What merit or capability did Qin Feng possess to warrant the company of that esteemed young lady? After all, she held the 10th position on the young talents list. He couldn't help but wonder if Elder Qin's previous remarks were made in earnest. Guo Qingtong and Song Yuantao exchanged hushed whispers, occasionally stealing glances at Elder Chun, who wore an enigmatic smile that eluded their comprehension. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, who remained indifferent to the happenings at the command center, he had little interest in Elder Qin's illustrious daughter. Often hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of the Jiangnan War Department, rather, his sole fascination lay in the belief that the title of the first should be reassigned starting today. Beyond that, the so-called heavenly girl held no allure for him. To Qin Feng, women merely influenced the speed at which he unsheathed his sword. Presently, his thoughts were solely occupied with the desire to share his joy of securing a spot in the Shenzhou elite training camp with his parents. In the Taoyuan Villa area of Jinling Bay City, Qin Feng's mother, Zhao Yalan, anxiously clutched the receiver. On the other end, the principal of Jinling No. 1 High School, Song Hengxing, spoke reassuringly. Principal Song, I read in the news that the most formidable beast in this assessment is a high-level demon soldier. What should we do if our little Feng encounters one? Qin Feng's mother, any battlefield inherently carries risks, Song Hengxing acknowledged. Based on past assessment statistics, the mortality rate hovers around 15 to 20%, while the injury rate is approximately 30%. However, over half of the new recruits typically emerge unscathed, which is a significantly high survival rate compared to actual battlefields. His voice resonated clearly through the receiver, reaching the ears of Zhao Yalan and her husband, Qin Yuanxiang. Although he remained silent, concern was etched across Qin Yuanxiang's brow. Haraha. Qin Feng's mother, rest assured, there is over a 50% pass rate for ordinary recruits, and your son is exceptionally talented. I guarantee he will be just fine. Well then, hearing that from you, Principal Song, puts my mind at ease. With Song Hengxing's words carrying such weight, Zhao Yalan and Qin Yuanxiang, despite their lingering anxiety, felt it inappropriate to inquire further. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the call concluded. The living room fell into a tranquil silence, with Zhao Yalan and Qin Yuanxiang occasionally glancing at the time on their phones, silently praying for Qin Feng's well-being. Suddenly, the phone vibrated, and Zhao Yalan hurriedly retrieved it. Upon seeing the caller ID, a relieved smile broke across her face. Old Qin, it's our little Feng. He is calling. What are you waiting for? Answer it. Qin Yuanxiang hastily urged. Hey, Xiaofeng, how's it going over there? Is the assessment going smoothly? Haha. Mom, I'm calling to share the good news. I passed the new recruit trial with the top score. Moreover, I have secured a spot in the elite training camp of Shenzhou. It's a double celebration. Before Zhao Yalan could utter a word, Qin Feng's hearty laughter resonated through the phone. The tension on Qin Yuanxiang's face finally relaxed into a smile, while his mother, Zhao Yalan, was so overwhelmed with joy that tears streamed down her cheeks. Wonderful, wonderful. Xiaofeng, hurry back. I'll make your favorite braised pork. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng picked up the bulging sack at his feet, filled to the brim with the spoils of his trial. Although most of the contents were beast crystals and materials from the demon soldiers, the substantial quantity he had collected promised a significant fortune when sold. Additionally, he would be departing for the elite training camp in Shinjo the next day, and the duration of his absence was uncertain. While he was confident that the district commander Guo would look after his family, Qin Feng's greatest wish was to use the money from selling the beast cores to honor his parents and ensure they could enjoy a peaceful retirement. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the martial artist trading hall in Jinling. At the entrance, two guards were engaged in casual conversation when one of them noticed Qin Feng's arrival, particularly the combat uniform he wore from the new recruit trial. A flicker of disdain crossed the guard's eyes as he stepped forward to block Qin Feng's path. "Hey, kid, this is the martial artist trading hall, not a place for inexperienced rookies like you." As a guard at the entrance, one might not require many skills, but a discerning eye was essential. At the very least, one should be able to discern the social standing of those who approached. The guard recognized Qin Feng's attire and understood he was a recent participant in the new recruit assessment. The guards were well acquainted with the faces of the elite offspring from prestigious families, and they could immediately tell that Qin Feng was not among them. Likely just a lucky individual who happened to pass the trial. However, Qin Feng paid no heed to the guard's words and continued walking. "Hey, kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?" The guard, feeling slighted by the disregard shown by such an insignificant figure, was nearly apoplectic with fury. Just as he was about to reach out and grab Qin Feng, the latter turned and cast a nonchalant glance in his direction. In that instant, the guard's pupils constricted in alarm, as if pierced by a needle, and an icy chill enveloped him from all sides, making him feel as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. Qin Feng's piercing gaze was too formidable to confront. What is happening here? Wasn't he merely a fortunate lad who passed the new recruit trial by chance? Though he was merely a gatekeeper, he was a fierce individual who had narrowly escaped the jaws of the demon clan in battle on numerous occasions. His aura of malevolence was undoubtedly unmatched by those inexperienced novices. Yet today, he found himself unnervingly intimidated by a newcomer who had just passed the rookie trials. How could this be? Such an imposing presence should not emanate from one who had only recently completed their assessment. Qin Feng exuded a chilling malevolence, his gaze sharp like a dagger, and the suffocating aura he projected was overwhelming. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, the gatekeeper would scarcely have believed that such qualities could belong to a mere novice who had just passed the evaluation. Chapter 22. The terrifying Qin Feng. What is even more alarming is that Qin Feng had done nothing at all, not even uttering a single word. Just a glance. Merely a fleeting gaze rendered them profoundly unsettled, as if a divine dragon soaring through the heavens were casting its scrutinizing gaze upon the insignificant ants crawling below. To crush them would be but a matter of a mere instant. Good heavens! What kind of extraordinary prodigy has emerged from the Jiangnan War Department during this new recruit trial? He is simply, unfathomably terrifying. Indeed, for other aspiring warriors, participating in the trial itself is akin to venturing into a perilous abyss, a survival game where countless would-be warriors hide and seek refuge, desperately awaiting the dawn. Yet for Qin Feng, it was merely an opportune moment to grind experience and hone his combat skills, nothing more. Were it not for the desire to enhance his proficiency in observation Haki and armament Haki, Qin Feng could have single-handedly annihilated all of the beasts in the trial grounds overnight. Though he did not exterminate the beasts entirely, the murderous aura emanating from him was already at its zenith, subtly radiating outward even without intentional release. Furthermore, he had single-handedly challenged the Guangling war zone, led by Chu Xiao. Although Qin Feng had not sought total annihilation, his presence became increasingly imposing. Of course, this was before he even activated his Conqueror's Haki. Had he chosen to do so, it would not have been surprising for the two guards to have lost control of their bowels on the spot. Only after Qin Feng gradually distanced himself did the two trembling guards dare to wipe the cold sweat from their brows, whispering to one another, "Say, Lao Lu, don't you think that young man resembled the champion of this new recruit trial, Qin Feng from the Jinling war zone?" Qin Feng from Jinling. Goodness, that's why he seemed familiar. I thought I had seen him somewhere before. You reminding me has jogged my memory. He is indeed Qin Feng, the prodigy who scored 39,000 points in the new recruit trial. With this realization, the two guards exchanged glances, reading the profound shock and lingering dread etched upon each other's faces. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instilled fear in them was the fact that, by all accounts, a newly initiated aspiring warrior like Qin Feng should possess strength only at the beginner soldier level. However, just moments ago, they sensed from him an aura that surpassed even that of seasoned warriors. Could it be that he possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a general? Gulp. In that instant, the two guards struggled to swallow, their throats constricted, Could it be that Qin Feng had already attained the strength comparable to a general at the tender age of 16? This world is utterly insane. Suddenly, they felt as though struck by lightning, their minds blank as they stood there, lost in a stupor. Upon arriving at the warrior trading hall, Qin Feng was eager to sell the goods he had on hand and return home as soon as possible. Moreover, the majority of the demon crystals he had acquired during the rookie trial involved slaying demon soldiers, which were not particularly valuable. However, it became evident that Qin Feng had underestimated his own influence. As he entered the warrior trading hall, every warrior he passed paused in their tracks, casting curious glances in his direction. Numerous warriors gathered in small groups, whispering and laughing, occasionally erupting in exclamations of awe and admiration. Yet, Qin Feng remained oblivious to all of this, directly approaching the counter to unload the demon crystals. In total, there were 200 low-grade demon soldier crystals, 30 mid-grade demon soldier crystals, and 1 high-grade demon soldier crystal. He simply instructed them to assess the lot. Qin Feng clapped his hands, awaiting the clerk's quotation. But the silence that followed piqued his curiosity. Looking up, he saw the young lady at the counter gazing at him with eager anticipation, softly exclaiming, "You are the legendary Qin Feng, the champion of this rookie trial." Instinctively, he nodded in acknowledgement, but in the next moment, her voice rose an octave in astonishment. "It truly is you, the great Qin Feng." With lightning speed, she grasped his hand, her excitement rendering her momentarily tongue-tied. She had heard from others about Qin Feng's arrival at the warrior trading hall, and witnessing the throng of admirers only intensified her exhilaration. For her, merely catching a glimpse of Qin Feng was a dream come true. Little did she expect such happiness to arrive so suddenly. The extraordinary prodigy who had shattered the rookie trial record in Jiangnan appeared before her, and she had the privilege of shaking his hand. What an honor this was. At least from this day forth, she felt her hands would need no washing. Could this be what they call social anxiety? Qin Feng glanced down at his hand, firmly held by hers, then looked up to see the starry-eyed young lady gazing at him with unbridled joy, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Hey, wait a minute," he thought. "I just passed the rookie trial this morning. How is it that my name has already resounded throughout the Jinling base city by evening?" He pondered whether he would still be able to enjoy the thrill of underestimating his opponents in the future. With a resigned sigh, he discreetly withdrew his hand and continued, "These are the spoils from my rookie trial. You may assess them accordingly. Great Qin Feng, you need not concern yourself with that. I will calculate the total value of your goods right away." Qin Feng, great? For some inexplicable reason, hearing the clerk repeatedly refer to him as Great Qin Feng left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Before long, the young lady quoted him a price of 5 million, which left Qin Feng utterly astonished. It is important to note that although I possess a considerable quantity of these demon crystals, they are merely of the ordinary soldier-level variety, which at most could fetch between 2 to 3 million. However, this young lady, with a mere wave of her hand, quoted an astonishing 5 million. This truly left Qin Feng dumbfounded, to the extent that he began to question whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. "Are you certain?" After a prolonged moment of uncertainty, Qin Feng inquired. "Rest assured, esteemed Qin Feng, I am merely here to assist my father in managing the shop." The young lady responded nonchalantly, and then proceeded to enthusiastically declare herself as a devoted fan of Qin Feng, professing that she has only ever admired him throughout her life. Chapter 23. Yinwang Mall. Thank you. Phew. Qin Feng braced himself, casting a glance at the bank transfer information, ready to concoct a flimsy excuse to withdraw. However, upon turning his head, he was taken aback by the sight of the young lady unfastening her buttons, causing him to shiver with shock, nearly choking on his meal. "Qin Feng, esteemed one, I have a small request. Would you be so kind as to grant me your signature here?" With a timid lift of her gaze, she was met with the sight of Qin Feng dashing down the street, a blur of motion that swiftly vanished into the martial artist trading market. Truly, Qin Feng was remarkable. Even his running exuded an undeniable charm. The young lady clutched her flushed cheeks, starry-eyed, pondering, is this the consequence of fame? It is utterly overwhelming. Qin Feng sprinted back to the Taoyuan Villa district at a speed reminiscent of a 100-meter dash, finally exhaling in relief. The Taoyuan villas felt like a sanctuary, a reassuring haven. "Ah, our hero from the Jinling battle zone has returned. Congratulations," they exclaimed, laughter echoing. "Indeed, Qin Feng, you have truly vindicated our Jinling battle zone. I am eager to see if the other zones dare to underestimate us henceforth, especially the Guangling battle zone, which has often mocked us. Now, they all receive a score of 0, how delightful." As he walked home, Qin Feng greeted several neighbors, some of whom were formidable warriors of the battle general and even battle king rank. In today's society, martial artists were exceedingly rare compared to ordinary individuals, and those of the Battle General or Battle King caliber were even more exceptional. However, within the Taoyuan Villa district, the residents were not ordinary folk. Most hailed from the Jinling Battle Zone. With Qin Feng's assistance, the Jinling Battle Zone had claimed victory in the new recruit trials, elevating him to a heroic status within Taoyuan, where he was now celebrated by many. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Upon arriving at Zhaiguanyuan, Qin Feng spotted his parents eagerly waiting at the entrance, their expressions filled with anticipation. He hurried over to them, and upon reaching their side, they exclaimed, "It's wonderful that you're back. Little Feng, your mother has prepared a feast of your favorite dishes to celebrate your success in the new recruit trials." "Haha, I am indeed fortunate." The three of them shared a warm and joyous dinner, laughter and merriment filling the air. After all, at this moment, Qin Feng had not only passed the new recruit trials, becoming a battle soldier-level martial artist, but he had also become a source of pride for his family and the entire Jinling battle zone. After several rounds of toasts and a delightful meal, once he had settled his parents for the night, Qin Feng placed the 5 million he had earned from selling demon crystals on the bedside table. He then made his way to the training room alone. According to the contract signed with the Jiang'an Battle Department, upon becoming a battle soldier-level martial artist, he would gain access to the Shinjo Battle Network. With this thought, excitement surged within him as he inserted the key into his microcomputer. Soon, a three-dimensional projection sprang into view. Name, Qin Feng. Gender, male. Address, Shinjo Jinling Base City. Warrior ID, 100086. Realm, junior combatant. Rank, private. Merit points, 0. Currency balance, 10. 000,000 Shinjo coins. Consumption coupon balance, 100. 000,000 Shinjo coins. Is this the battle network? Qin Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement, gently tapping the projection with his finger. Before him appeared a vibrant young lady with fiery red hair, radiating youthful exuberance. She waved at Qin Feng and said, "Esteemed junior combatant Qin Feng, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am your artificial intelligence, Nuanqin. Please take care of me." My goodness. Is even the official media now embracing this two-dimensional culture? Observing the red-haired beauty before him, Qin Feng's lips twitched, a faint dark line appearing on his forehead. "Master. First of all, welcome to the Shinjo War Department family. Since this is your inaugural login to the Battle Network's Yanhuang Mall, allow me, Nuanqin, to introduce the purposes of Yanhuang Mall. Firstly, you can purchase various levels of divine weapons, spiritual techniques, martial arts manuals, and formidable combat skills from around the globe, including the methods of wielding an array of 18 different weapons, among other things. Naturally, beyond the necessities for warriors, you may also acquire real estate, transportation, equipment for auxiliary training, genetic drugs, rare materials, and information on mystical beasts within the mall. Here, as long as you possess wealth and merit points, you can procure whatever your heart desires. Even private lessons from Emperor-level or God-level warriors, along with one-on-one online guidance, are well within reach. Upon successful payment, the War Department will arrange for delivery within 24 hours. At this point, Nuanqin paused slightly before continuing. If you have ample merit points, you can enjoy a 50% discount across the board. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. This scheme sounded somewhat familiar, reminiscent of shopping festivals in his past life with discounts, coupons, and half-price purchases. However, compared to those, Yanhuang Mall appeared to be much more straightforward. As long as you have sufficient merit points, you can directly qualify for the discount. In simpler terms, if Qin Feng were to purchase an item worth 100 million, he could acquire it for a mere 50 million, provided he had enough merit points. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems that merit points are indeed quite a valuable asset. I must find ways to accumulate more in the future, Qin Feng mused thoughtfully. The advantages of merit points extend far beyond mere discounts at Yanhuang Mall. Having enough merit points can unlock additional privileges, including promotions in rank, granting you greater authority, and a more exalted status within the Shinjo War Department. Currently, there are two primary methods for obtaining merit points. First, slaying mystical beasts. The higher the realm of the mystical beast a warrior hunts, the more merit points they will earn. 4 beast soldier level mystical beasts. Junior, 5. Intermediate, 10. Advanced, 20. Demonic beasts of the demon general level. Basic, 40. Intermediate, 80. Advanced, 160. Furthermore, one must fulfill the tasks assigned by the War Department. The tasks are categorized into levels D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the task level, the more merit points a warrior can acquire. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but inwardly exclaim in astonishment. It seems that earning merit points is no simple feat. For instance, the low-level demon soldiers only reward a meager 10 merit points, hardly enough to make a difference. Only by hunting intermediate and advanced demon generals can one obtain a more substantial amount of merit points. Chapter 24. The Everlasting God of Freebies. It is well known that high-ranking demon generals possess a certain level of intelligence and command sizable beast hordes. Thus, hunting them is no simple endeavor. Lord Qin Feng, the martial world has always upheld that risks and rewards are proportionate, especially when it comes to military ranks and the seriousness of battle departments. To ascend in rank, one must not only meet the requirements for merit points, but also complete specific tasks assigned by the battle department. Only when both criteria are satisfied can one be promoted. In conclusion, I wish Lord Qin Feng a successful expedition, clearing the vast expanse and uniting the 8 realms. With that, Nuanqin deeply bowed to Qin Feng, and the projection came to an end. After concluding the conversation with Nuanqin, Qin Feng promptly entered the Combat Network's Yanwang Mall, specifically the section for martial arts manuals. Initially, he intended to seek a martial arts manual compatible with the Azure Dragon martial spirit for his cultivation. However, having learned from Guo Qingtong that he would have the opportunity to comprehend the most elite martial arts and combat techniques in Shenzhou upon arriving at the Shenzhou Elite Training Camp the following day, he deemed it unnecessary to expend money on this matter. The God of Freebies reigned supreme. With that in mind, he decided to select a manual focused on body techniques. Upon this realization, Qin Feng manipulated the virtual screen before him, and soon projections of various body technique manuals appeared in an orderly fashion, accompanied by detailed descriptions and pricing below. Martial arts manuals are categorized in accordance with the level of martial spirits, divided into 4 major tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and mysterious. Each further classified into 10 ranks from low to high. Cloud ladder category, body technique manual rating. Earth level, rank 7 price, 100 billion Shinjo coins, full price. 50 billion Shinjo coins, half price, requires kernel rank, grass flying category, body technique manual rating. Earth level, rank 8 price, 140 billion Shinjo coins, full price. 70 billion Shinjo coins, half price, requires kernel rank. Wave step category, body technique manual rating. Earth level, rank 10 price, 200 billion Shinjo coins, full price. 100 billion Shinjo coins, half price, requires major general rank. Qin Feng scanned through the options, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although the highest tier available in the Yanwang Mall was merely the Earth level, rank 10 body technique manual wave step, it was still a delightful surprise for him. Good heavens! The Wudong Cloud Ladder, the agile grass flying, such esteemed techniques exist? Wait, the wave step of the Xiao sect? Is this even possible? Qin Feng was well aware of the illustrious reputation of wave step, a unique lightness technique that was believed to exist solely in legend. Yet, he never anticipated that he would one day witness its true form. Imagining himself executing wave step, gracefully weaving through the surging tide of beasts in pristine white attire, untouched by dust, filled him with exhilaration. To be honest, just envisioning that scene was breathtaking. So thrilling. Although the highest body technique manual available in the Yanwang Mall was only Earth level, rank 10, it was more than sufficient for Qin Feng's current realm. Should one acquire the exquisite technique of Lingbo Weibo and combine it with formidable observation Haki, I am confident that even when faced with high-ranking demons, while defeating them may be improbable, retreating unscathed would pose no challenge, as long as I do not surpass a major realm within the same tier. Regardless of whether they are warriors or demons, as long as Qin Feng is willing, they may not even brush against the hem of my garments. However, just as Qin Feng was eagerly contemplating placing an order, the subsequent price left him utterly astonished. 200 billion? Even at half price, it would still require an astounding 100 billion. Moreover, it necessitated holding the rank of a major general. The advancement of each military rank demands far more than mere merit points. It necessitates the completion of tasks corresponding to the rank. What does a major general rank signify? It is the commander of the Jiangnan Battle Group Army, overseeing numerous divisions and brigades. Attaining such a status is indeed a monumental endeavor, fraught with countless sacrifices. Gasping in disbelief, Qin Feng then clicked on the introduction to Lingbo Weibo. Lingbo Weibo is an exceptionally refined lightness technique, positioned at the end of the scroll, grounded in the 8 trigrams and the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching. The practitioner advances in a specific sequence, stepping upon the hexagram coordinates, completing a grand circuit from the first step to the last. This technique is remarkably intricate. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a surge of clarity as he discovered that upon accessing Lingbo Weibo, there was a clearly categorized pricing structure. The complete 6 levels of Lingbo Weibo. Price, 200 billion Shinjo coins. Full price, 100 billion Shinjo coins. Half price, requiring major general rank. The first 5 levels of Lingbo Weibo. Price, 100 billion Shinjo coins, full price. 50 billion Shinjo coins, half price, requiring major general rank. The first 3 levels of Lingbo Weibo. Price, 20 billion Shinjo coins, full price. 10 billion Shinjo coins, half price, requiring major general rank. At the conclusion of the introduction page, a particularly bold red font caught Qin Feng's attention. Lingbo Weibo. Rooted in the 8 trigrams and the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, is exceedingly difficult to master. The number of practitioners who can genuinely cultivate this technique is exceedingly rare. Choose this technique with utmost caution. Heavens! Not only have coupons from my previous life emerged, but even the Dueling Blades promotion has been arranged? Qin Feng, while astonished, quickly pieced together the implications of this matter. Indeed, for a technique of such caliber as Lingbo Weibo, classified as a top-tier Earth-level skill, the immense financial resources required for a single purchase are only the beginning. Furthermore, Lingbo Weibo itself is practiced through dynamic internal cultivation, traversing the 64 hexagrams in a complete cycle, naturally circulating one's internal energy in the process. Given its intrinsic connection to the I Ching, the demands on a warrior's comprehension are exceedingly stringent. Even a single misstep in the hexagram coordinates could render all previous efforts futile. This is why the vast majority of warriors who choose Lingbo Weibo spend their entire lives not only failing to achieve mastery but never even touching the threshold. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Traditionally, the difficulty of mastering a technique is directly proportional to its inherent rank. The more advanced the martial arts manuals, the higher the demands for a practitioner's comprehension and innate talent. If those top-tier manuals were as simplistic as popular novels, and warriors could merely glance at them to achieve mastery, it is likely that the monstrous races, which have wreaked havoc globally, would have long been reduced to mere protected species by human warriors. The Lingbo Weibo truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier martial arts technique. It is precisely to my taste. As Qin Feng gazed at the introduction of Lingbo Weibo, he couldn't help but exclaim, if I could cultivate this technique to perfection, and combine it with the observational prowess of Kinbunchika Haki as an auxiliary, it would be akin to gaining wings, enhancing my abilities exponentially. Chapter 25. The Ethereal Steps. Upon contemplating this, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. The Ethereal Steps, a martial art technique that has kept countless practitioners at bay, posed no challenge for him. His thoughts were straightforward. Either he would not cultivate at all, or he would pursue only the most exquisite techniques. After all, he still possessed 3 opportunities for enlightenment bestowed by the system, perfectly suited to test the waters with this Earth-level, 10th grade Ethereal Steps. Resolute in his decision, Qin Feng took a deep breath and proceeded to add the technique to his shopping cart. Mr. Qin Feng, please confirm the expenditure of 100 million Shinjo coins for the first 3 layers of the Ethereal Steps technique. According to the agreement reached between Qin Feng and the Jiangnan War Department, his first purchase of a martial arts technique would not be subject to military rank restrictions, allowing him to enjoy a 50% discount. Process the payment. Ding. Iris skin completed. Payment successful. The first 3 layers of the Ethereal Steps will be delivered to Mr. Qin Feng's residence within 24 hours. As he observed his balance transform from an endless string of zeros to a single, round zero, Qin Feng felt a rush of exhilaration. The thrill of spending 100 million in a single transaction was truly exhilarating. If it weren't for the top-tier martial artist contract provided by the Jiangnan War Department, he might have missed the chance to acquire the Ethereal Steps altogether. The joy of a freebie was intoxicating, especially as he considered the possibility of obtaining rare celestial-level techniques during his participation in the elite training camp. His excitement surged, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for that day to arrive. The following morning at the Shaoguan Garden Villa, Qin Feng was preparing to head out when a military vehicle came to a screeching halt, and a man in military attire stepped down. Mr. Qin Feng, here is the martial art technique you purchased yesterday. It requires an iris unlock. Qin Feng accepted the titanium alloy safe from the man, completed the iris identification, and heard a satisfying ding as the safe opened, revealing an ancient scroll alongside a key. Ethereal Steps. Qin Feng's heart raced as he gazed at the 4 characters inscribed in a delicate script on the scroll. Mr. Qin Feng, please remove the one-time seal from the scroll. If everything is in order, kindly sign for it. The soldier regarded Qin Feng with envy. It was well known that the Earth-level, 10th grade martial art technique was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners, who could only admire its description in the marketplace throughout their lives. To witness someone so young possessing such a remarkable technique was indeed a sight to behold, a testament to his affluent status. Mr. Qin Feng, as this is your first purchase of a martial arts technique, there are a few matters I must explain. In your possession lies the replica of Lingbo Weibo, a technique whose purchasers possess only the right to practice, devoid of any authority to transcribe its secrets for personal gain. Should anyone contravene this ironclad decree, they shall face a nationwide manhunt by the Divine Lands War Department. Enough, enough. I comprehend. Presently, Qin Feng has little inclination to listen to this individual's incessant chatter, and he hastens to the training room, eagerly unveiling Lingbo Weibo. The opening page features the I Ching's 8 trigrams. At first glance, the image of the 8 trigrams unfurls before Qin Feng, causing his spirit to quiver. It is crucial to note that this is merely a replica of Lingbo Weibo. Yet the depiction of the I Ching's trigrams leaves Qin Feng profoundly moved. One can only imagine the profundity and obscurity of this martial art. No wonder the officials emphasize its daunting complexity during training. Among 100,000 individuals, perhaps only one may grasp its essence. At this moment, Qin Feng has merely cast a glance, let alone practicing it. He finds himself ensnared by the 8 trigrams, unable to break free. Drawing a deep breath, he resolutely declares within his heart, "System, activate the opportunity for enlightenment." Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates through Qin Feng's mind. The once inscrutable I Ching's 8 trigrams that ensnared him now simplifies before him, and his cognitive processes sharpen, his sensory perceptions heightened to an unprecedented acuity. The 64 hexagrams of the I Ching etch themselves into his consciousness as distinct characters. It appears that Lingbo Weibo is not as perplexing as he initially perceived. This technique is intricately intertwined with the I Ching's principles, and upon mastery, one can wield the power of spatial force, moving with an ethereal grace akin to an immortal. Elusive and unfathomable, Qin Feng's eyes gleam, and the pace of his page-turning accelerates. As for the mental incantations and techniques inscribed within, he reads them with remarkable speed. Immersed in this profound state of enlightenment, he swiftly comprehends the true essence of Lingbo Weibo. With a gust of wind at his feet, his form dances erratically within the expansive training room, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Each step, seemingly chaotic, is in fact intricately linked to the I Ching's 64 hexagrams. Governed by an inherent principle, ultimately his movements coalesce into a formation reminiscent of the 8 trigrams, with faint sounds of the air being sliced around him. This self-forming 8 trigram formation signifies his ascension to the 3rd level of Lingbo Weibo. At this moment, he is solitary in the training room. If this scene were to be witnessed by Guai Qingtong and others from the Jiangnan War Department, their jaws would unceremoniously drop, shattering their entire worldview and values. Not human, utterly not human. The Lingbo Weibo, a technique that countless martial artists throughout their lives have failed to even approach, has now, in Qin Feng's hands, been mastered to the 3rd level in less than a quarter of an hour. Is he truly human? Is he truly human? Moreover, it is worth noting that for others, reaching the 3rd level of cultivation represents the utmost limit of their capabilities. Yet, when we turn our gaze to Qin Feng, it becomes apparent that he is merely constrained by the fact that he possesses only the 3 layers of the movement technique. Otherwise, given just an additional quarter of an hour, he could effortlessly integrate and master the first 6 layers through enlightenment, achieving perfect completion. This indeed echoes the old adage: in comparing individuals, some are destined for demise. In comparing goods, some are deemed unworthy. Has he truly mastered it? After performing the first 3 layers of the Lingbo Weibo, Qin Feng still finds himself somewhat dazed, as if the entire spectacle before him were a figment of his imagination. Here lies a top-tier movement technique from the Yanhuang Mall, a method that the authorities have expressly noted as one that perhaps only 1 in 10,000 can successfully cultivate. And yet, now, Qin Feng has so effortlessly brought it to fruition in his hands. Chapter 26. He won't be late, right? Feeling the surging power coursing through him, Qin Feng nearly succumbed to a blissful faint. Alas, only an hour remained until the appointed time. He needed to prepare and set forth. Rousing from his moment of enlightenment, Qin Feng glanced at the clock and swiftly dashed out of the villa. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the Jinling battle zone, a sleek, oval-shaped aircraft, resplendent in deep blue, hovered gracefully in midair. Presently, the majority of military aircraft resembled this disc-like form, as such design offered strategic advantages against aerial assaults from avian beasts. At that moment, all the recruits reporting to the Jinling battle zone cast envious glances towards the military vessel. Have you heard? Yesterday's trials at the Jiangnan War Department offered a chance for the top 3 scorers to enter the elite training camp of Shenzhou. Moreover, an essential criterion for admission to this prestigious camp was that one's bone age must not exceed 18 years. Achieving a top 3 ranking effectively barred over 99% of martial artists, while the bone age restriction eliminated more than 90% of prodigies. Sigh. Why lament so much? Those exceptional individuals are prodigies that come once in a century, belonging to a realm far removed from our own. For us, there are no grand aspirations, merely surviving battles against beasts and enduring until retirement would suffice. As for those prodigies, they pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, a realm we scarcely dare to envision. Indeed, for the majority of martial artists in this world, those destined for the Shinjo elite training camp evoke nothing but envy. Yet such admiration remains purely wistful. Ultimately, every individual must come to terms with their own ordinariness. For them, successfully passing the martial artist assessment, accruing merit points in the fierce battles against beasts, and safely retiring without regrets would be a life well lived. As for the prodigies and geniuses, they can only silently admire and hope that their offspring might one day ascend to such heights. Guo Qingtong glanced at the time. Less than half an hour remained before departure. Yet, the two students representing the Jiangnan War Department for the Shinjo elite training camp had yet to appear. He was not particularly worried about Chu Xiao, as the delay likely stemmed from the blow to his self-esteem dealt by the extraordinary Qin Feng. It was ironic. He had once comfortably held the top position on the leaderboard. Yet, he chose to provoke none other than the formidable Qin Feng. Now, not only had he failed to maintain his facade, but Qin Feng had decisively bested him, leaving him, one could surmise, with psychological scars. His only concern was that young man, Qin Feng. Ever since he had made Qin Feng's acquaintance, Guo Qingtong felt that this lad had never played by the rules. Not once. Each decision made by this young man diverged from the ordinary. He insisted on treading an unconventional path. With so many experiences and lessons learned, Guo Qingtong himself was uncertain whether Qin Feng would stand him up today. After about 10 minutes, he noticed Chu Xiao arriving, albeit fashionably late. However, with each step he took, the ground bore witness to his presence, marked by damp footprints, indicating that Chu Xiao had commenced an intensive training regimen early in the morning. Upon reaching the training ground, he greeted Guo Qingtong before finding a plum blossom stake to practice undisturbed. "Old Guo, where is that little monster Qin Feng from your district? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" At that moment, Song Yuantao, the station chief of the Guangling Battle District, also appeared. The assembly point for each session of the Shinjo training camp was determined by the top scorer from the new recruit trials. Historically, this gathering point had typically been decided by the victorious districts of Gusu or Guangling. However, this year, the emergence of the prodigious Qin Feng had propelled the previously underperforming Jinling district to the forefront, much to the delight of Guo Qingtong, who now walked with an air of triumph. Truth be told, if he weren't concerned that excessive pride might lead to a backlash, Guo Qingtong would have eagerly plastered the leaderboard across his forehead for all to see. Yet, as the departure time approached, an inexplicable stiffness crept into his smile. Could it be that Qin Feng intended to stand him up? A foreboding sensation flashed through Guo Qingtong's mind. Recalling Qin Feng's unorthodox demeanor even in front of Commander Chen earlier, his unease grew. The Shinjo elite training camp was not a trivial affair. Its significance had been clearly outlined in previous discussions. Guo Qingtong anxiously watched the minute hand tick by, cold sweat beginning to beat on his forehead. To be honest, even with his composure, he felt a growing anxiety. After all, whatever decision Qin Feng made was bound to be unexpected. "I say, old Guo, is that Qin Feng from your district actually coming or not? You know that there is only one craft responsible for transporting the 5 major division students to the training camp. This isn't Qin Feng's personal jet. He can't just arrive whenever he pleases." At that moment, 2 men in military attire descended from the vessel. These 2 were the guides of the Shinjo elite training camp. Does Qin Feng think he is invincible just because he has some skill? His trial scores may give him a sense of superiority in the Jiangnan division, but in the Shinjo elite training camp, he is just another contender. At best an SS class student. The other guide scoffed lightly, his disdain unmistakable in his tone. As the guide of the Shinjo training camp, he has encountered numerous prodigies and extraordinary talents over the years, akin to fish crossing a river in abundance. However, a student like Qin Feng, who achieved an impressive score of 39,000 points in the trials, is regarded as a prominent figure within the Jiangnan War Department. Yet, when compared to the elite of the Shinjo elite training camp and those exceptional SSS class individuals, he pales in comparison. Moreover, based on the information he has gathered, Qin Feng hails from a humble background, lacking both status and connections, merely a penniless individual. At present, while everyone has just begun their journey as warriors, Qin Feng's potential remains obscured. As time progresses, it is likely that he will not even be worthy to shine the shoes of the elite scions from affluent families. However, Guo Qingtong, who overheard the derisive remarks about Qin Feng from the 2 guides behind him, furrowed his brow in displeasure, preparing to voice his thoughts. Just then, a tremendous uproar erupted from the crowd. Chapter 27. A moment to perfect one's craft. Suddenly, The throngs of spectators surrounding the training arena parted like a receding tide, revealing a clear path to the figure approaching from the distance. The female students gazed at the newcomer with wide-eyed astonishment. At that moment, the midday sun bathed Qin Feng in its radiant light, creating an ethereal halo around him, resplendent with vibrant colors that captivated the attention of every individual present. Look! Our hero from the Jinling battle zone has returned triumphant. Qin Feng, how did you achieve such an extraordinary score of 39,000 in the rookie trials? Please, share your insights with us. Indeed, Qin Feng, remember us humble souls from Jiadong, and do not forget your roots. It was unclear who initiated the fervent calls, but soon a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd, transforming the training arena into a cacophony of cheers. The male students regarded Qin Feng with fervor, while the female students were unable to disguise their infatuation. As Qin Feng made his way through the crowd, he noted the ecstatic and fervent gazes directed at him. Amused, he raised a hand and boldly declared, "Please, do not look at me with such adoration. Personal worship is no longer fashionable." His words elicited a wave of laughter from the gathered students, their cheers elevating in volume to a near-deafening crescendo that threatened to lift the very roof off the building. Did I arrive on time? He mused, observing the scowling face of Guo Chengtong, dressed in a black tracksuit and leisurely strolling with his hands in his pockets. It was 9:57 a.m., just 3 minutes shy of their agreed meeting time. Guo Chengtong, exasperated by Qin Feng's nonchalance, raised his hand as if to deliver a playful slap to the back of his head. However, in that instant, Qin Feng's pace shifted dramatically. Before anyone could comprehend the change, Qin Feng had effortlessly positioned himself behind Guo Chengtong, who was still processing the abruptness of the moment. Could it be? Guo Chengtong stared in disbelief at his outstretched fist. He was a genuine warrior at the pinnacle of his prowess, only a half-step away from the realm of the War Emperor. Though his earlier gesture had been playful, lacking any true intent, the fluidity and precision of Qin Feng's movement had allowed him to evade it entirely, appearing behind him without anyone noticing. How could such a display not evoke astonishment? How could it not instill a sense of dread? This was indeed the ethereal step, and it had been mastered to the 3rd level. The two guides, who had previously dismissed Qin Feng with disdainful sarcasm, now stared in wide-eyed shock, their expressions almost comical as they questioned their own perceptions. Previously, the scene of Qin Feng effortlessly evading the powerful strike of Guo Chengtong, the formidable war king, now played out in their minds like a relentless slideshow. It could be said that Qin Feng's leisurely demeanor and his mastery of the ethereal step had completely captivated these two proud guides. As is widely known, the ethereal step, originating from the profound principles of the I Ching's 64 hexagrams, is classified at the esteemed rank of Earth level, 10th tier, making its cultivation notoriously challenging. It is no small feat for a mere youth who has just passed the initiation trials to attempt such a technique. Even for seasoned practitioners who have dedicated decades to martial arts, it is a remarkable stroke of fortune if 1 in 10,000 manages to master the ethereal step. The realization that this young man has already cultivated the ethereal step to the 3rd layer is nothing short of astonishing. The guides gasped in disbelief, remarking, "If I recall correctly, he should have just turned 16 this year." There exists a vast chasm between the cultivation of body techniques and the realms of martial practitioners. With diligent effort, even those of modest talent can swiftly ascend from the rank of soldier to general. However, when it comes to mastering body techniques and mental arts, the challenge lies not merely in hard work, but rather in the innate understanding and enlightenment of the martial artist. The higher the tier of the technique, the greater the demand for intuitive insight. For those seeking to master earth or even heaven-level techniques, the ability to enter a state of sudden enlightenment becomes paramount. It is astounding that Guo Chengtong has indeed stumbled upon such fortuitous luck, attracting a prodigy of Qin Feng's caliber. It seems that this time, the Jinling Battle District will shine brilliantly in the Divine Continent training camp. The guides took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the sheer talent they had just witnessed from Qin Feng. A mere glimpse of his potential left even the most seasoned veterans in awe. Historically, the Jinling Battle District has been seldom graced by warriors capable of entering the elite training camp, and merely avoiding last place in the Jiangnan Army's new recruit trials was a cause for celebration. Yet, who could have anticipated that this year, the tides would turn, granting the Jinling Battle District, long known for its misfortune, such extraordinary luck? This young man, having just turned 16, not only possesses a high-level soldier's cultivation, but also an astonishing level of insight and talent. The ethereal step, a 10th-tier Earth-level technique, mastered to the 3rd layer at such a tender age, portends a remarkable future. It is crucial to recognize that, beyond the mere rank of soldier, even among the ranks of war kings and emperors, few can be found who have successfully cultivated the ethereal step. The sheer terror of Qin Feng possessing this technique is unfathomable. In genuine combat against monstrous beasts, one's cultivation level is merely one aspect. Agility, mental acuity, combat strategy, and awareness are all indispensable. However, it must be noted that if these two guides were to discover that Qin Feng had only received the ethereal step this very morning and had casually attained mastery in a short span of time, their astonishment would surely know no bounds. Surely, the life perspectives, worldviews, and values of these two individuals must be utterly shattered by this revelation. No, the guide exclaimed, striking his thigh. Such a prodigy must be befriended before he reaches his full potential. Otherwise, once he truly matures, neither of us will even be worthy to carry his shoes. His companion nodded in agreement, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Qin Feng, filled with fervent admiration. Chapter 28. The ambition to be number one nationally. Just as Qin Feng was about to engage in casual conversation with Guo Qingtong, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if someone from a distance were intently gazing at him. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to find two guides flanking the aircraft, their eyes fixed upon him without a blink. Notably, upon sensing Qin Feng's gaze, the expressions of these two guides transformed into smiles, yet to Qin Feng, these smiles exuded an obsequiousness that was almost unbearable. What is going on? Why are they staring at me so intently? The intensity of their scrutiny sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Particularly, he felt as if their gazes were incandescently fervent, with one of them even spreading his arms wide, leading Qin Feng to believe he might be approaching for an inappropriate encounter. Ahem. Do you two have business with me? Qin Feng chuckled awkwardly, though his feet moved swiftly towards the aircraft, fearful of an embarrassing situation unfolding in public. No worries, no worries. Young friend Qin, please come in. Please come in. The two guides gestured as if they were service attendants at a nightclub, ushering Qin Feng inside with practiced grace. Director Guo, everyone is present. Shall we set off? We await good news from the elite training camp. After welcoming Qin Feng, the demeanor of the two guides shifted back to a serious and authoritative composure. Very well, safe travels. Guo Qingtong nodded, then turned to Qin Feng's retreating figure, as if remembering something important, and called out loudly, Qin Feng, do not forget to visit the Jinling Battle District after graduating from the elite training camp. Make sure you remember. Without much thought, Qin Feng poked his head out of the aircraft and replied, Sure, old Guo. Last time, I secured the top position for you in the Jiangnan Battle District. This time, I shall reclaim the national championship for you. But suddenly, Guo Qingtong nearly spewed his soda all over Qin Feng. Could this lad still be half asleep? Did he genuinely believe that the standards of the Shinjo elite training camp were on par with those of the Jiangnan Battle District? It must be noted that the training camp was a congregation of the finest young talents in Shinjo, where competition on the talent ranking was ruthlessly fierce. To say it was a place teeming with prodigies and geniuses would not be an exaggeration. Securing the top spot was no easy feat meanwhile. Song Yuantao and the silent Chu Xiao inside the aircraft turned pale upon hearing Qin Feng's words. His statement felt like salt being rubbed into their wounds. Considering that the last time he had made such a claim, he had decimated their Guangling Battle District. Do your best. I shall await your good news in the Jinling Battle District. Guo Qingtong laughed heartily, waving goodbye to Qin Feng. Boom. The aircraft first ascended vertically, then a brilliant blue flame suddenly erupted. Two pilots had activated the vessel, propelling it swiftly towards the vast horizon. As the aircraft diminished in size until it vanished from view, Guo Qingtong reluctantly withdrew his gaze. To aspire to be the nation's best? This lad speaks grandly. Does he not fear that his tongue may falter in the face of the tempest? At this moment, Song Yuantao approached and clapped Guo Qingtong on the shoulder, saying, Tell me, old Guo, did you not inform Qin Feng about the prodigious talents in the other 4 battle zones? Why speak of such matters? Guo Qingtong shrugged dismissively, retorting, When Qin Feng declared in front of you that he would elevate our Jinling battle zone to the pinnacle of Jiangnan, you hardly took it to heart, did you? Yet what was the outcome? He effortlessly subdued your Chao Xiao from the Guangling battle zone. Chuckling softly, Guo Qingtong's words, though seemingly casual, caused Song Yuantao's face to pale, nearly leading him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. However, Song Yuantao was not one to back down easily, replying, Do not revel in your triumph, old Guo. You merely stumbled upon luck this time, surpassing our Guangling battle zone. If memory serves, this is your Jinling battle zone's inaugural participation in the Shinjo elite training camp. Unlike our Guangling battle zone, which has competed year after year without fail, in my view, you are simply envious. Envious of you? Ha! What a foolish notion. Thus, the leaders of the Jinling and Guangling battle zones began their verbal sparring in the training arena, neither willing to yield to the other. Meanwhile, within the aircraft, Qin Feng curiously surveyed the high technology he was experiencing. It was indeed his first departure from the Jinling-based city, the furthest he had traveled previously being during the recent recruit trials, which were not far at all. Furthermore, this marked his inaugural journey aboard the Ministry of War's aircraft, and he was quite intrigued by this century-old marvel of technology. The oval-shaped cabin was a sight to behold. Upon entering the aircraft, Qin Feng glanced around and noticed that the interior was utterly enchanting. The external structure was oval and disc-shaped, with all seats arranged in a circular formation around the periphery. At the center of the ellipse, there was even a three-dimensional virtual projection. It resembled the vibranium technology he had seen in his past life in Black Panther. As the aircraft soared through the air without any perceptible airflow, it felt as though an invisible magnetic field cradled the vessel, maintaining its steady flight in midair. Clearly, this aircraft not only achieved zero-resistance flight, but also featured complete automation, evoking a sense of science fiction materializing into reality. Qin Feng sat in the front row, and through the expansive cockpit, he could easily observe the two pilots animatedly engaged in conversation. Before them lay no traditional flight controls. Only a virtual screen displaying a myriad of intricate data regarding road conditions, weather patterns, and radar alerts. Is this the ultimate manifestation of future autonomous flight? A confluence of early warning systems, defense mechanisms, offensive capabilities, stealth, supersonic speed, and artificial intelligence. Since the advent of the cataclysmic era, the skies have become the realm of avian beasts, where only military-grade aircraft, such as the one Qin Feng occupied, can soar through the heavens. As for human warriors, even those as formidable as the war sovereign would struggle to withstand the onslaught of these avian monstrosities without adequate preparation. It is worth noting that even before the cataclysm, the visual acuity of these creatures was extraordinarily heightened. One can only imagine how much more acute it has become post-mutation. It is likely that from 100 kilometers away, this horde of avian beasts would detect a warrior in flight and promptly summon nearby flocks to mount an attack. Chapter 29, the list of outstanding talents since time immemorial. The internal combustion engine has been the exclusive romance of men. How much more so for an aircraft that embodies human ingenuity and cutting-edge technology. This notion stirred an undeniable excitement within Qin Feng. If such a flying machine were to be at his disposal, future domestic travels and clandestine endeavors would become remarkably convenient. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng logged onto the Yinhua Mall to conduct a search. To his astonishment, the most affordable aircraft available in the marketplace commenced at a staggering 9-digit price, leaving him utterly speechless. Ever since emerging from the training camp, he had dedicated himself to amassing wealth, and he yearned for the day he could possess one of these marvels. As Qin Feng contemplated these matters, the cockpit door opened, and the guide emerged. Addressing Qin Feng and the others, "We have just received word from headquarters that our designated flight path shows no signs of large congregations of avian demonic beasts. All is normal. Next, I shall impart some pertinent information regarding this elite training camp in Shenzhou, so I urge you to pay close attention. Our role as guides is solely to ensure your safe arrival at your destination, nothing more." As the guide spoke, he swiped his hand across a microcomputer, causing a complex array of data to materialize in a three-dimensional virtual projection. This caught the attention of Qin Feng, who had been previously engrossed in thoughts of the aircraft. Admittedly, he found it challenging to muster enthusiasm for the so-called Shenzhou elite training camp, rather than the camp itself. What truly captivated him was the prospect of acquiring rich training opportunities and the chance to comprehend the most profound martial arts secrets of Shenzhou. That was what genuinely piqued his interest. The Shenzhou elite training camp, a gathering place for the most gifted and extraordinary talents of the continent, was characterized by fierce competition. Currently, alongside the 15 new recruits recommended from this year's 5 battle zones, there were an additional 185 seasoned students. Based on individual combat power scores ranked from highest to lowest, the list of outstanding talents, or Tianjiao list, was established. Qin Feng and Chu Xiao, having recently completed their new recruit trials, found their earned points from slaying demonic beasts included in this ranking. However, their current scores were evidently insufficient for notable recognition, necessitating diligent effort to elevate their standings on the Tianjiao list. For instance, Qin Feng, having amassed 39,000 points during the new recruit trial, found himself placed at a mere 185 on the Tianjiao list. What? 185? Is it truly that low? He exclaimed. With such a remarkable record, I should not be languishing at the tail end of the rankings, even if I am not among the elite of the Shenzhou elite training camp. Indeed, Qin Feng, you currently hold the 185th position on the Tianjiao list, with all those preceding you being veteran students of the camp. Among the new recruits from this year's 5 battle zones, you rank first, the guide clarified. Really? This cannot be. I single-handedly defeated the fierce Canine King and plundered the Guangling battle zone. Surely, I should not be relegated to counting from the bottom in this esteemed Shinjo elite training camp. What is wrong with the youth of today? They are all so exceptionally formidable. As I pondered, a sense of resignation washed over me. After all, my points were merely accumulated in the span of a single night. The participants in the Shinjo elite training camp had been honing their skills for 2 or 3 years, seasoned veterans of the craft. If I could overwhelm those seasoned prodigies with just one night's effort, that would indeed be most unreasonable. Following this line of thought, I found solace in my points. No matter how formidable a newcomer may be, there must be a fundamental respect for the established champions on the leaderboard. With this in mind, I directly approached the guide and inquired about the significance of the rankings on the leaderboard. The guide glanced at me and explained, "Young man, do you believe that merely qualifying for the Shinjo elite training camp guarantees your success? That it secures your future as an invincible warrior? Such naivety." He lifted his chin and declared, "The level of competition within this training camp exceeds that of any other place. The rankings on the leaderboard directly influence the resources and benefits you receive. If those warriors hunt down rare beasts and gather precious materials, who will benefit from them? How will the treasures in the storeroom be allocated? Who gets priority for opportunities in ancient ruins? Who will gain access to profound techniques of earth and heaven? In the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. The higher one ranks on the leaderboard, the greater the benefits and resources one reaps. It is noteworthy that the bottom 5 on the leaderboard face immediate elimination if they accumulate 2 challenges while remaining in the lowest ranks. This explains why, despite the influx of new participants each year, the total number remains capped at 200. The guide spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of surprise. To entice me into this Shinjo elite training camp, the Commander Qin had spun quite a tale, claiming that heavenly techniques were as plentiful as cabbage and that treasures were strewn about. I had not anticipated that participants ranked in the bottom 5 would face such dire consequences. Now that I have elucidated the rules and survival strategies of the training camp, let us unveil the rankings on the leaderboard, allowing you to grasp the true caliber of the prodigies of Shinjo. As he spoke, the guide manipulated a microcomputer, causing a 3-dimensional holographic projection to shift before us. Soon, a virtual black dragon scroll unfurled before our eyes. Both I and my companion, Chu Xiao, turned our gazes towards the leaderboard, eager to witness the unparalleled genius who claimed the title of the best in Shinjo. Leaderboard rank 1. Situ Pajuan, male, points, 1060. 000, realm, intermediate battle king. I was taken aback. 1060, 000 points? This was indeed a genuine powerhouse of the battle king level. Could it be that this lad has been cultivating since he was in the womb? Qin Feng simply couldn't fathom it, even with his extraordinary abilities. Utilizing the 3 formidable trump cards of the 3 colors of dominance, the Azure Dragon Martial Soul, and the Lingbo Weibu, his combat prowess could at most rival that of a general. Yet, here stood Situ Pajuan, whose cultivation level had astonishingly reached the intermediate level of a war king. It seemed that breaking through to the war emperor rank was merely a matter of time. Situ Pajuan? Upon hearing the name by Pajuan, a bead of cold sweat the size of a mung bean appeared on Chu Xiao's forehead. Could it be the Situ family from the imperial capital? Chapter 30. Situ Pajuan. Upon witnessing the situation, the guide nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Indeed, Situ Pajuan hails from the esteemed Situ family, one of the 10 distinguished clans of the imperial capital, and is the grandson of the supreme war god, Situ Wan Li, as well as the eldest son of Situ Shanhe. As a member of the empire's elite aristocracy, the Situ family boasts 5 great war gods, revered by the world as the 5 tigers of Situ. For someone born into such a prestigious lineage, one could assert that from the very beginning, Situ Pajuan has been privileged to receive unparalleled instruction from war god-level mentors. The resources for cultivation and the rare treasures provided are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, Situ Pajuan himself is a prodigious talent, a rarity in a century. Not only does he possess the family's inherited martial soul, the Earthgrade 10 rank 9 Zhang Overlord Spear, but he also achieved the rank of a battle soldier at the tender age of 6, advanced to a battle general by 10, broke through to the rank of battle king at 18, and attained the status of an intermediate battle king by 21. Due to the remarkable martial achievements that Situ Pajuan has accomplished, he is universally regarded in the martial arts community of the Central Plains as the pinnacle of the younger generation, a leader rallying humanity in the counteroffensive against the demonic beasts. Whether it is fortunate or unfortunate for you to live in the same era as such a paragon is debatable. On one hand, you may witness the reclamation of lost territories and the glorious resurgence of humanity in your lifetime, and perhaps even bear witness to the extraordinary accomplishments of this unparalleled prodigy. On the other hand, Despite each of you being a prodigy in your own right, fate dictates that you will forever remain in the shadow of Sōsuke Aizen, with no hope of emerging from it. At this point, the guide could not help but sigh deeply, his gaze toward Qin Feng filled with palpable pity. Indeed, from any perspective, Qin Feng's journey starkly contrasts with that of Sōsuke Aizen, who has enjoyed every advantage since birth. In contrast, Qin Feng emerged from humble beginnings, achieving his current standing through relentless perseverance and hard work. Ultimately, despite his remarkable talents, one must question how many in the vast expanse of the Central Plains can comprehend the ethereal steps of the Lingbo Weibo at the mere age of 16. Yet, as the saying goes, why must one be born to overshadow another? Since Sōsuke Aizen's promotion to battle general at the age of 10, he has accompanied his father, Sōsuke Aizen, into battle, engaging in countless fierce encounters against the demonic beasts. The terrifying aspect of this world is not merely the existence of geniuses, but rather the presence of those who, though equally gifted, outwork you. How can any other warrior possibly compare to Sōsuke Aizen? They wouldn't catch up even if they took off their shoes. However, the guide refrained from articulating these sentiments, fearing that further commentary might provoke them. Nonetheless, upon hearing the legendary exploits of Sōsuke Aizen, Chu Xiao found himself overwhelmed with despondency. As the ace of the Guangling Battle District and a genius among geniuses in the Jiangnan Battle Department, he had previously regarded Chunji Ruo, the foremost talent of Jiangnan, as his benchmark for surpassing. Hence, he toiled day and night in rigorous training, aspiring to outshine Chunji Ruo when he entered the elite training camp of the Central Plains. Who could have anticipated that before Chu Xiao could even enter the elite training camp, he would be psychologically scarred by the sudden emergence of Qin Feng? Yet, in stark contrast to Chu Xiao, who remained ensnared in his mental shadow, Qin Feng directed his focus primarily towards the genius rankings. On the leaderboard, aside from Sōsuke Aizen, a mid-level battle king, the second position was occupied by a junior battle king, while the remaining spots from 3rd to 10th were filled with senior battle generals. Given the current circumstances, engaging in combat with battle generals would not pose a significant challenge for me, and as for formidable opponents like Sōsuke Aizen, there was no need for me to confront them head-on upon my arrival at the training camp. Qin Feng pondered in silence about an appropriate rank to attain on the genius rankings that would be most advantageous for him. From the words of the guide, it was evident that achieving a higher position in the training camp would lead to access to superior martial arts manuals, an abundance of rare resources, and enhanced cultivation materials. After all, why else would Qin Feng travel such a long distance to the imperial capital to participate in this training camp? With this thought, Qin Feng voiced his inquiry directly. Guide, since you mentioned that the ranking on the genius list directly influences the resources available to students in the training camp, I would like to know what conditions must be met to gain the opportunity to comprehend heavenly grade martial arts? Upon the conclusion of Qin Feng's question, the cabin fell into an eerie silence, with everyone staring at him in astonishment. While others were struck with psychological distress upon witnessing the realms and achievements of their contemporaries on the genius rankings, Qin Feng seemed utterly unfazed, not only failing to recognize the gap between himself and those prodigies but also shifting his focus to the heavenly grade martial arts. How could such esteemed techniques be within reach for the average person? To obtain the opportunity to comprehend such arts, one must at least rank within the top 10 of the genius rankings. The guide, having accumulated years of experience, felt overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of Qin Feng's aspirations. Initially, he had hoped to temper Qin Feng's boldness by presenting the illustrious genius rankings. To his astonishment, this young man had set his sights directly on the elite group. Was the world truly this outrageous, or was the guide simply not awake today? The guide felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Aiming for the top 10 of the genius rankings? Intriguing. Qin Feng reclined in his chair, brimming with fighting spirit. In pursuit of his path to becoming a formidable warrior, he silently mourned for some unfortunate soul within the top 10 of the genius rankings. To comprehend heavenly grade martial arts, he would not hesitate to unleash his fists and feet without regard. Having recently mastered the Lingbo Weibo and the tricolor dominance techniques, Qin Feng had yet to find an equally matched opponent to spar with, making the top 10 on the genius rankings an ideal training partner. Qin Feng, I acknowledge your strength. Especially at your age, the talent and insight you exhibit are unparalleled, even among the top 10 prodigies of the illustrious talent rankings. However, before you indulge in ambition, it is imperative to recognize a fundamental truth. At this juncture, the guide paused, then continued. You are merely a newcomer who has yet to officially enter the training camp. What lies ahead for you are those formidable predecessors who have diligently honed their skills in the training camp for 3 to 5 years. Although the higher-ups have always acknowledged and anticipated the disruptive influence of a catfish in the rankings, you must understand, Qin Feng, that the top 10 prodigies are not to be underestimated. Those who ascend to this esteemed list are rare geniuses, emerging once in a century across the vast expanse of the Divine Land, each possessing extraordinary talent and seasoned combat experience. Since the elite training camp was established nearly a century ago, no one has ever triumphed over the top 10 in a positional challenge. Chapter 31. The Celestial Talent Rankings. The sole opportunity for a positional shift arises only when the top 10 vacate their slots after departing from the training camp. This ironclad rule of the training camp has remained unbroken, even by the formidable Sitsu Pujuan in his time of challenge. The guiding instructor, while delivering this admonition to the assembly within the cabin, maintained his unwavering focus on Qin Feng. Although it was their first interaction, he had already heard of Qin Feng's audacious spirit, one that fears neither heaven nor earth. Indeed, every genius possesses a rebellious streak, yet this world is vast, teeming with talents that surpass the ordinary. Should one fail to grasp this fundamental truth, Qin Feng would inevitably pay a steep and humiliating price for his perceived arrogance. All of you have joined the training camp with a singular purpose: to grow stronger. The camp serves merely as a starting point. The battlefield against the alien races and monstrous beings is your ultimate destination. Never lose sight of your purpose in entering this training camp. It merely provides a platform for your development. The positional challenges are of little consequence. The instructor's words resonated with a powerful clarity, casting a palpable solemnity over the atmosphere within the craft. Except for Qin Feng, the others were profoundly disheartened by the presence of those illustrious figures atop the talent rankings. Undoubtedly, within the Jiangyan War Department, figures like Chu Xiao are indeed regarded as exceptional talents, revered as the champions of the Guangling battle zone, commanding respect wherever they go. Yet, what significance does this hold? Placed on a grander stage across the entirety of Shinjo, contending against myriad prodigies and extraordinary beings would be akin to courting suffering. In this light, it could be said that Qin Feng maintained the most relaxed demeanor compared to Chu Xiao and the new recruits from various battle zones. The principle that even in the pursuit of lesser foes, one must exert their utmost strength is well understood by him. Qin Feng is acutely aware that each of the top 10 on the talent rankings has emerged from a sea of competitors numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Each a prodigy born for the martial way. He has never underestimated the talents that grace the rankings, yet it is evident that these two guiding instructors have underestimated him. Even during the recent trials, faced with the ferocious Tiger Mastiff King and its horde, they failed to elicit Qin Feng as full potential. The aspiring martial artists from the Guangling battle zone, led by Chu Xiao, lacked the qualification to compel Qin Feng into action. His overwhelming presence was enough to intimidate them into submission. Moreover, should it become known that he had entered the new recruit trials as merely a junior warrior, the revelation of his swift ascension to a senior warrior in the span of a single night would surely provoke countless others to seethe with envy. This phenomenon arises from Qin Feng's terrifyingly rapid cultivation speed. As a wielder of the celestial level 10th rank Azure Dragon Martial Soul, he is indeed a force to be reckoned with. At present, the celestial level martial soul, the fish fruit, along with the illusory beast species and the enhancements to his physical attributes in the Azure Dragon form, coupled with the support of the tricolor overlord Haki, creates a synergy that transcends mere addition. It is a harmonious balance of strength and finesse. It is no exaggeration to assert that even Qin Feng himself remains oblivious to the limits of his potential, for thus far, no one has compelled him to reveal his full arsenal. Coupled with his recent practice of the ethereal steps, should he challenge any of the top 10 on the celestial talent rankings, the outcome remains uncertain. Suddenly, the aircraft soared at supersonic speeds for less than an hour, and within the three-dimensional virtual cockpit, the towering skyscrapers of the imperial capital emerged, captivating the gaze of all aboard. Low-flying vehicles and ultra-rail magnetic levitation trains weaved between the edifices, presenting a scene reminiscent of the futuristic cities portrayed in past science fiction novels. The imperial capital, Qin Feng, have arrived. As the aircraft descended vertically, drawing closer to the helipad beneath, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. However, his companions appeared far less at ease, clearly still ensnared by the shadows of the previous celestial talent rankings. "We have arrived at our destination," announced the guide. "The towering structure beneath us is the elite training base of the Divine Land." At this, Qin Feng, Chu Xiao, and the others hastily leaned to peer down, utterly awestruck by the sight before them. What first captured their attention was a magnificent tower, soaring 500 meters high, its surface gleaming with a metallic sheen, reaching for the heavens as if vying for supremacy with the gods. Yet, this was not the most striking spectacle. What truly left Qin Feng and the others in shock was the colossal black dragon that coiled around the tower, its enormous head poised at the pinnacle, its piercing orange eyes fixed intently upon Qin Feng. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous, Overwhelming pressure from the dragon race surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, rendering Qin Feng momentarily breathless. Roar! In the next moment, however, he sensed his azure dragon martial spirit awakening within him, as if provoked, unleashing a deafening roar that eclipsed the black dragon's oppressive presence. Suddenly, the cabin reverberated with the sound of dragon roars, causing the color to drain from the faces of those aboard, some even collapsing in sheer fright. Even the formidable guide, akin to a battle emperor, stumbled momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected dragon's roar before regaining composure. "Behold!" the guide exclaimed, swiftly rousing Qin Feng and the others from their stupor. "This black dragon before you is a genuine high-ranking demon king, a creature birthed from the Mariana Trench. Its combat prowess far surpasses that of human warriors, particularly one possessing the authentic bloodline of the dragon race. Even intermediate battle gods must tread carefully in its presence. 50 years ago, this very black dragon led a beast tide that besieged the Xincheng base, vanquishing 3 battle gods in succession. It was only through the efforts of the Kirin battle god, the foremost among the 5 battle gods of the imperial capital, that the dragon's head was severed in the skies above Xincheng, thus concluding that brutal beast tide war. Later, the Kirin war god, in an effort to temper the character and resolve of his successors, fashioned this black dragon into a specimen encircling the summit of the towering edifice. The guide, with a long sigh, mused softly, "Surely, the Kirin war god envisions the emergence of a valiant warrior capable of slaying dragons within the illustrious training camp of the Divine Land." Qin Feng and the others within the cabin gazed upon the sinuous black dragon, unable to stifle their awe. Who, indeed, is this Kirin war god? This individual has managed to transform the demon king of the dragon clan into a specimen for posterity's exhibition. Such methods are ruthless and extraordinary. Qin Feng, reflecting inwardly, found himself profoundly moved by the spectacle presented before him in the Divine Land's elite training camp. Chapter 32. The Tower of Heaven. When Qin Feng first learned about the elite training camp from Guoqingtong, he naively assumed that it would resemble the military training he experienced in university, consisting merely of refined simulation exercises, agility drills, strength training, and the like. However, upon witnessing the towering metallic spire and the sinuous, spiraling black dragon, he realized the limitations of his previous understanding. Indeed, he had underestimated the advancements in technology and martial training that had transpired over the century. This magnificent structure, known as the Tower of Heaven, boasts the most sophisticated gravity training facilities in the entire realm, alongside a 3-dimensional holographic combat simulation training base, and a plethora of equipment designed to awaken the latent potential of martial artists. It also encompasses specialized training rooms for combat techniques and mental disciplines, among others. In essence, the Tower of Heaven consolidates the finest training environment and optimal resources that the War Department can offer to the next generation of prodigious martial artists, including legendary techniques that are said to exist only in myth. Thus, apart from their designated rest periods, the majority of the students spend their time within this extraordinary tower. As the aircraft descended onto the helipad, the guide began to elucidate the distinctive features of the soaring Tower of Heaven to Qin Feng and his fellow students. Walking through the elite training camp, Qin Feng could distinctly perceive that the formal students he encountered exuded a demeanor and gaze markedly different from the ordinary martial artists he had met at the Jiangnan War Department. He stood amidst the most extraordinary assembly of talents in the entire realm. According to the academic regulations of the elite training camp, as long as they ensured they did not rank among the bottom 5 on the Prodigy leaderboard each semester, the program would span a total of 5 years. Just as the guide finished speaking, a group of soldiers clad in pine green military attire approached them with measured strides. "Instructor Zhou, all 15 new students participating in this year's elite training camp are present," the guide reported, saluting the approaching figure. "Thank you for your efforts." Instructor Zhou acknowledged with a nod before directing his gaze towards Qin Feng and the others, stating, "New students, follow me." As he spoke, Instructor Zhou's eyes swept over the 15 individuals before ultimately lingering on Qin Feng for a few moments, a gaze that made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. Although he was unaware of the depth of Instructor Zhou's capabilities, the respect exhibited by the guide, who was as formidable as a high-ranking warlord, indicated that this officer was undoubtedly of royal warrior caliber. It became evident to Qin Feng that the elite training camp was indeed a haven for hidden talents, where even a single instructor possessed such formidable prowess. "Well then, our task of escorting you to the elite training camp is complete. Young men, I look forward to the day we can fight side by side on the battlefield." As the 2 guides bid farewell to Qin Feng and his companions with a wave, the group followed Instructor Zhou into the depths of the training camp. "My friend, what is your perspective? Do you think Qin Feng truly intends to challenge the top 10 on the genius ranking? After Qin Feng and his entourage entered the Celestial Tower, one guide remarked to his companion, "Who can say for certain? Qin Feng has always been unpredictable in his actions." As Guichenong once said, whatever Qin Feng does is bound to be surprising, especially considering his character of not acting until he sees the rabbit. How could he not be intrigued upon learning of the opportunity to comprehend the heavenly level techniques possessed by the top 10? Haha, great minds think alike. Before encountering Qin Feng, had I heard from others that a newcomer boasted about challenging the top 10, I would have dismissed it as a mere joke. However, having witnessed firsthand how this young man has mastered the ethereal movement technique, a pinnacle of earth-level skills, I must reevaluate my judgment of him. His talent is astonishing. Not only have you and I rarely encountered someone of his caliber, but I have never even heard of such a prodigy. Even the top of the genius ranking, Situ Pujuan, would pale in comparison to Qin Feng. Haraha. Indeed, Qin Feng's talent is unparalleled in my lifetime, yet he is still remarkably young. Merely 16 years old this year. I believe his ambition to challenge the top 10 may be overly ambitious. As the guide spoke, he activated the flying device. While his companion gazed out at the towering celestial tower, a hint of envy crossing his face. Had he been given the chance to enter this elite training camp in his youth, he surely would not have settled for being just a mere guide. Perhaps in his lifetime, he could have stepped into the realm of the War Emperor. This echoes the old adage, comparisons can be fatal, and one must discard the inferior. Qin Feng, this will be your residence for the next 5 years. Soon, Instructor Zhou led Qin Feng to a 3-story pavilion. Although the pavilion occupied a considerable area, its decor was in stark contrast to the futuristic and sci-fi aesthetic that Qin Feng had encountered along his journey. Here, every detail exuded an antique charm, featuring exquisite furniture crafted from precious rosewood, an 8 immortals table, grandmaster chairs, and a Liuatai bed, among others. For a fleeting moment, Qin Feng felt as if he had traversed back to the Ming dynasty, yet he was mostly astonished by the grandeur of the Xinzhou elite training camp. It is worth noting that since the era of great catastrophe, human civilization has undergone several leaps, resulting in monumental changes in both technology and daily life. Yet, even more so, creating a set of decent rosewood furniture entails astronomical costs. Moreover, the value of furniture made entirely from superior rosewood can reach 9 figures. In other words, had Qin Feng chosen to sell the exquisite rosewood furniture from the 3rd-floor loft, he would have attained the freedom to soar in his endeavors. Qin Feng, for the time being, do take the opportunity to rest well. Should you have any necessities in daily life, feel free to dial the internal line of the training camp, and a dedicated individual will assist you in procuring everything you require. After assisting Qin Feng with the relevant check-in procedures, Instructor Zhou reminded him, saying, "Furthermore, it would be wise for you to refrain from wandering about. At 12 noon tomorrow, I shall arrange for your assessment as a new student. Should you pass this evaluation, you may remain in the elite training camp. However, if you do not succeed, regrettably, we shall have no choice but to advise your withdrawal." Chapter 33. Choosing the softest target. Furthermore, the campus network of the training camp is interconnected with the Xinzhou battle network, allowing you to log in with your warrior identification number to access relevant information and resources about the training camp. Qin Feng nodded and replied, "Understood, Instructor Zhou." After conveying the necessary details, Instructor Zhou did not linger and departed directly. Soon, within the vast loft, only Qin Feng remained. After briefly organizing his belongings, Qin Feng ascended to the 3rd-floor terrace, gazing down upon the entire elite training camp. Is this truly the gathering place of the prodigies and geniuses of Xinzhou? It starkly contrasts with the cyberpunk aesthetic I had imagined. Before him lay pavilions and towers, intricately carved ancient architecture lined up in succession, as if calming his very spirit. Leaning against the railing, Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, appreciating the stunning vistas of the elite training camp. He paid little mind to the impending entrance examination the following day. Instead, he activated the 3-dimensional holographic projection. "Welcome back, Lord Qin Feng. Warmth has detected your current identity as a prospective student of the Xinzhou elite training camp. Would you like to switch to the campus network?" The holographic image of Warmth slightly bowed with a sweet demeanor. "Switch." Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Soon, the battle network interface transitioned to the campus network, revealing a plethora of information about the Xinzhou elite training camp. It was no wonder that the list of top talents included detailed scoring data for each individual. It became evident that these points held extensive utility within the training camp. Upon a cursory review, Qin Feng garnered a fundamental understanding of certain information regarding the Xinzhou elite training camp. Points within the camp function as its currency system. With sufficient points, one can utilize various levels of combat simulators, gravity training rooms, and other facilities that enhance a warrior's prowess within the Celestial Tower. Naturally, this is contingent upon having ample points in one's account. Moreover, within the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, all expenditures, such as the additional purchase of training resources, are calculated in points, enabling students to make purchases directly with their accrued points. In essence, a student's livelihood within the training camp is inextricably linked to points, underscoring their significance. The methods of acquiring points are notably varied, allowing for accumulation through the completion of camp tasks and participation in various large-scale competitions. To further intensify competition, the training camp has introduced the Position Challenge, which serves as one of the quickest avenues for earning points. The rules of the Position Challenge are straightforward, broadly categorized into attacking and defending factions. The greater the disparity in rankings on the talents list between the attacking and defending factions, the more substantial the point rewards for a successful attack, capped at 90% of the defending faction's total points. Conversely, the closer the rankings of the two factions, the more generous the point rewards for a successful defense, capped at 50% of the attacking faction's points. It is precisely due to the fierce and even brutal competition on the genius rankings that any student who graduates from the Shinjo Elite Training Camp can carve out a niche for themselves within the 5 major departments of Shinjo. Upon recognizing the significance of the genius rankings, Qin Feng eagerly opened the rankings to study his forthcoming opponents. Second place, Yuan Yongshan, male, realm, junior battle king. Points, 980,000. Third place, Xiao Lingxi, female, realm, junior battle king. Points, 930,000. Fourth place, Zhao Guiwu, male, realm, senior battle general. Points, 860,000. Fifth place, Li Ruobing, female, realm, senior battle general. Points, 820,000. Sixth place, Helan Zhuoyun, male, realm, intermediate battle general. Points, 770,000. Ninth place, Liuatai, male, realm, junior battle general. Points, 550,000. 10th place, Chun Zhuo, female, realm, junior battle general. Points, 520,000. The minimum threshold for the genius rankings requires one to be a battle general, while only those of battle king status are eligible to vie for the top 3 positions. Based on my current combat prowess, defeating a junior battle general seems a mere formality, and even contending against a senior battle general would not be insurmountable. However, as I am still a newcomer in the elite training camp, it would be unwise to create too many enemies. After all, one cannot simply eliminate every opponent encountered along the way, can they? Qin Feng pondered silently over the adversaries he wished to challenge next. This endeavor is closely tied to the comprehension of heavenly-level martial arts techniques and promises substantial point rewards. How could Qin Feng possibly resist such temptation? After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to set his sights on the unfortunate Liuatai, ranked 9th. As for why he chose Liuatai, well, it is common knowledge that one should pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. In Qin Feng's eyes, Liuatai was undoubtedly a more vulnerable target. The reason he did not consider Chenjirua, ranked 10th, as a contender was simply that he perceived her as a female opponent. Moreover, both Chenjirua and he hailed from the Jiangnan Battle Department. Given that she is the granddaughter of Commander Chen, it would be rather unwise to assert dominance over Commander Chen's precious granddaughter on his very first day at the elite training camp. Such an action would surely provoke Commander Chen to brandish a kitchen knife in retaliation upon Qin Feng's return to Jiangnan. "Hello, Junior." Just then, a familiar and friendly voice in Wuyu dialect reached his ears. Turning towards the sound, Qin Feng spotted a young man in a black training outfit, wielding a 3-foot-long saber, greeting him with enthusiasm. "I am Qian Wenyu from the Pingcheng Battle District, 2 classes ahead of you. I am Qin Feng." From the Jinling Bay City, Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Haraha, then we can consider ourselves half fellow townsmen." Qian Wenyi beamed with a cheerful smile, then lightly alighted on the railing of the 3rd-floor loft, grinning at Qin Feng as he said, "Seeing you here, it's evident that you are a freshman this year. Do your best. Moreover, as we are fellow townsmen, I might as well share a little secret with you. The tradition of the training camp has always been that upperclassmen mentor newcomers. If you manage to successfully pass the freshman assessment tomorrow, and fortune smiles upon you, you might just be paired with a gentle and charming senior for one-on-one guidance. So, my fellow townsmen, as someone who has been through this, I must advise you to seize this opportunity." Qian Wenyi playfully nudged Qin Feng's shoulder, his expression filled with intrigue. Chapter 34. The non-existent senior sister. Without further ado, Qian Wenyu excused himself, mentioning his urgent training at the Tongtian Tower. and bid farewell to Qin Feng with a wave before gracefully leaping away, vanishing from the loft. In the next moment, he appeared outside the courtyard, sauntering towards the Tongdian Tower. Observing Qian Wenyu's elegant arrival and departure, Qin Feng's expression shifted. The man's agility surpassed that of anyone he had encountered before, revealing him to be no ordinary figure. Since mastering the third level of the Lingbo Weibo, Qin Feng's perception had remarkably enhanced, allowing him to discern that although Qian Wenyu's steps appeared casual, they exuded an extraordinary sense of precision and grace. It was as if the very air beneath him was at his command, a testament to his exceptional skill. If a mere formal student possessed such exquisite agility, one could only imagine the prowess of Liuatai, ranked 9th on the genius list. Indeed, it was to be expected that those who could establish themselves in this elite training camp were, without exception, the finest talents from across the nation, each a dragon among men. Rather than dampening Qin Feng's fervor, Qian Wenyu's presence only stoked the flames of his ambition. If given the opportunity, he would have relished the chance to confront Liuatai immediately. Of course, Qian Wenyu's repeated admonitions regarding the beautiful senior sister had long since been cast aside in Qin Feng's mind. His sole focus was on his cultivation. After a prolonged period of meditation on the terrace, Qin Feng finally returned to his bed in the early hours of the morning. Although he had yet to commence his training in the elite camp, the anticipation of the upcoming freshman assessment and the impending positional challenge with Liuatai filled him with an inexplicable excitement. Surely, his days in the elite training camp would be anything but dull. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Qin Feng awoke, refreshed, and indulged in a lavish breakfast. Just as he was savoring the last morsel, Instructor Zhou made his timely appearance at 10 o'clock. "You're up quite early, Qin Feng," he remarked, observing the new student devouring his meal with gusto. "Typically, newcomers like you are too anxious to sleep on their first night in the training camp. Have you finished eating?" Instructor Zhou inquired with a smile. "Let us proceed to the Tongdian Tower for your freshman assessment. Is there anything I need to prepare in advance, such as weapons or combat attire?" Qin Feng mumbled, his mouth full of the last dumpling. "You need not prepare anything. Just follow me," Instructor Zhou replied, waving his hand before leading Qin Feng toward the Tongdian Tower. Upon reaching the first level of the tower, Qin Feng looked up and was struck by the realization that each level soared at least 10 meters high, with a length and width of no less than 200 meters. Having been awed by the view from the aircraft, witnessing the towering structure up close left him utterly speechless at its grandeur. From an external perspective, the Tower of Babel appears merely as a dark, metallic structure. Yet within its confines lies a realm replete with advanced technological and automated devices. Even the ground beneath one's feet is composed of a unique black alloy. "Come, let us proceed to the 10th floor," declared Instructor Zhou, leading Qin Feng to a hovering disc. As they stepped onto it, a crimson light enveloped them, and in an instant, they swiftly ascended towards the Tower of Babel. "Ding dong, 10th floor reached," announced a melodic electronic voice as the red light gradually receded. Qin Feng disembarked from the disc and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an exceptionally spacious hall, where many individuals turned their gaze upon his arrival. "Brother, you hail from the Jiangnan War Department as well, do you not?" one youth with a buzz cut exclaimed. "Indeed, from Jiangnan," Qin Feng responded with a smile. "Ha, brother, you must give it your all. If you pass the assessment, the Jiangnan War Department will grow stronger, and perhaps one day we will surpass the Imperial Capital's War Department," boasted another youth clad in a black combat outfit, casting a dismissive glance at Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng also spotted his senior, Qian Wenyu, whom he had met just the day before. However, Qian was now animatedly gesturing towards him, seemingly mouthing "Senior sister, senior sister." Qin Feng paid little heed to this minor interlude and followed Instructor Zhou until they arrived at a spacious arena. In the direction of the stands, Qin Feng immediately noticed Chu Xiao and 14 other newcomers clustered together, engaged in animated conversation. "You all saw yesterday's talents ranking, did you not? I assessed my combat prowess and thought I would take a month to familiarize myself with the environment before challenging the one ranked 182. That individual is of a similar level as I, both being intermediate warriors. However, I am confident that within a month I shall break through to advanced warrior status, ensuring my place in the training camp, and I shall devise further plans thereafter," Chu Xiao proclaimed, projecting the talents ranking with an air of authority. Upon hearing his words, several fellow newcomers raised their thumbs in admiration towards Chu Xiao. Truly, Chu Xiao is the ace of the Guangling war zone. There is a saying that speaks volumes. The prowess of an ace is evident upon their first move. While others were still acclimating to the training camp, Chu Xiao was already strategizing a challenge against his seniors within a month. A resolute individual indeed. Noticing the admiring gazes directed at him from his peers, Chu Xiao's vanity swelled, and he could not help but think, Damn it. Spending every day with that prodigy Qin Feng, I am constantly overshadowed and trampled upon. I almost forgot that I am a genius in my own right. Ah, Qin Feng? Goodness, is that not Qin Feng himself? As Chu Xiao pondered. The corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of Qin Feng, and his eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, oblivious to the flattery of the surrounding newcomers, Chu Xiao rubbed his hands together, bent forward, and hurriedly approached Qin Feng. It seemed as though all the unpleasantness that had transpired between them during the new recruits' trials had completely slipped his mind. Brother Feng, have you seen this edition of the talents ranking? Who do you plan to challenge for a position swap? Chu Xiao inquired eagerly as he reached Qin Feng. Liuatai. Qin Feng replied, gesturing towards the name at the very top of the talents ranking with a calm demeanor. Oh, Liuatai? That name sounds somewhat familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it somewhere before. Chu Xiao muttered to himself, instinctively turning his gaze towards the talents ranking. However, upon clearly seeing the three characters that formed the name Liuatai, Chu Xiao's eyes bulged, his knees weakened, and he nearly fell to his knees before Qin Feng in shock. Chapter 35, The Man Who Can Conquer Me. Indeed, he is a man capable of conquering me. Possessing a spirit akin to my own, Chu Xiao stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Qin Feng's shoulders, and gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Awkward. An overwhelming sense of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Qin Feng felt as if he could create an entire three-bedroom apartment with his toes inside his shoes. To be frank, had it not been for Chu Xiao's relentless embrace, Qin Feng would have longed to escape. One wonders if foolishness is contagious. Qin Feng propped his forehead with one hand, burdened by such thoughts. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the entrance of the stage, drawing everyone's attention. They beheld a graceful figure approaching. The young lady, appearing to be around 18 or 19, donned a loose black outfit that did little to conceal her exquisite and curvaceous silhouette. Her legs were long and straight, and her facial features resembled those of a stunning princess depicted in a meticulous painting, with her enchanting big eyes scanning the surroundings. Her gaze ultimately settled upon Qin Feng in the corner, her expression subtly shifting. Qin Feng looked quickly. That is the renowned talent of Jiangnan, the goddess Yoriichi, who ranks 10th on the genius list. Isn't she simply breathtaking? Chu Xiao exclaimed, his excitement palpable upon spotting Yoriichi. Oh, just average, I suppose. Qin Feng yawned, offering a dismissive reply. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao could not help but display a look of disdain towards Qin Feng, curling his lip as he remarked. I must say, Brother Feng, if there were a contest for arrogance, you would undoubtedly take the crown. Yoriichi is no ordinary person. She is the granddaughter of Qin Shui and ranks among the top 10 on the genius list. How many boys in the training camp dream of her? Just being able to exchange a word with her would be a stroke of luck. Wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, Qin Feng pondered how Chu Xiao appeared perfectly normal at first, yet now seemed utterly foolish upon entering the training camp. Who comes to a training camp to chase after girls? Is the allure of heavenly techniques not enticing enough, or are the treasures of heaven and earth insufficient? It is truly baffling. As Chunzhua gracefully approached, the students parted to create a path for her, the aura of a top 10 genius unmistakably radiating from her presence. Qin Feng, it seems that Goddess Yoriichi has come to observe this new student assessment. How thrilling! Chu Xiao exclaimed, energetically patting Qin Feng's shoulder, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Indeed, as the ace of the Guangling battle zone, his combat prowess was undeniably exceptional among his peers. However, compared to a remarkable figure like Yoriichi, the disparity was akin to that between heaven and earth. Thus, even on ordinary days, Chu Xiao lacked the courage to approach her for a greeting. Yet as Chunzhua drew closer, both Chu Xiao and the new students behind him were rendered speechless. To their astonishment, Chunzhua was walking directly toward them, her hands instinctively clenched tightly together. For him, the mere prospect of being in such close proximity to his dream goddess, the unparalleled talent of Jiangnan, Yoriichi, was an unimaginable event. Qin Feng, do you see? The goddess Yoriichi is approaching me. Listening to Chu Xiao's incessant chatter beside him, Qin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. From the fleeting glance Yoriichi had cast in his direction, he could surmise that she was most likely coming for him. You must be Qin Feng, the junior fellow, right? My grandfather has often spoken of you, Yoriichi said, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she took a seat beside him. Greetings, senior sister. Qin Feng replied with a smile, his gaze subtly scanning the surroundings from the corner of his eye. I am feeling quite emotional. Goodness. At that moment, both new and returning students turned their eyes toward Qin Feng, filled with expressions of despair. What on earth is happening? The male students of the Shinjo elite training camp regarded Qin Feng with fiery gazes, as if the sky had fallen. A male. It was unfathomable that the goddess Yoriichi was seated next to a man and had even initiated a conversation with him. The collective thoughts of the male students surged like a stampede of wild horses. This sight nearly triggered Qin Feng's social anxiety. Yet, Yoriichi, seemingly oblivious to the intense scrutiny from the surrounding male students, continued to smile at him, perhaps accustomed to the attention. Junior, after the freshman assessment concludes, how about I treat you to a welcome gathering? On her first day at the Shinjo training camp. Being the granddaughter of the esteemed Qin Shui and a figure of considerable prestige, Yoriichi had never lacked for admirers. Moreover, with her passion for martial arts, much like Qin Feng, she found little interest in anything beyond her training. Recently, however, she had heard from her grandfather about a prodigious individual named Qin Feng. Not only had he single-handedly defeated a beast horde led by the ferocious tiger mastiff, but he had also single-handedly overturned the entire Guangling battle zone, leaving Chu Xiao and his peers utterly bewildered. Even her typically stern grandfather had displayed rare admiration when discussing Qin Feng's talent and growth. It should be noted that even though she was a genius herself, having reached the initial rank of a battle general at the tender age of 18 and being hailed as the foremost among her generation in Jiang'an, her grandfather's appraisal of her merely amounted to acceptable. Thus, from the moment she heard of Qin Feng, Yoriichi had harbored an intense desire to meet him. Eager to ascertain whether this exceptional prodigy, who had even earned her grandfather's praise, was truly as remarkable as the rumors suggested. Junior, after the freshman assessment, let me host a welcome gathering for you, she reiterated, her words seemingly devoid of intent, yet laden with significance for him. As Yoriichi's words resonated, Qin Feng seemed to faintly perceive the sound of countless hearts shattering like glass among the male students present. Simultaneously, several senior students saw their faces turn as dark as charcoal, with subtle veins pulsating on their foreheads. It is worth noting that among the many seniors in the training camp, even Liuatai, ranked 8th on the talents list, had pursued Yoriichi for nearly 2 years. Yet, until now, he had never succeeded in inviting her to dine alone. How could this seemingly ordinary freshman, just beginning his academic journey, possess the charm to prompt the goddess Yoriichi to extend an invitation for a meal? Chapter 36. The newcomer assessment, especially upon witnessing the usually indifferent goddess, known as the martial enthusiast, display an unusual concern for the young man. Qin Feng left everyone utterly perplexed. As the subject of this unexpected attention, Qin Feng felt an acute discomfort, as though pricked by 1,000 needles under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Despite his unease, the experienced Qin Feng, having lived 2 lives, could empathize with the sentiments of his fellow aspirants. In his previous life, he too had been an inconspicuous individual, often yearning for the attention of the university's goddess. He had borne witness to the painful reality of watching the woman he admired fall for those affluent and handsome suitors. The anguish of such experiences was ineffable. As kindred spirits in misfortune, they shared a silent understanding. Suddenly, the once dimly lit arena was illuminated by a myriad of spotlights. The colossal stage slowly parted to reveal a massive platform rising from below, upon which 15 precision instruments, reminiscent of extraterrestrial reentry capsules, were meticulously arranged. These 15 devices were 3-dimensional virtual space pods, capable of immersing one's consciousness into a flawlessly replicated virtual environment, simulating human senses such as sight, touch, smell, taste, and pain. Instructor Zhou pressed his palm to activate one of the virtual pods, declaring, "This is the examination venue for your upcoming newcomer assessment." Is this pod truly the examination venue? Qin Feng gazed incredulously at the nearest pod, his expression reflecting disbelief. In his previous life, humanity had already embarked on developing AR devices for simulated virtual worlds, albeit in a rudimentary form focused solely on basic visual simulation and rather crude at that. In Qin Feng's understanding, even pilot training simulators could only achieve visual fidelity. Yet, he was astonished to find that humanity's technological advancements had reached such remarkable heights a century later. Upon entering the virtual pod, your consciousness will be transported into a hyper-realistic virtual environment, Instructor Zhou continued. Listening attentively, Qin Feng approached pod number 007 and effortlessly engaged with the interface. After all, had he not encountered a plethora of sci-fi novels and narratives in his previous life, such as Sword Art Online? To him, this was child's play. Simultaneously, Qin Feng harbored an eagerness to discover whether this futuristic virtual pod could indeed rival the experiences depicted in his former life as narratives. 3-dimensional holographic virtual pod, activate. A crisp electronic prompt resonated in Qin Feng's ears, and in an instant, his mind experienced a dizzying descent. Suddenly, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm. How wondrous! Is this the future of AR technology? Remarkable. Qin Feng lowered his gaze to the nameplate bearing the number 007. identical to that of the virtual cockpit hanging across his chest. Yet, when he tilted his head to behold the heavens, he was met with the breathtaking expanse of the resplendent galaxy. The infinite and boundless Milky Way shimmered with stars, casting a desolate and lonely hue reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape upon the crimson soil beneath his feet. Clang, clang, as Qin Feng leapt from his spot. The muffled sound of his footsteps reverberated through this vast space, lingering long after. However, this novel experience ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes, illuminating his face with exhilaration. The other 14 new students, similarly transported into this dimension, resembled Liuatai entering the Grand View Garden, each gazing about in wonder, filled with curiosity about their surroundings. Yet, as Qin Feng instinctively swung his fist in the air, he quickly sensed that matters were not as straightforward as he had imagined. Neither his martial soul nor his tricolor dominance seemed to manifest in this realm. All he possessed was the mere strength of his physical form. Moreover, what intrigued Qin Feng further was the sight of 15 black towers arranged in a staggered formation across the endless red wasteland, their gates ajar as if awaiting someone's arrival. Just as Qin Feng pondered the significance of these towers, a crisp electronic notification resonated in his ears. New students participating in the assessment, welcome to the virtual space created by three-dimensional holographic projection. The physical forms you inhabit are merely projections of your consciousness, restored through the virtual cockpit. Therefore, your martial souls, weapons, and items cannot be brought into this virtual realm. The realization dawned upon Qin Feng. In other words, aside from their consciousness, nothing could be transported into this three-dimensional virtual space. This implied that his Azure Dragon martial soul and tricolor dominance could not be utilized here. His available cards were now exceedingly limited, and even achieving 50% of his usual combat capability from the real world seemed a daunting challenge. Just then, the electronic prompt echoed once more in this virtual domain. In the virtual space, there exists no hierarchy of martial cultivation or realm distinction. All martial artists, from the divine warrior to the foot soldier, possess identical physical capabilities. The differentiation lies primarily in combat experience and skillful techniques. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with understanding. It appeared that every individual entering this three-dimensional virtual space shared the same physical attributes, meaning they all commenced from an equal starting point. Even the mightiest divine warriors would wield the same physical power as a mere soldier within this virtual realm. Indeed, only in this manner could the true experience, capability, and technique of a martial artist be genuinely assessed during combat. Within this virtual space, the distinctions of rank vanished, leaving only one's comprehension of martial arts and the application of techniques to prevail. The entrance assessment for new students is about to begin. Please proceed to your designated trial tower to receive your assessment tasks. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng hastily rushed into the number 6 trial tower. As he stepped inside, a three-dimensional holographic projection materialized beneath his feet, displaying an array of armors, combat suits, and an assortment of weapons that flickered before him like slides in a presentation. With the examination about to commence, Qin Feng swiftly selected a suitable black-gold longsword, donning a black military robe as he entered a state of readiness. The new student assessment was announced. Defeat the junior demon general, the Shadow Leopard King. An S-grade completion required slaying the Shadow Leopard King within 15 minutes while maintaining at least 80% of one's health. An A-grade completion necessitated defeating the Shadow Leopard King within 20 minutes with a health retention of 70% or above. A B-grade completion allowed for 25 minutes to vanquish the Shadow Leopard King, ensuring a health level of 60% or higher. For a D-grade completion, one had 35 minutes to defeat the Shadow Leopard King while maintaining 40% health or more. Should the completion fall below D grade, the new student assessment would be deemed a failure. Chapter 37. The Shadow Panther King. What? To conquer the Shadow Panther King, a formidable foe among the junior demon generals? Is this a jest? Upon hearing the system notification echoing in his ears, even Qin Feng, with his steadfast resolve, could not help but feel astonished. The Shadow Panther King, as a high-ranking monster among the demon generals, posed a challenge so daunting that even seasoned warriors at the battle general level would find it exceedingly troublesome to confront. Moreover, within this three-dimensional virtual realm, he was deprived of his two most formidable trump cards, his martial soul and overwhelming aura, rendering him effectively handicapped before the battle had even commenced. To his dismay, he was not only expected to vanquish the Shadow Panther King under such unfavorable circumstances, but also to do so within 35 minutes while ensuring that his health remained above 40%. Truly outrageous, utterly outrageous. It is worth noting that this was merely the first level of the trial tower. If the initial assessment was already this rigorous, one could only imagine the degree of extremity that awaited in the subsequent levels, the second, third, and even the 10th. The physical attributes simulated in this three-dimensional virtual space closely mirrored those of a high-ranking warrior in the real world, alleviating concerns regarding adaptation. Qin Feng summoned his inner energy, executing the wave-gliding step as he stepped onto the 8 trigrams, his figure shifting and weaving, leaving behind trails of black afterimages, the blade's edge slicing through the air, producing a series of sonic booms. Before long, Qin Feng adeptly harmonized his virtual body and consciousness, maneuvering with precision. The assessment for new warriors had officially commenced. All candidates were urged to prepare for battle. Just as Qin Feng immersed himself in the art of swordplay, the electronic notification reverberated throughout the trial tower's space. As the announcement faded, Qin Feng felt the world before him begin to dissolve into a surreal haze, swiftly transforming from the confines of the tower into an endless expanse of tropical rainforest. Roar. As Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, a ferocious roar shattered the tranquility, scattering the birds and beasts of the jungle in terror. Shortly thereafter, at a distance of approximately 1 kilometer ahead, a massive feline creature, cloaked in deep black fur and measuring 5 meters in height and 10 meters in length, glided through the underbrush, rapidly approaching Qin Feng's position. Among all the demonic beasts, leopards have long symbolized supremacy in speed and explosive power. The black panther before him, its coat gleaming like black satin, navigated the intricate and convoluted terrain of the tropical rainforest with remarkable grace. As it neared, the panther's crimson eyes glowed with a fierce intent, its jaws slightly parted, drooling as it dripped onto the tree trunks. The overwhelming aura of a demon general surged around, starkly contrasting with the ferocity of the tiger mastiff king that Qin Feng had previously slain. Encountering the agile and explosive Shadow Panther King within such a treacherous environment would surely send shivers down the spines of even the most ordinary battle general-level warriors, instilling a sense of trepidation. In open terrain, one might swiftly perceive the movements of the Shadow Leopard King. However, in the dense tropical rainforest, an unseasoned warrior may struggle to discern the direction from which the attack originates. A thunderous roar reverberated once more, as the Shadow Leopard King's claws glistened with a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of bloodstains. Should those razor-sharp claws strike Qin Feng, bereft of the protective armor of armed color domineering, the flimsy defense of his combat attire would likely lead to shattered bones and internal injuries. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by the resounding, beastly growls, Qin Feng felt the ground beneath him tremble. The Shadow Leopard King moved like a specter through the rainforest, poised to unleash a fatal assault at any moment. A menacing wind surged forth, laden with murderous intent. The speed of this creature far surpassed that of the previous Tiger Hound King, and the combat environment was exceedingly advantageous for it. Moreover, this confrontation differed from the last. He was unable to summon the Azure Dragon martial spirit and tricolor domineering, rendering the situation rather precarious. Yet, despite his musings, a peculiar smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he tightened his grip on the longsword. Such challenges, he mused, were precisely what made life exhilarating. From the trials of new recruits to his skirmishes with the Tiger Hound King and the clashes with individuals from the Guangling battle zone, none had compelled Qin Feng to unleash his full potential. As a warrior, he was born for battle. To live without experiencing a single exhilarating, all-out confrontation would indeed be a profound regret. The Shadow Leopard King flickered behind Qin Feng, unleashing dozens of wind blades that swiftly enveloped him. Undeterred by the onslaught of this tempestuous barrage, Qin Feng stood resolute, positioning his black longsword before him, calmly observing the trajectory of the wind blades. The sharpness of the attack sent shivers of pain through his exposed skin, even before contact. As the first wind blade approached, Qin Feng, seasoned by numerous battles, executed the ripple step technique, countering with a swift stroke of his sword that shattered 2 wind blades before him. Advancing boldly into the deluge of wind blades, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, closing the distance between himself and the Shadow Leopard King at a pace that rivaled even the creature's own agility. 800 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters. The relentless assault of wind blades could not impede his advance. As the Shadow Leopard King loomed near, a cold smirk appeared on Qin Feng's lips. Just the target I need to test my blade. He surged through the storm of wind blades, raising his right hand high with the black longsword, and with a powerful stomp of his right foot against the ground, boom. The earth cracked beneath him, propelling him forward with an explosive speed akin to a bolt from a bow, narrowly brushing past the Shadow Leopard King. In the shadowy rainforest, the blade glimmered. The third tier of the ripple step unleashed a 5-fold increase in speed. A precise incision extended from beneath the forelimb of the Shadow Leopard King to its abdomen, crimson blood flowing forth and staining the ground. With a single stroke, Qin Feng's gaze remained solemn and composed as he flicked the droplets of blood from the blade. The Shadow Leopard King, a rudimentary demon general, epitomized agility in combat, possessing formidable instantaneous explosive power and effective ranged attack capabilities. However, in pursuit of swifter bursts of speed, its defensive capabilities were regrettably lacking, rendering it nearly the weakest among demon generals, even inferior to many high-ranking demon soldiers renowned for their resilience. Qin Feng understood well that in a narrow confrontation, the brave would prevail. To vanquish the agile Shadow Leopard King, he must ensnare it thoroughly, preventing this beast from escaping his reach. Furthermore, to attain the S-rank achievement required for the new life assessment, Qin Feng must not only conclude the battle by decapitating the beast within 15 minutes, but also ensure that he suffers not a single blow from the Shadow Leopard King throughout the encounter. Chapter 38. S-Class Completion. Fortunately for Qin Feng, the battle with the Shadow Black Panther is not being broadcasted live. If outsiders were to witness a fledgling like him, showcasing such terrifying combat talent and calm analytical ability in his first life-and-death struggle against a demon general, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame, wishing they could simply vanish into the ground. It can be said that even without the system as a golden finger, Qin Feng's innate qualities from 2 lifetimes, combined with his combat prowess, mark him as a prodigious fighter among prodigies. The second strike. Without granting the Shadow Panther any respite, Qin Feng unleashed the third tier of the Lingbo Weibo, erupting with a speed 5 times beyond his limits to execute a slash. Time ticked away, with a piercing sound. The blade met flesh, resonating with the clang of metal, echoing throughout the tropical rainforest. In the dim, humid battlefield, a blinding flash of the blade was followed by a splatter of crimson. The blade danced in heavy shadows, yet the figure remained elusive. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the Shadow Panther bore numerous smooth, precise cuts. With a deafening roar of rage, it attempted to leap backward to create distance from Qin Feng. Simultaneously, the beast opened its maw wide, unleashing a barrage of icy wind blades, raining down upon Qin Feng's position indiscriminately. Though the display seemed formidable, it was futile. Unable to match Qin Feng's rhythm of attack, the Shadow Panther faced only a dead end. Quickly, the distance between man and beast shrank to less than 10 meters. The fourth strike. Qin Feng whispered. Seizing the moment of the Shadow Panther's brief vulnerability after launching its wind blades, he struck swiftly at its leg tendons. With a thud, the massive form of the Shadow Panther crashed to the ground. The fifth strike. Qin Feng did not hesitate. His blade, relentless, severed its tendons, and with a swift motion, he aimed for the panther's forelimb. With a grunt of defiance, the beast lost its balance, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The sixth strike. Whoosh! Another flash of the blade swept by as Qin Feng, channeling overwhelming force, drove his blade fiercely into the panther's neck. With a final, decisive thrust, the sixth strike extinguished all vitality within the Shadow Panther. Its colossal head thudded heavily against the earth, and a torrential rain of blood began to pour from the heavens. Ding! The system detected the demise of the Shadow Panther. Qin Feng, you will automatically exit the trial tower in 5 seconds. As the Shadow Leopard King met its demise, the environment surrounding Qin Feng underwent yet another transformation, with the virtual cockpit before him springing open. Congratulations, host, on your first successful defeat of the primary demon general, the Shadow Leopard King. You have received 1 upgrade voucher for the 3 color dominance. Furthermore, host, without utilizing the fish fruit, the illusion beast form, the azure dragon shape, or the 3 color dominance, you have successfully challenged a higher rank and unlocked the hidden reward, the Earth Level 10 tier battle technique, water breathing. Originally, the acquisition of the upgrade voucher for the 3 color dominance was already a delightful surprise for Qin Feng. To his astonishment, fortune favored him further as he also obtained the water breathing technique, which was of the same caliber as the Lingbo Weibo, leaving him breathless with exhilaration. Meanwhile, at the observation area of the virtual cockpit, Instructor Zhou furrowed his brow, gazing at the now disconnected cockpit of student number 007, speechless. Was the new student assessment too stringent? Had a student already been eliminated so swiftly? Historically, nearly 1/3 of the 15 new students faced the grim fate of elimination during their entrance examinations, underscoring the brutality of the assessments. Especially for new students participating in the trial tower for the first time, the tension could lead to a lapse in focus, making elimination all too easy. Despite the fact that all students entering the elite training camp were outstanding individuals from the 5 major war zones, it was important to remember that this trial tower assessment involved the formidable Shadow Leopard King. For a soldier-level warrior to defeat a demon general was an arduous task, especially considering the Shadow Leopard King's status as one of the fastest and most explosive of the primary demon generals. Not to mention, even those at the general warrior level might struggle to gain an advantage against the Shadow Leopard King, let alone manage an escape. Reflecting on this, Instructor Zhou couldn't help but sigh, realizing he would need to offer some words of comfort to the student named Qin Feng, even if he was unable to enter the elite training camp. Returning to the Jiangnan War Department to diligently train would still position him as a new generation of humanity's force against the demon race. Yet, just as Instructor Zhou pondered how best to console Qin Feng, a sudden uproar from outside jolted him from his thoughts. With a frown, he strode purposefully out. What was the fuss over a single studentess elimination? Such an overreaction was unbecoming. However, as he descended from the monitoring platform, he was met with the sight of senior students, including Chunjiruo, ranked 10th on the talents list, standing frozen in astonishment. Their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed upward. From time to time, gasps of amazement escaped their lips. What a spectacle! What were these seniors trying to convey with their exaggerated reactions in front of the new students? One student, struggling to swallow, raised a hand toward the enormous virtual screen before them. Instructor, look! Upon hearing this, Instructor Zhou's thick brows knitted together, and he instinctively felt the urge to reprimand. However, his peripheral vision was involuntarily drawn to the large screen. In the next moment, I found myself in a state of emotional turmoil. Suddenly, the fury etched on Instructor Zhou's face froze, replaced by an expression of shock akin to that of the cadets, who stood transfixed before the scene, their eyes wide open and jaws nearly dropping to the ground. There, at the top of the colossal virtual screen, the rankings that had remained unchanged for years finally shifted. Trial Tower, First Level Challenge Records. First place, Qin Feng, S-Class Completion. Time, 13 minutes and 21 seconds. Remaining health, 100%. Second place, Situ Pajiwan, A-Class Completion. Time, 23 minutes and 52 seconds. Remaining health, 75%. Chapter 39, The Breath of Water, What on Earth? Has history's record truly been shattered? Instructor Zhou felt his mind go blank, and after a prolonged moment, the thought finally emerged. Astonishingly, the first position on the talented ranking, held by the illustrious heir of the Situ family from the imperial capital, Situ Pajiwan, renowned for setting the strongest record in the freshman assessment, has been effortlessly surpassed? Who exactly is this Qin Feng? His prowess is utterly incomprehensible. An S-rank completion, accomplished in 13 minutes and 21 seconds, is nothing short of phenomenal, as if he were soaring to the heavens beside the sun. However, that is not even the crux of the matter. The most astonishing aspect is that Qin Feng's remaining health is a staggering 100%. Is this a mistake? This implies that during the battle with the Shadow Leopard King, the latter couldn't even graze the hem of Qin Feng's garment. Is he even human? I bow to him. After a brief moment of shock, the senior students erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, the noise so immense it nearly toppled the pinnacle of the Tower of Ascendance. Everyone was breathing heavily, their expressions fervent, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on the name of the man atop the leaderboard, Qin Feng. This is nothing short of a massacre, surpassing even the most ruthless of individuals. It is worth noting that Situ Pajiwan is recognized as a once-in-a-century prodigy, acknowledged both within the country and globally. For such a remarkable talent, ascending to the realm of a war god is merely a question of time. However, even this extraordinary genius, the future war god, achieved only an A-rank completion during his freshman assessment. In fact, even when considering the illustrious history of the training camp since its inception, the number of war god-level experts birthed can be counted on two hands. Among them, some have become pillars of the nation, legendary figures adorned with countless accolades. Yet, even the esteemed predecessors of the war god realm within the training camp have never heard of anyone achieving the monumental feat of S-rank completion in a freshman assessment. Over the years, students have often speculated that the S-rank assessment standard of the Trial Tower is evidently beyond reach, seemingly designed solely to ensure that freshmen cannot pass. Otherwise, how could it be that no one in the long history of the training camp, spanning a century, has managed to succeed in such evaluations? But today, this challenge, deemed impossible by all, has been accomplished. The name of this man is merely that of a newcomer who has just joined the training camp for less than a day, Qin Feng. Moreover, all of the above is not the focal point. The crux lies in the fact that Qin Feng, this prodigy, completed the S-rank challenge with a perfect 100% health. Goodness, how will the senior students of the training camp react when they encounter Qin Feng? The future freshmen, upon witnessing Qin Feng's exceptional assessment results, will undoubtedly be driven to the brink of existential doubt. Please, be a person. After a while, a student, beaming with excitement, vigorously shook Instructor Zhou's arm, exclaiming, "Instructor Zhou, who exactly is this Qin Feng?" As soon as the words left his mouth, all the students present turned their gaze toward Instructor Zhou, their eyes fixed upon him without a blink, as the one responsible for the new student arrangements. Instructor Zhou undoubtedly possessed an intricate understanding of Qin Feng's background and identity. However, confronted with the enthusiastic student's vigorous shaking, Instructor Zhou maintained an expression of bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his arm was nearly dislocated. Qin Feng, this individual achieved an S-level completion in the freshman assessment? Slap. At that moment, it felt as though an invisible hand had struck his face with considerable force, leaving Instructor Zhou acutely aware of the burning sensation on his aged visage. Just 5 minutes prior, he had innocently contemplated how to gently comfort Qin Feng without damaging the latter's fragile self-esteem. Little did he anticipate that, in the blink of an eye, his own face would be metaphorically swollen 3 times over. He had thought himself clever for inadvertently glancing at the trial tower rankings. Otherwise, the thought of approaching cabin number 007 with the demeanor of a senior comforting a junior would have left him in a most embarrassing predicament. In such a scenario, Instructor Zhou might have had to flee the training camp under the cover of night. Meanwhile, within the virtual chamber, Qin Feng surveyed the rewards granted by the system, expressing great satisfaction. It was as if he had wished for a pillow just as someone delivered one to him. He had been lamenting the lack of suitable combat techniques, only to discover that the system had thoughtfully provided him with the Earth-level 10th rank water-breathing sword technique. Although the water-breathing technique may not match the formidable prowess of sun-breathing mastered by the legendary warrior Yoriichi Tsujikuni, it remains one of the foundational techniques derived from sun-breathing, and is famously wielded by Tanjiro Kamado. In every respect, Qin Feng found the water-breathing technique to be quite satisfactory, yet he was somewhat troubled by the high rank of this sword technique. Earth-level 10th rank. Previously, when Qin Feng practiced the Earth-level 10th rank movement technique, the ripple step, he had already encountered significant difficulty in comprehension. Furthermore, the level of mastery he achieved in the initial 3 layers of the ripple step had left him feeling quite frustrated. Now, the system had laid out all 11 forms of water breathing before him. This predicament felt akin to being starved for 3 days only to find a lavish banquet set before him, yet lacking the utensils to partake. It appeared he would need to utilize his opportunity for sudden enlightenment once more. However, just as Qin Feng was about to employ one of his 2 rare chances for enlightenment, a crisp system notification rang out in his mind. Ding. System notification. Any martial arts, techniques, or mental disciplines derived from the system can be instantly mastered by the host, without the need for additional time or effort in training. What on earth? Once again, a treasure trove of extraordinary abilities has graced him, filling him with exhilaration. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Feng was initially taken aback, but soon a smile crept upon his lips. Does the host wish to cultivate the breath of water? Indeed, in the next moment, all 11 forms of the breath of water unfurled in his mind like a magnificent scroll. In less than 20 minutes, enlightenment was achieved. Within the virtual cabin, just as Qin Feng was about to draw his sword to practice the breath of water, his hand inadvertently brushed against the cold metallic hatch, prompting an awkward smile. Fortunately, he had not brought a sword into the virtual chamber. Otherwise, had he struck that iron box, it would have truly led to an embarrassing demise. Chapter 40. Breaking the school's history. As Qin Feng pushed open the hatch, he was immediately met with a multitude of piercing gazes, akin to fiery orbs, fixated upon him. This prompted him to glance back at the virtual chamber, still under the impression that his earlier use of water breathing had shattered the door. Instructor Zhou swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and with an incredulous tone, he queried, Qin, Student Qin, did you truly slay the Shadow Leopard King within 13 minutes and 21 seconds? With Zhou's words, the intensity of the gazes directed at Qin Feng intensified threefold. Under the collective scrutiny, Qin Feng nonchalantly nodded and replied, Indeed. This was my first time utilizing the virtual chamber, and I was not entirely familiar with its intricacies. Otherwise, I believe I could have dispatched that beast in under 10 minutes. Utterly extraordinary, indeed. Achieving an unprecedented S-rank accomplishment. Qin Feng spoke of it as casually as one might discuss a trip to the local market for a pack of cigarettes. The senior students of the Shinjo training camp were nearly brought to their knees before him. Behold, the prowess of a true master is evident from his very words. When Qin Feng finally spoke, an unmistakable air of dominance enveloped him. Student Qin, you may be unaware, but you have just made history for our school. Your future prospects are immeasurable. Instructor Zhou couldn't help but reflect, adding, according to the training camp's reward regulations, an S-rank completion on the first level of the trial tower grants 100,000 points, the second level offers 1 million points, and the third level, 10 million points. I will now transfer 100,000 points to your personal account. Remember to check it shortly. 100,000 points. Upon hearing this, the assembled students gazed at Qin Feng with sheer envy. This sum was a staggering figure within the Shinjo elite training camp. Even the top-ranked C2 Pajun possessed merely 1,060,000 points at present. Moreover, even a prodigy like C2 Pajun had spent nearly 4 years accumulating such points. Yet, here was Qin Feng, a newcomer who had barely been in the Shinjo training camp for a day, already amassing 100,000 points. This clearly illustrated the extent of his extraordinary talent and unparalleled abilities. At this rate, it would not be long before Qin Feng achieved total freedom in points. As Qin Feng shattered the historical records of the Shinjo training camp, detailed dossiers concerning him were simultaneously disseminated across the nation and globally among powerful nations, military departments, and venerable families and conglomerates with legacies spanning centuries. This information encompassed his origins in the Jinling-based city and his humble beginnings in public housing. Qin Feng's social circle, lifestyle, and details about his parents and friends were meticulously documented. In the serene ambience of a traditional courtyard in the bustling capital city of Shinjo, an elderly man clad in military attire sat in an elegantly appointed meeting room, holding a cup of fragrant tea in one hand. He perused the background information on Qin Feng with the other. His demeanor was calm and unassuming, and were it not for the 5 gleaming gold stars on his shoulder, one might mistake him for a retired elder from a noble family. Convey my orders to the Jiangnan War Department's base city. Arrange for elite personnel to provide round-the-clock protection for Qin Feng's family and friends. First, ensure that his family does not leave the Jiangnan base except in cases of necessity. Second, should the situation require, mobilize all available forces from the Jiangnan War Department, sparing no effort to ensure their safety. Upon finishing his instructions, the previously amiable and gentle elder transformed, his aura shifting to one of formidable authority and piercing intensity. Simultaneously, powerful nations, underground factions, and influential families across the globe received comprehensive details about Qin Feng and, in unison, turned their attention towards a location on the Shinjo map known as the Jinling base city, each formulating their own distinct strategies. As the autumn rains brought a chill, Qin Feng walked alongside Instructor Zhou, umbrella in hand. After crossing a stone arch bridge, their view suddenly opened up. Before them lay a stunning architectural ensemble, imbued with the charm of the Su style, as if the misty rivers of Jiangnan were gradually unfurling before Qin Feng's eyes. Instructor Zhou led Qin Feng to a Su-style courtyard, and, pointing to the door marked with the number 007, said, "Qin Feng, this will be your residence for the next 4 years, Jinling Pavilion. Additionally, there are already 2 students residing here, making you the 3rd. Jinling Pavilion?" Qin Feng's curiosity was piqued, and he inquired, "Instructor, why does Jinling Pavilion share the same name as Jinling Base City?" With a hearty laugh, Instructor Zhou replied, "All student accommodations in the Shinjo Elite Training Camp are named after their respective base cities. For instance, the building to your left is called Suzhou Pavilion. Furthermore, it seems the higher-ups took note of your outstanding performance in the trial tower and have shown you particular consideration in your housing arrangement." Particular consideration? Qin Feng was perplexed, questioning how a mere housing arrangement could be linked to special treatment. Indeed, there is consideration involved. Qin Feng, I believe you have heard of the tradition of senior students mentoring newcomers at the Shinjo Elite Training Camp. Thus, to comprehensively foster your growth, the authorities have assigned you 2 esteemed individuals from the top 10 of the talented rankings as your roommates. In short, once you settle into Jinling Pavilion, be astute and cultivate a good relationship with these 2 exceptional talents. It will only serve to your advantage. Who knows, you might even win the heart of a beautiful maiden. Only advantages and no disadvantages? The mention of advantages invigorated Qin Feng, while the latter part about winning the heart of a beautiful maiden was subconsciously brushed aside. After all, a woman merely influences the pace of his dominance. Could the instructor possibly deceive you? Allow me to share the truth. Within the esteemed Jinling Pavilion, there exists a remarkable talent ranked among the top 5 of the genius list. Each individual occupying a position among the top 5 is an extraordinary being, a prodigy of unparalleled potential, destined for an illustrious future. Particularly noteworthy is the 4th-ranked genius of the Jinling Pavilion. Upon her graduation, she shall be treated as an esteemed guest wherever she may go, reaping rewards and benefits beyond imagination, should she choose to join the War Department, for instance. The position of War Minister in the Jiangnan War Department could be hers at a moment's notice, provided she desires it, remarked Instructor Zhou with utmost seriousness. Chapter 41. You call this acceptable? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The position of the head of the Jiangnan War Department. What a significant concept that is. It is akin to being a provincial governor in my previous life, a role not to be underestimated, akin to that of an imperial envoy of the court. It seems that the Shinjo Elite Training Camp is indeed a remarkable place. After acquiring such prestige, who would worry about finding employment upon graduation. Furthermore, after a few more years of experience and reaching the realm of a war god, it is not inconceivable to bear 3 stars on one's shoulders. At this point, Instructor Zhou could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. With his current War Emperor-level prowess, he was still qualified to be addressed as instructor by these talented individuals in the training camp. However, Instructor Zhou merely enjoyed a slight advantage in age. He believed that when these young prodigies reached his current age, they would not only surpass the War Emperor realm, but could potentially attain the status of a war god. Moreover, standing beside him was a remarkable individual who had achieved an S-class accomplishment in the trial tower on his very first day of enrollment. Initially, everyone had believed that the A-class achievement set by Situ Pajun was an unparalleled feat, one that might never be surpassed. Yet, who would have thought that beyond mountains there are greater mountains, and beyond people there are greater people? In less than 4 years, the record left by Situ Pajun was easily broken. It can be said that apart from being somewhat weaker in cultivation compared to the mid-level warrior Situ Pajun of that time, Qin Feng was flawless in every other aspect, truly a 6-sided warrior. Of course, if Instructor Zhou were to discover that Qin Feng ascended from a novice martial artist to a senior martial artist in less than a single night, it would surely leave him in shock, perhaps causing him to flee back to his hometown in fear. Naturally, Instructor Zhou was unaware of this. He could only harbor a quiet envy in his heart. He envied the individual who was about to become Qin Feng's mentor. Judging by the talent and potential Qin Feng exhibited, if nurtured properly without straying from the path, this young man could very well be a prodigy on par with Situ Pajun. However, a talent as extraordinary as Qin Feng's was far beyond the teaching capacity of someone at the War Emperor level. It was likely that the training camp would assign a war god specifically to mentor him. As he envied, Instructor Zhou glanced once more at Qin Feng and remarked, "Qin Feng, achieving an S-class completion in the trial tower with the cultivation of a senior warrior must have been an arduous journey, no? Arduous?" Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Not particularly. As long as one possesses decent talent and is willing to put in the effort, attaining an S-class achievement isn't that difficult. For instance, if it weren't for my unfamiliarity with the environment causing some delays, I could have shortened the battle against the Shadow Leopard King to under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes? I'm feeling rather emotional." Suddenly, Instructor Zhou was left speechless, utterly astonished. "Kid, I advise you to tread carefully and speak thoughtfully. What do you mean by suggesting that having a modicum of talent coupled with diligence suffices? Do you really consider the S-rank achievements in the trial tower to be relatively easy? If it were indeed that simple, then how is it that, after a century since the establishment of our elite training camp in Shinjo, no one has yet attained such a remarkable feat? Does that imply that your predecessors, those esteemed seniors, were of little worth?" The very thought of having once been ineligible to participate in the freshman assessment leaves Instructor Zhou feeling offended. As he reflects, his irritation mounts. Taking a step back seems to yield only loss. In a fit of exasperation, he delivers a light kick to Qin Feng's rear. Relishing in the bewildered expression that adorns Qin Feng's face, amidst his mixed emotions, Qin Feng follows Instructor Zhou to the Jinling Pavilion. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he beholds a Su-style garden that, though modest in size, possesses all essential features: pavilions, bridges, flowing water, and intricately arranged rockeries and bonsai. Even the door knocker is adorned with a carved azure dragon motif. As they enter the courtyard, the Jinling Pavilion reveals itself as a 3-story structure, exuding a serene tranquility. Instructor Zhou, raising his voice, proclaims, "Liuatai, we have a new junior here." No sooner had he spoken than a girl emerged from the pavilion. Appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, her youthful visage radiated beauty, with a fair complexion, luscious red lips, and a delicate nose. Beneath her long eyelashes lay a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars. Together, these features exuded an enchanting allure, complemented by her graceful figure and vibrant charm. Dressed in a flowing white silk gown that accentuated her form, she displayed a figure that belied her age, possessing a captivating and refined elegance. Even without uttering a word, her mere presence could easily stir desire in the hearts of men. Upon witnessing this, even Qin Feng, who had resolved to devote his life to a path of solitude, could not deny the girl's striking beauty. Yet, what relevance does this hold for a cold-hearted warrior like him? He merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. However, he soon felt the weight of Liuatais penetrating gaze, her almond-shaped eyes fixated on him as if he were a rare specimen. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, he awkwardly remarked, "Senior, please don't stare at me so intently. It makes me shy." His words were sincere. Despite his usual disinterest in women, he was still a young man of vigor, and being scrutinized by such a stunning senior was undeniably overwhelming, especially when he noticed the brightening spark in her eyes. It became increasingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. "You shy? I find that hard to believe. Li Ruobing curled her lips in disbelief and remarked, "You claim you would feel shy about a girl like Jirua taking the initiative to invite you on the very first day of school? Surely, someone must be gullible enough to believe that." As she spoke, Li Ruobing gently swiped her wrist-mounted microcomputer. In no time, a virtual three-dimensional screen emerged, displaying the campus forum of the Shinjo training camp. Within the forum, two threads were particularly popular, with the foremost one detailing the undeniable secret between Chunjuro and the new freshman. Chapter 42, The Unexpected Encounter. However, Li Ruobing simply bypassed this post and casually clicked on the second one. The title of this post read, "Shocking. The record for the first level of the trial tower at the Shinjo training camp, established since its inception, has been shattered. This individual is, astonishingly, a newcomer who joined the training camp less than a day ago." Goodness. Upon seeing the title, Qin Feng initially thought he had stumbled upon another sensational news piece reminiscent of his past life. Particularly with the embellishment of the word shocking, the post's popularity surged dramatically, seemingly poised to rival the first. The content of the post was straightforward and blunt, detailing how Qin Feng had swiftly broken the record held by the current top contender, Situ Pajun. In fact, the Shinjo Elite Training Camp had even released footage of Qin Feng's battle in the first level of the trial tower to promote this remarkable event. The clarity of the video was nothing short of breathtaking, showcasing 8K Blu-ray quality. The 365-degree camera angles captured Qin Feng's strikingly handsome features with remarkable precision. Every frame was worthy of cinematic acclaim. Meanwhile, the comments section overflowed with effusive praise for Qin Feng, with endless flattery and boastful remarks. "Esteemed seniors, we have an extraordinary prodigy among this year's newcomers. There is no doubt he deserves the title of top freshman. I believe he could very well threaten Situ Pejun's position on the elite list in the coming years. Alas, it truly is a case of comparing oneself to others, where one finds oneself wanting. The heavens have been rather unfair, bestowing upon Qin Feng not only an exceedingly rare talent, but also a striking appearance that could leave even those dubbed as 304 stainless steel in awe." In summary, the praise was so abundant that it seemed as if Qin Feng might be propelled into outer space. Finally, there was a live, ultra-high-definition capture of the trial tower's first-level leaderboard. First place, Qin Feng time, 13 minutes and 21 seconds remaining health, 100% achievement rating, S Junior. Look at this post that claims you will undoubtedly surpass Situ Pejun to become the number one on the elite list. How about we retreat to our room for a proper sparring session? I am genuinely curious about how you managed to complete the trial tower assessment in 13 minutes and 21 seconds. Though Li Ruobing spoke in a tone of negotiation, her delicate white hands had unwittingly grasped Qin Feng's arm. Clearly, she was determined not to release her hold unless he acquiesced. Goodness. Is there not a single normal person among the top 10 on the elite list? First, there was Chunjuro, who seemed intent on generating hostility. And now there was this senior sister who clung to him, insisting on a confrontation. Moreover, the way she was holding on to him suggested that if he did not agree today, she would not let him go. And while sparring was acceptable, why not simply engage in an open match on the arena? Why retreat to a room for such an encounter? I find myself in Bungbu. Qin Feng's lips twitched, and he felt as if 1,000 curses were racing before his eyes. After a long pause, he finally said, "Well, fine." From the very first day of school, Qin Feng had been eager to challenge the top 10 prodigies on the talent rankings. However, upon arriving at the training camp, he discovered that one matter after another kept arising, leaving him no time to initiate any challenges. Now, with Li Ruobing, the fourth-ranked prodigy, taking the initiative to challenge him, Qin Feng was more than willing to accept. Coincidentally, he had just acquired the Earth-level 10th rank sword technique, the Breath of Water, from the system, and was in need of a sparring partner to test it out. Therefore, having Li Ruobing as his training companion was an opportunity he could not pass up. While he had no qualms about sparring with a senior, he hesitated and finally voiced a lingering question. "Senior, does our training camp permit male and female students to live together?" He pondered this for quite some time, aware that his earlier encounter with Chunjuro had nearly turned him into a target of animosity among the male students of the training camp. Now, sharing a roof with Li Ruobing, the fourth-ranked prodigy, would undoubtedly make him the object of envy and resentment. He could already envision waking up the next day surrounded by a group of burly seniors intent on confronting him. Oh no. The mere thought of such a scenario sent chills down his spine. After expressing his thoughts, the initially elated Li Ruobing found herself momentarily speechless. With her lips slightly parted, she finally pouted playfully and said, "Junior, let us spar on the rooftop of the 3rd floor." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Qin Feng standing awkwardly in place. Well then, since we are already here, we might as well make the best of it. Given that Li Ruobing seemed unfazed, it would be unmanly of him to hesitate further. Just go for it. As Qin Feng watched Li Ruobing ascend to the second floor, he headed to the first floor and found a spacious bedroom facing south. He quickly tidied up and decided to take a shower. After the long journey from Jinling to the capital, he had the chance to freshen up. Originally, he had planned to shower yesterday, but with the upcoming assessment for new students, which he assumed would involve combat training against the demon race, he thought it best to wait until after the trials to wash up. Half an hour later, having showered and wrapped in a towel, humming the tune of the most dazzling ethnic style, he stepped out. However, just as he was about to return to his room, he froze in the living room. There, seated gracefully on the sofa, was a lovely figure. Upon hearing footsteps, the girl instinctively turned her gaze towards him. In that moment, they exchanged glances, and everyone stood in stunned silence. Li Ruobing had merely glanced towards the direction of the bathroom upon hearing footsteps, but that fleeting glance rendered her utterly speechless. At the threshold of the bathroom stood a strikingly handsome young man with black hair and dark eyes. He possessed a tall and upright stature, his physique harmoniously proportioned, and his gaze was as profound as the stars. His exquisitely handsome face exuded a sense of masculinity rather than any hint of softness, complemented by a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When she first encountered Qin Feng, Li Ruobing felt indifferent, yet now a particular phrase surfaced in her mind. On the road, beauty like jade, a young man unparalleled in the world. Qin Feng, with a furrowed brow, pondered the nonsensical antics of his senior. It was one thing for her to gaze at him earlier in the courtyard, but now she had the audacity to approach him again. Would this never cease? Chapter 43. Li Ruobing hurriedly turned her head aside, a delicate blush blooming on her exquisite visage, her heart fluttering with playful indignation. Li Ruobing, what has come over you today? Where is that aloof demeanor you usually exhibit before the other students? How could you possibly embarrass yourself so thoroughly in front of this junior? Junior, once you have changed into your attire, let us rendezvous on the rooftop. With that, before Qin Feng could utter a word, Li Ruobing dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the rooftop, one would behold a space transformed into a training arena spanning nearly 300 square meters, adorned with an array of weaponry and familiar training apparatuses such as plum blossom stakes. Junior, my martial soul is the Earth-level 10-tier beast martial soul, the seven-tailed divine fox. Suddenly, a haunting fox cry echoed through the sky, revealing the ethereal emergence of 7 fox tails behind Li Ruobing, with 3 delicate pink whisker-like markings gracing each of her cheeks. Being a beast martial soul, the amplification from my martial soul enhances all attributes: strength, agility, defense, and recovery. Additionally, I can unleash ice attribute soul skills for mid to long-range assaults. Do not worry, for the sake of fairness in our duel, I shall suppress my realm to that of a high-ranking warrior. The 7 snowy white tails behind Li Ruobing swayed gracefully in the air, adding an alluring touch to her already stunning, delicate face. The 7-tailed divine fox, how intriguing. Senior, there is no need for you to suppress your realm. I do not require it. As he spoke, Qin Feng unsheathed his blade. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from carefree to one radiating an intense, lethal aura that spread around him. Total concentration, water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and as he stepped forward, waves of azure water surged beneath his feet, rushing toward Li Ruobing with great speed. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng's blade collided fiercely with the fox tails behind Li Ruobing, producing a clear, ringing sound of metal striking metal. Total concentration, water breathing, second form, water wheel. Utilizing the momentum, Qin Feng executed a forward roll, his long knife creating circular waves of water that arced towards Li Ruobing's fragrant shoulder in a swift strike. What astonishing swordsmanship! Witnessing Qin Feng unleash 2 such fierce slashes in a mere heartbeat, Li Ruobing's brows knitted together in disbelief. Without activating his martial soul, Qin Feng not only executed his attacks flawlessly, but also counterattacked with lethal precision. Such combat awareness and mastery of swordplay left Li Ruobing utterly astounded. It was worth noting that even among seasoned warriors, including those ranked 3rd on the genius list, she had never encountered the same level of pressure that Qin Feng exuded. Could it be that her junior truly possessed the battle awareness characteristic of a high-ranking warrior? Certainly. If Li Ruobing were to discover that the water-breathing sword technique currently employed by Qin Feng was merely acquired moments after the freshman assessment, she might very well retreat to a corner, disheartened and lost in circles of despair. This simply cannot do. A distance must be maintained from Qin Feng. After several rounds of confrontation, Li Ruobing found herself increasingly beleaguered by the relentless onslaught of Qin Feng's swordsmanship, which surged like tumultuous waves. It was evident that in a mere contest of techniques, she stood no chance against him. Focusing intently, she invoked the water-breathing, first form, Water surface slash. Qin Feng inhaled deeply and executed another horizontal slash with his long blade. However, this time, Li Ruobing opted not to confront the attack head-on with her foxtails. Instead, she deftly evaded, swiftly distancing herself from Qin Feng. No servant ice fangs. As she created space, the 7 foxtails behind her began to sway, causing the surrounding air to ripple with energy. In the next moment, a series of razor-sharp ice fangs hovered within a meter of her. 7 in total. This represented the maximum number of ice fangs Li Ruobing could unleash at her current advanced warrior level, without holding back in the slightest. 3 years prior, upon her enrollment, she had dominated her peers with the ferocity of her no-servant ice fangs. Her Earth-grade 10th rank beast martial soul, the 7-tailed divine fox, endowed her with formidable strength, agility, speed, defense, and recuperative abilities. It could be said that her combat prowess was on par with those wielding powerful attack-oriented martial souls. Moreover, her third soul skill, the no-servant ice fangs, offered terrifying ranged ice attacks. This was, without a doubt, a fusion of a berserker and a grand mage, leaving her opponents in utter despair. Thus, even upperclassmen who were junior or mid-level warriors found themselves utterly overwhelmed when facing Li Ruobing. This alone illustrates the sheer terror embodied in her third soul skill, the no-servant ice fangs. Swish, swish, swish. 6 ice fangs spiraled towards Qin Feng, while Li Ruobing brandished one to assault him from above, the middle, and below. The relentless barrage of attacks bore no blind spots as they converged upon him. Observation Haki. Focusing intently, water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng ceased to conceal his abilities and activated his observation Haki. Simultaneously, he merged this with the water breathing, third form, propelling his body forward like a flowing river, leaving behind only fleeting after images, while his true form remained elusive. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with ice fangs, accompanied by a fierce might, crashing down upon Qin Feng's path, raising a cloud of dust. Had he succeeded? Watching the swirling dust, Li Ruobing couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. Yet, before she could fully relax, a light laugh echoed from within the dust. Senior sister. Watch out. As the voice faded, a shadow darted from the dust. The blade, entwined with surging waves, slashed upward at an angle. Witnessing this scene, Li Ruobing was struck with fear, her complexion paling as she fully understood the grotesque nature of Qin Feng's swordsmanship. Should she be struck head-on, there would be no chance of victory for her, given her current status as a high-ranking warrior. In that fleeting moment of peril, Li Ruobing advanced rather than retreating, her 7 foxtails launching an assault upon Qin Feng's blade from above. Armed with observation Haki, she hardened her resolve. At that moment, Qin Feng's blade transformed into a formidable black sword, effortlessly severing Li Ruobing's 7 foxtails, which dissipated into luminous orbs in the air. However, it was precisely because of these 7 tails that they obstructed the force of Qin Feng's sword, causing what should have been a decisive blow to merely graze Li Ruobing's flowing hair, cleaving the vast glass canopy of the training ground in two. Chapter 44. Flattery. Unworn. Qin Feng unleashed a ferocious slash that ultimately dissipated into the air, vanishing without a trace. The state of his martial soul manifestation was forcibly revoked, rendering Li Ruobing unable to utilize the 7-tailed divine fox, revealing her exquisite snow-white satin gown. At this moment, Qin Feng, equally taken aback, glanced at Li Ruobing, astonished that despite employing both observation Haki and armament Haki, she managed to withstand his attack. Although Qin Feng had intentionally angled the back of the blade rather than the edge while executing his focused water-breathing, third form, flowing dance, it meant that even if Li Ruobing had been struck, her state of martial soul manifestation would only have caused her minor superficial injuries, leaving her largely unscathed. After all, being a high-ranking warrior of the same realm, even a general-level martial artist would likely have suffered severe injuries from such a blow. Yet, unexpectedly, this seemingly decisive strike allowed Li Ruobing to discover her sole method of breaking through in this dire situation. It appeared that this senior not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also excelled in practical experience and combat prowess. Truly, there is no falsehood beneath a great reputation. How terrifying it is that each contender on the talented one's list seems to be a formidable entity. Clang. Li Ruobing discarded her icy fong and approached Qin Feng, her tone imbued with complexity as she spoke. Junior, I concede this contest. As a senior who was 2 years ahead of Qin Feng and ranked 4th on the talented one's list, she found herself defeated in combat by a junior who had only just enrolled less than 2 days prior. While it is said that in scholarship there are no absolutes, and in martial arts no second place, Li Ruobing could accept the outcome. Yet she still felt a twinge of discomfort within. Senior, our engagement was merely a leisurely spar, not a life-and-death struggle. Thus, What is there to discuss in terms of victory and defeat? Qin Feng continued. Moreover, this duel was inherently unfair. You possessed the strength of a high-ranking general, yet chose to suppress your realm to that of a high-ranking warrior for my sake. Even if you had won, it would hardly be a true victory. Furthermore, you only utilized one of the seven-tailed divine fox's soul techniques, leaving countless hidden techniques unexploited. Were you to unleash your full strength, I would likely be the one lying on the ground now. Therefore, let us consider this a draw. What do you think, senior? Of course, Qin Feng's words were tailored to suit someone like Liuatai. Setting aside other considerations, during their battle, he had only employed a mere 3 forms of the water-breathing 11th sword technique. In fact, even his Azure Dragon martial soul had not been compelled into action. To be frank, had he not sought to gain experience from Liuatai and test his newly acquired water-breathing techniques, he felt that merely using observation Haki and armament Haki would have sufficed to conclude the fight. However, at this juncture, the art of eloquent diplomacy was indeed necessary. Otherwise, Qin Feng might have foolishly blurted out, "Senior, to be honest, you were rather lacking. I finished our duel without even breaking a sweat." Pray tell, how could Qin Feng possibly muster the audacity to seek out Liuatai for a sparring session again? One must understand that a training partner of the 4th rank on the genius list is a rare gem indeed. Naturally, Liuatai could discern that Qin Feng's words were merely a form of self-soothing. Yet, despite this awareness, her heart swelled with a sweetness akin to honey at his compliment, and an exquisite smile involuntarily graced her lips as she replied, "Then, Junior, let us duel again next time." Qin Feng, thoroughly pleased, seized the opportunity to flatter her further. "Senior sister, your smile is truly enchanting. How can flattery ever miss its mark?" "Oh, how brazen." A blush of alluring crimson dusted Liuatai's cheeks as she playfully chided Qin Feng before hastily retreating. "Had I inadvertently overstepped with my compliments? Where did the high emotional intelligence I was supposed to exhibit vanish to?" As Qin Feng gazed at the retreating figure of his senior, a hint of trepidation flickered within him, leaving him pondering. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a series of melodious system notifications resounded in his mind, eliciting a broad smile upon his face. Ding. Water breathing, 9th form, water flowing droplets, proficiency 10. Ding. Water breathing, 2nd form, water wheel, proficiency 10. Ding. Water breathing. 1st form, water surface slash, proficiency 10. Ding. Water breathing, 3rd form, flowing dance, proficiency 10. Ding. Observation Haki proficiency 10. Ding. Armament Haki proficiency 10. Ding. Defeated Liuatai. The 4th on the genius list, advanced warrior, reward, 100 evolution points. Ding. Detected that the host currently possesses 300 evolution points, meeting the promotion criteria for junior general. Ding. Detected that the host's observation Haki has reached 100 proficiency. A promotion voucher can elevate it to the 2nd subtle realm. What splendid tidings. Hearing the continuous stream of system notifications, Qin Feng enthusiastically patted his thigh. It has been over 3 days since the new recruit trials, and now he could finally ascend to the rank of junior general. What a hard-earned achievement. It is worth noting that during these 3 days, aside from resting on the day he first arrived at the training camp, he spent the other 2 days battling ferocious beasts on the battlefield or participating in various assessments within the trial tower. At long last, after fervently yearning for this breakthrough, he could transcend the threshold of advanced warrior to reach the junior general level. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng eagerly summoned the system page. Host, Qin Feng Realm. Advanced warrior. Promotion possible. Character template. Kaido of the 100 Beasts Fruit ability. Fish Fruit. Mythical Zoan. Power of the Azure Dragon. Human form. Unlock level 10. Azure Dragon form. Locked. Dragon Man form. Locked. Special techniques. Observation Haki. Scope. Unlocked. Insight. Awaiting unlock. Mustard Seed. Locked. Vastness. Locked. Profit. Locked. Armament Haki. Hardening. Unlock level 30. Binding. Locked. Emission. Locked. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Locked. Internal Destruction. Locked. Conqueror's Haki. Burst. Unlock level 4. Will. Locked. Pressure. Locked. Binding. Locked. Combat Techniques. Water Breathing. Unlock level 2. Ripple Steps. Unlock level 30. Aside from the Conqueror's Haki and the power of the Azure Dragon, Qin Feng has seldom utilized his abilities recently, while techniques such as Armament Haki and Observation Haki continue to progress steadily. Chapter 45. The rank of a general having mastered the Observation Haki and reached a certain level of cultivation, it was time to enhance these 2 aspects further. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Feng concentrated his thoughts and declared, "System, utilize a promotion voucher to elevate my Observation Haki to the subtle realm, and expend 300 evolution points to advance my cultivation to the junior general level." In the next instant, a tremendous surge of power erupted from Qin Feng's dantian, coursing through his limbs and meridians. With his eyes closed in deep concentration, he perceived the profound changes occurring within him. At that moment, a radiant white glow enveloped him, resembling a delicate veil, imparting an ethereal and dreamlike ambience. His bones, muscles, tendons, and flesh crackled and popped as if being fried like beans, growing at an astonishing pace. For an ordinary martial artist, such results would require a year of rigorous training, yet Qin Feng accomplished this feat in the span of a mere tea break. While average practitioners toil for over a decade, Qin Feng achieved in mere minutes what would take them years. One could not help but exclaim, "This young man possesses extraordinary fortune." Approximately a stick of incense later, the torrent of energy within his dantian gradually subsided. Is this the power of a junior general? One word, exhilarating. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. He yearned to rush into Liuatabing's room and engage in a fierce battle to gauge the extent of his newfound combat prowess. Moreover, this leap in strength was accompanied by a remarkable enhancement in perception. Upon opening his eyes, the world around him appeared transformed, vibrant, and vivid. What once seemed distant and unclear was now brought into sharp focus. He could discern every movement of the senior students practicing their martial arts across the artificial lake. Even from 100 miles away, not only did he enjoy an expanded field of vision, but his hearing had also become exceptionally acute. He could overhear conversations from neighbors, the rustling of leaves in the distance, and even the soft splashes of fish swimming in the lake. This sudden transformation left Qin Feng momentarily speechless. Had he truly become a figure with extraordinary sensory abilities overnight? However, he quickly regained his composure and accessed the system interface for a closer examination. Host, Qin Feng Cultivation, Junior General, Unlock Level 0, Character Template. Kaido of the 100 Beasts Fruit Ability. Fish Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Power of the Azure Dragon, Human Form. Unlocked. Azure Dragon Form. Unlocked. Dragon Man Form. Unlocked. Special Skill. Observation Haki. General Observation. Unlocked. Subtle Realm. Unlocked. Mustard Seed. Unlocked. Vastness. Unlocked. Profit. Unlocked. So this is the subtle realm of observation Haki? It amplifies my 5 senses to such an extraordinary degree. It is utterly abnormal, supremely abnormal. From now on, let anyone who dares speak ill of me from behind be wary. Wait, what? Wait, this familiar sensation is. Qin Feng instinctively cast a furtive glance at his surroundings. Goodness. To his astonishment, the once empty rooftop of the courtyard was now brimming with a crowd. The multitude of despairing eyes fixated upon Qin Feng, and if glances could kill, he would have surely leaped from the rooftop by now. At this moment, the seniors crowded on the terrace bore expressions laden with indignation, as if the apocalypse were imminent. It was him. It was him. It was him. The goddess Yoriichi, ranked 10th on the talents list, had already been taken by this fellow, and now Qin Feng had the audacity to pursue the 4th-ranked goddess, Liuatabing. Where is justice? Where is fairness? As Qin Feng felt the scorching stares upon him, he couldn't help but smack his forehead and silently lament, Commander Zhou has truly led me into a trap. It was only now that he grasped the enormity of the predicament that Commander Zhou had unwittingly orchestrated for him. As the 4th-ranked Liuatabing, it goes without saying that the attention of countless males was riveted upon her, surpassing even that directed at Shinjiroa. Moreover, the residence of Liuatabing in the 007 Jinling Pavilion had attracted an untold number of curious gazes. Not to mention, the ruckus caused by his duel with Liuatabing on the terrace had made it impossible for this crowd to overlook the commotion. The scrutiny felt like a thorn in Qin Feng's back. What else could he do at this point? The animosity had reached its peak. He thought it best to apply the 36 stratagems and retreat as the optimal strategy. With this in mind, Qin Feng hastened down from the rooftop, his feet moving swiftly beneath the watchful eyes of the multitude. Only when his figure completely vanished from view did the crowd erupt in an uncontrollable frenzy. Damn it! Qin Feng, it's him again. I shall confront him. Indeed, this fellow disregards the code of chivalry, having already engaged in tender moments with the goddess Yoriichi. Now he dares to share a roof with goddess Liuatabing, straddling 2 boats. This indignation is intolerable. I feel like a sour lemon. The cherished gem of the Li family in the imperial capital, the 4th-ranked prodigy in the elite training camp, has truly taken a liking to that fellow. No, damn it. This guy has only been here for 2 days and has already captivated 2 goddesses on the talents list. This cannot be allowed to continue. If I let this fellow be, I fear even the dormitory matron downstairs may fall victim to his whims. It has been decided. I shall duel this brat. His arrogance must be curbed, and he must receive a lesson from us older students. In a moment, the rooftop became a bustling hive of activity. with all the male compatriots rolling up their sleeves, their faces flushed with determination. In other words, if Qin Feng had been present before them, he would have swiftly subdued them with a series of decisive maneuvers. As he hurriedly made his way from the rooftop back to the living room, he found Liuatai seated on the sofa. Upon noticing Qin Feng's descent, she cast him an exasperated glance before retreating to her room in solitude. Observing Liuatai's reaction, even the most naive of Qin Feng's demeanor could discern that this senior was likely aware of the antics of that group of male ruffians on the rooftop. With a sense of trepidation, Qin Feng opened the campus forum. As anticipated, beneath the two posts that he had previously dominated, a fresh post had emerged, bearing the sensational title, Shocking. Goddess Liuatai allegedly cohabiting with a certain male. Evidence is irrefutable. Chapter 46. The campus network crashed at first glance. The title suggests an enticing narrative featuring the goddess Liuatai, cohabitation, and undeniable evidence. It appears to be bursting with intrigue. However, the reality reveals a rather tepid reception. This is primarily due to the overwhelming abundance of sensationalist headlines attempting to capitalize on the allure of the celestial rankings, which have long since ceased to astonish the audience. Upon delving deeper into the post, one discovers, to their astonishment, yet another instance of misleading titling, with the content bearing little to no relevance to the headline. Consequently, such attempts to ride the coattails of the goddess's popularity are often met with swift denunciation and subsequent closure by irate alumni. Naturally, there are those fiery seniors who might even be tempted to confront the poster in a one-on-one duel across the digital ether. Yet, as the number of replies to this post began to swell, accompanied by an alarming increase in response speed, some unsuspecting students, drawn by curiosity, ventured to click the link. What on earth are you all doing, scouring for trivialities? Indeed, who finds amusement in such a banal post? Where are the administrators? Shouldn't this be swiftly deleted? How dare anyone just at the expense of our goddess Liuatai? Do they seek to ruin their standing? I swear, I will eradicate all such headline chasers. Brothers, I just discovered that the original poster resides in my dormitory. That rascal seized the opportunity to post while I was away. If the content of this post offends anyone, let us gather our resolve and deal with him. Thus, a wave of outraged forum members surged into the thread. Yet, upon encountering the post content, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The post contained nothing but a series of bold exclamation marks. Qin Feng focused intently and realized that the image was none other than a photograph of himself battling Liuatai on the rooftop, perhaps due to the photographer's trembling hands. The image lacked clarity, yet the visages of Qin Feng and Liuatai remained unmistakable. It is evident that even a warrior could falter in the grip of their camera, revealing the tumultuous emotions experienced at that moment. It is understandable, after all, who would not be astonished? A mere newcomer to the training camp, forging intimate connections with two of the most revered figures on the celestial rankings, and subsequently shattering long-standing historical records that had remained unbroken since the camp's inception, outpacing the second place by a significant margin. Is it any wonder that this revelation would provoke shock and awe? Particularly amongst the male seniors who idolized Liuatai as their dream goddess, they were left utterly shattered upon viewing the post. Each was rendered speechless, as if they had lost all sense of purpose in life, standing there in a daze. Tell me, this cannot be real. Surely, this is a fabricated video. Is it not? I find myself utterly shattered, as if the meaning of life has abruptly slipped away. To my astonishment, the enchanting goddess, a radiant beauty, has been swept away by a newcomer who has barely been in school for 2 days. It seems all hope is lost. The number of goddesses in the esteemed ranks is already scarce, and yet this Qin Feng has managed to capture 2 without a moment's hesitation. How shall we endure the interminable nights ahead? Perhaps they merely share a roof and maintain an innocent friendship, one might ponder. I see your mind is wandering. Lying on my bed, Qin Feng observed the incessantly refreshing replies with a sense of wonder. Here I am, having only just arrived at the training camp for a mere 2 days, initially intending to be an inconspicuous presence, wholly absorbed in my cultivation. But behold, not only have I failed to remain unnoticed, but I have also become the center of attention at the Shinjo training camp, with even the top contender, Situ Pajun, relegated to mere supporting role. It appears I have truly burst into the limelight. Intrigued, Qin Feng continued to peruse the ever-scrolling posts. Naturally, many were astonished by my remarkable feats since joining the camp, showering me with praises and reverential titles that left me quite overwhelmed. Among them, several senior female students proclaimed themselves to be ardent admirers of mine. I silently commended their discerning taste. However, the majority of comments came from the older male students, who voiced their grievances, and the momentum of their discontent was spiraling out of control. Even through the screen, I could sense the fervent energy emanating from the other side, as they seemed eager to confront me. At this rate, I might not even have to wait until tomorrow before they come charging at me. Rubbing my chin thoughtfully, An idea suddenly sparkled in my mind, prompting me to access the campus network marketplace and search for Lingbo Weibo. Lingbo Weibo, level 4, 250,000 points. Lingbo Weibo, level 5, 500,000 points. Lingbo Weibo, level 6, 1,000,000 points. Indeed, the campus network marketplace interlinks with the battle network, offering cultivation techniques and rare treasures alike. The lone distinction lies in the fact that the battle network requires real currency and imposes military rank restrictions. Conversely, since those who can cultivate within the campus network typically graduate at no less than the rank of major, the military rank limitations are waived, and only campus points are required. Although I have successfully passed the S-rank assessment of the first level of the trial tower, the points I acquired amount to merely 1,000,000, enough only to purchase the 6th level of Lingbo Weibo. As for the 4th and 5th levels, I still lack a staggering 750,000 points. If I were to earn points systematically, gathering such a sum would indeed prove challenging. However, should there be ample opportunities, particularly with a flock of unsuspecting targets, the situation would be entirely different. Rubbing my hands together, I proceeded to compose and post a message. Thank you for the invitation. Currently, I find myself in Jinling, having just disembarked from my flight. Renowned as the foremost of Jiangnan and the second among the exceptional, I have barely passed the S-level assessment of the trial tower. Regarding the inquiries posed about the legend of Zelda, I acknowledge that those who comprehend the matter do so, and for those who do not, I find little inclination to elucidate. However, for any challengers who may dispute this, I, Qin Feng, am prepared to accept challenges in the arena. Before any duel commences, an entry fee of 10,000 points must be submitted. Should one pay the points and fail to appear, the challenge shall be deemed void. Signed, Qin Feng. To ensure that every student in the Shinjo training camp receives this announcement, I have also summoned Chu Xiao to disseminate this information across all student groups, lest anyone remain unaware of its existence. Chapter 47. My beloved system. At the conclusion of the post, in a bid to fully saturate the atmosphere with mockery, Qin Feng took care to emphasize the challenge rules in bold, crimson font. He declared that whoever could defeat him in the challenge would claim the 1,000,000 points he had just acquired for themselves. As anticipated, once Qin Feng's post was released, it stirred not only the suitors of Li Ruobing and Chen Jirua, but also the admirers of beauty into a frenzy. Even the onlookers, who relished the chaos, began to clamor, eagerly offering their points without hesitation, as if they feared that the competition slots would be filled in mere moments. Ding. Points credited, 100,000. Ding. Points credited, 100,000. Ding. Points credited, 100,000. Watching his account balance soar like a rocket filled Qin Feng with uncontainable joy. In less than 10 minutes since posting, his points had nearly breached the 2 million mark, and the number of registrants swiftly surpassed 100. Had the rankings on the elite list been solely determined by points rather than positional challenges, he would have amended his post to read, "Grateful for the invitation. Just landed in Jinling, the foremost in Jiangnan, the pinnacle of excellence, having barely passed the S-class trial tower." Such a title would undoubtedly amplify his publicity. Nevertheless, with nearly 100 students signing up for this challenge, a perfect opportunity for Qin Feng to ensnare the unsuspecting lambs, he exuberantly waved his hand and purchased the remaining volumes of the Lingbo Weibo technique with great flair. Since this acquisition was made through the school network, the complete set of Lingbo Weibo manuscripts from the elite training camp was promptly delivered to him. Now, with the water-breathing technique S11th sword form acquired from the system, should he successfully master all 6 levels of Lingbo Weibo, it would mean the fusion of these 2 sets of techniques was custom-tailored for him, as a wielder of the fish fruit, a mythical beast type. In its azure dragon form, Qin Feng possessed extraordinary strength, agility, defense, endurance, and intellect, far surpassing his peers of the same realm. When he combined the formidable might of his physical body with the water-breathing technique and infused his sword with the armed color of Haki, the envisioned scene was nothing short of breathtakingly violent. Who could withstand a single strike from him? Even high-ranking battle generals or novice kings might find themselves overwhelmed. The mere thought of utilizing Lingbo Weibo and water-breathing on the challenge platform to slice through a small lamb filled Qin Feng with exhilaration, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Eager for the morrow to arrive, with only 2 opportunities for enlightenment remaining, he resolved to use them judiciously. Perhaps, by mastering the first 3 levels of the Lingbo Weibo, I could effortlessly conquer the 4th to 6th levels. With this frugal mindset, Qin Feng picked up the Lingbo Weibo once more, intending to engage in a night of intense study. However, 10 minutes passed, an hour elapsed, 3 hours went by. All right, system. I shall utilize the comprehension opportunity once more to grasp the 4th to 6th levels of Lingbo Weibo. Qin Feng tossed the manual aside, prepared to invoke the enlightenment once again. Just then, a melodious system alert chimed in, sounding as if a celestial being was gently calling to him. The host has previously utilized a comprehension opportunity on the Lingbo Weibo manual. There is no need to use an additional opportunity for understanding the same manual. System, I absolutely adore you, Qin Feng exclaimed, elated as he lifted the Lingbo Weibo anew. Indeed, with the system's support, what had previously seemed like an incomprehensible text now revealed its secrets at a mere glance. Whoosh! Qin Feng attempted to activate the 4th level's principles of the Lingbo Weibo. With each step forward, the intricate patterns of the I Ching beneath his feet rippled with spatial distortions. Simultaneously, his speed surpassed that of the 3rd level by more than double. Had he truly mastered it? Turning back, he realized that his last step had indeed shortened the distance dramatically. Were it not for the confined space of this courtyard, he could have easily sprinted back to his home in Jinling without a second thought. Ha ha ha, is this it? Just this? I, Qin Feng, am indeed a prodigy. With enlightenment at my disposal, I can master any skill in a single glance. Subsequently, Qin Feng propelled himself through the 5th and 6th levels of the Lingbo Weibo, discovering that each repetition flowed more seamlessly than the last. By the end, he felt as though he had become one with the I Ching patterns, with every advance and retreat, every offense and defense, occurring in a single thought. Clearly, Qin Feng had now cultivated the Lingbo Weibo to a consummate stage. However, as he integrated all 6 levels of the Lingbo Weibo, he subtly sensed a side effect of this technique. While the Lingbo Weibo enabled a rapid increase in his movement speed within a short span, the double speed of the 1st level and the triple and quintuple speeds of the 2nd and 3rd levels did not leave him feeling fatigued. Yet, upon reaching the 4th level, where speed increased tenfold, and even more so at the 5th level with a 20-fold acceleration, he could distinctly feel the immense strain it imposed on his body, particularly at the 6th level, which promised 100-fold speed. He understood from prior experience that recklessly exceeding his physical limits would lead to dire consequences. At that moment, it would truly be a case of damaging oneself while attempting to harm the enemy. Few, although the 100-fold speed of the 6th level cannot be employed for now, it stands as a trump card, potentially yielding extraordinary results in crucial moments ahead. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng ceased his musings and returned to his bed. Weariness enveloped him, and before long, he sank into a deep slumber. Today is the weekend. Typically, this serves as a rare respite for the trainees at the training camp. On such days, participants often seize the opportunity to engage in social outings or attend to various tasks. Generally, within the esteemed Shinjo elite training camp, one seldom encounters trainees idling about the campus, as each is preoccupied with their respective commitments. However, this particular weekend stands as an extraordinary exception. As dawn broke, the senior trainees appeared invigorated and, almost as if fueled by an unseen energy, converged at the challenge arena. Remarkably, several seniors, who had previously taken on assignments, made an unprecedented decision to temporarily set them aside and join the gathering at the challenge platform. Chapter 48, Preparing to Impress Everyone Surprisingly. A handful of students who had spent the night on dates did not return to their dormitories for a much-needed rest. Instead, they hastily donned their trousers and rushed towards the challenge arena. Even the dormitory supervisor and the cafeteria staff, armed with small stools, spontaneously made their way to the scene. Although it was merely 6 in the morning, the challenge arena was already bustling with activity, teeming with students and training camp staff, numbering at least several hundred. Moreover, this number was rapidly increasing. By the time the clock struck 7, the total assembly of students and staff had swelled to nearly 1,000. The convergence of such a multitude at the challenge arena ultimately stemmed from one individual, Qin Feng. The previous night, Qin Feng had audaciously issued a declaration on the arena, akin to a piece of ostentatious literature, directed at all the senior students of the Shinjo elite training camp. This prompted a flurry of followers to flock to his post, some merely out of discontent with Qin Feng, while many others were envious of the 1 million points he had recently acquired. Indeed, the majority of male peers appeared to relish the prospect of witnessing Qin Feng, whom they deemed pretentious, being humbled by a throng. One particularly poignant reply encapsulated the sentiments of many. Qin Feng's suffering is our greatest delight, in stark contrast to the male cohort. Qin Feng's female admirers offered him unwavering support, with both factions clearly delineated as if divided by the ancient Chuhan boundary. Amidst the crowd, someone was the first to exclaim, "Qin Feng is here." Instantly, hundreds of eyes turned in unison towards the entrance, where Qin Feng was seen leisurely approaching the challenge arena. It was evident that a virtual pod had already risen on the arena, with the first batch of 20 eager participants standing in anticipation before their respective pods. The points collected from registration fees alone were sufficient to cover the remaining 4 to 6 levels of the elusive Lingbo Weibo movement technique. Thus, to maximize today's impact, Qin Feng directly transferred 1 million points into the specialized account of the challenge system. Within this account, only the defender, Qin Feng, and the challenger could access the points. Upon the conclusion of the battles in the challenge arena, the victorious party would naturally receive the 1 million points directly into their account. Additionally, the 10,000 points spent on registration would be fully refunded to the winner. At that moment, Instructor Zhou had already brought the first batch of challengers to the arena. As soon as Qin Feng arrived, the 20 participants turned their gazes toward him, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination and a resolute spirit of competition. All 20 were second-year students from the elite training camp, and they were envious of Qin Feng's ostentatious proclamations on the forum and the remarkable feat of stepping onto the Heavenly Pride list with 2 illustrious names. They could hardly contain their envy, as evidenced by the drool pooling in their eyes. Particularly, Qin Feng's legion of female supporters fervently rallied for him on the campus network, further exacerbating the embarrassment felt by these senior students. To gain entry into the prestigious Shinjo elite training camp, one must possess a remarkable talent. For each individual here is a paragon of youth and ambition, selected from millions as a true genius. Wherever they go, they naturally exude an aura of a protagonist, treated as esteemed guests and showered with admiration, a true rhythm of a life well lived. However, what they never anticipated was that, despite being the supposed victors of life, they found themselves without romantic partners after such a long time in the training camp. To their astonishment, a mere sophomore, who had just entered 2 days prior, snatched away 2 illustrious goddesses from the genius rankings. Even more astonishingly, he established a vast sisterhood within the camp at lightning speed. Goodness, Qin Feng's actions were utterly extraordinary. Not only did he shatter their romantic illusions, but with a mere turn of events, he also captured the hearts of the girls they could pursue. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will leap over the wall. What about them? Each one, filled with indignation, felt as if they could leap off a building in despair. Now, this group of furious seniors, driven by resentment and malice, were lamenting their lack of opportunity to confront Qin Feng. Little did they expect that he would so cooperatively set up a challenge arena, offering a staggering 1 million points as a wager. Such a lucrative bet not only promised satisfaction, but also the potential for overnight wealth. Only a fool would decline. As Qin Feng stepped onto the challenge stage, Instructor Zhou swiftly approached and, without hesitation, pulled him aside, exclaiming, "Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? What on earth are you doing issuing a challenge on the campus forum?" He gestured to the eager challengers surrounding them, continuing, "Do you truly believe that because you are a talented martial artist with formidable strength, and have yet to encounter anyone your age stronger than you, you are invincible? This is folly, this is arrogance." Instructor Zhou, gazing at Qin Feng, who appeared unfazed, felt a surge of frustration. "Qin Feng, you still do not grasp the gravity of the situation. You know that some of the older students specifically target newcomers like you, luring them into challenging duels. It is well known that these unfair battles are rigged, with 9 out of 10 resulting in loss. And the number of new students who emerge victorious can be counted on one hand. Indeed, you, Qin Feng, are a prodigy among prodigies. A marvel who shattered the historical record of the Trial Tower upon your arrival, basking in unparalleled glory. Yet, I must remind you that every student allowed into this elite training camp is also a genius among geniuses, an exceptional talent amongst the younger generation. Many have trained here for a year, or even 2 to 3 years. Furthermore, I see that there are as many as 120 challengers registered for this contest, though the challenge unfolds within a virtual arena. Do you not find it exhausting to confront so many contenders?" Observing Instructor Zhou's deep sighs and his lamentations of disappointment, Qin Feng maintained an unwavering smile as he replied, "Instructor Zhou, what is there to be weary about? I find great joy in the prospect of impressing all my fellow students here." Suddenly, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Instructor Zhou's mouth hung open, and for a long while, he was rendered speechless. "Damn it, what an idiot. I shall no longer concern myself with you. Perhaps being defeated on the stage is what you truly deserve." Enraged, Instructor Zhou stormed off, muttering curses under his breath. It was evident that even someone as composed as Instructor Zhou was thoroughly exasperated by Qin Feng's antics. Chapter 49. Who else opposes? As he watched the disgruntled Instructor Zhou storm away, Qin Feng raised his hands in an expression of innocence. He could not be blamed for his playful banter. After all, he was already on the stage, and a few witty remarks were only fitting. Hey. Just as Qin Feng approached, Chu Xiao eagerly presented him with a microphone. After a brief sound check, Qin Feng addressed the audience with a resonant voice. Since everyone is gathered here and the wager has been established, allow me to outline the rules of the challenge. The entire battle will take place within a virtual chamber. Yet both the challenger and the defender are restricted to the rank of a junior warrior. Of course, I alone will serve as the defender. While the challengers may number as many as the available virtual machines, a hush fell over the venue, quickly followed by an uproar that nearly threatened to lift the roof off. What kind of rule is this? Why should there be a restriction on cultivation for a challenge? Does anyone oppose? Qin Feng inquired, observing the fervent crowd below. He gestured with his hand to quiet them, smiling. I oppose. A male student stood up, raising his arm in protest, and several other participants began to rise as well, prepared to echo his sentiments. However, Qin Feng's subsequent words left them momentarily speechless. You oppose? Oh. Chu Xiao, make a note of this. I shall not accept this person's challenge. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. But I paid the registration fee, the boy exclaimed, visibly angered. Did I ever say that merely registering guarantees you a challenge against me? Qin Feng replied, feigning bewilderment at his protest. The crowd seemed struck by a bolt of lightning. Realizing that Qin Feng had indeed not specified in the challenge announcement that paying the requisite points guaranteed a match against him. This implied that Qin Feng could, if he wished, abscond with the registration fees without consequence, as the points had already been transferred to his personal account, irretrievable by the participants. They were left feeling utterly powerless, akin to a dog trying to bite a porcupine. As Qin Feng's words hung in the air, Chen Zhirao, who was observing from the sidelines, couldn't he help but chuckle. This Qin Feng is definitely doing this on purpose. The challengers had come with intentions to trouble him. Yet before they could even initiate their plans, Qin Feng had turned the tables on them, raising the level of mockery to new heights. Meanwhile, Liuatai, seated beside Chen Zhirao, remained silent, yet a flicker of amusement crossed her icy, beautiful gaze as she watched Qin Feng. Naturally, the actions of these two goddesses did not escape the notice of the male onlookers, who were left seething with frustration. However, they felt utterly unable to voice their grievances, as Qin Feng's previous statements were indeed beyond reproach. After all, challenging the previous statement resulted in Qin Feng eliminating them from the competition. At that point, not only would their frustrations remain unexpressed, but they would also sacrifice their precious points. That would truly be a loss of both reputation and resources. Thus, I shall not oppose anymore. It is too late. Qin Feng lazily uttered this remark, then turned to survey the crowd, inquiring, is there anyone else who wishes to object? In an instant, all challengers shook their heads as if they were bobbing dolls, no one daring to voice dissent. After all, that 10,000 points was no trivial matter for them. As long as the challenge continued, they would eventually have the opportunity to win back their investments, and with interest. From Qin Feng, however, being eliminated at this juncture would indeed result in a total loss. Moreover, Qin Feng had just declared that there was no limit to the number of challengers. This meant they could employ a strategy of relentless waves, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. When that time came, even if they could not defeat Qin Feng individually, collectively they could drown him with their spittle. Since there were no objections, the challenge officially commenced. With that, Qin Feng reclined within the virtual chamber, and the hatch slowly closed. An endless expanse of brilliant stars hung above, while beneath them lay an infinite, reddish-brown desert with but a solitary structure, the arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, beams of light descended, and soon 21 figures appeared atop the grand arena, comprising Qin Feng and his 20 challengers. Please select your weapons and combat attire. Time limit: 5 minutes. A commanding voice resonated throughout the vast space, as hundreds of weapons and combat gear materialized before Qin Feng. Familiar with the requirements from his previous trials, Qin Feng skillfully selected his preferred dark long knife and black combat attire. On the arena, the other 20 challengers swiftly donned their chosen weapons and gear. Please select the battle scene. The voice from the virtual realm echoed once more, as maps began to flash before Qin Feng and the other challengers. Yet, the 20 challengers hesitated, exchanging glances and refraining from speaking, their eyes darting towards Qin Feng. Given the lessons learned from past encounters, they had developed a keen understanding of Qin Feng's audacity. Therefore, they were relieved when he settled on a map. Let us choose the ancient Roman Colosseum. The ancient Roman Colosseum? As they gazed upon the familiar arena, the 20 challengers looked at Qin Feng with a mix of confusion and intrigue. Was he brimming with confidence? Merely arrogant? Or perhaps foolish? With a resounding rumble, the surroundings began to shift. In an instant, an oval-shaped arena, spanning approximately 20,000 square meters and devoid of any obstacles, materialized. Surrounding the arena were grandstands capable of accommodating 90,000 spectators. Clang, clang, clang. Bright floodlights illuminated the entire ancient Roman Colosseum. The battle has begun. The virtual echoes of electronic sounds reverberated within the ancient Roman amphitheater. As the colossal virtual screens surrounding the arena illuminated simultaneously, broadcasting a live feed of all that transpired within. Concurrently, on the campus forum of the elite training camp in Shinjo, a video pop-up unexpectedly emerged. Many students and mentors, who were engaged in tasks and training outside, were taken aback by the sudden dialogue box. Typically, notifications of this nature would only appear in the event of particularly significant or urgent occurrences within the training camp. And ordinarily, even minor updates would not elicit such alerts. With a swift motion, the hovering virtual screen projected a title that materialized before them. Live broadcast of the freshman Qin Feng's 1v100 Arena Challenge. Chapter 50. Live broadcast across the school. Upon reading the title, everyone instantly perked up, eager to click in. Goodness. What transpired in the training camp during my month-long mission outside? If my memory serves me right, the new students should have just entered the camp these past few days. Indeed, these newcomers have become increasingly audacious, daring to challenge their seniors right upon enrollment. They are bound to face considerable hardships soon. Amidst the chatter, beams of light cascaded from the heavens onto the Roman-style arena, gradually filling the previously vacant seats with spectators. Intriguingly, the challenger's side was entirely composed of male students, while the defenders boasted an array of senior female students, creating a stark contrast akin to the historical divide of the Chu River and Han Street. Remarkably, the new student seems to have garnered significant attention, as a considerable number of female students from our training camp were rallying behind him. Wait, is that Goddess Ruobing and Goddess Zhuo seated in the front row? Goodness, I am seething with envy. What extraordinary background does this newcomer possess to be flanked by the two illustrious goddesses? This indignation is intolerable. Had I been present in the training camp, I would have confronted this newcomer myself. Hold on, should a confrontation arise, it would not be your turn. Have you forgotten who Ruobing's brother is? He is a formidable figure on the elite list as well. In the desolate wilderness, a young man sat atop the carcass of a colossal beast, gazing at the images transmitted to his wrist-mounted computer. His expression was contemplative, yet a hint of a cryptic smile played at the corners of his lips. Oh, this newcomer is quite audacious, daring to set his sights on my sister? Once my mission concludes, I shall see how formidable you truly are. With that, the stoic young man swiftly extracted the demon crystal and strode deeper into the wilds. Meanwhile, the 20 challengers exchanged glances, each reflecting the same bewildered expression. Prior to this moment, they had neither seen nor even heard of a newcomer so brazen. Not only did he challenge the entire elite training camp, but he also intended to take on all 20 of them individually? What an outrageous jest. What further astonished them was the knowledge that this entire spectacle was being broadcast live by the school. Their every action was laid bare to thousands, including mentors and high-ranking officials from the combat department. This revelation left the seniors feeling somewhat disoriented. The very notion of upperclassmen challenging a newcomer was already humiliating, let alone a group of 20. Was this not akin to a mob assault? Moreover, with the event being live-streamed, they felt compelled to maintain their dignity and thus began to jostle for the honor of leading the charge. Enough of the chatter. Allow me to take the lead. In a fleeting moment, a robust young man, towering at 8 feet tall, stepped forward with confidence and declared, I am Xiao Yohang, a second-year student of the training camp, ranked 53rd on the talents list. My martial soul is the Earth-level second-grade beast martial soul, the Crimson Fiery Tiger. I seek your guidance. The mere thought of being able to demonstrate his prowess against Qin Feng in front of the entire school, including the revered goddess Ruobing and the enchanting goddess Shi Ruo, filled Xiao Yohang with uncontainable joy. He paid no heed to the arrogance in Qin Feng's words, fully unleashing the aura of a primary battle general, as 2 crimson beams of light surged behind him. A thunderous roar resounded, as the ethereal image of a formidable tiger gradually materialized behind Xiao Yohang. The vast Roman-style arena was soon enveloped by the pressure emanating from his Earth-level second-grade beast martial soul. With fierce determination in his eyes, Xiao Yohang crouched, his body arching high as if he had transformed into a tiger, mirroring the majestic movements of his martial soul. The powerful beast, poised for battle, opened its massive jaws, revealing fangs that gleamed ominously. In that moment, man and beast seemed to merge into one, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine of all present. When he finally struck, the arena erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, as every instructor displayed profound shock. The astonishment did not stem from Xiao Yohang's martial soul, but rather from the martial technique he was executing. Although Earth-level martial souls are exceedingly rare in the outside world, one could hardly overstate their scarcity, likening them to a 1-in-a-million occurrence. Yet here, in the elite training camp of the Divine Land, each individual was a paragon selected from millions, and exceptional talent. While a second-grade Earth-level martial soul like Xiao Yonghong's may not be a common sight, it certainly was not a rarity within the camp. What truly set him apart was the Earth-level first-grade martial technique he was currently showcasing. The difficulty of mastering Earth-level martial techniques is well known, equating to the challenge of finding a practitioner with a profound 10th-grade martial soul in the training camp. This was indeed an Earth-level first-grade martial technique, rumored to be the most challenging to cultivate within its tier. Failure to master it would be forgivable, but upon success, the practitioner and martial soul would become inseparable, unified as one. Moreover, Xiao Yonghang was currently wielding the Fiery Tiger martial soul. This technique seemed tailor-made for him, allowing him to compensate for any limitations in his cultivation with remarkable efficiency. Below the arena, some instructors began to recognize the profound connection between Xiao Yonghang's martial technique and his martial soul, expressing their admiration aloud. If I recall correctly, Xiao Yonghang has only been training in this technique for less than 2 months. For him to grasp it so quickly is certainly a point of pride for a second-year student. They chuckled. This newcomer Qin Feng is still too young. Does he naively believe that the gap between him and the senior students lies solely in cultivation levels? How naive. The disparity in combat skills between the two is sufficient to crush Qin Feng outright. Although the young man possesses commendable talent, he is woefully overconfident, believing that a few fortunate encounters would allow him to stride through the training camp unchallenged. How absurd, how ludicrous. Let us keenly observe how Senior Yonghang will mercilessly dominate this newcomer in the arena. In an instant, the upperclassmen and several mentors and instructors cast glances at Qin Feng filled with mockery and amusement. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will surely be toppled by the wind. Qin Feng's exceptional abilities and the numerous milestones he has achieved since arriving at the Shinjo training camp have undoubtedly caught the attention of these mentors and upperclassmen. However, due to the sheer brilliance of Qin Feng, many harbor resentment towards him, especially since he is entangled in ambiguous relationships with the two campus goddesses, Jiruo and Ruobing. This has only fueled the desire of many to witness his downfall, relishing the prospect of his humiliation. They are convinced that Qin Feng will be ruthlessly crushed by the fierce and domineering claw of Xiao Yonghang. Chapter 51. Only Gung Quangchen Jiruo observed everything with a hint of concern reflected in her beautiful eyes. There was no doubt about Qin Feng's talent. Yet he was still too young. How could he possibly escape the clutches of Xiao Yonghang? Ruobing, who do you think will win this battle? As Chun Zhuo anxiously pondered Qin Feng's impending fight, her peripheral vision caught sight of Li Ruobing beside her. The latter appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to the forthcoming confrontation. Qin Feng. Li Ruobing's gaze was fixated on the figure of Qin Feng in the arena. Perhaps even she was unaware of the gentle softness that brushed the corners of her eyes and the slight upturn of her lips. Jiruo, just watch closely. Perhaps the upcoming battle will redefine your perception of Qin Feng. Qin Zhuo was taken aback by Li Ruobing's unexpectedly warm demeanor towards Qin Feng, a stark contrast to her usual icy disposition with other boys. Yet, Li Ruobing had no intention of elaborating further, and Qin Jiruo felt no need to press for more. Instead, her beautiful eyes grew tense as they focused on the unfolding battle. Clang. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Feng maintained his composure, slowly drawing a black tang knife from his waist. Qin Feng, are you not going to summon your martial soul? Xiao Yonghang's eyes gleamed with ferocity, resembling a fierce tiger ready to pounce, his movements echoing that of a predatory beast. Rest assured, I, Xiao Yonghang, would never stoop to ambushing a mere junior like you. Although your martial soul is rather unimpressive, it is still better than being empty-handed. In Xiao Yonghang's eyes, Qin Feng was merely a dish to be consumed at his leisure. With all preparations complete, he felt no urgency, instead relishing the opportunity to mock Qin Feng and vent his frustrations. However, the next words uttered by Qin Feng ignited an uncontrollable fury within Xiao Yonghang. Against someone like you, I have no need to summon my martial soul. Standing firm with the knife in hand, Qin Feng smiled nonchalantly, as though he viewed Xiao Yonghang as the dish unworthy of a grand feast, a mere cabbage. The surrounding students and instructors were left dumbfounded by Qin Feng's audacity. Goodness! Qin Feng truly exemplifies the notion that there is no limit to arrogance. Even before the battle had commenced, he displayed such disdain towards Xiao Yonghang. Qin Feng, you are courting death. Xiao Yonghang trembled with rage, his face alternating between shades of green and red. After a prolonged moment, he managed to squeeze out this phrase, and then he could no longer contain his fighting spirit. He lunged towards Qin Feng. As Xiao Yonghang charged forward, his martial soul, a vibrant tiger, erupted behind him. From the audience's perspective, the man and beast appeared as one. wielding claws imbued with immense power as they surged towards Qin Feng, unleashing a tempest of fierce winds and echoing roars throughout the arena. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Qin Feng shed his previous demeanor of nonchalance, and an air of formidable intensity enveloped him. Even he had to concede that Xiao Yonghang was indeed an indisputable genius. What the average person might take a lifetime to merely grasp in the realm of Earth-level combat techniques, Xiao was able to wield and manifest to such an extraordinary degree. It was conceivable that he could contend with opponents of equal rank and even those beyond it. Yet, this merely posed a challenge to ordinary warriors. To engage Qin Feng in a contest of strength was a matter far removed, perhaps a millennium away. The howling winds outside carried an aura of impending doom. Yet Qin Feng remained as tranquil as a still pond. His eyes suddenly closed in deep contemplation, and he inhaled deeply, entering a state of profound focus. All concentration coalesced into a singular form, the breath of water, the essence of unity, the water's surface / At that moment, the black Tang Dao in Qin Feng's grasp shimmered with waves of brilliant azure, as if the blade itself responded to its master, vibrating with a resounding hum. These seemingly inconsequential droplets of water appeared trivial when confronted by the might of Xiao Yonghang's thunderous advance, but the instructors and mentors present, each possessing at least the prowess of a battle emperor, recognized the subtle shift in Qin Feng's sword intent. One instructor, who had previously dismissed Qin Feng's potential, gasped sharply, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Could it be that Qin Feng has comprehended the intent of the blade?" As his words fell, the surrounding crowd, previously ablaze with fervor, fell eerily silent, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats, fixated on the unfolding drama, just as murmurs rippled through the audience. At the instant Xiao Yonghang closed in on Qin Feng, the latter unleashed his Tang Dao. Swift. The speed of Qin Feng's strike could only be described by that single word. The Tang Dao sliced through the air with breathtaking velocity, waves erupting from its tip in an arc that was both ostentatious and fierce, striking with unyielding force. Accompanied by a piercing clang, the cold light of the blade manifested instantaneously. With the breath of water, the essence of unity, one decisive strike was unleashed, a lethal intent palpable in the air. Suspended in midair, Xiao Yonghang was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Qin Feng's seemingly mundane and unremarkable strike could unleash such terrifying power. Yet, in that moment, suspended without a foothold, he could only brace himself to endure Qin Feng's oncoming slash. But could he withstand it? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the blindingly sharp arc of the blade descended upon him, cleaving through the air with the ease of slicing tofu, striking down upon the beastly head of the vibrant, fierce tiger that was his beast martial spirit. In the blink of an eye, this formidable Earth-level second-tier beast martial spirit found itself utterly defenseless, obliterated by the overwhelming force of that single, vicious slash. In a state of sheer terror, Xiao Yonghang instinctively sought to shield his throat, yet the blade's momentum remained unabated, slicing directly across his neck. Following that single stroke, silence enveloped the arena. Only the resounding thud of a heavy object striking the ground broke the stillness, revealing a headless corpse upon the arena floor. Just one stroke. Merely one stroke. Qin Feng had dispatched Xiao Yonghang with a single, lethal blow. In an instant, the grand expanse of the ancient Roman arena descended into an eerie silence, so profound that the fall of a silver needle would have echoed. All present widened their eyes, holding their breath, transfixed by the figure of the man before them. In that brief moment, the spectators found themselves entranced, unable to comprehend the reality that had unfolded before them. Chapter 52. I truly went easy on him. Did Xiao Yonghang actually lose? He was defeated by a single strike from Qin Feng. Throughout the entire battle, it was evident that Qin Feng did not even need to exert his full strength. Xiao Yonghang didn't even have the privilege to compel Qin Feng to unleash his martial spirit. With merely a Tang Dao, Qin Feng dispatched Xiao Yonghang effortlessly. How could this be possible? Everyone was astounded, rising from their seats in disbelief. Even the devoted fans of Qin Feng, who had confidently anticipated his victory, were rendered speechless at this moment. Although they had foreseen the conclusion of this contest, they never imagined the process would be so exhilarating. Witnessing Qin Feng's effortless demeanor, his ability to dispatch a seasoned combatant like Xiao Yonghang with a mere flick of his blade was nothing short of astonishing. It is not an exaggeration to assert that had this transpired in the real world, Xiao Yonghang would have been utterly annihilated. The sheer intensity of Qin Feng's strike left everyone in shock, their hair standing on end, deeply stirred within. The first round concluded with Qin Feng's victory. Nearby, Instructor Zhou was equally taken aback by the swiftness of the battle's resolution. After a moment of astonishment, he proclaimed loudly to the assembled crowd, "Bravo!" Suddenly, the grand Roman amphitheater erupted with thunderous applause, cheers, and screams. Undoubtedly, This uproar was generated by the unwavering supporters of Qin Feng. Our junior Qin Feng is invincible, they exclaimed. Oh no, I can't handle this. He is so dashing and gentle, yet when wielding his sword, he transforms into an utterly cold and domineering figure. It takes my breath away. His swordsmanship is exceptionally exquisite and terrifying. Ah, Qin Feng, I would have your children. Senior sisters adore you. I shall marry no one else in this life. My dear sisters, I believe I have stumbled upon a new revelation. Especially after hearing Qin Feng declare, you, a mere waste, are not even worthy of me summoning my martial spirit. This air of superiority and unmatched confidence was simply too captivating. Meanwhile, seated in the front row, Jinjiruo stared blankly at Qin Feng's retreating figure, eventually turning mechanically to her companion, Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing, however, maintained her usual calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, her lips curving into a subtle yet beautiful smile. Qin Feng, although this transpired within a virtual combat space, your earlier strike was undeniably excessive. Instructor Zhou wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Truth be told, Qin Feng transcended the mere issue of force. The intensity and ferocity were almost criminal. While it was true that his strike would not inflict any physical harm on Xiao Yonghang, the sensory experiences within the three-dimensional virtual chamber, touch, smell, and physical sensation, were indistinguishable from those of the real world. Thus, the emotional scars borne by Xiao Yonghang are likely to remain unhealed for the entirety of his life. To put it bluntly, after today's battle, it is highly probable that Xiao Yonghang's journey will halt at the rank of a battle general, forever deprived of the chance to ascend to the level of a battle emperor. With a swift motion, Qin Feng flicked his Tang Dao, causing droplets of blood from the blade to trace a long line upon the ground, seemingly indifferent as he remarked, I sincerely apologize, Instructor Zhou, as I am acutely aware of my superior realm. Hence, I deliberately refrained from unleashing my martial soul during my confrontation with Senior Xiao. However, as he spoke, a wry smile crept across Qin Feng's face, and he continued, I must admit, I did not anticipate Senior Xiao to be so weak. To be candid, Qin Feng had merely been toying with him. After all, his objective in this challenge was merely to reap rewards, accumulating points to exchange for the remaining layers of the Lingbo Weibo movement technique. Setting the stage for such exploitation had already made Qin Feng feel somewhat guilty. Thus, to express his regret, he had only employed the most basic form of water breathing, neglecting to utilize any of his hidden cards, such as the Azure Dragon Martial Soul or the Tricolor Dominance. This was evident from the leisurely time Qin Feng allowed Xiao Yonghang to put on a show. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Xiao Yonghang would be so exceedingly weak that a single strike would cleave him in two. This was certainly not Qin Feng's fault. Upon hearing Qin Feng's rather unfeeling response, Instructor Zhou felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Qin Feng, I understand you have already shown great restraint, but could you not exercise a bit more? After saying this, Instructor Zhou leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, moreover, your every action in the Roman arena is being broadcast live. The leaders of the training camp and all the battle gods are watching. Your display of violence, resulting in severed limbs and shattered skulls, is far too extreme and makes my position exceedingly difficult. Faced with Instructor Zhou's earnest plea, Qin Feng could only helplessly raise his hands, replying, all right then, I shall strive to be gentler in the future, aiming to present a more palatable combat scene. Observing Qin Feng's innocent demeanor, Instructor Zhou felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He had long since accepted a grim reality, that Qin Feng was, indeed, unscrupulous, deceptively cunning. Initially, Instructor Zhou had naively believed that Qin Feng's rash decision to challenge the entire elite training camp was an act of foolishness, indicative of a reckless youth with an abundance of points. Truth be told, had it not been for his role as an instructor, he might have been tempted to step into the arena himself and teach Qin Feng a lesson. Yet, little did he know, the one who sought to exploit others would ultimately find himself exploited. As everyone assumed they could easily overpower Qin Feng, this cunning individual revealed his true nature, baring his fangs. It goes without saying that the 130 challengers who registered to face Qin Feng today would most likely find themselves suffering the loss of both points and pride. Do you wish to join forces, or would you prefer to engage in a one-on-one duel like Xiao Yonghang did? Qin Feng half-turned, casually inquiring of the 19 individuals behind him, who stood frozen in shock. However, the only response he received was an extended silence. Well, do you intend to challenge me or not? If you wish to contest, take your place in the arena. If not, feel free to return to the stands. The 19 exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, they scattered in disarray, scrambling to ascend to the spectator area. In an instant, they transformed from challengers into mere observers. Quite commendable, Qin Feng mused, satisfied with having dispatched 20 opponents in this round. Those who recognize the shifting tides are indeed the wise. Chapter 53. Striving for a draw yet. This scene had caused Instructor Zhou to stare in astonishment. Qin Feng was indeed a remarkable talent. No wonder he was bold enough to accept the entire training camp's challenges at once. At this rate, he might very well conclude everything by noon. I challenge you. Qin Feng. As everyone in the duel arena exchanged glances, hesitant to confront Qin Feng, a resounding male voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. A robust young man leaped from the stands and, in the blink of an eye, appeared on the stage. Upon recognizing the newcomer's face, the seniors who had been rendered numb by Qin Feng's earlier performance suddenly regained their spirits. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Leishing, ranked 11th on the talents list. Moreover, within the training camp, he was renowned as the foremost contender among those ranked below the top 10. Coupled with his Earth-level, 7th-grade martial soul, Purple Cloud Thunder, he had garnered the admiration of numerous instructors, who believed he was the most likely candidate to secure a spot among the top 10 in the upcoming positional challenges. Though Xiao Leishing was formidable and exceptionally gifted, Qin Feng was not to be underestimated. Whether Xiao Leishing could triumph over Qin Feng in this challenge remained uncertain. Achieving a draw would already be a commendable feat indeed. Unlike the previous battle with Xiao Yohang, when even Qin Feng's most devoted admirers harbored doubts about his victory, now, after witnessing Qin Feng's decisive defeat of Xiao Yohang, the aura of intimidation he exuded had transformed into a nightmarish presence. This was precisely why, despite the earlier eagerness of many to challenge Qin Feng, not a single soul dared to step forward now, each feeling a sense of foreboding. Xiao Leishing, you are the last bastion of our seniority. You must not suffer a humiliating defeat. Yes, Xiao Leishing, you must vanquish that Qin Feng, the Demon King. A draw. This was the final line that the seniors of the training camp collectively upheld, rallying in support of Xiao Leishing. As Xiao Leishing approached, Qin Feng's lips curled into a radiant smile. To be honest, the reason he organized this grand arena challenge was not only to amass points from these seniors, but also to seek out some formidable sparring partners to hone his water-breathing technique. Ending the tournament hastily after merely defeating Xiao Yohang would be far too anticlimactic for Qin Feng. Gazing at Qin Feng's seemingly harmless, radiant smile, Xiao Leishing struggled to swallow, his throat dry. Truth be told, despite his earlier bold leap into the arena, he was inwardly quite anxious. However, as the 11th ranked on the talents list and the last line of defense for the seniors, he felt compelled to face Qin Feng head-on. Given the terrifying combat prowess Qin Feng had just displayed, Xiao Leishing truly wished to avoid direct confrontation with such a prodigy. Even if Xiao Leishing were to introspect, pondering a hypothetical confrontation with Xiao Yohang, he would undoubtedly possess unwavering confidence in his ability to triumph over his opponent. However, should the parameters of victory be confined to a singular technique or maneuver, Xiao Leishing would not harbor absolute certainty in achieving success. Moreover, it is worth noting that all of Qin Feng's accomplishments were achieved without the activation of his martial soul. Contemplating this, Xiao Leishing's heart began to race with uncertainty. Go, brother Xiao, strive for a tie. At that moment, an unidentified voice from the crowd shattered the oppressive silence, igniting a cacophony of support akin to the rhythm of a drum. Brother Xiao, you are not fighting alone. You bear the dignity of all the senior students. Indeed. Brother Xiao, you are ranked 11th on the genius list. You must not lose to this newcomer, Qin Feng. Bets are being placed. Only 3 minutes remain until the closing bell, and the current odds show Qin Feng at 1-1, while Xiao Leishing stands at 1-250. Let us rally our efforts, dear friends, and provide tangible support to our brother Xiao. A gamble can transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let us strive to turn dust into gold. Originally exuding an air of aloof superiority, Xiao Leishing's demeanor faltered upon hearing the raucous remarks from behind, his face paling to the point where he nearly choked on his own blood. What is it to traverse a narrow bridge amidst 1,000 galloping steeds? Xiao Leishing found himself at a loss for such an expression. Yet, the image of countless steeds charging forth relentlessly played on repeat in his mind. After taking several deep breaths, he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng with renewed determination, his fighting spirit surging within him, ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Damn it! This is utterly intolerable. You heartless scoundrels, how dare you set up a betting scheme against me, and at such outrageous odds? To hell with your 250. May your entire family be cursed. Who do you look down upon? Is it merely a tie? If I cannot defeat this freak, I shall not shy away. I am resolute in enduring until the final limit of the arena system, so that you blind fools may recognize my prowess. A surge of ambition flooded Xiao Leishing's heart, and he swiftly selected his weapon and combat attire on the virtual screen before him. As he felt his fighting spirit rekindle, Qin Feng, on the other hand, remained utterly unfazed, even contemplating how much leniency he should exercise during the upcoming match. In his previous encounter with Xiao Yonghang, he had inadvertently decapitated the young man in a moment of distraction, leaving him with little opportunity to accumulate experience. This time, he was determined to learn from that experience, extending the battle duration to garner more experience points. Alas, how should he modulate his intensity this time? He had already made considerable efforts to temper his strength in the last match. Perhaps it would be prudent to spar with senior sister Ruobing, alleviating his concerns regarding how to manage his intensity. And thus, the battle commenced. As Qin Feng grappled with the turmoil of battle, contemplating his next course of action, a profound electronic announcement reverberated once more throughout the arena. Awaken your martial soul. Unleash thunder. Shatter the darkness. With the proclamation echoing in the air, Xiao Leixing held nothing back. His entire being became enveloped in flickering arcs of electricity, akin to countless electric serpents coiling around him. He ascended into the air, his long hair billowing wildly, as the frenzied, uncontrollable electric serpents seemed to be bestowed with life. They rampaged through the arena, carving deep, web-like fissures into the ground, their momentum reaching an unparalleled zenith. Chapter 54, The Secret Manual of Repeated Maneuvers. Thunder War Blade, activate. The roar echoed as the Thunder War Blade in Xiao Leixing's hand radiated a brilliant silver light. All present were momentarily blinded by the dazzling brilliance, their minds consumed by a singular thought, the 7th rank of the Earth level, truly terrifying. In the next instant, Xiao Leixing held nothing back, his figure vanishing into thin air, leaving only the crackling of purple lightning in his wake. At this moment, he seemed to merge with the power of thunder, his speed and attacks reaching their pinnacle. However, a flaw emerged. Observing Qin Feng standing tall with his Tang Dao, exuding vulnerabilities from head to toe, a glint of insight sparked in Xiao Leixing's eyes as his Thunder War blade swung down decisively. Yet, just as the blade neared the crown of Qin Feng's head, Xiao Leixing abruptly halted mid-air. Despite the thunderous roars in the arena, the profound rhythm of Qin Feng's breathing resonated within Xiao Leixing's heart like a drumbeat. Yes, this was the very breath. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had employed this very method to execute Xiao Yonghang with a single stroke. With this thought, Xiao Leixing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Uncertain of Qin Feng's next offensive move, he recalled the previous encounter with Xiao Yonghang, which made him wary. In a moment of heightened vigilance, arcs of purple lightning began to spiral around Qin Feng in a graceful arc, leaving behind a series of purple afterimages. It seemed Xiao Leixing intended to engage in a guerrilla tactic, utilizing his agile purple cloud thunder to outmaneuver Qin Feng. No matter what, he had to remain composed. He must adapt and respond before Qin Feng launched his attack. Moreover, as Xiao Leixing strategized, he glanced at the still motionless Qin Feng, a sense of triumph swelling within him. My martial spirit is indeed the purple lightning thunder. Whether facing a battle general of equal rank or even the illustrious Situ Pujuan, the king of war, he shall not surpass me in speed. If Situ Pujuan cannot catch up with me, how could Qin Feng? This fellow must be utterly bewildered by my exquisite agility. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Leixing's confidence grew ever more pronounced. Qin Feng, even if your swordsmanship is unparalleled and your combat prowess unmatched, what of it? Yes, I may not be able to defeat you, but can you keep pace with me? Meanwhile, the spectators were left in awe by this spectacle. Goodness, is this even possible? How shameless. Xiao Leixing's tactics are utterly unscrupulous, though shameless. They found it utterly delightful. Ha ha ha, what a windfall. A 250-to-1 payout. I'm heading for that seaside villa. As the fervent discussions, cheers, and shouts from the spectators grew increasingly intense, Xiao Leixing could not help but burst into a triumphant laughter, one hand pointing at his own jaw while the other provocatively gestured towards Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Ha! You can't catch up to me, can you? Come on. Don't be shy. Let us see what you've got." La la la, roar. However, just as Xiao Leixing reveled in his glee, a sudden, ethereal sigh emerged from behind him. I have never encountered such a foolish demand in my life. Let us go. As the words faded, the figure of Qin Feng before him began to dissolve rapidly, sending a chill of cold sweat cascading down Xiao Leixing's back. Panic gripped him. This was merely an afterimage. Just as he attempted to turn around, a palm the size of a fan loomed larger and larger before his eyes, until it resoundingly struck his pretentious face with a resounding smack. In an instant, the once formidable Xiao Leixing, reminiscent of Thor shattering the darkness with thunder, was reduced to a mere moth fluttering helplessly as Qin Feng sent him flying with a single slap. Clutching his swollen jaw, Xiao Leixing was dazed, his vision swirling with stars, his mind utterly blank. Are you even going to fight or not? What does your repeated hopping in front of me signify? If I don't give you a good slap, I feel my intelligence has been insulted. Qin Feng slowly retracted his right hand, casting a gaze filled with condescension towards the disheveled Xiao Leishing sprawled on the ground. At this moment, among the spectators, just a second ago they had been fervently cheering and celebrating for Xiao Leishing, even browsing online to decide which seaside property to purchase. The next moment, they were utterly frozen, as if petrified, all noisy chatter abruptly silenced, akin to a duck with its throat grasped. Is this even possible? This is an absolute social death. I suddenly feel a twinge of sympathy for Brother Xiao. To hop around so foolishly in front of others only to be obliterated by such a slap? This is far more merciful than a swift execution. Ha. Qin Feng is incredible, truly remarkable. I've never encountered such a brilliantly foolish demand. So astute, utterly astute. Ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Is this the long-lost secret of the martial world? Repeatedly hopping around? This slap came at lightning speed. Pfft, a mere secret technique. Hopping around. In the face of my unmatched, dashing junior, it's nothing but a paper tiger, easily pierced. Oh no, I'm fangirling again. Sister absolutely adores you. Aya, Junior Qin Feng, please be sure to add me as a friend on Battle. Net later. Just a timid inquiry. Can males join Qin Feng's sister group? I am utterly smitten. The fervent cheers and exclamations from Qin Feng's sisterhood and the group of infatuated admirers, utterly captivated by Qin Feng's overwhelming prowess, reverberated to such an extent that it seemed they might lift the very roof off. This scene stood in stark contrast to the senior ranks of the anti-Qin Feng alliance, creating a vivid dichotomy. At this moment, Instructor Zhou's mind was a blank slate as he observed the fallen and disheveled Xiao Leishing, who was reduced to a pitiful state, with a hand pressed to his forehead. He wore an expression of utter helplessness. It was evident from the recent battle that Xiao Leishing, a formidable presence ranked 11th on the talents list, was indeed a paragon among the elite of the Divine State's training camp, boasting statistics that could only be described as impeccable. Yet, as the saying goes, one must remember that comparisons can be cruel. After all, he was pitted against the extraordinary Qin Feng, a true anomaly. Chapter 55, The Pinnacle of Life. Through the recent battle, Qin Feng had undeniably established a comprehensive dominance over Xiao Leishing in terms of agility, destructive power, combat experience, and various other aspects. The disparity in strength between the two was so vast that they seemed to exist in entirely different realms. The very essence of their confrontation was altered. Qin Feng clenched his fist, briefly adapting to the situation. To be honest, he had previously worried that a mere slap, in which he had exerted less than 30% of his strength, might send Xiao Leishing's head flying. However, it became evident that Xiao Leishing was far more resilient than he had anticipated. With a deep breath, Qin Feng raised his Tang Dao. All focus, water breathing. Third form, flowing dance. It was time. The young Qin Feng had already triumphed. Just as he was about to deliver another strike, an elderly man clad in a black tank suit, with a benevolent expression and silver hair, appeared behind him, speaking softly. Principal. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Li Ruobing and Shinjirua, seated in the front, stood up in astonishment. They had not expected that even the principal, a figure of such prominence, would be drawn to a mere competition between trainees in the training camp. Hearing this, Qin Feng sheathed his blade and respectfully clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Greetings, Principal." Simultaneously, he discreetly scrutinized the principal of the Zhanzhong elite training camp, wondering silently, is this Zhao Wujia? It is said that Principal Zhao Wujia has attained a high-level war god realm, standing merely half a step away from the legendary realm. This thought caused Qin Feng to take a sharp intake of breath. Moreover, within the scope of Qin Feng's perception, it seemed that this individual had never existed before. Particularly during the battle with Xiao Leishing, had it not been for Zhao Wujia's initiative to speak, Qin Feng would have remained oblivious to his presence. The aura emitted by Zhao Wujia appeared indistinguishable from that of an ordinary elder, devoid of any discernible fluctuations of combat power. Could this truly be a strong individual of the war god realm? Returning to simplicity, the path is profoundly straightforward. Such terror, an expression of excitement and longing flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. A true powerhouse like Zhao Wujia, who stood atop the pyramid of human martial artists, represented the very pinnacle of the realm that Qin Feng yearned to reach. He wondered if, once he unlocked the full might of Kaido, the strongest being of sea, land, and air, he could engage in a thrilling battle with Zhao Wujia. After all, becoming invincible too soon could lead to a solitude as stark as snow. With the arrival of Principal Zhao Wujia, the already heightened atmosphere surged to an even greater intensity. Led by Instructor Zhou, the various instructors and mentors leaped from their seats, respectfully clasping their fists and bowing before Zhao Wujia. In the observation seats, Numerous seniors rose in unison to bow respectfully towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, upon seeing the saluting crowd, nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze towards Qin Feng, his eyes gleaming with fervor as if he had discovered an exceptionally rare gem. Zhao Wuji was well aware of Qin Feng's exploits since he joined the Shinjo elite training camp. From breaking the historical record of the first level of the trial tower to achieving unprecedented feats that had never before been seen, Qin Feng had already captured Zhao Wuji's discreet attention. Now, with Qin Feng challenging the upperclassmen of the Shinjo elite training camp, Zhao Wuji's interest was piqued even further. He was eager to ascertain just how extraordinary this 16-year-old prodigy truly was. However, it was surprising to find that within the vast elite training camp, there was not a single opponent capable of standing against him. They all fell before Qin Feng's prowess. Even the formidable Xiao Leixing, ranked 11th on the talented ones list, could not endure even a single exchange with him. What an extraordinary gift! What a remarkable prodigy! Even Zhao Wuji, known for his composure, was stirred by such talent. The term once-in-a-century genius seemed to fit perfectly here. For decades, other superpowers have birthed remarkable talents. Yet our Shinjo continent has long awaited a true genius. Though Situ Pujuan possesses exceptional gifts and brilliance, he is merely at the pinnacle within Shinjo, lacking the distinction when compared to the prodigies cultivated by the other two superpowers. Yet, fortune smiles upon us. Ha. In my lifetime, I am fortunate enough to witness the emergence of a once-in-a-century genius in Shinjo. I shall die without regrets. Seeing Zhao Wuji so exhilarated, extolling Qin Feng's virtues, the younger generation in the observation seats gazed at Qin Feng with immense curiosity. Indeed, the various combat abilities and tactics Qin Feng had just demonstrated were victorious by overwhelming margins, devoid of any suspense. Nevertheless, when comparing him to the prodigies from the other two superpowers, a discernible gap persisted. At such elevated levels, geniuses radiate an aura of divinity, instantly setting them apart as extraordinary. Yet, in contrast, Qin Feng appeared decidedly ordinary, his origins humble, his experiences unremarkable. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable youth has earned such high praise from Zhao Wuji, the esteemed principal. Who is this individual, endowed with such magnetic allure? This thought ignited an insatiable curiosity about Qin Feng within the hearts of onlookers. However, more than curiosity, there was a simmering envy and admiration. Upon entering the school, he not only enjoyed the company of enchanting figures like the Ice Goddess and the Zhurua Goddess, but now even the distinguished principal Zhao Wuji gazed upon him with admiration, proclaiming him a genius on par with those from the other two superpowers. A flourishing career and love life. What a splendid fate. Even if they were to ponder it with the back of their heads, they would undoubtedly realize that receiving such profound recognition from Principal Zhao Wuji grants one the privilege to stride confidently through the training camp. Not only do they enjoy immense privileges, but judging by Zhao Wuji's recent demeanor towards Qin Feng, it seems as though they share a camaraderie akin to that of brothers. In essence, Qin Feng has now reached the pinnacle of his life. As for Qin Feng himself, he was utterly bewildered, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This is far too sudden, isn't it? Can someone please elucidate what has transpired? I merely wanted to trade some points for a little gain, and yet I've managed to draw out this old man. However, this was merely the beginning. Soon after, Zhao Wuji dropped an even more astonishing revelation that left both Qin Feng and everyone present utterly astounded. Observing the stunned Qin Feng, Zhao Wuji stroked his beard with a smile and proclaimed, "Young Qin Feng, the warriors from the War God Palace will be arriving tomorrow. Upon learning of your accomplishments, they are eager to take you under their wing." Chapter 56. The Hall of War Gods. As the words fell, Zhao Wuji's figure had vanished into the virtual space, leaving behind only a decree that the events of today must remain strictly confidential both within and outside the training camp. Any violation of this command would result in military punishment. Upon hearing this, the instructors, mentors, and students hastily saluted in the direction Zhao Wuji had departed, their expressions imbued with gravity and solemnity, despite the fact that many students within the camp disdained Qin Feng's fiery and lightning-like demeanor, particularly after he had developed flirtatious relations with the goddesses Li Ruobing and Chenjirua. The senior students were eager to roll up their sleeves and confront him. Yet, even amidst such discord, they recognized this as an internal matter. All were elites hailing from the 5 major factions of Shinjo, and when it came to matters of great significance, they remained discerning. The extraordinary talent and overwhelming combat prowess displayed by Qin Feng left an indelible impression on them. They were acutely aware that if any information regarding Qin Feng were to leak beyond the confines of the training camp, the repercussions would be dire. Setting aside whether the other two superpowers would harbor ill intentions, the potential reaction from the demon race upon learning of Qin Feng's existence could incite unfathomable chaos. Either outcome would spell tremendous loss for Shinjo and indeed for all of humanity. However, as all the students in the arena quietly resolved their determination, Instructor Zhou interrupted the silence, inquiring about the Hall of War Gods that Principal Zhao had mentioned. At this moment, Qin Feng, who had remained silent until then, suddenly broke the stillness, capturing the attention of his fellow students, who were filled with curiosity. Typically, when your cultivation reaches the Advanced Battle Emperor realm, you will receive an invitation from the Hall of War Gods, Instructor Zhou explained, placing a reassuring hand on Qin Feng's shoulder. Your talent and comprehension are indeed, as Principal Zhao has stated, a once-in-a-century prodigy for our Shinjo continent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is only a matter of time before you attain the realm of the War God. He paused momentarily before continuing. The Hall of War Gods is an organization that unites all War God-level powerhouses of our continent, including those who have surpassed the War God realm. Except for a few reclusive War Gods who seldom make appearances, over 90% of the War Gods in Shinjo are members of this hall. It represents the most formidable trump card of our martial artists, a superpower established with national strength. As Instructor Zhou spoke, his eyes shimmered with deep yearning. Indeed, for any martial artist, what could be more desirable than achieving the War God realm and joining the Hall of War Gods? Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel astonished. No way, really? The formidable organization of the War Gods encompasses over 90% of the martial prowess within the divine continent. Moreover, it includes several exalted entities that transcend the realm of the War Gods. One can only fathom the depth and terror of such an organization. It is no wonder that Instructor Zhou regards it as the greatest trump card of the martial artists of our land. Taking a deep breath, Instructor Zhou continued, stating that the other two superpowers possess organizations akin to the Divine War God Temple, whose existence transcends mere national fortunes. The purpose of the War God Temple is to contend for the fate of the entire human race. It stands as the supreme sanctuary in the hearts of all martial artists. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, although there remains substantial overt and covert conflict between nations and factions, all are acutely aware that we now share a common human destiny. The War God Temple's objectives are twofold. First, to pursue the exalted realm that surpasses the War God level, continually exploring and refining the pinnacle of martial arts. Second, to expel the demon race and reclaim our divine land. Furthermore, the War God Temple serves as the last bastion for humanity's struggle against this cruel world. Instructor Zhou's words resonated powerfully, igniting fervor among all the students in the arena, their eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Indeed, what could be more exhilarating and aspirational for martial artists than the expulsion of the demon race and the reclamation of our land? In this harsh world, our sole endeavor must be to grow stronger, relentlessly and ceaselessly. Hearing these words stirred Qin Feng's heart, filling him with anticipation for the arrival of the esteemed seniors from the War God Temple the following day. Upon exiting the three-dimensional virtual chamber, Qin Feng had scarcely steadied himself when a shadow dashed towards him at an incredible speed. Instinctively, he made a motion to draw his blade, only to find himself embraced in a hearty hug by Chu Xiao. Aha, Brother Feng, you've truly brought honor to our Jiang and War Department this time. What a remarkable display. And remember, Brother Feng, should you achieve wealth and fame, do not forget us, your Jiangdong compatriots. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of several other students emerging from the virtual chamber, including Xiao Yonghang and Xiao Leisheng, who had just been bested by Qin Feng in the arena. Although they had recently suffered humiliation, learning that Principal Zhao Wujing and the War God Zhao regarded Qin Feng as a prodigy, surpassing the likes of Situ Pajun, offered them a modicum of solace. Indeed, they had lost, and quite miserably at that. Yet, to be defeated by such a rare talent as Qin Feng was hardly disgraceful. At least they could hold their heads high compared to those who were too cowardly to even step into the arena. With this thought, Xiao Yonghang and Xiao Leisheng found their spirits lifted, standing a bit taller than before. No need for formalities. As comrades who have shared the same academic journey, we shall soon find ourselves as allies on the battlefield, confronting the demon clan. Let us extend mutual care and support. Qin Feng smiled warmly, clasping his hands in greeting to those who came to offer their congratulations, engaging in a friendly exchange of pleasantries. Yet, the smile upon Qin Feng's face could not entirely mask his inner elation. As the saying goes, joyous occasions invigorate the spirit. Initially, Qin Feng had been enticed by the cunning words of the venerable Elder Chun to join this elite training camp with the aim of acquiring celestial-level techniques and combat skills. He had anticipated that he would need to exert considerable effort to secure a place among the top 10 on the talented individuals list before being granted insight into these celestial-level techniques. To his astonishment, the path he traversed proved remarkably smooth. On the third day of joining the training camp, He not only obtained celestial-level techniques, but also had the fortune of being mentored by a war god. Haraha. With such a formidable ally, how could he possibly lack resources and benefits for his future cultivation endeavors? The mere thought fills him with a thrill of excitement. Chapter 57. Yu and Yongshang. At that moment, a stir erupted from within the crowd. The throng parted like the tide, creating a clear path. A group of young men and women strode purposefully towards the front. Leading them was a tall, lean man clad in battle attire, blood droplets still clinging to his uniform, exuding an aura of ferocity that suggested he had just returned from the front lines. He approached directly, his cold gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I witnessed your recent performance in the arena. At such a tender age, your prowess is truly commendable. Furthermore, Principal Zhao has spoken highly of you, which has stirred a competitive spirit within me. I wonder if you would be willing to grace me with your presence in a positional challenge on the arena? With that declaration, the surrounding students fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned towards Qin Feng and the newcomer, each gaze ignited with the flames of intrigue. Undoubtedly, anyone bold enough to challenge Qin Feng at this moment possessed an extraordinary level of confidence in their abilities. Moreover, only those ranked within the top 10 of the genius list could even dream of initiating such a challenge. Realizing this, the students erupted into a flurry of excitement, each one eager for the impending clash, hoping to witness whether Qin Feng could etch a new chapter in the annals of their elite training camp, potentially becoming the first man in a century to complete a positional challenge. Or would this formidable contender from the genius list uphold his undefeated legend within the top 10? Oh, a positional challenge, is it? Qin Feng mused, slightly taken aback by the direct challenge. He scrutinized the challenger before him, noting his height exceeding 2 meters. Despite his slender frame, the muscles visible beneath his tattered battle garb hinted at a terrifying explosive power. The oppressive aura emanating from him was indicative of a war king-level fighter. Indeed, Yu and Yongshang, ranked second on the genius list, was a worthy opponent. Few could dare to challenge Qin Feng amidst such high stakes. Amidst the crowd, voices of admiration emerged. While Qin Feng had recently triumphed over the 11th-ranked Xiao Leixing with overwhelming force, the gap between the top 10 and the 11th was far greater than it appeared. The disparity between these ranks could be likened to the chasm between heaven and earth, a difference that was not merely a matter of degrees. It could be said that even if Chenjiruo, ranked 10th, were to face Xiao Leixing, she would similarly dominate the contest. Yu and Yongshang? How dare he publicly issue a positional challenge to a freshman who has only been here for 3 days? Our genius list is losing face. Hearing the murmurs around her, Chenjiruo wrinkled her nose in disdain. Yu and Yongshang, as a 4th-year student of the training camp, how can you shamelessly challenge junior Qin Feng in front of everyone? At this moment, even Li Ruobing stepped forward, her cold gaze directed towards Yu and Yongshang, and she remarked casually, how about a positional challenge between us? I wish to see if you truly deserve your position as the second on the talented list. The fact that Li Ruobing had taken the initiative was unexpected, especially for the sake of a junior. Her defense of Qin Feng astonished everyone present. Unlike the other 9 contenders on the talented list, who were often embroiled in rivalry, Li Ruobing had always been indifferent to such competitive fervor. She devoted all her energy and thoughts to martial arts, showing no interest in anything else, which explained why she remained only in the 5th position on the talented list to this day. Yet now, this normally aloof and reclusive Li Ruobing chose to challenge Yu and Yongshang for Qin Feng's sake. This unexpected display left the students, accustomed to her ice queen demeanor, momentarily stunned. Ruobing. You. Even Chenjiruo was taken aback by Li Ruobing's current attitude. Since ascending to the 5th position on the talented list, her friend had never issued a challenge to anyone else. Yet now, she had chosen to stand up to protect junior Qin Feng, a gesture that moved Chenjiruo profoundly. Coincidentally, it wasn't just Chenjiruo. Yu and Yongshang's expression also shifted. The members of the top 5 on the talented list, aside from the first-ranked Situ Pajun, were nearly equal in strength, with only slight differences. Moreover, Yu and Yongshang's ability to consistently surpass Li Ruobing in points was due to his extensive experience in hunting demon tribes and undertaking school assignments over the years. Although Li Ruobing typically kept her abilities under wraps, if she truly initiated a positional challenge, even Yu and Yongshang could not be entirely confident of victory. I appreciate your goodwill, Senior Ruobing, but let me handle this, Qin Feng said, gently taking Li Ruobing's delicate wrist and pulling her protectively behind him, his gaze steady as he faced Yu and Yongshang. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence, as if even the sound of a falling silver needle could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Qin Feng's back, their hearts racing with excitement. Could it be? Could it be that Qin Feng intended to challenge Yu and Yongshang right now? This was astonishing. A positional challenge was entirely different from the battles in the three-dimensional virtual arena. This was a real contest on the physical stage. At that moment, the disparity in their battle realms alone would be enough to crush a newcomer like Qin Feng. Moreover, Yuan Yongshang had spent the last 4 years immersed in the brutal realities of war, gaining combat experience that was incomparable to that of lesser fighters. Does Qin Feng truly intend to engage in battle with such a monstrous adversary? As the onlookers were rendered speechless by Qin Feng's audacious decision, Yuan Yongshang was initially taken aback, only to subsequently feel a surge of secret delight within. Initially, I merely sought to provoke Qin Feng as a test. Yet I did not anticipate that this young man would be so brazen and arrogant, genuinely desiring to challenge me to a positional duel. With this thought, Yuan Yongshang suppressed the tumult of excitement within and addressed Qin Feng directly. Qin Feng, I, Yuan Yongshang, hereby invite you to initiate a positional challenge. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept. However, before Yuan Yongshang could complete his invitation, Qin Feng interrupted him with a dismissive gesture, stating, there is no need for haste. Each of the top 10 positions on the talents list is worthy of my attention, and I, Qin Feng, shall seek counsel from each in due time. But for now, it is not your turn. Chapter 58. Not your turn, yet what did you just say? Not my turn. Qin Feng, I advise you not to be so arrogant in front of me. Hiss. Consider Yuan Yongshang, the second on the list of prodigies, who is always surrounded by admiration wherever he goes. Yet today he finds himself publicly ridiculed by Qin Feng, a newcomer who has barely been in school for 3 days. To be told to wait patiently as if he were merely a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at will, this is an unimaginable humiliation for Yuan Yongshang. A prodigy cannot be insulted. Just as he was about to erupt, Qin Feng raised his gaze slightly, his cold eyes locking onto Yuan Yongshang. Boom. In that instant, even Yuan Yongshang, who had traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, felt his mind go blank. It was as if, at that moment, he had become as insignificant as dust before Qin Feng, who loomed over him like a towering giant. If Qin Feng wished, he could easily crush him into powder in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Yuan Yongshang's back, and his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. Let us go. After unleashing his conqueror's haki, Qin Feng did not spare Yuan Yongshang another glance. Calmly, he took the hands of Li Ruobing and Shinjirua, turning to leave, leaving behind a group of stupefied students. After a considerable pause, the dazed students began to regain their senses. Their faces flushed crimson, a mix of excitement and confusion flooding over them. Did they really hear what they thought they heard? Qin Feng, was he actually going to challenge the top 10 of the prodigy rankings all by himself? Was there some mistake? Shock. An unprecedented shock. Simultaneously, Yuan Yongshang, still paralyzed by Qin Feng's overwhelming presence, snapped back to reality, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Qin Feng intended to challenge the top 10 of the prodigy rankings alone? Had this fellow lost his mind? It was well known that since the establishment of the elite training camp, no student had ever emerged victorious in a positional challenge. Yet here was Qin Feng, not only daring to engage in such a challenge, but intending to take on 10 opponents at once. This was a feat that had never occurred in the century-long history of the elite training camp. In fact, no one had even considered such an event plausible. Was Qin Feng truly aiming to soar to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, the confrontation between Qin Feng and Yuan Yongshang, along with the bold declarations made in front of all present, would undoubtedly be recorded as a remarkable event in the annals of the elite training camp. The following morning, as the wind swept through the courtyard of Jinling Pavilion, Qin Feng, still in a drowsy state, suddenly felt a wave of weightlessness wash over him like a tide. Before Qin Feng could comprehend the situation, he found himself soaring through the air, propelled forward at an astonishing speed. What in the world is happening? How did I end up in the sky? Qin Feng suddenly jolted awake, his drowsiness dissipating instantly. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Zhao Wuji standing before him, hands clasped behind his back, gliding effortlessly ahead. Young Qin Feng. Zhao Wuji, noticing that Qin Feng had regained consciousness, adjusted his beard with a cheerful smile, saying, "Next, we shall proceed to the War Department in the Imperial Capital, where various battle gods await your arrival." Upon learning of your performance at the elite training camp in Shenzhou, they all clamored to take you as their disciple. However, the final decision regarding your mentor rests solely with you. We shall not impose our will upon you. Understood. Qin Feng nodded, though curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Principal, are those battle gods you mentioned truly powerful? How do they compare to you? Chuckling softly, Zhao Wuji shook his head in amusement, aware that Qin Feng's current prowess was merely that of a novice warrior, just beginning to test the waters of the martial world. The realm of battle gods was still far beyond his reach, so he patiently explained, "Young Qin Feng, You must already be aware of the prerequisites for joining the Hall of Battle Gods. The minimum requirement is to attain the initial stage of the Battle God realm. However, greater strength does not necessarily equate to teachings that suit you. Each battle god possesses unique cultivation techniques. Selecting the one that aligns best with your own abilities is paramount. With that, Zhao Wuji guided Qin Feng to the War Department in the imperial capital. The mere thought of meeting individuals at the very least of the initial battle god tier filled Qin Feng with exhilaration. The most formidable among them would be akin to Zhao Wuji, a high-ranking battle god, or even transcendental beings surpassing the battle god realm. Their strength and depth were simply unfathomable. His heart raced with excitement, hands trembling as he followed Zhao Wuji into a secluded chamber within the War Department. Upon entering, a multitude of gazes converged upon Qin Feng. Zhao Wuji, with a smile, took a seat and regarded Qin Feng with warmth. Curiosity piqued, Qin Feng surveyed the chamber. Noting that all present were men clad in military attire, their shoulders adorned with gleaming stars of rank, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Were outsiders to witness this scene, they might mistakenly believe that the demon race was launching a full-scale assault on the imperial capital, given the sheer number of battle gods gathered in one place. Little did they know that these esteemed warriors awaited the arrival of a mere 16-year-old boy. Qin Feng pondered silently, speculating about the strength and rank of those present. Since he was to take on a mentor, it was only logical to choose the strongest among them. After all, might makes right. As for what Zhao Wuji just mentioned, the cultivation techniques and combat skills of each battle god may not necessarily suit oneself, and one must exercise caution in their consideration. What is there to ponder? With the system as a golden finger by my side, I am unconcerned about the cultivation methods or combat skills I wield. There is no challenge that cannot be resolved with a moment of enlightenment. Even if there were, I could simply solve it by trying twice. Not to mention, the higher the realm and the stronger the individual, the more impeccable their cultivation techniques and combat skills are. Furthermore, is it truly just about learning the craft when seeking a master? More often than not, it is about finding a formidable ally. With a powerful figure supporting me from behind, Qin Feng will undoubtedly be able to traverse the Shinjo continent with ease. At that time, who would dare to stand in my way? Chapter 59. This genius is quite ordinary. I say, Brother Uchiha, are you certain you are not jesting with us? From every perspective, this individual appears rather pedestrian, devoid of any extraordinary constitution. Even his martial soul reveals nothing remarkable. Nor does he seem to be a reincarnation of a great being. Indeed, while his physical prowess might be deemed exceptional among the average populace, to claim him as an unparalleled genius would be rather far-fetched. Nevertheless, I still place my trust in Brother Wujia's discerning eye for talent. Moreover, I have observed the assessment footage from the trial tower, and it is evident that his potential is extraordinary. Furthermore, he has swiftly mastered the Earth-level, Grade 10 movement technique, Lingbo Weibo, in an impressively short span, indicating that he possesses an innate understanding. Perhaps this young man truly has the capacity to create miracles. While Qin Feng was assessing them, this group of battle deities was equally scrutinizing him. Each of them had attained the realm of battle deity. While Qin Feng's own cultivation was merely that of a novice battle general, it would be but a fleeting thought for them to discern his apparent capabilities. Yet, regardless of their high cultivation or keen insight, they were unable to penetrate the enigma of the system within Qin Feng, his unique advantage. The two supreme grade 10 martial souls he possessed originated from the character template of the beast King Kaido, which further justified their inability to see through him. It was precisely this obscurity that rendered Qin Feng somewhat unremarkable in the eyes of these battle deities. Even the most astute evaluation of him among the group merely noted that his physical and spiritual strengths were significantly superior to his peers, yet still fell short of the designation of an extraordinary genius. To be honest, were it not for Qin Feng breaking the S-level challenge record on the first floor of the trial tower and his instantaneous comprehension of Lingbo Weibo, single-handedly toppling much of the Shinjo training camp, I doubt these formidable battle deities would have spared him a second glance. Thus, within the confines of the chamber, the assembly of battle deities engaged in a lengthy discourse, exchanging thoughts back and forth. Finally, one who bore the title of the Black Tortoise battle deity stepped forward. Addressing Qin Feng, young Qin Feng, the technique I cultivate, the 10,000-year Black Tortoise technique, is a grade 2 heavenly martial art. Once perfected, it grants the power of the Black Tortoise, enabling one to wield unparalleled strength, capable of shifting mountains and altering the very heavens with boundless might. Young Qin Feng, would you consider taking me as your master? Barely had the Black Tortoise battle deity finished speaking when another stepped forward, proclaiming, young Qin Feng, I am the White Tiger battle deity. The technique I practice, the White Tiger Wind Chant technique, is also a grade 2 heavenly martial art. Once mastered, it allows one to summon furious winds to descend upon the world, vanquishing foes as easily as autumn leaves are swept away. Next, another voice emerged, young Qin Feng. I am the Azure Dragon Battle Deity. I practice the Azure Dragon Rain Transformation Technique, a Grade 2 heavenly martial art, enabling you to command the heavenly mists and rain at will. Young Qin Feng, I am the Sword Battle Deity. I shall cultivate my swordsmanship, one chi transforming into 3 purities. This technique embodies the principle that the Tao gives rise to 1, 1 begets 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 generates all things. With a flurry of 2, 9, and 18 strikes, each swordplay is a division into 3. Within the secret chamber, while this assembly of war gods openly derides Qin Feng's seemingly mediocre talent, when it comes to the matter of accepting disciples, their bodies betray their true intentions. Each one begins to introduce themselves and their martial techniques, hoping that Qin Feng will ultimately choose to become their apprentice. The martial arts practiced by these war gods are of heavenly grade, and their prowess is unfathomable. Yet, which among them should he choose as his master? At present, Qin Feng finds himself somewhat indecisive. After all, there are a multitude of heavenly techniques. Yet he can only cultivate one, creating a dilemma that is truly daunting. Esteemed seniors, allow me to take this young man under my wing. Just as the crowd within the chamber engaged in heated debate over Qin Feng's eventual selection of a master, a chilling female voice resonated from outside the chamber. Instinctively, Qin Feng turned to see the source of the voice, yet once his gaze fell upon her, he could not tear it away. The woman who entered the chamber was extraordinarily beautiful, clad in a hauntingly elegant purple gown, her hem fluttering as if she were a celestial being, devoid of any earthly aura. As she gracefully stepped forward, she appeared as if she had descended from a poetic painting, illuminating the chamber with her presence. I am Zoan, and I greet all esteemed seniors. Zoan first offered a respectful bow to the assembly, then turned her attention to Qin Feng, stating, though my cultivation may not be the most profound among those present, the Taishian Jing I practice is the foremost internal martial art from the past 5,000 years in our land. Should one cultivate the Taishian Jing to its fullest perfection, the 8 extraordinary meridians shall be interconnected, achieving a seamless integration of internal and external power, forging the Taishian divine body. At that point, the notion of techniques becomes obsolete, and transcending the realm of war gods will be but a matter of time. Qin Feng was about to respond when suddenly he heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random quest. Become Ziyuan's disciple. Rewards, 1,000 evolution points, 3 promotion vouchers, and 2 insights. The system guarantees high quality. Moreover, who would prefer to learn from those old codgers when one could study under a fairy-like sister? Furthermore, according to Ziyuan's earlier words, if he could indeed master the Taishian Jing and refine the Taishian divine body, combining it with the fish fruit, the illusory beast seed, and the azure dragon form, breaking through the limitations of the war god realm would become a mere formality. Additionally, Qin Feng was acutely aware that, given his talent and aptitude, he could at best be considered a genius. His foundation, let alone being a once-in-a-century prodigy, is inferior to even the lowest tier among the top 10 on the genius ranking list, any one of whom could easily overpower him. Currently, Qin Feng is merely a junior battle general, and his lowly realm means that the quality of his foundation does not significantly affect him. However, as he continuously advances in his cultivation, he will increasingly feel the inadequacies of his foundation. It is akin to a magnificent tower suspended in the air. While it may appear resplendent and invaluable from the outside, it is fundamentally fragile. If he encounters a formidable opponent, the shortcomings of his insufficient foundation will undoubtedly be laid bare. Moreover, the foundation will profoundly influence Qin Feng's future aspirations in the realm of martial arts. Should this foundation fail to undergo transformation, it would spell endless troubles for him. However, with the presence of the Taishian Jing, an extraordinary technique capable of reshaping the physical body, connecting the extraordinary meridians, and refining one's essence, Qin Feng now possesses the opportunity to fundamentally alter his corporeal form and innate talent, rather than relying solely on the system. This is precisely what Qin Feng has longed for. Furthermore, by becoming a disciple of the fairy sister, he could also reap the rewards of the system without any cost, which is an exceptional opportunity indeed. Only a fool would pass it up. In an instant, Qin Feng resolved in his heart to take this fairy sister as his mentor. Chapter 60. The Great Xian Scripture indeed. If one were to consider age and experience, Ziyuan is undoubtedly the youngest among those present, hardly able to stand in comparison to the seasoned warriors within the chamber. Yet, unlike others, should Qin Feng successfully cultivate the Great Xian Scripture and refine the Great Xian body, would he truly need to worry about lacking support? He would become invincible across the world. Should he encounter dissent, A single punch would suffice to silence it. However, despite Qin Feng's resolute determination, the esteemed warriors in the chamber evidently did not share his confidence. At that moment, a cold snort pierced the air. The Xuanwu battle god spoke solemnly. Addressing Ziyuan, perhaps others are unaware, but as a practitioner of the great Qin scripture, do you not comprehend the formidable difficulty it entails? Throughout history, in our land of Shinjo, apart from Shurpatian, no one has ever attained the realm of great perfection. The great Qin body you speak of, while indeed possessing unmatched power that could shake the heavens, so what? Across 5 millennia, how many have been able to tread upon such heights? If one cannot ascend, then the great Qin scripture is but a tasteless morsel, regrettably discarded, mere chicken ribs. The words of the Xuanwu battle god rang true. No matter how exceptional a technique or scripture may be, it is of no value without the ability to cultivate it. If diligent practice yields no results, is it not misleading the youth? At this juncture, Zhao Wujie concurred, stating, young Qin Feng, as I mentioned upon my arrival, the path that truly suits you is the best. Clearly, he too harbored doubts about Qin Feng's choice. Observing the unease among the assembly of warriors, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Initially, he had pondered whether the great Qin scripture might be a closely guarded secret of the Shinjo War Department. He had imagined it to be a matter of great significance, only to discover that the essence of the great Qin scripture is so profound that martial artists find it nearly impossible to grasp. Yet, what relevance does this have for the charismatic Qin Feng? He still held 2 opportunities for enlightenment in his possession, and selecting a cultivation technique was merely a matter of choice. As for the difficulty of cultivation, fear not, for a single moment of enlightenment could resolve it. Even if, hypothetically, 1 moment were insufficient, 2 moments would suffice, and if 2 were inadequate, 3 would certainly do. In essence, Qin Feng remained resolute in his belief that he could unravel the mysteries of the great Qin scripture. While Qin Feng was filled with excitement at the prospect of acquiring such a divine technique, Ziyuan, with a respectful bow towards Zhao Wujie and the Xuanwu battle god, spoke with unwavering conviction. Esteemed Wujie and Xuanwu, I have examined Qin Feng's detailed record. This young man previously achieved the remarkable feat of cultivating the Lingbo Weibu technique from the 1st to the 3rd layer to perfection within a single day. Esteemed seniors, Lingbo Weibu is a top-tier terrestrial movement technique, and the difficulty of its cultivation is such that perhaps 1 in 100,000 may even grasp its essence. This young man possesses extraordinary talent and comprehension. Thus, I firmly believe that Qin Feng is best suited for the cultivation of the great Qin scripture. Aside from him, I can think of no one more fitting. As Ziyuan's voice faded, the assembly of formidable warriors led by Zhao Wujin in the chamber fell into a stunned silence, soon engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. Indeed, since the emergence of the Taishin Sutra, only Shippo Tian had attained the pinnacle of its mastery, while no other had reached the heights he once achieved. Furthermore, should Ziyuan's claims hold true regarding Qin Feng's potential to cultivate the Taishin body, it would signify the ability to connect hundreds of energy points into a singular flow of inner breath, surging forth like a mighty river. When the Taishin Sutra is cultivated to perfection, one could wield an imaginary sword with a hand that, though devoid of a blade, emanates sword techniques effortlessly. Swordplay, palm techniques, internal energy, and lightness skills would seamlessly merge into one. A practitioner's strength would amplify in the face of formidable foes. The more fiercely they are attacked, the more potent their counterstrike becomes. It is an unparalleled divine skill that renders one virtually invincible. If Qin Feng could indeed replicate Shippo Tian's achievements or even surpass them, the prospect of illuminating the divine land, reclaiming lost territories, and expelling the demon race would no longer be mere rhetoric. The accomplishments Qin Feng could achieve might even elevate him to the status of a national hero, akin to Feng Lang Ju Su, forever etched in the annals of history. The vision of driving out the demon race and restoring the divine land within one's lifetime is a pursuit that resonates deeply with all present, a cherished aspiration they yearn for throughout their lives. However, it must be acknowledged that the difficulty of mastering the Taishin Sutra is immense. The vast expanse of the divine land is home to countless gifted individuals, yet how many have faltered against the challenges posed by the Taishin Sutra? Take, for instance, the previous practitioner, Ziyuan, who was hailed as an extraordinary talent rarely seen in a century prior to Qin Feng. With her remarkable gifts and unparalleled brilliance, the War God Temple had entrusted her with the Taishin Sutra in hopes that she would cultivate the Taishin body to expel the demons and restore the divine land. Alas, in the end, this prodigy was unable to comprehend the sutra and remained trapped at the advanced War Emperor realm, unable to break through to the War God level, marking a significant loss for the divine land and a source of regret for many. observing the furrowed brows and the silence among the war gods in the chamber. Qin Feng took a bold step forward and declared with conviction, I, Qin Feng, wish to take Zoan as my master to cultivate the Taishan Sutra, and I hope the esteemed seniors will support my endeavor. His words captured the attention of the war gods. The first to respond, the Xuanwu war god, shook his head and replied coolly, Young Qin Feng, your current realm is low and your understanding shallow. You cannot fathom the profound complexities of the Taishan Sutra, which are beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Before you, exceptional talents like Zoan, who stood tall among us, have ultimately faltered against the sutra, leaving an everlasting regret in our hearts. With a heavy sigh, the Xuanwu war god reflected on this reality. Qin Feng, undeterred, clasped his fists and resolutely stated, I, Qin Feng, am willing to give it a try. His voice echoed in the chamber, signifying his unwavering determination. Seeing that Qin Feng remained obstinately attached to his views, the Azure Dragon war god could not help but offer earnest counsel, saying, Young Qin Feng, do you not realize that the internal cultivation techniques differ significantly from other martial arts and combat skills? Should you falter in your physical techniques or combat skills, you may simply choose to pursue another path without it adversely affecting your future development. At worst, it would merely delay your progress. However, the matter of internal cultivation is entirely different. Should you attempt to switch to another technique midway, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage, an unbearable blow for any martial artist. In our time, it was this very group of old souls, clinging to a flicker of hope, that led to the tragic misstep of Zoan's promising future. Had Zoan not embarked on the path of the Taishan scripture, would she now find herself ensnared in the realm of the advanced battle emperor? Chapter 61. Qin Feng's determination. Had we allowed her to adopt a different internal cultivation technique back then, judging by the extraordinary talent exhibited by Zoan in her youth, she might have already ascended to the realm of the advanced war god by now. Upon hearing the words of the Azure Dragon war god, Qin Feng instinctively cast a glance at the ethereal figure beside him, and a wave of admiration washed over him. He truly did not anticipate that this woman in the purple dress possessed such an extraordinary background. She, too, had once borne the hopes of rejuvenating the nation. Qin Feng, my dear, Zoan, sensing his gaze, spoke with gravity. My inability to master this profound scripture merely indicates my lack of affinity with this internal cultivation. However, my limitations do not imply that you, Qin Feng, are incapable. Reflect on the past. Shipo Tian was once an illiterate beggar, yet he was able to master this scripture. You, too, can achieve greatness. At her proclamation, the Xuanwu war god scoffed derisively, preposterous. Indeed, while Shipo Tian may have been uneducated, he nonetheless attained the pinnacle of this scripture. But are you Shipo Tian? Is Qin Feng Shipo Tian? Do not base your arguments on singular instances. What if Qin Feng lacks the fated opportunities that Shipo Tian had? Are you, Zoan, prepared to shoulder that responsibility? The Azure Dragon war god nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. Shipo Tian is but a rare exception and cannot be taken as a standard. We must not indulge in wishful thinking. Remember, you were once considered by us to be the next Shipo Tian, yet what became of that? Ultimately, it turned into the greatest jest of our war god hall. Qin Feng found himself in accord with the sentiments expressed by the Xuanwu and Azure Dragon war gods. He understood the concept of survivor bias and recognized that since the emergence of the profound scripture, a millennium has passed with Shipo Tian being the sole success story. This stark reality highlighted the formidable difficulty and elevated threshold of mastering this scripture, realms beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Nonetheless, Qin Feng remained resolute, declaring, Esteemed elders, my mind is made up, and I implore your support. The others in the chamber regarded him with mixed emotions upon witnessing his unwavering commitment to the profound scripture. A discussion ensued once more in the secret chamber. Have you not noticed? One remarked. This young Qin Feng shares many similarities with the Shipo Tian of yore. Like Shipo Tian, he appears utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable traits. Yet, it is precisely such seemingly mundane individuals who often reveal astonishing potential. This is strikingly reminiscent of Shipo Tian. If given the chance to cultivate this profound scripture, who knows, he might indeed achieve the same level of mastery as Shipo Tian did back in his day. Humph! By who or God, do you even comprehend your own words? How long has it been since we have witnessed a prodigious talent emerge from our nation? Moreover, the aptitude Qin Feng demonstrates now surpasses that of Zoan in her prime. With the lessons learned from the past, should we truly repeat the same mistakes? Moreover, even if Qin Feng does not cultivate the Taishan classic, I firmly believe he possesses the potential to transcend the realm of the war god and reach that exalted domain. In short, I cannot bear to let such a promising talent slip through our fingers again. As the Azure Dragon wisely stated, if we miss the opportunity with Qin Feng once more, When shall we ever drive out the demon race and restore the glory of our land? In a century's time, who among us will be able to shoulder the banner of resistance against the demon race? Ah, I must say, old Azure Dragon. Interestingly enough, when the old white tiger mentioned it, the more I look at Qin Feng, the more I am reminded of the legendary Sherpatian from back in the day. Both appear ordinary and unremarkable, yet their deeds are nothing short of earth-shattering. Who knows? Perhaps Qin Feng is the very person that the Taishan Classic has been awaiting all along. Indeed, if Qin Feng can truly cultivate the Taishan Classic and forge the Taishan Divine Body, but we hinder him today, shall we not become the eternal sinners of our land? Alas, you all present valid points, yet this one in a million chance leaves me uneasy. We are all aware of the formidable challenges in cultivating the Taishan Classic. Are we truly willing to push the young Qin Feng into the fiery abyss for a mere flicker of hope? I say, old Xian Wu, this is the Taishan Divine Body we are discussing. Do you comprehend the significance of the Taishan Divine Body? Should the young Qin Feng indeed cultivate this body, it would signify our possession of strength surpassing that of the demon race. Reclaiming our lost territories would be a matter of time. The once serene chamber had transformed into a chaotic marketplace. The war gods, like boisterous market vendors, engaged in heated disputes. At the center of this fervor, Qin Feng felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Are these individuals all thespians? I had just articulated my stance so clearly. Must they continue to wrangle over my seemingly mediocre physical endowments and cultivation talents? Yet this time, Qin Feng was evidently mistaken. It was precisely because his apparent talents seemed so unremarkable, lacking any striking qualities, that he resembled the illiterate Sherpatian of yore. Perhaps, just as Sherpatian had once followed the sword's momentum and intent, allowing his inner energy to flow naturally, Qin Feng might also, after observing the technique from start to finish, unwittingly master this divine skill. Otherwise, these war gods would never have consented to allow Qin Feng to practice the Taishan Classic. My esteemed colleagues, please grant me your attention. Amidst the ongoing disputes, Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke up. Instantly, the previously raucous chamber fell silent once more. Qin Feng, are you fully aware of the risks and costs associated with your choice today? Zhao Wuji regarded Qin Feng with a grave expression. I understand, master. Qin Feng clasped his hands respectfully, affirming, very well, since this is your decision, I shall naturally respect it. However, our land is currently in a perilous situation, and the supply of top-tier resources and rare treasures is exceedingly scarce. Thus, until we can ascertain your potential to master this profound scripture, our War Department of Shinjo shall refrain from making any blind investments in you. Are you truly willing to forsake all resources, including rare materials and treasures of heaven and earth, to become a disciple of a mentor? The disparity in treatment between these two paths is indeed as vast as heaven and earth, incomparable in any sense. Zhao Wuji reiterated solemnly. Qin Feng, young man, this is a pivotal moment that will determine your destiny. You must exercise utmost caution and not act impulsively, lest you commit to a choice that you may regret for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the war god of Xuanwu could not help but offer gentle counsel as well. Qin Feng, if it truly proves unfeasible, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Ziyuan found herself wavering. Chapter 62, Voluntary Renunciation. Initially, upon learning of Qin Feng's extraordinary talent and remarkable experiences, she felt an admiration for his potential. She believed that Qin Feng was the one she had been waiting for, to fulfill her unaccomplished dream of mastering the Taishan scripture and thereby forging the Taishan Divine Body. However, the thought of her fleeting obsession leading Qin Feng to relinquish the unparalleled resources offered by the highest echelon of the Shinjo War Department weighed heavily on her conscience. It is important to note that the conditions presented by Zhao Wuji are among the rarest in the history of the Shinjo War Department. Such an esteemed opportunity is coveted by countless martial artists across the Shinjo continent, yet remains out of reach for most. Only a fool would forsake such a precious chance. Is Qin Feng a fool? Certainly not. The thought of letting this golden opportunity slip away was profoundly disheartening for him. If given the choice, he would never wish to forfeit the exceptional nurturing provided by the Shinjo War Department. Yet, the resources offered by the War Department paled in comparison to the dual rewards of the Taishan scripture and the system's accolades, forcing Qin Feng to make this painful sacrifice. Moreover, Zhao Wuji proved to be a cunning and shrewd individual, one who would not offer any benefits without complete certainty of success. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng clasped his hands in a formal gesture. Speaking each word with conviction, esteemed seniors, I voluntarily relinquish the opportunity for cultivation provided by the War Department. With unwavering confidence, he expressed his belief in his ability to master the Taishan scripture and forge the Taishan divine body. In due time, he would surely return to pay his respects to these esteemed elders. Qin Feng's declaration resonated powerfully within the chamber, leaving the assembled war gods in a state of astonishment. Each was captivated by his bold and self-assured demeanor. To voluntarily forego the diligent cultivation efforts of the Shinjo War Department was no trivial matter. It represented the collective strength of the nation dedicated to nurturing a single martial artist. The sheer audacity of Qin Feng's resolve demanded immense courage and fortitude. It was likely that, across the vast expanse of Shinjo and beyond, no other individual could match his spirit. Unbeknownst to him, the war gods in the chamber turned their gazes toward Qin Feng, their admiration for him swelling like an unstoppable tide. Yet, as he accepted their reverent looks, Qin Feng could not suppress a bitter thought. Just wait, each one of you. Once I have mastered this Tai Xian scripture and forged the Tai Xian divine body, the stakes will be far higher than they are today. I shall hold you accountable. However, just as Qin Feng silently exchanged friendly sentiments with the esteemed war gods, a prolonged silence enveloped the chamber. Eventually, Zhao Wuji rose first, his expression solemn. Esteemed colleagues, given the remarkable resolve and audacity displayed by the young Qin Feng, let us honor his decision. After all, the future ultimately belongs to the youth. Upon hearing this, the war gods did not engage in further debate, yielding to the wisdom of Zhao Wuji's words. Soon, all the war gods in the secret chamber rose from their seats. Each one, as they passed by Qin Feng, unconsciously placed a hand upon his shoulder, casting him a glance that conveyed their unwavering belief in him, before gracefully departing. In an instant, the once bustling chamber fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Zhao Wujing, Zoan, and Qin Feng. Zhao Wujing's gaze towards Qin Feng was laden with complexity. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Young Qin Feng, since your entrance into the elite training camp of Shinjo, you have ceaselessly created history, time and again. This time, I have faith that you shall once more forge a remarkable legacy, one that heralds a brilliant future for our countless descendants of Yin and Huang. With that, Zhao Wujing turned to Zoan and solemnly declared, Zoan, your inability to ascend to the realm of the war gods remains my greatest regret in this life. I hope that in the remaining 3 years, you will dedicate yourself to nurturing young Qin Feng. Rest assured, I shall give my utmost effort. Zoan affirmed with a nod. 3 years. Principal Zhao, what do you mean by the remaining 3 years? Qin Feng inquired, initially taken aback, then filled with curiosity. Sighing deeply at Qin Feng's question, Zhao Wujing lamented, this is because your mentor, Zoan, possesses the rare 9 cold body, a phenomenon that occurs once in a century. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng remained perplexed and decided to directly inquire with the system. System, what is the 9 cold body? Please hold on for a moment while I conduct the search, came the system's response. Shortly thereafter, the system's characteristic electronic voice resounded once more. The 9 cold body refers to an individual who, at birth, has malevolent energy entering their body, coupled with a birth chart that corresponds to the 9 hour. In Shinjo, years are commonly represented by the heavenly stems and earthly branches, with the heavenly stems denoting the time. All of these elements, heavenly stems, earthly branches, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams are composed of yin and yang energies, thus the birth chart inherently possesses a yin-yang distinction. If the yang predominates in the birth chart, the individual is classified as a yang body. Conversely, if yin predominates, it constitutes a yin body. If the birth chart comprises solely yang elements, it is termed a pure yang body, while a birth chart composed entirely of yin elements is referred to as a pure yin body. In ancient times, 9 symbolized completeness. Hence, a pure yin body is also known as the 9 yin body, while a pure yang body is known as the 9 yang body. If a male harbors an abundance of yang energy, he will undoubtedly exude a robust masculinity, radiating an overwhelming and dazzling yang aura. Conversely, should a male lack sufficient yang energy, allowing yin to dominate, the repercussions will lead to an ambiguous identity, neither distinctly male nor female. In extreme cases, excessive yin energy may even distort a man's sexual orientation, which explains the frequent discussions surrounding the allure of the dragon yang phenomenon. Similarly, the principle holds true for women. Should a woman possess a greater amount of yang energy than yin, her demeanor and conduct may rival or even surpass that of men. In essence, she embodies the spirit of a true warrior, a paragon of strength and valor. In the realm of humanity, there exist brothers of great strength, capable of bearing the weight of men upon their fists, traversing upon their arms, shattering stones upon their chests, effortlessly uncapping bottles, and adorned in crimson armor despite having faced countless battles. However, should the feminine essence within a woman surpass the masculine, she will undoubtedly become increasingly exquisite, alluring, and possess a beauty that could captivate an entire nation. Yet, in this world, whether it pertains to humanity or the Tao. The principle of yin and yang must be upheld in harmony. To disrupt this delicate balance invites the retribution of the heavenly order. Thus, throughout history, it has been said that beautiful women often meet with tragic fates. In essence, this is a reflection of the same principle. Chapter 63. The Nine Yin Cold Body. Within the realm of the Nine Yin Cold Body, an imbalance of yin and yang prevails, rendering women with a heavier yin energy destined to meet a tragic fate, particularly in the case of Master Qin Feng, who possesses this rare and extraordinary constitution. One can easily deduce that behind the enchanting and ethereal beauty of Zoan lies the grim reality of a fleeting existence. Therefore, why did we initially consent to allow Zoan to cultivate the Taishian classic? Ultimately, our hope was that she could forge the Taishian precious body, thereby transcending the curse of the Nine Yin Cold Body through rebirth by fire. At this juncture, Zhao Wuji could not help but sigh deeply, his brow shadowed with melancholy. Is there no other method of treatment that Principal Zhao can offer, aside from forging the Taishian precious body? After all, having the privilege to learn from such a stunning and ethereal mentor, Qin Feng could not bear to witness Zoan's demise before his very eyes. Alas, how could a young man like Qin Feng hope to remedy the Nine Yin Cold Body so easily, were it not for a lack of options? We would not have resorted to this desperate measure of allowing Zoan to practice the Taishian classic. Observing Zhao Wuji's expression of helplessness, Qin Feng remained resolute, refusing to share in the despair. The problems that Zhao Wuji could not solve did not imply that he, Qin Feng, would be equally powerless. With the formidable advantage of the system by his side, how could he fear the challenge of healing the mere Nine Yin Cold Body? Moreover, even without the system's assistance, he could certainly comprehend the Taishian classic and, after forging the Taishian precious body, personally guide his enchanting mentor through the process. For Qin Feng, this task would be a trivial endeavor, requiring little effort. However, Zhao Wuji's words had inadvertently cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Stepping forward, Qin Feng addressed Zoan with utmost sincerity. Master, rest assured that I shall find a way to cure the Nine Yin Cold Body. Qin Feng, your determination is commendable. Upon witnessing the unwavering resolve in Qin Feng's eyes, Zoan felt a warmth in her heart, yet she could not fully believe his words. After all, the venerable warriors within the War God Hall had been powerless against her affliction, and Qin Feng was merely a novice at the threshold of martial arts. How could he possibly remedy this ailment deemed incurable? Qin Feng, let us depart. After bidding farewell to Zhao Wuji, Qin Feng suddenly felt a lightness in his body, and in the blink of an eye, he soared into the skies. He barely had time to react before he found himself gliding swiftly past one cloud after another. The towering skyscrapers of the capital rapidly diminished in size beneath him, until they became mere specks on the horizon. He was en route to the elite training camp of the Divine Land. As Qin Feng reflected on the journey, he felt a profound sense of wonder. Although he had previously experienced flight with Zhao Wuji that morning, he had been in a stupor, waking only to find himself airborne. The current sensation was far more vivid and exhilarating. Throughout this journey, Qin Feng was filled with awe at the surreal nature of his day's experiences, which could easily inspire a novel of their own. Ultimately, by a stroke of serendipity, I found myself under the tutelage of the enchanting sister, acquiring the unparalleled internal cultivation technique of the Taishian Jing. As I pondered this, my gaze instinctively shifted towards the ethereal Zoan, who was gracefully soaring through the air. Observing her exquisitely crafted features, akin to a masterpiece of art, even I, a staunchly unyielding man wholly unfamiliar with the realm of femininity, could discern no flaw upon her visage. Truly, it seemed that the heavens had bestowed all their favor upon my esteemed master. A silent sigh of admiration escaped my heart. At the elite training camp of the Divine Land, Zoan descended gently upon the Jinling Pavilion and turned to me, saying, Qin Feng, I have perused your records, which indicate that you shattered the historical record for the Trial Tower since its inception, achieving an S-grade completion within 13 minutes and 21 seconds. Is that correct? Yes. I nodded in affirmation. The assessment on the first level of the Trial Tower is notoriously challenging, especially for newcomers like yourself. Yet, you navigated the new student assessment without a single injury, a feat I have never witnessed before. As she spoke, Zoan gracefully formed a hand seal, and in the blink of an eye, a 2-meter diameter oval ice block ascended from the lake's surface. Its thickness of 3 inches, coupled with the chill emanating from it, clearly indicated its formidable hardness. I regarded this display with awe, pondering the nature of such combat skills or techniques. With one hand resting upon the icy disc, Zoan continued, Qin Feng, I have thoroughly reviewed your experiences in the Jinling battle zone from several years ago, as well as your live broadcast of challenges against senior students at the elite training camp. Despite your remarkably robust physical constitution and commendable aptitude, it is curious that, while your talent appears average, your rate of cultivation is exceedingly rapid. I have observed that your meridians remain unconnected. Furthermore, given your humble origins, you have not received guidance from esteemed mentors, relying solely on your own efforts to navigate this path. From these observations, it becomes evident that your journey has predominantly relied on shortcuts rather than the rightful path. Not only are your meridians unaligned, but even your dantian has yet to be solidified, leading to an unstable foundation. Upon reaching this juncture, Zoan paused momentarily before continuing. You may harbor doubts regarding my earlier statements, but I encourage you to strike this ice disc with a fist and see for yourself. I glanced at Zoan and then at the Jinling pavilion behind me, uncertain. Here, Zoan nodded, instructing. Take a few steps back and then channel your physical strength to strike the ice disc. Rest assured, with your current cultivation level and mastery of energy manipulation, you will not shatter this ice disc. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow in discontent. In terms of physical strength, I, possessing the fish fruit and the mythical beast lineage of the azure dragon form, had never faltered. However, I refrained from further protest, stepping back a few paces before grounding myself into a horse stance. Then, Qin Feng lowered his brow and shoulders, letting out a low growl as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the icy platform. Although he had yet to awaken his martial spirit, this strike summoned every ounce of physical strength available to a novice war general. As his fist surged forward, it resembled a torrential flood, embodying an overwhelming force that crashed down with unyielding might. With a resounding bang, the impact struck the icy surface, causing the ground beneath to tremble thrice. The incessant, grating sound of cracking ice echoed through the air, and as Zoan turned to investigate the source, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 64. The young hero begins anew before him. The once seemingly indomitable ice platform now bore faint, spiderweb-like cracks that radiated outward. It appeared I had underestimated this youth before me. I never anticipated that he could possess such formidable explosive power without unleashing his martial soul. If he were to fully activate his martial soul, I doubt even this ice platform could withstand a single strike from Qin Feng. Zoan could not help but silently marvel, her gaze towards Qin Feng now infused with a mixture of astonishment and fervor. It is worth noting that although the ice platform was casually conjured by her, it was nonetheless a creation of a high-level battle emperor. Not even a mere battle general, let alone a battle king, could easily shatter it with a single blow. Given that Qin Feng's cultivation level was merely at the initial battle general stage, his ability to achieve such a feat was indeed remarkable. What might he accomplish once he breaks through to the battle king or even the battle emperor realm? After a moment, Zoan forcibly subdued her inner astonishment and flipped the ice platform to stand upright in the center once more. She then approached the spot where Qin Feng had just stood and spoke softly. Qin Feng, I will now suppress my cultivation level to that of an initial battle general. Observe closely. With that, she restrained her own cultivation to match Qin Feng's level and gently pushed outward with her palm. In the next instant, a muffled bang resonated. Akin to the sound of a mosquito, the ice platform, which had been suspended in the air, began to tremble incessantly. Qin Feng, witnessing this spectacle, stood momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Zoan's intentions. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, he hurriedly reached out to lightly touch the ice platform. Bang! With a soft shatter, the once impenetrable ice platform transformed into countless glistening ice crystals that floated through the air, leaving one utterly astounded. Qin Feng, I imagine you must be feeling quite perplexed right now. Why is it that the effects of your attack on the same ice platform differ so vastly from mine? Listening to the gentle, melodic voice of the fairy-like Zoan, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. The answer, however, was multifaceted. Firstly, I possess the 9-yin cold body, with an essence that is profoundly yin and gentle, while your inner energy is exceedingly young and forceful. Thus, my attacks are primarily permeative, whereas yours, characterized by grandiose movements and overwhelming momentum, are focused on destruction. Your offensive strategies exert their influence externally, while mine penetrate internally. Yet, despite employing similar techniques and being at the same cultivation level, why is there such a significant disparity in our destructive power and lethality? Zoan's voice remained soft, yet it instilled a sense of gravity within Qin Feng, prompting deep reflection. The reason is simple. My true qi is far more refined than yours, and my foundational skills are substantially more solid. Though your strength is immense and fierce, it resembles a disorganized rabble. Though one may charge forth, conquering cities and lands, without a commanding leader, it is impossible to concentrate one's forces upon a singular target. My strength may not rival yours, yet I possess the ability to wield authority and dictate the course of action. Thus, What you must now do is compress the vast and boundless energy within you into a singular point, to elucidate through the lens of modern physics. It is the intensity of pressure that surpasses mere force. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression transformed into one of realization. In truth, from the moment Zoan made her move, he had sensed a certain familiarity in her method of attack, as if he had encountered it before, though the memory eluded him. Was Zoan's technique not reminiscent of the flowing Sakura Haki mentioned in the Wano arc of One Piece? This technique involves transforming the Haki into a colorless, formless fluid that gathers upon one's fists or weapons, allowing it to penetrate the surface of objects and cause destruction from within. Noticing Qin Feng's dawning comprehension, Zoan continued. If you cannot deftly manipulate the energy within you, guiding it as an extension of your will, then even if you can currently claim invincibility within your realm, or easily triumph against those of higher realms, such prowess will only assure your dominance at the level of a battle general, and you will find yourself at a disadvantage when facing a battle king. In the future, before you can ascend from the rank of battle general to battle king, you must first undergo the foundational stage of cultivation. If your energy cannot coalesce, the inner elixir formed post-foundation will be feeble, easily becoming a false essence. At that point, the advantages you now possess will dwindle considerably, and when confronted with true veterans of countless battles, you may very well find your essence dissipating under their might. Furthermore, as you progress in your cultivation from battle king to battle emperor, and eventually to the realm of battle god, you will face even more formidable tribulations. Upon absorbing Zoan's words, Qin Feng felt as though he had been enlightened, and hastily inquired, "Master, how can I transform the energy within me from scattered to unified?" Zoan replied with a smile, "Your foundation is unstable. Everything must start anew." "What? Start anew?" Qin Feng gasped, a chill running down his spine as he thought. What is this rhythm? After so much effort to reach a high level, do they wish for me to erase my progress and begin again? Do you understand why the Tai Xian Jing is revered as the foremost internal cultivation method in the land? Zoan asked, noticing Qin Feng shaking his head once more. It is because the Tai Xian Jing possesses the ability to seize the essence of heaven and earth, reshaping your physical form and connecting you to the extraordinary meridians. Ultimately, it forges the unparalleled Tai Xian body. With a serious expression, Zoan declared, "Qin Feng, I shall now impart the Tai Xian Jing to you. However, the teachings must not be shared with others indiscriminately. You must now swear to the heavens that you will never divulge the Tai Xian Jing without the express permission of the Divine State's War Department." Qin Feng nodded in understanding, acknowledging the gravity of her words. Initially, when Qin Feng exchanged for the Earth-level 10th rank martial arts manual, Lingbo Weibu, in the Battle Network, he was repeatedly warned by the representatives of the War Department that this technique must never be disclosed. Should he do so, he would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from the 5 major war departments of the Divine Continent, as well as martial artists and bounty hunters across the globe. Contemplating this, Qin Feng's expression immediately turned grave, and he raised his fingers to the heavens, swearing an oath of utmost seriousness. Observing the resoluteness and solemnity of Qin Feng's vow, Zoan nodded in satisfaction, extending her delicate hand to gently tap his brow, instructing, "Qin Feng, focus your mind and earnestly comprehend the profound mysteries of the Tai Xian Jing. It is intricate and complex." Chapter 65. Comprehending the Taishan Sutra. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng swiftly closed his eyes. Regarding the Taishan Sutra, an unparalleled internal cultivation method in the land of the divine, he did not hesitate to utilize his second opportunity for enlightenment. The teachings of the Taishan Sutra began to materialize in his mind, reminiscent of his prior insights while deciphering the Lingbo Weibu technique. Furthermore, as he entered the state of enlightenment, Qin Feng could distinctly perceive a sensation akin to being enlightened by divine wisdom. His mind felt ethereal, and his thoughts became remarkably agile and vibrant. Accompanying the 24 profound phrases of the Taishan Sutra were 24 illustrations. In this enigmatic state of enlightenment, as Qin Feng followed the illustrations and phrases of the sutra, he was suddenly met with the vision of various swords, each differing in form, momentum, and intent. Among these, the 5th phrase, 10 steps to slay a man, the 10th phrase, sword laid horizontally before the knee, and the 17th phrase, rescue Xiao with gold. Each concealed a unique sword technique. The 6th phrase, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. The 7th, with matters settled, I brush off my garments. And the 8th, deeply hiding merit and fame. Each contained a set of lightness techniques. The 9th phrase, casually drinking at Xianling. The 14th, 5 mountains bow lightly. And the 16th, even in death, the chivalrous bones are fragrant, represented distinct boxing styles. The 13th phrase, 3 cups spill brilliance. The 18th and 19th phrases, ambition soaring like a rainbow. And the 20th phrase, illustrious in the city of Liang, pertained to the internal breathing techniques. The final illustration, despite its seemingly chaotic layout of tadpole script, revealed to Qin Feng a diagram of meridians and acupoints. As Qin Feng followed the momentum and intent of the swords, his internal energy flowed naturally, rendering the process of comprehending the Taishan Sutra utterly effortless, akin to the ease of drinking water or eating. At that moment, as he delved deeper into this profound state of understanding, a striking figure, Liuatai, appeared beside him, in addition to Zoan. After concluding her daily training at the Tongtian Tower, Liuatai returned to Jinling Pavilion to find Qin Feng and Zoan engaged in a playful exchange. After a conversation, Liuatai learned that Qin Feng was currently cultivating the Taishan Sutra, a method perfected by only one individual throughout a millennium in the land of the divine. A hint of concern emerged on her brow. There is no need to worry. Based on my understanding of Qin Feng, I believe you will grasp the first layer of the Taishan Sutra within a week, Zoan gently reassured her, noticing the tension on Liuabi's face. A week. Although Zoan spoke casually, her words struck Liuabi as profoundly incredible. It is important to note that the individual before her was renowned for extraordinary talent and comprehension since the inception of their training camp in the Divine Land. Despite having graduated years ago, she had left behind numerous legends that remain unbroken within the elite training camp. Yet, even this exceptional prodigy had taken over 2 weeks to comprehend the first layer of the Taishan Sutra. How could Zoan be so certain that Qin Feng would achieve this feat in just a week? This would surpass the record set by Zoan herself by more than double. This alleviated some of the worry etched upon Liuabi's brow. Yet, perhaps recalling something else, she lightly bit her lower lip, her gaze wavering. What if Qin Feng cannot break through the Taishan Jing within a week? Does that imply that even he may be unable to cultivate this scripture? Liuabi's words stirred a sense of unease within Zoan, yet her tone remained resolute as she replied, "No, I have faith in Qin Feng. Aside from the legendary Shippo Tian, Qin Feng possesses the highest innate talent of any young person I have encountered. The same Qin Feng who mastered the 3rd level of Lingbo Weibo in merely a quarter of an hour, I firmly believe he can reach the 1st level of Taishan Jing within a week. He shall not repeat my mistakes." The last sentiment echoed silently within Zoan's heart. However, as both Zoan and Liuabi harbored their concerns for Qin Feng, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Suddenly, as if drawn by an invisible force, the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Feng erupted into a chaotic tumult. Within 1,000 miles, the aura converged towards Jinling Pavilion, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. In an instant, a colossal vortex materialized directly above Qin Feng, visibly swirling with intensity. He became enveloped in an overwhelming essence of spiritual energy, gradually levitating into the air, his form adorned with a golden haze, radiating an ethereal holiness that compelled onlookers to bow in reverence. How is this possible? Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, even Zoan, known for her composure, was left aghast, her delicate features reflecting astonishment as she gazed at Qin Feng. Beside her, Liuabi was equally taken aback, her lips forming a na shape in sheer disbelief. The world had transformed, as if the heavens themselves were in attendance. This was a manifestation of the 1st level of Taishan Jing. Could it truly be? Had it not been merely a brief span of time since Qin Feng began to comprehend the scripture, barely 10 minutes at most? May the heavens bless our land. For with such a prodigy, how can we fear the expulsion of the demon race and the restoration of our homeland? Zoan's gaze towards Qin Feng was filled with admiration, beholding the majestic figure suspended in the air as though observing a rare and exquisite gem. This unique treasure had just begun to reveal a glimpse of its precious core, while its exterior remained rough and unrefined, requiring a patient, gentle, and skillful artisan to sculpt it into a masterpiece. Is cultivating the Taishan Jing truly so arduous? Were it not immensely challenging? The warriors of the War God Temple would not regard the scripture with such trepidation. It is not without reason that throughout the vast expanse of 5,000 years of history in the land of Shenzhou, the Taishan Jing has compelled countless heroes and prodigies to bow in reverence. To this day, only one individual, Shippo Tian, has achieved mastery of this profound text. From this, one can glimpse a fragment of its complexity. The esoteric nature of the Taishan Jing far surpasses the limits of human comprehension and imagination. Previously, when Qin Feng was contemplating the Taishan Jing, he approached this revered inner martial art, acclaimed as the foremost in Shenzhou, with deep respect. Thus, to demonstrate his reverence for the Taishan Jing, Qin Feng, during the transmission of teachings in Ziyuan, unhesitatingly employed an opportunity for sudden enlightenment. Chapter 66. A vast discrepancy. What Qin Feng did not anticipate was that immediately after seizing the opportunity for enlightenment, he experienced a sudden clarity in his mind, as if a myriad of complex thoughts had been effortlessly unraveled. The previously inscrutable Tai-Chien diagram and the Tai-Chien heart method now appeared to him as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, flowing forth effortlessly with the greatest of ease. Upon witnessing this scene, Zoan became exhilarated, her breath quickening with excitement as she exclaimed, in less than 10 minutes. Qin Feng has successfully cultivated the first level of the Tai-Chien classic. I truly did not misjudge him. Just as effortlessly as the legendary Shi Pation, Qin Feng was comprehending the Tai-Chien classic, and it was certain that he would soon forge the Tai-Chien treasure body. Beside them, Liuatai, in the wake of this astonishing display, found herself rendered almost numb with surprise. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Qin Feng, he had consistently shattered her preconceived notions. From their initial spar at Jinling Pavilion, where she was utterly defeated by him, to his subsequent challenge against 100 opponents, and his confrontation with the second-ranked Yuan Yongshang on the talent rankings, culminating in his intent to challenge the top 10 on that list. Since that time, the name Qin Feng had become synonymous with invincibility in the hearts of all. And today, after achieving sudden enlightenment of the Tai-Chien classic and mastering its first level, Liuatai harbored no doubt that in the near future, Qin Feng would surely forge the Tai-Chien treasure body, destined to become a national hero. At this moment, Zoan was equally overwhelmed with emotion, her gaze towards Qin Feng imbued with a rare fervor. She had come to view him as the continuation of her spirit and legacy. Once, she dreamt of forging the Tai-Chien treasure body, expelling the demon race, and restoring the glory of the divine land. This was the greatest aspiration of her life, and now she had entrusted her dreams to Qin Feng, vowing to devote her remaining 3 years entirely to assist him in breaking through to the war god realm. However, just as both Zoan and Liuatai were astonished by the terrifying aptitude displayed by Qin Feng, a new wave of confusion enveloped them. Ordinarily, after breaking through the first level of the Tai-Chien classic, Qin Feng should have swiftly emerged from his meditative state. Yet, his current condition left the two women in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that he had fallen into a bout of madness? As the possibility crossed her mind, Zoan anxiously prepared to find a way to awaken Qin Feng from his meditative trance. Just then, the previously quelled aura storm erupted once more. The influx of spiritual energy that had only ceased for a mere 3 minutes resumed with even greater intensity than before. Simultaneously, the planets in the heavens, traversing their respective orbits, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, converging upon the Jinling Pavilion where Qin Feng resided. This spectacle caused Liuatai to stagger back in disbelief as she exclaimed, Zoan, what is happening? Hadn't Qin Feng just broken through the first level of the Tai-Chien classic? Why do the celestial phenomena persist? Zoan found herself utterly astonished by the unfolding events. And after a prolonged silence, she murmured, even in my youth, it took me a decade to grasp the second layer of the Tai-Chien Sutra. Suddenly, the once radiant sky darkened as ominous clouds enveloped the sun, casting shadows over the earth. What could have transpired? Could it be an invasion by the Demon Clan? The sudden upheaval shook the elite training camp in Shenzhou and the entire imperial capital. In an instant, the capital entered a state of heightened alert. With countless warriors poised for battle, while formidable war emperor-level fighters rushed toward the front lines to engage in a fierce confrontation with the demonic forces. Yet, upon their arrival, they were met with bewilderment. There were no demons in sight, not even a feather. Only the oppressive black clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by ominous thunder, leaving them perplexed. Meanwhile, the two individuals at the center of this spectacle, Zoan and Liuatai, were rendered somewhat numb by the extraordinary scene before them. Atop the Jinling Pavilion, golden lotus flowers inexplicably blossomed from the ground, radiating a dazzling golden light as they floated gracefully. Countless golden petals danced through the air, swirling around Qin Feng in an ethereal vortex of spiritual energy. At that moment, the Jinling Pavilion, where Qin Feng stood, resembled a black hole, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual essence. The vortex above his head expanded, channeling an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy into his limbs and meridians, reminiscent of the earth-embracing golden lotus. Was this the second layer of the Tai-Chien Sutra? Zoan and Liuatai were so astounded by the scene that they found themselves speechless, their minds racing with 1,000 thoughts. Especially for Zoan, a practitioner of the Tai-Chien Sutra. She understood all too well that a breakthrough to the second layer would inevitably invoke celestial phenomena. However, compared to her own arduous journey to that level, which barely produced a single blossoming lotus, this was an entirely different spectacle. The same internal cultivation method, the same level of attainment. Yet the results were vastly different due to the different individual practicing it. Looking at Qin Feng, it was as if he had conjured a lotus pond right before him, a scene worthy of a tourist attraction. Oh my heavens! What kind of divine roommate do I have on this floor? Even Li Ruobing, usually as aloof as the Tianshan snow lotus, found herself on the verge of exclaiming. Had her vocabulary not been so limited in this context? Zoan, her gaze fixated on Qin Feng, opened her mouth repeatedly, wanting to articulate something. Yet the words remained lodged in her throat, leaving her utterly at a loss for speech. Indeed, Zoan, accustomed to her cold demeanor and hardened by her 9-in cold body, had long since grown indifferent to the mundane world. To replace the individual in this scenario, one cannot help but reflect on the past decade spent in relentless dedication and solitary cultivation, only to be surpassed in less than an hour by a young prodigy, whose achievements far exceed one's own. One might wonder if such a person, faced with this humiliating setback, would succumb to despair or perhaps even provoke the onset of Alzheimer's disease. Yet, amidst the cataclysmic changes unfolding in the world, Qin Feng remains utterly oblivious. Currently enraptured in a state of profound enlightenment, he suddenly perceives an intangible pressure emanating from the Tao Te Ching, surging toward him like an overwhelming tide from all directions. Chapter 67. The second layer of the Taishan classic break for me. In that moment, Qin Feng steadied his mind and consciously began to summon the spiritual energy that had gathered from miles around, allowing it to circulate endlessly through his internal organs and limbs. This action significantly alleviated the pressure weighing upon him, making his body feel remarkably light. Almost immediately, a continuous stream of true qi surged from his dantian, flowing into his body's meridians and counteracting the oppressive force emanating from the shackles of the Taishan classic. Boom, boom. In the next instant, Qin Feng felt the overwhelming and tyrannical true qi crashing against his dantian with the ferocity of a wild stallion breaking free. Once, twice, thrice, countless times. With each impact, Qin Feng could distinctly feel the true qi battering against the barrier of his dantian, causing his brow to furrow in intense concentration. The pain was akin to a visceral wound, piercing to the depths of his being. Damn it, break for me. Qin Feng was unaware of how many times he had assaulted the barrier of his dantian. Veins bulged on his forehead, and beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans dripped down. However, just as he felt on the brink of collapse, he suddenly heard a sound in his ears akin to the cracking of an eggshell. It seemed as though the shackles that had bound him for so long had finally shattered at that moment. Then, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, Qin Feng felt a revival within his body, with every part of him experiencing an exquisite comfort. Had he truly broken through? The second layer of the Taishan classic. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, acutely aware that both his physical form and the meridians had undergone a qualitative leap once more. Onward. The third layer of the Taishan classic. Qin Feng, am coming. He took a deep breath and continued to forge ahead, entering a state of meditation once more. 3 hours had passed, and night had fallen. The celestial phenomena that had unfolded earlier gradually dissipated, with a full moon finally rising in the night sky. The students who had taken shelter in the Tongtian Tower or their dormitories during the earlier spectacle began to emerge in groups onto the streets. Wow, what a sight to behold, exclaimed a senior student, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. I initially thought that the oppressive dark clouds signaled an impending assault by the demon race. By the way, have you seen Qin Feng? Is he still with Principal Zhao? Suddenly, someone inquired. Qin Feng? Does he still dare to show his face around Principal Zhao? I just heard he rejected the olive branch offered by Principal Zhao, choosing to follow a mere war emperor instead of seeking guidance from the esteemed veterans of the War God Hall. Haha. It seems to me that Qin Feng must have had his head kicked by a mule to abandon the War God Hall. It's utterly ridiculous. Oh, by the way, where do you think Qin Feng is now? That fool? I bet he is already hiding in some woman's embrace, terrified by the earlier celestial phenomenon. Haha. At that moment, laughter erupted among the crowd. In the bustling Shinjo elite training camp, numerous students engaged in animated discussions. Today marked a momentous occasion in the annals of the academy for countless trainees. From the early morning, when Qin Feng single-handedly overturned over 100 upperclassmen, to noon, when the elusive Principal Zhao Wuji made a rare appearance to escort Qin Feng away, the day was rife with excitement. By the following day, news spread like wildfire that Qin Feng had spurned the goodwill of various formidable mentors to choose the guidance of the modestly ranked Ziyuan, a mere martial arts master. This revelation quickly became common knowledge within and beyond the training camp, leading to a wave of schadenfreude among those who had previously envied Qin Feng's seemingly charmed existence. It was only natural for them to revel in his apparent folly. Since joining the Shinjo training camp, Qin Feng's life had been nothing short of vibrant, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. His ambiguous romantic entanglements with the goddesses Zhurao and Ruobing had sparked jealousy among many. Furthermore, in the trial tower and arena competitions, he had triumphed over all opponents, compelling them to acknowledge his superiority. Now, those upperclassmen who had once been bested by Qin Feng relished in his sudden fall from grace. Their morbid curiosity thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and his associates remained oblivious, still patrolling the front lines under the misconception that the recent celestial phenomena signified a massive demonic invasion. What would their reaction be if they learned that these phenomena were instigated by Qin Feng? As for the Tai Xian Jing, which they deemed impossible to master, it had now been swiftly advanced to the second level under Qin Feng's adept hands, with aspirations towards the third level in progress. Meanwhile, within the Jinling Pavilion, Qin Feng remained in a meditative posture, his knees folded on the ground. Yet, his complexion fluctuated between hues of red and green, and his breathing became increasingly erratic. Observing Qin Feng's alarming state, Zoan was left pale with fright, hesitant to make a sound for fear of disturbing his concentration and leading him to a perilous path. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was immersed in the comprehensive enhancements brought forth by his breakthrough to the second level of the Tai Xian Jing. However, as he prepared to consolidate his mastery and forge the Tai Xian body, he encountered an insurmountable barrier at the third level, akin to a tightly locked door resolutely denying him entry. Despite his relentless efforts to break through, the constraints of the third level remained as unyielding as steel, showing no signs of yielding. After an extended struggle against this impasse, Qin Feng reluctantly emerged from his state of enlightenment. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the anxious gazes of Zoan and Liuatai, who were intently watching him. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's awakening, Zoan could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, her heart still racing with trepidation. "That was close," she remarked. "You nearly fell into the abyss of obsession in your cultivation. Fortunately, you have returned to us." Qin Feng, momentarily taken aback and oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely smiled and offered a few words of comfort to the two women before sinking back into contemplation. Reflecting on his previous epiphany regarding the Lingbo Weibo technique, he recalled how he had effortlessly integrated its 6 levels with just a single moment of enlightenment, achieving a state of consummate mastery. Yet, when it came to the Tai Xian Jing, the experience was markedly different. Despite being in a state of insight, he found himself unable to attain the necessary breakthrough. Chapter 68, The Foundation of Great Perfection. Not only that, but Qin Feng found himself ensnared within the shackles of the second layer, unable to extricate himself. With a flicker of thought, he inquired of the system, what is the situation? Wasn't it stated that one could continuously comprehend during a moment of enlightenment until mastering the great perfection? Ding. The system detected that the host is currently practicing the Tai Xian Jing, which is a celestial grade second-tier internal martial arts technique. The system elucidates, there exists a significant disparity between celestial grade and terrestrial grade techniques. The latter can be cultivated without external assistance, relying solely on one's comprehension and innate talent. Conversely, celestial grade techniques are the closest to the pinnacle of martial arts. They require comprehension, realm, rare materials, and mystical crystals, all of which are indispensable. For example, the minimum requirement for the first layer of the Tai Xian Jing is the battle soldier realm, while the second layer necessitates the battle general realm. Upon hearing this explanation from the system, a look of realization crossed Qin Feng's face. It is no wonder that the Tai Xian Jing, being the most formidable internal martial arts technique, posed such a challenge that he had struggled for quite some time without success. Certainly, had Zoan and Liuatai been privy to Qin Feng's thoughts at this moment, they would undoubtedly have rolled up their sleeves and rushed to confront him. It is indeed true that comparisons can evoke envy. Throughout the illustrious 5,000 years of the Divine Land, countless extraordinary talents have ultimately bowed before the Tai Xian Jing. Many have devoted their lives to its rigorous practice, yearned for it in vain, while Qin Feng regards it as an inconvenience simply because he cannot achieve the great perfection in one fell swoop. With this in mind, Qin Feng directed his thoughts to open the system's martial arts interface. Host, Qin Feng. Internal martial arts, Tai Xian Jing, unlock level, 10. Proficiency, 1. Sword technique secret manual, breath of water, unlock level, 100. Proficiency, 15. Body technique secret manual, Lingbo Weibo, unlock level, 100. Proficiency, 20. In the martial arts section, aside from the recently practiced Tai Xian Jing, both the breath of water and Lingbo Weibo, Qin Feng's signature skills, have reached full unlock levels. The remaining task is to enhance their proficiency swiftly, enabling him to unleash greater combat power in a short time when confronting the demonic clan. As for the Tai Xian Jing, he has now cultivated it to the second layer, but there remains a considerable distance to the third layer. Although Qin Feng has only reached the second layer of the Tai Xian Jing, he could distinctly feel that his body was now several times lighter. Suffused with boundless energy coursing through his limbs and bones, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation. While his cultivation still lingered at the initial battle general realm, This encompassing sense of foundational strength was exhilarating. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng noticed himself enveloped in a faint golden radiance. After a brief bout of movement, the sound of his body resonated like thunder. Even before the towering Jinling Pavilion, Qin Feng felt he could obliterate it with a single punch. Regarding the Tai Xian Jing, Qin Feng sought further clarification from the system. It has come to my attention that one must first attain the foundational realm of a primary battle king to cultivate the second layer of the Tai Xian scripture. Only upon reaching this initial level can one harness a greater volume of true energy within, thereby breaking through the constraints of the second layer to ascend to the third. This revelation ignites an insatiable yearning within Qin Feng, akin to a cat's restless paws. It is noteworthy that merely advancing the Tai Xian scripture to its second layer has already bestowed upon him an extraordinary transformation. One cannot help but wonder what monumental changes and enhancements await him upon elevating his realm to that of a primary battle king and subsequently advancing the scripture to its third layer. Such prospects fill Qin Feng with immense anticipation for the morrow. However, even though he has yet to cultivate the Tai Xian scripture to its third layer, the second layer seems tailor-made for him. Despite the formidable enhancements bestowed upon Qin Feng by the fish fruit, the illusory beast lineage, and the azure dragon form, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his rank with effortless ease, the fish fruit, while fortifying his physical form, does not solidify his foundation. As Zoan previously articulated, Qin Feng currently presents as a fade of invincibility, akin to a figure limping on one leg. This scenario resembles a nation that prioritizes military and heavy industry while neglecting light industry. It may appear invulnerable, yet once this precarious balance is disrupted, the inevitable outcome is collapse and disintegration. Qin Feng now finds himself in this precarious predicament. Should he fail to devise a solution, even if he continues to remain invincible, the profound mismatch between his physical form and foundational strength will ultimately lead to ruin. As the potential of the fish fruit escalates and his realm advances, this delicate equilibrium will inevitably shatter, resulting in the deterioration of his body and energy channels. Presently, he is fortuitously addressing this impending crisis. Imagine a scenario where Qin Feng wields the fish fruit, the illusory beast lineage, and the azure dragon form without any burdens. His left hand conjuring a thunderous bagua, his right hand unleashing a devastating technique, effortlessly launching an attack with the grace of a casual strike. The mere thought of such a scene is chilling. At that juncture, who would dare to face him head-on? Who would be brave enough to withstand his strike? It is conceivable that not even a battle king, let alone an emperor of battles, could endure such an encounter. As Qin Feng pondered whether a battle king could withstand his blow, Zoan and Liuatai gazed at him, entranced. At that moment, a faint golden luminescence emanated from Qin Feng, imbuing him with an ethereal and elusive aura. Particularly for Zoan, her advanced battle emperor cultivation allowed her to distinctly perceive the visible growth and transformation of Qin Feng's internal organs, energy channels, and dantian. Under the nurturing influence of this golden glow, Qin Feng's skin did not harden like armor. Rather, it became more refined and taut. The pores on his skin were so fine that they could only be discerned upon close inspection, which further accentuated the three-dimensionality of Qin Feng's features, rendering him even more handsome. His countenance shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, smooth as a mirror. With every movement, the sound of his bones and tendons resonated like the thunder of tigers and leopards, signifying an extraordinary rate of growth. Upon witnessing this, Zoan could not help but exclaim, "The golden light of the physical body and the thunderous roar of the tigers and leopards. This is indeed a hallmark of a profound and perfected foundation." Beside her, Liuatai was momentarily taken aback, her expression transforming into one of astonishment as she remarked, "Senior Zoan, does this mean that Qin Feng has already forged an unparalleled foundation and no longer requires the consumption of other heavenly materials or treasures?" Chapter 69. The beauty of a smile. Upon hearing this, Liuatai was initially taken aback, her expression soon transforming into one of astonishment. "Sister Zoan, does this mean that Qin Feng has already established an unparalleled foundation and no longer requires any celestial materials or earthly treasures for further cultivation?" Zoan nodded affirmatively, a mixture of joy and sentimentality crossing her features. A perfect foundation is an ultimate pursuit that is rare and elusive for any martial artist. Yet, such a pinnacle, which many practitioners may never reach in their lifetimes, has been accomplished by Qin Feng in less than a day. Truly, he is a child of destiny, astonishing in his fortuity. As she gazed at Qin Feng, Liuatai felt a profound sense of emotion swell within her. She recalled the time when she, driven by a competitive spirit upon learning that Qin Feng had shattered the record in the trial tower, had boldly challenged him. Now, as Qin Feng continued to redefine her understanding of the world, she found herself overwhelmed not only by awe but also by a sense of helplessness. With the aid of the Taishian scripture, Qin Feng had forged an unparalleled foundation. Could she ever hope to keep pace with him? With the passage of time, would she inevitably find herself surpassed by him, gazing at his back from afar? When Qin Feng awakened from his meditative state, Li Ruobing looked at him with her enchanting eyes, a delicate smile gracing her lips. Was Ruobing actually smiling? The sight was unexpected yet as breathtaking as the melting of spring snow. What could this mean? Even Zoan, standing nearby, was taken aback by this rare display. She had heard of Li Ruobing's reputation as the Ice Mountain Goddess, and was well aware that this fourth-rank prodigy had always been consumed by her martial pursuits, seemingly indifferent to the world around her. Yet now, witnessing Li Ruobing smile, especially for Qin Feng, was indeed astonishing. Qin Feng, taken by the beauty before him, exclaimed with an open-hearted laugh, "Sister, you look truly beautiful when you smile, though it's such a rare sight. Perhaps it's because you usually embody ethereal grace." Li Ruobing's cheeks flushed a rosy hue at his words, and she couldn't help but ponder, is it really such a rarity? Could it be that my smile is a result of your progress in mastering the Taishian scripture? Though Qin Feng's words were spoken casually, they stirred ripples of emotion within Li Ruobing. Yet, the young woman kept her head bowed, her face aglow, and nodded shyly. "Yes. Not only am I pleased with your progress, but I believe Sister Zoan feels the same way, right?" At that moment, only Zoan, Li Ruobing, and Qin Feng remained in the Jinling Pavilion. Had the elite training camp boys from Shinjo witnessed this scene, they would surely have erupted in collective lamentation. They were all engrossed in their relentless training, to the point of neglecting sleep and sustenance. Yet, as for the Ice Goddess, she not only failed to smile upon them, but didn't even spare them a glance. The disparity among individuals is indeed vast. This ambiguous atmosphere made Zoan feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to interject directly, saying, "Qin Feng, I have imparted the Taishian Sutra to you, and for now, I have nothing more to teach." "Oh, Master, I have yet to learn enough. As for the third layer of the Taishian Sutra, give me a week, and I shall master it in no time." For those at the martial king level, and for the vast majority of martial artists, this is likely the pinnacle of their journey, a quest that could consume a lifetime. However, for Qin Feng, such a realm amounts to a trivial matter. With the unique abilities bestowed by the illusion beast species, even when he was at the battle soldier level, he could effortlessly execute a triple jump to ascend to a higher rank. Thus, transitioning from the battle general to the battle king level would be no arduous task for him. Zoan remarked, "Your reasoning is quite sound," leaving me at a loss for words. Observing Qin Feng's unwavering confidence, she felt increasingly unsettled. Although she had long since grown indifferent to worldly matters, the presence of a disciple like Qin Feng, who seemed to flaunt his prowess from every conceivable angle, was quite overwhelming. Reflecting on her own progress, she had yet to reach the third layer of the Taishian Sutra, while Qin Feng audaciously aimed to achieve a breakthrough in merely a week. Truly extraordinary. Who was the true master here? Nonetheless, having witnessed Qin Feng's rapid ascension to the second layer of the Taishian Sutra, Zoan had no doubts about his recent claims. Even if Qin Feng were to proclaim that a great bomb would fall from the sky, she would believe him without hesitation. "No, Qin Feng, you have misunderstood." Yet, Zoan shook her head, her expression turning serious as she addressed him again. "Qin Feng, I trust you understand the principle that haste makes waste. What you need now is not to hasten your cultivation, nor should you rashly approach the third layer of the Taishian Sutra." "Huh? Master, why is that?" It seemed perplexing to Qin Feng, who could not fathom why he should refrain from cultivating the third layer, which was so tantalizingly within reach. Zoan, perceiving his bewilderment, gently shook her head and explained, "If we understand martial cultivation in a broader sense, it is fundamentally a path that aligns with the principles of heaven and the laws of nature. Through harmonizing with these principles and laws, one seeks to find a way to counter them. For instance, every individual must confront the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, while the ultimate pursuit of martial artists is longevity and perpetual victory. That said, to defy the principles of heaven and the laws of nature is no simple feat. For a martial artist to ascend to a higher realm and to surpass the boundaries of advanced techniques is a source of unparalleled joy, though such occurrences are rare and often elusive. However, one like Qin Feng, a chosen prodigy, progresses at an astonishing pace that far exceeds the imagination of ordinary individuals. Thus, while the same level of cultivation may demand years or even decades of relentless pursuit for common warriors, for you, it is merely a matter of elevating oneself slightly on tiptoe to reach that realm. It is precisely because your advancement is so swift that you must lay a more solid foundation during this process to prepare for future confrontations with the laws of nature. Yet, establishing such a robust foundation has no shortcuts. It requires the continual suppression of one's cultivation ensuring that every level you occupy approaches its theoretical limits. Chapter 70. The Realm of Great Perfection. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression revealed a sense of enlightenment. Despite Ziyuan's lengthy discourse, laden with the complexities of resisting celestial principles and natural laws, the crux of the matter was simply the hope to suppress his cultivation level as much as possible, thereby solidifying his foundation. Realizing this, Qin Feng promptly nodded and said, "Master, I comprehend your intentions. I shall refrain from making any breakthroughs for now." Seeing Qin Feng's casual dismissal of the matter, Ziyuan could not help but roll her eyes. "Is this how one should speak? I shall refrain from breaking through for the time being? I, as your master, have devoted over a decade to the profound scriptures and have yet to find a pathway to breakthrough. Alas, this truly echoes the saying, some are doomed by comparison, while others are discarded." Once she had calmed her emotions, Ziyuan continued to address Qin Feng. "Given your current capabilities, this mere training camp cannot accommodate you. You require a broader expanse of the world to hone your achievements, unearth your latent energies, and thus transcend your limits, entering the legendary realm of great perfection." Transcend my limits? The realm of great perfection? Upon hearing these words from Ziyuan, Qin Feng was taken aback, his face clouded with confusion. "Master, does not every grand realm consist of primary, intermediate, and advanced stages? What then is this great perfection you speak of? Are there additional minor realms beyond the advanced stage?" Ziyuan began to elucidate once more. "Indeed, it is so. However, to cultivate each realm to great perfection is no trivial endeavor. The great perfection stands in stark contrast to your breakthroughs in the other three minor realms. The latter merely require your strength and agility to reach a certain threshold for a breakthrough to occur. Even if you were to seclude yourself with sufficient rare materials, one could still forge an advanced warrior. The great perfection, however, signifies far more than mere numerical data. It embodies a state, a profound and enigmatic condition. Consider this analogy. The same blade wielded by a 3-year-old child versus a master swordsman would yield vastly different levels of lethality and destructive potential. In our divine war god hall, those ranked among the top 5 war gods are all of the great perfection realm. This realm is also referred to as the supreme state that transcends the war gods. For instance, the 4th-ranked war god, the Qilin war god, achieved the great perfection while still in the general realm. Although his realm was not particularly high, he could, even without unleashing his martial spirit, overpower formidable opponents at the king level through sheer strength. Qin Feng, this is not merely a matter of traversing minor realms. There exists a significant chasm between you and the great perfection. The great perfection, often regarded as the supreme realm, signifies a domain accessible only to the most exalted and powerful individuals. Qin Feng was profoundly shaken by this revelation. In essence, what Ziyuan had conveyed through her extensive explanations could be distilled into a singular truth. His current status as a novice general was utterly insufficient. A chosen one like him should strive to cultivate every realm to the pinnacle of perfection. Wouldn't you agree? Similarly, Qin Feng introspected, acknowledging that should he encounter a warrior of the Battle King realm, a confrontation would not be entirely out of reach, albeit requiring the full revelation of his hidden cards to have even a sliver of hope. However, in the absence of his martial spirit and relying solely on sheer strength, even his utmost confidence could not assure him of success. It appears that he has underestimated the heroes of the world. If other martial artists were to discover Qin Feng's thoughts, they might find themselves overwhelmed with shame, perhaps even contemplating despair. He was accustomed to challenging those beyond his level with the same ease and comfort as quenching his thirst. Yet, for a martial artist of his initial battle general realm, the idea of engaging directly with a battle king, let alone surpassing a major realm, was a daunting prospect. To be invincible within his own realm was already a feat worthy of the title genius in the eyes of the world. If he could advance further to conquer an opponent from a minor realm, he would undoubtedly be a rare prodigy among countless others. Across the vast expanse of the divine continent, centuries have passed since the era of cataclysm. Yet the number of warriors who have attained the pinnacle of perfection remains scant, countable on one hand. Moreover, for the vast majority of martial artists, merely breaking through a major realm is a monumental achievement. Who would choose to suppress their own progress for a realm that exists only in legend? A realm so distant it seems unattainable, thus wasting precious time? For most, this journey would undoubtedly be fraught with thorns and obstacles. However, for Qin Feng, ignorance may have been bliss, but now that he is aware, what is there to ponder? He shall charge forth. He shall not shy away from breakthroughs. It is merely a game, a display of defiance. From this moment forth, every realm he ascends must reach the pinnacle of perfection before he concedes. At this moment, Qin Feng gazed at Ziyuan with unwavering determination and declared, "Master, since there are those in the divine continent who have reached this pinnacle of perfection, I, Qin Feng, believe I am no lesser than them, and can surely achieve the same. But how does one break through to this pinnacle? Zoan smiled gently at his evident ambition, feeling immense pride in her disciples' drive for progress. While it is true that Qin Feng is a chosen one, those revered figures occupying the top 5 positions on the War God rankings are certainly not mere mortals. To aspire to reach their level in a short span is, quite clearly, an unrealistic goal. Yet, if he were to cultivate each subsequent realm to the pinnacle, that would not pose a significant challenge for him. Reflecting on this, Zoan paused momentarily before continuing, Qin Feng, solely advancing your cultivation within the confines of an ivory tower holds no merit. What you truly lack now is practical combat experience. Only by stepping onto the battlefield and engaging in fierce battles against the demon race can you gradually unearth the latent potential buried within you. At present, your combat prowess is merely a fade. Only through a series of genuine battles can one truly transform their strength into formidable combat prowess, attaining the pinnacle of perfection. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shrugged and said, Master, why not be straightforward? Ziyuan's tone shifted from its usual gentleness to a somewhat serious and somber demeanor as she replied, I would like you to travel to the Baofu Bay City to undertake a convoy mission. A convoy mission? Qin Feng felt a hint of surprise at this. He was certainly familiar with the term convoy, having encountered it numerous times in various martial arts films and television dramas in his past life. However, he never anticipated that the first task assigned to him by Ziyuan would be this. Chapter 71, B-Class Escort Mission in the context of Qin Feng's previous understanding. An escort mission simply involves taking people's money to avert their misfortunes. The escort agency collects fees from merchants to transport valuable goods to designated locations. Besides the transportation of goods, safeguarding specific individuals and escorting them to agreed-upon destinations also constitutes an escort mission, which is a specialized task. Typically, organizations that accept such missions are referred to as escort agencies, with the individuals responsible for the escorting generally known as escorts. However, what puzzled Qin Feng was the realization that he had not traversed back to ancient times. He was clearly in a future world hundreds of years later. The myriad escort agencies of the past had presumably long since been submerged in the annals of history, no longer existing. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that the task assigned to him by Zoan was indeed related to escorting, connected to an escort agency. Seemingly perceiving Qin Feng's confusion, Zoan spoke again, saying, Indeed, it is an escort mission. Do you think there are no escort agencies in this era? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he asked, Master, are you saying that there are still escort agencies that have been passed down to this day? Indeed, escort agencies do still exist. Zoan continued, as you mentioned, with the passage of time, once thriving escort agencies have gradually faded into obscurity, especially during times of peace. One would observe ease of travel, but seldom encounter the presence of escort agencies. However, with the advent of the Cataclysm era, the invasion of the demon race has rendered the roads of major cities perilous. Common courier services are evidently incapable of undertaking such dangerous transport tasks. Only escort agencies can shoulder this responsibility. As Qin Feng contemplated this, understanding dawned on him. It was true, from what he knew, even in peaceful times. Couriers would frequently misplace items. Regardless of the value of the goods, if damage occurred during transit, the principle of compensation remained a flat rate. In the current Cataclysm era, characterized by rampant beasts and the invasion of the demon race, courier services should have been eliminated. Only a professional team composed of martial artists, such as escort agencies, could ensure the safety of goods during transportation without any mishap. Zoan then continued, the escort agency that is assigning this mission is called the Longmen Escort Agency, which has a legacy spanning over a century in our homeland. However, you need not worry too much. Escort missions are classified into various tiers, including SSS, SS, S, A, B, and C. The task I have procured for you is a B-class escort mission, which primarily attracts demon general level threats, with a very slim chance of encountering a demon king level adversary. Additionally, while you must remain vigilant against the demon race during the escort, you should also be cautious of martial artists who may harbor ulterior motives. In summary, the outside world is not like the training camp, where instructors are always present to assist you. You will need to face many challenges on your own. With a carefree gesture, Qin Feng shrugged and grinned, saying, Master, there is no need for you to remind me so much. You need only to inform me of the time and place, and I shall arrive punctually. Very well. Zoan nodded and smiled. Tomorrow at noon, at Chiafeng Mountain in the Baofu region, I have already made the necessary arrangements. Understood. A flicker of fervor crossed Qin Feng's eyes. A security escort, is it? I dare say this journey will not be devoid of excitement. Qin Feng clenched his fists. Although the sensation of standing atop the pinnacle of the elite training camp in Shinjo, surveying the lesser peaks around him, was exhilarating, it was equally solitary. Now, armed with the three supreme techniques of water breathing, light body steps, and the Taishin classic, he felt an insatiable itch for confrontation. Yearning for formidable foes among the demon clan to sharpen his skills. He hoped this escort mission would yield several powerful demon beasts. Encountering a demon king would be even more splendid, allowing him to witness firsthand the true might of these rulers, and discern how much of it was mere bluster. Suddenly, a surge of formidable battle intent soared into the heavens, permeating through the Jinling pavilion and radiating in all directions. Instantly, numerous students passing by the pavilion paused momentarily before hastening their steps to vacate the area. They appeared as if fearing that a delay would result in being conscripted by the battle-maddened Qin Feng for a bout of fisticuffs. Among them were several students residing nearby, who opened their windows to peer curiously. Upon discerning the commotion emanated from the Jinling pavilion, they promptly closed their windows and retreated, murmuring, "Oh, it's just Qin Feng. Then it's nothing to worry about. Qin Feng, are you truly resolved to undertake this B-grade escort mission? There is a possibility of encountering a demon king." Although the likelihood of such an encounter during the escort was slimmer than winning the lottery, one must not underestimate the unpredictable. What if Qin Feng were to truly confront a demon king? How would he respond? Liuatai questioned herself, knowing that even she would find facing a demon king exceedingly challenging, let alone someone of Qin Feng's junior rank. Rest assured, senior sister Ruobing, I shall exercise caution. Qin Feng smiled at the beauty before him, who gazed at him with concern. Upon seeing Qin Feng's determination, Li Ruobing furrowed her brows, her heart a whirl of emotions. However, this was a matter between Qin Feng and his mentor Ziyuan, and she felt it inappropriate to intervene further. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ruobing gracefully produced a pristine white jade slip and extended it to Qin Feng, saying, "Qin Feng, this is a soul jade slip, embedded with my spiritual imprint. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles during the escort, do not hesitate to shatter this jade slip. Do you understand?" The precious nature of the soul jade slip was self-evident. Though she and Li Ruobing had only a few fleeting interactions, it felt presumptuous to accept it outright. Yet, before Qin Feng could voice his refusal, he felt a coolness in his palm. Glancing down, he found her delicate hand had taken hold of his, unceremoniously pressing the jade slip into his grasp. Feeling the warmth and smoothness of the soul jade slip in his hand, Qin Feng lowered his gaze to admire the exquisite object resting in his palm, a bitter smile unconsciously gracing his lips. The trials of receiving favors from a beauty are indeed the most arduous. In truth, he and Li Ruobing were hardly acquainted. Their interactions barely totaled 48 hours. Yet, in this peculiar circumstance, despite their limited familiarity, Senior Ruobing had generously bestowed such a lavish gift upon him without a moment's hesitation upon learning of his impending task. This left Qin Feng with an uncanny sensation, as though he were being pampered by a wealthy benefactor. Chapter 72. Do not be a sycophant. It is essential to understand that the Soul Jade Tablet is intricately connected to the host. Should any cracks appear on the Soul Jade Tablet, it typically signifies that the host is facing a perilous situation, prompting a call for assistance from powerful families and factions within the martial world. The Soul Jade Tablet consists of a primary tablet and a certain number of supplementary tablets. If any disturbances occur with the primary tablet, the nearby families, martial teams, or allied forces possessing supplementary tablets will be alerted to the situation. In essence, it resembles the ancient signal fires of war. Once the beacons are lit, even if one is engaged in a heated battle in bed, they must hastily rise, don their attire, and rush to the front lines. The rationale is straightforward. Those who possess the primary Jade Tablet, even if not rulers or feudal lords of ancient times, surely hold significant status and power. As loyal vassals, it is their duty to spare no effort in executing rescue missions. Currently, Qin Feng possesses the Soul Jade Tablet of the Li family from the imperial capital. In other words, if Qin Feng were to shatter this Jade Tablet, the entire Li family would mobilize their resources to rescue him. This situation is somewhat exaggerated. He is merely tasked with escorting goods. And if he were to break the Jade Tablet, the formidable warriors of the Li family would undoubtedly come rushing to his aid. Yet, when these esteemed figures arrive only to discover a man rather than their esteemed lady, the outcome is uncertain. Will he be the one escorting goods or the one being escorted? Furthermore, as a dignified man, born of heaven and earth, how could he accept favors from a lady? He certainly does not wish to be labeled as a handsome man with a weak constitution. Lost in thought, Qin Feng unconsciously tucked the Jade Tablet into his pocket and smiled at Li Ruobing, saying, "I graciously accept your kind offer, senior." Upon seeing Qin Feng accept the Soul Jade Tablet, Liuatabing's previously anxious heart finally settled. The following morning, after a brief wash, Qin Feng made his way alone to the maglev train station. However, upon entering the VIP lounge, he was surprised to find that Liuatabing and Shinjirua had arrived before him. It was evident they had come to see him off. Yet, to his surprise, there was also Chu Xiao present. Brother Feng, I heard that your upcoming mission is a B-level escort task. The journey is bound to be fraught with danger. Do you need me to accompany you? Before Chu Xiao could finish, two gentle voices chimed in from behind, filled with concern. Liuatabing and Shinjirua, in perfect unison, rose to their feet. However, their simultaneous response caused their cheeks to flush, leaving the latter part of the sentence unspoken. Haha. I appreciate the goodwill of both senior sisters, Qin Feng acknowledged with a smile. The senior sister, you undoubtedly have more pressing tasks to attend to. There's no need to trouble yourselves with such trivial matters as escorting. As he spoke, Qin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the side of Chu Xiao and remarked, As for you, you might as well find somewhere cool to stay. Although Chu Xiao had not been idle during his time in the training camp and had advanced his true essence cultivation to the high warrior level, he was still far from reaching the junior general stage. However, the B-level escort mission that Qin Feng was undertaking involved encountering enemies of the demon race who were at least at the demon general level. It would be ludicrous to bring along a high warrior for such an endeavor. He would be of no use, a mere morsel hardly worth the effort. To consume him would be tasteless, yet to abandon him would be regrettable, truly, a chicken rib. Ding dong. The train bound for the Baofu Bay City is about to depart. Passengers are kindly requested to check their personal belongings and proceed to the ticket gate in an orderly manner with their tickets. At that moment, the announcement of the train's departure echoed through the station, prompting Qin Feng to pick up his backpack and head toward the ticket gate. However, Chu Xiao, with an unyielding enthusiasm, followed closely behind. He first glanced back at Liuatabing and Shinjirua, who lingered reluctantly in place, and then turned to Qin Feng, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Brother Feng, when will I be able to achieve such double success like you? Without turning back, Qin Feng replied, Do not be a sycophant. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao's body jolted with realization. At that moment, it seemed he had an epiphany. Brother Feng must be hinting at me to become a battle wolf. After passing through the ticket gate, Qin Feng settled into the maglev train heading toward Baofu Bay City, resting his hands behind his head with a look of contentment. Indeed, it is far more comfortable to be alone. While sharing a residence with senior sister Liuatabing is pleasant, there is no greater joy than the freedom of solitude. I can go wherever I please. Women only serve to hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword. I wonder if that unfortunate lad, Chu Xiao, has grasped the underlying meaning of my words. Baofu, Qianfeng Mountain. To the left lies Hengyue, showcasing 1,000 peaks. To the right, the Hongtua River flows endlessly. Though Qianfeng Mountain may not be among China's renowned mountains, it possesses a unique charm, combining the wonders of Yindang Mountain with the elegance of Huangshan, embodying majesty, danger, peculiarity, and beauty, a place of infinite mystery that captivates the heart. Atop the main peak of Qianfeng Mountain rests a traditional Chinese mansion, exuding an air of antiquity. Architecturally, this mansion is a quintessential representation of Huaxia style. The imposing plaque of the courtyard bears the 4 elegant characters Longmen Biaojuan, a graceful seal script. Each character, with its distinctive strokes, conveys an extraordinary essence. As if the brushwork were like the wind and the clouds like deep waters. This location is none other than the headquarters of the Longmen Escort Agency. Ranked among the top 3 in the land of China, this mansion has been passed down from the first leader of the Longmen Escort Agency for at least a millennium. To this day, the Longmen Escort Agency stands unyielding in the land of China, its legacy enduring through the ages. Currently, the atmosphere within this traditional mansion is exceedingly lively. Within the Dragon Gate Escort Agency, numerous young escorts, fresh to the profession, fervently engaged in rigorous training on the agency's martial arts grounds. Their spirited battle cries resonating as a harmonious symphony, echoing across the landscape. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency, a young man clad in a royal blue tang suit occupied the foremost position. He appeared to be merely in his late 20s. Yet his short black hair and commanding presence suggested an extraordinary aura. Notably, the piercing brilliance emanating from his tiger-like eyes and the pronounced prominence of his temples further accentuated his remarkable stature. It is evident that such formidable charisma at such a tender age speaks volumes of his exceptional nature. He is none other than Feng Qianyuan, the young lord of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency. Chapter 73. The Dragon Gate Escort Agency. Beside Feng Qianyuan sat an elderly man with silver hair, who exuded a faint aura of frailty, occasionally coughing softly. Despite his seemingly delicate appearance, the old man's partially opened eyes occasionally flashed with a piercing intensity, breaking the silence. The elder spoke. Young master, in my humble opinion, if this escort mission proves too perilous, it would be prudent to postpone it until the return of the leader. Upon hearing the elder's words, Feng Qianyuan furrowed his brow, replying, My father has been summoned to the War God's Hall for urgent matters and will not return to the agency anytime soon. This item is a genuine left arm of a demon emperor. We must expedite its delivery to the Central Research Institute in the imperial capital. Any prolonged delay will severely diminish the cellular vitality of the arm, rendering it of little value for research. The silver-haired elder fell into contemplative silence. Indeed, this escort mission was unlike any other. Had it involved weapons or other crucial supplies, they could have safely awaited the leader's return after ensuring proper storage. However, they were tasked with escorting the authentic left arm of a demon emperor. It is crucial to understand that once a demon reaches the general rank, a select few possess the ability to awaken their intelligence. At the king level, their intellect rivals that of humans, and at the emperor level, they attain the ability to shape-shift with a terrifying capacity to conceal their presence, making it exceedingly difficult to discern reality from illusion. The cunning nature of demon emperors, coupled with their ability to transform and their overwhelming combat prowess compared to humans, renders the prospect of capturing one alive nearly impossible. Even a formidable warrior of the war god realm may not possess the certainty of success in capturing a demon emperor. Furthermore, when faced with imminent death, a demon emperor would rather self-destruct than allow their remains to fall into the hands of human warriors. This predicament has posed unprecedented challenges and obstacles for human research on demonkind. Thus, the significance of this left arm of a demon emperor to humanity is self-evident. However, it is also foreseeable that if the demon race becomes aware of this, they will stop at nothing to mount a counterattack to reclaim the arm. To obscure our intentions, I deliberately downgraded this escort mission from an S rank to AB rank and released a smokescreen to the outside world. Additionally, I initiated AB rank escort mission through the elite training camp of Shinjo. At this juncture, Feng Qianyuan paused for a moment before continuing. Those who train at the elite training camp are primarily the scions of the top forces and families from the imperial capital or Shinjo. They possess ample soul jade slips. Even if, for argument's sake, our escort mission were to be compromised by the demon race, the students of the training camp could shatter their soul jade slips to summon rapid assistance from their family forces. Even warriors of the war god realm may intervene. This would, in turn, significantly enhance the likelihood of success for this escort mission. Young master, your wisdom is truly commendable. The silver-haired elder clasped his hands in admiration, a look of profound satisfaction gracing his aged visage. With such a prodigy in our midst, how could the Dragon Gate Escort Agency not thrive? Young master, even though the old leader is overwhelmed with responsibilities, I have managed to contact the long-armed elder and the beloved daughter of Wang Gaian, Princess Shui. If we consider the passage of time, he should have arrived in the vicinity of Qin Feng Mountain by now. The impending appearance of Princess Shui filled Feng Qianyuan with immense joy. The father of Princess Shui is none other than the long-armed elder, Wang Gaian, who is frequently compared to his legendary father, the eight-armed divine sword, Feng Dongbai, both of whom are esteemed figures within the martial world. Their rankings on the divine martial ranking are remarkably close. One stands at the 68th position while the other occupies the 69th. Not only do the long-armed elder and the eight-armed divine sword share similar standings on the martial rankings, but their prowess is also equally matched. Having been close friends for many years, this time, due to Feng Dongbai's inability to detach himself from pressing matters and the immediate urgency surrounding the demon emperor's left arm, he had no choice but to seek the assistance of Wang Gaian. Wang Gaian, in turn, did not hesitate to send his beloved daughter to undertake this escort mission, attaching a soul jade slip for good measure. Should any unforeseen events arise during the escort, Wang Gaian would be the first to arrive at the scene. Wang Gaian is renowned as the long-armed elder primarily due to his mastery of the 5 elements arm-punching technique, which has been honed to perfection, embodying the principle of martial enlightenment. As one of the few masters of fist techniques within the realm of war gods, his strength is indeed unfathomable. While it is certainly commendable to have Wang Gaian as an ally, what truly exhilarates Feng Qianyuan is the presence of Princess Shui, the daughter of the long-armed elder. She is celebrated in the martial community for her unparalleled beauty. Numerous young talents have taken to calling her Snow Fairy, placing her in the same esteemed company as Li Ruobing of the imperial Li family and Qin Jirua of the Qin family in Jiang'an. Within the martial circles of Shenzhou, her name carries significant weight. In his youth, Feng Qianyuan had chanced upon a glimpse of this revered Snow Fairy and became infatuated at first sight. A classic case of love at first sight. From that moment onward, he immersed himself in intense training, assuming the role of the young master of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency, all in hopes of drawing nearer to the enchanting Snow Fairy, Feng Dongbai. Having recognized his son's affections, has made numerous proposals over the years, yet Wang Gaiyan has been evasive and non-committal on the matter of marriage. The reason for Wang Gaiyan's reluctance to hasten his daughter's betrothal lies in Princess Xue's extraordinary talents and innate gifts. At merely 20 years of age, she has already reached the advanced level of a war general, standing just a step away from the war king realm. This places her on par with the prodigious figures occupying the top 10 of the talent rankings, without a hint of inferiority. Her remarkable intellect and noble lineage have fostered a lofty ambition within Princess Xue, making her discerning in matters of the heart. Within the vast expanse of the Shinjo martial world, the number of individuals worthy of her attention can be counted on one's fingers. However, it is abundantly clear that Feng Qianyuan, the young master of the Longmen escort agency, is decidedly not among them. Indeed, Princess Xue of the Wang family holds no affection for Feng Qianyuan. Yet, the long-standing friendship between her father and Feng Dongbai complicates matters. Even if Princess Xue could disregard Feng Qianyuan's reputation, she must still consider the relationship between the two illustrious families. Therefore, certain sentiments cannot be expressed too candidly. Just at that moment, as Feng Qianyuan was finalizing the details of the escort mission with the silver-haired elder, a clear voice from a young servant resonated through the hall. Princess Xue of the Wang family has arrived, and Sun Lingfeng of the Sun family is here. Chapter 74. The Snow Fairy. Outside the door, a pair of young men and women walked side by side. The man stood tall and handsome, yet his brow bore an air of arrogance, subtly exuding a sense of superiority. In contrast, the woman was even more remarkable, clad in a flowing gown of pristine white. Her bright eyes shone like the moon, and her graceful movements were as light as a feather. Although her steps were deliberate, she covered the distance of 5 or 6 paces in an instant. With delicate features and a beauty that could make 99% of women in the mundane world feel ashamed, she possessed a captivating allure that added a touch of splendor to the previously tense atmosphere of the Longmen escort agency. As the woman in white passed by, disciples of the agency turned their astonished gazes towards her, their eyes revealing an unmistakable admiration, as though their very souls had been ensnared by her enchanting presence, leaving them spellbound. Fei Xue, my dear sister, it has been quite some time since our last meeting. Upon seeing her, Feng Qianyuan instantly shed his previous demeanor of a young leader, greeting her with a beaming smile. The newcomer was none other than the renowned Snow Fairy of the martial world. Princess Xue, I have met Elder Chu and Brother Qianyuan, she said, gracefully avoiding Feng Qianyuan's outstretched hand with a subtle step back, nodding respectfully to Butler Chu behind her. Haraha, there is no need for such formality, Fei Xue. Elder Chu chuckled as he exchanged pleasantries with Princess Xue, then turned his gaze to the young man standing beside her, curiosity evident in his voice. Fei Xue, who might this be? Before Princess Xue could introduce him, the young man stepped forward to present himself. Elder Chu, I am Sun Lingfeng, grandson of Lu Shiming. Lu Shiming, the god of war? Upon hearing the name, Elder Chu's expression turned serious. Lu Shiming was a master renowned for his spear techniques, wielding a 9th-grade Earth-level martial soul, the blood-drinking war spear. His prowess was legendary even within the War God Hall, ranking an impressive 46th on the War God list. Naturally, no one dared to underestimate Sun Lingfeng, the grandson of such a formidable figure. Moreover, Sun Lingfeng's aura mirrored that of Princess Xue, having reached the advanced battle general stage, with an unmistakable inclination towards stepping into the realm of battle kings. Such talent and potential would surely secure him a place among the top 10 on the illustrious list of prodigies that gathered the finest talents from across the realm. Haha. So you are the grandson of the god of war, young friend Lingfeng. I must admit, I was remiss, Elder Chu said, nodding at Sun Lingfeng with a smile. After all, as the saying goes, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Furthermore, knowing that Sun Lingfeng was the grandson of the god of war naturally prompted Elder Chu to regard him with greater esteem. Moreover, within the esteemed profession of escorting goods, it is said that success relies upon 3 parts martial prowess and 7 parts reputation. In contemporary times, the arrival of the grandson of the war god, Sun Lingfeng, signifies, to a certain extent, the presence of his illustrious grandfather, Lu Shiming. This alone is likely to mitigate numerous unnecessary troubles along the journey. Having long heard of the formidable reputation of Old Master Chu from the Longmen Escort Agency, it is indeed a privilege for this junior to meet you today. Sun Lingfeng once again clasped his fist and bowed respectfully, extending goodwill towards Old Master Chu, despite his frail appearance. As though a mere gust of wind could whisk him away, one must not underestimate this venerable figure, who is regarded as the stabilizing force of the Longmen Escort Agency. 20 years ago, he had already reached the realm of a war god in his martial cultivation. Although he has since retired from the war god rankings due to advanced age, his profound strength remains formidable and should not be taken lightly. This is fundamentally why the Longmen Escort Agency continues to secure its position as one of the 3 major escort agencies in the land. Before embarking on this journey, my grandfather repeatedly advised me to hold the same respect for old Master Chu as I would for him. Yet, throughout the encounter, Feng Qinyuan appeared entranced. His gaze fixated on the enchanting Princess Shui, seemingly unable to divert his attention. The love reflected in his eyes was so intense it appeared ready to overflow. Contrasting sharply with the earlier air of wisdom and composure, his heart now seemed entirely captivated by the princess. This evokes the notion of a hero struggling against the allure of beauty. In response to Feng Qinyuan's fervent gaze, although Princess Shui wore a polite smile, she did not spare him even a fleeting glance. Meanwhile, Sun Lingfeng, who had been engaging in lively conversation with old Master Chu, displayed visible displeasure upon witnessing Feng Qinyuan's infatuated stare directed at his beloved goddess. It is worth noting that Sun Lingfeng would not have ventured to the Longmen Escort Agency for the sake of laborious duty had it not been in pursuit of a single smile from the divine Princess Shui. Grandfather Chu, are we the only 3 responsible for this escort mission? Princess Shui, indifferent to the jealousy brewing between the 2 men, opted for straightforwardness. Indeed, old Master Chu nodded, continuing, this time, the Longmen Escort Agency has issued a B-class escort mission. To maintain a low profile, the strength of the escorting warriors must not exceed the War King realm. Should too many powerful individuals accompany us, the demon race would surely detect something amiss. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to proceed in accordance with the B-class escort standards for personnel allocation. The left arm of the Demon Emperor holds immense significance for us human warriors, as it greatly aids our research on the demon race and the development of strategies to exploit their weaknesses. Thus, it is imperative that we encounter no mishaps along the way. At this point, old Master Chu paused, his tone becoming more grave as he continued. The challenges presented by this escort mission are the most formidable the agency has faced in nearly a decade, with the path ahead fraught with uncertainties. Especially after the Demon Clan became aware of the matter concerning the left arm of the Demon Emperor. It is believed that those vile beings would stop at nothing to intercept the convoy. Upon hearing this, both Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Although on the surface, this appeared to be a routine Class B escort mission, the path ahead was fraught with peril and hidden currents, akin to traversing a tightrope where even the slightest misstep could lead to irreversible disaster. Given the unique nature of the Demon Emperor's left arm, we must embark at noon today without delay. Any moment wasted could diminish the cellular vitality of the arm. Remember, old Chu solemnly instructed. To this arrangement, Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng naturally had no objections. After a brief moment of contemplation, Princess Shui continued, Grandfather Chu, isn't the elite training camp of the Divine Land also dispatching students to lend their strength? I wonder if that individual is the recently renowned number 10086? Chapter 75. Number 10086. Upon the mention of the revered number 10086 in the Shinjo elite training camp, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. As if a spell had been cast, even the proud and self-assured Feng Qinyuan and Sun Lingfeng, who considered themselves among the foremost of the younger generation, found their gazes fixed and expressions grave. As for Princess Shui, the epitome of grace and beauty, her enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue. Known for her lofty demeanor, she seldom regarded her peers as equals, yet upon hearing the designation number 10086, she could not help but inscribe a profound respect within her heart. Number 10086 has been heralded as the most extraordinary and formidable prodigy since the inception of the Shinjo elite training camp. Even the current top-ranked individual on the Tianjiao list, Situ Pajun, finds himself humbled by the illustrious achievements of this remarkable figure. This young talent has risen to unparalleled heights, standing alone in a league of his own. The Shinjo elite training camp, renowned for gathering the nation's finest talents, is a veritable cloud of genius and a reign of prodigies. Yet, even within this esteemed institution, number 10086 set a record for the S-Class challenge in the trial tower on merely the second day of joining, an unprecedented feat that may never be replicated. Subsequently, he single-handedly confronted all the senior students of the elite training camp, accomplishing the remarkable feat of 1 against 100. The brilliance and charisma of number 10086 were such that even the esteemed principal of the training camp, the formidable war god Zhao Wuji, deemed it necessary to personally meet him. Such an honor left many in awe. Regrettably, the intricate details of number 10,080 SIX's identity and background have been classified as top secret by Zhao Wuji, leaving the public unable to witness this unparalleled talent firsthand. Number 10086 has been designated a key figure of protection by Zhao Wuji, suggesting that participation in the upcoming escort mission is unlikely for him. However, Should the participants of this escort mission not include that illustrious figure, they are bound to comprise other notable individuals within the top 10 of the Tianjiao list. Old Chu interjected, reflecting on his previous dealings with Zhao Wuji, revealing an understanding of the latter's protective nature towards such an exceptional disciple. With a student of such extraordinary caliber under his tutelage, Zhao Wuji would surely guard him jealously, unwilling to expose him to unnecessary peril. Upon hearing Old Chu's comments, Feng Qinyuan, Princess Shui, and Sun Lingfeng each displayed their profound regret. To miss the opportunity to witness the extraordinary presence of number 10086 is indeed a significant disappointment in life. Yet, should a prodigy from the top 10 of the Tianjiao list join their ranks, it would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success in this escort mission. With a quarter of an hour remaining until noon, Old Chu proposed, Lingfeng, Miss Shui, why don't you rest comfortably at the escort bureau? Once the time arrives, we shall set forth on our mission. The others nodded in agreement at his suggestion. The reason they have arrived is to assist the Longmen Escort Agency in resolving its pressing dilemma. However, at this very moment, a young servant from the agency entered the hall with a cupped fist salute, announcing loudly, Old Chu, young master. There is someone outside the agency who wishes to meet you. He claims to be sent by the master to undertake this B-grade escort mission. Sent by the master? Could it be one of the top 10 from the talented rankings has come? Old Chu was initially taken aback, but quickly instructed, for they had just been discussing which member of the top 10 would be coming to escort them. Little did they expect. As if summoned by the mention of his name, the servant returned in less than 3 minutes, leading a young man into the hall. Everyone turned to see a youth standing there, even more handsome than Sun Lingfeng, exuding an extraordinary aura, with a countenance as refined as jade. The young man appeared calm and composed, but what left the deepest impression was the brilliance of his eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, deep and profound. Had it not been for the youthful features still present, it would have been difficult to associate him with the trainees from the training camp, given his serene demeanor. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Old Chu and Feng Qianyuan were momentarily stunned. The youth's face was unfamiliar and did not belong to any of the top 10. Simultaneously, Old Chu could distinctly sense that the young man's cultivation realm was merely that of a junior warrior, arguably the weakest in the room. How could someone of such limited ability dare to undertake such a perilous mission? Was he not simply courting disaster, or perhaps merely there to lighten the atmosphere? The striking young man cast a detached glance around the hall, his expression unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Neither the enchanting Princess Shui, nor the graceful Sun Lingfeng, nor Feng Qianyuan elicited even a fleeting glance from him, as he directly approached Old Chu. In the presence of the sole war god realm expert in the room, he remained unfazed, neither servile nor arrogant, stating, Old Chu, it is noon, we may proceed. On the desolate national road, 5 armored vehicles, clearly modified and reinforced, steadily advanced. Within these 5 vehicles, only one was laden with the left arm of the Demon Emperor, while the other 4 were filled with warriors of the junior warrior realm. In the lead vehicle, Qin Feng drove alone, observing the apocalyptic scenery flashing by the window with a sense of intrigue. Since arriving in this world, this was Qin Feng's first experience of driving, and he was filled with a sense of novelty. Meanwhile, in the rear compartment of the armored vehicle sat Princess Shui, Sun Lingfeng, and Feng Qianyuan. It was truly perplexing how Old Chu could allow this young man to accompany them on the escort mission. Even if he were a trainee from the elite training camp, what could he possibly contribute with his mere junior warrior cultivation? Should they encounter demonic beings, he would not even be qualified to assist. To put it plainly, he was nothing more than a burden. Sun Lingfeng cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Qin Feng, who was at the wheel, his tone rife with contempt, while Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui exchanged silent headshakes. Evidently, they were equally perplexed as to what enchantment Qin Feng had cast upon Old Chu, compelling him to accompany their convoy in the escort mission, which was utterly incomprehensible. In fact, when Qin Feng first arrived at Longmen Escort Agency, Old Chu had no intention of allowing him to join their team of escorts. However, shortly thereafter, a phone call altered Old Chu's disposition, as he claimed it was a request from a friend that he could not refuse. Thus, he permitted Qin Feng to integrate into their ranks as an escort. Suddenly, just as the 3 within the vehicle were engaged in fervent speculation regarding Qin Feng's unexpected inclusion, the armored vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Yet, before Sun Lingfeng could voice his indignation, they found their path obstructed by several monstrous beasts that had mysteriously appeared ahead. Chapter 76. Team Mode. As Qin Feng fixed his gaze ahead, he discovered that the creatures before him were merely 3 steel-spined boars, classified as advanced demon soldiers. Slightly stronger than the one he had encountered during his initial trials as a recruit. Feeling somewhat fatigued from driving, Qin Feng unsheathed his blade, preparing to stretch his limbs. Do not fear, Sister Feishue, Ling Feng is here. He heard, though he had yet to make a move. Instead, it was Sun Ling Feng in the back of the carriage, eagerly displaying his 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, transforming into a black blur as he charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch toward the massive head of the steel-spined boar. Sun Ling Feng's speed was astonishing. Wielding a 3-foot-long Qin Feng sword, he performed a series of elegant sword flourishes midair. Before he even arrived, the momentum of his sword preceded him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, Sun Ling Feng appeared remarkably graceful, with sword beams cascading down like a torrential rain, bombarding the steel-spined boars without mercy. Roar, roar, roar. The pitiful cries of the steel-spined boars echoed through the skies, yet their anguished wails were short-lived, quickly drowned out by the relentless onslaught of sword rain, leaving no trace of life behind. Alas! Farewell, dear boar. Observing the remnants of the steel-spined boar, reduced to mere fragments, Qin Feng couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance toward where it had once stood. He reminisced about a few days prior when he first encountered a steel-spined boar during his rookie trials, a time when his lack of experience had left him somewhat flustered by the creature's quills. Yet, fate had turned, now, facing the same foe. It had been utterly overwhelmed by sheer firepower. Feishue, the danger has been eliminated. We may proceed. With satisfaction, Sun Ling Feng clapped his hands after witnessing the complete destruction of the boars. However, as he passed by the front seat, he noticed Qin Feng's complex expression directed at the carcass of the steel-spined boar and let out a disdainful snort. In his eyes, Qin Feng was evidently awestruck by his recent display of unparalleled prowess. Humph, what a naive fellow. I merely engaged in a light warm-up. And you appear so astonished. Just wait until I take things a little more seriously. You might just find yourself frightened to the point of losing control. With a sense of self-satisfaction, Sun Ling Feng eagerly approached Wang Feishue, eager to show off. Qin Feng, however, paid no heed to Sun Ling Feng's self-congratulatory antics, his gaze revealing a hint of regret as he looked at the pulverized remains of the steel-spined boar. Truth be told, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to slap Sun Ling Feng for his actions. Darn it. The last time he had slain a steel-spined boar, the system rewarded him with 20 evolution points. Now he had 3 to consider, 60 evolution points, a substantial fortune, squandered by this unfortunate child. If such roadside monsters were to be wiped out by these show-offs, how would he, Qin Feng, ever accumulate evolution points? Without evolution points, how could he upgrade his Kaido character template? When would he be able to wield the Wolf Feng Club, striking down foes with ease? Ding! The host has been detected to be in a team formation state. Thus, the team mode is now officially activated. Just as Qin Feng was contemplating the potential evolution points he could acquire by eliminating Sun Ling Feng, a melodious voice echoed in his mind, an announcement from the system. Initially taken aback, Qin Feng pondered, what? There's a team mode? Returning to the host, upon activating the team mode, you will assume the role of team leader and create a temporary squad. All members within this temporary team will ensure that, upon successfully hunting the demon race, you, as the leader, will also receive corresponding evolution points. However, the proportion of evolution points awarded to the leader is contingent upon the current level of the team mode. Presently, the team level is D grade, granting the leader 10% of the evolution points, with a maximum of 3 members allowed in the team. The level of the team mode must also be upgraded using evolution points. Currently, you require 100,000 evolution points to reach C grade. In C grade mode, the leader can gain 15% of the evolution points from team members, with the team size expanded to 5. Additionally, at C grade, evolution points can be spent to purchase formations, providing beneficial attributes to various positions within the team. Upon hearing the system's revelation about the team mode, Qin Feng sheathed the large blade he had just drawn, feeling exhilarated. What a delightful turn of events. The system proved to be quite perceptive, alleviating his earlier concerns about whether to keep the show-off in the rear ranks. The introduction of the team mode effectively dispelled any murderous intent that had brewed within him. With this new mode, all previous challenges Qin Feng faced would no longer be obstacles. Moreover, as his temporary squad grew stronger and the team level increased, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could achieve freedom in accumulating evolution points. At that point, even if he did nothing but recline in bed, he would witness a steady influx of evolution points falling from the heavens. Although the current evolution point acquisition ratio from team members is rather low, it is merely a D-grade mode. As the team level escalates, he firmly believes that this ratio will rise accordingly. In that moment, Qin Feng finally grasped the exhilaration experienced by those with boundless wealth. Of course, this team mode does not solely benefit Qin Feng. Once the C-grade team mode is activated, he can initiate formations, which will provide comprehensive attribute enhancements for all team members, fostering mutual growth. It is indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for the trio accompanying him, Sun Lingfeng, Feng Qianyuan, and Wang Feishui, Qin Feng could only form a temporary team with one of them. Once this escort mission concluded, any future contact would likely be a rare occurrence. Ding. Team mode has been successfully loaded. Current level D grade. With the evolution points acquisition ratio set at 10% and a team task capacity of 5 members. Ding. The host need only engage in close contact with the target for the system to automatically establish a team relationship. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept across Qin Feng's face. As Qin Feng swung open the car door, preparing to summon his teammates, the trio within the armored vehicle, led by Feng Qianyuan, could hardly contain their excitement. Gazing upon the exquisite, almond-shaped visage of Princess Shui mere inches away, Sun Lingfeng found himself momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyuan was no better off, his own expression reflecting profound admiration for his goddess. Shui, has it truly been nearly half a year since we last undertook a mission together? Sun Lingfeng inquired eagerly, having dispatched the steel-spined porcupine, as he returned to the cabin. Eager to engage in conversation with Princess Shui. Chapter 77, Jealousy and Rivalry. Sun Lingfeng. We have our own tasks to attend to. It would be prudent to refrain from discussing trivial matters. The princess, Shui, subtly shifted her position, creating a slight distance between herself and Sun Lingfeng. Although her charming visage retained a graceful smile, a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Yet, in Sun Lingfeng's gaze, there existed only the enchanting figure of Princess Shui. Her radiant smile resembled a bouquet of blooming flowers, captivating him utterly, nearly ensnaring his very soul, and the joy and excitement in his heart were simply uncontainable. Dear Shui, our destination for this escort mission conveniently leads us to the imperial capital, which happens to be my family's residence. Why not pay a visit and allow me the honor of hosting you? Sun Lingfeng's arduous journey to Qin Mountain was not merely to meet with the esteemed Feng Qianyuan. In truth, upon learning that Princess Shui had undertaken this escort mission, he was determined not to miss the opportunity for intimate interaction with the goddess. Princess Shui furrowed her delicate brows. Despite her deep-seated displeasure, she recognized the significance of their cargo's security and chose to avoid unnecessary conflict with Sun Lingfeng, opting instead for a cold demeanor. Feng Qianyuan, observing the exchange, gradually lost his smile, his expression shifting to one of discontent. Sun Lingfeng, I advise you to be more mindful. What kind of relationship do you have with Shui? You aren't even mere acquaintances, yet you so boldly invite her to your home? Do you truly believe you hold any significance? Though Princess Shui preferred not to stoop to Sun Lingfeng's level, Feng Qianyuan was not inclined to tolerate his arrogance and immediately countered. I, Sun Lingfeng, am 21 years old and already a senior battle general. A mere step away from becoming a battle king. If you claim I am insignificant, I must ask, what exactly are you, Feng Qianyuan? What am I? Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from Feng Qianyuan, exuding a terrifying and oppressive presence. This force hinted at the burgeoning strength of a junior battle king, challenging Sun Lingfeng's bravado. I sense a breakthrough to the battle king realm is imminent within the week. Moreover, I am the young master of the Longmen Escort Agency. Pray tell, when will you? Sun Lingfeng, achieve the rank of battle king, and what identity do you possess? Is it merely your youthful visage or your silver tongue that you rely upon? Why you? Sun Lingfeng was left speechless, his handsome face shifting through shades of fury, yet he could find no words to retort. Indeed, while Sun Lingfeng's lineage and background were not lacking compared to Feng Qianyuan's, the latter had long since taken up the mantle of family responsibilities and surpassed him in cultivation, a fact that could not be denied. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Feng Qianyuan, cease your bravado. If you possess any courage, let us step outside and settle this with a duel. Whoever falters shall be deemed a coward. I am not afraid of you, Feng Qianyuan. Just as Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng prepared to draw their blades, poised to confront one another, an unexpected force intervened, pressing them back down to the ground. Oh, could it be that Sister Shui has intervened? The mere thought that the peacemaker might be the esteemed Princess Shui filled them with anticipation. However, as Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng's expressions of anger transformed into those of infatuation, they turned to behold the newcomer with grins reminiscent of besotted swine. Yet, upon recognizing the figure before them, their smiles were abruptly extinguished, leaving them in stunned silence. My dear friends, why limit yourselves to a single flower when countless blossoms abound in the vast garden of life? It was none other than Qin Feng, who had stealthily entered the carriage. With one hand resting on Sun Lingfeng's shoulder and the other on Feng Qianyuan's, he bore an enigmatic smile that rendered the atmosphere decidedly peculiar. This is not your place to speak, Qin Feng, Suddenly, a terrifying and oppressive aura emanated from Qin Feng, causing Sun Lingfeng to feel an immediate tightening in his chest. The discomfort coursing through his bones rendered him powerless, obliterating any strength he had summoned moments prior. On the other side, Feng Qianyuan suffered a similar fate. With Qin Feng's grip firmly ensnaring his shoulder, a wave of inexplicable dread washed over him, inducing a cold sweat and leaving him utterly immobilized. They were akin to fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of their captor. Now, they were all in the same proverbial boat, bound to share the trials of fate together. In light of an uncertain future, how could they allow rivalry over a mere woman to drive them apart? It was simply unacceptable, as Qin Feng's words echoed in their ears. Both Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng, despite their simmering frustration, found themselves unable to move, regardless of the tempest of emotions raging within. They were compelled to don expressions of feigned amiability, nodding in agreement with Qin Feng. Brother Qin speaks wisely. How astute of you, Brother Qin. Truly magnificent, Brother Qin. You are a paragon for us all, Brother Qin. Brothers are akin to limbs, while women are but garments. This scene stood in stark contrast to the earlier confrontation between Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan, who had been prepared to engage in a violent clash. Now, they appeared as docile as pampered puppies in Qin Feng's presence. Indeed, harmony should reign, and conflict be eschewed. Wouldn't you agree, Princess Shui? With that, Qin Feng did not forget to pat Princess Shui on the shoulder, yet she remained utterly astonished, rendered speechless and unresponsive. Ding! The host has successfully incorporated Sun Lingfeng, Feng Qianyuan, and Wang Feishue into a temporary team, with Qin Feng as the captain, accompanied by the system's crisp notification. Qin Feng immediately sensed an indescribable connection forming between himself and the trio. It felt as though he could distinctly perceive their exact locations, akin to a radar scan. Has the team been successfully formed? Suddenly, a bold idea sprang to Qin Feng's mind. Should he, on another day, persuade Zhao Wujia to take him to meet those formidable warriors again? Without hesitation, he would embrace each of these legendary figures, thereby claiming 4 warriors of extraordinary caliber under his command. Chapter 78. You are not yet qualified. Ding. A dangerous thought of exploiting a bug has been detected in the host. The system has promptly revised the team formation mode. Ding. The realms of the host's team members must be less than or equal to the host's current cultivation level. Individuals with a higher realm cannot be included in the team. Upon hearing the system notification echoing in his mind, Qin Feng was instantly filled with despondency. How utterly unfair. Just when he had managed to discover a bug to exploit, the system swiftly patched it. Truly ungrateful. While Qin Feng was lamenting the speed at which the system resolved the loophole, the other 3 individuals in the carriage were equally stunned into silence. Wang Feishue, Sun Lingfeng, and Feng Qianyuan felt as though their minds had gone blank, completely at a loss. What on earth just transpired? How did Qin Feng suddenly appear in the carriage? Wasn't he just driving in the front row? When did he come over? Moreover, the moment he appeared, he had taken control of us. What kind of sorcery was this? He was merely a novice at the level of a junior battle general. How could he accomplish such feats so silently? Gazing at the warm smile on Qin Feng's face, the 3 in the carriage had yet to recover from their earlier shock. After a long pause, it was Wang Feishue who broke the silence. Her voice tinged with urgency. What Qin Feng just said is correct. Our immediate priority is to escort the goods. We cannot afford to bicker over trivial matters of romance at this moment. At this juncture, Wang Feishue paused, then shifted her tone, stating, Furthermore, Sun Lingfeng, Feng Qianyuan, I can now clearly express my thoughts to you both. I am well aware of your feelings towards me. Thus, I shall take this opportunity to lay everything out plainly. With that, Wang Feishue turned her gaze directly to Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan, asserting, If you aspire to be the man of Wang Feishue, you are not yet qualified. Upon hearing these words, Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan could no longer feign surprise. They turned their attention toward Wang Feishue, awaiting her next words. Wang Feishue, with her unwavering strength of character, was direct and resolute, starkly contrasting the demeanor of an ordinary woman. Therefore, her thoughts and intentions were not to be gauged by common standards. To be worthy of being Wang Feishue's man, one must undoubtedly be the foremost among the younger generation of the divine state. As she spoke of being the foremost, ripples danced in her beautiful eyes, as if a tender part of her heart had been stirred, and she softly added, the foremost among the younger generation of the divine state. Indeed? Upon hearing Wang Feishue's criteria, both Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan fell into a contemplative silence. Certainly, their individual talents could qualify them as outstanding among the elite youth of the divine state. Yet when it came to the question of whether they could ascend to the position of the foremost, they were self-aware enough to understand their limitations. Setting aside all else, Even when considering the top-ranked figure on the talented heroes list, Situ Pajuan, they could not help but feel inferior. Nowadays, surveying the vast land of the Divine Land, one might consider Situ Pajuan of the Situ family in the capital as the foremost among the younger generation. Feng Qinyuan's expression was grave as he remarked, "One must possess self-awareness. If I were to compare myself with others of the younger generation, I might still harbor some discontent. Just the other day, Sun Feng attempted to show off in front of me, nearly evading a deserved reprimand. However, if the individual in question were Situ Pajuan, I would truly have no complaints and would willingly take a back seat. This is solely because, although Situ Pajuan is of similar age to me, he has already attained the mid-level warrior king realm in his cultivation 2 years ago. Now, 2 years later, it would not be surprising if he has reached the high-level warrior king realm." Upon hearing Feng Qinyuan's words, the hot-tempered Sun Feng surprisingly refrained from retorting and nodded in agreement. Indeed, within the ranks of the younger generation of the Divine Land, finding someone who could effortlessly surpass Situ Pajuan is exceedingly difficult. In the wake of Feng Qinyuan and Sun Feng's mention of Situ Pajuan, Princess Shui smiled knowingly and said, "Not at all, you are mistaken. While it is true that the current top figure among the younger generation may be Situ Pajuan, he is certainly not destined to remain so in the future." Upon hearing Princess Shui's somewhat perplexing statement, Feng Qinyuan and Sun Feng exchanged bewildered glances, pondering what she meant by suggesting that Situ Pajuan's current supremacy might not endure. Was there truly anyone among the younger generation who could consistently outshine Situ Pajuan? When mentioning this man's name, Princess Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, her brow adorned with respect as she declared, "In the future, the undisputed leader of our Divine Land's younger generation will undoubtedly be the one designated as number 10086. Number 10,086. The sudden mention of this name left both Sun Feng and Feng Qinyuan momentarily speechless. Indeed, when discussing the foremost figure among the younger generation, their minds instinctively conjured images of familiar and established prodigies, easily overlooking this radiant new star that had recently ascended like a comet. Indeed, Sister Shui is correct. Feng Qinyuan's expression grew solemn as he continued, "If we are to speak of the current leader among the younger generation, it must be Situ Pajuan. However, when considering the future, it is highly likely that number 10086 will take that title." Though Sun Feng remained silent, he nodded in agreement, expressing his endorsement of this viewpoint. Princess Shui elaborated, "Number 10086 is a chosen one, unparalleled throughout history, possessing achievements in realms that are truly astonishing. In the presence of this chosen one, both Situ Pajuan and you and Yongshang would find themselves overshadowed. Should you ever reach a point where you can stand alongside number 10086? No. As long as you can possess even a fraction of his remarkable excellence, I, Princess Shui, would willingly lower myself to pursue you." At this moment, Princess Shui suddenly recalled her dear confidant, Li Ruobing, who had spoken of the enigmatic figure known as number 10086 just a few days prior. Although all information regarding him within the elite training camp of the Divine Land is classified at the highest level, Li Ruobing still managed to encapsulate her impression of this man in 12 exquisite words, a scion of a humble family, graceful and handsome, unparalleled in the world. Chapter 79. A marriage unmatched. Princess Shui and Li Ruobing are renowned beauties in the martial arts realm of Shinjo, celebrated for their striking appearances and exceptional talents. Therefore, none understand the aloofness and pride of Li Ruobing better than Princess Shui herself. Among the younger generation, even someone as formidable as Situ Pajuan is merely a rival for Li Ruobing to surpass. Only the enigmatic figure identified by the number 10,086 commands her admiration and submission. It is precisely because of this number, 10086, that Princess Shui vividly recalls the high regard in which her friend holds him. During a video call, she could perceive the unique affection in Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes and demeanor, reminiscent of youthful infatuation. Since that moment, although Princess Shui has never encountered the mysterious and legendary 10086, she has been filled with an insatiable yearning and curiosity about him, eagerly anticipating the day she can behold the true visage of this chosen one from afar. Meanwhile, Sun Feng and Feng Qinyuan were blushing furiously, their expressions resembling those who have just consumed an excessive amount of rice. The words spoken by Princess Shui were undeniably true, leaving them at a loss for a fitting rebuttal. To compare themselves to 10,086 would be akin to pitting a firefly against the radiant moon. One is celestial, while the other is terrestrial, leaving no room for comparison. Of course, if Princess Shui were truly resolute in her decision to marry no one but 10086, she would likely lead a life of solitude, akin to a solitary lamp by a quiet Buddha. Fortunately, she did not stubbornly cling to this notion but gracefully shifted her stance, stating, "Indeed, I am aware that there is but one 10,086 in this world. Hence, I do not demand that my future husband match his brilliance. I require only that he accomplish one of the feats that 10086 has achieved, and that would suffice. Upon hearing Princess Shue's slightly more lenient tone, both Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits rekindled. Indeed, the notion of equaling or surpassing 10086 was a preposterous fantasy. However, if the goal were simply to achieve one of 10,080 SIXS feats, it should not pose an insurmountable challenge for them. For instance, defeating 100 opponents alone, or achieving an S-grade completion of the first level of the trial tower. These aspirations could be realized through diligent effort and perseverance. Yet, just as Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan were mutually encouraging one another, Princess Shui fell silent for a moment before continuing. However, nothing in this world can compare to 10,086. If in this lifetime I were afforded the chance to encounter the individual identified by the number 10,086, I would undoubtedly endeavor by any means to marry him. Ahem. At that moment, Qin Feng, who had been reveling in the joy of forming a team, nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing Wang Fei Shue's words, erupting into a fit of coughs. Goodness, are women nowadays so uniquely discerning? They know not of my appearance, nor my name, yet are resolute in declaring that I am their only choice for life based solely on a student code? Is this not a tad hasty? Do you also feel that my previous words were mere fantasies, impossible to realize in this lifetime? The sound of Qin Feng's disruptive coughing only served to furrow Wang Fei Shue's delicate brows, revealing her discontent. Ahem. No. Qin Feng instinctively wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, sensing that it was best to retreat to the driver's seat and continue driving. As for Wang Fei Shue, perhaps due to the earlier jealousy sparked between Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan, she too lost interest in remaining in the back seat. Thus, she joined Qin Feng in the passenger seat, lowering the window to admire the desolate, yet captivating scenery of the apocalypse unfolding beyond. This spectacle certainly left Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan in the back seat drooling with envy. However, with only 2 seats available in the front, they could not force their way in, contenting themselves with leaning against the back window, gazing longingly ahead. Wang Fei Shue, exquisite as a painting, turned to find Qin Feng with his hands firmly on the steering wheel, wholly absorbed in driving, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the road ahead. To him, it was as though she were but a wisp of air, deserving of not even a glance. Witnessing Qin Feng's seemingly irrational demeanor piqued Wang Fei Shue's curiosity. Throughout her life, adorned with stunning beauty and the privileges of an extraordinary lineage, she had never lacked suitors like Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan. Yet, Qin Feng stood out as the most peculiar of them all. She had encountered her fair share of aloof men, feigning indifference, but with years of experience behind her. Wang Fei Shue prided herself on discerning genuine apathy from mere pretense. In the case of Qin Feng, she recognized that he truly did not regard her in the slightest. Indeed, Wang Fei Shue held a modest view of her own beauty. Like Li Ruobing, she too was a fervent martial arts enthusiast. However, as a beautiful woman, being overlooked by a man was intolerable. It was a matter of dignity, a compromise not to be made. Hey, what is your name? After a prolonged silence, she could no longer resist initiating a conversation. Qin Feng, he replied, his tone flat, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, never once acknowledging her presence. Qin Feng, is it? Upon hearing the name, Princess Shue felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered it somewhere before, yet she could not quite recall the source. Just as she was about to change the subject, she noticed that Qin Feng remained unresponsive. This fellow was utterly insipid, as cold and unyielding as a piece of wood. It was no wonder he would remain a solitary bachelor for life. With Qin Feng's warm demeanor meeting her frosty reception, the usually proud Princess Shue was filled with dissatisfaction. For one must understand, even if Situ Pijun were present, he would greet her with a smile. Yet Qin Feng exhibited an air of aloofness, creating an unwelcoming atmosphere. Little did she know, a non-existent bead of cold sweat trickled down Qin Feng's forehead. Goodness! If it were anyone else, sitting beside a sister fan who swore allegiance to him alone, he too would find it unbearable. Chapter 80, a dangerous undertaking at this moment. The convoy from the escort agency entered a city rife with crumbling walls and shattered remnants. A thick blanket of white fog enveloped the entire city, transforming it into a veritable mist-laden metropolis. Occasionally, the eerie howls of beastly creatures from the demon clan echoed through the dense white haze. If a novice were to undertake this mission for the first time, it would not be surprising if they were utterly petrified by the unknown perils that lay ahead. After regaining his composure, Qin Feng redirected his focus towards the road ahead. Ah yes, I heard from Grandpa Chu that you are here specifically to lend your strength. Do you know what precious cargo we are escorting on this journey? What dangers might we encounter along the way? From the perspective of the former Princess Shui, it was difficult to perceive how this mere novice warrior, Qin Feng, could play a decisive role in the upcoming escort mission. To put it bluntly, not only was he outmatched by prodigies like Sun Lingfeng and Fang Qinyuan, but even the lowest-ranked escort from the 3 vehicles behind him was at least a mid-level warrior. It could be said that any one of them would easily surpass Qin Feng in combat prowess. The princess's disdainful remarks stemmed from a desire to shatter the mask of indifference that Qin Feng wore. "Oh, danger, you say?" Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the princess's words. To him, the perilous locations that others would avoid were merely untapped realms of opportunity. He understood that if he continued to seclude himself within the confines of the Shinjo elite training camp, his growth in strength and realm would be severely limited. Moreover, he was exceedingly eager to upgrade the character template of the Beast King Kaido. Otherwise, how long would it take for him to unlock the thunderous Bagua and wield his wolf-toothed club against the likes of Wang Lufei? Thus, rather than feeling fear during this escort mission, Qin Feng secretly anticipated the possibility of encountering a demon king along the way, which would provide him with a splendid opportunity to prove himself. Humph. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Princess Shui's contempt only deepened. Indeed, while Qin Feng had managed to subdue Sun Lingfeng and Fang Qinyuan within the confines of the carriage, she merely regarded it as a moment of astonishment, later concluding that he had resorted to underhanded tactics that were hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, given Qin Feng's current level of true essence cultivation, how formidable could he truly be? His limitations were already predetermined. Yet, Qin Feng's audacity remained unabated, a fact that even Sun Lingfeng and Fang Qinyuan in the rear carriage found difficult to tolerate. Humph. Qin Feng, you are but a fledgling warrior, ensconced in your ivory tower, naively believing that admission to the Shinjo elite training camp renders you unmatched in combat. Talent is not the sole determinant. Let me be frank, the vast expanse of Shinjo is home to countless extraordinary individuals, many of whom surpass your abilities by a considerable margin. As Sun Lingfeng and Fang Qinyuan were engrossed in their fervent conversation, a formidable figure emerged from the dense mist ahead, a junior demon general, the mighty Black Ape. Qin Feng, watch closely. With that, he activated his martial soul. Although the mighty Black Ape was merely at the junior demon general level, its immense strength categorized it as a powerful offensive beast. Any ordinary warrior of the battle general rank would seek to evade such a foe rather than confront it head-on. However, Sun Lingfeng, being a high-ranking battle general, possessed a 5th-tier earthly beast martial soul, the iron-armored mad rhinoceros, allowing him to stand his ground against the mighty Black Ape without fear. With a resounding roar, Sun Lingfeng's garments tore apart, and his skin quickly took on a dark brown hue, becoming remarkably resilient. The nearly 3-meter-long sharp horn on his nose gleamed with a metallic luster, exuding an aura of sharpness. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the armored vehicle, his eyes blazing with determination, and charged towards the mighty Black Ape. While the junior demon general had developed a certain level of intelligence, it still retained many primal instincts. Upon seeing Sun Lingfeng charging towards it, the mighty Black Ape interpreted this as a provocation, pounding its chest with its fists and unleashing a thunderous roar. With its feet sinking slightly, it gathered strength and leaped high into the air, its iron fists descending with a thunderous force aimed at Sun Lingfeng's face. Yet, Sun Lingfeng merely lifted his head, thrusting his 3-meter-long horn upward. With a sharp sound, a blade-like piercing echoed as he drove his horn into the wide-open chest of the once menacing mighty Black Ape, causing it to fly backward in a frenzy, uttering a series of anguished howls. However, Sun Lingfeng was relentless, propelling his massive form forward, firmly impaling the mighty Black Ape on his horn. As he barreled through, he shattered several buildings, raising clouds of dust and cacophonous echoes. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, seated in the driver's seat, munched on compressed biscuits while observing the unfolding battle, nodding in approval from time to time. An old adage rings true: when a rhinoceros wields a sword, even the gods cannot intervene. Sun Lingfeng, with his considerable swordsmanship, coupled with the enhancement of the iron-armored mad rhinoceros, was indeed formidable. Even when compared to his previous competitor, Xiao Leisheng, in the arena, he was no match for Sun Lingfeng. Throughout the encounter, Sun Lingfeng granted the mighty Black Ape no opportunity for resistance, firmly pinning its colossal form to his horn and charging forward like a wild bull, obliterating every structure in his path. Initially, the mighty Black Ape struggled to escape, but after demolishing a 6-story residential building, it was ultimately buried beneath the rubble, its breath extinguished, beyond revival. The temporary team member, Sun Lingfeng, successfully vanquished the junior demon general, the mighty Black Ape, and was awarded 10 evolution points. To my astonishment, it is indeed possible to acquire evolution points without any cost. How exhilarating! Upon reading this system notification, a fleeting glimmer of ecstasy passed through Qin Feng's eyes. Typically, a demon general level beast would yield a mere 100 evolution points when hunted independently, while in a team setting, the reward would be precisely 10% of that. Here he sat in the vehicle, doing nothing, yet effortlessly reaping 10 evolution points. Although these points may seem trivial, they are indeed a delightful boon obtained without effort. Chapter 81. Sister protects you. Delightful. While my current evolution points may not suffice, I shall earn them swiftly to elevate our team's rank to C, paving the way for a potential ascension to B. Consequently, I will be able to invite a greater number of teammates to join our ranks. Furthermore, beyond the formal team, I can also establish temporary squads, provided all members share a unified realm of cultivation, which is subject to slightly more lenient restrictions compared to formal teams. It seems the system's bug fix is not absolute, but allows for some leeway for my advantage. Having restored my human form, Sun Lingfeng donned a new garment and strode confidently before Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Did you see that? The formidable black ape we just encountered possesses the strength of a junior demon general." Typically, if a demon and a human warrior are of equal realm, the latter, unless endowed with exceptional combat experience, finds it exceedingly difficult to triumph in direct confrontation. Sun Lingfeng gestured towards the pile of ruins, brimming with pride, and remarked, "Judging by your demeanor, it is likely your first mission, correct? Have you been so frightened that you have lost your wits?" Qin Feng could not deny it. He was in remarkably good spirits today, and found no merit in engaging in a dispute with someone as foolish as Sun Lingfeng. Naturally, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. I initially believed that escorting this convoy would be fraught with peril, yet the journey has proven unexpectedly smooth, yielding substantial rewards, over 40 high-grade demon crystals. I believe. Sun Lingfeng, with a snakeskin bag slung over his shoulder, felt the weight and could not help but grin. However, we must not grow complacent. We are drawing ever closer to the capital-based city, and ahead lies Yunmeng Mountain. The terrain there is treacherous, shrouded in thick mist year-round, and the demon beasts we encounter may grow increasingly formidable. We must proceed with caution. If necessary, we should alter our route. Feng Qianyuan has escorted convoys for many years and is intimately familiar with the local geography and pathways. Observing that the group was nearing the borders of Yunmeng Mountain, he felt compelled to issue a warning. Understood. Sun Lingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, as his words faded, his gaze suddenly froze. A mid-level demon general, the Shadow Fierce Leopard. He murmured softly. Though the Shadow Fierce Leopard is classified as a mid-level demon general, its instantaneous burst of speed could easily outpace even high-level warriors. Moreover, in addition to its remarkable agility, its offensive power is as ferocious as its name suggests. Should it seize an opportunity, one would face a relentless assault akin to a tempest. Thus, even high-ranking warriors would do well to avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Feng Qianyuan, prepare for battle. Wang Feishue glanced at Feng Qianyuan. Even she would find it challenging to face the Shadow Fierce Leopard. However, as the highest-ranked cultivator among the four of them, his involvement would undoubtedly be the most prudent decision. Hiki, Sister Feishue, why are you in such a hurry? We are not the only ones escorting the goods. It seems there is another who has merely been an observer along the way, never having lifted a finger, right? Do you truly believe that escorting the goods for my Longman escort agency is merely an outing to enjoy the scenery? In response to Feng Qianyuan's insinuating remarks, Qin Feng merely shrugged nonchalantly. An observer? To be honest, with the existence of this bug-like team system, who wouldn't take advantage of it? Moreover, the most formidable beast we have encountered thus far on this journey has been the initial level demon general, the giant strength black ape. For such trivial foes, Qin Feng truly could not be bothered to engage. Furthermore, entrusted by others, loyalty to one's duty is paramount. Should the escorting team encounter any insurmountable danger, Qin Feng would certainly not stand idly by. Rest assured, did he not just mention that he embarked on this journey at the behest of his master for training? Since it is a trial, it must possess some degree of challenge to be worthwhile. Besides, with the three of us present, a mere Shadow Fierce Leopard could hardly stir up any significant trouble. As the most devoted and fervent admirer of Princess Feishue, Feng Qianyuan had long harbored disdain for Qin Feng throughout this journey, particularly since Princess Feishue had been sitting beside Qin Feng, their affectionate exchanges causing Feng Qianyuan's heart to ache like a knife. However, with his esteemed position as the young master of the Longmen Escort Agency, he found it difficult to erupt as directly as Sun Lingfeng had. Thus, he chose to endure in silence. After enduring for quite some time, he finally awaited the appearance of the Shadow Fierce Leopard, seizing the opportunity to humiliate Qin Feng. Of course, he did not genuinely wish to take Qin Feng's life. After all, Qin Feng hailed from the elite training camp of the Divine Realm and had a master backing him. Such a status naturally made Feng Qianyuan wary, so he dared not harbor any murderous intent. While he did not dare to contemplate killing, he could still secretly orchestrate a situation where Qin Feng would suffer some hardship during the escort. At worst, he could intervene to rescue Qin Feng when he found himself overwhelmed by the Shadow Fierce Leopard, begging for mercy. As far as the current Shadow Fierce Leopard was concerned, Feng Qianyuan questioned whether he could indeed control the situation. Feng Qianyuan, you? Princess Feishue, seeing Feng Qianyuan remain unfazed, took 2 steps forward to shield Qin Feng, declaring, Qin Feng, stand behind me. I will protect you. Sister Feishue, you. Witnessing Princess Feishue selflessly protect Qin Feng only intensified Feng Qianyuan's envy, causing him to gnash his teeth in jealousy. Observing the imminent danger that Princess Feishue stood against, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Although Princess Feishue had sought opportunities to converse with him throughout the escort, attempting to glean information about his identity, he had consistently deflected her inquiries with cold indifference. While Princess Feishue was visibly frustrated and dissatisfied with Qin Feng, she bore 1,000 grievances in her heart. Though she spoke otherwise, her body remained truthful. In a moment of crisis, regardless of whether Qin Feng required the assistance of Princess Shui, she instinctively stepped forward. This gesture warmed Qin Feng's heart, and a gentle light flickered in his eyes. Just as Princess Shui was about to summon her martial spirit to engage in battle with the shadowy, ferocious leopard, she suddenly felt a large hand resting on her delicate shoulder. Following this, a steady and confident voice resonated. Sister Shui, there is no need for your intervention. I, Qin Feng, can handle this beast on my own. Chapter 82. I can solve it myself. The words suddenly spoken by Qin Feng not only left the princess, Wang Shui, who had been pulled back behind him, momentarily stunned, but also rendered Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan, who were situated behind, equally bewildered. The 3 of them regarded Qin Feng with a gaze akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged, only to witness and take a deliberate step forward, exuding an aura of calmness and poise. Qin Feng, now is not the time for you to display bravado. Moreover, Feng Qianyuan had merely sought to provoke you, so there was no need to take this trifling incident to heart. As Wang Shui observed Qin Feng preparing to confront the Shadow Fierce Leopard, her heart raced with anxiety. Though no one present had witnessed Qin Feng's prowess during the escort mission, it was clear that despite his elite training in the Divine Land, his current cultivation level as a junior battle general placed a limit on his capabilities. Just how much stronger could he possibly become? Even if, hypothetically, Qin Feng were exceptionally talented and possessed the ability to fight above his level, what difference would it make? He was facing a creature that could be deemed the pinnacle of power among intermediate demon generals, the Shadow Fierce Leopard. What could Qin Feng possibly contend with against such a foe? Would he resort to using his head as a weapon? Wang Shui was deeply concerned for Qin Feng's safety, but it was evidently too late to intervene. Upon seeing a human warrior, whose strength and rank were clearly beneath its own, daring to challenge it, the Shadow Fierce Leopard propelled itself off the ground with explosive force. Boom! In an instant, the sound of an explosion rang in everyone's ears, and the ground beneath was fractured like a spider's web under the sheer might of its leap. In the next moment, the Shadow Fierce Leopard transformed into a blur of black shadows, hurtling towards Qin Feng. The overwhelming stench emanating from its gaping maw was nauseating and filled the air with trepidation. Yet, what followed plunged Wang Shui into despair. Her heart raced to her throat. Qin Feng seemed utterly oblivious to the horror posed by the Shadow Fierce Leopard, fearlessly charging forward, drawing his blade with fierce determination. At that moment, an image of Qin Feng being bitten in half by the beast flashed before Wang Shui's eyes, prompting her to shut them tightly in dread. Hiss! All concentration. Breath of water, first form, water surface slash. A swift wave of slashing energy surged forth, and as Wang Shui remained with her eyes shut, she felt a chilling sensation akin to ocean waves brushing against her cheek. In the next instant, the trembling earth fell silent, as if everything around had been hushed. Roar. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as she soon heard the ferocious roar of the Shadow Fierce Leopard. When she opened her eyes, she was astonished to see the once menacing beast flung backward, tumbling over 10 meters away. Meanwhile, Qin Feng maintained his stance, poised with his blade, his expression serene and composed. It appeared that the peril which had instilled dread in everyone had been effortlessly defused by the hands of this young man. How? Is this even possible? In that fleeting moment, Princess Shui could hardly believe her own eyes. Qin Feng had just faced off against that Shadow Fierce Leopard head-on and emerged unscathed. In contrast, both Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan were equally astonished, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. It is essential to note that this was a bona fide intermediate demon general. Under normal circumstances, unless one was a high-tier warrior with a powerful attack-type martial soul, It was utterly improbable to confront the shadow fierce leopard directly. This intermediate demon general possesses considerable strength, able to withstand my water breath. First form, water surface slash. Impressive indeed. Qin Feng glanced at the blade, and then at the chest of the shadow fierce leopard. He observed that although there was a deep gash visible to the bone, it had not struck a vital point. Despite not having activated his martial soul, Qin Feng's cultivation had already stabilized at the primary warrior level. With the supreme internal martial arts technique, Tai Xian Jing, reinforcing his foundation, coupled with the power of water breath, first form, water surface slash, the striking force he unleashed was at least over 500,000 pounds. Yet, at this moment, the shadow fierce leopard astonishingly managed to rise once more, reorganizing for a new wave of attack. This was reminiscent of his earlier encounter with the Shadow Leopard King during the first level of the Trial Tower. Truly, as a breed, they are remarkably resilient. Hiss. All focus, water breath, second form, water wheel. Holding the sword with one hand, Qin Feng leaped into the air, performing a somersault before delivering another strike towards the front paw of the Shadow Fierce Leopard. This blow was executed with incredible speed, and in its injured state, the Shadow Fierce Leopard had no time to evade, having to absorb the attack with its beastly body. Today, I shall use you to test my blade. Hiss. As Qin Feng unleashed his strike and landed, he swung the blade diagonally backward with his left hand, executing a lateral slash. Water breath, second form, alteration, lateral water wheel. The blade's tip surged forward, enveloped in a fierce momentum, overwhelming and unstoppable. Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng stood in stunned silence, dumbfounded by the scene before them. Shadow Fierce Leopard? Are you truly fierce? At this moment, Qin Feng's relentless barrage of strikes, akin to the unending flow of mighty rivers, surpassed even the ferocity of the Shadow Fierce Leopard. The blade's tip, shimmering like waves, struck from exceptionally cunning and sharp angles, clinging to the Shadow Fierce Leopard as if it were a relentless parasite. In an instant, Qin Feng's onslaught showed no signs of waning, creating powerful and domineering azure waves within a 100-meter radius. To unleash such a fierce and commanding attack, this combat technique must be at least of the 5th rank at the Earth level. How old could Qin Feng be this year? If I heard correctly, he just mentioned he is only 16 years old. A mere 16-year-old boy, capable of mastering Earth-level 5th rank martial techniques to such an extraordinary degree, as if they were extensions of his own body. Even if it were Fang Qianyuan in his place, he would hardly reach the same level of prowess as Qin Feng. Witnessing the relentless flashes of blades before him, akin to surging waves that rise and fall without respite, Fang Qianyuan was nearly rendered speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the very foundations of his beliefs, his outlook on life, values, and worldview were crumbling around him. Yet, upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. After all, not to mention techniques of the 5th rank or above, even the 2nd rank combat skill he had mastered took him a full 5 years of dedicated training, commencing when he achieved the rank of a senior warrior at the tender age of 12. Chapter 83. Just about manageable as one ascends to the realm of Earth-level martial arts and mental techniques. The difficulty of cultivation and comprehension increases exponentially with each tier. In his earlier years, Fang Qianyuan found the training of Earth-level 2nd-tier martial arts nearly cost him his life. Now, witnessing Qin Feng effortlessly wielding martial techniques of the 5th tier and above, exhibiting a level of proficiency that far surpasses his own, Fang Qianyuan could not help but question his very existence. Anything less would have been abnormal. Only martial arts of the 5th tier and above could unleash such overwhelming and domineering attacks. It was astonishing to realize that despite his youth, Qin Feng possessed an extraordinary aptitude for comprehension and martial skills that left onlookers in awe. Princess Shui observed Qin Feng, who was increasingly emboldened, fully engrossed in his battle against the Shadow Fierce Leopard. She couldn't help but exclaim, what a monster. The elite training camp of the Divine Continent truly lives up to its reputation. Everyone here is a prodigy. Even someone as proud as Sun Lingfeng, after witnessing Qin Feng's brilliance firsthand, felt a pang of inferiority. He mused that, regardless of his own superior cultivation level, he could never hope to match Qin Feng's innate understanding and talent. Boom, 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 boom. At last, the trembling earth returned to tranquility. Qin Feng sheathed his sword and casually waved at the trio, who had become statues in astonishment, saying, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and collect the loot." With Qin Feng's reminder, Sun Lingfeng suddenly realized that the once vibrant Shadow Fierce Leopard now lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless dog, leaving him utterly speechless. Yet, despite his astonishment, Sun Lingfeng's actions were swift. He rushed forward, swiftly retrieving the demon crystal and materials from the defeated beast. Truth be told, even though the Shadow Fierce Leopard was now unequivocally dead, Sun Lingfeng felt his mind was blank. Prior to this escort mission, he had battled the Shadow Fierce Leopard before. However, back then, the creature had left an impression of being exceedingly formidable, with impeccable attack power and agility. Were it not for his own substantial advantage in cultivation level and the formidable Earth level 5-tier martial spirit, the iron-armored rampage rhino, he would have found it nearly impossible to conquer the Shadow Fierce Leopard. He couldn't fathom how this monster, Qin Feng, managed to slay the Shadow Fierce Leopard while being at a disadvantage in cultivation level. Yet, in contrast to the astonished and admiring gazes directed at him, Qin Feng himself remained remarkably composed. To him, while the Shadow Fierce Leopard was indeed a higher tier than the Shadow Leopard King, possessing superior attack and speed, they were still of the same lineage, and their combat styles and techniques were largely similar. Just moments before engaging with the Shadow Ferocious Leopard, its subsequent attack patterns and vulnerabilities were entirely laid bare before Qin Feng. Consequently, throughout the entire battle, Qin Feng did not even need to activate his observation Haki. He effortlessly defeated the Shadow Ferocious Leopard in a direct confrontation. However, the crisp sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind, piquing Qin Feng's interest slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the intermediate demon general, Shadow Ferocious Leopard. Evolution points gained, 200. Ding! Water breathing, first form, surface/proficiency 20. Ding! Water breathing. Second form, water wheel, proficiency 30. In the period that followed, after Qin Feng had decisively dispatched the Shadow Ferocious Leopard, the atmosphere inside the armored vehicle was noticeably more harmonious than before. At the very least, Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng no longer sought to provoke Qin Feng unnecessarily. They behaved like obedient little kittens, refraining from any mischief. Meanwhile, Princess Shui had entirely shifted her focus on Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she occasionally tugged at him to engage in awkward conversations. Of course, having such an ardent admirer by his side placed considerable pressure on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how were you able to so keenly anticipate each of the Shadow Ferocious Leopard's attacks? It seemed you effortlessly neutralized the beast's strikes at just the right moment. It was utterly astonishing. In the passenger seat, recalling the one-sided battle between Qin Feng and the Shadow Ferocious Leopard, Princess Shui, often referred to as the Ice Queen, was completely uncharacteristic and flustered. Since boarding the vehicle, her lips had not ceased to move, and Qin Feng felt he might soon socially die from her incessant questioning. Faced with the excited and curious gaze of his ardent admirer, Qin Feng could only wave his hand dismissively and say, "It's manageable. Don't disturb me while I drive. Check the spoils and carry on." Manageable? Qin Feng's casual remark sent a shiver through Princess Shui's delicate form, while both Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qianyuan in the rear seat also shuddered simultaneously. At that moment, the three of them shared a revelation. The same thought echoed in their minds. Subtle arrogance is the most lethal. In these times, were all those emerging from the elite training camp in the Divine Continent this pretentious? During the subsequent escort journey, this makeshift team finally recalled who the true father was, dutifully following behind Qin Feng as they continuously eliminated the demon beasts that emerged along their path. It was not until they encountered a high-level demon general, the rampaging demon bear, that they truly comprehended the meaning behind Qin Feng's earlier remark of its manageable. The formidable rampaging demon bear, a high-level demon general, was swiftly dispatched by Qin Feng following a single roar. With a quick succession of water-breathing techniques and the ripple step, it was annihilated on the spot. Indeed, it was truly a series of moves that resulted in its immediate demise. Unbelievable. Just a minute ago, Feng Qianyuan, Sun Lingfeng, and Wang Feishui were deliberating whether to circumvent the territory of the ferocious demon bear that lay not far ahead. However, in the next moment, Qin Feng, with a fierce demeanor, charged forth wielding his blade, impervious to their attempts to dissuade or restrain him. Upon his return, he brandished the bewildered head of the demon bear, whose expression seemed to convey a bewilderment at the circumstances of its demise. Well, it was indeed passable. At this point, even if a massive bomb were to fall from the sky, Sun Lingfeng, Feng Qianyuan, and Wang Feishui would not be the least bit surprised. They had become thoroughly desensitized, reduced to 3 lethargic souls merely exclaiming 666. In a state of utter apathy. Chapter 84. The disheartened Princess Snow. Several hours passed once more. After an intense battle, Sun Lingfeng found himself somewhat fatigued after defeating yet another intermediate-level demon general. Although both Sun Lingfeng and Qin Feng possessed beast martial souls, Qin Feng's was the genuine fish fruit, a mythical beast type, in its azure dragon form, boasting attributes that were extraordinarily superior. Observing the situation, Qin Feng proactively suggested that the escort team take a moment to rest in place. Strangely, neither Princess Snow, Sun Lingfeng, nor Feng Qianyuan voiced any objections. They simply nodded instinctively. Subsequently, they followed Qin Feng's instructions. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After witnessing Qin Feng's effortless yet formidable prowess in dispatching demon beasts, both at his level and beyond, Feng Qianyuan and the others were utterly stunned. Initially, they had naively assumed that they were merely encountering a novice from the elite training camp of the Divine Land. Little did they expect that a single creature emerging from this training ground could exhibit such formidable combat abilities. It was indeed a humbling realization, affirming that the Divine Land elite training camp truly deserved its reputation as the foremost martial academy, its depths unfathomable. Before long, Qin Feng discovered a quaint stream and signaled with his eyes. Feng Qianyuan quickly grasped the intent and raised his hand, proclaiming, "Brothers, let us take a moment to rest here before we continue our journey." Upon hearing Feng Qianyuan's words, many of the accompanying guards displayed expressions of sheer delight. A few, unable to contain their excitement, hastily removed their clothing and dashed towards the stream, immersing themselves in the refreshing waters, relishing the experience of a rejuvenating bath. What could be more delightful than such indulgence? In this mist-laden mountain gorge, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, instilling a sense of tranquility in all who beheld it. At this moment, Princess Snow felt a stirring within her heart, slowly making her way towards the eastern direction, delicately dipping her jade-like slender feet into the stream. As her graceful feet gently rippled the water, the picturesque scene captivated the guards still frolicking in the stream, rendering them motionless in awe. They halted their playful antics, transfixed by the enchanting sight of the princess at play in the water. When Princess Snow turned her gaze towards them, the guards instinctively bowed their heads, as if caught in some guilty act, unable to meet her eyes. Within their hearts, a profound sense of inadequacy surged. How could such a breathtakingly beautiful woman be within the realm of their humble existence? At that moment, Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng also descended from the armored vehicle, stretching their weary limbs. After a long journey filled with hunting demon beasts and enduring an extended ride, they were indeed exhausted. However, when they caught a glimpse of Princess Shui frolicking by the riverbank, it was as if their very souls had been drawn out, their gazes ensnared, rendering them motionless in place, lost in reverie. At that moment, Princess Shui cast her eyes around, first noticing Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng standing like entranced fools, their eyes fixed upon her. Her beautifully arched brows instinctively knitted together. Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng, both prominent figures among the younger generation of Shinjo, were indeed remarkable. Yet, they paled in comparison to the idealized Prince Charming in Princess Shui's heart, whom she deemed number 186, falling woefully short in every aspect. The contrast between the two was simply incomparable. Nevertheless, any woman would find a sense of vanity greatly satisfied when witnessing a man so utterly captivated by her presence. This fleeting moment filled Princess Shui with a sense of pride. However, as her gaze shifted once more, her smile abruptly froze, an inexplicable spark of anger igniting within her. As she looked ahead, she spotted Qin Feng leisurely leaning against a massive rock beneath the Yin clan's domain. The shadow cast by the rock enveloped him entirely, his hands cradling his head as he gazed into the sky, seemingly lost in thought, as though everything around him bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Princess Shui found herself perplexed by this enigmatic young man, whose every facet reeked of mystery, resembling a black hole. Why was he so oblivious to her allure? Why did he exhibit a maturity and composure far beyond his peers when alone with her? Certainly, had he been one of those mediocrity-laden men. No matter how they flaunted their uniqueness or eccentricity before her, Princess Shui, with her customary aloofness and pride, would have forgotten them within a minute. Yet, it was evident that Qin Feng belonged to none of those categories. Not only did he defy such classifications, but throughout this escorting journey, he continually expanded Princess Shui's understanding of limits. From the initial disdain upon discovering his mere junior warrior level, to later empathizing with his solitary confrontation against the Shadow Fierce Leopard, and ultimately witnessing him crush the beast with overwhelming force, far beyond what his rank should allow. After vanquishing the Shadow Fierce Leopard, Qin Feng seemed to have unlocked his full potential, effortlessly slaying foes as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. It was simply outrageously powerful, to say the least. One might wonder, faced with such a little monster or freak that repeatedly challenges the limits of your understanding, how could you, in the position of Princess Shui, maintain your composure and tranquility? Consequently, during the subsequent journey, Princess Shui seized several opportunities as the co-pilot to attempt to strike up a conversation with Qin Feng. Yet, without exception, Qin Feng's responses were consistently dismissive, showing a blatant disregard for her advances. It seemed as if her enchanting beauty and grace held no significance in the eyes of this young man. This, in turn, ignited an unprecedented sense of frustration within Princess Shui. However, little did she know that while Qin Feng appeared to be gazing up at the sky in a daze, he was, in fact, quietly accessing the system interface within his mind. Chapter 85. Unlocking New Combat Techniques. Host. Qin Feng Cultivation Level. Junior Battle General Character Template. Kaido of the 100 Beasts Fruit Ability. Fish Fruit. Mythical Zoan. Azure Dragon Power. Human Form. Unlock Level 15. Azure Dragon Form. Locked. Dragonman Form. Locked. Special Techniques. Observation Haki. Broad View. Unlocked. Subtle Insight. Unlocked. Mustard Seed. Locked. Vastness. Locked. Profit. Locked. Armament Haki. Hardening. Unlock Level 50. Binding. Locked. Emission. Locked. Flowing Cherry Blossom. Locked. Internal Destruction. Locked. Conqueror's Haki. Burst. Unlock Level 10. Will. Locked. Pressure. Locked. Binding. Locked. Internal Cultivation Method. Taishian Jing. Unlock Level 10. Proficiency. 1. Swordsmanship Secret Manual. Water Breathing. Unlock Level 100. Proficiency. 15. Body Technique Secret Manual. Lingbo Weibu. Unlock Level 100. Proficiency. 20. Energy Points. 12,000 during the journey of escorting goods, the temporary team members. Sun Lingfeng and Feng Qinyuan contributed significantly alongside Qin Feng. Furthermore, with nearly 4,000 accumulated evolution points, Qin Feng has finally surpassed the threshold of 10,000. Luck has favored him throughout this journey, whether amidst the ruins of a post-apocalyptic city or within the misty mountains. He encountered numerous formidable foes, both at the Demon General and Demon Soldier levels. Had the process of leveling up through combat not been so smooth, amassing 10,000 evolution points would have demanded considerably more time and effort. Presently, he possesses 12,000 evolution points. It is time to unlock the human form of the fish fruit. System, I wish to spend 10,000 evolution points to upgrade the fish fruit, human form. Previously, Qin Feng would have hesitated even after accumulating enough evolution points without having cultivated Taishian Jing. He understood that unlocking more abilities of the fish fruit would inevitably activate the unique powers of the mythical Zoan, bringing him closer to the might of Kaido of the 100 Beasts. However, for Qin Feng, whose foundation was still unsteady, this could prove detrimental, potentially becoming a hidden time bomb. If we liken the physical foundation to a container and power to a liquid, then if the capacity of this container is not enhanced, pouring an abundance of liquid into it within a short period may fill it rapidly. But what are the consequences? If power continues to pour into this container incessantly, it will eventually overflow. Such a reckless expenditure of life for power is not what Qin Feng aspires to pursue. This is precisely why, despite having numerous opportunities to develop the character template of Kaido of the 100 Beasts, he has remained inactive. With the arrival of the Taishian Jing, a supreme internal martial art capable of defying fate, Qin Feng's final layer of apprehension was completely dispelled. He pondered whether further developing the abilities of Kaido, the Beast King, might grant him access to the extraordinary combat technique known as the Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The development level of the fish fruit has successfully reached 20. Ding! The first stage of the fruit's abilities has been unlocked, and the corresponding character template and combat skills have been issued. Character template. Kaido, template skill, Thunderous 8 Trigrams. As a series of system notifications resonated in his mind, each sound broadened the smile on Qin Feng's face. Soon, accompanied by the system's enlightening guidance, he grasped the foundational techniques and mental incantations of the Thunderous 8 Trigrams. Furthermore, a wealth of combat experience from Kaido while employing the Thunderous 8 Trigrams surged into Qin Feng's mind like rivers converging into the sea. Since the Thunderous 8 Trigrams was a combat skill granted by the system, Qin Feng was able to comprehend it instantly without the need for an epiphany. Truth be told, had it not been for the presence of numerous members of the escort team, Qin Feng would have eagerly seized a club and unleashed a full demonstration of the Thunderous 8 Trigrams right then and there. This sensation of being enlightened by the system, grasping every aspect of the combat technique in an instant, was utterly exhilarating. Seated in a meditative posture, Qin Feng quietly absorbed the entirety of the Thunderous 8 Trigram series of moves. Once he emerged from his contemplative state, he belatedly realized that night had fallen. Just as he prepared to instruct Feng Qinyuan to call the escort team to advance, he suddenly furrowed his brows, his expression tightening, and remarked, "Something's amiss." With his formidable observation Haki, Qin Feng discerned that a squad of approximately 13 martial artists was approaching their escort team. Moreover, trailing closely behind them was a horde of over 100 ferocious beasts, not even a kilometer away. Qin Feng felt a wave of confusion regarding this unexpected squad of martial artists, but considering the importance of the cargo they were escorting, he instructed Feng Qianyuan to organize the escort team to steer the armored vehicle away from the direction of the beast horde, just to be safe. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, along with Sun Lingfeng and Princess Shui, remained in place, eager to discover the true intentions of this martial artist squad. At the same time, Qin Feng secretly entertained thoughts of the approaching horde of beasts. After all, if he were to eliminate all these beasts, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of evolution points, an undeniable fortune. Just as Qin Feng had finished deploying the escort team, approximately a quarter of an hour passed. Guided by his observation Haki, the martial artist squad appeared, seemingly by design or coincidence, from the thickets of Yunwu Mountain. Upon spotting Qin Feng, Sun Lingfeng, and Princess Shui, the leader of the martial artist squad's eyes lit up with intrigue. Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, the leader swiftly gestured, prompting the 15 warriors under his command to disperse in all directions. As the group of warriors hastily scattered, a horde of ferocious beasts surged forward in pursuit. Notably, upon recognizing that only Qin Feng and his two companions remained, the orange-yellow eyes of the beasts gleamed with excitement and savagery as they lunged forward. What rendered the situation even more troublesome was the fact that the leader of this 100-strong beast pack was, in fact, a genuine high-ranking demon general. Through Qin Feng's observation, heightened by his keen insight, he could sense that this formidable demon general was perilously close to attaining the status of a demon king. The atmosphere in the arena swiftly transformed into one of dire peril. Chapter 86. The unfathomable nature of humanity. Hey, you over there soaking your feet. And you, the one bathing without a shirt. I'm talking to you. Hurry up and come here. A horde of beasts is approaching. At that moment, the princess, Shui, and her companion, Sun Lingfeng, who were frolicking in the stream, were startled by Qin Feng's sudden shout, leaving them utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend the urgency of his words. They stood there in a daze, grappling with the situation. Alas, it seemed that the ease of their journey, thanks to Qin Feng's intervention, had led them to forget that they were still on a mission. With the keen insight of his observation Haki, Qin Feng could distinctly sense the encroaching beast horde drawing nearer. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily scooped up Princess Shui under one arm and hoisted Sun Lingfeng onto his shoulder, fleeing with urgency. As he ran, a cold determination washed over Qin Feng, his demeanor growing increasingly lethal. He remained uncertain of the origins of this martial artist team or whether they were connected to his escort mission. However, their apparent intent to use him as a pawn had crossed a line he refused to tolerate. Meanwhile, Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng, who had initially been dazed by the sudden turn of events, began to regain their senses. Sun Lingfeng, in particular, found himself in a pitiful predicament. Startled by Qin Feng's shout, he had not even had time to dress and was now precariously positioned on Qin Feng's shoulder. The biting wind, sharp as a blade, sent a shiver down his spine, abruptly interrupting his moment of indulgence. Though he had intended to vent his frustrations at Qin Feng, his indignation was swiftly quelled upon witnessing the ferocious beasts pursuing them. He clung tightly to Qin Feng's arm, terrified of being thrown off. Brother Feng, those people back there couldn't possibly be after the escort cart, could they? At this moment, even Sun Lingfeng, usually quite oblivious, realized that the martial artist team had ulterior motives. They had likely been plotting to ensnare them from the moment they set foot in the Misty Mountains. Damn it, this is my first escort mission, and instead of facing beasts, I'm getting ambushed by my own people. He couldn't believe that anyone would dare to consider him and Qin Feng as naive enough to fall for such a treacherous scheme. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng quickened his pace, employing his ethereal footwork to swiftly create distance between them and the pursuing beasts. Prior to this, he had already sensed the presence of the martial artist team. However, having encountered numerous similar groups during their journey through the Misty Mountains, he had opted to observe them for a while. Yet, it seemed that fate had other plans. Why would they choose to meddle with his escort mission? A chilling laugh echoed through the air, and an aura of murderous intent radiated from Qin Feng, whose eyes glimmered with a trace of excitement. The human heart is treacherous, and the malevolence of ghosts is well known. Before embarking on this escort mission, Qin Feng had meticulously calculated the potential risks they might encounter along the way. However, at present, aside from the ever-present threat of ferocious beasts, the most formidable danger lay in the unpredictable nature of human hearts. It is no exaggeration to say that had it not been for Qin Feng's extraordinary perceptive abilities granted by his observation Haki, he might not have sensed the peculiar movements of this group of martial artists in time. He had the foresight to instruct Feng Qianyuan to relocate the escort team to a secure location. Had they faced an onslaught from the horde of beasts without this precaution? Even if Qin Feng himself had managed to escape unscathed, the guards and the precious cargo accompanying the convoy would have likely met with disaster. This illustrates the insidiousness of human nature, which can surpass that of wolves and tigers. Feeling the palpable aura of danger emanating from Qin Feng, both Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng involuntarily shuddered, particularly for Princess Shui, who had previously regarded Qin Feng as merely a dull, unrefined man. The current situation revealed a deeper, more perilous side to him. "Brother Feng, the beasts are upon us again," Sun Lingfeng exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. "How is it possible? We just managed to shake them off." As he gazed ahead, he saw several beasts emerge from the thicket, causing him to exclaim in disbelief. Could they truly be so relentless? With the perceptive capabilities of his observation Haki, Qin Feng discerned that this group of beasts was not pursuing them blindly or without purpose. Instead, they exhibited a disciplined formation, with over 100 beasts pressing forward from behind while the flanks began to encircle them. As expected, once a beast reaches the level of a demon general, it awakens its intellect, and a demon king possesses wisdom comparable to that of a human. The advanced demon general pursuing them, though not yet a full-fledged demon king, was already on the brink of that transformation, suggesting it possessed a cunning intellect capable of orchestrating their encirclement and pursuit. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng swiftly assessed the situation. What? A half-step demon king? Though his words were calm, they sent ripples of shock through Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Despite being among the elite of their peers and having reached the advanced battle general realm, they realized that even if they exerted every ounce of their potential, they could only contend with an advanced demon general of the same realm. The prospect of facing a half-step demon king, coupled with the multitude of demon soldiers and demon generals pursuing them, was nothing short of a fool's dream. It is no exaggeration to assert that if the horde of demon beasts were to consolidate this pocket formation, it is uncertain whether Qin Feng would survive. However, it is certain that Sun Lingfeng and Princess Shui would be the first to perish. Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng, heed my words. First, Sun Lingfeng, you shall track the recently departed team of warriors. Princess Shui, you must swiftly rendezvous with Feng Qianyuan's main force. Remember, exercise utmost caution in all matters. And even if unforeseen circumstances arise, hold your position until I have successfully evaded the horde of demon beasts and made a decisive plan. Chapter 87. Thunderous gossip. Upon hearing the decision recently made by Qin Feng, both Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng were left in a state of astonishment. Particularly Princess Shui, who instinctively tightened her grip on Qin Feng's sleeve, uncertainty lacing her voice as she inquired, "Qin Feng, are you truly serious? Do you realize that the beast pursuing us possesses combat prowess comparable to that of a demon king?" Her heart raced, the tremor in her voice betraying her anxiety. "I am aware," Qin Feng responded, his expression unwavering as he calmly nodded. Despite the recent machinations of the martial artist team, who sought to exploit the situation to pit the escort team against the horde of beasts, ultimately hoping to reap the benefits from the chaos, they failed to grasp the urgency that such a confrontation posed. For outsiders, facing a foe of this magnitude, especially with the relentless pursuit of half-step demon king-level creatures, was a matter of utmost peril. Yet, from Qin Feng's perspective, this beast was merely a source of experience and evolution points, a target to be eliminated. He envisioned utilizing the treacherous terrain of Yunwu Mountain to his advantage, finding the perfect location to annihilate this horde of creatures in one fell swoop. Moreover, the mastery of his observation Haki had reached its second level, enhancing both his perceptual range and insight to unprecedented heights. Capturing these beasts would be as effortless as activating a cheat code in a game. To be candid, were it not for the presence of Princess Shui and Sun Lingfeng, two burdensome companions, Qin Feng would have already rolled up his sleeves and confronted the beasts head-on. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of settling scores without delay, he was determined not to let the martial artist team, who had schemed against them, escape unscathed. Once he dealt with the current threat, they would be next, mercilessly. Upon hearing Qin Feng's intention to act as bait to divert the relentless beasts, Sun Lingfeng, who was burdened by the weight of the situation, shook his head vehemently, protesting, "Brother Feng, did you not say we are all in this together? Therefore, we should share life and death, advancing and retreating as one. Let Princess Shui go first. I will stay and fight alongside you. Activate your martial spirit," he urged. But before he could fully unleash his power, Qin Feng interjected sternly, "Sun Lingfeng, do you not comprehend the gravity of the moment? Quit your indecisiveness. I possess the Earth-grade 10-tier martial arts technique, the Lingbo Weibu. These beasts cannot harm me. It is you two who will only distract me during battle. In any case, I am the captain now, and we shall proceed according to my directives." Do not act recklessly upon discovering that martial artist team. Await my return for further instructions, understood? With that, Qin Feng propelled both Sun Lingfeng and Princess Shui in opposite directions with a swift kick, setting them on their respective paths. Simultaneously, he altered his stance mid-air, stabilizing himself before exclaiming, "Awaken, martial soul." As the roar of Qin Feng echoed, the fabric of his upper garments erupted, and his arms were swiftly enveloped by a layer of sharp, metallic-hued azure scales, visibly transforming at an astonishing pace. At that moment, his aura surged to its zenith. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, rendering the relentless pack of beasts momentarily paralyzed in fear. Do you truly believe that I am a feeble cat just because I have not shown my claws? It is the perfect opportunity to hone my staff techniques on you. Qin Feng's fighting spirit surged as he advanced, effortlessly uprooting a 3-meter-tall tree. With a powerful swing in midair, he brought it crashing down. Boom! The deafening roar was accompanied by a crackling sound reminiscent of a violet electric serpent entwining the tree in his grasp. In the next instant, the ground beneath Qin Feng shattered, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward in all directions as he leaped into the air like a bolt of lightning. Then, with tremendous force, he brought the colossal tree crashing down upon the throng of beasts. The explosive cacophony and the ferocious crackle of thunder resonated through the space, painting the distant sky in an eerie shade of purple. Meanwhile, the earth beneath the beasts crumbled inch by inch. 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. With that singular strike, Qin Feng caused a collapse over a 50-meter radius, the violet electric surge unabated, even affecting the beasts 100 meters away. This marked the first instance of Qin Feng's renowned technique, Thunderous 8 trigrams, manifesting in this parallel world. Such ferocious lethality and immense destructive power were beyond the realm of mere water-breathing techniques. This was a pure embodiment of violent aesthetics, a sumptuous feast of slaughter. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued to resonate, shaking the ground and intimidating the myriad of beasts. The once encircling pack, which had presented a formidable front against Qin Feng's, was instantly torn to shreds by the shockwave of the Thunderous 8 trigrams, with countless dismembered limbs propelled into the air by the overwhelming force. In an instant, the previously dim sky was stained a deep crimson, as a torrential downpour of red rain persisted for a full 3 minutes. Within a 100-meter radius, all beasts of equal or lesser rank than Qin Feng, with the exception of a few intermediate demon generals and a single high-ranking demon general, were annihilated by that one strike of the Thunderous 8 trigrams. As for the intermediate demon generals, although they were not within the core impact zone, they too suffered grievous wounds, with deep gashes exposing bone, crimson blood gushing forth, indicating their severe injuries. Even the very ground beneath his feet sank more than 10 centimeters with that single strike, creating a charred, deep pit centered around Qin Feng. The earth cracked inch by inch, and everywhere lay the charred remains of the demonic beasts, reduced to mere ash. With just one move, Qin Feng unleashed the thunderous bagua, instantly clearing the surrounding area of demonic creatures within 100 meters. A triumphant smile spread across Qin Feng's face, filled with unparalleled delight. How exhilarating! This was simply divine. Haha. As the overwhelming and surging power coursed through his limbs, Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly, unable to contain his excitement as he laughed maniacally towards the sky. From the moment he acquired the 100 Beasts Kaido character template, he had yearned to engage in a grand and exhilarating battle in such a devastating manner. Chapter 88. The Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. At that time, Qin Feng was merely a mortal with a fragile foundation, incapable of enduring the terrifying power of Kaido, the Beast King. Even if he attempted to force it, he would face dire consequences. However, with the assistance of the Taishin Sutra, Qin Feng has ultimately cultivated an unparalleled foundation. With a mere 20% development of the fish fruit, combined with the terrifying might of the Thunderous 8 trigrams that sweeps away all malevolent spirits, an overwhelming battle intent surged within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully defeated the mid-level demon soldier, steel-spined arrow pig, earning 20 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully defeated the mid-level demon beast, tiger mastiff, earning 20 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully defeated the high-level demon soldier, tiger mastiff king, earning 40 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully defeated the junior demon general. The series of system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's ears, a delightful symphony that intoxicated his senses. Come forth, come forth, come forth. Armament Haki, harden. Qin Feng grinned, and without a moment's hesitation, he drew his long blade from his waist, enveloping it with armament Haki, and took a deep breath. Hiss. All concentration, water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Qin Feng stepped upon the waves, his figure transforming into an elusive shadow, surging forward like an unceasing stream of water. As he plunged into the throng of demon beasts before him, cloaked in armament Haki, no longer was there any obstacle to restrain Qin Feng. With the body of Kaido and his supreme foundation, he resembled a divine warrior who slays gods and Buddha alike, wielding his Tang Dao. The blade's edge sparkling with waves of energy. Wherever the blade passed, a blossom of blood would erupt in its wake. None of the demon beasts could withstand a single strike from Qin Feng. They were all cleaved in two. Meanwhile, in a mountain gorge, Feng Qianyuan promptly heeded Qin Feng's earlier instructions, guiding the escort team to this safe haven, successfully evading the pursuit of the demon beasts. However, before he could catch his breath, he learned from the recently escaped Princess Shui about Qin Feng's perilous predicament, which left Feng Qianyuan's expression complex. Indeed, there had been many unpleasant encounters during their journey together. At times, Feng Qianyuan even contemplated using the demon beasts to teach Qin Feng a harsh lesson, seeking a bit of personal satisfaction. Yet, truth be told, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Their conflicts were merely a result of jealousy over the bewitching Princess Shui, lacking any significant grievance. Now, upon hearing from Princess Shui that Qin Feng was besieged by over 100 demon beasts, with a leader reaching the threshold of a half-demon king, Feng Qianyuan's expression grew grave. Faced with such a multitude of demon beasts, even he, Feng Qianyuan, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Moreover, among this group of demonic beasts, there lies one that has already reached the threshold of a half-demon king. The guards of the Dragon Gate escort agency received their orders and advanced towards the southeast. However, just as Feng Qianyuan was preparing to mobilize the main force to rescue Qin Feng, the sound of whoosh, whoosh, echoed from afar, rapidly approaching, followed by a sudden, thunderous explosion. The disciples at the forefront of the escort team were directly struck, soil flying in all directions. Feng Qianyuan, along with Princess Shui and the others, hurriedly turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion. Astonishment etched upon their faces. As the dust settled, they beheld two massive axes unexpectedly embedded in the earth before them, each buried a foot deep. Notably, a ferocious black wolf insignia was intricately engraved upon these axes, inducing an involuntary gasp of trepidation. Feng Qianyuan's expression darkened as he stared at the black wolf axes embedded in the ground, exclaiming, "The Black Wolf Mercenary Corps." Upon seeing the axes and the ominous insignia, Feng Qianyuan's gravity increased, and Princess Shui, recognizing the severity of the situation, unsheathed her sword, bracing for battle as she gazed ahead. Suddenly, a towering figure, approximately 2 meters in height, descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The sheer force of the arrival shattered the ground beneath him, while the two axes, weighing 1,000 pounds, appeared almost weightless in the hands of this bald, muscular man, who swung them with an effortless vigor. A long scar, resembling a centipede, ran down the left side of his face from his eyelid, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to look. Following closely behind this man, a group of over 15 individuals emerged from the thicket. Judging by their presence, the weakest among them was at the initial stage of a battle general. Indeed, it is you. Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui stood side by side, facing the newcomers. Feng Qianyuan's expression grew grim as he addressed them. "This is the escort carriage of the Dragon Gate escort agency. I am Feng Qianyuan, the young master of the agency. May I inquire what brings the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps to our doorstep?" The burly man, axes resting on his shoulders, narrowed his eyes at Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui, retorting, "What brings us? Huh? Young Master Feng, are your eyes failing you, or is your mind not quite right? We, the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, stand before you not to rob the convoy, but to engage in idle chatter?" His blunt declaration left no room for courtesy, directly revealing their intent to rob, effectively tearing away any pretense of civility. The impending calamity of this day seemed unavoidable. It appeared that Chu Tailang was determined to sever ties with our Dragon Gate escort agency once and for all. Feng Qianyuan, though relatively composed in his role as the young master over the past few years, was incensed by the repeated provocations from Chu Tailang. "Damn it! Encountering a prodigy like Qin Feng, I feel utterly inferior. You, Chu Tailang, are merely a high-ranking warrior of the same realm as I. So what right do you have to act arrogantly before Feng Qianyuan?" Humph. Upon hearing this, Chu Tailang let out a series of cold snorts and remarked, "Feng Qianyuan, we, the Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps, are certain that your Longmen escort agency, for the sake of safety, would not dare to deploy any warriors above the King of War level for this escort mission. As for me, Chu Tailang, my cultivation is only a hair's breadth away from reaching the King of War realm. With just you and the Princess Shui, both at the peak of the warrior realm, What can you possibly do to contend with our Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps? Chapter 89. The battle is imminent at this moment. A middle-aged woman emerged from behind Chu Xiao, drawing a slender, flexible sword from her waist and effortlessly performing a flourish. Instantly, a formidable aura, rivaling that of Chu Xiao, enveloped the scene. Young Master Feng, if you know what is good for you, hand over the left arm of the Demon Emperor quickly. I would rather not see the white-haired Feng Dong send off the black-haired one. Though the woman appeared delicate as she spoke, her words were laced with a chilling malice, surpassing that of Chu Xiao by a considerable margin. Shangxia, the second in command of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. Upon recognizing her visage, Feng Qinyuan's countenance darkened further, brimming with vigilance. Though Shangxia was a woman, her cultivation level was undeniably on par with the ruthless Chu Xiao. The Iron Wolf Mercenary Corps had long established dominance in the vicinity of Cloud Mist Mountain, acting as the local overlords. The Dragon Gate Escort Bureau often faced disturbances from the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps during their missions, yet both parties had maintained a fragile restraint, avoiding outright conflict until now. It was evident that the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps had fully mobilized, intent on severing ties with the Dragon Gate Escort Bureau completely. Should a battle ensue, the consequences would be dire. Awaken martial soul. Recognizing the lack of any recourse, Feng Qianyuan resolved to abandon pretense. His true energy surged, coalescing into a 3-foot-long azure blade. This sword, known as the Longquan Sword, was his 4th-grade martial soul. Awaken martial soul. Similarly, the Princess Shui activated her martial soul, enveloping her graceful figure in gleaming silver armor. This added a striking aura of valor to the icy beauty. The armor was her 5th-grade martial soul. The Ice Spirit Crystal Armor, which combined both offense and defense. Both Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui understood that the leaders of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps were not to be trifled with. With such elaborate schemes, they were clearly intent on acquiring the left arm of the Demon Emperor. Thus, Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui positioned the escort team behind them, acutely aware that their guards would be swiftly overwhelmed in a confrontation with these two high-ranking warriors. Chu Xiao and Shangxia exchanged a knowing glance before leaping into the air. Their dual axes and flexible swords danced through the air, creating a tempest of sharp, domineering energy that carved deep fissures into the ground, causing the streams in the nearby ravine to bubble violently under the pressure. As Chu Xiao and Shangxia launched their assault, Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui's expressions grew grave. The leaders of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps had honed their skills for many years in the high-ranking warrior realm, only a step away from the warlord level. Coupled with their status as local tyrants of Cloud Mist Mountain, they had participated in countless battles, far exceeding hundreds in number. In terms of geographical advantage and combat experience, Feng Qianyuan and Wang Feishui, despite being young and inexperienced, were already at a disadvantage even before the battle commenced. However, as the young master of the Longmen Escort Agency, Feng Qianyuan had been instilled with the belief of prioritizing the honor of their agency since childhood. Today, in order to defend the century-old reputation of the Longmen Escort Agency, he resolved to advance even at the cost of his life. Sister Feishui, let us fight, he roared, in response to his unwavering determination. The Longquan sword in Feng Qianyuan's hand emitted a resounding dragon's roar, while Wang Feishui also assumed a combat stance, her aura reaching its zenith. Let us see just how much true skill you have inherited from your father, the 8-armed divine sword. With that, Chu Xiao, suspended in midair, bellowed furiously, bringing his massive axe down in a fierce strike aimed at Feng Qianyuan's crown. Humph! Feng Qianyuan grunted, raising the Longquan sword to slice upwards. The dragon-shaped energy coiling around the blade surged forth, meeting Chu Tialong's descending blow head-on. Meanwhile, Shangxia did not hold back against Wang Feishui, wielding her slender, versatile soft sword that danced in her hands like a water serpent. In the next moment, with a swift change in momentum, Shangxia unleashed a sharp strike aimed directly at Wang Feishui. Surrounding Wang Feishui, shards of ice crystallized, and she retaliated fiercely, each ice shard capable of neutralizing the sword's energy. The ground trembled with thunderous roars, and debris scattered, marking the onset of a fierce melee. As for Shangxia and Chu Xiao, their elite mercenary group, the Wild Wolves, did not remain idle, each of them unleashing their martial spirits, transforming into beast forms and charging towards the escort car. Clearly, these elite members were not to be underestimated. Despite their aggressive onslaught, they coordinated seamlessly, managing to engage in a balanced contest with the well-trained guards of the Longmen Escort Agency, resulting in a stalemate. In that moment, the battlefield echoed with shouts of battle, the overwhelming energy causing numerous birds and beasts in the surrounding forests to flee in panic. Although Feng Qianyuan and Wang Feishui lacked the practical experience of Chu Xiao and Shangxia, They compensated with their superior martial spirits, unleashing formidable soul techniques with abandon. This made it challenging for Chu Tailang and Xiao, who aimed to conclude the fight swiftly but found themselves unable to gain the upper hand. Among them, Wang Feishu had displayed terrifying combat prowess that belied her level, moving with a celestial grace amidst the chaos of battle, coupled with her 5th-grade Earth-level martial spirit. The Ice Spirit crystal armor, which provided both offensive and defensive capabilities, she faced Xiao without a hint of panic. Unfortunately, despite her impeccable martial spirit and cultivation, Wang Feishu's killing moves lacked the necessary ferocity, rendering her attack somewhat feeble. In contrast, her opponent, Xiao, though also a woman, was a fierce warrior unafraid to risk her life, delivering lethal strikes with every blow. Just as the fierce battle raged on, a faint, mocking laughter echoed from behind. I anticipated that you younglings would soon fall victim to this band of mountain rogues, yet I am astonished to witness your ability to retaliate against them. Were it not for my pressing schedule, I would truly relish the opportunity to observe the growth of you human young warriors. As the fierce conflict intensified, veering towards a brutal melee, an aged voice, imbued with a sense of mirth, unexpectedly resonated from the distance. Chapter 90, The Hunched Old Man. What manner of person is this? Amidst the fierce battle, a sudden male voice echoed from behind, startling the 4 combatants. In unison, they turned to discern the source of the sound. There, approaching them with a leisurely gait, was a frail old man, his form slightly hunched. Observing the old man sway with each step, one might assume he was on the verge of collapsing, yet his pace remained unhurried. Without any visible effort, he seemed to diminish the distance between them, closing into a mere 100 meters in an instant. When a master reveals their skill, one can discern their prowess. Witnessing the old man effortlessly display such profound agility in his movements sent a shiver through the bodies of the princess, Shui, Feng Qianyuan, and the leaders of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. Consequently, they all instinctively chose to pause their conflict, their attention now fixated upon the hunched elder. You 2 youngsters, by human standards, could be deemed prodigies among prodigies, could you not? Alas, despite your remarkable talents and innate wisdom, your strikes lack both speed and ferocity. Were you to receive guidance from a true master, I am certain your combat prowess would transcend what I see before me. Upon hearing the old man's words, both Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan felt a profound sense of confusion, akin to a monk unable to comprehend the meaning behind a riddle. They were momentarily at a loss regarding the elder's intentions. This esteemed elder, I am Chu Tailang, the leader of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps. Today, we have a crucial mission to undertake, and I kindly request that you step aside, for I shall ensure generous recompense in the future. Although he was unaware of the old man's origins, the fact that the elder had approached them silently and demonstrated remarkable skills indicated that he was no ordinary individual. It was imperative to foster goodwill rather than enmity. Whoosh. Yet, just as Chu Tailang pondered the identity of the hunched old man, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, and the world around him began to spin violently, as if he were soaring through the clouds. What is happening to me? A look of utter bewilderment etched across Chu Tialong's face as he grappled with the events that had transpired. However, when he caught sight of his own headless body suspended in midair, an unprecedented wave of terror consumed him. Before he could utter a scream, darkness swiftly enveloped his surroundings. Thud. Simultaneously, a spray of blood erupted from the neck of Chu Tialong's headless corpse, as his towering frame crashed heavily to the ground, the head nowhere to be found. Beside them, Xiao, the second in command of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, felt a jolt of terror coursing through her, an unprecedented fear filling her heart. When did this happen? The brutal scene before her was beyond anything that the Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan had ever witnessed. Instantly, both of them were so frightened that they staggered back 3 steps, their faces drained of color, as pale as paper. From beginning to end, they had not even glimpsed when the stooped old man had made his move or the means by which he wielded his weapon. When they finally regained their composure, they were met with the grim sight of Chu Tailang, who had only moments ago been embroiled in a fierce battle, now lying lifeless, his body grotesquely severed beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the unexpectedly appearing old man wore an unchanging smile, appearing amiable and gentle, reminiscent of an elder from the Lin family. However, one would hardly notice that this kindly visage was holding a bloodied head in his hand. At this moment, deep fear, regret, and unwillingness were etched across Chu Tialong's face. Even in the final seconds before death overtook him, he remained oblivious to the method by which this stooped elder had severed his head. Jia. Did I permit you to speak? You dare commit such offenses, you shall pay dearly. Though the old man smiled, he abruptly tilted his head back, his bony fingers tightening slightly, and the head in his grasp exploded into a mist of blood. Despite the old man's face still wearing that friendly smile, the other half was stained with blood, dripping continuously along his jawline. The stark contrast sent chills coursing through Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan, making them shudder involuntarily. Chu Tailing, I will ensure your demise. Witnessing her husband meet such a tragic end before her eyes ignited an overwhelming fury in Xiao, momentarily overshadowing her fear of the stooped elder. With a fierce roar, she disregarded Feng Qianyuan and the princess, charging recklessly towards the old man. In her hand, a slender soft sword gleamed with silver light, its sharp edges cutting through the air, cleaving deep gorges into the ground beneath her feet, the sword's energy surging with ferocity. Seeing Xiao's desperate assault, the guards of the Longmen Escort Agency and the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps retreated in alarm, seeking to avoid the impending danger. However, the old man remained unfazed in the center of the sword's trajectory, his expression still calm and unruffled. As Xiao approached with relentless intent, he stood his ground, slowly raising his hand with fingers slightly curled. Boom! Suddenly, a massive crimson claw mark appeared in the air, accompanied by a chilling wind that surged towards Xia. With a sickening thud, she failed to withstand even a single encounter, collapsing to the ground like a tattered sack, dust and debris swirling around her. As the dust settled, Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan gasped in horror at the sight before them. At that moment, it became evident that Xiao's hands and feet had been severed, reduced to a grotesque form reminiscent of a living puppet. A warrior of the advanced battle general realm appeared no more formidable than a mere child before the hunchbacked elder, who manipulated him with ease, decapitating at will, severing limbs with a mere thought. This clearly illustrated the elder's extraordinary strength, which was nothing short of astonishing. A warrior of such caliber would be a tremendous boon to my lord. Had that human not spared my interest moments ago, perhaps he might have prolonged his existence a bit longer. The elder's words struck the hearts of the Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan like a heavy hammer, leaving them utterly numb with terror, their minds consumed by a singular thought: the Demon King. Chapter 91: The emergence of the Demon King before them. The hunched figure of the elder trembled momentarily, his withered visage contorting into an exceedingly peculiar and twisted grin that sent chills down one's spine. You two younglings of the human race not only possess remarkable talent but also exhibit commendable insight. You are aware of the Demon King? The elder's throat emitted a dry, rasping chuckle. In the next instant, a surging wave of formidable demonic energy crashed upon them like a tempest against the shore, making Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui feel as though they were but a solitary boat adrift on a vast ocean, perilously close to being engulfed by the tumultuous waves. The confirmation from the elder left them both profoundly astonished. Yet, following the shock, an overwhelming sense of dread swiftly ensued. The distinction between a senior demon general and a junior demon king may seem trivial at first glance. Yet the disparity is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, entirely incomparable, particularly upon the ascension of a demon to the rank of king. They acquire an intellect that rivals that of humans, compounded by the terrifying combat prowess inherent to their kind. Thus, the difference between the two is not merely one of addition. This explains why the formidable leader and second-in-command of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, despite nearing the threshold of the War King realm, stood utterly powerless against the presence of this Demon King. Keek. Such exceptional talent in the two of you is exceedingly rare among our demon kin, which has stirred my desire to nurture your potential, the elder croaked. As he spoke, he drew a jagged line across his palm, crimson droplets cascading down his fingers. Drink my blood and transform into demons. This is your sole chance for survival. As they beheld the blood trickling from the elder's hand, Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui felt their hearts plummet. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. As human beings, they were imbued with dignity and principles. Now that the Demon King had manifested on the battlefield, there was no room for retreat. They would rather choose the path of self-sacrifice than succumb to his will. Your Excellency the Demon King, my father is Feng Dongbai, the captain of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency, and this is Princess Shui, the beloved daughter of the esteemed Longbi Elder, Wang Gaian. If you desire this cargo, you may take it, but I implore you not to make things difficult for us young ones, Feng Qianyuan implored. Acutely aware that should he attempt to take his own life, the demon would offer him no reprieve. He discreetly signaled to Princess Shui, hoping to divert the demon's attention. Princess Shui immediately understood and drew her sword, poised to end her life on the spot. However, it was evident that the elder would not grant her such an opportunity. In an instant, he struck forth. The elder's palm cut through the air, unleashing a tempestuous, domineering wind that bore the weight of immense power, capable of reducing an armored vehicle to mere scrap in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this scene, the Princess Shui tightly closed her eyes and brought her long sword down with great force. Yet, in an instant, the seemingly indestructible ice crystal armor encasing her was shattered as easily as thin paper. The hunched elder merely took a step forward, his bony hand reaching towards the Princess Shue's delicate wrist. "Little girl, join us and transform into a demon." The color drained from the exquisite, oval face of Princess Shue, and she raised her sword, intent on taking her own life. However, in her despair, she realized that the overwhelming demonic energy unleashed by the elder had sealed her movements entirely. At that moment, a profound sorrow welled up within her. She understood that in the face of such an insurmountable disparity in power, even her yearning for death was a futile desire. The mere thought of possibly succumbing to the elder's transformation into a grotesque entity filled her with a despair worse than death itself. Just as the hunched elder prepared to force his blood into Princess Shue's body, his gaze suddenly sharpened. In that instant, a slender, pale hand emerged from the side. With 4 fingers slightly bent and the index finger pointed, it struck the center of his palm. Such a fragile and delicate finger seemed capable of being crushed into powder with the slightest pressure. Yet, beneath the elder's overwhelming and tyrannical demonic aura, even steel would be ground to dust. Nonetheless, that single index finger, in a flash, lightly tapped the elder's palm. In an instant, the confident and arrogant smile that had adorned the elder's face froze. He soon felt a surge of formidable and fierce power erupting, causing him to stagger backward, retreating over 100 meters before finally stabilizing himself, his expression now filled with trepidation as he gazed ahead. From the very beginning, the elder had been aware that a convoy from the Longmen Escort Agency would pass near the Yunwu Mountains in a few days, carrying the left arm of the Demon Emperor, which piqued his interest. Thus, knowing that the Wolf mercenary group intended to use their strength to ambush the convoy, the elder chose to exploit the situation to his advantage. After confirming that there were only a few high-ranking human warriors present, he decided to reveal himself, epitomizing the cunning nature of the demon race. Yet, unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the situation he believed he had under control shifted dramatically, and he was repelled by a mere finger. Previously, the elder had encountered formidable human warriors, but such an unforeseen turn of events was unprecedented in over a century. Meanwhile, Princess Shue kept her beautiful eyes tightly shut. The moment the elder had chosen to strike, despair had already enveloped her heart. In the face of such an absolute disparity in strength, even the notion of self-inflicted death had become an unattainable luxury. In such dire straits, who could possibly come to her rescue? Yet, after a considerable lapse of time, the Princess Shue felt no signs of transformation into a demon race within her body, prompting her to curiously open her beautiful eyes. However, what greeted her gaze was the slender silhouette of a youth standing before her, wielding a blade with an expression devoid of warmth. Who is this? For a moment, Princess Shue remained ensnared in her previous astonishment. Yet, as she focused her gaze, her pupils constricted. The hunchbacked elder who had previously sought to convert her into a demon now stood 100 meters away. His earlier arrogance and confidence vanished, replaced by an expression of palpable dread. Princess Shue felt her mind spinning, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. Chapter 92. Finally. Wishes fulfilled. Though Princess Shue did not fully comprehend the spectacle that had just unfolded, Feng Qianyuan and the group of bodyguards from the Longmen Escort Agency witnessed it with utter clarity. They stood there, speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, unable to conceal the incredulity etched across their faces. In particular, Feng Qianyuan felt his knees weaken, as if he might collapse at any moment. Good heavens! Just who is this young man named Qin Feng? Not long ago, I foolishly contemplated a scheme against him. Yet here he is, a mere junior battle general, effortlessly shielding Princess Shue behind him, and with a single gesture, repelling the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary group and dispatching the hunchbacked elder with ease. It is crucial to note that this seemingly sinister, yet smiling hunchbacked elder is no ordinary foe. He is a genuine monster, a creature of the Demon King realm. How can this be possible? Feng Qianyuan's heart raced uncontrollably as he recalled the elder's exhibited prowess, which was evident to all present. In the blink of an eye, the elder had dispatched both the leader and the second-in-command of the Wild Wolf mercenary group with the same nonchalance one might use to swat a fly. Had it not been for the elder's perception of some residual value in both himself and Princess Shue, he might well have delivered a fatal blow, leaving their fates akin to that of the leader and his second-in-command. Yet, this formidable demon, capable of unleashing such overwhelming malevolence with a mere flick of his wrist, was thwarted by Qin Feng in a single stroke. It could be said that from the moment Qin Feng made his move, his combat prowess has continuously shattered the boundaries of perception. Just how far does this prodigious individual's capabilities extend? Is he the most extraordinary newcomer in the history of the elite training camp of the Divine Land? In stark contrast, the hunchbacked elder's once assured demeanor which had exuded control, was now replaced by a palpable unease. "Who are you, boy?" The elder's face darkened, nearly dripping with the weight of his grim expression. While his withered hands trembled uncontrollably behind him, it was clear that Qin Feng's casual strike had instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. "Who I am is of little consequence." Qin Feng stood resolutely before Princess Shui, nonchalantly raising his hands, while his battle intent surged with fervor. "You only need to know that I am capable of ending your life." Protected by Qin Feng, Princess Shui, after a brief moment of shock, regained her composure. Through the exchange between Qin Feng and the hunchbacked elder, coupled with the latter's palpable sense of dread, it became evident that for this formidable demon, Qin Feng represented a daunting and formidable challenge. In stark contrast, Qin Feng was ablaze with battle intent, resolutely vowing to confront the unfathomably powerful Demon King in a duel to the death, even daring to proclaim his intention to take the demon's life. Such fervent ambition left the Princess Shui utterly captivated. Upon hearing Qin Feng's audacious declaration, the hunchbacked elder suddenly erupted in wild laughter, his shrill voice slicing through the air, sending birds and beasts scattering through the forest, while stones rolled tumultuously. "Young man, though I know not from whence you hail, your bone age suggests you are merely 16. At such a tender age, manifesting such terrifying and formidable combat prowess even as a novice warrior compels me to take notice. You must be among the rarest prodigies of the human race." As he spoke, the hunchbacked elder's forehead was pierced through, a dark, pointed spike, nearly a meter in length, breaking through flesh. Almost immediately, the elder's skin began to crack, peeling away in sheets. In mere moments, a colossal demon emerged from the elder's flesh, leaving a ground strewn with dead skin and rotting remnants. This towering demon stood at an impressive 5 meters, adorned with a meter-long black crest atop its head. Its skin shimmered with a dark hue, while sinuous, dragon-like muscles writhed beneath the surface, producing a resonant thud that echoed heavily. The demon's back was lined with sharp black spikes, each emanating a noxious green mist, while a similarly spiked tail lashed back and forth, filling the air with a continuous sound of slicing wind. Within the demon's body, one could faintly discern the chilling wails of tormented souls. A heavy, oppressive aura emanated from the Demon King, radiating outward in a 100-meter radius and enveloping Qin Feng and his companions in its suffocating grasp. Ultimately, the demon's aura coalesced above its head into a tangible black cloud, within which flickered eerie, otherworldly runes that appeared and vanished like phantoms. The Demon King. Such a sight was truly despairing. To confront a Demon King of this caliber, humanity would require at least 2 or 3 warriors of equal standing to contend with it. The chasm in power between this foe and the high-ranking demon general Qin Feng had just slain was as vast as heaven and earth. Yet, before such a formidable adversary, Qin Feng exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, his spirit surged with fervor, and his long blade resonated with a thrilling hum. "Since my entry into the elite training camp of the Divine Land, I have sought battles that would bring me joy." Taking a deep breath, his upper garments tore asunder, revealing dark azure dragon scales. His hands transformed into clawed appendages, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the nearby stream to churn violently and fish to leap from the surface. Could it truly be him? Both Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui were left utterly speechless, their astonishment beyond words. Especially Princess Shui at this moment, her crimson lips slightly parted, and her delicate visage was entirely enveloped by a powerful sense of shock and astonishment. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively took a step back, her heart quivering uncontrollably before the divine young dragon before her, feelings of excitement beyond expression. Long before this, during countless sleepless nights, Princess Shui had envisioned meeting the legendary figure known as number 10086 in her dreams, yearning to witness his unparalleled grace and enchanting demeanor. Little did she expect that her heartfelt desire would be so swiftly fulfilled through this seemingly casual escort mission she had undertaken. Chapter 93. He is 10,086 earlier. During the escort mission, Qin Feng had remained indifferent to her beauty, as well as to the graceful manner she exhibited while vanquishing both junior and intermediate demon generals. All of this led Princess Shui to subconsciously compare Qin Feng with the entity designated as 10086. However, it was only now that she realized, albeit belatedly, that while there are many prodigies in the world akin to herself, few possess the extraordinary talent and prowess akin to that of the being numbered 10086. She should have recognized that Qin Feng was, in fact, the very embodiment of 10,086. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Feng remained oblivious to her allure. No. To be more precise, he had never regarded her with any interest. Qin Feng's perspective had long transcended that of mere mortals like them. To their eyes, it may seem that Qin Feng's cultivation level was slightly inferior to theirs, but if one were to disregard the realm and focus solely on combat prowess, Qin Feng had already left them far behind. It is no exaggeration to say that while Princess Shui and Fang Qianyuan might appear as unparalleled geniuses in the eyes of ordinary individuals, when placed alongside Qin Feng, they seemed but fireflies competing with the bright moon. I must commend you, for despite your cultivation being merely at the junior battle general stage, you can unleash such terrifying combat power. Even among countless demon races, such a prodigy has never been witnessed. Perhaps describing you as a freak would be more fitting. The Demon King swayed its tail, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy. In contrast, Qin Feng stood firm, gradually tightening his grip, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating in the air. You are the first Demon King I have encountered. I hope you can amuse me more than the beast I just dispatched. Qin Feng's battle intent surged skyward, and within the perception of his observation Haki, this formidable demon before him was the most powerful adversary he had ever faced, without exception. As for the disparity between the realms of Demon King and Advanced Demon General, Qin Feng could not ascertain before the battle commenced, yet he could foresee that a thrilling confrontation lay ahead. Today, not only would their strengths be established, but lives would also hang in the balance. Suddenly, the Demon King's gaze sharpened, though it perceived Qin Feng as lacking in cultivation compared to itself. The innate instincts of a beast and its sharp intuition rendered the Demon King incapable of detecting any weaknesses in Qin Feng. It seemed as though the man standing before it was as solid as iron, devoid of any vulnerabilities, which made the Demon King hesitant to strike without understanding its opponent's capabilities. Simultaneously, it had never imagined that its plan to seize the Demon Emperor's left arm through the Wild Wolf mercenary group would be thwarted by the emergence of a human prodigy. A terrifying youth whose combat abilities and talents were indeed rare in a century. In retrospect, the importance of the Demon Emperor's left arm had diminished significantly in comparison to the young man before it. Intuition whispered to the Demon King that if he were to let Qin Feng return today, not only would he face peril himself, but the entire demon race would also fall victim to this man. Hence, even if it meant wagering his century of cultivation, he must vanquish Qin Feng. Prepare for battle. The Demon King bellowed, his formidable aura surging forth like an unrelenting river, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet by several degrees. Within 100 yards, the air was filled with a tempest of demonic winds, and the cries of spirits echoed all around, creating an ominous atmosphere. With fierce determination etched on his face, the Demon King proclaimed, "Today, I shall witness the extent of your arrogance and the hidden strengths of your proud human race." Yet, amidst the oppressive demonic energy, Qin Feng remained unfazed. With a casual kick, he sent the Princess Shui flying far from the fray, landing squarely among Fang Qianyuan and the escort team. Although Qin Feng's methods lacked gentleness and were rather brusque, Princess Shui remained undeterred, her beautiful eyes fixated on his retreating figure. All onlookers, retreat at once, Qin Feng commanded, holding his sword with a calm and indifferent demeanor. The members of the Longmen escort agency, including Fang Qianyuan, hastily complied, driving their armored vehicles away from the ravine, wary of being caught in the impending clash. The powers of both the Demon King and Qin Feng transcended the imagination of mere mortals. The area surrounding them, extending thousands of feet in every direction, was destined to transform into a battlefield rife with peril. Even the elite combatants like Fang Qianyuan and Princess Shui would meet a grim fate if they were ensnared in this conflict. Once the members of the Longmen escort had retreated to a safe distance, Qin Feng turned partially to face the formidable demon before him, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Finally, the time for a grand confrontation had arrived. Hiss. Focus all energy, water breathing, third form. Flowing dance. Qin Feng positioned his battle blade across his chest, a wave of energy emanating from the blade's tip in a continuous flow. As he stepped forward, the ground rippled as if it were water. His seemingly tranquil movements belied a sudden appearance 100 meters away, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds in the air. The Demon King tightened his claws, enveloping his right fist in dark green energy, his aura escalating with intensity. As Qin Feng approached, the massive figure of the Demon King rose, colliding fiercely with Qin Feng in a head-on clash. Clang. Buzz. The collision of blade and fist sent shockwaves reverberating through the air, the clash of energies creating a cataclysmic resonance that expanded outward, rippling across the vast space around them. In a singular, devastating strike, all living beings and ferocious beasts within a radius of 1,000 feet found their vitality extinguished, while the very ground beneath collapsed several dozen meters into the abyss. Even the towering trees along the mountain ravine were uprooted, severed into segments by the fierce aftershocks of the assault, cascading down the mountainside. The confrontation between the Demon King and the warrior rendered the very heavens and earth dim and colorless. A thunderous roar echoed as the battle between Qin Feng and the Demon King reshaped the surrounding terrain, while outside the vast pit, a figure of man and beast clashed fiercely. With the armament of Haki activated and fully concentrated, wielding the breath of water, the tides surged and chaos ensued. Qin Feng brandished his black Tang Dao, unleashing waves of assault akin to the tides, meeting the Demon King's clawed fists head-on. The formidable energy surged wildly as the oppressive demonic aura rampaged in all directions. Chapter 94. My name is Dark Claw. The two engaged in a tentative clash. Yet the ensuing turbulence was nothing short of terrifying. This spectacle left the distant Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan visibly shaken. The fierce confrontation between the foremost prodigy of the Central Plains and the Demon King had merely revealed a glimpse of its colossal intensity, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. The overwhelming and tyrannical gusts of energy compelled Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan to reflect deeply. Had they found themselves embroiled in this battle, their innate abilities would be woefully inadequate for survival. They would need to exhaust every protective measure bestowed upon them by their ancestors to have even a sliver of hope. Qin Feng and the Demon King epitomized the clash between the strongest representatives of humanity and the demon race. The sparks ignited by their gazes collided in midair, while their respective energies surged forth with a resounding rumble, reverberating through the ground beneath them. The battlefield they occupied had compressed the surrounding air into a vacuum-like state. With a slight smirk, Qin Feng raised his right hand, effortlessly drawing a stone pillar into his grasp, before forcefully stomping down upon the ground. The unparalleled energy emanating from the Tai Xian Classic erupted beneath him, propelled by the augmentation of the Azure Dragon martial spirit, launching him skyward like a cannonball. The Demon King, momentarily stunned, soon revealed an expression of profound astonishment. Thunderous Bagua. Qin Feng's right arm, now imbued with the essence of the Azure Dragon, flickered with dark purple arcs of electricity as he swung the stone pillar above his head, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force that descended like an avalanche. Having cultivated for centuries on this continent, the Demon King had never encountered another like Qin Feng, whose every movement exuded such extraordinary power, especially from a mere 16-year-old junior warrior. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the stone pillar cloaked in dark purple lightning bore down upon the Demon King, creating an oppressive atmosphere that caused beads of cold sweat to form on his brow, instilling in him an unsettling sense of vulnerability. I cannot withstand this directly. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King retreated with a surge of energy, his legs bulging with veins as he crashed down to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Despite missing his target, the stone pillar in Qin Feng's grip disintegrated into dust, unable to bear the weight of such immense power. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, summoning a towering tree into his palm with another swift motion. His form, as light as a feather, returned to the ground with a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted his previous ferocity. I am known as Dark Claw, young human. You have compelled me to unleash my full might. The earlier strike, named Thunderous Bagua, had unervingly evoked a chill of fear within the Dark Claw Demon King, a sensation he had nearly forgotten over the years. Yet today, the pressure emanating from this mere 16-year-old human boy stirred a deep-seated trepidation within him. Just moments ago, Qin Feng's strike was devoid of any ostentation. Even during the prior confrontation, the Dark Claw Demon King had felt no trace of true energy emanating from Qin Feng, nor did it appear to be a soul technique. It was as though Qin Feng relied solely on the formidable and tyrannical physical strength bestowed by his beast martial spirit. This child must not be allowed to continue his ascent. The Dark Claw Demon King inhaled deeply, its massive form enveloped in a dark green demonic aura. Claws crossed over its chest, and with a momentary buildup of power, it slashed forward with ferocity. Bang! Qin Feng clenched his left fist, engaging directly with the Dark Claw Demon King in a clash of sheer force. Suddenly, the Dark Claw Demon King felt a profound pressure in its chest, blood surging, and its orange-yellow demonic eyes brimmed with shock. As a creature of 100 years cultivation, the Dark Claw Demon King was undeniably a formidable force among the demon kin. Its instinctive combat awareness allowed it to discern that Qin Feng's punch bore no attachment of true energy. The Demon King had initially presumed Qin Feng to be youthful and brash, deliberately overreaching. Thus, it had unleashed its full strength in an attempt to cripple Qin Feng's left arm and secure a decisive victory. Yet, the ideal was lush, while reality was starkly lean. Although it had meticulously plotted the course of battle in its mind, Qin Feng's unadorned punch had led the Dark Claw Demon King, renowned for its physical prowess, to suffer an unexpected setback. Particularly, the immense and unyielding strength that Qin Feng possessed was astonishing. Could this truly be the power of a mere junior battle warrior? Reflecting on this, The Dark Claw Demon King involuntarily took a step back. To its eyes, Qin Feng appeared rife with vulnerabilities, yet his body resembled that of bronze and iron, compelling even a regal demon king like itself to retreat. Moreover, the explosive force Qin Feng could unleash with each movement approached a realm of utter invincibility. Step, step, step. The massive form of the Dark Claw Demon King retreated uncontrollably, covering a distance of 10 zhang with each backward step, leaving deep imprints of 10 inches in the ground. In contrast, Qin Feng remained steadfast, his left hand gripping a tree, the right resting on the hilt of his sword, exuding an imposing aura, with a hint of a mocking smile gracing his lips. In the distance, Princess Shui held a high-powered telescope, meticulously observing the unfolding battle. Especially upon witnessing the Dark Claw Demon King's disadvantage during both of its aggressive attempts against Qin Feng's direct and domineering onslaught. Her heart was filled with a mix of surprise and delight. This was the man she adored. Only such a confident and powerful man was worthy of her devotion and commitment. Qin Feng was indeed remarkable. The strongest rising star in the history of the elite training camp. His talent, his excellence, his might, each aspect had reached a level beyond mere words. At that moment, Feng Qianyuan also wielded a high-powered telescope to scrutinize the battle's dynamics, his expression grave and his tone imbued with deep seriousness. Comparisons among people could be fatal, and comparing goods often led to them being discarded. In a similar scenario, had the Shadow Claw Demon King been engaged in battle with Feng Qianyuan, even if he were to exhaust all his life-preserving tactics within 3 moves, the Shadow Claw Demon King would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, when the Shadow Claw Demon King faced Qin Feng head-on, he found himself retreating under the weighty and audacious onslaught of his opponent, revealing signs of defeat. Considering the initial encounter, where Qin Feng intervened at a critical moment to save Princess Shui, it can be said that in the 3 rounds of their confrontation thus far, the Shadow Claw Demon King, despite possessing a considerable advantage in realm, has repeatedly faltered against Qin Feng. Chapter 95. The Demon King is not so remarkable. It is said that on the very second day of his enrollment in the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, Qin Feng, relying solely on his own strength, challenged all the senior students. Throughout the encounter, he did not unleash his martial spirit, instead relying exclusively on his physical prowess to overpower seniors whose realms exceeded his own. Upon hearing this news, I found it somewhat astonishing, even bordering on the fantastical. However, witnessing it today, I can affirm that the reputation he holds is indeed well-deserved. Feng Qianyuan, though revered in the martial world of Shinjo as the young deputy of the Longmen Escort Agency, elicited admiration from many who, upon seeing him, remarked on his resemblance to his father, the legendary 8-armed divine sword Feng Dongbei in his youth, though both are prodigies in their own right. In the luminous presence of Qin Feng, Feng Qianyuan appeared as nothing more than a trivial firefly. Hiss. All concentration, breath of water, form of 7, ripple strike. Observing the Dark Claw Demon King, who stood frozen in shock, Qin Feng had no intention of granting him any respite. With a swift motion, he struck the sheath with his right hand, drawing his blade in a manner reminiscent of ripples on the water, thrusting towards the throat of the Dark Claw Demon King with precision. How infuriating! Faced with Qin Feng's relentless onslaught, akin to an unending tide, the Dark Claw Demon King found himself unable to regroup, forced to engage defensively. Suddenly, the battlefield resonated with the sounds of clashing steel and rushing water, echoing incessantly. Qin Feng moved fluidly across the arena, each step sending splashes of water into the air. His movements were ghostly, as if he manifested in every corner of the battlefield. In response to Qin Feng's concentrated attacks, the Dark Claw Demon King could only grit his teeth and fight back. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for over 10 rounds. With each encounter, the Demon King was compelled to retreat, his internal energy surging, and a sweet taste creeping into his throat. Yet, Qin Feng's strategy was crystal clear: seize the opportunity to claim victory. Throughout the battle, Qin Feng danced upon the waves, wielding the breath of water sword technique with his left hand and the thunderous 8 trigrams with his right, forcing the Dark Claw Demon King into a frantic defensive posture. Time and again, like a furious dragon emerging from the sea, akin to a thunder god descending upon the earth, his attacks rained down with the ferocity of thunder, leaving the Demon King exhausted from evasion. Each strike left deep gashes upon the Demon King's body, crimson blood flowing profusely. Were it not for the Demon King's exceptionally powerful physique and remarkable recovery abilities, Qin Feng could have easily worn him down through sheer attrition. How infuriating! How infuriating! How infuriating! How could this human boy have trained in such a manner? Not only does he possess overwhelming and tyrannical physical strength, but his agility is also disturbingly elusive. Even considering our demon race's century-long cultivation, It seems inconceivable that this boy, even if he had trained since birth, could amass such terrifying combat experience and astonishing power at such a tender age. At this moment, for the first time in 100 years, the Dark Claw Demon King felt the gnawing sensation of fear, his mental state gradually unraveling. However, upon reflection, the Dark Claw Demon King had endured countless life and death battles, a century of arduous cultivation, and was endowed with an unmatched physical form by the Demon King himself. Yet, all of this was rendered utterly illusory in the presence of Qin Feng. The Dark Claw Demon King could never have imagined that one day he would be overwhelmed in a direct confrontation by a mere boy, not yet 16, at the initial level of a warrior, rendered utterly powerless. This was, without a doubt, the first time in 100 years that the Demon King felt such vulnerability and disgrace. Hiss, all focus, water breathing, 8th form, raging torrent. Qin Feng unleashed a ferocious downward strike, causing the ground to erupt with towering columns of water. Infuriated, the Dark Claw Demon King cursed vehemently and leapt high into the air once more. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Following the strike, Qin Feng's left hand surged with formidable purple lightning, propelling towards the airborne Dark Claw Demon King, who had no foothold left. Such an unyielding barrage ensnared the Dark Claw Demon King like a parasite, vowing not to relent until he was utterly vanquished. Yet, at that moment, the demonic energy within the Dark Claw surged violently, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the demonic energy erupted from his being like a wild stallion breaking free, manifesting as a fierce demonic wind that formed a barrier before him. Qin Feng's powerful and swift thunderous 8 trigrams struck this demonic wind with tremendous force, shattering it completely. However, the attack was redirected, crashing heavily into the ground beside the Dark Claw, creating yet another deep crater. Seizing this rare moment to regain composure, the Dark Claw Demon King hastily retreated 100 feet, finally stabilizing himself. Observing the evasive movements of the Dark Claw, Qin Feng refrained from launching another assault. With a wave of his hand, he summoned another tree into his grasp, surveying the ravaged ground beneath him, which lay in disarray from multiple upheavals. And he could not help but shake his head. Was this the might of a Demon King? Hardly, compared to the beast I just dispatched. You are only slightly more resilient, capable of uttering a few human words. Qin Feng's demeanor was marked by unabashed arrogance, his haughty spirit evident. Yet, in response to Qin Feng's bravado, both Princess Shui and Feng Qinyuan nodded vigorously, as if pecking like chicks at grain. They had become his fervent admirers, hanging on his every word. Even if he claimed the Demon King was merely a countryside mutt that could only bark, they would nod in agreement without a second thought. Yet, considering the context, it was indeed remarkable that Qin Feng could so thoroughly suppress the Dark Claw Demon King in such a brutal close-quarters combat, especially while being at a significant disadvantage in realms of power. In the vast expanse of the world, even someone as formidable as the top-ranked C2 Pijun would struggle to exhibit such overwhelming dominance, even just upon breaking through to the warrior realm. Human lad, you are courting death. Confronted with Qin Feng's incessant provocations, the Dark Claw Demon King emanated a palpable aura of malevolence, its eyes glinting with murderous intent. The orange-yellow demonic pupils were filled with a chilling ferocity, and its visage contorted grotesquely in response to the fury that surged within. I concede, you are the most extraordinarily gifted human warrior I have encountered in nearly a century. In my understanding, there exists no being more monstrous than you. With that, the Dark Claw Demon King extended its 5 fingers, curling them slightly inward as a torrent of dark green demonic energy surged forth, saturating its entire claw in an exceptionally eerie hue, the sheer ferocity and dominance of which warped the very space surrounding its claw. Thus, I shall wager my very life today to ensure your demise. Chapter 96. The Unfathomable Demon Technique in a Resounding Explosion. The Dark Claw Demon King unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, obscuring the heavens and the earth. Its spiky back undulated, revealing countless grotesque faces that seemed poised to burst forth from its flesh, exuding an aura of malevolence. Since the inception of my conflict with humanity, every warrior consumed by me has been transformed into flesh and blood within my being, becoming an integral part of me. Yet, until this moment, the instances that have compelled me to employ this technique are exceedingly rare. Qin Feng, with your unparalleled talent and aptitude, you truly deserve the title of the foremost among the younger generation of the Divine Land. Your physical strength, explosive power, resilience, and endurance are indeed exceptional, even among my kind. However, while I have gallantly traversed the battlefield, engaging in life and death struggles with human warriors, you were likely still nestled in your mother's womb, yet to see the light of day. Today, I shall invoke this technique in a bid to confront you, to assert the might of the Dark Claw. With that declaration, the Dark Claw Demon King raised its left arm, and the myriad faces behind it opened their mouths, unleashing a torrent of dark green demonic energy. An overwhelming force surged forth, akin to rivers converging into the sea, all flowing into the Demon King's left arm. This rendered the already bizarre dark green claw even more ominous. Though the Dark Claw Demon King had yet to strike, the very space surrounding its left arm began to warp irregularly, distorting into an unsettling form. Prepare to meet your end, Qin Feng. I shall transform your extraordinary genius into my flesh and blood. Dark Demon Shattering Claw. As the proclamation escaped its lips, a maniacal grin spread across the Dark Claw Demon King's face, its features contorting in a frenzied expression as its aura escalated to a peak. With a thunderous roar, the coalesced dark green claw surged forth. Thunder roared. Qin Feng's left arm crackled with purple lightning as countless fragments of stone began to levitate around him. However, just as he was about to strike with his staff, he unexpectedly realized that the Demon King's attack was not aimed at him. The shadow of the dark green claw whistled past, soaring into the heavens. Boom. Suddenly, it seemed as if something had detonated, and the dark green radiance cascaded from the clouds like a torrential downpour. Observing this spectacle, Qin Feng remained composed as the dark green droplets fell around him, yet were repelled by an invisible protective barrier, causing him no harm. Nevertheless, his gaze remained firmly fixed on the swirling mass of dark green energy accumulating above. A hint of bewilderment gracing his features. Crack. In an instant, a sound reminiscent of an eggshell cracking reverberated through the air. The dark green energy mass began to writhe irregularly, a claw imprint emerging before it shot forth with astonishing speed. This dark green claw mark came at him with ferocity, initially appearing as a singular strike descending from above. Yet, as the first claw mark was unleashed, the energy mass twisted more violently, producing 3, 6, then 100. In mere moments, hundreds upon thousands of claw marks coalesced, descending like a torrential storm towards Qin Feng. The dark green claw marks, each nearly the size of an adult's palm, while lacking in individual potency, are formidable in their sheer number and concentrated essence. They appear in rapid succession, their velocity producing a piercing shriek that seems capable of rupturing eardrums, making it exceedingly difficult for even a warrior's keen sight to discern their origin. With a surge of observation, Qin Feng activated his Kenbunchika Haki, heightening his perception to its fullest. In an instant, he deftly evaded the first claw mark. A thunderous roar erupted as he dodged, the ground beneath him upheaved by the force of the attack. When Qin Feng turned to look back, he was startled to find that the previously level terrain had been transformed into a gaping pit, plunging deep into the earth. Though each strike lacked overwhelming force, the concentrated energy within those attacks had been refined to an extreme, significantly enhancing both their lethality and speed. The smile on Qin Feng's face faded as he regarded the dark-clawed Demon King 100 yards away, a serious expression finally gracing his features. Is this the thrill I've been waiting for? With a burst of speed, Qin Feng unleashed his shifting waves technique, amplifying his velocity tenfold. After successfully dodging the initial wave of attacks, the subsequent onslaught of dark green claw marks surged forth like a relentless tide. The shrill sound of air being sliced and the thunderous impacts against the earth resonated continuously. Utilizing the insight bestowed by his Kenbunchika Haki, Qin Feng soared across the ground, leaving behind a flurry of black afterimages as he deftly navigated the barrage of claw marks, each nearly grazing his garments. Each moment seemed perilous, yet he narrowly avoided the deadly strikes. The earth beneath him was plowed repeatedly, countless deep pits forming, and the cacophony transformed the mountainous terrain irrevocably, even leveling the peak of Cloud Mist Mountain by several yards. Is this truly the dark-clawed Demon King's most potent strike? Feng Qianyuan inhaled deeply, the oppressive aura of the attack, despite the distance, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. Meanwhile, the princess, Shui, was oblivious to her surroundings, gripping her telescope tightly, her heart racing in her throat. As the dark green claw marks rained down upon Qin Feng like a torrential downpour, each strike concealed terrifying lethality and penetrative power. Princess Shui pondered deeply. Even with her renowned ice crystal armor, famed for its defensive prowess, facing such ferocious and abnormal assaults, a single hit could spell her doom. In this battle, survival was a distant hope. Not even a complete corpse would remain. I have heard my father speak of the dark-clawed Demon King's ultimate technique. The earth-shattering claw is its signature demonic art, capable of cleaving gold and jade, rending mountains, and splitting the earth. Numerous intermediate and even advanced warlords have met their demise at the hands of the dark-clawed Demon King, falling victim to its insidious might. Feng Qianyuan, while speaking, gazed upon the frantic battlefield, thoroughly in awe of Qin Feng. With such a chosen one, How could the demon race fear annihilation? Meanwhile, Qin Feng found himself amidst a relentless carpet bombing. His observation Haki fully activated, he executed the ripple step at tenfold speed, transforming his figure into a myriad of phantoms. With every twist and turn on the battlefield, he deftly evaded the densely packed claw strikes. The sounds of explosions reverberated continuously, yet Qin Feng navigated through the onslaught unscathed. His attire merely slightly soiled. Though he dodged nearly all the claw attacks, the Dark Claw Demon King remained unfazed, a cunning grin gracing his face, exuding an air of a plot come to fruition. Chapter 97. The Dark Claw of the Demon. Before us stood the Dark Claw Demon King, maintaining his previous stance of a downward strike with his left palm. Yet, the astonishment and cunning in his expression were impossible to conceal. In the eyes of the Dark Claw Demon King, he had already unleashed his signature demon technique, the Dark Claw of the Earth Shatter. It was inconceivable that a mere 16-year-old boy at the primary martial general stage could withstand it. Even if the renowned human prodigy, Situ Pujuan, were present, he would likely be hard-pressed to counter such an aerial assault. However, Qin Feng remained composed, effortlessly evading the onslaught of claw marks that fell like rain. Even now, he moved gracefully across the battlefield, a sight that greatly exceeded the Dark Claw Demon King's expectations. Though he was astonished by Qin Feng's youth and achievements, which seemed incongruous with his apparent strength and level, the cunning glimmer in his eyes only intensified. Qin Feng, though you are the esteemed progeny of humanity, with talents and insights that outshine all, you are ultimately too proud and arrogant. Today, I shall make you pay for your hubris. With that, the Dark Claw Demon King suddenly spread his fingers wide, then curled them inward while letting out a low growl. Dark Claw of the Earth Shatter, accumulate. At that moment, the swirling mass of dark green demon energy in the sky began to writhe irregularly. The countless claw marks that had floated above it began to collapse inward. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A wave of destructive and tyrannical energy emanated from the vortex, instilling a sense of extreme malevolence and dread. The oppressive force hidden within the demon energy vortex enveloped the surrounding area of 1,000 feet. In an instant, a colossal hand, glowing with dark green demon energy, slowly emerged from the vortex. It appeared to blot out the sun, its width reaching an astounding 100 feet, as if it were about to rend the very fabric of space itself. Boom! As the massive hand manifested, it descended with the force of thunder, creating a cataclysmic impact. At that moment, Qin Feng realized, to his surprise, that he had been unknowingly driven to the very position directly beneath this demon's colossal palm by the relentless assault of claw marks. He had not anticipated that the Dark Claw Demon King harbored such a lethal strike. The enormous hand, shimmering with dark green energy, descended with overwhelming power, resembling a claw of malevolent spirits reaching from the depths of hell, ready to shatter the very ground beneath it. Qin Feng, having been forced into the direct line of attack by the demon's onslaught, found himself caught within the attack's radius, unable to evade. In an instant, he was struck head-on by the colossal hand, a massive cloud of dust billowing into the sky as the earth trembled violently. No. Witnessing the scene unfold on the battlefield, the princess's beautiful eyes widened in horror, her voice pierced the air with a shrill scream, and her heart seemed to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Feng Qianyuan, upon witnessing this dire spectacle, appeared ashen. As if some unseen string within him had been abruptly severed, the shock and dread on his face were impossible to conceal. Now, even the invincible youth, Qin Feng, had fallen, leaving no one in this world capable of saving them. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, akin to a distant storm, as the colossal hand of the Dark Demon Clan struck the ground with a force reminiscent of thunder, causing the very earth beneath to tremble violently. Such overwhelming power seemed poised to cleave the cloud and mist mountain in two. Under this earth-shattering force, the princess and Feng Qianyuan resembled a solitary boat amidst a tempest, struggling to maintain their strength, leaning against the rock wall, shivering uncontrollably. The battlefield was engulfed in a towering cloud of dust as fierce and malevolent winds howled, sweeping away countless trees, rocks, and streams, reducing them to mere fragments in an instant. It was as if, beneath the dark demon's colossal hand, all life was annihilated. Ha! The Dark Claw Demon King stood against the wind, throwing back his head in a triumphant howl, his laughter brimming with excitement, exhilaration, and unrestrained joy. Consider the rarity of the chosen one among humanity, who had emerged once in a millennium, now vanquished by a mere demon king. What an accomplishment! What sheer delight! What could be more satisfying than crushing a burgeoning human war god in his cradle? Qin Feng, Qin Feng, in terms of combat experience, you are leagues behind this king. Should you be struck directly by my dark magic claw, it would not merely be your fate as a novice warrior, Even the esteemed Situpajuan would likely find himself in dire straits. Today, even the Heavenly King himself could not save you. At this sight, both Feng Qianyuan and the princess gasped in disbelief. Indeed, under such a cataclysmic display of power, even the unrivaled Situpajuan would struggle to preserve his life. The Dark Claw Demon King, fueled by his demonic energy, unleashed a force that far surpassed that of a mid-level war king, rivaling even that of a high-level war king. The sheer terror and ferocity of his might exceeded the limited imaginations of Feng Qianyuan and the princess. Although Qin Feng could rightfully be called the Chosen One, possessing unparalleled talent and insight, it remained true, as the Dark Claw Demon King asserted, that he was ultimately still too young. At just 16 years of age, he had only been part of the elite training camp for a mere week. Given adequate time, perhaps the Dark Claw Demon King would seem to Qin Feng to be no more than a trifling foe, easily dispatched. However, with his current capabilities, escaping this calamity seemed grim indeed. After what felt like an eternity, the Earth's violent tremors began to subside, and the shadow that obscured the sun slowly dissipated. All present were transfixed, involuntarily retreating a step, their backs dampened with cold sweat. Before them lay a vast chasm, hundreds of feet deep, which bore an unmistakable imprint of the demon's colossal hand. The battle had escalated to a level capable of altering the very landscape. The destructive force was utterly terrifying. Feng Qianyuan's lips twitched, his visage reflecting an unprecedented horror. At such a level of power, even if he were to attain the realm of a war king in the future, he would likely struggle to contend with it. Meanwhile, the sight before the princess, Shui, twisted her heart in anguish, leaving her pallid as death. She had finally fulfilled her longing to witness the illustrious figure designated as 10086 up close. Yet now, Qin Feng had vanished entirely beneath the demon's gigantic hand, his fate hanging in the balance. Chapter 98. A loss without regret, ha ha ha. At this moment, the Dark Claw Demon King's smile grew increasingly arrogant, his laughter resonating with an air of invincibility. This was due to the fact that he could no longer sense even the slightest fluctuation of chi belonging to Qin Feng amidst the desolate scorched earth. However, just as the Dark Claw Demon King believed he had secured his final victory, a faint voice emerged slowly from the depths of the 100-foot pit. Though the voice was soft, it tightened the hearts of all who heard it. Hiss, that indeed stings a bit. I must admit, your last move did excite me somewhat. With these words, a shadowy figure leaped gracefully from the pit, landing lightly before the Dark Claw Demon King. Who else but Qin Feng could speak with such a nonchalant tone while discussing the battle? Yet, in stark contrast to his previous fluid and elegant demeanor, he now appeared considerably more disheveled. His upper body was marred by shattered dragon scales, each fragment peeling away, while blood trickled from his arms and chest. Despite the visible severity of his injuries, Qin Feng's spirit remained undiminished. In fact, his fighting intent burned even more fervently. Witnessing the seemingly battered, yet resolute Qin Feng, the Dark Claw Demon King's expression transformed in an instant. He exclaimed this. How is this possible? You were clearly struck head-on by my dark demon earth-shattering claw, and your body bears so many wounds. Yet, why does your momentum remain unyielded? The dark demon earth-shattering claw was undeniably the most formidable trump card available to the Dark Claw Demon King, one for which he had even sacrificed his own demonic power, hoping to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Feng. Yet, at this moment, despite appearing utterly ragged and covered in wounds, Qin Feng, under the keen perception of the Dark Claw Demon King, seemed to be recovering at a visibly accelerated rate. What had once appeared to be a myriad of vulnerabilities now radiated an oppressive aura akin to an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, far away, Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide and mouths agape, struggling to articulate even a complete thought. The shock that Qin Feng had instilled in them far surpassed their limited understanding, leaving their minds blank, apart from uttering 666. They could find no other phrase to encapsulate the scene before them. Impossible. This cannot be. The sight before the Dark Claw Demon King shattered its worldview, and it held in disbelief, as if unable to accept the reality unfolding before its eyes. Qin Feng, I will make you pay for this. I will ensure your demise. Roar. After enduring such repeated provocations, the Dark Claw Demon King had succumbed to madness. With a thunderous roar, it swiftly darted behind Qin Feng, raising its monstrous claws high before striking down with tremendous force. Clang. This time, Qin Feng appeared oblivious to the assault of the Dark Claw Demon King, standing his ground without flinching, bracing himself against the blow with his neck. Scales of azure dragon scattered like shards, and what seemed to be an effective strike spiraled the Dark Claw Demon King into deeper despair, for it could distinctly sense the minimal damage it had inflicted upon Qin Feng, only to witness his rapid recovery, his aura swelling in intensity. Is this truly your utmost effort? If this is all you can muster, then you fail to amuse me. With that, Qin Feng slowly turned, his right arm, enveloped in armed Haki, delivered a straightforward yet forceful punch, and a resounding bang echoed, accompanied by the Demon King's muffled groan of anguish. Qin Feng, perish before me. In a frenzy, the Dark Claw Demon King disregarded everything else, launching its claws like cannonballs towards Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng did not evade, retaliating head-on. Bang, 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 bang. In that moment, the battlefield reverberated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh in a cacophony of thuds. The man and the demon seemed utterly consumed by madness, abandoning all defense and technique, resorting to this primal form of release. After dozens of exchanges, the Dark-Clawed Demon King spat forth a mouthful of blood, its massive form staggering backward before crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous boom, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Feng slowly retracted his fist, standing with hands clasped behind his back, gazing with indifference at the fallen Dark-Claw Demon King. You, what rank of martial soul are you? The madness and terror on the Demon King's face gradually faded, replaced by a bitter smile. The Azure Dragon Martial Soul, a celestial grade 10th tier beast martial soul. Qin Feng stood proudly, his voice calm and detached, devoid of any hint of triumph or excitement. To him, this rare celestial grade 10th tier beast martial soul seemed as commonplace as cabbages in a farmer's market. Athaha. Celestial grade 10th tier, celestial grade 10th tier. The human race has truly produced a celestial grade 10th tier beast martial soul. I have no complaints in my defeat. The Dark-Clawed Demon King murmured celestial grade 10th tier, its expression tinged with self-deprecation, though it continued to spew blood in copious amounts, mingled with fragments of its own entrails. Though its body appeared unharmed, within it lay the brutal aftermath of Qin Feng's dragon fists and armed Haki, shattering and obliterating its organs, leaving it in a state of utter devastation. The reason it had managed to converse with Qin Feng moments ago was merely due to the fact that while its organs and meridians were shattered, they had not been entirely severed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Observation Haki Proficiency 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Armed Haki Proficiency 800. Ding. Congratulations, host. Thunder 8 Trigrams Proficiency 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Water Breathing Proficiency 500. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on successfully transcending a significant realm by vanquishing the Shadow Claw Demon King, beginner level. Special rewards are being distributed. You have received the fish fruit, a mythical beast seed, and the unlocking of the Azure Dragon form is now at 10. With your current progress at 30. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your mastery of armament Haki has reached its zenith. The system will automatically promote you. Ding. Congratulations, host. The second phase of armament Haki, binding, has been unlocked. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Shadow Claw Demon King. You have earned 100 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your current energy points have reached their limit, and you are now automatically promoted to an intermediate warrior. Chapter 99. Intermediate warriors. Suddenly, after a series of system notifications, it was the final message that left Qin Feng somewhat astonished. Had he not intended to suppress his cultivation until he achieved the pinnacle of the primary warrior realm before advancing? Could it be that he had already reached that pinnacle? Yet, before Qin Feng could ponder further, waves of immense and boundless power surged toward his limbs and meridians, akin to rivers converging into the sea. The development of the fish fruit, a mythical beast type, in its Azure Dragon form was progressing. The second stage of armament Haki was now entwined with enhancements. His attributes, strength, agility, endurance, were all experiencing unprecedented improvements. Indeed, with Qin Feng's ascension to the pinnacle state, all his attributes were rapidly escalating at a visibly remarkable pace. Firstly, the development of the fish fruit, mythical beast type, in its Azure Dragon form had reached 30%, merely 20% shy of the next stage. This advancement significantly bolstered Qin Feng's fundamental attributes such as resilience, strength, and speed. Moreover, among the three colors of Haki he currently mastered, after unlocking observation Haki, armament Haki had successfully progressed to its second stage, envelopment. This enhancement considerably amplified his destructive power and penetration ability during attacks. Astonishing, utterly astonishing, Qin Feng had once believed. After learning from his mentor Zoan about the formidable challenges of achieving the pinnacle in each realm, that reaching the pinnacle of the primary warrior would require at least 3 to 5 days of effort. After all, it was indeed a pinnacle, deserving of utmost respect. However, to his surprise, after just over a day of separation from Zoan, following an exhilarating battle with the Dark Claw Demon King, He had already attained the pinnacle and smoothly ascended to the intermediate warrior level. Indeed, if one wished to swiftly elevate their cultivation, realm, and combat prowess, remaining ensconced in an ivory tower and playing house with peers was futile. The most direct and effective method was to slay demon beasts in the wilderness, which proved 100-fold more efficient. The host, through the heavenly template system, continuously unlocked the current character template, thus granting the host power that was comparable to and even surpassed the character template itself. As the host unlocked the current template further, this also signified that the feedback strength obtained would correspondingly increase. Upon hearing this introduction from the system, even after experiencing countless shocks, Qin Feng found himself once again astounded by the system's remarkable capabilities. This was utterly insane, if what the system had just stated held true. Then as he acquired more extraordinary character templates from the myriad worlds, the power he unlocked could potentially increase exponentially, until he possessed strength comparable to or even surpassing that of the character templates. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Ha ha ha. The mere thought of his brilliant future filled with unparalleled glory made Qin Feng throw back his head in laughter, his voice resonating across the vast expanse, exuding an aura of invincibility. Such exuberance, such charisma, truly the mark of a heroic youth, standing tall under the setting sun. Amidst the lifeless bodies of the Dark Claw Demon King, the boy laughed heartily, captivating the attention of the princess, whose beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration that she could not conceal, ever since she had heard from Liuatai about Qin Feng, the Chosen One, and the myriad legends and records he had amassed within the elite training camp of the Divine Land. Her heart had been enchanted by this remarkable youth. Yet now, no ornate words or praise could compare to the vivid reality before her eyes. Previously, the punches and kicks Qin Feng unleashed, along with his earlier display of exquisite swordsmanship and thunderous staff techniques, had seemed vastly different. In contrast to the grandeur of the Dark Claw Demon King's overwhelming dark magic skills, those seemingly ordinary strikes appeared unremarkable. However, it was precisely through these humble yet passionate blows that he brought an end to the Demon King's nefarious existence. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, the princess would have rushed into Qin Feng's embrace to share with him the heartache she endured during their separation. The foremost youth of the Divine Land, undeniably, Feng Qianyuan gazed at Qin Feng's proud and upright silhouette, feeling indifferent. He had long relinquished his naive desire to compete with such a heroic figure, a man who had achieved the status of the foremost in the martial world of the young generation with an unstoppable force. Why engage in a contest with such a prodigy? It seemed far more appealing to be a loyal follower, dutifully wagging his tail. Moreover, the audacity and valor with which Qin Feng had struck down the Dark Claw Demon King with mere fists were achievements that even the current top contender on the celestial rankings, Situ Pajun, might struggle to replicate. After a long while, Qin Feng's laughter finally subsided, but a hint of profound experience flickered in the depths of his eyes. Having lived 2 lives, his temperament had been tempered through countless trials. After slaying the Dark Claw Demon King, he felt neither joy nor sorrow, not a trace of emotional disturbance. He stretched his muscles and exhaled a long breath, then bellowed, "Is there anyone else who wishes to ambush? Come forth, and I shall dispatch you all." His thunderous voice echoed like a clap of thunder through the ravine, reverberating across the land, making even trees 100 feet away tremble and shed their leaves. The sheer force of his presence was awe-inspiring. With a whoosh, 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 as Qin Feng's voice faded, dozens of figures hidden in the dense forest and thickets emerged, but they were not there to play the role of predators. Instead, they were fleeing in terror, without exception. It is evident that the fierce battle between Qin Feng and the Dark Claw Demon King had thoroughly instilled fear in their hearts. Nowadays, who would dare to provoke Qin Feng? With every limb in motion, they pushed their speed to its utmost limits, terrified that even a moment's delay might lead to being pursued and struck down by Qin Feng's formidable fist. Observing the multitude of martial artists fleeing in panic, Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan belatedly realized just how foolish their intention to escort the cargo alone truly was. Among those who had recently escaped, there were indeed several formidable warriors, including demon generals. Furthermore, a select few among them had even reached the initial ranks of the Battle King realm. Had it not been for Qin Feng's protection during this escort mission, both Feng Qianyuan and Princess Shui would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Chapter 100. Who else wishes to rob the escort? All eyes in the gathering converged upon Qin Feng. This mere 16-year-old boy, with a single, unadorned statement, instilled such trepidation in the formidable figures present that they fled in terror, reluctant to confront his brilliance. Such a commanding presence is truly the hallmark of a true warrior. At this moment, Princess Shueduan felt her heart race like a startled deer. were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion. She would have longed to approach Qin Feng and exchange contact details, yearning to express her lingering affections after such a prolonged separation. In comparison to Qin Feng, what did the likes of Situ Pijun, Yuan Yongshang, or even the standing Fang Qianyuan amount to? Even if they were all bound together, they would still pale in comparison to a single strand of Qin Feng's hair. To speak frankly, in Princess Xueduan's eyes, these so-called paragons of excellence appeared utterly unworthy of even serving as Qin Feng's attendants. After a lengthy pause, Qin Feng sheathed his sword and leisurely made his way towards the Dragon Gate escort's convoy. As he passed by the members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps, they were consumed by fear, their legs seemingly weighed down by lead, rendering them immobile. They remained rooted to the spot, with necks retracted and heads bowed, awaiting Qin Feng's final disposition. Yet, throughout, Qin Feng did not spare them a glance, calmly walking past the group of mercenaries. The leaders of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps had already met a grim fate at the hands of the Dark-Clawed Demon King, receiving their due retribution. Killing is merely a matter of a nod. To spare a life is a noble act. As for these lowly minions, Qin Feng could hardly be bothered to engage with them, better to leave them to their own devices. Meanwhile, the escort members of the Dragon Gate, who had previously regarded this youth with disdain for being inferior in cultivation, were now humbled. Having witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary abilities firsthand, their dismissive attitudes melted away, replaced by a profound respect that surged like an unrelenting tide, akin to the Yellow River in flood. Brother Feng is incredible. Brother Feng, you rock. As Qin Feng approached, Fang Qianyuan had entirely transformed into his devoted admirer, immediately launching a barrage of flattery. Enough with the praise. No need for that. Before Fang Qianyuan could deliver another round of compliments, Qin Feng gestured to halt him and inquired, "By the way, has anyone seen Sun Lingfeng? Where has that fellow gone?" A look of confusion crossed Qin Feng's face as he recalled the moment he had been besieged by a horde of beasts. In his haste to rid himself of two burdens, he had kicked Sun Lingfeng and Princess Xueduan in opposite directions. Now, having vanquished the boss and begun collecting spoils, he wondered why Sun Lingfeng had yet to make an appearance. Could it be that he had encountered some misfortune? Later, it was only after the valiant escorts of the Dragon Gate escort agency scoured the mountains that they discovered Sun Lingfeng, who had unfortunately fainted, hanging from a tree branch. Witnessing such an embarrassing scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but press his forehead with one hand, pondering in silence whether he had perhaps exerted a tad too much force with that previous kick. How could he have knocked this unfortunate lad unconscious with a single blow? It seems he must temper his strength in the future. Filled with a sense of guilt, Qin Feng, upon seeing Sun Lingfeng's fractured tailbone from his kick, realized he had to tidy up this mess himself. Fortunately, having dealt with the Dark Claw Demon King earlier had instilled a measure of dread in the nefarious elements they encountered along the way, preventing them from daring to act recklessly. Thus, aside from a few sporadic encounters with lesser beasts, their journey proceeded smoothly. With the moon hanging high and a gentle night breeze blowing, Qin Feng, noticing their proximity to the imperial capital, decided to have the convoy set up camp for the night to rest before continuing on their journey. By the campfire, he savored the meat of the demon beast with great delight, thoroughly enjoying the feast. After all, is there anything more satisfying than indulging in delicious food? However, the other three individuals by the fire clearly lacked Qin Feng's appetite, their eyes fixed longingly upon him. After a while, Sun Lingfeng, lying on the ground, could no longer contain himself and asked, "Brother Feng, may I pose a question?" Qin Feng glanced at him, replying nonchalantly, "Speak quickly, don't dawdle." "Brother Feng, are you truly at the realm of a junior battle general? I was before, but not now." "Oh, has Brother Feng ascended to the rank of battle king?" "No, I am now a mid-level battle general." Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. There was nothing to conceal about this matter, for it was not a secret worth hiding. Gulp. Sun Lingfeng struggled to swallow hard. It seemed as though Qin Feng had just uttered something profound, yet it also felt as if he had said nothing at all. Regardless, he was now utterly stunned. A mid-level battle general. Indeed, even across the vast expanse of the Divine Continent, a 16-year-old warrior at the mid-level battle general stage is undoubtedly a genius of unparalleled caliber. But to add to that, a 16-year-old mid-level battle general engaging a junior Demon King head-on? Crucially, Qin Feng had not only faced the Demon King directly, but had utterly crushed it. Could one fathom such a feat? To be frank, the record established by Brother Feng is unprecedented and may remain unmatched in human history, marking a significant chapter in the annals of mankind. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in Brother Feng's demeanor, which is so remarkably low-key and humble. He never boasts ostentatiously, but rather exudes an understated elegance. Can one truly bear this? It beautifully echoes an old saying. Heaven did not give birth to one like Brother Feng, For eons, the world is but a long night of oppression. Reflecting on this, Sun Lingfeng realized just how foolish and ridiculous he had been previously. Instead of admiring a true man-like Brother Feng, he had been entranced by the beauty of Princess Shui, even nearly sparking a conflict with Brother Feng over that woman. Truly, what a grave misdeed. How could any woman compare to our Wind Brother? With this thought, Sun Lingfeng began to thump his chest with a resounding echo, repeatedly assuring, Wind Brother, rest assured, in order to uphold your unrivaled status, I shall not disclose your cultivation level or the matter concerning the Dark Claw Demon King today. Beside him, Fang Qianyuan and Wang Feishuan nodded in agreement. In response, Qin Feng also smiled with satisfaction, remarking, Indeed, my identity as number 10086 remains excessively sensitive. Chapter 101. Speaking the language of humanity en mu, as the saying goes. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. When one becomes too ostentatious and draws too much attention, trouble inevitably follows. Today's battle with the Dark Claw Demon King has attracted unwarranted scrutiny. Although I have already become somewhat conspicuous, it is imperative that I conduct myself with utmost discretion in the future. Discretion, discretion, and more discretion. As soon as Qin Feng finished his statement, an awkward silence descended upon the gathering, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Just look at what he said. Is this even human language? After hearing Qin Feng's words, Sun Lingfeng, Princess Shui, and Fang Qianyuan exchanged bewildered glances, each adorned with a trio of question marks. Goodness, how can you even claim to be discreet? The three of us may not be esteemed students of the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, yet we are well aware of your illustrious reputation within the school. On the very first day of enrollment, you managed to win over 2 of the top 10 beauties from the talent ranking. By the second day, you astonishingly shattered a century-old record during the entrance examination, a feat no one had achieved since the school's inception. On the third day, you boldly challenged all the seniors on the campus forum, declaring a grand stage for all, urging anyone with courage to step forward. This audacious act even drew the attention of Principal Zhao Wuji himself. Surely, you must be the least discreet person in the world, Brother Feng. Yet here you are, earnestly stating that you are merely a bit noticeable? It feels as if this does not resonate as human speech at all. Despite their inner thoughts regarding Qin Feng's boastful proclamations, Princess Shui, Fang Qianyuan, and Sun Lingfeng all nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Brother Feng speaks the truth. Brother Feng is indeed correct. Brother Feng's awareness is commendable. Well, as long as you three understand. Enough chatter, let us tidy up and prepare for rest. Understood, Brother Feng. No problem, Brother Feng. After departing from Yunwu Mountain, the journey was remarkably tranquil, with no one daring to ambush the convoy. With Qin Feng, the formidable guardian, present, who would be foolish enough to challenge his cargo. As he practiced diligently while hunting demonic beasts, Qin Feng engaged in light-hearted banter with Sun Lingfeng and Fang Qianyuan. It is noteworthy that during the continuous hunts, Qin Feng had thoroughly mastered the intermediate level of the water-breathing sword technique, with his progress rapidly approaching the advanced stage. Now, he could wield the water-breathing sword technique with deft precision, commanding each strike with terrifying force. However, the only discomfort Qin Feng experienced was the persistent attempts of Princess Shui to draw closer to him through conversation. Ultimately, he could no longer resist her persistence and simply provided her with the phone number for the school as takeaway service before making a swift exit. As the escort team neared the capital, Qin Feng vanished without a trace, unnoticed by the others. Naturally, the trio of Princess Shui, Fang Qianyuan, and Sun Lingfeng remained tight-lipped about the identity of Qin Feng, who was known by the number 10,086, swearing to bury this not-so-secret secret deep within his heart. Vowing to reveal not a single word to anyone, Qin Feng quietly departed from the convoy. With the escort mission successfully accomplished, he was preparing to return to the Shinjo Elite Training Camp to report. Reflecting on the bountiful gains from this escort task, a smile lingered on Qin Feng's lips. Impossible to conceal. However, before he could savor his joy for long, he suddenly felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet. As time passed, the vibrations intensified, prompting Qin Feng to look in the direction of the sound. To his astonishment, he observed numerous martial artists outside the imperial capital-based city, frantically fleeing in a state of panic, their disarray all too evident. Sensing the anomaly, Qin Feng swiftly activated his observation Haki. Through this heightened perception, he discerned that within a radius of 10,000 feet, a horde of ominous beasts was attacking the imperial capital-based city from 3 directions. These creatures were not particularly large, measuring about 50 centimeters, akin to medium-sized dogs. Their presence exuded only the aura of low-level beast soldiers, with the most formidable among them barely reaching the rank of high-level beast soldiers. Individually, they were hardly noteworthy. Yet, despite their seemingly ordinary size and numbers, The sheer quantity of these beasts was overwhelming. Qin Feng could not ascertain their exact count, only feeling as though they surged forth like a swarm of locusts. Their speed astonishing. Many martial artists, who were slower in their flight, were pounced upon by the beasts, transformed into mere white bones without uttering a single cry of despair. What? A beast tide is approaching. Witnessing this vast sea of beasts surging forth, Qin Feng was taken aback. The beast tide, also known as the beast sea, is categorized from D to S level. D level denotes the emergence of danger, C level indicates potential casualties. B level suggests the possibility of incapacitating or even annihilating a base city. A level warns of the potential destruction of multiple base cities. An S level signifies a threat to human extinction. Given the scale of the impending beast tide, it was at least B level. Even a warrior of the god of war realm would face certain death if drawn into the relentless tide. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the resounding air raid siren of the imperial capital base city blared, and a commanding voice of a middle-aged man echoed throughout the city. Emergency! Emergency! The imperial capital base city has detected an impending B-level beast tide. All martial artist teams lingering around the base city are to return immediately to confront the enemy. The imperial capital's military has entered a state of first-level combat readiness. 3 minutes remain until the arrival of the B-level beast tide. The authoritative voice reverberated across the entirety of the imperial capital base city. Naturally, before the announcement was made, the martial artists loitering inside and outside the city had already taken to their heels in haste. Damn it! What use is your beast tide warning? Only 3 minutes in advance. Indeed, had I heeded your beast tide alert, I would have been devoured by the monstrous beasts, leaving not even a fragment of bone. Run! Run! Flee with all haste! Let us first reach the imperial capital base city. It is truly uncanny. The imperial capital has not faced a beast tide in nearly a decade, and yet it strikes today. At this moment, the martial artists lingering outside the imperial capital base city were utterly terrified upon hearing this broadcast, their spirits in disarray. They scarcely had time to adjust their trousers, howling as they sprinted wildly towards the base city. Chapter 102. The oncoming beast tide. In contrast to previous instances of the Demon Clan's beast tides, which were generally predictable, this particular occurrence took everyone by surprise. The Demon Clan would not recklessly initiate such an aggressive tactic without a solid assurance of success, especially considering that the imperial capital base city stands as the mightiest fortress among the 5 major defensive strongholds of Shinjo, teeming with formidable warriors of the War God realm and an abundance of those in the War Emperor realm. This explains why, over the past decade, the other major base cities have endured numerous beast tides, while the imperial capital has remained tranquil and unwavering as a mountain. However, today, the sudden eruption of a B-level beast tide without any forewarning left all in attendance astounded. Though Qin Feng's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, his feet did not falter as he sprinted forward with determination. Just as he was nearing the gates of the imperial capital base city, his pace unexpectedly halted. Peering ahead, he discerned a familiar figure, currently besieged by the beast tide in a state of utter disarray. Judging by their current speed, it would not be long before the tide caught up and consumed them. Wait, this figure bears an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xiao. Goodness, it truly is that fellow. Upon recognizing the person, a wry smile crept across Qin Feng's face, revealing a touch of helplessness. After all, Chu Xiao was somewhat of a fellow townsman, having emerged from the Jiangnan War Department's rookie trials alongside him. Although their initial interactions had sparked minor friction, Qin Feng's formidable charisma ultimately swayed Chu Xiao, who was now almost the leader of his fan club. At this moment, Chu Xiao had discarded every piece of equipment he could afford to part with. Yet the beast tide relentlessly pursued him, akin to a parasite, offering no opportunity for escape. Chu Xiao felt as though his lungs might burst from exertion, gasping for breath. Were it not for his instinct for survival propelling him forward, he would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Damn it. It seems that misfortune strikes when one least expects it. I thought I could join Feng Gu on a mission, slay some monsters, and level up. Instead, I hardly managed to fight a few monsters before encountering this beast tide. If only I had heeded Feng Ji's advice and remained in the training camp to study and cultivate. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening roars of the beast tide grew ever closer, as several demon beasts surged ahead of the horde. With no other option, Chu Xiao steeled himself to confront the oncoming threat. Clang, splat. Although he was only facing low-level demon soldiers, Chu Xiao dispatched them with ease, as if slicing through tofu. However, after slaying 1, 10, then 100, the relentless onslaught of demon beasts pressed upon him, forcing him to retreat rapidly. Bang! A howl. In a moment of carelessness, Chu Xiao was violently struck by a monstrous beast, sending him sprawling 10 meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it! When will this end? Chu Xiao struggled to rise, rubbing his aching back. Although the assault from the low-level beast had not inflicted any substantial injuries, it significantly hampered his escape. Yet, this slight delay resulted in thousands of beasts surrounding him like a swarm of locusts, encircling him in layers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This pack of beasts bared their sharp teeth, drool dripping from their jaws. Clearly, in the eyes of these creatures, Chu Xiao had become their meal. Damn it! Even if I die today, I will fight these brutes. In the face of despair, his latent courage surged forth, and he seized his battle blade, charging into the throng of beasts. Though Chu Xiao fought valiantly, he was ultimately no match for the overwhelming numbers. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Under the relentless assault of the beasts, he soon faltered, his body marred by countless wounds, crimson blood gushing forth, indicating his strength was nearly depleted. As he beheld the beasts regrouping for another onslaught, despair washed over him. Lying in a pool of blood, he murmured softly, "Brother Feng, it seems I won't be able to witness you rise to the top of the heavenly talent rankings. How I despise this fate." However, before he could finish his lament, suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A commanding male voice boomed forth, accompanied by the deafening crack of thunder. Boom! In an instant, a fierce and domineering force of thunder descended from the heavens, obliterating the beasts at the epicenter and generating a powerful storm that swept through the surroundings, clearing all beasts within a 100-yard radius and tearing a gap in the encirclement. Chu Xiao, I didn't expect you to possess such spirit. You have earned my respect. After the thunder, a hearty and confident voice resonated beside Chu Xiao. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself lifted off the ground. Reflexively looking up, he was met with the striking profile of Qin Feng. Feng, Brother Feng, surviving the ordeal and seeing the one he had longed for rescuing him from the jaws of death, even Chu Xiao, known for his resilience, felt a rush of emotion, his eyes welling with tears and his nose tinged with a familiar ache. Damn it, don't be so mushy. Keep talking, and I swear I'll toss you aside. The moment Chu Xiao called out to Qin Feng, a chill surged through Qin Feng, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The situation was dire, and with his mastery of observation Haki, he could clearly sense that over 100,000 beasts were converging frantically towards his location. Gazing into the distance, the ominous horde of beasts appeared boundless, emitting piercing roars as they surged forward in a frenzy. Escape! Qin Feng paid no heed to any grievances with Chu Xiao, swiftly hoisting him onto his shoulder and dashing away. However, as he ran, Qin Feng's eyes caught sight of a dark shadow rapidly approaching from the far sky. At first glance, he mistook it for a flying beast ready to attack. Yet, as the dark object drew nearer, he discerned that it was, in fact, a flat, disc-shaped aerial combat aircraft. Yet, this revelation was not what left Qin Feng in awe. The true shock came when the hatch of the aircraft slowly opened, and an ethereal, gentle voice beckoned. "Junior, there's no time for explanations, quickly board the craft." Chapter 103. The senior sister arrives. Oh my. It's the senior sister. In the past, Qin Feng had never been particularly enamored with his dorm mate, the senior sister. As for being revered as a divine beauty by the brash boys of the Shinjo elite training camp, he had always considered himself a chronic face blindness patient. However, in this moment, it felt as though his affliction had miraculously been cured. Never before had he perceived Ruobing's smile as so sweet and sacred, nearly overwhelming him with enchantment. This exhilaration compelled Qin Feng to wave energetically at Ruobing, quickening his pace as he approached. As Qin Feng sprinted towards the flying saucer aircraft, Ruobing maneuvered the craft to descend in his direction, gradually lowering its altitude, approximately 200 meters above the ground. The flying saucer hovered directly over the throng of beasts. Qin Feng focused intently as the hatch opened, revealing a row of missile launch bays gleaming ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One incendiary projectile after another shot forth from the bays, unleashing a devastating carpet bombardment upon the horde below. The solid fuel ignited an area within a kilometer radius instantaneously, provoking a chorus of anguished roars from the beasts. Even those unfortunate enough to be near the edges of the strikes found their fur ignited by the slightest contact with the fuel, rapidly engulfing them in flames as if sparked by wildfire. The horde, thoroughly disbanded by the onslaught of incendiary missiles, erupted into a cacophony of dying cries, scattering chaotically. Yet, the beasts were tightly clustered together, a dense mass, and the solid incendiaries were their natural nemesis. The ensuing chaos spread like a contagion amongst them, severely hampering their attempts to close in. At that moment, the flying saucer landed on an open patch of ground, and Ruobing along with Chen Jirua emerged from the hatch, waving eagerly at Qin Feng. Instantly, the once vocal Chu Xiao, who had been groaning in pain on Qin Feng's shoulder, fell silent, His expression transformed to one of admiration for Qin Feng. Wow, it seems my buddy Feng has quite the reputation. Unlike his own desperate flight from the horde, Feng was met with the divine presence of a goddess piloting a craft from the heavens. Moreover, the goddess had brought along a companion. Had he not witnessed Qin Feng parting the beast horde like a thunder god, he would have surely been envious enough to mutter living off a woman behind his back. Upon seeing Qin also arrive, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. The very fact that Ruabing had come to personally retrieve him was astonishing enough. Yet here was Jirua as well. Could it be that their connection, both hailing from the Jiangyan War Department, played a part in this unexpected reunion? After all, they were practically fellow townsfolk. However, what unworthy thoughts might senior sister Jirua have about herself? One must remain humble. One cannot be overly self-absorbed. Qin Feng shook his head, forcefully dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and then he shouldered Chu Xiao, dashing towards the fighter jet. Nearby, many martial artist teams, eager to escape through the breach in the encirclement, watched with envy as Qin Feng received such treatment, saliva practically dripping from their eyes. Regarding the two illustrious figures on the elite training camp's talent list, Qin and Li Ruabing, their renown in the capital-based city needs no elaboration. Though not universally recognized, they are undoubtedly the dream goddesses of countless men. Yet, who is this young man that he commands the attention of these two beauties, who have come piloting a fighter jet to his rescue, following the previous nationwide challenge at the training camp? All information regarding Qin Feng had been classified by Principal Zhao Wujin with the utmost secrecy. Thus, the code number 10086 has become far more renowned than Qin Feng's actual name. Consequently, the majority of martial artist teams gazed at Qin Feng with a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment as he elegantly boarded the aircraft. How fortunate he is. With the beast tide approaching, he need not flee back to the capital-based city like they must. Instead, he can enjoy the company of two exquisite women. How enviable. As Qin Feng entered the cockpit, the hatch slowly closed behind him, revealing a circular cabin suffused with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of musk and orchids that lingered in the air. No sooner had Qin Feng settled in than Li Ruabing, visibly anxious, scanned the surroundings as if Qin Feng were missing vital components for their journey. Witnessing this rare display from the usually aloof goddess, who typically showed little interest in men, left Chu Xiao stunned, while Qin instinctively swallowed back the words of concern she had almost voiced, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Brother Feng, do you have anything to eat or drink? I'm about to starve, Chu Xiao interjected, unable to contain her envy upon seeing the sweet interaction between Qin Feng and Li Ruabing. Something to eat? Qin Feng rummaged through his combat suit and tossed a pack of compressed biscuits towards her. Here. I still have 1 pack of compressed biscuits and half a flask of water. Thanks, Brother Feng. Chu Xiao devoured the biscuits hungrily, quickly following with a gulp of water. Brother Feng, these biscuits are more delicious than the gourmet meals I had before. After all this running and fighting, I was starving, but now I feel much better. With Chu Xiao's interruption, Qin Feng shifted his attention away from Li Ruabing and directly inquired, Chu Xiao, how did you encounter the beast tide? What transpired along the way? Qin Feng journeyed directly from the Baofu-based city, traversing the misty mountains while escorting a convoy. Despite encountering the unforeseen variable of the Dark Claw Demon King, the entire experience was relatively tranquil. Thus, he did not witness the beast tied up close as Chu Xiao did. Hey, Chu Xiao remarked, taking another bite of his compressed biscuit, his words somewhat garbled. Brother Feng, you saw the madness of that pack of beasts, didn't you? However, I must inform you that what you just witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 104, The Frontline Titans. Previously, I had intended to hunt demon beasts in the counties surrounding the imperial capital-based city to earn some extra income. However, just as I concluded my battle in the underground parking lot, I felt a violent tremor beneath my feet, reminiscent of an earthquake. Startled, I hurriedly ascended to the surface. But what awaited me was nothing short of a nightmare. From the desolate corners of the abandoned city, a multitude of demon soldier-level beasts emerged, some even erupting from the ground without warning. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's account, and reflecting on my own recent experiences, Qin Feng could easily envision a scene of apocalyptic despair where, in nearly every corner of the ruined city, and even beneath every inch of ground, boundless demon beasts surged forth in a chaotic tide. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, and being lightly equipped allowed me to escape before the beast wave fully formed. I was lucky in my choice of direction, as the scale of the beast tide had not yet reached its peak. Yet, within the city I occupied, there were still over 1,000 martial artists present. I could only wonder about their current circumstances. After listening to Chu Xiao's narrative, Qin Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, before such a calamity, humanity seemed utterly insignificant. Those who managed to escape before the beast tide encircled them might have a chance to return alive. However, once the beast tide completely surrounded us, even someone like Qin Feng, who had been exceptionally fortunate, would find it exceedingly difficult to break free. As Jinjiruo piloted the aircraft, she glanced at the surging tide of beasts below, her tone grave. From the intelligence received at the Imperial Capital War Department, this beast tide had erupted without any prior warning, leaving us unable to discern its motives. Nonetheless, it was evident that only a demon of the Demon Emperor realm could instigate a B-level beast tide, suggesting that this assault harbored sinister intentions. Moreover, in the chaotic outbreak of the beast tide, coupled with the relentless offensive, the Imperial Capital War Department had already suffered significant casualties. Principal Zhao Wujing had dispatched numerous War Emperor instructors from the training camp to the front lines to engage in fierce combat with these formidable demons. And we awaited news of their success. A beast tide initiated by a demon emperor and launched without any forewarning? Upon hearing Jinjiruo's account, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Just days prior, after battling the Dark Claw Demon King, he had gained a more comprehensive understanding of the cunning and insidious nature of these great demons. He knew well that once the demon race reached the Demon King realm, their intellect and cunning surpassed that of humans. If even the relatively low-ranking Dark Claw Demon King possessed such intelligence, one could only imagine the capabilities of the unidentified Demon Emperor instigating this B-level beast tide. Thus, without the need for Jinjiruo to explicitly emphasize it, Qin Feng had already discerned that this sudden eruption of the B-level beast tide was certainly suspicious. However, what left Qin Feng feeling somewhat uneasy was the fact that shortly after he had slain the Dark Claw Demon King, a formidable demon at the Emperor Demon level, after years of silence, had commenced an assault on the Imperial Capital Base City. Could this Demon Emperor's motives possibly be linked to me? The mere thought of such a possibility sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. Although his conjecture lacked any substantial evidence, and the likelihood was negligible, the palpable pressure emanating from this Demon Emperor was undeniably real. Just by observing the vast beast tide encroaching upon an area spanning thousands of miles, one could glimpse the terror that this Demon Emperor possessed. At that moment, Qin Feng's yearning for a breakthrough in his power and elevation in rank became increasingly urgent, as his heart fervently desired to acquire the immense strength capable of commanding a realm with a mere gesture. Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing the term Demon Emperor, Chu Xiao, who had been quietly consuming compressed biscuits, was immediately choked, and after pounding his chest for a while, he finally regained his composure and exclaimed, "A demon of the Emperor level." Such a being was one that Chu Xiao had only ever encountered in textbooks. Yet today, he was afforded the opportunity to experience the overwhelming presence and pressure of a Demon Emperor up close. The disc-shaped aircraft maneuvered in the air towards the Imperial Capital Base City, and as Jinjiruo gazed at the densely packed energy points on the radar, her delicate brows furrowed, her tone laden with concern as she remarked, "Unusual occurrences always signal the presence of demons. The sudden launch of such a large-scale B-level beast tide by the Demon Clan must have significant implications. My grandfather mentioned that this beast tide has merely begun, and there is a possibility that it may escalate to an A-level threat. Particularly, the initiation of this beast tide was neither planned nor anticipated, leaving the Imperial Capital's War Department to respond hastily, resulting in strained conditions across all fronts. Simultaneously, the nearest Qilu War Department has dispatched reinforcements towards us. But according to the most optimistic estimates, Allied forces will not arrive for at least 3 days." At this point, Jinjiruo turned to Qin Feng and said, "Oh, by the way, Junior Qin Feng, the Imperial Capital's War Department has issued a nationwide call to arms. Various prominent families and major factions have organized warrior teams to participate in the defense of the Imperial Capital Base City. According to the information disclosed by the War Department, as long as one answers the call and kills demons in frontline combat, we will receive corresponding resources as rewards. Those who achieve notable feats in the defense of the Imperial Capital may even be awarded military ranks in advance. From what I have gathered, many senior students from the Shinjo Elite Training Camp have enlisted to prove themselves on the battlefield. Of course, there are also those who, out of fear for their lives, remain holed up in the training camp, but Ruabing and I have decided to respond to the War Department's call and enlist. As for the Demon Kings, or Demon Emperors, the training camp will have officers from the War Department to meet them in battle. What we, as students, must do is to slay as many demon soldiers and demon generals as possible. Although the impending beast tide presents a different level of challenge compared to the trials of the wilderness, risk and opportunity have always coexisted. If we can endure this calamity, we not only have the chance to achieve fame and fortune, but also to undergo significant refinement and enhancement in our realm and disposition." Junior Qin Feng, Would you be interested in joining us in the military? Upon hearing Shinjiro's vivid depiction of this splendid vision, Qin Feng was greatly moved. Without hesitation, he pounded his chest with conviction and readily agreed. To defend our nation against enemies is a duty every individual must uphold. I, Qin Feng, shall undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Chapter 105. The Quest for Greater Strength. What a jest. Here I am, having fortuitously acquired the remarkable team formation system during an escort mission, a veritable treasure trove, and yet I lament the lack of opportunities to utilize it. Just as fate would have it, the Imperial Capital's War Department has launched a recruitment initiative. Without a doubt, both morally and logically, I, Qin Feng, must be the first to respond. The conflict between the demon race and humanity is, at its core, a clash of civilizations, a battle for survival between two species. Once the war officially commences, countless waves of beasts will converge, overwhelming the skies, land, oceans, and even the depths of the earth with their presence. The B-grade beast tide I currently face is merely the tip of the iceberg in the ongoing struggle between humanity and demons. Those who are not of my kin harbor different intentions. At present, from the mightiest war gods to the humblest soldiers, innumerable souls yearn for the day when the demon race is expelled and the sacred land of our ancestors is restored. Throughout this protracted conflict, which has lingered for centuries, the human alliance has shifted from a strategy of offensive to one of defense. In my battles thus far, the demon race has seldom posed a challenge for me. In my eyes, they are merely sources of experience points, evolution markers, and items to be collected. However, today, having witnessed a demon emperor's might capable of unleashing a B-grade beast tide that severely damaged the Imperial Capital's War Department, I have come to a stark realization. Unless there is a fundamental shift in the overarching strategic landscape, humanity may one day be eradicated from this world by the demon race, akin to the catastrophic extinction of the dinosaurs in the Cretaceous-Paleogene period. In such a scenario, where will my shattered nation and family reside? How can I, Qin Feng, speak of protecting my parents and loved ones? Without someone to safeguard, what significance does strength hold? At present, my power is insufficient, woefully inadequate. I must grow stronger, ever stronger, until I possess the might to protect all that I hold dear. Clenching my fists, I gaze through the porthole at the surging tide of beasts below, my resolve solidifying. According to the general distribution map of the defensive lines provided by the Imperial Capital's War Department, the organization appears to be quite clear-cut. This structure ensures that novices like myself do not face demon kings upon entering the battlefield. Previously, I understood the challenges posed by demon kings, but my knowledge was merely superficial, gleaned from text rather than practical experience. However, after engaging in fierce combat with the Dark-Clawed Demon King, I have gained profound insight into the formidable power of such high-ranking demons, perhaps at the levels of demon generals and soldiers. The disparity in strength between the demon race and human warriors is not overly pronounced. Yet, once one ascends to the realm of demon kings, the chasm between our strengths expands exponentially. This is exemplified by the plight of renowned human prodigies like Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan, who, despite their extraordinary martial prowess, found themselves utterly powerless against even a novice demon king, swiftly dispatched without the ability to retaliate. If it were not for the timely intervention of Qin Feng at a critical moment, the fate of Princess Shui and Feng Qianyuan would be all too predictable. Even if they were not transformed into demon kin by the sinister demon king, their outcome would hardly be any better. Of course, while it is highly unlikely that the War Department of the Imperial Capital will allow these new recruits to engage directly in combat with formidable beings like the Demon King, the dangers they face are by no means negligible. The battlefield is no laughing matter. Every step is fraught with peril, with the specter of death looming at every turn. Take, for instance, Chu Xiao. Should he carelessly find himself surrounded by a sea of demon soldiers, not even 9 lives would suffice to save him. However, this conscription is entirely voluntary. Those who wish to enlist may do so, while those who prefer not to join will not be coerced at gunpoint. After all, this is merely a B-rank beast tide. We have yet to approach the A or even S-rank crises that could threaten humanity's very existence. The War God Hall and the 5 great war departments of Shinjo stand as the mightiest shields against the demon kin. As long as these bastions remain intact, the major urban bases of Shinjo will not fall so easily to demonic incursions. Thus, while the B-rank beast tide facing the imperial capital may pose a certain degree of danger, it is far from a situation of life and death. The vast majority of martial artists are indeed able to discern the pros and cons of the situation, and they are eager to respond to the call of duty and enlist. After all, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. This is a truth well understood by all. At present, the circumstances confronting Qin Feng are quite clear. The formidable beings of the Demon King and even the Demon Emperor realms will be handled by the elite forces of the Imperial Capital War Department, while the remaining defense lines near the periphery are generally in a controllable risk zone. Observing the unique confident smile on Qin Feng's face, which is reminiscent of a forced king, Liuatai could not help but gently remind him, Junior Qin Feng, should you choose to enlist, remember, always stay behind your senior sister. I will protect you. Upon hearing this, as Chu Xiao and Shinjiroa simultaneously cast glances her way, Liuatai felt her cheeks flush slightly. She added quietly, although we are unlikely to encounter demon kings in our defense zone, nothing is absolute. Even with your exceptional talent and insight, Junior Qin Feng, the difference between the realms of Demon King and Demon General is a chasm apart, despite only a single character separating them. In any case, just stay behind your senior sister. Coughing slightly, Shinjiroa, who was piloting the warplane ahead, could no longer contain herself and interjected with a hint of jealousy, Hey, Ruabing, keep coddling Junior Qin Feng like this. If he doesn't receive adequate trials on the battlefield, it won't be a problem. But what if someone labels him a freeloader or a pretty boy? I wonder how you'll handle that afterwards. Are you planning to support Junior Qin Feng for a lifetime? Inside the cabin, Shinjiroa and Liuatai subtly exuded a palpable tension, akin to a standoff between two sharp blades. Qin Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Should he divulge to these two senior sisters that he had effortlessly vanquished a demon king during their escort mission? However, observing the menacing aura radiating from the two women, Qin Feng prudently chose to remain silent, refraining from further remarks. After all, in a certain sense, the perilous atmosphere they created was far more daunting than the dark-clawed demon king he had encountered. As the tension within the cabin escalated, Qin Feng gently patted Liuating's hand, and then turned to Chundraw in the cockpit, saying, Dear senior sisters, rest assured, once we step onto the battlefield, I shall know precisely how to navigate the situation. Chapter 106. The senior's younger brother as Qin Feng took the initiative to hold Liuating's hand. Chundraw felt as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned within her. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Qin Feng approached the cockpit and gently patted Chundraw on the shoulder before returning to the cabin. Witnessing this scene, Liuatai furrowed her delicate brows. Yet before she could voice her concerns, Qin Feng's subsequent actions left both her and Chundraw completely bewildered. Qin Feng sauntered over to Chu Xiao, flashing him a charming smile, and with the same casual demeanor, he patted Chu Xiao's shoulder, exclaiming, Excellent. Chu Xiao, your progress is remarkable. Qin Feng's grin was undeniably captivating, exuding an aura that felt almost otherworldly. Coupled with his strikingly handsome features, such seemingly intimate gestures would inevitably send any girl's heart racing. Yet, Qin Feng's affections were not solely directed at Chundraw and Liuatai. He also included Chu Xiao, leaving the latter somewhat at a loss. Though instinctively tightening his grip, Chu Xiao maintained a cheerful smile, feeling honored to receive praise from someone as extraordinary as Feng Ge. This acknowledgement instilled in him a sense of elation. Wonderful. It seems I must strive even harder in future battles to earn Feng Ge's commendation more frequently. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited Liuatai, Shinjiroa, and Chu Xiao into your team. As the crisp system notification echoed in his mind, Qin Feng distinctly sensed the reemergence of a unique bond akin to that which he had established previously with Wang Feishui and Feng Qinyuan. It felt as though he could intuitively discern their locations through sheer mental connection, an extraordinary phenomenon. Thus, when they engaged in combat on the front lines, despite each undertaking different missions, should Liuatai, Chundraw, or Chu Xiao encounter peril, he would be able to rush to their aid without delay. Soon, after approximately half an hour, the grand defensive fortress of the Imperial Capital Base City came into view. Atop the fortress walls, warriors clad in combat attire from the Imperial Capital's War Department stood vigilant, their expressions resolute. Behind the walls, numerous awakened individuals were prepared for battle, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Outside the Imperial Capital Base City, along with the tide of beasts, a strange and dense fog enveloped the area, rendering the fortress a hazy silhouette. Yet, amidst the mist, the haunting roars of various beasts echoed, and the piercing cries of avian creatures spiraled above, creating an atmosphere thick with dread. The ground beneath our feet quakes incessantly, as countless monstrous beasts mobilize frantically in vast numbers. Despite the Imperial Capital's War Department being one of the 5 most formidable military divisions in the realm of Shinjo, tasked primarily with the strategic defense of the capital, the situation remains dire. Above the strategic stronghold, an impressive fleet of over 100 Liberator gunboats has taken position, their air-to-ground plasma cannons fully deployed. Once the Liberators are set up with these plasma weapons, they become immobile. However, their terrifying firepower more than compensates for this limitation. Concurrently, Gaia orbital cannons are stationed in the open spaces atop the city walls, capable of delivering devastating blows that even the mightiest of demon kings would find insufferable. Yet, despite the War Department's arsenal of advanced weaponry with such high lethality and destructive capability, there exists a palpable sense of helplessness when faced with an endless tide of beasts, as inexhaustible as the ocean itself. Should the assassination mission fail, or if the demon emperor orchestrating this chaos decides to withdraw, even the most formidable walls and cutting-edge military equipment would ultimately succumb to ruin. Let us ascend. The flying saucer aircraft gracefully descended onto the helipad. As the hatch opened, Li Ruobing and Chun Zhuo were the first to disembark, leading Qin Feng toward the recruitment center. Upon their arrival at the recruitment station within the vicinity of the Shinjo elite training camp, they found a considerable gathering of senior students. Among them were several illustrious figures from the renowned genius rankings, who rarely made appearances yet were drawn to the prospect of serving their nation and engaging in combat at the front lines. At that moment, a young man, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Li Ruobing, approached Qin Feng and his companions. Accompanying him were several other imposing senior students, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Utilizing his observation Haki, Qin Feng discerned that these individuals were, without exception, formidable warriors at the warrior king level. The young man, with a somewhat delicate countenance, smiled broadly and remarked, "Sister, have you brought your husband back with you?" Though spoken in jest, his words struck a chord with Li Ruobing, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to skip a beat. She quickly shot him a glare, then turned to Qin Feng to introduce him, saying, "Qin Feng, this is my younger brother, Liuatai." "Oh, Liuatai, ranked 9th on the genius rankings, is it?" Qin Feng mused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He was quite familiar with Liuatai, having contemplated which target to pursue from the genius rankings upon receiving the invitation to the elite training camp. At that time, the 9th-ranked Liuatai had undoubtedly been a prime candidate. However, while Liuatai's previous rank indicated he was merely an advanced battle general, it was evident from his current aura that he had likely ascended to the initial stages of the warrior king realm. Indeed, the rankings serve only as a mere reference and should not be taken at face value. As Qin Feng scrutinized Liuatai was likewise observing Qin Feng with keen interest. Having been siblings for nearly 2 decades, Liuatai possessed an intimate understanding of his elder sister's temperament and character. He would not be the slightest bit surprised if his sister chose to spend her life in solitude, accompanied only by the flickering light of a lamp and the wisdom of the ancients, never marrying. For, throughout their lives, he had come to comprehend the true nature of Li Ruobing. Though she appeared aloof and seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs, beneath that exterior lay a fiercely competitive spirit. Her demeanor, while cool, was imbued with an undeniable pride. Chapter 107 Our relationship is pure throughout her life. No man has ever caught her eye. Not even the illustrious Sidhu Pajun, who ranks at the pinnacle of the Tianju list. To her, he was merely a benchmark, a target to surpass and conquer. However, now, in the presence of Qin Feng, a mere newcomer to the Shinjo elite training camp, my sister has dramatically transformed from her usual aloof and proud demeanor. When I tentatively uttered the words brother-in-law, rather than displaying any displeasure or anger, my sister exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of a youthful girl in love, a sight I had never witnessed before. Despite having heard resounding tales of Qin Feng, the strongest newcomer in history, I remained profoundly intrigued. What enchantment has this seemingly naive youth cast upon my sister, transforming her from an unapproachable ice goddess to a lovesick girl? Could it be that my sister harbors a deeply concealed romantic disposition? Love can indeed render one blind, often diminishing intelligence to naught. Surely, this must be the case. The more I ponder, the more I find this possibility to be exceedingly plausible. It seems I must carefully probe into Qin Feng's character. After all, to become my brother-in-law, mere talent and insight are insufficient. One must be well-rounded in virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Atai, what are you staring at? Li Ruobing furrowed her delicate brows, shaking Li Ruatai's arm. He had been fixated on Qin Feng for quite some time, in the presence of anyone else. Barring those with exceptional social skills, such behavior would surely appear awkward. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed, his smile unwavering, exuding a charming and refreshing aura. Oh, nothing. It's just that this is my first time meeting my brother-in-law, so I wanted to take a good look. Caught off guard by Li Ruobing's interjection, Li Ruatai quickly shifted the conversation. Brother-in-law, you seem quite young. Not at all. I just turned 16 this year, Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Senior. Before Qin Feng could finish his sentence, Liuatai interrupted again. Hey, don't be so formal. Since you're my brother-in-law, you should call me little brother-in-law. Ah? Now it was Qin Feng who was taken aback. What on earth is going on here? I simply came to join the ranks and tackle challenges. Yet the atmosphere has shifted bizarrely. Who can explain where this little brother-in-law label sprang from? When did I ever refer to him as my brother-in-law? Especially with so many eyes around. If word of this spreads, how can I maintain a pure and innocent relationship with my senior? With this thought, Qin Feng could only brace himself and explain once more. Seniorly, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My relationship with your sister is nothing more than a pure senior-junior bond. If we were to add anything to this relationship, it would only be the utterly innocent camaraderie of opposite-sex roommates, nothing more. It is certainly not as you imagine. Surely not as I imagine. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Liuatai snorted derisively, his face reflecting a skeptical disbelief as he addressed Qin Feng. Brother-in-law? Do not distance yourself so. Look, I even allow you to call me little brother-in-law, which signifies my acceptance of your relationship with my sister. Moreover, brother-in-law, you might want to explain to me how it is that two vigorous young men can spend every day in close quarters with a lady of such exquisite beauty, living under the same roof, and yet you assert your relationship with her is purely platonic. One must believe something, after all. I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. I must admit, even with Qin Feng's high intelligence, he found himself at a loss for words to counter Liuatai's assertions. Indeed, viewed from this perspective, sharing daily life with Senior Ruabing, waking together, residing together, dining together, and journeying together could easily lead to fanciful imaginings. However, is that truly the case? Certainly not. I, Qin Feng, vow that my relationship with Senior Ruabing remains as pure as can be. Furthermore, I have long sworn an oath, until the demon race is vanquished, I shall not consider myself at home. Besides, women are like garments, while brothers are akin to limbs. Which is more important, 1S garments or 1S brothers? Does this question require contemplation? Of course it is. Suddenly, a resounding alarm pierced the air. Attention, all newly enlisted soldiers. In 25 minutes, the new wave of Beast Tide will launch an assault on the Imperial capital base. Now, all warriors of the Battle Emperor realm, prepare yourselves to slay the enemy and ensure that no formidable demon king breaches our defenses. As the commanding voice of a robust middle-aged man echoed through the air, a multitude of warriors clad in dark combat attire, radiating fierce battle intent, leapt from the city walls and plunged into the thick fog below. Witnessing the valiant battle emperors charging into the mist instilled a sense of longing and admiration among the soldiers below. Upon ascending to the Battle Emperor realm, warriors gained the ability to soar through the skies, traversing the heavens at will, their formidable combat prowess capable of altering the very landscape itself. This realm represents the pinnacle of aspiration for the vast majority of warriors, a dream they yearn to achieve throughout their lifetimes. Aside from those few battle emperors and even battle gods who must remain stationed at the Imperial capital's war department, the remaining 10 battle emperors, led by the middle-aged warrior who had just spoken, maintained their formation as they charged towards the depths of the dense fog. Brother-in-law, the situation at the front is precarious, and our squad must embark on our mission. Once this battle concludes, we shall seize the opportunity to indulge in a hearty revelry together. As Liuatai observed the latest battle reports transmitted by the microcomputer, the playful demeanor on his face faded. He placed a reassuring hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, then turned his attention to Liuabing, flashing a grin and stating, "Elder sister, I entrust brother-in-law's safety to you. If a single hair is harmed on the battlefield, beware, for I shall hold you accountable when the time comes." Having endured Liuatai's repeated jests, Liuabing could no longer maintain her image as the aloof ice goddess. Her exquisite features turned a shade of crimson, nearly as vibrant as blood. Liuatai, however, before Liuabing could unleash her martial spirit upon him, Liuatai had already whisked away with his team, disappearing into the distance. Chapter 108, The Frontline Position of the Reserve Forces. Suddenly, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man emanated from the miniature computer on his wrist. "I am Wang Jianjun, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, 182nd Regiment, 50th Division of the Imperial Capital's War Department, 21st Army. Your squad is temporarily assigned to our battalion. Please make haste to the frontline position in Zone B3. Currently, the situation at the front is critical, with over 3,000 beasts charging towards our position. The reserves must rapidly reach the designated combat location to withstand this wave of the beast tide." Upon hearing the voice of Commander Wang Jianjun through the miniature computer, Qin Feng wasted no time and promptly gestured for Liuabing, Chen Zhuo, and Chu Xiao to follow him as they exited the fortress and made their way to the front line in Zone B3. At the front line, the sight that met their eyes was a network of trenches and defensive positions. Despite the extensive fortifications established in Zone B3, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were already on the brink of collapse, unable to hold out much longer against the relentless tide of beasts. Moreover, this was merely the beginning of the great battle. The overwhelming horde of demonic beasts surged forward like a swarm of locusts, their piercing roars resonating through the sky, causing even the most seasoned of recruits to tremble at the sight of their suicidal charge. On the parapets, numerous large-caliber, recoilless cannons gleamed ominously, their firepower relentless since Qin Feng's arrival at the front line. Some barrels had even turned red-hot, yet this could not halt the terrifying onslaught of the beast tide, which resembled a dark ocean. The ground trembled with their charge, accompanied by ear-splitting howls, leaving many of the reserve trainees, who had long dwelled in the ivory tower, pale and quaking as they faced the battlefield for the first time. The initial confidence and arrogance they once possessed had vanished, and some, unable to endure the brutality of war, were reduced to tears and despair. It was not only the first-time combatants who were shaken, even seasoned veterans who had previously faced beast tides wore grave expressions upon witnessing such a massive assault. Was this truly a beast tide of merely B-class scale? We are but a single battalion's defensive position. How can we withstand such a frenzied and ceaseless attack? It had been nearly a decade since the War Department last encountered a beast tide, and after such a lengthy period without real combat, could we truly survive this onslaught? I wish to go home. I wish to return home. At that moment, a trainee, gripped by fear, clasped his hands over his head and burst into anguished cries, tears and snot streaming down his face. Go home. We are at the brink of catastrophe. How can you speak of returning home at such a critical juncture? Let me tell you, we are standing on humanity's last line of defense. If we lose this line, the beast tide will crash directly against the fortress walls. If the city walls are breached, not only will you be unable to return home, but the entire capital base will face a massacre. Do you understand what a massacre entails? Captain Wang Jianjun of the 3rd Battalion seized the terrified new recruit, who was weeping uncontrollably, and thundered with fury. The captain is right. We are soldiers. If we retreat, who will protect the innocent civilians within the base? I refuse to believe that this mere B-level beast tide can defeat us. Even if it costs me my life, I will take a few of them down with me. With Captain Wang's resonant and forceful words, the previously panicked crowd quickly regained their composure, with both new and seasoned soldiers displaying expressions of astonishment. Indeed, in this era of cataclysm, the ground they stand upon is their only means to resist this brutal world. If they lose their position, where can they possibly flee? In the trench occupied by Qin Feng's squad, Chinjirua observed this scene, her delicate face paling slightly. Is this the B-level beast tide? With a deep exhale, she attempted to alleviate the pressure building within her. Coming from a military family, Chinjirua had frequently accompanied her elders to the front lines, honing her skills amidst the chaos of battle. However, her experiences had only involved small-scale skirmishes, with the protection of formidable family members by her side. Now, facing the beast tide for the first time without such guardianship, she felt her heart thundering uncontrollably, and her hand gripping the blade trembled slightly. The new recruits following Chinjirua, peers of Qin Feng, appeared utterly dazed, their legs feeling as if they were weighed down by lead. With most of them being at the initial to intermediate warrior levels and lacking battlefield experience, could they possibly survive the onslaught of the beast tide? Although the assault on the 3rd Battalion's defenses primarily consisted of monsters at the beast soldier level, even the most skilled warriors struggle against overwhelming numbers. When faced with 10 or even 100 beast soldiers, the path to survival becomes nearly impossible. At that moment, even the elite talents selected from various military divisions trembled with anxiety upon witnessing this scene, let alone the martial artists from other schools who must have been utterly devastated. Yet among this group of fledgling soldiers, there was an anomaly. This one is worth 50 evolution points. Quite impressive. Oh, this one is even better. 100 evolution points. Incredible. They're grouping together. With a single strike, I could accumulate hundreds of evolution points in moments. I can hardly contain my excitement. The joy is overwhelming. At that moment, Qin Feng resembled a starved soul, having endured 3 relentless days and nights without sustenance. Suddenly transported to a lavish banquet table adorned with a feast of imperial proportions. His eyes sparkled with an intensity reminiscent of a famished ghost reborn. While others remained huddled in their trenches, consumed by trepidation regarding their uncertain fates, Qin Feng had already retrieved his calculator, delving into the intricate calculations of which flank would yield the highest returns on his tactical maneuvers. Commander Wang Jianjun of the 3rd Battalion stood resolutely at the forefront of the trench, silently gauging the distance of the monstrous horde from their frontline positions. Sensing that the moment had arrived, he decisively removed his military cap and waved it vigorously downward. Fire! 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 Chapter 109. The charge commences as the words fell. A swift series of sounds erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The makeshift artillery positions along the trench unleashed a cacophony of fire, with hundreds of cannons simultaneously discharging, sending projectiles soaring through the air in graceful arcs before they violently struck the dense tide of beasts ahead. With each explosion, plumes of black smoke, shards of rock, soil, and the dismembered limbs of monstrous creatures were thrown into the sky, though this barrage momentarily slowed the advance of the beast horde. Soon thousands of these creatures filled the gaps, relentlessly launching wave after wave of suicidal assaults on the front line. The sea of beasts swarmed like an unending plague of locusts, engulfing the landscape, leaving desolation in their wake, obliterating everything in their path. Captain Wang Jiangwo of the 3rd Battalion remained resolute, orchestrating a new round of artillery fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mortars arced through the air, indiscriminately striking the essential routes ahead of the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanying the artillery's synchronized discharge was an ear-splitting explosion. Shrapnel flying in all directions, as the ground beneath became littered with the corpses of the fallen beasts. Yet, this devastation did little to deter the relentless advance of the beast horde. A cacophony of shrill, piercing howls erupted from the multitude of creatures, their frenzied assault instilling a sense of despair in the hearts of onlookers. However, battle-hardened Wang Jiangwo maintained his composure, calmly issuing commands to his artillery unit. Adjust the angle for the next barrage, focusing on the center of the beast tide to disrupt their formation. Then, directing his gaze to the soldiers brimming with anticipation behind him, he called out, "Everyone, fix your bayonets, sound the charge." As the command to charge resounded, the bugler in the trench blared a crisp, spirited call to arms. This rallying cry invigorated the resolute soldiers, who, filled with a fervor, grasped their weapons and surged forth from the trench. Onward, slay. Brothers, hold the line, give no ground. As long as we stand, the position stands. Defend our homeland. Brothers, we shall fight these beasts to the bitter end. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion pressed forward, unleashing their martial spirits, brandishing their swords as they charged headlong into the beast tide. Meanwhile, the reserve troops, including Qin Feng, witnessed the valiant assault of the 3rd Battalion and were spurred into action themselves, each activating their martial spirits and wielding their blades as they clashed with the monstrous horde. Qin Feng led the charge, drawing his tang dao from his waist, positioning himself at the forefront of the ranks. Feeling the surge of fervent battle intent coursing through his veins, he realized that today was not merely about defending the homeland. It was also the perfect opportunity to gain experience and earn military accolades. If not now, then when? Qin Feng, my junior. As Qin Feng charged forward, resembling a reckless brute, his fervent cries echoed alongside the 3rd Battalion's assault. This sight left Li Ruobing in a state of frantic anxiety. Though she yearned to intervene and halt Qin Feng's reckless advance, the battlefield was a cacophony of warriors surging forward. And soon Li Ruobing found herself unable to discern Qin Feng's figure amidst the chaos. With no other recourse, she transformed into a 7-tailed fox and pursued the direction in which Qin Feng had vanished. How could you be so inconsiderate, Brother Feng? You intend to feast alone. The sight of Qin Feng's retreating silhouette left Chu Xiao utterly dumbfounded. One must admit, Brother Feng's audacity was indeed remarkable. While others were busy unleashing their martial spirits and rallying cries, Qin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, grasped his blade and charged ahead. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he intended to breach the very tide of beasts. No way. If Brother Feng is so resolute, I cannot lag behind. Resolute. Chu Xiao activated his own martial spirit, sprinting after the figures of Chun Zhao and Li Ruobing, who had ventured ahead. Just as the 3rd Battalion launched its offensive towards the Sea of Beasts, a military green off-road vehicle approached at a rapid pace. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a pine green military uniform emerged. What drew the most attention were the 2 gleaming stars on his shoulders, evoking a sense of reverence from the onlookers. General Song, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the arrival of Song Zhiguang, the commander of the 12th Corps of the Imperial Capital's War Department, the political commissar of the 3rd Battalion hastily saluted. This commander was renowned as one of the few tough characters who had achieved great perfection in the Battle Emperor realm. Although he appeared to possess merely the cultivation of a Battle Emperor, his combat prowess was such that even a novice battle god would pale in comparison, earning him the moniker Butcher of 10,000 Beasts. Where is your battalion commander, Wang Jiangwo? Where has he gone? Song Zhiguang scanned the trench, noting its emptiness, save for the thunderous cries of battle. Report, sir. Wang Jiangwo has led the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion into the assault against the Sea of Beasts. The political commissar pointed towards the front line as he reported. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered in his mind. Why was Commander Song not stationed at the command post, nor participating in the decapitation of the Demon Emperor? Why had he come to this desolate corner of the 3rd Battalion? Could it be that he had come to provide support upon witnessing the pressing situation at the front? This thought amused the political commissar. As he chuckled at his own fanciful notions, Song Jiguang was an esteemed figure. If the 3rd Battalion truly required assistance, it would be the brother units from other defense zones that would come to their aid. Since when did a corps commander trot over to offer support to a mere battalion? This seemed utterly absurd. However, one must ponder the true purpose behind Commander Song's long journey to their 3rd Battalion. Observing Song Jiguang's intense focus on the battlefield ahead, with his brow furrowed in concentration, Commissar Zhou refrained from voicing his inquiries, instead indulging in a silent lamentation. Alas, this reserve force is, after all, merely a contingent of reserves, and one must not harbor overly lofty expectations for them. In stark contrast to the 3rd Battalion's disciplined and seamless transitions between offense and defense, executed with remarkable skill, these newly conscripted soldiers, hastily gathered from various academies, resemble a disarrayed collection of grains of sand, even when they cluster in small groups to form makeshift teams. The glaring deficiency of practical combat experience becomes painfully apparent on the battlefield. Chapter 110, The Race to Rebirth. If this were in a school, the teachers and classmates would naturally know when to hold back, acknowledging defeat when necessary. But on the battlefield, in the eyes of those frenzied beasts, driven solely by the lust for slaughter, the concept of restraint is utterly foreign. The battlefield is inherently brutal. It is a matter of your demise or mine. Though Song Jiguang stands at the front lines, he observes the new recruits embroiled in fierce combat without any intention of intervening. The mountains are fortunate to cradle loyal bones. There is no need for a shroud of horsehide. As a seasoned veteran, having traversed the sands of war for over a decade, Song Jiguang has witnessed countless separations between life and death. He understands that while he may be able to protect these recruits for a fleeting moment, can he safeguard them for eternity? Without enduring the trials of blood and fire, and without experiencing the harsh realities of the battlefield. Even if Song Jiguang were to rescue these individuals, it would not alter their fated demise at the jaws of beasts on some future day. Indeed, everything unfolded just as Song Jiguang had anticipated. The reserve recruits soon began to suffer casualties in their desperate struggle against the beasts. Cursed be these creatures, one after another. How can they be vanquished? I cannot hold on any longer. My martial spirit is fading. Help! Someone save me. I am surrounded by monsters. I cannot endure. When will reinforcements arrive? Ah, my leg. This beast has bitten off my leg. Come save me. Breakthrough. We must find a way to escape. Remaining trapped here means certain death. I can't hold on. There are simply too many of them. Who can come to my aid? As the fervor of the reserve recruits wanes, the shadows of death and the beast spread across the battlefield like a plague. Soon, cries of anguish, wails for help, and sobs began to echo in a relentless chorus. The momentum that surged forth with the charge was swiftly torn apart by the brutal and ferocious onslaught of the beast men. In stark contrast to the escalating casualty count among the recruits, the seasoned veterans of the 3rd Battalion quickly adapted to the rhythm of the battlefield. They formed a triangular formation, akin to a sharp blade, cutting through the tide of beasts with precision. The 3rd Battalion, being an enhanced unit, boasts warriors of formidable strength, each possessing the prowess of a battle general, further strengthened by their experience in numerous bloody confrontations with the beastmen. As they launched their charge, the robust defensive tactics of the 3rd Battalion effectively halted the frenzied advance of the beasts, preventing them from breaching the position. Meanwhile, witnessing the valiant efforts of the soldiers, their morale soaring, Qin Feng, who had accompanied the main force to the front lines, was equally exhilarated. His excitement was palpable, a smile stretching across his face as he bristled with combat fervor. Hiss! All units concentrate. Breath of water, 3rd form, flowing dance. On the battlefield, Qin Feng, wielding his Tang Dao, glided effortlessly through the sea of beasts, moving with the fluidity of water. He could easily be regarded as the most striking figure amidst both the human and beast factions, embodying a grace that was simply ethereal. The scene of this individual maneuvering across the battlefield, brandishing his blade with an air of bravado, is undeniably impressive, yet it is also exceedingly conspicuous. After all, this is a theater of war, rife with smoke and chaos, where countless lives are lost every moment, not a fashion runway. While other warriors may not adhere strictly to the organized formations maintained by the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, they nonetheless cluster together, back to back, coordinating their efforts in combat. Even those fresh recruits without a unit seek to huddle in groups, wary of being isolated. In stark contrast, Qin Feng behaves entirely unconventionally. His graceful and ethereal figure flitting about the battlefield. One might be forgiven for mistaking this scene for a leisurely stroll in Qin Feng's own garden. rather than a place of conflict. The battlefield is inherently brutal. The tightly knit warriors begin to suffer casualties amidst the relentless onslaught of the beast tide. As for Qin Feng's reckless solo escapades, while undeniably stylish, such bravado could lead him to be encircled by monstrous foes, leaving him utterly defenseless, certainly the first to perish. Observing Qin Feng's youthful and innocent visage, Battalion Commander Wang Jiangwo and the soldiers beside him could not help but shake their heads. Alas, this truly is the audacity of youth. Commander, should we intervene on behalf of that recruit? Inquired a soldier after dispatching a beast, turning to Wang Jiangwo. If memory serves, he hails from the elite training camp of the Divine Province. Losing him in battle would be a significant blow to our Imperial Capital's War Department. Brothers, follow me. Despite their disdain for Qin Feng's individualistic heroism, for the sake of the greater good, Wang Jiangwo reluctantly resolved to provide assistance. In his heart, he had already mentally censured Qin Feng's ancestors. Meanwhile, Song Zhiguang, making his way to the 3rd Battalion's position, cast a critical gaze at Qin Feng's ostentatious antics on the battlefield. His presence was not without purpose. He had been entrusted by the esteemed Principal Zhao Wuji to keep a watchful eye on this junior named Qin Feng. Honestly, if it weren't for the principal's request, Song Zhiguang would hardly bother to clean up Qin Feng's mess. Wang Jiangwo scrutinized Qin Feng's figure and, with his formidable mastery at the pinnacle of the War Emperor realm, discerned that Qin Feng's current status was merely that of a mid-level war general. At just 16 years of age, a mid-level war general is indeed a prodigy, even in the eyes of someone as discerning as Song Zhiguang. However, such an ability is insufficient for Qin Feng to flaunt himself on the battlefield. This young man, rather than adhering to the formation with his fellow trainees from the Divine Province elite camp, was indulging in heroic fantasies. Did he truly believe that the battlefield offered the same protections as the training camp, where mentors shielded him? Charging forward so recklessly, was he courting death? With a heavy snort, Song Zhiguang withdrew his gaze, though Zhao Wuji had repeatedly urged him over the phone to ensure Qin Feng's safety. However, for Song Zhiguang, the one he despises the most after years of military service is the arrogant Qin Feng. Relying on his innate talent, he carries himself with an air of superiority, almost forgetting his own identity. In any case, Zhao Wuji had not specified the standards for safety over the phone. As long as he remains alive and does not perish within his own territory, that suffices. The rest is left to the Demon Clan to teach this young man a valuable lesson, allowing him to experience some hardship. Of course, as Qin Feng dashes effortlessly across the battlefield, he remains oblivious to how his actions are perceived by others as ostentatious. But does the opinion of others matter to him? Certainly not. Chapter 111. The youth of today is truly extraordinary in the eyes of Qin Feng. There exists but one paramount concern, the evolution points. Swish, swish, swish. The battle blades churned up waves of spray as the fish fruit's human form was unleashed. The power of the Azure Dragon surged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs with fervent intensity, elevating his momentum with each heartbeat. At that moment, the beast tied ahead. Sensing the rapidly escalating power of the Azure Dragon emanating from Qin Feng, fell prey to an instinctual dread, halting their advance and attempting to retreat. Thinking of fleeing now? It is too late. Tenfold speed. Observing the beast tied ahead, which had not yet engaged in battle but was already exhibiting signs of disarray, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he activated the ripple step at tenfold speed, instantly penetrating the enemy ranks. Hiss. All concentration, water breathing, fourth form, tide strike. In an instant, multiple torrents of water slashed through the sea of beasts, the sound of blades slicing through the air echoing incessantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, several waves of sword energy surged forth, enveloping the surrounding 10 meters of monstrous creatures. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds of blades meeting flesh resonated like a steady drumbeat. Within the attack range of the water-breathing sword technique, every beast of soldier rank was, without exception, severed in half by the swift and fierce sword energy, with hundreds of severed limbs and broken bodies soaring into the air. Although a few beasts of general rank did not meet their demise in a single strike, they were nonetheless rendered powerless, their limbs and joints cleaved, crashing heavily to the ground and raising clouds of dust, clearly devoid of any combat capability. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the intermediate beast soldier, Tiger Hound, awarding 50 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the advanced beast soldier, Steel Spine Porcupine, awarding 100 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the intermediate beast soldier, Shadowcat, awarding 50 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the intermediate beast soldier, As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Qin Feng's smile widened. What a thrill, what exhilaration. Hiss. All concentration, water breathing, 8th form, waterfall. With blades in hand, Qin Feng leapt into the heart of the beast tide, unleashing a ferocious downward slash that sent a colossal column of water soaring into the sky, instantly obliterating dozens of beast soldiers who were propelled into the air by the force of the water. My goodness. Goodness gracious, when did our artillery brigade become so formidable? What erupted was not smoke, but a column of water. What the hell? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Does your mortar spew water columns? It's not a squirt gun. What sort of sword technique descends from the heavens like this? Is it truly that remarkable? Ahead, the rescue team led by Wang Jianguo, sent to assist Qin Feng, stood in stunned silence at the astonishing scene unfolding on the battlefield, with many seasoned veterans unable to contain their astonishment and exclamations of disbelief. In the rear lines of the battlefield, Song Zhiguang, who had been quietly contemplating when to intervene and rescue Qin Feng, was taken aback by the sudden eruption of chaos on the battlefield. Turning towards the commotion, the stern expression on his square face abruptly froze, his lips twitching involuntarily. Song Zhiguang's gaze fixated on Qin Feng, who was wreaking havoc amidst the fray, and he promptly called to his aide, Deputy Wang. Bring me the information on that Qin Feng. Yes, Commander Song. Deputy Wang did not dare to delay, swiftly retrieving the relevant documents regarding Qin Feng from his briefcase and presenting them with both hands. In truth, Song Zhiguang had received this dossier on Qin Feng earlier. But at that time, he merely perceived Qin Feng as just another scion of a prominent family from the imperial capital, here to undergo training in his designated area. Consequently, he had never bothered to peruse the contents. However, having witnessed Qin Feng's seemingly extraordinary prowess on the battlefield, even Song Zhiguang found it necessary to take him seriously. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As he leafed through the highly classified SSS-grade dossier on Qin Feng, Song Zhiguang's heart raced with each page he turned, his apprehension growing with each revelation about the young man. Noticing Song Zhiguang's unusual reaction, Deputy Wang couldn't contain his curiosity and inquired, Commander Song, what exactly is Qin Feng's background? To this, Song Zhiguang remained oblivious, his eyes wide as he continued to page through the file. After a considerable time, he finally closed the top-secret document, casually disposing of it before exclaiming in genuine astonishment, Goodness, are all the young people nowadays so remarkable? At merely 16 years of age, not only did he possess the cultivation of a mid-level battle general, but he also single-handedly carved his way through the beast tide, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Crucially, the beasts he faced were not merely cannon fodder. Among them were formidable demon generals. The martial world has long held an ironclad rule within the same realm. Humans generally fall short in attributes such as strength, speed, and endurance when compared to demon kind. For a battle general to defeat a demon general by sheer force alone is a feat reserved for the rarest of prodigies. Yet here was Qin Feng, a mere mid-level battle general, effortlessly dispatching foes of equal rank with the ease of slicing through vegetables. And this was not even the crux of the matter. The most significant revelation was that Qin Feng was not the noble scion Song Zhiguang had initially envisioned. He had no illustrious lineage or extraordinary background. He was a commoner who had ascended to such heights through sheer determination and effort. If the roles were reversed, could anyone endure such a path? Indeed, even the high-ranking Song Zhiguang could not help but mentally commend Qin Feng for his exceptional achievements. No wonder Principal Zhao had repeatedly urged me over the phone to ensure Qin Feng's safety on the battlefield. Such a prodigy transcends the confines of a mere elite training camp in the Divine Land. Even for the entire Shinjo War Department, Qin Feng holds immeasurable significance. Could he be the most formidable newcomer in the history of the Shinjo elite training camp? Indeed, Qin Feng is worthy of such a title. Song Zhiguang, stroking his chin, gazed at the valiant figure of Qin Feng charging heroically across the battlefield and could not help but exclaim, since humanity entered the era of cataclysm, aside from that prodigy, Sure Patian, it has been exceedingly rare to find another capable of unleashing such terrifying and astounding combat prowess at the general level. If Qin Feng manages to grow successfully, he might very well instigate a fierce bloodbath on the God of War rankings, which have remained unchanged for a century. Chapter 112. Suffering and joy. Based on Song Zhiguang's extensive combat experience over the years, it is evident that Qin Feng's unreserved fighting style is destined to be unsustainable. After all, the limits of a mid-level warrior's true energy are set. Qin Feng's strength will likely surge, then decline, and ultimately exhaust itself. In summary, though Qin Feng is an exceptional talent rarely seen in a millennium, he is ultimately too young, lacking practical experience, and unaware of the enduring strategies required for protracted battles. Upon realizing this, Song Jiwang removed his cloak, preparing to intervene at a critical moment. However, just as he stepped forward, he abruptly halted. A stunning figure had already rushed ahead to assist Qin Feng. The sight of the lady's breathtaking beauty only deepened Song Jiwang's respect for Qin Feng. Goodness. My junior is indeed fortunate. He has even garnered the favor of the illustrious Pearl of the Leaf family from the capital. Incredible. This lad has far greater prospects than I did during my time as headmaster. Meanwhile, Liuatai had devoted her entire heart to Qin Feng. Completely oblivious to Song Jiwang's envious and resentful gaze directed towards her and Qin Feng. At that moment, her beautiful eyes held no one but Qin Feng. Particularly after witnessing him dominate the raging tide of beasts with such ease, her exquisitely shaped face momentarily froze in awe. Qin Feng, my junior, truly is held back. Liuatai had already concluded during their previous duel on the rooftop of Jinling Pavilion that Qin Feng had not revealed his full strength. In fact, during that match, he refrained from unleashing his martial spirit to avoid harming her. Now, witnessing him fully unleashed, commanding the battlefield, she realized that if their powers and realms were comparable, she would undoubtedly be no match for him. As she observed Qin Feng's graceful silhouette amidst the tumult of the beast tide, a question unconsciously arose in her heart. Is this truly the extent of Qin Feng's capabilities? It cannot be. If this is not his full strength, then where might his limits lie? Has he already acquired the power to rival me? While Liuatai was preoccupied with estimating the true measure of her combat prowess against Qin Feng, Chu Xiao, lying comfortably to the side, was filled with admiration. Watching Qin Feng, a veritable god of war, commanding the battlefield with unparalleled might, Chu Xiao's respect for him flowed endlessly, akin to a raging river, unstoppable and overwhelming. Indeed, he is formidable enough to have bested me in direct combat. Brother Feng, forever a legend. Among all present on the battlefield, no one understood Qin Feng's combat prowess better than Chu Xiao, who had once participated in the rookie trials alongside him. At that time, Qin Feng had only just ascended to the mid-level warrior realm, yet the terrifying power he could unleash was already astonishing. A solitary figure, with unparalleled precision and decisiveness, dispatched the formidable leader of the high-ranking demon soldiers, the Tiger Mastiff King. Subsequently, he sought to confront Qin Feng along with all his comrades from the Guangling War Zone. However, in a turn of fate, their attempt to assert dominance resulted in their own humiliation. Not only did they fail to inflict even a single hair on Qin Feng, but their trial points were also ruthlessly plundered by him. The situation was dire. Had Qin Feng unleashed the lethal techniques that had previously annihilated him in the Guangling War Zone, he would have effortlessly matched the strength of an enhanced battalion. With admiration swelling within him, Chu Xiao hastened his movements, swiftly slaying an advancing demon soldier and charging towards Qin Feng's location. In the midst of the fierce battle, Qin Feng executed the water-breathing technique with two distinct sword styles, witnessing an astronomical increase in his evolution points as if propelled by a rocket. Moreover, to Qin Feng, this was merely a warm-up exercise. Reflecting on recent days, during his escort mission, he had encountered only a few stray demon beasts along the way, which were hardly worth mentioning. Particularly after he had dispatched the Shadow Claw Demon King, he had seen nary a demon beast nor even a single strand of demon fur, rendering the journey exceedingly dull. Now, however, a multitude of evolution points surged towards him, colliding into his open pocket. Hiss! All concentrate, water breathing, first form, water surface slash. With his right hand gripping the blade, Qin Feng executed a sweeping motion, cleaving through dozens of demon beasts charging towards him, severing them at the waist. Crack! The blade in his hand, overwhelmed by the burden, became irreparably dulled. When brother, catch the blade. Thank you. With a grand gesture, Qin Feng adeptly caught the weapon hurled by Chu Xiao. Gazing ahead at the seemingly endless tide of beasts, Qin Feng furrowed his brow for the first time. Despite the countless demons he had dispatched, he had scarcely earned a significant amount of evolution points. This method of accruing experience was far too sluggish. It was evident that a tactical shift was necessary. Armament color hardening, activate. As the formidable aura of armament color enveloped him, the blade in Qin Feng's grip transformed into a chilling shade of dark black. Hiss! All concentrate, water breathing, second form, twisting vortex. Bending his knees slightly, Qin Feng leapt into the air. With a swift adjustment, he began to whirl violently, generating a powerful vortex on the battlefield. In an instant, the vortex morphed into a razor-sharp and colossal blade, sweeping all demon beasts within 100 meters of him into its lethal embrace, casting them high into the air. Splatter! 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 All the demon beasts ensnared by the vortex were mercilessly torn asunder, exploding into fragments within a heartbeat. Their remnants were flung skyward, and the crimson blood rained down upon the battlefield like droplets of a torrential downpour. In the air, with each rotation Qin Feng executed, the lethality and reach of the blade vortex expanded exponentially. In a mere span of time, a colossal vortex storm, with a diameter of 300 meters, had manifested upon the battlefield, akin to a thunderous tornado wreaking havoc amidst the tide of beasts, sweeping through as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Not only the monstrous creatures located at the epicenter of this swirling tempest, but even those in close proximity were not spared. A moment's inattention would render them helpless against the overwhelming gravitational force, drawing them in to be mercilessly torn asunder and cast into the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the intermediate beast soldier, the steel-spined arrow boar. Reward: 50 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the high-level beast soldier, the tiger mastiff king. Reward: 100 evolution points. The incessant chimes of the system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's ears, nearly deafening him. Yet the rapid accumulation of evolution points painted an uncontainable smile upon his face. Indeed, it was a blend of agony and ecstasy. Chapter 113. The most dazzling star on the battlefield at that moment, while Qin Feng was still reveling in the ecstatic rush of rapidly accumulating evolution points. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion outside were left utterly astonished. Their eyes widened in disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Even the battle-hardened warriors of the 3rd Battalion were taken aback by the spectacle before them. As for the newly recruited reserve soldiers, they had been rendered utterly speechless by Qin Feng's graceful form, reminiscent of a war deity, as he weaved in and out of the tide of beasts. Only one thought lingered in their minds. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Mother, come and witness this divine being. Initially, the atmosphere was thick with solemnity, a shared resolve to fight to the last breath alongside their stronghold. Every soldier in the 3rd Battalion, including the reserve recruits from various prestigious academies in the imperial capital, had steeled themselves for a final stand against the monstrous beasts. Yet, who would have imagined that Qin Feng, this prodigious talent, would burst onto the scene, transforming what should have been a grim prelude to battle into his own personal showcase? Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. The extraordinary events unfolding in the 3rd Battalion soon captured the attention of soldiers across other defensive sectors, including esteemed officers of the Battle King and even Battle Emperor ranks from the imperial capital's military. As they observed Qin Feng spinning on the battlefield like a colossal top, ruthlessly dispatching the tide of beasts, they couldn't help but mentally commend him with a profound sense of admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. In their eyes, Qin Feng epitomized an unparalleled combat genius, exhibiting a flawless performance devoid of any flashy maneuvers, relying solely on his sheer strength and exquisite swordsmanship to dominate the onslaught of beasts. This was nothing short of invincible. Without a doubt, by the end of this day, Qin Feng would achieve lasting fame in the B3 sector. The terrifying combat prowess he displayed was beyond what even an enhanced regiment in the B3 sector could muster. It was simply astonishing. Should he maintain this momentum without any decline, it would not be far-fetched to believe that he could even accomplish the feat of slaying 10,000 beasts. In contrast to Qin Feng, who was immersed in his glorious rampage, Liuatai, Chenjirua, and Chu Xiao formed a trio, skillfully protecting Qin Feng's flanks as they launched their own offensives against the tide of beasts. Although Liuatai and Chenjirua, both celebrated as top-tier talents in the elite training camp of the Shenzhou, exhibited a similarly overwhelming force in their combat against the beasts, they found themselves overshadowed by Qin Feng's multitude of tactics, unable to keep pace with his dazzling display. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your team member, Chu Xiao, has successfully slain a mid-level demon soldier, earning 5 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your team member, Chenjirua, has successfully eliminated a high-level demon soldier, earning 10 evolution points. As a series of new system notifications echoed in his ears, Qin Feng halted his rapid spinning descent from the air. Observing the triangular formation of Liuatai, Chenjirua, and Chu Xiao, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. What a troublesome child. Initially, he had worried that Chu Xiao's old injuries might hinder him in the ensuing battle against the tide of beasts, but it seemed now that he was quite spirited. Just then, a mid-level demon general, the Shadow Fierce Leopard, pounced at Qin Feng, believing it had spotted an opening. With a keen sense of observation, Qin Feng unleashed his water-breathing technique, executing a precise surface slash. Without even glancing at the Shadow Fierce Leopard's ambush, he swiftly countered with a single stroke, cleanly severing the beast's head as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Despite the decapitation, the Shadow Fierce Leopard's massive body, propelled by instinct, charged forward for 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the mid-level demon general, the Shadow Fierce Leopard, earning 400 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your proficiency in water breathing, first form. Surface Slash has reached its maximum, automatically upgrading to the next realm. Current realm, minor accomplishment. Finally, he had fully mastered the proficiency of water breathing, first form. The delightful system notification prompted a smile of excitement to curve on Qin Feng's lips. Each martial skill is categorized into 4 realms: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and great perfection. Now, through Qin Feng's relentless monster-slaying efforts, he had managed to elevate his proficiency in water breathing, first form, to the minor accomplishment level. Of course, Qin Feng was well aware that his rapid advancement in the water-breathing sword technique was largely attributed to his possession of the fish fruit, a formidable and extraordinary ace. Ever since he had developed the fish fruit to the minor accomplishment stage, both the terrifying recovery abilities and the extraordinarily formidable physical strength of his phantom beast lineage had undergone exponential enhancement. This was why others had to meticulously calculate their remaining stamina and energy when executing martial techniques, while Qin Feng, with his abundant resources, could act freely. Today, he aimed to diligently work towards mastering the proficiency of water breathing, third form, and armament Haki. Armament Haki, activate. Hiss. All concentrated, water breathing, third form, flowing dance. With a radiant smile illuminating his face, Qin Feng treaded upon the cascading waves, each step sending sprays of water dancing upon the obsidian blade. Wherever he ventured, the anguished cries and wails of the beast tide echoed throughout the domain. Ding! Proficiency in armament Haki increased by 1. Ding! Proficiency in water breathing, third form. Flowing dance increased by 1. What a delight! This beast tide not only offered an abundance of evolution points, but also provided a remarkable opportunity to enhance the proficiency of both armament Haki and water breathing. Simultaneously, it allowed him to continuously refine his combat experience and unleash his physical potential. How splendid it would be if such a beast tide could manifest weekly. With a grin stretching across his face and his eyes gleaming with fervor, Qin Feng plunged headlong into the beast tide, commencing a new round of his blood-soaked feast. Chapter 114. The cruel battle. If Qin Feng's current thoughts were to be revealed to the warriors at the front lines, tirelessly battling the ferocious beasts, who were suffering casualties every moment, they would certainly be incensed. The notion that this relentless battlefield could be perceived as merely a garden for accumulating experience and evolution points would provoke them to abandon their struggles against the beast tide and rush toward Qin Feng, intent on silencing this pretentious individual. Alas, this indeed echoes an old adage: comparison among people brings about envy, and comparison among goods leads to disdain. Thus far, the battle had persisted for nearly 10 hours. Yet, the tide of beasts before them seemed inexhaustible. As one wave was annihilated, another, undeterred by the specter of death, surged forth. It appeared that these lowly beast soldiers were oblivious to the very concept of mortality, in stark contrast to the increasingly ferocious beast tide. The forces of the imperial capital were nearing a critical juncture in their struggle. This escalation placed immense strain on their ammunition, supplies, and medical resources, leading to an alarming increase in casualties among the reserve troops and soldiers. The once formidable defensive lines began to falter, shrinking under the relentless assault of the beast tide, compelling them to withdraw and concede certain positions. Meanwhile, in the command center, Song Zhiguang surveyed the situation with a furrowed brow. Holding the radio, he urgently addressed the frontline commander, stating, "The battle has dragged on for too long. The soldiers' stamina and energy have been nearly depleted. Are there no reserve troops left? Quickly rotate forces and send the reserves to the front lines." Listening to Song Zhiguang's anxious voice, the frontline commander responded with palpable frustration, "Commander, the situation is dire at the front, and all reserve troops have already been deployed to the front line." Simultaneously, numerous injured personnel were emerging from various sectors, urgently requiring large transport aircraft to evacuate them to the rear for effective medical treatment. Upon learning that all reserve troops had been committed to frontline combat, Song Zhiguang's expression tightened further. Initially, upon receiving news of the B-class beast tide's emergence from the frontline outpost, he had taken no chances and had prepared thoroughly. Not only had he constructed trenches and defensive works across the various sectors of the imperial capital's military, but he had also mobilized mercenary groups and academic institutions to form a reserve force, ensuring absolute preparedness. However, the prolonged and arduous campaign had proven to be a formidable challenge, even for the battle-hardened Song Zhiguang. The scale of this beast tide far exceeded the B-class classification given by the frontline outpost. Indeed, judging by the relentless and intense assault on the imperial capital's military that had persisted for nearly a day. One could argue that had there been any emergence of a beast king among the tide, this beast wave would undoubtedly warrant an A-class classification. Now, undoubtedly, Song Zhiguang faces a profoundly challenging decision. With all reserve forces already engaged on the front lines and the casualty numbers continually escalating, as the commander of the 12th Corps, he is acutely aware that since the commencement of the offensive, the demon race has merely dispatched a handful of vanguard troops. Thus far, the War King Squad, tasked with assassination missions, has been unable to locate the whereabouts of powerful entities such as the Demon Emperor. It is apparent that these cunning and elusive demons are conspiring in the shadows. Therefore, before the opposing Demon Emperor-level forces are committed to the battlefield, Song Zhiguang is reluctant to hastily deploy the formidable War King-level assets he possesses to support the front lines. However, if the standoff with the formidable demons continues, the casualty figures across various defensive sectors are likely to escalate exponentially. To fight to the last breath, to contest every inch of ground. This is humanity's sole means of resistance against this merciless world. The struggle of humanity against the demon race is inherently precarious. Without unwavering faith and indomitable resolve, how can humanity hope to survive in this era of cataclysm? Yet equally, those who manage to endure the arduous defense of the imperial capital will inevitably undergo a transformation and elevation. It is believed that in the near future, this group of young individuals will become the backbone of the Shinjo War Department. In Sector B3, in stark contrast to the strained circumstances faced by other sectors, B3 presents an entirely different tableau. Leading the charge, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, under Wang Zhengwo, stood like wooden dolls, gazing vacantly in a common direction. Following their gaze, one would notice that a section of the previously excavated trench had been deliberately cleared, creating a conspicuous open space. Yet, this was not the most striking aspect. What truly astonished onlookers was that the open area had been transformed into a small hill formed by the corpses of demon beasts. Beneath this mound, Chu Xiao had inexplicably set up a small table and was vigorously shouting through a megaphone. Fresh demon beast cores, demon materials, guaranteed first-hand supply, fair prices, and honesty for all. Drawing upon his rich experience from previously selling tickets at the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, Chu Xiao handled this impromptu trade with remarkable ease and familiarity. Not far from the enthusiastic Chu Xiao, Li Ruobing and Qin Jiruo were equally industrious. The two young ladies, adeptly and skillfully, were dissecting the bodies of the demon beasts, extracting all valuable components and arranging them meticulously to the side. Admittedly, for these two affluent young women, the monetary value of the cores and materials from the majority of demon soldiers and a few demon generals was but a trifling sum compared to their dowries. Hardly worth mentioning. Yet, to be able to set up a stall amidst the smoke of battle and conduct business, a rarity in their lives, was an exhilarating experience for Chun Zhao and Li Ruobing, causing beads of perspiration to glisten upon their foreheads. Yet they felt no fatigue. Rather, they grew increasingly invigorated by their endeavors. The 1163rd beast. Suddenly, a deep male voice resonated, accompanied by the soaring corpse of a headless monster, accurately hurled onto the mountain peak. In the battlefield 1,000 meters ahead, a blood-soaked youth stood resolute, embodying an indomitable warrior, skillfully maneuvering through the chaos, unmatched in combat. How could these cold-blooded, fearless beasts ever witness such a spectacle? This individual was nothing short of a relentless predator, surpassing even the fiercest of foes in his audacity and ferocity. Chapter 115. This young man will certainly become a god of war, truly deserving of the title. He is the man capable of defeating me. Brother Feng, forever a deity. As Chu Xiao gazed at Qin Feng, who was relentlessly battling ahead as if he were impervious to fatigue, he felt a surge of emotion. He then seized a loudspeaker and called out to the nearby warriors, from the south and the north, come forth and take a look. A grand sale on beast materials. An incredible 11% discount across the board. Direct from the source. You won't regret it. You won't be swindled. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing and Qin Jiruo, who were preoccupied with dissecting the beast materials, were also sweating profusely, yet they couldn't help but glance toward Qin Feng's direction, captivated by his graceful and effortless combat on the battlefield. Goodness, is Qin Feng truly only at the intermediate level of a battle general? His endurance in battle far surpasses even that of a battle king. Watching Qin Feng navigating through the sea of beasts with remarkable agility, Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. He is working so hard on the front lines. We cannot lag behind. Taking a deep breath, she encouraged herself and redoubled her efforts in processing the beast materials. The stunning scene at the B3 defense zone also attracted the attention of numerous battle kings and high-ranking battle kings at the command center, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment as they beheld the hillock entirely composed of beast corpses. Is this truly something a mere human can accomplish? This young man is only 16 years old, yet possesses such extraordinary talent and combat prowess. It is unparalleled in my lifetime. The last individual I recall at such a young age with this kind of terrifying combat capability was perhaps that prodigy who comprehended the Tai Xian scriptures, Shipo Tian. I recently heard that this lad hails from the elite training camp of the Divine Land. With such exceptional talent and aptitude, he rivals, if not surpasses, the current top-ranked genius on the hero list, Situpajun. Heaven bless our imperial capital, heaven bless our Divine Land. With such a prodigious talent among us, how can we, the descendants of Yin and Huang, ever despair of driving out the demon race and restoring our homeland? Many onlookers, including battle kings and high-ranking battle kings, gathered to witness the spectacle. They formed groups, directing their attention towards the B3 defense zone, where they raised their thumbs in admiration for Qin Feng, showering him with praises. Song Zhiguang was equally impressed by Qin Feng's outstanding performance. While strategizing the deployment of troops across various defense zones in the command center, he made sure to allocate a large screen for a live broadcast of the B3 defense zone, exclaiming, "If Qin Feng can successfully graduate from the Divine Land elite training camp and join our imperial capital's war department with several years of proper cultivation and refinement, I believe he will undoubtedly attain the title of God of War within 3 to 5 years. At that moment, it is conceivable that this young man could indeed alter the unfavorable circumstances in the ongoing confrontation between humanity and the demon race." With a sigh of contemplation, Song Zhiguang, overseeing the broader strategy, promptly addressed his adjutant, Wang, "Withdraw a portion of the forces from the B3 defense zone and commence reinforcements to our allied troops." Following his orders, Wang quickly began the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the forefront, who had been relentlessly pushed back by the relentless tide of beasts, displayed expressions of relief upon learning that reinforcements were finally on their way. The warriors methodically retreated to the rear positions, undertaking minor repairs, administering medical care, and preparing themselves to return to the front line at a moment's notice. The battle between humanity and the demon race remained in a stalemate, with no one able to foresee the ultimate conclusion of this conflict. After a fierce struggle lasting a full 24 hours, the battlefield, shrouded in smoke and littered with craters, was a grim tableau of fallen bodies from both the human and demon forces, intertwined in death. Among them lay nameless heroes who had sacrificed their lives, determined to take down swathes of demon beasts in their final moments. Following a cursory assessment of casualties at the front lines, it became evident that the demon race had incurred far more substantial losses in this siege compared to the Imperial Defense Department. For every soldier that fell, the demons paid the price of 100. This brutal melee, akin to a hellish knife fight, seemed to stretch into eternity, leaving the soldiers of the Imperial Defense Department in a state of emotional numbness. In the end, they relied solely on their combat instincts as they continued to slay the beasts. As a new wave of demon beasts approached, the brothers steeled themselves for the impending battle. Wang Jianwo clapped his hands and, with a resounding voice, rallied the seemingly numb soldiers in the trenches, just as the 3rd Battalion was mustering its energy. Preparing to plunge back into the fray, they witnessed an astonishing sight. The once frenzied tide of beasts halted 1,000 meters from the front line. To their bewilderment, the demon horde that had charged forth began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The sight of this retreating wave, clearly orchestrated by a greater demon, raised suspicions in Wang Jianwo's mind. What cunning strategy lay behind this behavior? As the soldiers grappled with their uncertainty, a piercing, resonant roar echoed across the battlefield, its ferocity causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. A terrifying, oppressive aura emanated from the demons, spreading like a tidal wave, overwhelming the frontline warriors with dread, their hands gripping their weapons now slick with perspiration. Simultaneously, within the command center, Song Zhiguang was diligently coordinating battle plans with various frontline officers. Suddenly, the door to the command center swung open, and Wang, appearing flustered, rushed to deliver a frontline report into Song Zhiguang's hands. Song Zhiguang's eyes darkened as he gazed upon the contents of the battle report, murmuring softly, "The frontline positions remain unyielding. It appears the great demon behind this turmoil can no longer remain idle." In the various defense zones of the Imperial Capital's War Department, the soldiers were engulfed in perplexity as the beast tide abruptly ceased its relentless assault. In the context of ancient warfare, whether in the era of firearms or bladed weapons, the conventional response to an impregnable fortress would be to sound the retreat. However, such a scenario cannot be uniformly applied to these cold-blooded beasts, whose minds are consumed solely by the thirst for slaughter. Once the tide of beasts is unleashed, it heralds an unending war of attrition. Chapter 116. A feint to the east, an attack to the west. However, the sudden and profound changes on the battlefield have left the entire command of the Imperial Capital's War Department somewhat at a loss. Originally, frontline commanders led by Song Zhiguang had resolved to share the fate of their positions. Yet, to their astonishment, the Demon Clan abruptly ceased their offensive after less than 24 hours of attack. Such an unusual occurrence must surely harbor deeper mysteries. Moreover, the thunderous roar of a beast that had just echoed through the air loomed over the hearts of all soldiers in the War Department like an impenetrable shroud of gloom, lingering long after the sound had faded. What had transpired? Was that ferocious roar the voice of a high-ranking demon king? Or perhaps the mastermind behind this tide of beasts, the Demon Emperor? In an instant, although the various defense zones of the Imperial Capital's War Department fell into an eerie silence. This scene seemed more like the calm before a storm. No one dared to relax their vigilance, all gazing with intense scrutiny into the thick fog that lay ahead. Their silence palpable. Not only the warriors steadfastly defending their positions sensed the strangeness of the situation. Even the high-ranking battle kings and supreme warlords stationed in the rear were acutely aware that something was amiss. Within the command center, all the generals turned their eyes in unison towards Commander Song Zhiguang, awaiting his decision. Yet, Song Zhiguang's expression was dark, almost as if he would burst with tension. His brows furrowed tightly, and he remained silent. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke with a voice heavy with gravity. Brothers, this Demon Emperor is no simple foe. He even understands the art of a feint to the east while striking to the west. A feint to the east? Upon hearing this, the commanders in the command center were initially taken aback, their faces soon reflecting incredulity and shock. It was clear that this tide of beasts was far more complex than they had imagined. Indeed, the Imperial Capital's War Department, known as the strongest in terms of defensive capability among the 5 great war departments of the realm, had previously faced the Demon Clan's assaults, which were mostly characterized by guerrilla tactics with small groups of demon beasts causing disturbances. Never had they encountered such a large-scale offensive without any prior warning. This not only posed a risk of significant casualties for the Imperial Capital's War Department, but also for the Demon Clan itself. As all the generals pondered the implications, Song Zhiguang paused momentarily before continuing. From the onset, this B-class beast tide was merely a feigned attack. The true intention of the Demon Emperor, who orchestrated this tide, is our rear base city of Baofu. What? The Baofu base city. The mere mention of these 5 words by Song Zhiguang sent shockwaves throughout the command center. The leaders of the Imperial Capital's War Department were left astonished, rising from their seats, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they turned to look at Song Zhiguang. In attendance are the elite commanders of the Imperial Capital's War Department, meticulously selected through countless bloody battles. No one understands better than they the dire implications of losing the Baofu base city for the current state of affairs. As the southern gateway of the Imperial Capital's War Department, Baofu serves as a crucial transportation hub, connecting eastward to the Qilu War Department and southward to the Jiangnan War Department. Should the demon race succeed in breaching Baofu, it would be akin to a fishbone lodged in the throat, rendering both the Jiangnan and Qilu War Departments unable to assist one another, effectively severing support from both directions. The distance to the Xinjiang War Department in the north further complicates matters. By the time reinforcements arrive from Xinjiang, it would be too late. Allowing the schemes of the Demon Emperor to come to fruition would result in the Imperial Capital's War Department becoming a veritable isolated fortress. At that point, the Demon Emperor would need only to command his beast-tide army to encircle without assaulting, effectively trapping the Imperial Capital's War Department in a state of desolation, achieving victory without a fight. This cunning adversary resorts to such blatant tactics under the relentless assault of the B-level beast tide. Even though the Imperial Capital's War Department is acutely aware of the demon race's intent to bypass the capital and strike directly at Baofu, after a day and night of grueling combat, the troops are utterly exhausted, their fighting spirit nearly extinguished. Forcing the army to march 1,000 miles to Baofu without any respite would play directly into the hands of the Demon Emperor. He could easily lay ambushes along the critical routes leading from the Imperial capital to Baofu, leaving the army with no escape, facing inevitable doom. Without the fortifications of sturdy walls and cannons, and with morale already low from the long trek, a subsequent ambush by the demon race would yield catastrophic consequences. It can be said that the situation confronting Song Zhiguang is akin to a checkmate, no matter where he places his pieces. There appears to be no possibility of revitalizing the game. Perched in his commanding position, Song Zhiguang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as all eyes in the command center turned toward him. He exhaled deeply, declaring, The brothers of the Imperial Capital's War Department have endured a day and night of fierce battle against the Beast Tide, and all have reached their physical limits. The army shall rest for a day in place. Simultaneously, we must immediately send a message to the Jiangnan and Qilu War Departments, instructing them to rush to Baofu from the east and south respectively. Lastly, I want a message sent to Commander Sun Dui of the 8th Corps at Baofu, informing him that he must hold the city at all costs. Should there be the slightest error, I expect to see his head. Understood. The commanders at the command center responded in unison, promptly relaying Song Zhiguang's latest operational directives to their respective units. However, upon learning of a new wave of surprise attacks on Baofu from the Beast Tide, the unusual reactions from the demon race had already instilled a sense of unease among the frontline soldiers. Now, with the arrival of such grim news, a deep despair surged within many of the tense warriors. As soldiers, none among them feared death. In the verdant mountains lie the noble bones of the valiant. What need is there for a shroud of horsehide to wrap their remains? As soldiers, all have honored the battlefield with their sacrifice. Yet, if their fate awaits them in starvation and dehydration, perishing helplessly in this forsaken place, no one could accept such a conclusion. Curse be it. How can this wretched group be so cunning? Their strategic objective was never the capital's war department. Instead, they have set their sights on the stronghold of the Protectorate base city. What shall we do now? We had thought that after enduring a grueling day and night of combat, we could finally exhale in relief, only to discover that our steadfastness has led to naught. Alas, I wonder how the brother units in the Protectorate base city are faring in their battles at this moment. They must be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive, mustn't they? Chapter 117. The situation is grave. There is certainly no cause for concern. Our only recourse is to place our faith in them. Indeed, I have just learned from our commander that the brother units from the Qilu and Jiangnan battle departments have also initiated significant mobilizations, and they are expected to arrive at the Baofu base city by around 8 o'clock this evening. You are right. We have been in conflict with these beasts for over a century, enduring countless battles of varying scales. Do they truly believe that such petty schemes can vanquish the descendants of Yan and Huang? That is still a century away. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sits quietly atop a mountain of corpses formed by the fallen beasts, recuperating his strength, fully aware of the murmurs among the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion surrounding him. In contrast to the weary state of the Imperial Capital Battle Department, Qin Feng's condition is relatively stable. Although he charged fiercely into battle, exhibiting the most ferocity and enthusiasm, his stamina is unparalleled, even among the elite of the Imperial Capital Battle Department. As a wielder of the fish fruit, a mythical Zoan type, in its azure dragon form, Qin Feng has, after a second awakening, elevated his fruit's powers to a minor mastery stage. This endows him with astonishing endurance that is overwhelmingly superior to that of warriors at his level, and even to those of a higher realm. One might draw a parallel to Jack, the king of beasts, in the world of One Piece, who, after engaging in 5 days and nights of relentless combat against the snake and dog on Zou Island, exhibited no decline in his physical capacity, but rather grew stronger with each battle. However, it is not just the ancient breeds that possess such formidable endurance. One cannot overlook the fact that Qin Feng, endowed with the powers of the strongest creatures across land, sea, and air, possesses an extraordinary stamina on the battlefield. Yet, in this moment, the earlier intense melee with the Beast Tide did not render Qin Feng's expression grave. Instead, the hushed discussions among the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion prompted him to recognize the severity of the situation for the first time. Listening to the whispers around him, he realized that should the Beast Tide stratagem succeed, the Imperial Capital Battle Department would undoubtedly find itself besieged on all fronts. A solitary Imperial Capital base city, regardless of the number of supreme warriors of the War God or War Emperor realm stationed there, or the fortifications provided by walls and artillery, would eventually crumble under the weight of dwindling supplies and water. It is merely a matter of time. Coincidentally, it was not only Qin Feng who felt this weight. Both Li Ruobing and Chun Zhao, who were nearby dissecting the materials from the beasts, approached him with equally somber expressions. As for Chu Xiao, who had been vocally engaging in trade on the battlefield, upon hearing this grim news, he too lost his fervor and approached with a grave demeanor. Senior sister, what is the situation at the Baofu base city? Furthermore, when can we expect the reinforcements from the Jiangnan and Qilu battle departments to arrive? Qin Feng inquired directly. Turning to Chen Zhiruo, my grandfather has personally led the army into battle. Yet the distance between the Jinling base city and the Baofu base city is nearly 1,000 kilometers, even in a straight line. Calculating based on the fastest marching speed of the Jiangnan War Department, excluding the time required for mobilization, it would take at least 12 hours of rapid marching to reach the Baofu base city. As she spoke, Jinjirua's expression grew increasingly complex. She bit her lip for a long moment before continuing, saying, "From my understanding of the demon race, they are notoriously cunning. Since they can orchestrate such a deceptive strategy by initiating a beast tide to significantly deplete the imperial capital's military forces. I am convinced that this group of demons will undoubtedly lay countless ambushes along the route from the Jiangnan War Department to the Baofu base city. By that time, even if the main forces of the Jiangnan War Department can successfully reach the Baofu base city, the time taken for the journey will be considerably prolonged." Hearing this, Qin Feng also fell into contemplation. The Demon Emperor, who orchestrated and strategized all of this, has clearly devised a battle plan specifically targeting the imperial capital's war department. Thus, even without thinking too hard, Qin Feng surmised that the Demon Emperor must have set up beast tides along the routes of both the Jiangnan and Qilu war departments to impede their progress and significantly delay reinforcements. By the time the reinforcements from the Qilu and Jiangnan war departments arrive, it is likely that the Baofu base city will have already fallen to the demons. As he contemplated the rapidly changing situation on the battlefield, Qin Feng could not help but take a deep breath, feeling utterly overwhelmed. The fierce and intense defense of the imperial capital's war department, which had previously seemed so critical, now appeared merely as the tip of the iceberg in comparison to this entire campaign. In his past life, Qin Feng lived in an era of peace and tranquility. Though he had learned about the brutal realities of war through the accounts of his elders and various texts. However, witnessing the chaos firsthand on this smoke-filled battlefield evokes a profoundly different sentiment. At least after enduring 24 hours of relentless bloodshed, even Qin Feng, with his warrior spirit, felt a shiver as he gazed upon the carnage and devastation surrounding him. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze to Li Ruobing, who had remained silent since earlier, and offered words of comfort. "Ruobing, since the cataclysm, humanity has fought against the demon race for over a century. We have faced countless wars and dire situations, yet no matter how challenging the circumstances were, we ultimately persevered. Therefore, I believe that we will also navigate through this disaster successfully." Upon hearing Qin Feng's comforting words, Li Ruobing's beautiful eyes sparkled for a long moment before she slowly nodded. Though the worry etched between her brows remained undiminished. "Qin Feng, while your words ring true. However, over the course of this century, whenever a comprehensive war erupts between the human race and the demon tribe, we, as humans, inevitably suffer tremendous casualties. According to the current casualty ratio of 1 to 100. While it may superficially seem that we hold the advantage, a single demon queen can give rise to over 1,000 demon soldiers in just one day. In contrast, for us humans to cultivate a qualified warrior of martial prowess, it is not only essential for them to reach the age of 16, but the investment of human resources, materials, and financial capital required is incalculable." Chapter 118. The Crisis of the Imperial Court. Thus, this war presents an exceedingly unjust battle for our human race, compounded by the despicable tactics employed by the Demon Emperor, who orchestrates everything from the shadows, leaving our imperial capital's war department besieged on all fronts. I cannot fathom the perils my grandfather must be confronting. At this moment, Jinjiru felt her eyes welling with unshed tears, her heart hanging in suspense. Observing Li Ruobing, both young women bore expressions of complex emotions, coupled with the unwavering resolve of the soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, who pledged to fight alongside their stronghold amidst the impending beast tide. Qin Feng was struck by a profound realization. Even after the passage of a century, humanity remains so diminutive in the face of war, confronted by foes that outnumber them several times over. The only recourse is to forge a steel wall from flesh and blood. This, indeed, is the solitary means of survival in such a brutal world. While the ultimate trajectory of this war remains uncertain, Qin Feng could foresee that a storm was brewing, ominous and foreboding. He withdrew from his thoughts, ceasing to dwell on this dilemma. Of course, his current cultivation was merely at the intermediate battle general level. Even contemplating the matter could not alter the war's eventual outcome. In truth, he lacked the qualifications to even participate in this Demon Emperor-level conflict. Alas, the root of all the unfavorable circumstances lies in his own inadequacy. At that moment, a heavy voice resonated through the loudspeakers scattered throughout the imperial capital's war department. Soldiers from various defense zones paused to rest while awaiting orders, as the reserve forces readied their equipment for immediate deployment to the Baofu base city for reinforcements. "All of you, for the sake of our homeland and the descendants of Yin and Huang, your contributions and sacrifices will be etched in our hearts. Once this great battle concludes, each will be duly recognized for their valor. The motherland and its people shall never neglect any hero who has shed blood for the nation." Meanwhile, just 200 kilometers from the imperial capital, the Baofu Bay city presented a starkly different scene. From the walls of Baofu, one could gaze down upon throngs of demon general-level beasts, a sight vastly unlike the calm of the imperial capital. Unlike the fervent onslaught of demon soldiers, the beasts outside the city did not charge recklessly towards human defenses. Instead, they formed an orderly encirclement around the Baofu base city, with additional waves of beasts steadily congregating from all directions, relentlessly advancing toward this location. While the sheer numbers may not evoke the same overwhelming dread as the tidal wave faced by the imperial capital, each beast that gathered here was of formidable strength, no less than that of a high demon soldier, rendering any low-level demon soldiers non-existent among their ranks. Outside the city, dark clouds loomed ominously, while a thick fog surged towards the fortress-based city, obscuring the sun as if to envelop it entirely. The overwhelming aura emanating from the monstrous beast rendered the surrounding air almost viscous. The terrifying pressure induced a cold sweat among the soldiers stationed atop the city walls, leaving them anxious and apprehensive. Boom, boom, boom. As the vanguard of the demon horde gathered, formidable, towering shadows emerged from the depths of the fog, each step causing the ground beneath them to tremble, their oppressive footfalls resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of the warriors guarding the fortress-based city. Each of these beasts was no ordinary creature. Without exception, they were all demon kings. The sheer scale of this force suggested an intent to utterly obliterate the fortress-based city. Roar! Suddenly, from behind the dense black fog, a thunderous roar erupted, its authority so potent that it seemed to rend the very sky above. Accompanying this imposing roar, the demon kings and generals gathered within the fog raised their voices in a chorus of howls, their cries echoing through the heavens, relentless and haunting. At this moment, the demonic aura surged like a tidal wave, swiftly engulfing the fortress-based city. The soldiers on the city walls, witnessing the engulfing black fog, felt their legs tremble uncontrollably, a sense of dread washing over them. Meanwhile, within the command center of the fortress-based city, Sun Du gazed at the aerial surveillance images detailing the deployment of the demon forces, his expression darkening to the point of almost dripping with despair. General Sun, we cannot possibly withstand such formidable forces, remarked an aide, his face equally grim. The disparity in strength was staggering, despite the direct orders from Song Zhiguang. The current situation was daunting. Without reinforcements, the fall of the fortress-based city appeared inevitable. Sun Du rubbed his throbbing temples, nodding slightly before responding, Deputy Song. Have we conducted the pre-battle mobilization? We have, but... Before the aide could finish his sentence, a cataclysmic roar of cannon fire erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Simultaneously, steel plates in the center of the city walls swung open, revealing a colossal cannon. Boom! An unending torrent of searing flames burst forth from the cannon's maw, directly engulfing the tide of beasts below. The heat wave generated incinerated the foremost ranks of the advanced demon soldiers and lower-tier generals instantly, vaporizing blood and flesh without leaving a trace. The destructive power of this flame reached temperatures of several thousand degrees. Numerous demon beasts were consumed by the intense fire, and the once orderly tide of beasts was torn asunder. Outside the fortress-based city, the densely packed demon generals regrouped, leading their advanced demon soldiers into yet another wave of assault. The combat prowess of these generals far surpassed that of the demon soldiers who had previously attacked the imperial capital-based city, leaping heights of 20 to 30 meters with ease. The colossal beast opened its gaping maw, revealing a multitude of razor-sharp teeth glistening with a metallic sheen. Even a fortress constructed of steel and concrete would be effortlessly obliterated before its charge. A low-level demon king. It was indeed a low-level demon king, and it had commenced its assault. At that moment, a scout stationed at the front observation post, peering through a high-powered telescope, beheld a creature measuring approximately 25 to 26 meters in length, adorned with dark, menacing spines along its back. Its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a fearsome dragon, crowned with a black, pointed horn from which flickered ominous purple currents of electricity. Chapter 119. The brutal siege battle. At this moment, the formidable Demon King was advancing on all fours. Despite its immense size, its speed was astonishingly swift. In an instant, it effortlessly crushed the demon soldiers in its path, rendering the trenches and bunkers along the way as mere child's play, obliterating them with ease. It was futile. The beast's velocity was simply too rapid for accurate targeting. Behind the city walls, within a colossal nuclear artillery piece towering 4 stories high with an 800mm caliber, the artillery operator was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "The target approaches rapidly. 10,000 meters. 8,000 meters. 5,000 meters." Once the demon race broke through to the level of a demon king, their intelligence was on par with that of humans. particularly after centuries of warfare against humanity. They had become intimately familiar with the advanced technologies of human fortifications. Thus, upon witnessing the deployment of the nuclear artillery, the Demon King began to weave and maneuver with serpentine agility. Though the nuclear artillery possessed the devastating power to annihilate a Demon King with a single shell, this was contingent upon the artillery crew's ability to keep pace with the Demon King's speed. Coordinating such a lethal weapon required the entire artillery crew to operate in unison. As the aiming operator, if one could not even visually lock onto the Demon King's precise location, how could accurate commands be relayed to fellow comrades within the artillery? Boom. The 800mm nuclear artillery, unable to pinpoint the Demon King's exact movements, could only target the wave of beasts already surging toward the front line. The terrifying nuclear artillery unleashed a few shells, transforming the area outside the capital into a blazing inferno reminiscent of a hellish landscape. The towering flames dispersed the thick black smoke, and a nauseating, acrid stench of charred debris began to permeate the air, becoming almost unbearable. As the nuclear artillery fired the first shot, the walls of the capital erupted with the thunderous roar of hundreds of cannons of various calibers, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the sea of beasts below, akin to a tempestuous storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Despite the cacophony of cannon fire and the raging flames, this overwhelming firepower failed to halt the forward charge of the Demon King. Even when some shells struck the Demon King, they were effortlessly absorbed by its formidable defenses, leaving at most a faint white mark upon its scaled armor. This cannot continue. We cannot stop this beast. Alarm! Alarm! The command center reported that a junior Demon King had breached the third line of defense, now less than 1,000 meters from the outskirts of the capital. The forward outpost gazed in horror at the rampaging Demon King, akin to a rampaging bull, fists clenched in frustration, yet utterly powerless to intervene. In the face of such a terrifying great demon, the mere warrior found himself utterly powerless. Beast, perish! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as all the soldiers on the battlements gazed helplessly at the rapidly approaching Demon King, a colossal blade engulfed in fierce flames descended from the heavens. The blade's target was none other than the Demon King, intent on breaching the protective walls of the base city. With a sharp sound, the blade punctured flesh, its fiery momentum penetrating the neck of the intermediate Demon King without the slightest resistance. Roar! In its dying moments, the Demon King began to thrash wildly. Yet, against overwhelming power, such struggles were utterly futile. Slay! Accompanied by the resonant voice of a middle-aged man echoing through the sky, flames erupted from the blade, brutally severing the Demon King's grotesque, fierce head from its neck. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous body of the Demon King staggered forward a few steps due to instinctive inertia before crashing heavily to the ground, crushing any unfortunate demon generals or soldiers beneath it. It was General Sun. General Sun had struck. The general is mighty. The general is mighty. The guards atop the walls of the base city, witnessing Sunda's heroic display, felt their spirits soar, raising their arms in fervent cheers that echoed through the air. A battle cry that seemed to shake the very heavens. Brothers of the base city, cast aside your fears. Reinforcements from the Jiangnan, Chilu, and Imperial Capital battle divisions shall arrive shortly. We need only to hold our ground, defending every inch of terrain until help arrives. Even if the walls are breached and the gates are shattered, we shall fight these beasts in close quarters until every last soldier remains. We, the descendants of Yen and Huang, shall fight to the bitter end. With the flaming giant blade in hand, Sunda shouted passionately, we shall fight to the bitter end. With Sunda's magnificent feat of slaying the Demon King, the previously waning morale surged to its zenith. The invigorating roars that followed ignited the warriors' fighting spirit, uniting them in a moment of resolve to stand or fall with their posts. Even if it comes to street battles, even if every last soldier must perish, we shall fight to the bitter end. Illumination flares, fire. The artillery positions immediately directed their heavy cannons toward the sky, targeting the darkened expanse above the base city. Bang! Bang bang! Hundreds and thousands of illumination flares shot into the air, transforming the pitch-black sky into daylight. Seizing this opportunity, a gargantuan ape-like Demon King, towering at 20 meters, charged toward the walls, its massive frame colliding violently against the sturdy fortifications. Boom! In an instant, the entire wall trembled, already riddled with countless wounds and spiderweb-like cracks. Once again bearing the brunt of this formidable demon's assault, concrete and rubble cascaded down, exposing the steel reinforcements within the walls. Meanwhile, boom! At 3 o'clock, yet another colossal nuclear cannon pivoted its barrel, unleashing an 800mm crimson shell that thundered directly into the Demon King's massive form. The overwhelming force of the impact sent the giant ape hurtling thousands of meters away, culminating in the emergence of a mushroom cloud. However, At the very moment of the Demon King's demise, thousands upon thousands of demon generals and soldiers surged forth like a swarm of locusts, infiltrating through the fissures in the city walls, engaging the warriors within in a brutal melee. In that instant, the casualty figures for the capital-based city skyrocketed, propelling the war into an unrestrained and fervent escalation. Chapter 120. The emergence of the Beast King. In order to contend with beast generals, one must either employ the formidable cannons mounted on the city walls in conjunction with siege tanks to obliterate them, or engage in direct combat using the flesh and blood of warriors at the battle general level. However, should the attacking beasts surpass the beast general level and ascend to that of a beast king, they become entities far beyond the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. To combat such beings, one might resort to the most potent weapons of the fortress, like the ultra-nuclear giant cannon, employing nuclear annihilation to decimate all in their path. Alternatively, one could follow the example of Sun Du, exerting the overwhelming might of a battle emperor to crush the foe head-on. Yet, compared to the myriad of masters gathered in the imperial capital's war department, the number of true battle emperors in the Baofu Bay City is regrettably scarce. This scarcity is particularly evident now, as many powerful warriors have been dispatched to aid the imperial capital in the wake of the outbreak of a level B beast tide. Thus, the commanders in Baofu, such as Sun Du, are faced with a formidable enemy force that is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Within the command center of Baofu Bay City, three-dimensional virtual projections showcase the battle scenes from various defensive zones. Commander Sun. Upon the return of Sun Du from the battlefield, the Vice Officer Song and several other commanders hastily rose to salute. Sun Du, however, merely gestured for them to sit and cut straight to the chase, inquiring, "What is the status of the other three defensive zones?" Commander Sun. The situation in the other three zones is equally dire. The city defense forces have already suffered varying degrees of combat attrition from the initial wave of the beast tide. Moreover, judging by the eastward surge of the beast tide outside the city, we can expect the enemy's second wave of assault to commence shortly. Before Vice Officer Song could complete his sentence, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the command center. Zone A2 has detected an approaching horde of beast generals, which has now breached the city walls. The defending forces are engaged in direct combat. As the latest battlefield report from the forward reconnaissance unit blared through the loudspeakers, the three-dimensional projection at the center of the command room revealed a harrowing scene. Fiery beast generals leaped from the inferno below the city walls, their savage, bloodthirsty visages resembling demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. As one high-ranking beast general vaulted from the flames, more followed suit, surging through the massive fissure carved by the giant ape beast king, plunging into the city and initiating close-quarters combat with the defenders. 28th Regiment hastened to reinforce Zone A2. Over 10 high-ranking beast generals have been detected there. In the face of the relentless onslaught of the beast tide, Sun Du maintained his composure and issued orders, though his thick brows were furrowed with concern. Currently, the Baofu Bay City lacks the substantial reserve forces that the imperial capital's war department possesses as a trump card. Thus, Sun Du diligently mobilized troops to maintain a delicate equilibrium across various defense zones, ensuring that no ground was lost. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary measure. Currently, the soldiers on the front lines were dwindling, with each injury resulting in a diminished fighting force, continuously depleted in the relentless attrition of the beast tide. If a suitable strategy to break the deadlock could not be found, the incessant waves of the beast tide would likely overwhelm the Baofu Bay City within 24 hours. Moreover, the majority of the Demon Clan's forces dispatched thus far were merely advanced troops composed of a few Demon Kings. Contemplating this, Sun Du instinctively cast his gaze towards the shadowy regions shrouded in dense black mist, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. Furthermore, for the Demon Clan, this was merely an appetizer. Their most formidable tactics remained in reserve, untouched in the rear. Should the Demon Emperor, who orchestrated everything from behind the scenes, choose to unveil their ultimate weapon, what could they, the defenders of Baofu Bay City, possibly employ to resist? Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed. The entire Baofu Bay City trembled violently, causing the officers within the command center to sway. An intermediate Demon King had been discovered in Zone A2, having breached the front line and was now assaulting the city walls. Just as everyone in the command center was engulfed in uncertainty due to the unexpected tremor, a panicked voice crackled through the loudspeakers from the frontline outpost. Had the intermediate Demon King finally made its move? It seemed the second wave of their assault was imminent. Upon hearing the reconnaissance officer nearly roar the words Intermediate Demon King over the loudspeaker, Sun Du's expression darkened ominously. All officers of the rank of Major and above, follow me into battle. With a resounding declaration, Sun Du summoned his third-tier weapon spirit, the fiery soul blade, into his right hand. As his entire being was enveloped in crimson spirit armor. Fight! Fight! The officers in the command center subsequently unleashed their respective weapon spirits and charged forth alongside Sun Dui towards the front line. Meanwhile, approximately 100 kilometers away from Baofu Base City, military green armored vehicles sped along the national highway. Inside one of the vehicles, Qin Feng and Chu Xiao observed the gruesome live broadcast of the dire situation in Baofu Base City displayed on a three-dimensional holographic projection, plunging them into a prolonged silence. In the face of such calamity, humanity proved to be exceedingly fragile. These beasts not only possessed formidable combat capabilities but were also undeterred by death, relentlessly sacrificing themselves to bring unyielding pressure upon Baofu Base City through their incessant assaults. The atmosphere was suffocating. At this moment, the senior war kings and war emperors from the Qilu, Jiangnan, and Imperial Capital Battle Divisions were en route to Baofu Base City. Yet, this is merely a B-level beast tide from the Demon Clan, yet it unleashes such a terrifying sense of oppression. What then shall humanity employ in terms of strategies and means when faced with an A-level beast tide, or even the utmost S-level beast tide? This is a question that all present are reluctant to contemplate, yet cannot evade. No one dares to envision the scenario in which an S-level crisis could potentially lead to human extinction. How many hidden cards and safeguards can our nation muster to confront this unpredictable and multifaceted threat? Chapter 121. Now is our time, Sai. Gazing at you brings to mind the person I once was. Observing the somewhat oppressive atmosphere within the carriage, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Wang Jiangwo, suddenly spoke up. He reminisced about his early days in the military, filled with ambition and a vow to expel the demon race from our land, ensuring that future generations would no longer endure such hardships. At this point, Wang Jiangwo's voice faltered, becoming somewhat somber as he continued. However, throughout these 10 years of service, I have endured countless separations and losses. I witnessed the demise of my platoon leader, who was devoured by beasts, and learned that my fiancée, with whom I had shared many years of love, was left in peril after our base city was attacked. He exhaled deeply, the resolute features of his face revealing a hint of sorrow. When I learned of my beloved's passing and the deaths of my comrades, I despised my own weakness. Yet I could only silently accept it all. In that moment, I resolved to grow stronger, to acquire the power to protect those dear to me. Thus, I began an arduous journey of training, pushing my body to its limits in pursuit of greater strength. And so, 10 years have swiftly passed, rendering me a seasoned veteran. As he spoke, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Jiangwo's mouth, forming a faint smile. Though he did not elaborate on the trials of his decade-long military career, the smile he wore suggested a depth of unspoken bitterness that resonated with Qin Feng. Though Qin Feng faced hardships upon his arrival in this parallel world, his life had generally been smooth sailing, and he enjoyed carefree days during his school years. He had heard tales from numerous teachers and seniors about the brutality of the war between humans and demons, but hearsay could never rival the visceral reality of first-hand experience. In the span of just 24 hours of fierce combat with the demon race, Qin Feng gained profound insights. On the battlefield, every moment was marked by bloodshed and sacrifice. Do you know how many lives have been lost among the soldiers I command in the 3rd Battalion? Wang Jiangwo inquired. Qin Feng, taken aback, instinctively shook his head. At least over 3,000. The veteran continued. As old soldiers fall, new recruits take their place. Yet some of those warriors we only exchanged a few words with, and then they were gone forever. The sight of delivering death notices to their families and loved ones is one I shall never forget. If the 3rd Battalion faced such losses, how much greater must be the toll across the entire Imperial Capital's War Department? Yet they are all heroes, sacrificing their lives for the survival of humanity, for the defense of their homeland. As Wang Jiangwo spoke, the sorrow on his face deepened. Yet, the positions we defend with our flesh and blood, the cities we protect, seem so insignificant when compared to the infinite might of the demonic beasts. Over the course of my decade-long service, I have unmistakably perceived the relentless evolution and increasing strength of these monstrous beasts. As they grow more formidable, I shall equally strive to enhance my own prowess, perpetuating the spirit of resistance against the demon race. Ultimately, I have resolved to confront these fiends for the entirety of my life. My sole aspiration now is for our descendants to thrive in an era of peace, liberated from the confines of fortresses to explore the world beyond. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a profound respect for the veteran before him. It is precisely because of such soldiers, who disregard their own lives and fiercely defend every inch of ground, that we, the youth, can enjoy stability and happiness. Qin Feng. With that, Wang Jiangwo gently patted Qin Feng's shoulder, stating, "My life has reached its limits. All I can safeguard is this territory beneath my feet." Yet, at just 16, You possess such terrifying combat prowess, a mid-level war general's cultivation. Your potential knows no bounds. In the near future, you are destined to achieve the might of a war god or even surpass that legendary pinnacle. Therefore, I hope the dreams of our generation, unfulfilled in our time, may find realization through you. I also wish to witness that day in my lifetime. With a creak, the armored vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Shinjo elite training camp. Qin Feng, the future belongs to you, but for now, it is still ours. Leave the remaining matters to us. You should return to school. Wang Jingwo saluted Qin Feng with utmost seriousness, adding, after all, you are the hope of humanity. Even if the Baofu base city falls, you must not encounter any misfortune. Well, I have duties to attend to, so I shall not prolong the conversation. If I survive the battlefield, we shall share a drink then. With that, Wang Jingwo boarded the armored vehicle, heading towards the Baofu base city. As the armored vehicle gradually disappeared from view, dwindling into a tiny black, Qin Feng rendered a salute towards the direction of Baofu base city. He then turned and walked towards the Shinjo elite training camp. It was not that Qin Feng did not wish to accompany Wang Jingwo to the front lines of Baofu base city to confront those beasts in a decisive battle. Rather, upon witnessing the frenzied assault of the demon army on Baofu base city, he had come to a stark realization. He was still far too weak. Even if he were to reach the battlefield, he would lack the capability to influence its outcome. Moreover, in the face of the assault led by Demon King Chen Kun, he would not possess sufficient means for self-preservation. He might inadvertently cause innocent lives to be lost due to his own inadequacies. This was a scenario Qin Feng was determined to avoid at all costs. As Wang Jingwo had aptly stated, the only course of action available to him now was to grow stronger, and to grow stronger still. Only when one is truly matured and possesses the ability to stand independently can one engage in a decisive battle against this group of demon clans. As this thought lingered, a sudden vibration emanated from the miniature computer on Qin Feng's wrist. Glancing down, he discovered it was a call from his master, Zoan, and promptly answered. Soon, a holographic three-dimensional screen emerged, revealing Zoan's breathtakingly beautiful visage before Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng, are you all well? Zoan's words conveyed a profound sense of concern. In response, Qin Feng solemnly nodded and replied, Master, the situation in the Imperial Capital's War Department and the Baofu base city is quite dire. Upon discussing the frontline battle, Zoan's expression also turned grave as she remarked, regarding the frontline conflict, I have already set off for Baofu base city to prepare for combat. Chapter 122. The Battle of the War Emperor Realm at present. The reports from the front indicate that the A2 defense zone has already fallen. The conflict has transformed from an initial offensive and defensive struggle into a fierce urban combat scenario. Should the capital city of the Protectorate be completely overrun, the War Department of the Imperial Capital would find itself besieged by the vast army of the Demon Clan, effectively turning it into a dead city. Fortunately, General Song has led 2 formidable warriors from the War Emperor realm to the front lines, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Demon Emperor and high-ranking Demon Kings. Currently, neither side has gained the upper hand. Although the situation remains uncertain, at the very least, the greatest threat posed by the demon side has been effectively contained, thereby alleviating some of the pressure. Moreover, the War Department of the Imperial Capital has commanded the armies of the Qilu and Jiangnan War Departments to set off at night, with the primary objective of safeguarding the Protectorate city at all costs. The commanders of both war departments have also pledged their commitment to this cause, with 3 warriors from the War Emperor realm led by Song Zhiguang, alongside the chief commander of the Protectorate city, Sun Dewu. The human faction has deployed 4 War Emperor realm warriors in total. However, despite such a formidable and opulent lineup, they find themselves in a stalemate against a high-ranking Demon King led by a Demon Emperor, making it difficult to ascertain the trajectory of the battle. This clearly indicates the terrifying strength and cunning of these high demons, far surpassing what they could have imagined. After a day filled with dire news, the rare glimmer of hope from their teacher's words has somewhat eased the anxiety that had weighed heavily on Qin Feng and his 3 companions. From the current battlefield layout, it appears that the human faction has already committed nearly all of its high-end combat power to this battle, except for the trump card represented by the War God Temple's War God Realm warriors. After all, the Demon God and War God represent the pinnacle of strength for both the human and demon factions. Neither side would readily reveal their final trump card unless absolutely necessary. Thus, the balance of power between the demon and human factions remains in an exceedingly delicate and unique equilibrium, with neither party willing to disrupt this fragile state unless compelled by unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, it is worth noting that, contrary to the united front of the human factions, which have cast aside past grievances to collectively confront the Demon Clan, the demon faction is not as monolithic as it appears. Within the demon ranks, based on the limited intelligence currently available to humanity, various factions are intricately intertwined, resulting in a highly complex landscape. Moreover, demons are inherently cunning and suspicious, with many possessing solitary and eccentric natures. In summary, the current structure of the demon faction is exceedingly intricate and ever-changing. If the demon faction were to exhibit the same unity as the human faction, standing together in life and death, and launching coordinated assaults akin to the defense of the capital initiated by the demon emperor, it is likely that humanity would have been extinguished long ago. Perhaps even at the onset of the Great Calamity. This can be regarded as one of the few advantages humanity possesses in its struggle against the demon race. Subsequently, Zoan, filled with concern, advised Qin Feng to remain diligent at the training camp in Shinjo, promising to make further arrangements upon her return from the front lines. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his hopes for his master's safety before concluding the call. After finishing his conversation with Zoan, Qin Feng made his way to the Jinling Pavilion. In the wake of the battle, everyone felt overwhelmingly fatigued. On the first floor, he shared a simple lunch with senior sister Ruobing, who soon retired to the second floor for rest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng swiftly ascended to the practice room on the rooftop of the third floor. After securely locking the door behind him, he settled into a lotus position on the mat and focused his thoughts, declaring, "System, open my attribute panel." Ding. Opening the host's attribute panel. Host, Qin Feng cultivation level, intermediate warrior character template, Kaido of the beast's fruit ability, fish fruit, mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon power, human form, 20 unlocked. Azure Dragon form, not unlocked, Dragon Man form, not unlocked, special skills, observation Haki, broad view, unlocked, subtlety, unlocked, mustard seed, not unlocked, vastness, not unlocked, profit, not unlocked, armament Haki, hardening, AD unlocked, constriction, not unlocked, emission, not unlocked, flowing cherry blossom, not unlocked, internal destruction, not unlocked, conqueror's Haki, burst, 20 unlocked, will, not unlocked, pressure, not unlocked, constriction, not unlocked, internal cultivation method, Taishian Jing 10 unlocked, 50 proficiency, sword technique secret, water breathing, 100 unlocked, 50 proficiency, movement technique secret, Lingbo Weibo, 100 unlocked, 70 proficiency, evolution points, 240, 138. Upon seeing the evolution points displayed on his attribute panel, a cloud of gloom dissipated from Qin Feng's heart, replaced by a radiant smile. Nearly 240,000 evolution points. It can be said that since acquiring this system, he had never before witnessed such a vast accumulation of evolution points. This overwhelming sensation of joy arrived so unexpectedly that Qin Feng found himself at a loss for how to react. Particularly following the defense of the imperial capital, he had made significant strides in mastering the 3 forms of Haki, as well as water breathing and Lingbo Weibo, alongside enhancements to his fruit abilities. Notably, 3 sword forms of water breathing had reached maximum proficiency under his dedicated practice. Furthermore, the proficiency of both observation Haki and armament Haki had increased by an impressive 20% from their previous levels. Observing the numerous improvements on his attribute panel, Qin Feng felt the surge of power coursing through his limbs, a rewarding sensation indeed. Although fighting against demon beasts and relying solely on experience points to enhance his attributes paled in comparison to the direct infusion of evolution points. It was undeniably a gratifying journey. However, in the course of practical combat, not only can one effortlessly acquire evolution points and enhance proficiency in swordsmanship, agility, and combat techniques, but perhaps even more precious is the accumulation of invaluable experience in real confrontations. In essence, as long as one can bolster their combat prowess and overall capabilities, it matters not whether the cat is black or white. A good cat is one that catches mice. Similarly, Qin Feng must now contemplate his future trajectory with utmost seriousness. Presently, the formidable demon emperor that instigated this B-rank beast tide has been entangled by the battle emperor, led by Song Zhiguang, and is momentarily unable to extricate himself. Yet, this does nothing to alter the unfavorable situation on the front lines of the Baofu base city. Chapter 123, 224,000 evolution points particularly. The formidable combat strength of the human race has fully mobilized. However, the military forces that can be summoned from the Baofu base city are quite limited. Without timely support from the Qilu and Jiang'an war departments, the fall of Baofu base city to the demon race would merely be a matter of time, even without the looming threat of the demon emperor and high-ranking demon kings. Thus, considering the pressing situation on the front lines, coupled with Qin Feng's desire to seize the invaluable opportunity to earn evolution points and enhance his personal strength on the battlefield, he was inclined to engage. Yet, should he step onto the front lines, his fish fruit, phantom beast species, and azure dragon form would undoubtedly draw excessive attention. It is worth noting that this was assessed to be a celestial-grade 10th tier beast martial soul, a pinnacle of combat power among human martial souls. Therefore, it was imperative to maintain a low profile during this battle, as the overt display of the fish fruit would be far too ostentatious. At the very least, Qin Feng had no intention of utilizing it. To avoid the risk of his identity being exposed and being sent back to the Shinjo training camp by enthusiastic soldiers like Wang Jiangwo, an undeniably awkward situation. In the absence of using martial souls, prioritizing the enhancement of his three-color conqueror's haki was of utmost urgency. The challenges facing Baofu Bay City were not akin to the trivial skirmishes of the imperial capital's defense. They included formidable opponents such as the likes of the Dark Claw Demon King and potentially even mid-ranking Demon Kings. His observation haki had already ascended to its second level, and this time he aimed to elevate his armament haki. This dual-purpose haki of offense and defense was perfectly suited to shine in the upcoming urban warfare within Baofu Bay City. After a prolonged contemplation, Qin Feng decided to spend 20,000 evolution points to directly advance the development progress of his armament haki by 20. Coupled with the 80 experience he amassed during the imperial capital defense, this propelled his armament haki to the second level, enabling haki wrapping. After enhancing his armament haki, Qin Feng also invested a substantial 80,000 evolution points to elevate his Conqueror's haki to the second level of Conqueror's will. Thus, even when faced with assaults from demon beasts of mid-ranking generals or below during the ensuing urban warfare, he would not need to expend extra stamina. A single application of Conqueror's haki would suffice to clear the field instantly. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the first level of Conqueror's haki was merely a passive skill for Qin Feng, contingent upon his emotional state or other conditions to be activated. Unlike armament haki and observation haki, which he could release at will, the Conqueror's haki was initially constrained. However, now that Qin Feng had unlocked it to the second level of will, he could wield Conqueror's haki at his discretion, transforming it from a passive skill into an active one, allowing him to release it whenever he so desired. This enhancement would undoubtedly grant him greater ease in combat against the demon race. After a series of operations, Qin Feng's observation haki, armament haki, and Conqueror's haki have all ascended to the second tier of mastery. The harmonious interplay of these three forms of haki is bound to unleash an immeasurable combat prowess in the forthcoming skirmishes within the Baofu Alley. However, Qin Feng seldom employs his Conqueror's haki in typical circumstances. Thus, its elevation to the second tier was solely a result of Qin Feng's substantial investment, amounting to a staggering 80,000 evolution points. Adding the previous expenditure of 20,000 evolution points for enhancing his armament haki, a total of 100,000 evolution points has been expended in a mere flick of his hand. This expenditure has undoubtedly caused Qin Feng considerable distress, as such a vast quantity of evolution points, if accrued on the battlefield, would likely require an entire day's slaughter to amass. Indeed, it is far easier to spend evolution points than to earn them. Fruit ability, fish fruit, mythical Zoan, human form, unlock level 20. Observation haki, subtle, unlock level 30. Armament haki, binding, unlock level 0. Conqueror's haki, will, unlock level 0. As Qin Feng gazed upon the successive upgrades of his ace skills, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction enveloped him, and a smile of sheer joy threatened to grace his lips. However, before his smile could linger for more than 3 minutes, an impending system notification abruptly extinguished his elation. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully unlocked armament haki to the second tier, binding. Therefore, the exchange rate of 1,000 evolution points for 1 experience point is now converted to 2,000 points. Beep. Detected that the host has successfully unlocked Conqueror's haki to the second tier, will. Upon hearing the series of notifications echoing in his mind, Qin Feng's lips twitched as he forced a bitter smile. Despite learning from the previous failure of exploiting the team system, he still felt a pang of frustration. Even before deciding to enhance his Conqueror's haki and armament haki, a vague intuition had whispered to him that the favorable exchange of 1,000 evolution points for 1 experience point might not be sustainable. The further one advances and upgrades and reinforces various attributes and skills, the higher the threshold and difficulty are bound to rise. Of course, whether it pertains to the 3 forms of haki or the fruit ability, the potential power enhancements will naturally escalate in a geometric progression as one continues to advance. To put it plainly, in accordance with the law of conservation of energy in nature, if Qin Feng wishes to further elevate the relevant skills on his character template, he will undoubtedly incur a far greater cost in evolution points. Indeed, everything has unfolded precisely as Qin Feng initially anticipated. Once armament Haki has been raised to binding and conqueror's Haki to will, he must now expend 2,000 evolution points for every single point of experience he wishes to attain. The transition from the first tier to the second tier entails a significant cost, should one aspire to ascend to the third or fourth tiers in the future. It is likely that each incremental experience point will require no less than 4,000 to 6,000 evolution points. Alas, I had naively believed that my overnight fortune of 240,000 evolution points would grant me the freedom to upgrade my character template at will. However, it was not long before the system's harsh reality brought me back to my senses. It appears that achieving a perfect character panel remains a formidable challenge. Ding! It has been detected that the host's tricolor dominance has reached the second tier, granting an opportunity for a comprehensive enhancement. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 124. Has the second comprehensive enhancement finally arrived? At long last, the moment has come. It is worth noting that the last occasion when Qin Feng received such a comprehensive enhancement was during a life-and-death struggle with the Tiger Mastiff King in the Rookie Trials. A serendipitous opportunity of great value. Although Qin Feng has since endeavored in myriad ways to discover how he might procure another chance for such an enhancement, he has repeatedly encountered obstacles, as the system has afforded him no loopholes to exploit. However, just as Qin Feng began to resign himself to the notion that such opportunities were purely a matter of fate, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ironically, while he sought to cultivate his three-color domineering aura to its second stage, he inadvertently stumbled upon yet another opportunity for a comprehensive enhancement. What delightful surprises might this latest enhancement bestow upon him? Boom! Just as Qin Feng was silently anticipating the benefits this systemic enhancement might confer, several powerful forces surged into his body, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki, Fish Fruit, Water Breathing, Tai Xianjing, and Thunderous 8 trigrams. All of these forces, along with attributes such as strength, agility, soul, and endurance, experienced a meteoric rise. In that moment, Qin Feng resembled a famished individual who had been deprived of sustenance for 3 days and nights, suddenly thrust into a royal kitchen, ravenously consuming and rapidly absorbing this multitude of power. Notably, after successfully elevating his three-color domineering aura to the second realm, it shone particularly brightly during this comprehensive enhancement. Firstly, the Conqueror's Haki transformed from a passive skill into an active one, allowing Qin Feng to unleash it without needing to meet specific emotional states. He could now wield it freely according to his subjective will. As for the Armament Haki, upon reaching the second stage of entanglement, Qin Feng could not only apply the Haki to his surface, but also manipulate it with the precision of a master, enhancing both his defensive and offensive capabilities. It could be entwined around his weapons, and for a limited time, it could also be enveloped around projectiles such as arrows and bullets, allowing for simultaneous use with hardened armament Haki. Accompanied by this comprehensive enhancement from the system, time quietly slipped away in those fleeting moments. Qin Feng sat cross-legged upon the meditation mat, feeling the continuous flow of power emanating from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and bones. Concurrently, his true essence cultivation soared at a visibly remarkable pace. Intermediate Battle General Perfection, and finally, Advanced Battle General. This omnipresent sensation of becoming increasingly powerful was intoxicating for Qin Feng. As he guided the forces within his Ren and Du meridians, they spontaneously commenced a microcosmic circulation. Once these surging energies completed their journey, flowing back to his lower dantian, they began to permeate through his extraordinary meridians, initiating a grand cultivation. As Qin Feng diligently absorbed the profound power bestowed upon him by the system, the cycles of his internal microcosm and macrocosm had unknowingly completed their 36 circulations. At this moment, the energies of his 5 visceral organs began to churn and boil, with the quintessences of green, white, red, black, and yellow gradually converging towards the crown of his head. Unbeknownst to him, a vibrant aura, resplendent in its myriad colors, rose above the Biwi acupoint, swirling incessantly and gathering above him, refusing to dissipate. Had Li Ruobing inadvertently entered the training room at that instant, she would have been rendered speechless by the sight before her. Qin Feng had entered a state that ordinary martial artists could only aspire to throughout their lives, the mystical convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies returning to their origin. Such a state is an extraordinary opportunity for any warrior, one that even Li Ruobing, with her exceptional talent, had not experienced in over 20 years of diligent practice. Yet, for Qin Feng, this was merely a routine session of cultivation, a casual and effortless entry into such a lofty realm of spiritual transcendence, provoking envy and admiration in equal measure. However, Qin Feng remained utterly oblivious to the significance of it all, having descended into an unfathomable state of meditation. In a vague haze, he found himself once more in the vast world he had encountered during his previous contemplation of the Tai Xian Jing. This time, however, the realm before him was not shrouded in darkness, but was instead animated by a sea of vibrant, colorful clouds. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he hastily looked down to observe the energies of his 5 organs gradually coalescing. Yet, no matter how he envisioned it, these energies seemed to float aimlessly like unanchored weeds, refusing to align with his will or intentions. Frustrated by his inability to manipulate this energy, he pondered the words of Master Ziyuan, who had once said that the 5 organs possessed their own spirits. Was it possible that his cultivation was not yet sufficient to command them? In his meditative state, Qin Feng found himself perplexed by this conundrum. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he directed his internal power to cyclically engage in the small and large microcosmic orbits of cultivation. The following morning, as the golden sun ascended, the first rays of light streamed through the window and illuminated Qin Feng. Slowly, he awakened from his deep meditation, exhaling a long breath that shot out of the window, coalescing into a dense mist that spread over a distance of several meters before gradually dissipating. Feeling the surging power within him, Qin Feng realized that his cultivation had remarkably ascended to the advanced battle general level overnight. Moreover, Qin Feng could faintly sense that he was merely a stone's throw away from the legendary pinnacle of the senior general realm. The distance was not insurmountable. Additionally, while on the surface, his recent comprehensive enhancement may not appear as remarkable as his previous leap from a junior warrior to a junior general, it was, in fact, characterized by an unwavering solidity at every step. Intermediate general. The consummation of the intermediate general. Senior general. However, this seemingly singular elevation in rank belied the fact that Qin Feng's attributes had improved by several dozens of times compared to his last advancement. At this moment, Qin Feng could palpably feel that he was merely awaiting a fortuitous opportunity. Once that moment arrived, he would be able to seamlessly take that final step, achieving the consummate state of the senior general realm. Chapter 125. Arrival of Song Zhiguang. Moreover, Qin Feng remained steadfast in his belief. As long as he ascended to the realm of the War King, he might possess the ability to harness the enigmatic energies of the 5 organs. This includes the higher realms awaiting unlock after the Great Shin Sutra. He firmly believed that all the enigmas encountered at the level of the War General would reveal their answers upon reaching the War King stage. Contemplating this, Qin Feng felt an increasing anticipation for the moment he would transcend into the War King realm, particularly after the battle against the Dark Claw Demon King atop the Cloud Mist Mountain. Qin Feng could distinctly perceive that although the Demon King and the Demon General differed by merely a character, their combat prowess and demonic energy exhibited a staggering disparity. One could assert that the Demon King represented a threshold. Crossing it would result in an unparalleled enhancement and metamorphosis in all aspects. Of course, even if Qin Feng's current cultivation had not yet reached the War King level, he possessed combat capabilities that could easily overpower those War King geniuses and prodigies occupying esteemed positions on the heavenly talents list. Even without employing the fish fruit, illusory beast species, or the azure dragon form, he could dominate through sheer reliance on the 3 colors of dominance and the water-breathing sword technique. Regrettably, the situation at the front line of the Bao Fu base city was urgent, leaving no room for delay. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have genuinely considered organizing a grand stage for all, annihilating the heavenly talents list from the bottom up. Subsequently, observing that the day was still young, he resolutely dedicated himself to consolidating his rapidly ascending strength and realm within the training room. By midday, after refreshing himself with a cold shower, Qin Feng activated the 3-dimensional holographic projection in the training room, tuning in to the daily news. The screen flickered to life, broadcasting the latest developments in the war at the Bao Fu base city. The battlefield reporters, braving the hail of bullets in the onslaught of demonic beasts, provided first-hand coverage of the unfolding events. Concurrently, not just Qin Feng, but citizens across the globe, including all descendants of Yin and Huang, clenched their fists. Their expressions focused intently on the evolving situation in Bao Fu. On the 3-dimensional holographic display, the conflict at the Bao Fu base city had transformed from an initial urban siege into intense close-quarters combat. Every street, every intersection, and even within the ruins of countless buildings, fierce battles erupted without cease. The air was thick with smoke, the roar of cannon fire, the shouts of soldiers, and the growls of demonic beasts resonating through the battlefield reporter's microphone, reaching the ears of every person in the divine land and beyond. In the skies above, elite war kings clad in spiritual armor engaged in life and death struggles with the humanoid demon kings. The clash of war kings and the demonic spirits, along with the arcane arts, painted the heavens with a myriad of bizarre hues, causing the clouds and atmosphere to tremble. The intensity of the combat among the high-tier powers of the demon and human races was no less fierce than the already white-hot street battles below. Furthermore, the unfolding of the aerial conflict would ultimately determine the outcome of the street warfare in Baofu Bay City. As for the methods wielded by the war emperor of the human race, they utterly transformed the terrain, the thunderous explosions echoing relentlessly. The formidable and tyrannical power seemed to shatter the very ground beneath his feet. From the heavens to the earth, lakes, and mountains, everything morphed into a battlefield between the war emperor and the demon emperor, a place where ordinary souls dared not approach even a fraction. A moment's carelessness could see one swept away by the fierce and menacing storms of true energy and demonic aura, reduced to mere dust. Is the heavenly demon emperor truly limited to such abilities? What a disappointment. Boom. A radiant sun ascended directly from 10,000 meters above, illuminating the world with its resplendence. The scorching sunlight, where it touched, incinerated the dense and almost tangible demonic energy, as if melting the winter snow under the blazing noon sun. The sun hung high, transforming into a divine radiance that enveloped Song Zhiguang. Clad in a verdant cloak, the two brilliant stars upon his shoulders shimmered, his square face exuding coldness and resolve. His entire being radiating a menacing aura, a formidable presence. It seemed, within this vast expanse, that only he, Song Zhiguang, existed. Imbued with an indomitable spirit of invincibility and confidence, he embodied the essence of commanding the world and inspiring fervent words. Concentrate. With his left hand clawed, fierce flames instantly surged from his palm, enveloping his green cloak in crimson fire, sweeping outward in all directions. This conflagration incinerated the dark demonic energy that shrouded the sky, purifying it entirely, restoring vitality and hope to the Baofu Bay City and indeed to all of humanity. It is Commander Song. Commander Song has arrived. The Baofu Bay City is secure. The soldiers engaged in fierce street battles against the demon race within the Baofu Bay City. Upon witnessing the towering figure standing like a blazing sun in the sky, raised their arms in fervent cheers. After enduring a day and night of relentless combat, the spirits and stamina of the defenders had nearly reached their limits. Yet now, seeing the reinforcements led by Song Zhiguang, the shadows of despair and fear cast by the demon race were swept away. All the warriors, despite their hardships, believed that as long as Commander Song was present, they would undoubtedly secure ultimate victory in the defense of Baofu. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, the heavenly demon emperor, who had just moments ago seemed to have everything under control, finally changed his expression. Song Zhiguang, the commander of the 12th Brigade of the Imperial Capital S War Department, renowned as the Butcher of 10,000 Demons, with a weapon spirit of the Earth level. 10th rank elemental spirit, the young star of unparalleled prowess in the realm of war emperors on the Shenzhou continent. Who would have imagined that you, Song Zhiguang, would venture from your Imperial Capital War Department across such a vast distance to Baofu? Hehehe. Very well, very well. Today, let it be that you, Song Zhiguang, shall also fall beneath this emperor's hand. Accompanied by the chilling and spine-tingling laughter of the celestial demon emperor, countless dark crimson tentacles erupted from his very being, piercing through flesh and surging forth. Each of these tentacles extended for at least 100 zhang, thrashing wildly in the air, their surfaces adorned with venomous barbs. As the tentacles emerged, a malevolent and sinister aura surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping towards the direction of Song Zhiguang. The overwhelming demonic energy blotted out the sky and cast a shadow over the land, its ferocity unmatched. Yet, within a radius of 100 zhang around Song Zhiguang, every ounce of that oppressive energy was consumed by the searing flames, unable to advance even a single inch. Chapter 126. The Royal Battle. It was evident that this was not the true lethal move of the Celestial Demon Emperor. At that moment, its clasped claws gradually spread apart. With each inch they extended outward, the ominous and malevolent energy emanating from its being intensified, causing the surrounding tendrils to grow increasingly robust. Ultimately, a long blade of deep crimson hue, reminiscent of a blood moon, manifested in the Celestial Demon Emperor's left hand. As the onlookers beheld this demonic blade, they collectively gasped, a chill running down their spines. The blood-red weapon was inscribed with sinister and bizarre runes of the demon race, while the opposite side was adorned with numerous distinctly contrasting eyeballs. These orbs appeared almost sentient, blinking and rolling even upon the sanguine blade, instilling a disquieting and uncanny sensation. With a thunderous roar, as the Celestial Demon Emperor brandished this infernal weapon, the demon soldiers and generals of the Protectorate Base City, along with the formidable demons engaged in battle above, simultaneously raised their heads to emit piercing howls. Each visage of the demons was etched with fervor and excitement. as if to herald the arrival of their king. Accompanied by the unrelenting cacophony of shrieks, tens of thousands of demons unleashed their energy with fervor. The tumultuous auras that had been quelled by Song Zhiguang now surged once more, engulfing the skies over the protectorate base city. The multitude of eyes on the blood-red blade widened in unison, as if intent on consuming all living beings within this realm. At last, the skies above the protectorate base city were shrouded in complete darkness, save for the towering figure drenched in flames, standing resolute and unwavering. Song Zhiguang, do you see these collectibles upon my royal blade? The celestial demon emperor pointed to the eyes on the blade's edge, then directed its fingertip to the vacant space on the hilt, a chilling aura emanating as it proclaimed, "Soon, you shall become my most treasured possession. Great demon, fall and be vanquished." With a clenched right fist, Song Zhiguang summoned flames that surged skyward, transforming into pillars of fire that pierced through the darkness. Amidst the boundless black, demonic energy, a multitude of fire dragons soared through the clouds, wielding the essence of utmost sunlight and strength. Should these numerous fire dragons be allowed to descend unimpeded, such a ferocious and widespread assault would instantaneously vaporize the descending demon king. Celestial Demon Blade, strike. As the blade descended, the celestial demon emperor remained unfazed, slashing upward with the demonic blade. The eyeballs upon the blade twirled, and an eerie dark red light sliced forth. Where the blade pointed, the wails of the damned echoed, and the very fabric of space began to warp and distort, shattering the void in fragments. The crimson blade first struck the foremost fire dragon, obliterating it in an instant. After vanquishing the first fire dragon, the crimson light surged onward, targeting the second and third dragons. Haraha. So this is your true essence of demon magic, the celestial demon blade, is it? How intriguing, truly fascinating. Upon witnessing the fierce blade aura of the celestial demon emperor, Song Zhiguang threw his head back and laughed wildly, simultaneously unleashing a powerful right fist that transformed into a blazing tiger, roaring as it charged towards the dark crimson demon blade. A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, illuminating the previously somber sky as if it were day. The clash of the utmost light and darkness seemed poised to rend the very fabric of the sky asunder. Meanwhile, the battle above was being broadcast live, leaving countless descendants of Yin and Huang, as well as humanity across the globe, in a state of trepidation. For those with slightly weaker nerves, the overwhelming spectacle of the titanic clash between the Battle Emperor and the Demon Emperor nearly left them breathless in despair. Hold on, Baofu Base City. Just endure a little longer. Reinforcements from the Qilu and Jiangnan War Departments are on their way and will soon reach the front lines. Was this truly the caliber of combat that could be unleashed between the Battle Emperor and the Demon Emperor? It was simply unfathomable, astonishing beyond measure. In ordinary times, the formidable Battle Kings, who seemed so exalted in our eyes, now appeared powerless to intervene in such a grand confrontation between mighty beings and monstrous demons. In any case, Commander Song, you must persevere. You must vanquish this beast and protect Baofu Base City. Damn it. Witnessing such an impassioned battle makes me yearn to grasp a blade and rush to the front lines myself. Especially as I watch so many kin perish at the hands of these demonic beasts, the feeling of helplessness, merely able to stand by, is utterly excruciating. All we can do now is silently await the arrival of reinforcements from the Jiangnan and Qilu War Departments. I am currently in the imperial capital and wish to board a military vehicle to Baofu Base City. Though I am but an unremarkable novice warrior, I share the same steadfast resolve as Commander Song to defend our homeland. Calm down, brothers upstairs, someone exclaimed. With your meager strength, you won't even make it to the front lines. You might be intercepted by some unknown demon along the way. As I gazed at the news broadcast screen, the real-time comments from viewers scrolled endlessly. In this moment, humanity stood as a united community, countless individuals cheering and rallying for Baofu Base City. Particularly upon witnessing the clash between Song Zhiguang and the celestial demon emperor, the fervor ignited within the hearts of the masses, driving many to yearn to grab their weapons and charge towards the battlefield. However, most of those posting such fervent comments were spirited youths, unafraid of the dangers ahead. Conversely, the adults who had personally endured the nightmares of beast tides, upon witnessing the harrowing struggle between humans and demons on screen, turned pale, trembling in fright. The brutal and terrifying nature of the demon clan cast an indelible shadow over their existence. However, as the news screens broadcast the fierce battle between Song Zhiguang and the demon emperor Tianqing, the camera suddenly shifts to the Jinling Base City. Ladies and gentlemen, you have witnessed the ongoing conflict in Baofu Base City, which has escalated from initial skirmishes to the harrowing urban warfare of a single street, a mere intersection. The situation in Baofu Base City is indeed dire. Fortunately, in this moment of crisis, Commander Song has led the senior battle kings of the Imperial Capital's War Department to arrive just in time, securing precious moments for our Jiangnan and Qilu War departments. At present, the Jiangnan War Department is fully prepared, with all soldiers aboard the maglev trains. The 13th and 18th Armies have been mobilized and are expected to advance to the Baofu battlefield by 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 127. I shall advance to the front lines at this moment. A war correspondent on the large screen was reporting from the front lines, and the camera began to shift in accordance with her perspective. Within the magnetic levitation train station of Jinling's War Department, a contingent of soldiers clad in military green, fully armed, was preparing to board the train. From this instant, the high-speed rail stations throughout Jinling and the entire Jiangnan War Department transitioned from civilian to military use, with siege tanks and Thor-class weapons being loaded onto alternate trains destined for the front. Above in the skies, the Siren bombers, Viking fighter jets, and Liberator-class battleships were all advancing towards the base city of the Protectorate in their combat formations. However, the most striking presence was that of the tall, imposing soldiers aboard the alternate train. This group of warriors, though silent and disciplined as they followed orders to board, emanated an overwhelming aura of ferocity that was palpable to all who passed by. Each soldier stood with an upright posture, as if concealing a sharp blade within. Even without direct contact, one could sense their formidable essence. These were the revered 13th and 18th Armies of the Jiangnan War Department, known as the Lions of Battle. Elite among elites. The 13th Army, renowned for its illustrious achievements a century ago, was a formidable force that had garnered countless honors. Among them, every soldier was a carefully selected paragon, each having endured trials of blood and fire. They were the pride of the Jiangnan War Department, our guardians. Now, let us accompany these brave and fearless warriors as they march toward the front lines. As the war correspondent's words faded, she too boarded the train bound for the base city of the Protectorate. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed the live broadcast on 3 virtual screens. Particularly, when his gaze fell upon the soldiers of the Jiangnan War Department, imbued with an air of solemnity and fierce determination, he couldn't help but reminisce about his past experiences with these veterans during his time in the 3rd Battalion. The scene before him was reminiscent of the imperial capital's defense battle he had participated in. It was precisely due to the countless fearless warriors who forged an iron wall with their flesh and blood, along with their unyielding faith and resolve, that humanity was able to maintain a relatively balanced situation in the prolonged conflict against the demon race spanning over a century. Only such valiant heroes, willing to sacrifice for their country and people, truly deserved Qin Feng's heartfelt respect. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng instinctively saluted the valiant soldiers, his face a portrait of reverence. Once the elite training camp in Shenzhou had reaped its rewards, he too would enlist. The opportunity to defend his homeland, to realize his life's worth, while simultaneously honing his skills and earning more evolution points, was a prospect too delightful to resist. With a stretch of his shoulders, Qin Feng pushed open the door to the training room and stepped outside. Now, the senior commanders led by Song Zhiguang had already engaged in fierce combat at the front lines against the formidable demon adversaries. The elite forces from the Jiangnan and Qilu battle departments have now embarked on their journey to the Baofu base city. Thus, the grand conflict between humanity and the demon race has officially commenced. One must ask, how could Qin Feng possibly miss such a magnificent spectacle? With an overwhelming surge of emotions, Qin Feng could no longer contain his excitement. He hastily donned his attire and, upon passing the 2nd floor, noticed Li Ruobing still resting in her chamber. Choosing not to disturb her, he simply left a note and hurriedly departed from the Shenzhou training camp. To his surprise, the process of leaving the school was unexpectedly smooth, with no one attempting to stop him. Glancing back at the entrance of the Shenzhou elite training camp, he felt a strange sense of unreality. Originally, Ziyuan had insisted over the phone that this was a critical moment and that he must remain diligently within the training camp. Any matters could wait until her return from the front lines. However, was Qin Feng the type to patiently await outcomes within the confines of the training camp? Certainly not. Thus, he had prepared himself for potential obstruction before leaving, only to find his worries unfounded. Just as he turned around, a familiar figure emerged before him. Instructor Zhou stood there. A serendipitous encounter indeed. What a coincidence, Instructor Zhou, ha ha ha. Qin Feng's smile faltered slightly as he greeted the instructor who had previously been in charge of him. Well, you certainly kept me waiting longer than I anticipated, Qin Feng. Upon checking his watch, Instructor Zhou looked back at Qin Feng with a hint of surprise. Evidently, he had been waiting for some time. Just as Qin Feng had suspected, leaving the elite training camp was not as simple as he had hoped. If a warrior king stood before him, he could have activated his light step and forced his way through with relative ease. With his current status as a high-ranking battle general, how could a mere warrior king hope to restrain him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet, who would have thought that the one blocking his path today would be a battle emperor? In that case, there was no point in attempting to force his way through. He would have to rely on his words instead. Instructor Zhou, at this juncture, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. The situation at the Baofu base city front is dire, and I wish to go to the front. To the front? Absolutely not. Instructor Zhou was not surprised by Qin Feng's declaration. However, before he could finish his response, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. At that moment, Qin Feng made no effort to hide his strength. A formidable aura, characteristic of a high-ranking battle general, surged around him. A high-ranking battle general? Instructor Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, finally exclaiming, "No way. Should another individual observe a senior warrior among the ranks of the Shinjo elite training camp? They may not find it particularly astonishing. After all, those who gain entry to the camp are exceptional talents, rare gems among millions. While senior warriors are indeed fewer in number, they are by no means uncommon. Notably, nearly all of the top 10 on the talents list have already reached the realm of war kings. However, Qin Feng stands in stark contrast to them. He was personally brought in by his instructor, and on his very first day at the Shinjo elite training camp, he was merely at the level of a senior soldier. Yet now, in less than half a month since his arrival, he has remarkably ascended from a senior soldier to a senior warrior. Chapter 128. Half a month of transformation in merely half a month. One has ascended to the realm of a senior battle general. Were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, Instructor Zhou would have found it utterly implausible to believe in Qin Feng's cultivation level. After all, even the most prodigious and gifted students must adhere to some fundamental principles, mustn't they? Yet, upon observing Qin Feng, one cannot help but exclaim in disbelief. This young man exhibits a level of prowess that defies all reason, rendering the very tenets of cultivation ineffective against his extraordinary gifts. Could it be that Qin Feng has been masquerading as a simpleton, merely biding his time to reveal his true abilities, all the while harboring a desire to showcase his brilliance in a flamboyant manner? Indeed, deliberately concealing one's strength is not an uncommon practice within the elite training camp of the Divine Land, especially among the top 10 prodigies of the genius rankings. Such subterfuge is merely par for the course. No one would openly display their true cultivation level to outsiders. Yet, this reasoning feels flawed. Just as this notion began to surface in Instructor Zhou's mind, he swiftly dismissed it with a shake of his head. If it were anyone else, such concealment might be plausible, and Instructor Zhou would not have reacted with such astonishment. However, the young man before him, Qin Feng, was someone whose enrollment he had personally facilitated, including arranging for him to reside in the esteemed Jinling Pavilion. Unless, of course, he had misjudged Qin Feng entirely. Yet, even contemplating that possibility seemed absurd. As a formidable figure in the Battle Emperor realm, it would be an exercise in futility for Qin Feng, or even the top-ranked prodigy, Situ Pajun, to attempt to obscure their true abilities from his keen perception. Thus, the answer becomes abundantly clear. This young man, Qin Feng, has indeed leaped from the level of a senior warrior to that of a senior battle general in less than half a month. Naturally, this current level is one he can suppress. He has deliberately slowed his advancement to ensure that each minor realm is cultivated to perfection. Were he to cast aside all reservations and fully unleash his potential, then it is certain that Qin Feng would at the very least be a junior battle king by now. Yet, in stark contrast to Qin Feng's composed demeanor, Instructor Zhou found himself engulfed in a tempest of emotions. His gaze, fixed upon Qin Feng, was filled with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. In that moment, the extraordinary nature of Qin Feng's talent and his bewildering rate of progress in cultivation left Instructor Zhou feeling both mystified and perturbed. After a prolonged silence, Instructor Zhou finally exhaled deeply and spoke with grave seriousness. Qin Feng, the talent and comprehension you have displayed compel me to say that not only I, but even Principal Zhao Wuji would likely need to reassess your potential. In summary, for the sake of Shinjo and indeed for all of humanity, I can never allow you to venture onto the battlefield alone and at risk. Prior to this, Instructor Zhou had been entrusted by Zoan to look after Qin Feng. Furthermore, Instructor Zhou himself shares a profound bond with Qin Feng and holds high expectations for this unconventional youth. Thus, since Qin Feng's return from the front lines, he has been silently observing and protecting him from the shadows. However, the talents and potential displayed by Qin Feng have repeatedly challenged Instructor Zhou's perceptions. Setting aside his role as an instructor at the Shinjo elite training camp, from Zhou's own perspective, he cannot stand idly by while Qin Feng leaps into the perilous fire of the Baofu. Faced with a student who, after joining the Shinjo elite training camp, ascended from a high-ranking soldier to a high-ranking general in less than half a month, and considering his accomplishments in martial spirit rank, combat experience, innate understanding, and mastery of swordsmanship, Qin Feng undoubtedly stands as a prodigy of unparalleled caliber in Zhou's lifetime. Such astonishing and illogical talent and insight, even when compared to the legendary and mythical Shippo Tian from human history, are truly extraordinary. Instructor Zhou believes that, given time, Qin Feng is destined to become a formidable warrior of divine stature. Moreover, considering his potential and combat prowess, he is bound to secure a place among the top 10 on the divine warrior rankings in the future. Yet, should any misfortune befall Qin Feng on the front lines, Instructor Zhou would bear the unbearable weight of guilt for eternity. After realizing that his emotional and rational appeals were ineffective, Qin Feng, feeling weary of further discussion, abruptly dashed forward. With the elegance of the Lingbo Weibo and a tenfold acceleration, he transformed into a dark silhouette, swiftly closing the distance to Instructor Zhou. Hiss. Focused entirely. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, Qin Feng's blade sliced through the air with remarkable speed, launching a direct strike from a flat plane. At this point, Qin Feng had mastered water breathing, first form to perfection, with a mere swing. It felt as though he could rend the very fabric of space before him. Subsequently, the fierce sword light surged toward Instructor Zhou's left arm. As a formidable warrior of the Battle Emperor realm, Instructor Zhou was more than capable of responding to Qin Feng's sudden assault with composure. Rather than retreating, he advanced, deftly flicking his right hand to meet the blade's arc clang. With a resounding crash, the swiftness of Qin Feng's swordplay was effortlessly neutralized by Zhou, who redirected the fierce edge aside, leaving a deep trench extending over 100 meters in its wake. Witnessing such terrifying sword force erupting from Qin Feng's every movement once again reshaped Instructor Zhou's worldview, his gaze toward the young man now filled with astonishment. Qin Feng, you. Qin Feng sheathed his sword and respectfully clasped his fists towards Instructor Zhou, saying, Instructor Zhou, I appreciate your kind intentions, but after our time together, I trust you understand my temperament. I shall not engage in ventures without absolute certainty. With that, Qin Feng refrained from further discussion and brushed past Instructor Zhou. Noticing that his counterpart did not attempt to impede him again, Qin Feng swiftly leapt away from the scene. Observing Qin Feng's receding figure, Instructor Zhou finally exhaled a long, heavy sigh and remarked, Indeed, this lad is astute, possessing a cunning nature. Few can outsmart him. Since he is resolute in his desire to head to the front lines, I shall acquiesce to his wishes. Chapter 129 Farewell to Feng Qianyuan. Having successfully navigated through the challenges posed by Instructor Zhou, Qin Feng continued on his path, contemplating the route to the Baofu base city. Presently, due to the escalating conflict at the front lines near Baofu, nearly all civilian air and train routes had been suspended, repurposed for military use. Given Qin Feng's sensitive identity, should he brazenly approach the train station or airport, he would likely find himself swiftly escorted back to the training camp by the authorities of the imperial capital. Such a predicament was certainly less than ideal. Yet, if he were to avoid the military-sanctioned routes, how could he reach the front lines expediently? Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar emblem caught his eye, igniting a spark of joy within him. That was it. Following his gaze, he observed the armored vehicle of the Longmen Escort Bureau methodically loading military supplies, with none other than his old acquaintance, Feng Qianyuan, leading the operation. Time was of the essence. These military supplies were crucial and needed to be delivered to the frontline soldiers before 10 o'clock that evening. From his elevated position, Feng Qianyuan was directing the escort members of the Longmen Bureau with a loudspeaker, ensuring the loading process was efficient. Suddenly, he felt a couple of taps on his shoulder. As he turned around, he was greeted by the broad smile of Qin Feng. Phone. Brother Phone? Is that really you? Upon recognizing Qin Feng, Feng Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with exuberance, and he enveloped Qin Feng in a hearty embrace. It's me. The intensity of Feng Qianyuan's reaction left Qin Feng feeling slightly uneasy, as he had intended to greet him. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Feng Qianyuan had already pulled him into a bear hug. What is this unexpected display? Here was Qin Feng, a robust young man, suddenly embraced in public by another man. The sensation was overwhelming. Had it not been for the pressing matters he needed to discuss with Feng Qianyuan, he might have considered giving him a swift kick to put some distance between them. What did you say? Brother Feng, are you heading to Baofu base city? I saw the news yesterday. The situation at the front lines is dire, and what began as a defensive battle has devolved into urban warfare. It would be exceedingly perilous for you to go now. After sharing a few nostalgic moments, Qin Feng promptly revealed the purpose of his visit, which left Feng Qianyuan in disbelief. He quickly urged, Brother Qianyuan, I have made up my mind. There's no need for further persuasion. Moreover, with the urgent situation at the Baofu front, reinforcements from both the Jiangnan and Qilu military departments will not arrive in time. The Baofu base city stands on the brink of existential peril. If everyone shared your concerns, who would be left to defend it? To defend our homeland is indeed the aspiration of our generation. At this moment, Qin Feng radiates an aura of righteousness. In the eyes of Feng Qianyuan, the already towering figure of Qin Feng now embodies an overwhelming presence, exuding a palpable energy of positivity that commands deep admiration. Brother Feng, you truly embody the spirit of a leader. Your profound awareness is something I, as a younger brother, cannot help but revere. At this moment, Feng Qianyuan regards Qin Feng with profound respect, raising his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "To speak candidly, if it weren't for my responsibility in coordinating the strategic supplies for the Longmen Escort Agency, I would genuinely wish to join you on the front lines to defend our homeland. It is well known that the battles at the Baofu base city have escalated to an incredibly fierce and intense stage. Any man willing to head to Baofu base city at such a critical moment is undoubtedly a hero." In Feng Qianyuan's eyes, Brother Feng exemplifies such a superlative hero. Defending our nation knows no small tasks. While I fight on the front lines, my brother Qianyuan ensures the supply of strategic resources from the rear, which is equally a significant endeavor. Enough said. When does the next supply convoy depart? I am ready to head to the front lines. Let us set off. I will arrange this for you, Brother Feng. Upon boarding the convoy transporting strategic supplies from the Longmen Escort Agency, it took 3.5 hours to reach the front lines of Baofu Base City. Given the pressing situation at the front, the escorting warriors of the Longmen Escort Agency are all seasoned combatants, led by a formidable team of junior war kings. Their mission is to safely deliver the vital strategic supplies to the frontline soldiers. At 10:30 p.m., at the front lines of Baofu Base City, the commander addressed his troops. Ahead lies the battlefield of Baofu. We will undoubtedly encounter numerous assaults from the demon tribes along the way, but do not linger in battle. Our priority is to ensure the safe delivery of the transport vehicle to its destination. With that, the commanding war king summoned his spiritual armor and brandished his battle blade, leaping from the vehicle to engage the gathering demon forces on either side of the street. Fight, fight, fight. The other escorting warriors activated their martial spirits, joining the squad leader in a thunderous charge into battle. Seeing his comrades spring into action, Qin Feng wasted no time. He activated his light step technique, his speed surging tenfold, transforming him into a shadow as he plunged into the enemy ranks. Armed Haki hardened, his all concentration, water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Qin Feng glided across the waves, propelled by the enhancement of his light step, leaving behind mere afterimages, while his long knife, empowered by the Haki, transformed into a dark hue, dramatically increasing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Qin Feng deftly maneuvered through the chaos, where he spotted a fellow escort warrior engaged in a fierce battle with a high-ranking demon general, the iron-armored Black Ape. Roar, roar, roar. The iron-armed Black Ape, with its sinewy, muscular arms, struck its chest with a forceful blow, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy that swept through the surroundings. Within 100 meters, crumbling ruins were instantaneously reduced to powder beneath the onslaught of its fierce aura, creating a vacuum zone in its immediate vicinity. With a thunderous roar, the creature leaped high, aiming a devastating strike towards the transport convoy. Should this punch land, the iron-armed Black Ape's terrifying strength would undoubtedly reduce the transport vehicle to mere scrap. Beast, you shall not approach the convoy even by a fraction. Activating his martial spirit, the ironclad Savage Bull, the bodyguard from the Longmen Escort Agency, stood undaunted before the Black Ape's ferocious advance. With fists clenched tightly, his garments tore apart, and in an instant, he transformed into a towering figure, approximately 3 meters tall, embodying the essence of the Savage Bull. Radiating an icy brilliance, he charged forward, horns poised to collide with the iron-armed Black Ape's fists. Chapter 130. You still compete for kills. Thunderous roars echoed through the air as the iron-armored bull clashed heavily with the iron-armed Black Ape. Both momentarily locked in a fierce standoff before falling backward to the ground. With a powerful stomp, the iron-armored bull gathered its strength, preparing to charge forward once more to engage the iron-armed Black Ape in a second bout. However, at that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Hiss. All concentration. Water breathing. First form. Water surface slash. A fleeting black shadow surged past at incredible speed, a blade of light slicing through the air. The sound of flesh being cleaved echoed as the iron-armed Black Ape's proud arms were severed in one swift stroke. Roaring in agony, the iron-armed Black Ape let out a heart-wrenching scream, its massive form staggering backward, evidently attempting to flee the battlefield. But how could Qin Feng allow it to escape? Hiss. All concentration, water breathing, second form, water wheel. With a shout, Qin Feng executed a somersault, his sword descending sharply upon the ape's neck. Another sickening sound of flesh being cut rang out, and the iron-armed Black Ape's head was cleanly severed, rolling away for over 10 meters before coming to a halt. The headless body gushed forth a torrent of hot blood, staining the ground crimson beneath. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the high-level demon general, Iron-Armed Black Ape, earning 1,000 evolution points. The familiar system notification filled Qin Feng with renewed delight, his smile shining even brighter. Hunting beasts in the Baofu Bay City was indeed exhilarating. In the past, during the defense of the imperial capital, he had struggled for long hours, and not only did he fail to encounter rare high-level demon generals, but even low-level ones were scarce. Yet here, in Baofu Bay City, every beast he dispatched was of the high-level battle general tier, and the rewards were immensely gratifying. This young man possesses quite remarkable strength. The captain of the Longmen escort, Liuatai, was slightly taken aback by Qin Feng's appearance. A junior battle king. Liuatai wielded a beast martial soul of the Earth grade, specifically the iron-armored bull. Reflecting inwardly, Liuatai had been confident he could finish the iron-armed black ape within 10 exchanges. However, witnessing Qin Feng's effortless and decisive annihilation of the beast left him astounded. How could a mere high-level battle general, whose cultivation was inferior to his own, unleash such terrifying combat prowess? This truly shattered the perceptions of the escort. Are all the young people today this formidable? Am I truly the battle king? Or is this lad the real battle king? Or perhaps, I am merely aging. My combat power on the decline. Comparing Qin Feng's displayed skills to his own as a junior battle king, it was evident that the former was no less impressive. What is the origin of this individual? Young brother, may I inquire about your identity? However, before the bodyguard could voice his doubts, a ferocious roar from a beast resounded nearby. An ambush ensued, prompting Liuatai to hastily gather his focus and pivot towards the advanced demon general, charging forth to engage in combat. Witnessing Liuatai once again clash with the formidable demon general, Qin Feng was not one to lag behind. After extracting the most valuable demon crystal from the iron-armed black ape and stowing it away, he too sprinted forward with his blade drawn. Having learned from the previous experiences with his unreliable companions Feng Qinyuan, Princess Shui, and Sun Lingfeng, Qin Feng resolved to seek a dependable ally for this journey. The presence of Liuatai, a mid-level warrior with formidable prowess, greatly pleased him. He decided that this individual would make a suitable temporary partner in battle. Hey, brother. Let us fight side by side, he proposed. Just as Liuatai was about to charge into battle against the demon general, he felt a sudden pat on his shoulder. Turning around, he beheld Qin Feng's face adorned with a mischievous smile, gazing intently at him. A wave of unease washed over Liuatai, tightening his chest inexplicably. Yet, before he could inquire about Qin Feng's intentions, the advanced demon general lunged towards the transport convoy. You beast, seeking death. Liuatai eyes blazed with fury as his newly donned attire erupted once more, transforming him into the iron-armored bull, which charged at the demon general. With a powerful thrust, the iron-armored bull's horn pierced the soft underbelly of the shadow black panther. The creature let out a pained howl, its massive form pinned to the ground as it was pushed back several hundred meters before finally halting. Despite its desperate struggles, the shadow black panther could not extricate itself from Liuatai's grasp, emitting a series of anguished cries. Just as Liuatai prepared to deliver the final blow to the shadow black panther, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Hiss. All focus, water breathing, fourth form. Title strike. It was in that moment that Qin Feng emerged from an unknown location, shamelessly calling out while swooping in to claim the kill. With his right hand gripping the blade, Qin Feng unleashed a series of swift, dark slashes akin to a tidal wave. His mastery of water breathing, fourth form, combined with the enhancement of armament Haki, amplified the power of his strikes. The fierce blade energy pierced the vital points of the shadow black panther, resulting in a fate far worse than that of the iron-armed black ape. Not only was the beast's head severed, but its limbs and other critical areas were also mercilessly dismantled by Qin Feng. Observing the carnage beneath the bull's horns, Liuatai wore an expression of utter bewilderment, completely at a loss as to what had just transpired. Congratulations to the host on successfully vanquishing the formidable demon general, the Shadow Black Panther, and acquiring 1,000 evolution points. What a delightful windfall. Upon hearing the familiar sound of the system notification, a broader smile illuminated Qin Feng's face. Simultaneously, his hands moved with remarkable swiftness, deftly shattering the skull of the Shadow Black Panther to extract a glimmering demon crystal. With practiced ease, he swiftly stowed the crystal into his pocket, his actions flowing seamlessly, clearly indicative of prior experience. Goodness, no wonder this fellow has been trailing behind me. It seems he harbors intentions of claiming the kill for himself. Witnessing this scene, Liuatai suddenly grasped the situation, feeling as though he had been led around by the nose. Chapter 131. The spoils of battle. Despite being shamelessly deprived of kills by Qin Feng on numerous occasions, The formidable combat prowess exhibited by this young man has repeatedly reshaped Liu Tiexing's understanding of strength, to say nothing of the two high-ranking demon generals, the Shadow Black Panther and the Iron-Armed Black Ape, which Qin Feng effortlessly dispatched, had Liu Tiexing been in his place. He too could have resolved the situation in a timely manner, yet he could not fathom achieving such fluidity and grace as Qin Feng did. Moreover, after witnessing two of Qin Feng's battles, Liu Tiexing uncovered an astonishing truth. This young man's fighting capabilities were not only remarkable but increasingly fierce and relentless. Could this truly be the battle prowess of a high-ranking war general? Even among the initial ranks of war kings, few could boast such formidable strength. It was utterly extraordinary. Possessing such prowess to challenge opponents beyond his level, it was no wonder that he enjoyed a brotherly bond with the young leader. Indeed, if Liu Tiexing had not misheard, the young leader had addressed this boy with utmost respect as Brother Feng. To be treated with such reverence by the young leader, coupled with an extraordinary combat ability that belied his age, one could only wonder at the true identity of this remarkable individual. His status was surely such that even Feng Dongbai, the head of the Longmen escort agency, would approach him with deference. As for how he came to be part of the escort team responsible for transporting supplies to the front lines, it was undoubtedly an opportunity to familiarize himself with the brutal battles against the demon race while honing his practical combat experience and skills. Indeed, that must be the case. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu Tiexing's gaze towards Qin Feng had transformed from one of disdain to profound respect and admiration. He resolved to protect this young man at all costs in the forthcoming battles. After all, it was a rare occurrence to encounter such a young individual, born of noble lineage and blessed with extraordinary talent and combat prowess. If he could seize this opportunity to forge a connection, perhaps a fortuitous bond could be established. Who knows, when this young man ascended to greatness and achieved the might of a war god, he might even recall this humble figure from Jiangdong. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Tiexing hastened his pace, swiftly appearing before Qin Feng, mirroring the charming smile previously displayed by the young warrior. With a hearty laugh, he clapped Qin Feng on the shoulder without reservation. "Ah, young man, our meeting is fate. Though I am your elder, I shall boldly call you brother. As our convoy advances toward the front lines, the demon onslaught we face will only intensify. Before the arrival of the demon clan, we must ensure that we are thoroughly prepared. In any case, my dear Qin Feng, during the upcoming transportation, I shall take on the role of the primary assailant, while you may assist me from the sidelines." At this juncture, Liu Tiexing paused momentarily, then flashed a mischievous smile at Qin Feng, adding, "Of course, dear Qin Feng, if you wish to claim some glory, feel free. After all, your participation in this mission with our Longmen escort agency is an excellent opportunity for personal growth. Yet one must always act within their capabilities and refrain from any reckless endeavors. Safety should always be our foremost priority." Liu Tiexing earnestly reiterated this to himself, while Qin Feng, though smiling and nodding in agreement, felt an inexplicable tension as Jiuhua sensed that something was amiss. Liu Tiexing, oblivious to Qin Feng's thoughts, summoned 4 other guards from the Longmen escort agency to form a temporary team. However, from their positioning, it was evident to any discerning observer that they were forming a protective circle around Qin Feng, each one poised and ready, fearful of any harm that might befall him during the impending battle. It must be said that witnessing Liu Tiexing and the guards' fervent concern for his safety left Qin Feng feeling both flattered and astonished. A wry smile crept across his face. The reason he chose to accompany Liu Tiexing was quite simple. He sought a reliable ally to lean on. Initially, Qin Feng merely wished to hitch a ride with the Longmen escort agency. Presently, the air routes from the imperial capital to Baofu were exclusively reserved for military use. Attempting to traverse the distance on foot would take an eternity. After much contemplation, Qin Feng decided to focus his attention on the Longmen escort agency, leading to subsequent encounters with Feng Qianyuan and others. According to his original plan, once the convoy delivered the essential supplies to their destination safely, he intended to leave quietly, just as he had during the previous escort mission. However, what Qin Feng did not anticipate was that he had only guessed the beginning of the tale and was unprepared for its unfolding. Now, he found himself unexpectedly taking the lead in this scenario. Observing Liu Tiexing's serious demeanor, one could easily mistake their mission for something far more critical than merely transporting crucial strategic materials. It had somehow shifted to revolve around him. Nonetheless, the audacity of openly claiming glory and seizing opportunities was truly unparalleled. How exhilarating! The battle against the demon clan raged on at every corner of the Baofu Bay city. And amidst the protective embrace of Liu Tiexing and the guards, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. As the elite guardians of the Dragon Gate escort valiantly engaged in battle, inflicting severe injuries upon the demonic creatures, Qin Feng, drawing upon his prior experiences of seizing opportunities. Executed his actions with remarkable finesse. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his blade and surged forward, swiftly decapitating a monstrous foe. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the high-ranking demon general, Phantom Black Cat, earning 1,000 points. Listening to the melodious chimes of the system notifications ringing in his ears, Qin Feng remained undeterred, his movements fluid and precise as he severed the head of the formidable opponent. He then carefully stowed the hard-won trophy into his pocket. Chapter 132. The Olive Branch of the Escort Agency. After enduring numerous battles, the group of guardians from the Dragon Gate Escort Agency could not help but express their admiration for Qin Feng, the temporary member of their team. Despite being merely 16 years of age, Qin Feng exhibited an astonishing prowess in combat that belied his youth. His remarkable fighting ability, combined with an experience in battling demonic beasts that rivaled their own, left them utterly astonished. Furthermore, his extraordinary talent, which seemed unparalleled and perhaps even unprecedented, earned their deepest respect. Throughout their journey, Qin Feng grew increasingly familiar with the Guardians, engaging in slaying demonic creatures, enjoying fine wine, and sharing hearty conversations. The synergy between Qin Feng and the Guardians during their encounters with the demonic race was palpable, as if they shared an unspoken bond. Wherever this temporary 5-member team ventured, they dispatched every demonic beast with exceptional efficiency, their actions reminiscent of a well-oiled machine. Witnessing Qin Feng's swift and decisive actions, one could see him effortlessly pierce the heart of a demonic creature with a nimble step. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed up with a swift strike, eliminating a high-ranking combatant attempting to launch a sneak attack. The seasoned Guardians, accustomed to the rigors of battle, could not help but express their astonishment at his fluid and unhesitating combat style. By heavens, this is truly impressive, one exclaimed. Qin Feng, my dear brother, that technique you just displayed must be the renowned wave step. Am I correct? I never anticipated you could master such a profound and elusive martial art to this extent. It has truly opened our eyes. Indeed, another echoed. Old Hay speaks wisely. For ordinary individuals like us, not only is it a dream to cultivate such an advanced technique, but even mastering something of a lower tier would be an extraordinary opportunity. I must say, Qin Feng, you are undeniably a prodigy. Your talent rivals that of our esteemed leader, Feng Donbai, if not surpassing him. Moreover, the Dragon Gate Escort Agency's illustrious reputation is known throughout the entire realm of Shenzhou. Thus, young brother, have you ever considered joining our esteemed agency, embarking on an adventure with us as we escort goods and navigate the world? In response to the sincere praise and invitation from the Guardians, Qin Feng smiled and replied, the Dragon Gate Escort Agency is indeed a name that resonates throughout the land. A golden emblem of reliability. However, he paused, contemplating, as for whether I will join the Dragon Gate Escort Agency in the future, I have yet to make a decision. After all, I am still a student at present, and I shall contemplate this matter once I have successfully graduated. Upon hearing Qin Feng's response, Liu Taixing nodded in agreement with a smile, saying, Indeed, my young friend Qin Feng, you speak wisely. After all, you are still a student. As a student, your academic pursuits must take precedence. However, considering our serendipitous encounter, I shall refrain from prying too deeply into your affairs. Nevertheless, if you wish to graduate smoothly, you must seriously contemplate joining our Longmen Escort Agency. As your elder brother, I assure you, our agency is indeed a commendable choice. Just based on the formidable combat prowess and extraordinary talent that you have demonstrated thus far, I believe that by the time you truly graduate, not only our Longmen Escort Agency, but various factions across the realm will vie for this prodigious young man, sparking fierce competition. I am utterly convinced of this. After all, to acquire a rare genius like Qin Feng, who appears once in a century, is a treasure. When he fully matures, I am certain he will be an invincible war god, triumphing over all adversaries. The possession of such a future undefeated warrior would undoubtedly bring decades, if not centuries, of glory or disgrace to any faction or organization. Their influence within the martial arts community of the realm would also surge dramatically. At present, while it may seem that various factions and organizations, including prominent families, are united in purpose, their goals remain clear: to band together against the demonic forces, restore the realm, and dedicate their lives to the liberation of humanity. Although there exists a shared, overarching objective, subtle tensions linger beneath the surface. However, these issues have yet to surface openly. As for the Longmen Escort Agency, it ranks among the top 3 agencies across the realm. The foremost agency, acknowledged by all, is the Tianxia Escort Agency, which boasts an impressive success rate of 99 in completing its missions. Regardless of the nature of the cargo or critical materials transported, their safety is assured. Furthermore, the leader of the Tianxia Escort Agency is a formidable figure, ranked among the top 20 on the Divine Warrior list. Consequently, no one within the Tianxia Escort Agency is of mediocre caliber. Even their weakest members are of advanced warrior status. While the ranks of the strong are filled with those of the War God and War King realms, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Thus, for the other 9 major escort agencies, it is a collective dream to one day usurp the absolute leadership position held by the Tianxia Escort Agency in the realm. This is the common aspiration of all escort personnel. Yet, how easy is it to surpass the Tianxia Escort Agency in status? Achieving this requires a substantial backing of talented prodigies and fresh blood to bolster their strength. There is no doubt that Qin Feng is an extraordinary talent, a prodigy among a myriad of individuals. Even looking back a decade or a century, it would be exceedingly rare to find someone of Qin Feng's caliber. If one were to speak candidly, even Liu Taixing believes that one day, Qin Feng might very well become a second Shipo Tian, a transcendent being who could embody the hopes of not only the land of China but also of humanity itself. Thus, while Qin Feng has yet to fully realize his potential, Liu Taixing naturally extends an olive branch, hoping to cultivate a benevolent relationship. Perhaps, when Qin Feng graduates from university in the future, he may even remember this eccentric figure from Jiangdong. Chapter 133. Is he the War King? Moreover, the Longmen Escort Agency holds a prestigious position within the top 3 of the 10 most renowned agencies in Shenzhou, boasting a rich heritage and significant reputation. Though they may not surpass the Tianxia Escort Agency, the disparity is hardly substantial. Observing the sincere and eager gazes of Liu Taixing and the array of guards from the Longmen Escort Agency, Qin Feng smiled and nodded, stating, "Gentlemen, I shall earnestly contemplate your proposal. Perhaps upon my graduation from university, I may indeed consider joining the Longmen Escort Agency. At that time, I look forward to gathering with all of you brothers for a delightful reunion, indulging until we are thoroughly inebriated." Very well, it is settled. We shall not depart until we are intoxicated. Including the previous occasion, this marks the second interaction Qin Feng has had with the members of the Longmen Escort Agency. Alongside Fang Qianyuan, Wang Feishue, and Sun Lingfeng, his first impression of these earnest comrades was exceptionally favorable. It seems plausible that upon graduating from the elite training camp in Shenzhou, the Longmen Escort Agency might indeed be a worthy consideration for his future endeavors. Receiving such an unofficial yet hopeful promise sent waves of exhilaration through Liu Taixing and the guards, their satisfaction with Qin Feng growing visibly with each passing moment. They encircled him protectively, as if fearing any potential harm might befall their future savior, displaying meticulous care and attentiveness. Thus, Qin Feng and Liu Taixing formed a 5-man team, embarking on a methodical and effective hunt for the ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, the transport convoy proceeded as planned towards the ultimate destination of their task. Concurrently, the official broadcasts reported on the escalating intensity of the frontline battles, as the Longmen Escort Agency delivered critical strategic materials to the battlefield. Frontline journalists eagerly followed their convoy for coverage. Dear viewers, this is the Longmen Escort Agency, one of the top 3 agencies in the Shenzhou continent. Additionally, I would like to mention that the leader of the Longmen Escort Agency, Fang Dongbai, is also a supreme powerhouse listed among the war gods of Shenzhou. The revelation of a war god within the ranks of the Longmen Escort Agency instantly ignited a fervor among the onlookers tuning into the news. The previously tense and somber atmosphere, weighed down by the pressing frontline conflict, inexplicably lightened, becoming markedly more buoyant and cheerful. After all, what could inspire greater assurance during such tumultuous times than the presence of a war god? As the cameras panned across the convoy of the Longmen Escort Agency, it quickly became apparent that the leading figure was none other than Liu Taixing, the captain of this escort team. He, along with 3 other guards from the agency, formed a protective circle around a young boy, drawing curiosity from the viewers. This small squad is steadily advancing, and wherever they go, no beast can stand as their equal. Even when confronted with high-ranking beast warriors, they are swiftly defeated within mere rounds. However, in stark contrast to the 4 guardians of the Longmen Escort Bureau, led by Liu Taixing, Qin Feng's attire appears remarkably out of place, making it impossible to overlook. Moreover, what captivates attention even more is the almost overwhelming and terrifying combat prowess exhibited by Qin Feng, alongside the seamless coordination between him and the other 4 members of the escort. Their exchanges are a beautiful dance of offense and defense, a rhythm as enchanting as a painting. The harmonious combat style shared between Qin Feng and Liu Taixing immediately ignites fervent discussions in the live broadcast room. Many viewers, upon witnessing Qin Feng's displayed combat techniques, are left in awe, exclaiming in astonishment, "This young man is undeniably formidable." His methods of attack are so refined that he seamlessly matches the battle-hardened guardians of the Longmen Escort Bureau. This is truly remarkable. It is essential to note that on the front lines, where the battle is reaching a fever pitch, many warrior kings are struggling to gain an advantage in close-quarters combat against the beast tribes. In contrast, this young man, while part of the Longmen Escort S team, seems poised to take on the role of the primary attacker. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that based on the techniques and combat strength exhibited by Qin Feng, it is evident that he, like the squad leader Liuatai, is also a warrior king. My goodness, did I just see that correctly? This young man's physical strength is truly extraordinary. Although he is merely at the initial warrior king level and has yet to fully condense his spiritual armor, what is that dark energy swirling around him? It appears similar to a martial spirit, yet differs in certain aspects. Additionally, his formidable attacking power is remarkable. Not to mention, with a single strike, the resilient armor and scales of a high-ranking beast general seem to yield as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, dispatched with alarming ease. Truly, his strength is beyond reason. It appears not to be a martial spirit, yet I suspect it may be an elemental martial spirit or perhaps a weapon martial spirit. Furthermore, judging by the fighting style this young man has displayed, I believe the quality of his martial spirit is undoubtedly high, given that this is still a news live stream. The audience can only witness Qin Feng's astounding combat prowess from a distance, unable to closely perceive the true depth of his cultivation level at this moment. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Qin Feng to be mistakenly regarded as a warrior of the kingly rank. Even some of the king-level masters watching the live broadcast, upon witnessing this scene, also assumed that Qin Feng was merely another martial artist of the same realm as themselves. However, if they were to discover that this seemingly solitary hero, capable of slaying through a horde of monstrous beasts, is actually a martial artist whose cultivation has only just reached the advanced battle general level, one can only imagine their reactions upon learning the truth. It is likely that their perspectives on life, the world, and values would shatter into a million pieces, much like that of Instructor Zhou. Chapter 134. A chance encounter with the little brother-in-law on the front lines of the battlefield. A chime echoed. Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying the high-ranking demon general, the iron-armed giant ape, and earning 1,000 points. Qin Feng remained indifferent, yet the expression on the face of the overall commander revealed a hint of helplessness. In the past, slaying a high-ranking demon general amidst the fierce battle with demon beasts would have been a moment of celebration. For Qin Feng, earning 1,000 points was an incredibly rare achievement back then. However, times have changed. While the realm of the three-color dominance remained the same, the path to advancement had become exceedingly arduous. Setting aside other matters, simply progressing from the second level to the third level of the three-color dominance now required a staggering amount of evolution points, an expense that had doubled significantly. Consequently, Qin Feng found that redeeming experience points for the three-color dominance through evolution points demanded far greater sacrifices than before. The system's heightened difficulty in upgrading character templates forced Qin Feng to engage in battles against more formidable demon races to acquire additional evolution points. Nevertheless, encountering such powerful demon races was not as simple as merely voicing the desire. Demon kings were not as plentiful as cabbages in a quarry, easily found in abundance. However, if demon kings were as common as cabbages, the delicate balance of power between the human and demon races, which had persisted for centuries, would not exist. It was likely that the demon army would have overrun the humans long ago. But alas, demon kings were elusive, often sought yet seldom found. With a mission at hand, Qin Feng prioritized the swift distribution of strategic supplies from the Longmen Escort Agency to the frontline warriors. Regaining his focus, Qin Feng revitalized his spirit and continued onward with Liuatai and the other guards of the Longmen Escort Agency toward the front lines. At that moment, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of something on the battlefield that he could not dismiss, and his expression took on a curious demeanor. Following his gaze, he beheld a small team of martial artists ahead, currently engaged in the hunt for a fearsome beast, one whose might surpassed even that of a high-ranking demon general. Realizing this, Qin Feng utilized his observation Haki to ascertain that this was indeed a beast of high-ranking demon general caliber. Yet, this creature was markedly different from the others Qin Feng had encountered along his journey. Although both appeared to be at the same high-ranking demon general level, the former exuded a far greater concentration of demonic energy. The pressure it exerted was formidable, reinforcing Qin Feng's recollection of a lesson imparted by his master, Zoan. In the realm of human martial artists, beyond the well-known beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, there existed another realm that transcended all others of the same tier, the Great Perfection. It is conceivable that this same level of cultivation is universally applicable to the demon race. For instance, The formidable high-ranking demon general currently confronting Qin Feng exudes a terrifying aura and power that far surpasses that of other demons at the same level. As perceived through Qin Feng's observation Haki, while this creature may not be the pinnacle of a high-ranking demon general, it undoubtedly approaches that realm closely. However, should it merely be a being that resembles the pinnacle of a high-ranking demon general, it would merely represent a more substantial bounty of evolutionary points for Qin Feng, a target to be dispatched with ease. What piques Qin Feng's interest even more is the martial artist engaged in battle with this high-ranking demon general, who turns out to be an old acquaintance of his. The individual is none other than Liuatai, who boasts of being Qin Feng's brother-in-law and the younger brother of his senior sister, Ruabing. At this moment, Liuatai, self-proclaimed brother-in-law, leads his team of martial artists in a desperate struggle against the high-ranking demon general. Before them, Liuatai has summoned his martial spirit, transforming into a 3-meter-tall spiked-back dragon. Its enormous maw agape as it channels immense power through its feet, launching a fierce assault on the demon general. The ground trembles as Liuatai, embodying the might of a junior battle king, unleashes a torrent of formidable force and lethal intent upon the demon general. Each step he takes, though seemingly ordinary, creates chaos and devastation, fracturing the earth around him in a web of cracks radiating outwards for 500 meters. While Liuatai's attacks are ferocious and his momentum overwhelming, the high-ranking demon general, the earth-cleaving bull, is no easy adversary. The bull mirrors Liuatai's movements, forcefully stomping the ground. After a brief moment of gathering strength, it relies purely on its formidable brute force to collide with Liuatai in a direct confrontation. The earth-cleaving bull epitomizes high attack, high defense, and high speed, the 3 high attributes of its kind. Currently, it has reached a rare pinnacle of a high-ranking battle general, only a half-step away from becoming a junior demon king. Moreover, Liuatai has only recently ascended to the rank of junior battle king, his foundation still unsteady. In this fierce exchange, the two combatants appear evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate where neither can gain the upper hand. Observing the intense battle at the front lines, Qin Feng's gaze shifted to Lu Taisheng nearby. "Brother Lu, we have been watching from the sidelines. Let us join the fray." Without waiting for Lu Qian's response, Qin Feng brandished his blade and charged forward towards Liuatai's team. This sudden action left Lu Taisheng momentarily bewildered, his expression one of confusion. Although it seemed that Liuatai's team was evenly matched with the earth-cleaving bull, the situation was far from settled. Lu Taisheng could discern that Liuatai's beast martial soul, the Spinosaurus, was at least of the 3rd rank in the earth class. Whether considering sheer physical strength or the formidable recovery ability, it could undoubtedly be described as extraordinary. Although the battle was currently intense, it was likely that a victor would emerge within 50 exchanges. Thus, on one side were the critical strategic supplies about to be transported to the front lines, and on the other was a battle devoid of suspense. Why should Lu Taisheng lend his assistance? Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng was eagerly charging ahead. With no viable alternatives, Lu Taisheng had no choice but to bravely follow suit with the team from the Longmen Escort Agency. After all, the man before him might very well become the next leader of the Longmen Escort Agency in a few years. If he did not seek to curry favor now, when would he? Chapter 135, The Earth-Shattering Bull. At this moment, for Qin Feng, his gaze was solely fixated on the formidable high-ranking demon general, the Earth-Shattering Bull, swaying back and forth. As for Liuatai, who had self-proclaimed himself as the little uncle, his safety was of no concern whatsoever. Just as Longmen Escort's Lu Taisheng had surmised, although Liuatai was currently ensnared in dire straits, it was merely a temporary predicament, far from a level that could threaten his very foundation. Moreover, even if Liuatai were to falter, he had members of his squad who could swiftly provide cover and assist in his retreat. For Qin Feng, the paramount concern lay in the intrinsic value that this high-ranking demon general embodied. The materials alone could fetch an astronomical sum. The bountiful points awarded for slaying such a high-ranking demon general were already enough to stir excitement within Qin Feng. For a hunter like him, such a fortunate opportunity could not be overlooked. Although, in Qin Feng's eyes, the earth-shattering bull was merely an experienced creature with 4 legs, it was imperative not to underestimate its renowned indomitable defense and overwhelming offensive capabilities among high-ranking demons. It was not merely the lower-ranked warriors who would struggle against the earth-shattering bull. Even those of equal rank would find it nearly impossible to breach its formidable physical defenses without some overwhelming attack techniques. Furthermore, the brute strength possessed by the earth-shattering bull, unmatched even by fierce attacking demon species, posed an undeniable threat to any warrior. Not to mention, the bull currently engaging Liuatai was one that approached the realm of demon kings, boasting attributes that were simply unimaginable. As the earth-shattering bull traversed the battlefield, It was akin to a mobile fortress, rendering it impervious amidst the chaos of war. Even when faced with Liuatai's equally ferocious assaults, it maintained its ground without yielding. Though several rounds of combat had left both Liuatai and the earth-shattering bull with numerous wounds, these were merely superficial injuries, hardly affecting their combat prowess. The earth-shattering bull continued to unleash its wild ferocity, charging repeatedly at Liuatai's warrior squad. With each thunderous stomp of its hooves, the very earth beneath seemed to tremble. From the bull's point of origin, fissures spread outward like a spider's web. In an instant, the ground quaked, winds howled, and a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded before everyone's eyes. During the bull's assault, it intermittently exhaled hellfire reaching temperatures of over 1,000 degrees. A terrifying force that thwarted Liuatai's attacks time and again. Beast, do not delay, submit to your demise. As the battle escalated towards a boiling point, Liuatai found himself consumed by a crimson haze of fury. In the form of a spike-backed dragon, Liuatai raised his beastly head and roared with fervor. Concurrently, the vital energy within him surged forth, coalescing from his dantian towards his mouth, ultimately erupting as an icy breath that clashed violently with the hellfire spewed by the earth-splitting bull in midair. The chilling breath of absolute zero and the infernal flames collided fiercely, each side momentarily unable to gain the upper hand. After a brief stalemate, the two tremendous forces exploded, scattering luminous fragments throughout the air. Yet, the battle between man and beast did not wane. Rather, it escalated. Liuatai and the earth-splitting bull abandoned long-range tactics, engaging in a brutal melee, continuously fighting and grappling. The ground beneath them began to fracture further with each passing moment of their fierce combat. Where they tread, all was reduced to ashes. Buildings crumbled, and the sounds of explosions echoed relentlessly. Many nearby warriors, sensing the dire situation, crawled out of their trenches, fearing they would become collateral damage. Nevertheless, Liuatai was a true warrior king, despite his somewhat limited combat experience. After a brief standoff, he decisively bit off one of the bull's horns, crimson blood gushing forth like a spring from the severed horn. In an instant, the ground beneath them became a river of blood. The scent of blood ignited the sensitive nerves of both the spiked-backed dragon and the earth-splitting bull. At this moment, Liuatai was consumed by a bloodthirsty frenzy. The dragon's massive, sharp teeth clamped onto the bull's neck, refusing to relent, showing no sign of releasing its grip until the bull drew its last breath. "Fear not, my friend, I shall lend you my strength." However, just as the battle appeared to reach its climax, Qin Feng's figure arrived tardily upon the battlefield. With remarkable speed and precision, he seized the opportunity while the earth-splitting bull was immobilized by Liuatai's powerful jaws. Holding a blade in his left hand, the tip of the sword shimmered with anticipation, ready to unleash its might. Channeling his focus, he invoked the breath of water and executed the third form, flowing with grace. The fierce and formidable sword energy, laden with immense power, descended upon the bull's neck with a devastating strike. With a resounding thud, the blade sank into flesh, and Qin Feng's exceptional technique reached its zenith at that moment. The invisible edge severed the bull's head entirely. The earth-splitting bull, already at its limit, could not withstand the combined assault. With Liuatai gripping its throat and Qin Feng's merciless strike from above, the bull's great head was cleaved from its body. The once mighty creature could no longer support its weight. Its knees buckled, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed onto the concrete ground. The already ravaged earth, scarred by the preceding battle, further sank down as the massive beast fell. The battlefield appeared deceptively calm, yet the sudden turn of events took Liuatai by surprise. However, he had little time for contemplation, hastily releasing his grip on the beast's neck and retreating to the side. Yet, as he disengaged from the spirit manifestation, his expression darkened to a point where it seemed almost capable of dripping with frustration. Who could possibly elucidate this bizarre situation? What manner of creature had sprung forth from some obscure corner? My goodness, it nearly frightened me to death. Liuatai hung suspended in the air, his mind racing with a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 136. He is my foster brother. As he just landed, he glanced again in the direction of Qin Feng, expressing his impatience as he spoke. "I say, my friend, do you really believe there are not at least 8,000 demon beasts on our front lines?" ISNT that's somewhat lacking in. Before Liuatai could finish the phrase generosity, Qin Feng had already donned the mask of the Longmen escort agency. After all, he had come to the front lines of the Baofu with the intention of quietly amassing wealth, and if possible, he wished to avoid any unnecessary troubles. Once he had completed his preparations, Qin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly and quipped, "Ah, learning from Lei Feng is a noble example. My friend, I too cannot stand idly by when I see injustice." Particularly, as he spoke, he glanced at the earth-splitting bull, whose head had been severed, yet still struggled on the ground. This creature is truly a formidable demon general at the peak of its level. Even if the two of us joined forces to behead it, we might not necessarily achieve a swift kill. Currently, the situation at the Baofu front is dire, with changes occurring every moment. I was concerned that you might struggle to subdue this beast, which is why I specifically came to offer my assistance. From the tone of Qin Feng, it was evident that he was utterly unconcerned about the opinions of Liuatai. At that moment, Liuatai's forehead was adorned with 3 dark lines of frustration. However, it mattered little what Liuatai thought to Qin Feng. In his eyes, the only thing of importance was the acquisition of evolution points. Everything else could take a back seat. Qin Feng joyfully leaped into the ruins, aiming to deliver the final blow to the earth-splitting bull, which was still struggling for breath. At this moment, he felt that the ultimate reward of defeating a high-level demon general was within his grasp, tantalizingly close. Witnessing this, Liuatai's mouth twitched uncontrollably, as if he were having a seizure. What the hell? Look at you. Can what you just said even be considered human? Learning from Lei Feng? I think you are merely seeking a pretext to claim the kill for yourself. His temper flared as he thought about it more, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Liuatai, known for his short fuse, was ready to confront Qin Feng with his long knife drawn. Yet, just as he took a couple of steps forward, he sensed the aura emanating from Qin Feng, which caused a wave of astonishment to wash over him. Huh? Something is amiss, if I am not mistaken. This kid is actually a high-ranking battle general? He had not noticed this detail during their earlier intense confrontation with the earth-splitting bull. However, as the battle drew closer to its conclusion, Liuatai gradually became aware of this revelation. Before me stands a youth who appears to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, yet possesses the formidable prowess of a high-level warrior. Indeed, for someone of his tender years to attain such an extraordinary level of mastery is a remarkable feat in itself. Even Liuatai, upon introspection, realizes he may not have reached such heights at a similar age. What astonishes him further is whether the dazzling swordsmanship displayed moments ago truly emanated from this boy's hands. Could it be possible that at such a young age, he has mastered such profound and intricate techniques? Once this notion surfaced in Liuatai's mind, it spiraled uncontrollably, stirring tumultuous waves of astonishment within him. A mere high-level warrior, this youth exhibits combat prowess that rivals even that of a novice battle king with every movement he makes. Liuatai reflects on his own abilities at the age of 16 or 17 and realizes he could not reach the level of expertise displayed by this young man. Considering the sheer explosive power and the exquisite intricacies of the sword techniques he wields, Liuatai questions whether he could ever achieve such a caliber, let alone surpass this prodigy. Perhaps, through relentless effort in honing his swordsmanship, he might reach the same level as the young man before him. However, the prospect of outshining him in the near future feels utterly unattainable. This realization, though humbling, is one Liuatai acknowledges. For the first time in over 20 years, Liuatai's pride as a genius has been challenged by another. To put it mildly, even the top-ranked figure in their elite training camp, Situ Pajun, has never evoked such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Amidst his astonishment, he temporarily forgets the irritation of having his kill stolen and eagerly jogs towards the direction of Qin Feng. Meanwhile, as the battle nears its conclusion, the guardians of the Longmen Escort Agency, including Lu Taixing, make their way to the scene. They join Liuatai's team, surveying the battlefield from their elevated position. Among Liuatai's companions, the only female member glances curiously at Lu Taixing and inquires, "I presume you are among those sent to support the Longmen escort? Might I ask if this young man is also one of your guards?" The sudden emergence of this unexpected figure has indeed stirred considerable waves. However, what is most astonishing is that this boy, despite being merely a high-level warrior, possesses combat capabilities that could easily rival those of a novice battle king. Who among us would not have their worldview shattered in such a moment? After a brief pause at the question posed by the delicate young woman beside him, Lu Taixing scratches his head and chuckles awkwardly, replying, "Ah, he is actually my sworn brother." The speaker's words, uttered without intention, were received with keen interest by the audience. After Lu Taixing finished speaking, the other guards of the Longmen Escort Agency cast him peculiar glances. "Is this your sworn brother?" they seemed to inquire, incredulous that they had known each other for less than 24 hours. Their lack of familiarity made the affectionate term all the more surprising. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and join me in the fray." Realizing the strange looks from his comrades, Lu Taixing felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his face. Yet, he refrained from saying much and instead drew his sword with a commanding shout, re-entering the battle with renewed vigor. Chapter 137. The 8 precepts. Having accumulated experience from their previous collaborative battles, Lu Taixing and Qin Feng executed a seamless and tacit coordination in their fight. It is truly remarkable that the earth-rending bull is indeed a formidable force among the demon race. Even now, with its entire head severed by Qin Feng's swift and decisive strike, its life was not entirely extinguished. The headless body continued to engage in a desperate struggle amidst the ruins, battling Qin Feng as it faced its imminent demise. Although the vitality of the earth-rending bull was undeniably tenacious, it was already at its last gasp. The remnants of its strength could not sustain its massive form to launch agile and cunning attacks once more. Furthermore, under Qin Feng's keen perception, even the bull's final desperate thrashes posed no threat to him. Ultimately, it was left to be subdued and ground beneath him, with Liuatai coming to assist. This became the final straw that broke the earth-rending bull's back. Give up and die? Hiss. All focus gathered, water breathing, first form, water surface slash. In less than 3 exchanges, Qin Feng astutely discerned the bull's vulnerabilities, delivering another decisive blow that cleaved its enormous, robust body in two. Crimson blood erupted like a fountain, staining the battlefield a vivid red. Following the seemingly unremarkable attack from Qin Feng, Liuatai and Liuatai found themselves ensnared in a new wave of astonished expressions. Goodness gracious, this lad. He is still holding back at this point? Just how terrifying is his true power? Is it possible that possessing the strength of a junior battle king is not even his limit? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the high-ranking demon general at the Great Perfection stage, the Earth-Rending Bull, and earned 2,000 evolution points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. For your first kill of a high-ranking demon general at the Great Perfection stage, you have triggered a special reward, the 8 precepts. Upon hearing this series of system notifications, Qin Feng, who was busy dissecting the Earth-Rending Bull, paused momentarily, his face instantly alight with ecstatic joy. Qin Feng had anticipated that the reward for slaying the bull would merely consist of more abundant evolution points and the precious demon crystal from the high-ranking general. However, he never expected that what appeared to be an ordinary kill would yield such a breathtaking surprise. The 8 precepts? The 8 precepts. Qin Feng repeatedly murmured the name of this special reward, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before, yet he could not quite place it. With a myriad of questions in his mind, Qin Feng directly entered the system space to unveil the true nature of the 8 precepts. Within the system repository, he discovered an object that, while seemingly ordinary in design, exuded an immensely heavy and substantial aura, adorned with numerous spikes, a stout iron rod. Isn't this the infamous Kanabo of Kaido, the beast? My goodness, the system is truly impressive, exuding a sense of grandeur. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Feng was instantly engulfed in overwhelming elation, his speech becoming somewhat disjointed. Let me see what extraordinary qualities the 8 temple staff possesses. In the original work, Ichiro Oda offered scant details regarding Kaido's primary weapon, the 8 temple staff. Qin Feng's understanding of it was limited to just its name, with no knowledge of its various attributes. However, one can surmise that a weapon capable of belonging to one of the 4 emperors of the sea must be of a caliber not far removed from Edward Newgate's supreme-grade Great Blade. The Zoan cut. Filled with such anticipation, Qin Feng immediately entered the system space to scrutinize the 8 temple staff. A temple staff, a type of spiked club. Current grade, yellow grade 1. What in the world? Kaido's weapon is merely a yellow grade 1? This is an outrageous jest. Upon seeing the classification of the 8 temple staff, it felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been dumped over Qin Feng, leaving him utterly chilled to the bone. He had assumed that Kaido's signature weapon would at least be on par with Edward Newgate's supreme-grade weaponry. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that its grade was so disappointingly low. Could it be that he had overestimated its significance? Although the 8 temple staff is indeed Kaido's weapon, the long sword he used to behead Kazuki Oden did not appear to have any extraordinary description either. After a brief moment of distress, Qin Feng quickly found solace. If the 8 temple staff were truly a remarkable weapon, Ichiro Oda, known for his foreshadowing, would certainly have provided special mention in the manga. Since Oda did not elaborate, merely mentioning the name of the spiked club in passing, it seemed reasonable to conclude that it bore no unique qualities, much like the long sword Kaido had wielded before. While Qin Feng consoled himself with these thoughts, he could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment gazing at the 8 temple staff within the system space. Ding. Hidden attributes of the 8 temple staff have been revealed. Would the host like to check? What? There are hidden attributes. Initially, upon learning that the 8 temple staff was only a yellow grade 1, Qin Feng felt as deflated as a frostbitten eggplant. However, when he discovered that the 8 temple staff harbored special attributes, he was instantly revitalized, brimming with renewed vigor. Hidden attributes of the 8 temple staff. As the signature weapon of the 4 Emperor Kaido, its hidden attributes allow for the embedding of demon crystals from demon kings, demon emperors, and demon gods. Upon successful embedding, the 8 Temple Staff will grant the host the ability to harness their innate demonic techniques, and its power will continuously enhance in conjunction with the grade of the demon crystals. My goodness, the information regarding the hidden attributes of the 8 Temple Staff is rather limited. Yet, with these few lines, Qin Feng was nearly left in awe, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Indeed, it was a moment where one might feel utterly lost, only to discover a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Initially, upon learning that the 8 Precepts ring was merely of yellow grade, Qin Feng felt as though the very sky had darkened, the sun above shrouded in an impenetrable haze, devoid of warmth. However, at this moment, upon uncovering the ring's extraordinarily remarkable hidden attributes and its immense potential for future enhancement, Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Chapter 138. The Hidden Attributes of the 8 Precepts. In the beginning, Qin Feng, upon acquiring the Beast Kaido template, opted not for the flail, but instead chose a longsword. The rationale behind this decision lies in the fact that the flail is an exceedingly obscure cold weapon, seldom selected by individuals as their melee armament. Moreover, even within the world of One Piece, aside from Kaido and the Yamato duo, the only other individual Qin Feng could recall wielding a flail was the renowned Luffy of the Six. However, as he continuously developed the fish fruit, the mythical beast form, and advanced to a high-level warrior, Qin Feng increasingly found that the weapon he currently wielded was becoming less and less compatible with his fighting style. As for the thunderous 8 trigrams, it would be impractical to uproot a tree merely for a weapon, as such actions are hardly eco-friendly. Hence, Qin Feng resolved to seek a more suitable flail after the conclusion of the battle at the Baofu frontline. Unbeknownst to him, just as he contemplated rest, fate intervened with an unexpected boon. The system's service proved to be remarkably considerate, sparing him the expense of procuring unreliable flails. It provided him directly with the 8 Precepts, the signature weapon of Beast Kaido, in one fell swoop. What was particularly enticing were the hidden attributes of the 8 Precepts, which could be continuously enhanced through the use of demon crystals, allowing him to harness the innate demon arts of demon kings, demon emperors, and even demon gods. This was nothing short of overwhelmingly powerful. It was akin to adopting the techniques of one's adversaries to vanquish them, a delightful prospect indeed. What is true pleasure? It is a sensation so exhilarating that it renders one breathless. It appears that Liuatai has indeed become a small fortunate star in Qin Feng's life. Had he not encountered Liuatai during the escort mission, he might have missed out on the 8 Precepts, Kaido's quintessential weapon entirely. As the saying goes, joyful events uplift the spirit. With a heart brimming with happiness, Qin Feng could not help but wear a devilishly charming grin as he turned to Liuatai. Striding forward, he casually draped an arm over Liuatai's shoulder and gave it a friendly pat. What's this all about? Liuatai glanced at Qin Feng's imposing hand resting upon his shoulder, feeling an urge to break free. However, upon testing the strength of his companion, he was astonished to discover it was astonishingly formidable. After a few futile struggles, Liuatai was taken aback to find himself unable to extricate himself from Qin Feng's grasp. Especially with that increasingly wicked smile gracing Qin Feng's lips, Liuatai felt a tightening in his chest, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, responding, "Oh, it's nothing. Just brothers exchanging greetings." Noticing the almost frozen smile on Liuatai's face and the beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, Qin Feng suddenly realized that he had likely exerted too much force. It is worth noting that he possessed the fish fruit, the mythical beast form, and the azure dragon transformation. Although he may not yet match Liuatai in terms of cultivation level, in terms of raw physical strength, 10 Liuatai's combined would not be sufficient to rival even a single hand of Qin Feng. Seeing a fellow townsman brings forth a wave of nostalgia. Originally, the ever-joyful Qin Feng contemplated engaging in casual conversation with Liuatai. However, he soon remembered that he had come incognito, necessitating a discreet approach. With this thought in mind, he gave Liuatai a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then strode purposefully towards the brothers of the Longmen Escort Agency. "Brother Liu, the strategic materials we are transporting hold immense significance. We must not delay for even a moment. They must reach the frontline soldiers expeditiously." After speaking, Qin Feng turned slightly to wave at the still smiling Liuatai before rejoining the ranks of the Longmen Escort Agency. "Indeed, little brother, you are absolutely right. The task we are entrusted with bears great importance, and we cannot afford any delay on this journey." Liu Taixing, upon hearing Qin Feng publicly address him as Brother Liu, felt a swell of pride, his smile shining even brighter. Moreover, during the recent confrontation with the earth-shattering bull, although the latter had not activated its martial spirit, the overwhelming aura it exuded, coupled with its terrifying wealth of combat experience, thoroughly captivated Liu Taixing and the members of the Longmen Escort Agency. Such youth, such talent. Such insight. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was evident that this young man was destined to rise as a formidable warrior of the Divine Continent. As Qin Feng boarded the armored vehicle and the members of the Longmen escort agency gradually moved away, Liuatai rubbed his reddened shoulder, wincing in pain. Damn it. That rascal must be doing this on purpose. His grip is incredibly strong. He nearly crushed me, despite his grumbling. Liuatai's sentiments aligned with those of Liu Taixing and the others. This man would undoubtedly embody the spirit of a battle god in the future. His prospects were simply limitless. As reinforcements from the Imperial Capital's War Department rushed to the front line, additional forces from the Qilu and Jiangnan War Departments began their assault on the demon army from the south and east. This coordinated attack from the north, east, and south, complemented by the fierce urban warfare being waged in the Baofu base city, created a formidable encirclement against the demon forces. For the first time, the once arrogant demon army, which had relied on the tidal wave tactics of beast hordes to capture cities, found itself facing the united onslaught of the three main human factions, significantly outnumbering the demons. The Baofu base city, which had initially endured brutal street-to-street combat, began to transition into a phase of strategic counteroffensive. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the defense of the imperial capital and the frontline battles at Baofu base city, the heavenly ascendant Demon King, was currently engaged in a fierce aerial duel with Song Zhiguang, with neither able to gain the upper hand. In this fierce contest of offense and defense, it is evident that after more than 100 exchanges, neither side could claim victory. However, while the clash between the Celestial Demon Emperor and the Demon Slayer Song Zhiguang has yet to reach a conclusion, the battles involving the War King and the Demon King, bolstered by the support of three armies, have tilted overwhelmingly in favor of one side. Amidst the intense and heated conflict between the human and demon factions, Qin Feng, along with Liu Taixing and the brothers of the Dragon Gate escort agency, remained industrious, escorting the transport convoy as they advanced towards the front lines of the Protectorate's battlefield. Chapter 139. The Illusory Bear King. As numerous soldiers commenced their final assault against the remnants of the demon clan from all directions, at that very moment, the Dragon Gate escorts team advanced towards their ultimate destination. Qin Feng closely trailed behind Liu Taixing and his three companions. Given their previous collaborations, Liu Taixing and the others were well aware of Qin Feng's fervent enthusiasm for claiming kills. He was the sort who felt quite unsettled if he missed an opportunity. Consequently, whenever they were on the verge of vanquishing a demon, they instinctively deferred the chance for the final blow to him. Thus, Qin Feng did not establish a primary team relationship with Liu Taixing and the others. However, when it came to the speed of accruing points and the efficiency of obtaining demon crystals, this endeavor proved far more fruitful than during the defense of the imperial capital. Sudden wealth enveloped him, making Qin Feng feel as if he were under the influence of some extraordinary power, as everything he undertook seemed effortlessly achievable. Furthermore, having acquired the Wolf Fang staff from the 100 Beasts, Kaido only amplified his elation, rendering him exceedingly joyful. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain a mid-level demon general, earning 500 evolution points. In a mere instant, Qin Feng swiftly dispatched a mid-level demon general. With his potent observation Haki, he soon detected another target, a high-level demon general at the pinnacle of its realm. Qin Feng focused his mind and attuned his senses. Before him stood an illusory black bear. Though this bear appeared large and cumbersome, its speed was in stark contrast to its size. The Illusory Bear King traversed the battlefield with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Due to its immense form, the Illusory Bear King stirred up fierce winds, rendering it undetectable to many frontline warriors engaged in intense urban warfare against the demon clan within the stronghold. Even if some allied forces noticed the presence of this beast, its cunning nature and rapid movements made apprehending the bear a formidable challenge. Yet, despite its ease of movement on the battlefield, the Illusory Bear King was not merely fleeing. This creature was a master of guerrilla warfare, targeting isolated warrior-class fighters and eliminating them one by one, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Within the span of mere hours, it had already claimed the lives of at least 100 warrior-class fighters beneath its formidable claws. This posed significant difficulties for the soldiers engaged in the urban combat, as they not only had to contend with the dying resistance from the demon clan, but also remained beleaguered by the covert assaults of the Illusory Bear King. Truly caught in a precarious situation. Clearly, Qin Feng would not permit the Phantom Bear King to continue its reckless rampage before the front lines of their brother battalions. After pinpointing the exact location of the Phantom Bear King, using his observation Haki, Qin Feng led the Dragon Gate escorts team to gradually advance into its territory. Brother Liu, we must remain vigilant now. This beast is fundamentally different from the earth-shattering bulls we encountered previously. despite its seemingly clumsy and benign appearance prior to the cataclysm. It was an astute and cunning predator. If we fail to eliminate this creature now and allow it to continue its slaughter, the losses inflicted upon our frontline brothers, who are still entrenched in urban warfare, would be incalculable. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Liu Taixing hesitated momentarily, then retrieved a map for careful examination. Given the current situation, if their unit successfully transported the strategic supplies to the designated location, they would inevitably traverse the area frequented by the Phantom Bear King. This was unavoidable. However, to avoid a confrontation with the beast, Liu Taixing calculated that they would need to spend at least an additional hour and a half to choose an alternate route around its territory. Yet, along this detour, no one could guarantee that the journey would be uneventful. It was entirely possible that the escort team could encounter a second or even a third Phantom Bear King. Thus, rather than facing uncertain risks ahead, it would be wiser to eliminate the Phantom Bear King at its inception. This action would also alleviate some pressure from their brother battalions. Fulfilling a righteous duty. Very well, we will do as you suggest. Let us vanquish this beast and rid the people of this menace. After a brief moment of contemplation, Liu Taixing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this creature is exceedingly cunning. Brother Liu, you will lead the brothers of the Dragon Gate escort to attack from multiple directions, with you at the forefront. This time, our goal is not necessarily to slay the beast, but to drive it to this specific position. With the assistance of his observation Haki, Qin Feng felt as though he possessed an omniscient perspective. In less than a few minutes, he had devised a tactical plan to confront the Phantom Bear King. Liu Taixing and the guards of the Dragon Gate escort instinctively nodded in agreement, as if Qin Feng were the true leader of their escort team. However, after traveling alongside him, they had grown accustomed to the extraordinary capabilities of this young prodigy. Curse it, the beast shall meet its end swiftly. Just as the Phantom Bear King attempted to extend its malevolent claws toward another wounded soldier, Liu Taixing summoned his martial spirit, manifesting a fierce bull that charged directly towards the Bear King. Although the Phantom Bear King possesses unparalleled speed, it is equally a formidable powerhouse among beasts. When confronted with Liu Taixing's sudden assault, the Phantom Bear King did not evade or retreat. Instead, it roared and raised its colossal paw to strike Liu Taixing's horn. The impact resonated through the air as the horn in the bear's paw collided with tremendous force, compressing the surrounding atmosphere to its limits before erupting outward. This singular clash between man and beast created a web of intricate fissures, reminiscent of a spider's web, spreading across a radius of 100 meters. Thus, the battle was poised to ignite. Chapter 140. The Cunning Bear King. Although the exchange of offense and defense between both parties was vividly displayed at this moment, it was evident that neither could gain the upper hand over the other. The illusory Bear King curled its lip, exhibiting a distinctly disdainful and contemptuous expression reminiscent of human emotion. From its demeanor, it seemed to be provoking Liu Taixing deliberately. However, after this skirmish, the illusory Bear King did not hasten to launch a new wave of attacks. Instead, it surveyed the gathered guards of the Longmen Escort Agency, and with a wide maw, charged towards the Battle General level martial artist team. Witnessing this scene, the guards of the Longmen Escort Agency, who were encircling from all directions, experienced a drastic change in expression. For a convoy like theirs, having a junior battle king at the helm, complemented by several senior battle generals, constituted an impressive formation. Under the circumstances of a united assault, defeating this cursed beast would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, Liu Taixing found himself in a quandary. Currently, another squad of battle generals remained within the attack range of the illusory Bear King, still in peril. If they acted recklessly, they could indeed slay the beast. However, such a group of battle generals would likely face dire consequences. Noticing that the encroaching team from the Longmen Escort Agency had noticeably slowed their pace, the inherently cunning illusory Bear King recognized that it had grasped the human's Achilles heel. It had acted so brazenly earlier, treating the battle general squad as hostages. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield fell into a stalemate, with both the human and demon factions staring at each other, each reluctant to make the first move. Just as the standoff persisted, a faint male voice called out from behind. "Brother Liu, let me take a turn facing this beast." Hearing Qin Feng's sudden voice behind him caused Liu Taixing, who had been on high alert, to relax instantly. He let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at the young figure approaching him. It seemed that with this youth present, no matter the ferocity of the demon or the challenges ahead, they could be effortlessly overcome. At this moment, upon seeing that the Longmen Escort Agency had completely surrounded the illusory Bear King, Qin Feng no longer hesitated and advanced with the 8-temple ring in hand. He bent slightly, gathering strength in his legs before leaping high into the air. Utilizing his enhanced perception, he meticulously discerned all the vital points and weaknesses of the illusory Bear King before him. Simultaneously, he raised his left arm, channeling his entire strength into that moment. The 8-temple ring, forged from fine steel, radiated a deep purple glow, wreaking havoc as it surged forth. Meanwhile, the dark armor of his armed Haki enveloped the ring. In the next instant, the thunderous 8 trigrams, infused with armed Haki, coalesced. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng had already moved laterally 100 meters into the air. In the next instant, the formidable 8-temple ring, imbued with the might of thunder, struck fiercely at the heart of the Phantom Bear King with an unparalleled ferocity. This singular blow left the Phantom Bear King without even the slightest opportunity to react. When he regained his senses, he found that Qin Feng's electrified 8-temple ring had already closed in upon him. With a resounding crash, the ring descended relentlessly upon the bear's chest, causing the very ground beneath to shatter with a tremendous roar. Yet, this was merely the initial assault of Qin Feng's thunderous 8 trigrams. Having successfully landed a strike, Qin Feng showed no mercy, granting the Phantom Bear King no respite. He forcefully planted his foot onto the ground, unleashing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air as he charged once more towards the Phantom Bear King. The creature, having just endured the full brunt of Qin Feng's thunderous 8 trigrams, found itself utterly incapacitated, struggling even to move its massive form. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng, undeterred, wielded the 8-temple ring with a tempestuous grace, channeling a violent, domineering power that illuminated the surrounding area as if it were midday. The intensity of his aura surged to its zenith, and with the next execution of the thunderous 8 trigrams, the battle would surely reach its conclusion. Vicious purple lightning coiled around the 8-temple ring, and once again, it descended with terrifying force upon the skull of the Phantom Bear King. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered, accompanied by the thunderous roar of electricity. The powerful aftermath of the assault sent tremors through the earth, reminiscent of a magnitude 4 earthquake, while the bear's head could not withstand the tempestuous onslaught, collapsing to the ground. Ding! A melodic system notification chimed in Qin Feng's ear, congratulating him on the successful slaying of the high-ranking demon general, the perfected Phantom Bear King, and awarding him 2,000 evolution points. Elated by this announcement, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. Although this victory did not grant him a weapon as formidable as the 8-temple ring, unlike his previous conquest over the earth-shattering bull, nor did it provide any secret techniques, the acquisition of such a top-tier divine weapon was invaluable. Moreover, it is said that greed can lead to one's downfall. Qin Feng felt immense satisfaction with his gains from this expedition. The Phantom Bear King he had just vanquished was merely a bonus, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. What one gains is fortune, what one loses is fate. The acquisition of divine weapons and combat techniques is indeed commendable. However, if he were to be unsuccessful, Qin Feng felt there was little to lament. Furthermore, Qin Feng possessed the esteemed Tai Xian Jing, a quintessential martial art of unparalleled repute. In addition, his offensive techniques included the breath of water and the thunderclap, both of which amalgamate the 8 precepts and swordsmanship into formidable combat skills. Regarding agility, Qin Feng also mastered the Lingbo Weibu, a technique that allows for both offense and defense, enabling seamless maneuverability. It can be asserted that, for the current Qin Feng, in terms of offensive power, defensive capability, and even agility, he is virtually flawless, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses. Chapter 141. Numb to habit, I remarked to my younger brother, your display of the wolf-toothed club was truly magnificent, exuding an impressive vigor. It was extraordinary, utterly unreasonable. At that moment, as the battle in the arena drew to a close, Liu Taixing led the guards of the Longmen escort agency to Qin Feng's side. Yet, gazing at the immense beast's skull that Qin Feng had forcefully brought down with the 8-temple ring, I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath of astonishment. Having observed the entire confrontation between Qin Feng and the Phantom Bear King, Liu Taixing introspected, pondering if he himself had been the adversary rather than this formidable demon general. His fate might not have differed significantly from that of the defeated bear. Meanwhile, the frontline warriors, who had just been held hostage by the Phantom Bear King, cast grateful glances toward Qin Feng. However, before they could articulate their heartfelt thanks, Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and casually stated, "Learning from Lei Feng is a good example. We are all brothers in the same trench. No need for excessive formality." After uttering this, he gestured and led Liu Taixin and the others toward the direction of the transport convoy. Qin Feng's visit to the front lines of the Baofu Bay city was not for leisurely pursuits. He bore an important mission yet to be fulfilled. As for the customary mutual flattery, he preferred to forego it, as he had never been one to indulge in such practices. At that moment, Liu Taixing observed the 8-temple ring, forged from fine iron, in Qin Feng's grasp, feeling a sense of bewilderment. If memory served him right, Qin Feng had traversed numerous battles wielding cold weapons like swords and sabers. When had he acquired this 8-temple ring? Furthermore, the recent combat demonstrated that Qin Feng not only possessed this weapon but also exhibited exceptional skill and mastery over it, as if he were adept in all forms of martial arts. It seemed that the only weapons he refrained from using were those he chose not to wield, including this rather obscure wolf-toothed club, which he commanded with remarkable proficiency. Though Lu Taixing was astonished by Qin Feng's frequent revelations of new abilities, he had witnessed the young man's astonishing prowess numerous times throughout their journey, leaving him in a state of profound awe. In fact, after spending several days in Qin Feng's company, he found himself somewhat desensitized to the constant surprises. Despite his lingering curiosity, Lu Taixing soon reconciled his thoughts and chose not to press Qin Feng for further explanations. Moreover, a terrifying speculation suddenly surged within Lu Taixing's mind. Was everything he had witnessed regarding this young man merely the entirety of his capabilities? Or was it merely the tip of the iceberg? If this is merely the tip of the iceberg, then should the unparalleled prodigy, Qin Feng, truly join the Longmen escort agency, who could possibly rival them in the future? No. It should be that the agencies across the realm would be molded and reshaped at their whim. After all, it is the Longmen agency that holds the reins. Alas. Amidst his excitement, Lu Taixing was suddenly reminded that Qin Feng still had nearly 3 years left until he graduated from university, which left him feeling somewhat forlorn. If it were possible, Lu Taixing genuinely wished for Qin Feng to report to the Longmen agency the very next day. Such talent is indeed a rare treasure. If he were to wait for the return of the old captain, Feng Dongbai, he could subtly whisper into the captain's ear, suggesting that he played a significant role in persuading this extraordinary prodigy to choose their agency. At that time, wouldn't Lu Taixing find himself swiftly promoted to manager? Perhaps even CEO, marrying a beautiful heiress, and ascending to the pinnacle of success? He chuckled to himself, feeling a twinge of excitement at the thought. Thus, Lu Taixing and his companions lamented their inability to recruit Qin Feng at the moment. However, with their current task at hand, they could not afford to dwell on such trivialities. Immediately, Lu Taixing organized the Longmen agency's transport convoy, which advanced steadily, preparing to conduct multiple encirclements in areas prone to the emergence of monstrous beasts, wielding their blades with unmatched prowess. Throughout their escorting journey, they encountered numerous skirmishes with the demon race, ranging from minor to significant battles. Qin Feng faced several formidable adversaries, including high-ranking demon generals, though most were of the mid-tier variety, and even the high-ranking ones had become increasingly rare. As for the low-tier demon kings, the very ones Qin Feng had been yearning to confront, he had yet to even catch a glimpse of one, which was undoubtedly disheartening. Initially, Qin Feng had hoped to seize the opportunity during this escort mission to engage once more with a being like the Shadowclaw Demon King. But it appeared that this aspiration would remain unfulfilled. The diminishing strength of the encountered beasts had inevitably affected Qin Feng's efficiency in acquiring resources. Nevertheless, throughout the journey, Qin Feng maintained a positive outlook. He frequently toyed with the weighty Bajai ring in his hand, secretly fantasizing about the day he could embed a significant number of Demon King or even Demon Emperor crystals into it, believing that such an enhancement would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. The following morning, at precisely 7:30, everything unfolded according to the prearranged schedule. The convoy of the Longmen escort agency, where Qin Feng resided, arrived punctually at the designated handover location. Similar to his previous farewell with Feng Qianyuan, Wang Feishua, and Sun Lingfeng, this time, Qin Feng's departure was equally understated. He arrived quietly and departed just as silently, waving his sleeve without taking a single cloud with him. As for the agreement he made with Lu Taixing, it remained etched in his heart. Even if, in the future, Qin Feng could not join the Longmen agency, he had nonetheless forged a bond of goodwill with him in advance. In the future, Qin Feng and his companions will undoubtedly find ample opportunities for collaboration. Following this, as the vital frontline supplies from the Longmen escort agency arrive on the battlefield, an array of nuclear artillery pieces are being meticulously erected by the engineers. With such formidable firepower at their disposal, the nuclear artillery provides relentless fire suppression. The once cohesive forces of the Demon Army, encircled by the Jiangnan, Qilu, and Imperial Capital Battle Divisions, are thrust into a state of isolation and vulnerability. Initially, this was a cunning stratagem devised by the Tianqing Demon Emperor to lure the enemy away. However, his audacious ambitions have ultimately been shattered by the relentless might of the Shenzhou Battle Division, as the stronghold of the Protection Bureau remains steadfastly unconquered. Chapter 142. A resounding victory in the siege. In the present moment, the once proud hand dealt by the Celestial Emperor of Demons has become a self-imposed shackle, ensnaring over 1 million demon troops, encircled by the 3 major military divisions, and trapped in an inescapable predicament. The nuclear artillery positions, escorted by Qin Feng, Liuatai, and others, serve as the final straw that could break the camel's back. Boom! The thunderous roar of the nuclear artillery resounded, perfectly embodying the adage that artillery is the god of war. The 100-odd nuclear cannons had but a single opportunity for a simultaneous barrage, which sent the arrogant demon army into disarray, stirring unease among their ranks. The relentless sound of cannon fire irrevocably signaled the failure of the demons' conspiracy to seize the Baofu base city. Cackling, the celestial emperor of demons declared, "Insignificant, laughable humans. Do not allow this minor skirmish victory to inflate your pride. Our great demon race seeks not the trivial gains of a single city. We pursue the triumph of total war. Await your fate. This time in the imperial capital, Baofu is merely a warning. Soon, we shall return with renewed vigor. And then you humans may find the audacity to display the same bravado on the battlefield." Roar. The celestial emperor's savage, bloodthirsty roar echoed throughout the realm, lingering ominously. Upon hearing these words, the human defenders below maintained their solemn demeanor, resolutely holding their ground, wary of the cunning tricks that the celestial emperor might employ. Meanwhile, in the sky, the demon kings seemed to have received some command from the celestial emperor, as they simultaneously unleashed their innate demonic powers and began a coordinated retreat. The senior demon generals on the ground, too, showed no desire to linger in battle, retreating in an orderly fashion, resisting step by step. At that moment, the high-ranking demon soldiers and lesser demons still entangled in the urban warfare of Baofu Base City received the signal to consolidate and break through towards the northeast. However, the area outside had long since been firmly occupied by the Jiang'an and Qilu military divisions, who had established a labyrinth of defenses at every crucial checkpoint. While the demon kings could easily evade capture by soaring through the skies, those demon soldiers and generals, treated as expendable, lacked such abilities and possessed limited intellect. Their only fate awaited them, to be methodically encircled and eliminated by the enraged human warriors. Thus, the battle continued for 3 days and nights, resulting in the complete annihilation of the demon soldier and general ranks. This time, the conflict between humans and demons concluded with a resounding and unilateral victory for the human race, drawing a perfect conclusion to the frontline battle and restoring long-lost smiles to the faces of countless civilians and frontline soldiers. Yet, amidst the jubilant celebrations of the victory in Baofu Base City, where all were singing and dancing in exuberance, there remained one exception, Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng felt as though his heart was bleeding profusely. Although the relentless siege against the demon clan had lasted for 3 days and nights, yielding him bountiful rewards, witnessing the slaughter of so many demon soldiers and generals, followed by their incineration, was still a sight that stirred a twinge of compassion within him. There is a saying, is there not? Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. Qin Feng could not help but reflect on the immense opportunity he had seized to acquire experience and evolution points during this exhilarating ordeal. He pondered whether he would ever encounter such a fortuitous chance again in the future, one that would allow him to profit so handsomely. If others were to discern the thoughts swirling in Qin Feng's mind at this moment, it would not be surprising if Song Zhiguang seized him by the collar and tossed both him and the demon soldiers into the flames. The demon army's assault had inflicted considerable hardship and stress upon them. Yet, here was Qin Feng, far from feeling fatigue or fear amidst such intense combat. Instead, he found himself becoming increasingly exhilarated, growing bolder with each battle. Ultimately, he began to contemplate the idea of thriving through conflict, calculating how to turn warfare into profit. Truly, this was utterly inhuman. After indulging in his musings, Qin Feng then focused his mind. He sought a secluded rooftop where he could sit cross-legged in tranquility, and subsequently opened the system interface. Host, Qin Feng. Cultivation level, Advanced Battle General. Fruit ability, Fish Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Azure Dragon Form. Special skills, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki. Inner Cultivation Technique, Tai Xian Jing. Movement Technique, Lingbo Weibu. Combat Techniques, Water Breathing, Thunder 8 trigrams. Evolution Points, 356, 903. Character Template, the strongest creature of sea, land, and air, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Details regarding characters and fruit development abilities can be accessed via the character panel for a more comprehensive understanding. After glancing through the system page, Qin Feng noted that the first movement technique he had trained, Lingbo Weibu, had now reached a full 100 development level. This was indeed a cause for celebration. However, considering the staggering 35,000 evolution points he had amassed on the battlefield, it felt utterly insufficient. What does 35,000 evolution points signify? It instantly filled Qin Feng with a sense akin to overnight wealth, reminiscent of a pauper suddenly winning a lottery of 10 million. with more money than he could possibly fathom spending. He could scarcely grasp the implications of such an amount. While Qin Feng had yet to reach a level of confusion regarding the concept of wealth, he was undeniably uncertain about how he should allocate these 35,000 evolution points. At that moment, Qin Feng patted his chest and addressed the system with a hint of desperation. System, if I were to convert all 35,000 evolution points into experience points, what would that yield me? Could you allow me to directly unlock all 3 forms of the fish fruit, the mythical Zoan type, in its azure dragon shape, and awaken its abilities? A staggering total of 300,000 evolution points. Such an astronomical balance. If all the experience gained were devoted to unlocking the fish fruit, Qin Feng believed it would likely achieve a 100% success rate in unlocking. However, just as Qin Feng was silently anticipating this, the system's crisp notification sound echoed once more in his ears. Chapter 143, Evolution Points Still Insufficient Ding. Host, you currently possess a total of 356,903 evolution points. This is far from sufficient to unlock all 3 forms of the fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. If the host wishes to awaken the fruit's abilities, they must first fully unlock the human form, azure dragon form, and dragonman form in succession before awakening the fruit's powers. Upon hearing the system deliver this utterly emotionless notification, it felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over Qin Feng, leaving him chilled to the core. His heart, which had soared to unimaginable heights, plummeted back to the depths of despair. What a disheartening moment it was. My goodness. The monstrous beasts I have slain were exhausting to the point of nausea. My hands were numb, and I had fought tooth and nail to gather nearly 300,000 points. I had thought that this would lead me directly to the pinnacle of my journey, unlocking all abilities of the fish fruit. Yet, it was clear that this was merely a figment of Qin Feng's imagination. At present, he could only utilize the human form of Kaido, the beast. System. Display the unlocking template for Kaido. With a flicker of thought, Qin Feng summoned the template for Kaido to examine. Ding. Fruit ability, fish fruit, mythical Zoan. Human form, unlock level 20. Observation Haki, subtlety, unlock level 20. Armament Haki, constriction, unlock level 15. Conqueror's Haki, will, unlock level 10. Kaido's character template unlocking progress exchange list. Fish fruit, mythical Zoan, azure dragon form. 1 experience requires 50,000 evolution points. Observation Haki. 1 experience requires 2,000 evolution points. Armament Haki. 1 experience requires 2,000 evolution points. Conqueror's Haki. Having briefly reviewed the current unlocking progress of Kaido's 3 forms of Haki and the fruit abilities, it was evident that while the progress bar for the fish fruit's human form appeared substantial, with nearly 40 of experience accumulated, if Qin Feng intended to rely solely on monetary investment to fill the remaining 60 of experience for the fish fruit, he would need to expend an exorbitant 300,000 evolution points. Even if Qin Feng were to allocate all his evolution points to the fish fruit, it would not facilitate his transformation from the current human form into the azure dragon form. Setting aside the development of the fish fruit's abilities, what remained were the 3 forms of Haki, representative of Kaido. Although the threshold for upgrading to the second realm of Haki had more than doubled since the last time, overall, the costs were considerably more reasonable compared to developing the fish fruit's abilities. Nevertheless, Qin Feng still calculated the expenses in his mind. Presently, the average unlocking level for the 3 forms of Haki hovered around 10, with only the observation Haki having reached a proficiency of 20, having broken through first due to its frequent usage. However, even if one wishes to enhance the proficiency of observation Haki to the next level, a staggering sum of 160,000 evolution points is required. As for armament Haki and conqueror's Haki, should Qin Feng desire to elevate their proficiency in one fell swoop, he would need to part with at least 360,000 points. Moreover, this figure merely reflects the second tier of the 3 types of Haki. Advancing to the third tier necessitates an expenditure of over 4,000 evolution points for every 1% of experience exchanged. Undoubtedly, this escalates the already limited evolution points to an even more precarious situation. After performing a quick mental calculation regarding this economic predicament, Qin Feng soon realized that the meager evolution points at his disposal were utterly insufficient. He had initially believed that the frontline battles at the Baofu base city would facilitate his escape from poverty, leading him to prosperity and a better life. Yet, after several days of contemplation, he still felt that his evolution points were woefully inadequate. Damn. This insatiable black market system has set the thresholds for each level excessively high. Clearly, it is designed to torment me. Ding dong. The system promptly intervened upon detecting the host's minor emotional disturbance. What? What do you mean by minor emotional disturbance? Just as Qin Feng was bewildered by the sudden system notification, the prompt chimed in once more. Host. The character templates you have exchanged are undoubtedly among the most formidable in their respective realms. The strength you can derive from them is undeniably the pinnacle of power. It can be said that every evolution point you invest now is exceptionally worthwhile and remarkably economical. To his surprise, the system, which had always been perceived as cold and unfeeling, revealed an unexpectedly warm side. This genuinely astonished Qin Feng, albeit only slightly. In the next moment, however, his expression turned grim again. He grimaced slightly and remarked, System, while your reasoning holds some truth, let me ask you, does all this verbosity truly serve any purpose? Is it of any use? Stunned into silence by Qin Feng's soul-stirring inquiry, the system ceased its attempts at consolation and retreated into silence. Noticing the system's silence, Qin Feng rubbed his somewhat throbbing temples and then refocused his thoughts. As it stands, he resolved that unless he amassed at least 180,000 evolution points in the future, he would refrain from seeking further torment from the system. After regaining his composure, Qin Feng redirected his attention to the battlefield at Baofu Base City. While humanity ultimately emerged victorious in this confrontation against the demon race, the triumph was far from easy, and the Baofu Base City did not fall. As far as Qin Feng's gaze could reach, what met his eyes was a scene of desolation, characterized by crumbling walls and debris, further accentuated by the haunting sight of the lifeless bodies of human heroes who had fought valiantly against the demon race. The ground beneath his feet lay scarred and ravaged, presenting a landscape of utter desolation and decay. Not long ago, during a mission for the Longman Escort Agency, Qin Feng had traversed the city of Baofu aboard a maglev train, its former vibrancy and bustling market scene now starkly contrasting with the ruin before him. Particularly, in the 12 hours preceding the arrival of reinforcements from the Imperial War Department, the Jiangnan War Department, and the Qilu War Department, the unprecedented devastation endured by the city of Baofu was truly incalculable. Chapter 144. What is a hero were it not for the indomitable willpower of the defenders of the capital, who have valiantly engaged in fierce combat against the monstrous beings of the demon race? The capital S-base would have undoubtedly succumbed to the enemy long before the reinforcements from the 3 military divisions could arrive. This would have rendered the city a mere garden for the demons, posing a dire threat to the imperial capital itself. It is no exaggeration to declare that the mere fact that the capital S-base has held out until now is a remarkable miracle. The soldiers of the Divine State S military are truly the most admirable and worthy of respect. At this moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the heavens. Yet, the valiant warriors entrenched at the front lines seemed utterly indifferent to the sudden downpour. Even as the broadcast relayed the news of humanity's ultimate triumph over the demons, they remained expressionless and dazed. Many still stood with their weapons at the ready, their serious demeanor unwavering, lost in silence. Meanwhile, the bodies of their fallen comrades were being methodically placed into coffins by the logistics team, while military transport aircraft stood by, ready for action, amidst the battleground. After the conclusion of this fierce conflict between humanity and the demon race, an unusual silence enveloped the battlefield of the capital S base. All were silent. Whether they held firearms or were tasked with laying the martyrs to rest, each individual was immersed in their own world of silence, mechanically loading rounds into magazines. It was not until the bodies of the fallen were transported into the cargo hold of the aircraft that the cabin doors slowly closed, and the transport plane roared into the sky. In that moment, the resolute warriors felt their eyes well up with tears as they watched the aircraft descend, bidding farewell to those who would soon be far away. As the plane dwindled into a distant speck, these soldiers maintained their salute, silently shedding tears that coursed down their cheeks. To the countless ordinary citizens, these brave men are seen as towering heroes, the embodiment of those who defend their homeland and battle on the front lines against the demon race. Yet, heroes are still human. They possess their own emotions and desires. When faced with the loss of comrades who once fought alongside them, they too cannot escape the tremors of sorrow. They are acutely aware that life and death are constants in the theater of war, occurring every moment. Although these warriors have grown accustomed to such realities, it does not mean they can easily accept or confront the unfolding tragedies. In this solemn hour, the only recourse is to ascribe meaning to the sacrifices of these martyrs. They must be reminded of the significance of enduring hardships, of the very essence of safeguarding what is precious, even at the cost of life. This philosophy, that the noble mountains may cradle the loyal dead, is a legacy to be passed down through generations, forging a bond through life itself. This remains humanity's sole means of resisting the demon race and enduring in this brutal world. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment, the once gentle drizzle from the sky suddenly intensified. Before long, a torrential downpour ensued. The rain pelted heavily upon the soldiers' uniforms, yet they remained steadfast, maintaining their solemn demeanor and saluting with respect. Their gazes lingered in silence upon the direction where the transport aircraft had vanished. The intensifying rain, coupled with the somber expressions of all present and the heavy atmosphere, infused the already melancholic scene with an added layer of oppression. Meanwhile, the battlefield reporters, who were broadcasting live, found themselves deeply moved by the solemn demeanor of the surviving soldiers. At that moment, the viewers from all corners of the world, watching the situation unfold from the Baofu base, fell into a profound silence. Just 10 minutes prior, everyone had been reveling in the victory of humanity's successful defense against the monstrous invasion, celebrating their triumph in repelling the enemy. Yet, in this instant, the emotions of joy and excitement dissipated into oblivion. Countless viewers, mirroring the silence of the frontline warriors, fell into a hushed stillness. Through the lenses of the battlefield journalists, they bore witness to the remnants of war that had left the Baofu base in ruins, with mountains of corpses and streets stained crimson with blood. They also observed the valiant heroes, gravely wounded, yet resolutely standing their ground. For reasons unknown, a thick shadow seemed to cloak the hearts of all present. Even among the crowd, many sensitive women found their eyes welling with tears, retreating behind their computer and phone screens to quietly sob. Reflecting on 15 years past, when I was still at the Guangling base, my father had tragically fallen victim to the monstrous attacks while striving to protect my safety. With his own flesh and blood, he secured precious moments of survival for me. Without the profound love of a father, I would likely have perished long ago. Alas, 21 years prior, my base city had likewise endured a C-class beast-tide assault from the monsters, and the scenes from that time remain etched in my memory. Frankly, I harbor a deep loathing for my own powerlessness. I yearn more than anything to acquire greater strength, to safeguard all that I hold dear, to confront these despicable creatures to the bitter end, and to procure hope for our survival as humans. Indeed, while we pay homage to these heroes, we must also strive to become heroes ourselves. The soldiers who sacrificed their lives for their country, wrapped in the skins of their steeds, are undoubtedly the true heroes. It is because of these unsung champions that we can still share laughter and joy before our screens today. These heroes, each embodying their own flesh and blood, have forged an indomitable steel fortress to safeguard us. He is the true embodiment of the era's heroism that we ought to revere and aspire to. Indeed, well said. This legion of unsung heroes must not be forgotten. They deserve to be etched in our hearts, cherished by generations to come, and celebrated in song. Thus, after a span of nearly 10 minutes of profound silence, the once vibrant live broadcast from the frontline began to witness an overwhelming surge of comments flooding in like a relentless tide. The term hero emerged as the most frequently mentioned word among the millions upon millions of viewers. Chapter 145, The Transformation of Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the journalists stationed at the front lines of the Baofu base city found themselves in a profound silence, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. One by one, they exhaled deeply, their voices heavy with emotion as they addressed the audience. Dear viewers, let us rise at this moment. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence for these valiant nameless heroes, for the warriors who protect our homeland. Thus, the once bustling live stream, filled with tributes to heroic soldiers, fell into an eerie stillness, devoid of any comments. This moment of reverence transcended the front lines of the Baofu base city. Individuals of various races across the corners of their homeland and around the globe engaged in the same solemn act of mourning for the fallen heroes of the Baofu campaign. Amidst this, Qin Feng remained on the front lines, his garments drenched by the relentless downpour. Yet, he stood stoically, his expression grave, silently witnessing the events unfold before him. A palpable aura of sorrow emanated from him, enveloping his being. This was not Qin Feng's first encounter with the battlefield. He had already witnessed the harsh realities of life and death during the Imperial Capital campaign. That battle marked his initial foray into genuine combat against the cunning foes. However, during the defense of the Imperial Capital, he was merely responsible for one segment of the front lines, which was not among the fiercest battlegrounds in the ongoing war between humanity and the demon race. Thus, at that time, he remained unaware of the profound significance behind this protracted conflict that had spanned a century. His thoughts were rudimentary. He perceived the war as an opportunity, a means to swiftly vanquish demons and accumulate points, while simultaneously honing his skills and fortifying his strength. From the moment he embarked on the path of a martial artist, Qin Feng had pursued the lofty goal of becoming increasingly powerful, striving for strength until he possessed the capability to protect what he cherished. Yet, it was only today, as he silently followed the Dragon Gate escort's rapid advance into one of the most brutal and intense arenas of conflict between humans and demons, that he truly grasped the implications of this war for humanity. It was a struggle to the death, a relentless contest in which only one race could emerge victorious from the harsh trials of nature. Contemplating such a weighty topic, Qin Feng realized with stark clarity that he had no path of retreat. The battlefield was a realm defined solely by ruthless and bloodthirsty slaughter. War, akin to a malevolent demon, silently reaps all that is beautiful among humanity, utterly annihilating it and reducing everything to naught. In this moment, Qin Feng felt as though an invisible string within his heart had been plucked. Upon glancing once more at the lifeless body of the monstrous beast sprawled on the ground, he no longer regarded it merely as a meaningless score or an evolutionary point, a mere shortcut to enhance his own prowess. Instead, he acutely felt an unprecedented urgency to eradicate the detestable monsters of the demon race, this malignant tumor, from the azure and beautiful planet. If the demon race remains, how can one truly call it home? As the relentless rain poured down, intensifying with each passing moment, the droplets struck Qin Feng's body like heavy hailstones. Yet, amidst it all, he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed ahead, enveloped in silence for a protracted period. After a long while, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh. He spoke little, instead making his way toward the command center where the gathered warriors awaited. For Qin Feng, the past had been simple. He merely wished to protect himself and those dear to him, ensuring his parents could live a better life, enjoying their twilight years, and that his brothers and friends could find happiness and safety. He had never harbored grand ambitions, believing it sufficient to tend to his own small plot of land. However, to this day, Qin Feng felt an increasing weight of responsibility commensurate with his growing strength. Now, he yearned to safeguard more lives and to bring an end to the century-long conflict between humanity and the demon race. Yet, the power he currently wielded was still woefully inadequate. He must continue to forge his path of strength, overcoming obstacles and scaling peaks until the day the tumultuous saga between humans and demons reaches its definitive conclusion. Perhaps, when that day finally arrives, the tragedies faced today will no longer be repeated. Under the command of a brigadier general, the soldiers tasked with logistics began loading the valuable corpses of the high-ranking demon warriors onto trucks bound for the imperial capital. For humanity, these bodies represented an invaluable resource. By studying the remains of the demon race, they could gain deeper insights into this group's characteristics and perhaps uncover their fatal weaknesses. Moreover, every part of these demon warriors was a treasure. Their scales could be fashioned into battle attire or close-fitting armor, their bones used to create exoskeletons for humans, and their demon crystals could be refined to extract vital energy for cultivation or other remarkable uses. Even the flesh and blood of these demons would serve as potent nourishment for human warriors. Such precious materials could not be wasted. They must be comprehensively utilized. While the logistics troops were still diligently engaged in clearing the battlefield, the medical team from the Red Cross arrived at the front lines, methodically setting up a temporary medical center to provide urgent care for the wounded soldiers. Observing that numerous injured individuals had yet to receive timely medical attention, the commanding major general began to issue a series of organized directives, coordinating the efforts of the Red Cross personnel. Before long, a group of doctors and nurses clad in white coats, carrying stretchers and medical kits, along with martial practitioners specializing in healing, were already on standby nearby. Chapter 146. The healers. They embody the essence of healing warriors, and thus, their awakened martial souls are intrinsically linked to the noble pursuit of saving lives. Although these medical warriors may not possess the formidable combat prowess akin to that of Qin Feng, they excel significantly in the realm of alleviating suffering and providing aid. In contrast to their combat-oriented counterparts, healing warriors require a diverse array of skills. Setting aside innate talents, mastering medical techniques necessitates an exceptionally precise control of vital energy, alongside an extensive acquisition of specialized knowledge, coupled with the intellectual acuity and perseverance to apply it effectively. When confronted with the casualties and anguish of war, they must maintain a calm and heavy-hearted demeanor to minimize fatalities during missions and enhance the likelihood of success. The three cardinal principles of medical warriors are as follows. First, a healer must never abandon treatment before a team member succumbs. Second, a healer must steadfastly refrain from positioning themselves at the front line of battle. Third, a healer must never allow themselves to perish before any member of their squad. Could it be Qin Feng, junior brother? Just as Qin Feng was lost in contemplation, a gentle, melodious voice reminiscent of flowing water called out from behind him, rousing him from his profound reverie. Instinctively, Qin Feng turned to the source of the voice, and upon recognizing the petite nurse who had addressed him, even his composure faltered momentarily. As she approached, greeting him with a warm smile, it became evident that, in terms of beauty, she rivaled even the most familiar faces he had encountered, such as that of Sister Ruobing or Sister Zhira. However, unlike Sister Zhira's spirited elegance and Sister Ruobing's noble aloofness, This nurse exuded a fresh and endearing charm, reminiscent of a kind neighborly sister, exuding warmth and gentleness. Her enchanting eyes, dark and bright, were strikingly large and almond-shaped, resembling delicate peach blossoms. As the nurse walked towards Qin Feng, her radiant smile transformed her already captivating features, causing her crescent-shaped eyes to sparkle with allure, accentuated by long lashes. Her visage was so lovely that she resembled a porcelain doll, evoking an instinctive desire to embrace and cherish her. "No, you must be mistaken. I am not Qin Feng," he replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face upon having his identity unveiled. He had clandestinely ventured to the front line and had intended to maintain a low profile, striving to keep his true identity concealed. Initially, with the aid of the Dragon Gate escort agency's pass, he had successfully masked his identity and participated in the defense of the base city. Yet, just as the battle had concluded and he planned to return to the elite training camp, fate had conspired to reveal his true self at this inopportune moment. "Please, junior brother Qin Feng, can you not show such disregard for a sister's professionalism as a healer? Even without your attire, I would still recognize you," she chided lightly. "Qin Feng, I feel so emo. Senior sister, your chatting skills are truly remarkable. I find myself at a loss for words." Hearing such eloquent social banter from the senior beside him, Qin Feng found himself utterly flustered. He glanced around, then caught sight of the information on the work badge adorning senior Mu Qianqian's chest. "Mu Qianqian, Senior Qianqian. Goodness, it seems I am truly unable to step out. Having arrived at the front lines, I never expected to encounter a senior here." This was certainly overwhelming for him. Qin Feng pondered internally, while swiftly tugging at Mu Qianqian's sleeve, guiding her to a corner and signaling for silence. "Senior Qianqian, at this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Indeed, I am Qin Feng, and my sole purpose for coming to the Baofu Bay City is to join the fray and alleviate the defensive pressure on our frontline warriors." Indeed, everything aligned perfectly with his initial suspicions. In truth, Mu Qianqian had felt a sense of familiarity when she first laid eyes on Qin Feng. However, at that moment, he was drenched in blood, resembling a specter of crimson, which made her hesitant to acknowledge him. Yet, driven by a whim, she called out his name, only to be greeted with an unexpected delight. Suppressing her excitement, Mu Qianqian quietly inquired, "Junior Qin Feng, would you be so kind as to share your contact information?" "What contact information?" Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, contemplating how to fabricate an excuse to extricate himself, Mu Qianqian's sudden request left him utterly bewildered. Is Senior Qianqian's train of thought always this rapid? He had yet to grasp the situation, and she was already asking for his contact details. "Junior Qin Feng, could you please provide me with your contact information?" Mu Qianqian bit her lip gently, reaffirming her request. "Huh? All right, no problem. My battle network ID is 10086. Noticing several officers and soldiers approaching, Qin Feng, overwhelmed with the urgency of the situation, instinctively relayed his battle network ID to Mu Qianqian. After all, one must bow their head beneath a roof. If this matter were to reach the War Department in the imperial capital, he would certainly attract trouble, particularly from the notorious butcher, Song Zhiguang. Thus, despite his internal reluctance, he felt compelled to share his battle network ID. "Very well, I have saved it. Thank you, Junior Qin Feng." Having successfully acquired Qin Feng's battle network number, Mu Qianqian was undeniably elated. It was indeed a significant achievement, considering how few among the hundreds of senior sisters in the elite training camp possessed his contact details. Today, by a stroke of fortune, Mu Qianqian managed to obtain Qin Feng's battle network ID, which undoubtedly filled her with immense joy. With a charming dimple gracing her cheek, she flashed a sweet smile at Qin Feng. However, upon noticing his bloodied appearance, her delicate brows furrowed slightly in concern. Subsequently, she took hold of Qin Feng's sleeve and led him towards a makeshift infirmary not far away. "Qin Feng, you must have sustained significant injuries on the front lines. Hurry to the treatment room. Allow me to conduct a thorough examination for you." Upon hearing Mu Qianqian's words, Qin Feng could not help but feel overwhelmed, as if he had suddenly taken on a daunting challenge. Chapter 147. Senior Qianqian. Although Qin Feng was covered in blood, from a distance he resembled a bloody figure. However, the blood that stained him was primarily a consequence of slaying ferocious beasts during battle. Moreover, on this battlefield, Qin Feng moved through the enemy ranks with remarkable ease, making it inevitable that his combat attire would become soiled. "Senior Qianqian, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Please, hasten to assist others in need," Qin Feng urged, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Internally, he was reluctant to accompany Mu Qianqian to the treatment room, but observing the bustling warriors and officers around them, he felt compelled to conceal his reluctance. Furthermore, Mu Qianqian's grip on his sleeve was quite firm. It was evident that if he did not agree to undergo a thorough examination in the treatment room, she would not allow him to leave easily. Thus, after a brief stalemate, Qin Feng ultimately acquiesced to Mu Qianqian's insistence, and together they entered the treatment room. However, being alone in a confined space with a woman he hardly knew created an awkward atmosphere. Qin Feng longed to turn and escape at the earliest opportunity. For Mu Qianqian, this moment was a dream come true, as she found herself alone with the man she idolized. The thought of being in such proximity to him, crafted by her own cleverness, sent her heart racing uncontrollably. In that moment, both Qin Feng and Mu Qianqian remained silent, exchanging glances. Yet, a flush of crimson crept onto Mu Qianqian's exquisitely delicate face. Observing her bashfulness, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. Senior Qianqian, I must express how awkward this situation is for me. After all, you are the doctor and I am the patient, yet it is you who appears shy? He remarked, struggling to comprehend the irony of their roles. Moreover, there is something I must clarify. Though I am covered in blood, most of it belongs to the beasts I have slain. I merely have a few superficial wounds, so please do not overthink this. If there is nothing pressing, I shall not impose any further. There are many soldiers who require your attention far more urgently than I do. Don't you agree? After all, pain knows no measure of severity. Moreover, as practitioners of healing, how could we, fully aware of your injuries, ever allow you to depart so effortlessly? At this moment, Mu Qianqian was clearly unwilling to let Qin Feng slip away so easily. After all, how could she permit this hard-won opportunity to escape? With determination, Mu Qianqian moved the chair away from Qin Feng while gently pressing down on his shoulder, urging him to take a seat. Junior Qin Feng, do not overthink. Leave the rest to your senior sister. Witnessing the boy she admired in such a vulnerable state was a stark contrast to the formidable hero she had envisioned. Whether it be the youthful champion dominating the arena of the elite training camp or the valiant warrior, akin to Zhao Zilong, cutting through the enemy lines on the battlefield. The fact that Qin Feng could display a demeanor so different in her presence ignited an inexplicable sweetness within Mu Qianqian's heart, as if she had tasted honey, filling her with a delightful warmth. With her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, she handed Qin Feng a form to fill out and began to gather her energy, preparing for the forthcoming treatment. However, just as Mu Qianqian was nearing readiness, she noticed Qin Feng still sitting there like a statue, utterly clueless about what to do. Unable to suppress a smile, she remarked, Junior Qin Feng, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and come to the treatment bed. What do you mean come to the bed? Qin Feng blinked, startled as he caught sight of Mu Qianqian gesturing towards a nearby examination table. Coupled with her earlier suggestive remark about coming to the bed, he couldn't help but acknowledge the wayward thoughts that crept into his mind. Yet, upon reflection, he reminded himself that they were in a battlefield clinic, internally chastising himself. He thought, why must I entertain such thoughts? Having already committed himself to the path of a warrior, how could he indulge in such trivial matters between men and women? Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that she was merely a medical practitioner. Should she dare to overstep, he would swiftly retaliate. Embracing this mindset, Qin Feng lay rigidly on the examination table, eyes tightly shut and teeth clenched, feeling even more tense than when he faced the dark-clawed Demon King alone. However, seeing Qin Feng remain completely motionless on the pillow only deepened Mu Qianqian's exasperation. Rubbing her temples, she exclaimed, Junior Qin Feng, I suggest you loosen your clothes. What are you still doing there in a daze? Although Mu Qianqian was striving to restrain the tumult of emotions within her heart and avoiding overthinking, the mere thought of soon having a closer and more intimate encounter with the man she had long admired caused two rosy clouds to bloom upon her exquisitely delicate oval face. To be candid, in terms of age, Mu Qianqian was indeed slightly older than Qin Feng, as she was already 21 this year and a junior in college. However, it is worth noting that this was essentially the first time Mu Qianqian had assisted a man in tending to such an injury. Chapter 148. Is this appropriate, senior sister? Prior to this, he had primarily engaged in research related to anatomy and pathology. It was only due to the overwhelming vacancies in medical positions at the frontline battlefield that Mu Qianqian, who was somewhat inexperienced, managed to step up. Otherwise, like Qin Feng, she might not have had the opportunity to come here even if she desired to. Of course, even if we were to entertain the notion that Mu Qianqian was to undertake such intimate tasks, she would certainly delegate them to her male colleagues rather than take on the responsibility herself. However, times have changed. The circumstances now are entirely different. The patient she is about to attend to is not only her esteemed junior, the invincible Qin Feng, but also the idol she holds in high regard. Thus, upon confirming the identity of this individual as her junior, She chose not to pass this precious task to other battlefield doctors, but instead opted to take matters into her own hands. Ever since Qin Feng participated in that 1-against-100 arena battle, he had become as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen again. In the training camp, news of him had become scarce. For Mu Qianqian, it had been quite some time since she had encountered Qin Feng within the elite training camp of the Divine Land. Now, having the rare opportunity to share a private space with him, how could she possibly let such a golden chance slip away? Senior Sister Qianqian, is this really the right time for such actions? Hearing the sweet and charming Mu Qianqian offering to assist him in undressing left Qin Feng, who prided himself as a quintessential man, blushing in embarrassment. After all, such matters were typically reserved for married female surgeons or were delegated to male colleagues. Yet here was a stunningly beautiful, younger woman, an old acquaintance in the role of senior sister, proposing to engage in such activities. This made Qin Feng feel increasingly uncomfortable. Witnessing Qin Feng, a robust and gallant young man who had displayed unparalleled heroism on the battlefield, now appearing shy and awkward was quite a contrast. This realization made Mu Qianqian feel less anxious and more intrigued, sensing that the situation was becoming rather amusing. A young man capable of standing firm against the onslaught of tens of thousands of demons displayed such vulnerability before her. This inadvertently stirred within Mu Qianqian a desire to playfully tease Qin Feng. Pray tell, Qin Feng, as a valiant warrior, how can you not embrace your fortitude? Moreover, I believe you are quite aware that, from the perspective of us healers, gender holds no significance. There is no distinction between male and female in our eyes. Furthermore, I have just conducted a brief examination of your current condition and observed that you, in fact, suffer from no severe injuries, only minor, inconsequential scrapes. Surely, for you, Qin Feng, this is hardly a concern. You have faced mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Can you truly be intimidated by a delicate maiden such as myself? Though Mu Qianqian endeavored to present a carefree facade before Qin Feng, internally, she was overwhelmed by a wave of shyness. At the same time, the exquisite contours of her face seemed to warm several degrees, particularly in light of her recent remarks, which hardly seemed fitting for a senior addressing her junior. It was akin to a flirtatious older sister, wielding a goldfish to entice a young boy with her whimsical words. Yet, as the saying goes, the speaker may be oblivious, while the listener may imbue the words with intent. Upon hearing Mu Qianqian's playful banter, Qin Feng found himself drenched in cold sweat, as though a crow had slowly drifted over his head, leaving him at a loss for words. Truth be told, had it not been for Qin Feng's acute awareness of his sensitive identity, he might have impulsively struck Mu Qianqian, rendering her unconscious, and made a hasty retreat. However, upon further reflection, there was a certain logic in Mu Qianqian's words. As the saying goes, a healer possesses the heart of a parent. This is a widely acknowledged truth. Moreover, from the perspective of a medical warrior adhering to the three great tenets of their profession, there is indeed no distinction between genders. Thus, contemplating this notion brought Qin Feng to a sense of ease. What was there to be overly concerned about? TCH, was it not merely a matter of loosening one's attire? Furthermore, when utilizing the powers of the fish fruit, he often found his upper garments bursting apart as he transformed into a dragon. Faced with the enemy's artillery and the ruthless brutality of the demon clan, he had felt no particular distress. In this moment, what was there for him to be bashful about? What did it matter if Mu Qianqian was a senior? After all, it was better for her to see than for a stranger to gaze upon him. As a junior, witnessing Mu Qianqian, a maiden of exquisite beauty, so unconcerned with trifling matters, one cannot help but feel a sense of hesitation and indecision. What a disarray that evokes. It must be said that Qin Feng's method of self-comfort is remarkably effective. After several rounds of psychological prompting, he has managed to entirely lower his defenses. He exudes an air of unwavering decisiveness. In a swift motion, Qin Feng extended his hand, deftly unfastening the belt and zipper of his combat attire, casting his trousers to the ground with an effortless grace that is akin to a flowing river. Chapter 149, Self-Comfort in Truth. Dear Junior, there is no need for you to undress so completely. You need only remove half of your garments. Oh, never mind, since you have already disrobed. I shall allow you to put your clothes back on. To Mu Qianqian's surprise, Qin Feng was unexpectedly straightforward. She merely requested him to loosen his attire. Yet he had taken it upon himself to shed almost everything, leaving only a pair of combat shorts. This inadvertently caused Mu Qianqian's cheeks to flush with warmth. However, recalling how she had spoken so openly in front of Qin Feng, she reminded herself that in the presence of a doctor, there is no distinction between genders. Under this psychological suggestion, Mu Qianqian felt considerably more at ease. Since Qin Feng had already disrobed, she decided to let it be. Yet, upon hearing her words, Qin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, nearly hot enough to fry an egg. Rubbing the back of his head, he chuckled awkwardly. Oh, haha, my apologies. Mu Qianqian, I thought you meant for me to strip down more thoroughly. How about I put on a few more garments? As he spoke, Qin Feng reached for the clothes strewn on the floor. Just then, Mu Qianqian waved her hand and said, Never mind, it's not a big deal. Qin Feng, let us not waste any more time on trivial matters. Since you have already undressed, let us proceed with the treatment. As she spoke, Mu Qianqian gradually bent down. Her expression focused and serious as she examined the wound on Qin Feng's thigh. What she had not anticipated was that despite Qin Feng's seemingly slender physique, there was not an ounce of excess flesh on his thigh. Instead, it was defined by sharp, sculpted muscles. However, unlike the exaggerated musculature often seen in Western physiques, Qin Feng's musculature presented a uniquely graceful and streamlined form, a sight that was genuinely pleasing to behold. Due to the location of his injury, on the upper part of his left thigh, sustained during a battle with a beast, Qin Feng lifted his combat attire further up, revealing his well-defined upper body for Mu Qianqian's examination. His torso resembled the exquisitely chiseled form of Michelangelo's David, with every contour meticulously crafted, devoid of any imperfections. Under the flickering lights of the makeshift medical camp, the illumination accentuated the power contained within his thigh and upper body muscles, each segment radiating an unparalleled, explosive strength of terrifying potential. In stark contrast to the robust Qin Feng, Mu Qianqian appeared exceedingly fragile and helpless. It seemed that if this man were to entertain even a fleeting thought of mischief, he could effortlessly transform their makeshift medical camp into a battlefield engulfed in smoke and chaos. Before him, she felt utterly devoid of any chance of victory. Indeed, Qin Feng was the man Mu Qianqian deeply admired and favored. Not only had he exhibited an exceptionally rare talent upon entering the elite training camp in Shenzhou, but he also possessed formidable combat prowess unmatched by his peers. Moreover, his profound sense of duty, as he resolutely threw himself into frontline battles to protect his homeland, even at the risk of being discovered and sent back to the training camp, was truly commendable. The perfection of this man transcended his innate abilities and personal virtues. Even his physique was of the highest caliber, rendering him irresistibly captivating. Mu Qianqian found herself unable to divert her gaze from Qin Feng, her heart brimming with affection as a devoted admirer among his numerous elder sisters. Witnessing him in this moment only intensified her emotions. Within a mere 5 minutes, her delicate, fair hand inexplicably found its way to Qin Feng's sculpted abdominal muscles, which resembled art chiseled from stone. The adage that desire is inherent to human nature applies to both men and women, each possessing an undeniable allure in this regard. Women, like men, are not exempt from such inclinations. Just as men often find themselves defenseless against the allure of voluptuous women, so too do women struggle to resist the appeal of a man with a physique reminiscent of a statue, a paragon of beauty. At that moment, Mu Qianqian was utterly entranced by Qin Feng, lost in a daze of admiration. In this semi-conscious, half-entranced state, her delicate hands began to explore his chiseled abs, tracing their contours with an almost feline curiosity. The expression of rapt fascination on her face resembled that of a child playing with a cherished toy, filled with joy and an insatiable desire to engage further. A genuine smile of delight emerged on her exquisite features. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was engrossed in observing the various situations unfolding on the battlefield through his personal computer, diligently reporting first-hand accounts as a war correspondent. However, at that moment, he sensed an inexplicable disturbance in the air. What was happening? Was Mu Qianqian engaging in some playful antics with him? The injury I sustained was clearly located on the left thigh. How is it that Mu Qianqian has now directed her attention towards my abdominal muscles? Could it be that her eyesight has failed her, perhaps due to not wearing her glasses? With such perplexity in mind, Qin Feng diverted his focus from the miniature computer and lowered his gaze towards Mu Qianqian. At that moment, he observed a blissfully infatuated smile adorning her face, reminiscent of a lovesick admirer. Subsequently, her delicate, fair hands began to trace the defined contours of his 8-pack abs, diligently sketching an indecipherable and ineffable image with unwavering seriousness. Moreover, her attention gradually descended, inching closer to the forbidden sign. Chapter 150. The wound is not here. As Qin Feng felt the cool, soft sensation on his abdominal muscles, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. If this continued, he could not help but worry about the embarrassment he might cause for Mu Qianqian. Yet, he was certain of one thing. If someone were to intrude upon this medical camp and witness the scene before them, his own reputation would be irreparably tarnished. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng decisively acted. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a precise dragon claw technique, firmly grasping Mu Qianqian's mischievous little hand. He awkwardly maneuvered her hand from his abdomen to the injured area on his left thigh. Once he completed this awkward transfer, he cleared his throat, attempting to maintain politeness despite the embarrassing situation, and said, Ha ha ha, Senior Qianqian, do you think there may have been a misunderstanding in your earlier diagnosis? My wound is not on my abdomen, but rather on my thigh. Upon hearing Qin Feng's suggestive remark, Mu Qianqian could hardly fail to grasp the underlying implication of his words. In an instant, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She quickly withdrew her hand and began fanning her blushing cheeks. Nevertheless, she attempted to retain her composure, saying, Well, ha ha ha, Junior. Please don't misinterpret this. I assure you, I did not make any misdiagnosis. My actions just now held no ulterior motives. I was merely adhering to the professional standards expected of a medical practitioner, conducting a comprehensive examination to ensure that you have no other underlying issues. This is essential for my peace of mind. In any case, you must not overthink this, and certainly, there is no need for any inappropriate thoughts. Reflecting on the recent events, even Qin Feng, a grown man, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Noticing Mu Qianqian's attempt to divert the conversation away from the previous topic, he understood and chose to go along with her lead, pretending to be oblivious to the implications. Oh, very well, Senior Qianqian. I merely spoke in jest. Please do not take it to heart. Let us resume the treatment, he said, trying to maintain a light-hearted tone. With a gentle nod, Mu Qianqian collected herself and focused her energy, channeling her qi into her left palm. A resonant hum filled the air. Upon Mu Qianqian's left palm, a subtle green aura enveloped her. Without any superfluous movements, she gently placed her glowing hand on Qin Feng's left thigh, administering a professional and effective treatment. In that moment, the makeshift medical camp seemed to revert to its initial tranquility, and everything resumed its rightful course. The previously awkward and embarrassing incidents appeared to have never transpired. As both Qin Feng and Mu Qianqian maintained a unique tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning them again. However, the robust Qin Feng found it difficult to truly cast aside such thoughts. But what of the girl? Her heart was perpetually in bloom. Yet this incident had taken root in Mu Qianqian's mind like a seed breaking through the soil, compelling her to wish she could find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Simultaneously, she repeatedly admonished herself within, imploring not to be infatuated, not to be infatuated, not to be infatuated, an important sentiment, reiterated thrice. During the subsequent treatment, she resolutely vowed to avoid any distractions. Should a similar situation arise again, Mu Qianqian would be utterly at a loss for how to navigate it. Alas, there is a saying, is there not? The more one worries about something, the more likely it is to occur. The more one fears, the closer one comes to facing that fear. Just like Mu Qianqian, who, despite her internal affirmations urging her to relax, to remain calm, found herself increasingly tense and anxious, especially when she beheld the flushed face of Qin Feng before her, his entire demeanor appearing somewhat off, with muscles taut in discomfort. This only heightened the temperature of her delicate visage, akin to boiling water surging upward. Even her breaths quickened noticeably. At that moment, her fair and flawless hands began to tremble uncontrollably, her small face flushed as vibrantly as the evening sky, irresistibly alluring. One could almost be tempted to take a bite, so enticing was her appearance. Yet, while Mu Qianqian wrestled with her own anxiety, what of Qin Feng? One of the parties involved? He was hardly unaffected. After all, in such circumstances, who could withstand the pressure? Here he was, a vigorous youth, with a nurse clad in uniform, one whose beauty and figure were truly exceptional, squatting beside him, her petite hands resting on his injured left thigh, engaged in treatment. As long as Qin Feng remains a typical man, he inevitably experiences moments of distraction. Fortunately, he has previously endured the trials of warfare and the rigorous tests set by his dormitory senior, Ruo Bing. Thus, when confronted with such circumstances, he is naturally able to maintain his composure. Otherwise, if Qin Feng were to lose control and exhibit some indescribable reaction, it would lead to situations that would be utterly uncontrollable, especially in the presence of young observers. How chaotic that would be. However, just as Qin Feng was diligently focusing, striving to keep his thoughts in check and reminding himself that form is emptiness and emptiness is form, a subtle action from Mu Qianqian abruptly shattered his resolve. Chapter 151. Unable to endure this blow, it remains uncertain whether Mu Qianqian's fundamental skills are exceedingly lacking or if her relevant first aid techniques have yet to be refined. When she later attempted to tend to Qin Feng's left leg injury, she inadvertently touched the very area that should have been avoided at all costs. In an instant, all of Qin Feng's previous efforts, which had teetered on the brink of collapse, evaporated like mist. At that moment, Mu Qianqian was so tense that she could hardly contain herself. Instinctively, she lowered her head, desperate to shield her face from Qin Feng's, fearing he might catch a glimpse of the embarrassment etched upon it. Consequently, she buried her head even deeper. And thus, a tragedy unfolded. Mu Qianqian's luscious red lips made an unanticipated, intimate contact with Qin Feng's. Simultaneously, she felt a sudden warmth against her delicate lips. In the next moment, she sprang up like a startled kitten. Though her reaction was exaggerated, Mu Qianqian still lacked the courage to meet Qin Feng's gaze, opting instead to keep her head down. Her small hands, smooth as jade, fidgeting nervously, her expression a mix of tension and anxiety. Upon witnessing Mu Qianqian's demeanor, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground out of sheer embarrassment. Yet, internally, he found the situation rather amusing. As his initial anxiety and urgency dissipated considerably, he couldn't help but think, "Oh, dear senior, why did you have to touch that particular spot? Are you not aware that such areas are strictly off-limits for men? Even if I were as composed as Liu Xiaowei, I would be unable to withstand such a fatal blow." Indeed, while Qin Feng felt a blend of helplessness and amusement regarding Mu Qianqian's recent actions, he understood that he was, after all, a man. The incident had occurred, and nothing could change that now. It seemed prudent for him to utter a few words to ease the tension. After all, the awkwardness of their mutual embarrassment could not persist indefinitely. I sincerely apologize, Senior Qianqian. I truly lost my composure just now. I hope you were not too startled by the incident. If one were to scrutinize the unexpected occurrence, it was indeed his fault from the outset. Yet, rather than Mu Qianqian offering her apologies, it was Qin Feng who stepped forward to provide her with comfort. This gesture alone made Mu Qianqian feel a profound sense of guilt. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Qin Feng had maintained the demeanor of a gentleman throughout, never crossing any boundaries. In contrast, she had, since their first meeting, employed some rather indiscreet methods to tease him, a behavior unbecoming of a virtuous woman. As she reflected on this, Mu Qianqian felt deep remorse for her earlier transgressions. Ahem. Junior Qin Feng, you truly bear no blame for what transpired. If we are to speak candidly, the fault lies with me. I am the one who should apologize. As a physician, I ought not to concern myself with matters of romantic entanglements. Moreover, I must admit that I too was somewhat unable to restrain my emotions. By the time she uttered these last words, her voice was barely a whisper. Even with Qin Feng's keen hearing, he could not decipher her thoughts, leaving him oblivious to the full extent of her statement. However, the crimson hue of Mu Qianqian's cheeks, nearly as vivid as blood, was enough to suggest that her heart was still entangled in the awkward and indescribable situation they had previously faced. With this in mind, Qin Feng exhaled deeply, repeating the action several times until the restless spark of anxiety within him was quelled. Well, my brother is all right now. He gestured awkwardly downward, a rare look of embarrassment crossing his face. Can we now proceed with the treatment? Of course, Mu Qianqian replied softly, her voice as faint as a whisper. With that, she cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and knelt once more before Qin Feng, methodically attending to his wounds. Yet, when her delicate hand, imbued with verdant energy, gently touched the injury on Qin Feng's body, he instinctively inhaled sharply, still unaccustomed to the sensation of being treated by a martial healer. Junior Qin Feng, what is your martial spirit? She inquired, her astonishment evident. From my earlier observations, your self-healing ability is remarkably powerful. Judging by the recently healed wounds on your body, it seems you must have sustained numerous injuries in the battlefield of Baofu Base City, with many being quite severe. Yet, you have healed so swiftly, it truly is astonishing. As she tended to his wounds, Mu Qianqian expressed her amazement. Indeed, I believe my body possesses a strong self-recovery capability. Furthermore, my awakened martial spirit is a beast martial spirit, which grants me a unique advantage in this regard. Thus, my healing speed surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. It is worth noting that my spirit template is the beast King Kaido, renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. If we were to rate martial spirits according to this world's hierarchy, Qin Feng's martial spirit would undoubtedly be classified as a top-tier, heavenly beast spirit. This can be described as unprecedented, with no forebears and perhaps no successors, particularly in terms of his physical constitution. Although Qin Feng has yet to attain the invulnerability of Kaido, impervious to blades and fire, he has certainly inherited a portion of that formidable attribute. It is believed that as Qin Feng further develops the capabilities of the fish fruit, the resilience and strength of his physical form will ascend to another level. Likewise, he is acutely aware of the adage that a man is often punished for possessing something precious. Despite being accompanied by an extraordinarily powerful celestial-level martial soul of the highest grade, Qin Feng seldom reveals the true profundities of his martial soul before outsiders. Chapter 152. You may choose me next time when Qin Feng truly possesses sufficient strength and resilience for self-defense. It will not be too late to reveal his true capabilities to the outside world. Therefore, when Mu Qianqian inquired about his martial soul, Qin Feng deftly deflected the question with a casual excuse. After tending to his wounds, Mu Qianqian, still somewhat uneasy, applied a healing salve to the injury to aid in its recovery. Once this brief treatment was completed, she began to tidy up the disarray around them. This momentary healing process served to ease the tension that had lingered in the medical camp, significantly alleviating the awkwardness that had pervaded the atmosphere. Before departing, Mu Qianqian playfully winked at Qin Feng and whispered, "Although your wounds are completely healed, the saying goes, 100 days to recover from a broken bone. I believe you still require a professional and thorough medical service." Noticing Qin Feng nodding instinctively, Mu Qianqian found herself uncertain of her own motivations. Suddenly, as if compelled by an unseen force, she added softly, "Of course, if possible, you may choose me as your doctor next time." Junior Qin Feng, upon observing the evident nervousness in her demeanor, Qin Feng chuckled in response, saying, "Ha ha ha, it's only fitting that the water from the well flows to the fields of its owner. You are my senior. If I don't seek you out, who else would I?" After sharing a light conversation, the two bid farewell and rose to leave. However, as Qin Feng was about to exit the medical camp, he instinctively glanced over his shoulder. It was then that he became acutely aware of his combat uniform being soaked with cold sweat. They say women can be fierce as tigers, and today's experience confirmed the wisdom of the ancients. Little did he expect that a simple treatment could be more exhausting than battling ruthless and merciless beasts on the front lines. He reflected quietly, extending his hand thoughtfully before striding forward. Having narrowly escaped the entanglement with Senior Qianqian, Qin Feng no longer dared to linger on the battlefield. He feared that a moment of inattention might lead him to encounter other members of the Senior Sisterhood, which would undoubtedly leave him in a state of distress. Just facing Mu Qianqian had nearly put him through the ringer. The very thought of potentially running into the Senior Sisters again at the capital's base quickened his pace. He casually found a spot in line, moving along with the crowd. The subsequent matters would be handled by the War Department of the capital, freeing them from further responsibility, allowing everyone to return to their respective homes and await further instructions from their superiors. What Qin Feng did not expect was that just as he was preparing to depart, he inadvertently crossed paths with the warriors from the squad he had previously rescued under the command of the Phantom Bear King. They were aboard the same transport vehicle as Qin Feng. However, in stark contrast to the 20-plus members of their team during their encounter with the Phantom Bear King, the survivors after the brutal urban warfare at the Baofu base city could now be counted on one hand. As the 7 warriors entered the transport vehicle, they immediately spotted Qin Feng seated at the far end of the cabin. Initially taken aback, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if they had encountered a deity in paradise. Among them, the squad leader reacted most swiftly, approaching Qin Feng with hands clasped in respect and bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, little hero, for your previous assistance. The life-saving grace you bestowed upon our squad shall forever be etched in our memories." The remaining 6, upon witnessing their leader's gesture, followed suit, bowing in unison and expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your life-saving grace. Such a great favor is beyond words, and in the future, we shall repay it 100-fold. This squad was composed entirely of battle-hardened warriors, with the squad leader being a genuine senior battle captain. In contrast, Qin Feng appeared unremarkable, lacking even the rank of a private. Yet, here was a captain bowing respectfully to a mere private. Were this scene to be witnessed by others, jaws would undoubtedly drop in astonishment. Only the squad members understood the gravity of their situation. Just 2 days prior, their squad had been targeted by the Phantom Bear King, leading to a harrowing experience that could only be described as one of the most brutal and perilous challenges they had faced. It is no exaggeration to say that if Qin Feng had not appeared at that critical moment to rescue them from impending doom, the fate awaiting them would have been grim indeed, certain death at the jaws of the bear. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Qin Feng had, in essence, saved the lives of every member of their squad. And the magnitude of this debt of gratitude was greater than the heavens themselves. They could hardly fathom how to repay Qin Feng for his kindness. Thus, the phrase gratitude beyond words scarcely encapsulated the feelings of appreciation and admiration they harbored for him at that moment. Moreover, at that time, the squad leader fumbled through his pockets for a long while, finally uncovering the only item of value he possessed, a 3rd-grade yellow-tier storage ring awarded to him for his valor in the recent defense of the Imperial capital base. Though he had scarcely warmed to this storage ring since receiving it, he held it in high regard and cherished it dearly. However, When comparing this modest storage ring to the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Qin Feng, the distinction between the two becomes rather profound. Qin Feng is certainly discerning enough to comprehend this. Reflecting upon this, the squad leader promptly removed the storage ring from his finger and presented it to Qin Feng, saying, "Little hero, my arrival at the front lines has been exceedingly hasty, and I find myself devoid of any valuable possessions. The most precious item I possess, I believe, is this storage ring, which I exchanged for military merit. Although this ring is merely of the third tier of the yellow grade and may seem insignificant, it serves as a token of my heartfelt gratitude to you, little hero. Once our band of brothers returns to the imperial capital, I shall find another way to express my appreciation." Chapter 153. A treasure in every corner to speak candidly, in the face of Qin Feng's immense kindness. Had they never crossed paths, one could perhaps accept the missed opportunity without much regret. However, now that they had reunited with Qin Feng, it would be utterly embarrassing if they did not present some token of gratitude. The squad leader felt a deep sense of shame at the thought. As he presented a storage ring with both hands, Qin Feng smiled but did not accept it. Instead, he returned it. In this parallel world, acquiring a storage ring, an artifact imbued with spatial properties, is an exceedingly arduous task. It is not merely the fact that storage rings delve into the realm of spatial attributes. Among the human warriors, those who awaken spatial abilities are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in a million. Moreover, the mere awakening of a spatial-type martial soul is far from sufficient to forge such a ring. A profound mastery of spatial attributes is required, and only those warriors who have reached a considerable level of cultivation can develop their martial souls to achieve this feat. Thus, even the crafting of the most basic yellow-grade storage ring necessitates at least a high-ranking battle king, while creating rings of higher grades and larger spaces demands at least a battle emperor or even a battle god-level expert. Furthermore, it is not enough to simply possess a spatial-type martial soul and reach a certain cultivation level to successfully forge a storage ring. The failure rate is alarmingly high, exceeding 80%, resulting in an extraordinarily low success rate. It is precisely because of the stringent requirements for obtaining such storage rings that a tense situation has arisen, making them exceedingly rare. In the black market, even the lowest grade storage ring is priced at millions, if one hopes to acquire even a single piece. Yet, while others view these rings as incredibly precious and elusive, to Qin Feng, they are merely tasteless trinkets, regrettably discarded. After all, he possesses an inexhaustible storage space provided by his system. The yellow-grade storage ring, which the squad leader treated as a cherished treasure, hardly caught Qin Feng's discerning eye. Just as he was about to politely decline, a familiar notification from the system rang in his ears once more. "Host, it has been detected that the storage ring from the target squad contains an abundance of beast materials, far surpassing the quantity possessed by the host." Surprised by this revelation, Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, while he felt that the squad leader's offering was unnecessary, he was taken aback by the fact that this seemingly unremarkable team possessed a greater quantity of beast materials than he did. It is worth noting that his current collection of beast materials was amassed during the fierce battles of the imperial capital's defense in the 3-day siege of the Protectorate base city. However, upon glancing at the squad leader's insignia and the shoulder patches of his team members, the realization dawned upon Qin Feng. Unlike himself, Qin Feng simply drew his sword to assist upon witnessing the dire situation at the front lines. Before him stood a squad of seasoned warriors, each having endured countless battles, if not 1,000, certainly close to 800, given the extensive duration of their combat experience. The vast array of materials collected from slain beastwood, under normal circumstances, surpassed that of Qin Feng, for they were professionals in their field. "Host," the system chimed. "In addition to reclaiming demon crystals, this system also gathers various materials from demon beasts and converts them into evolution points for your benefit. Furthermore, this group seeks to express their gratitude for your life-saving intervention in this manner. Should you choose not to accept their goodwill, it is likely they would feel quite remorseful. You wish." Though Qin Feng was accustomed to the system's remarkable capabilities, he was taken aback by such humanized sentiments emanating from it. What surprised him even more, however, was the subsequent statement from the system. Upon hearing its latter words, Qin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts. A genuine expression of delight spread across his face. Of course, the amount of evolution points returned to the host after the system reclaimed the materials from demon beasts directly correlated with the quality and grade of the materials provided. The higher the grade and quality of the materials in the host's possession, the more substantial the evolution points awarded in return. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with joy, as if a grand avenue leading to abundant evolution points had unfolded before him. If the system's earlier remarks were to be taken into account, Not only could he acquire the most fundamental evolution points through hunting demon beasts, but he could also sell the materials to secure a secondary reward of evolution points. How truly abundant these demon beasts were, offering riches at every turn. How could Qin Feng not feel exhilarated? How could he not be thrilled? This was nothing short of a fortuitous windfall. Moreover, the system's observations were not without merit. Should he choose to reject the goodwill of these warriors, they might feel slighted, perhaps believing that Qin Feng was dismissive of their efforts. Such a misunderstanding would be quite unfortunate. Understanding the implications of this situation, Qin Feng shook his head and turned to the squad leader with a warm smile, saying, "What gratitude are you speaking of? To say so is overly formal. We are all brothers in the same trench, having faced gunfire and battles side by side. When I see my brothers in peril on the battlefield, how could I refrain from lending a hand? Yet here you are, expressing thanks at every turn. Am I to be regarded as a petty, self-serving individual, with eyes clouded solely by power and profit?" Although Qin Feng articulated these words with a smile, they reverberated through the hearts of the squad leader and his team, stirring tempestuous waves of realization. In that moment, the gaze of everyone within the transport vehicle shifted, reflecting newfound respect towards Qin Feng. They had not anticipated that this young hero possessed such elevated ideals, reaching an astonishing level of moral clarity. They had foolishly projected their own base motives onto him, attempting to offend this noble and pure soul through trivial and ignoble means. Such a transgression is truly deserving of the harshest condemnation. It is utterly inexcusable. Chapter 154. Meaningless remarks. Upon this realization, the 7 members of the team exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with astonishment directed towards Qin Feng, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river, surging forth without end, reminiscent of the Yellow River's flood. Uncontrollable and overwhelming. Before them stood a youth, not only possessing the formidable prowess of a high-ranking battle general at such a tender age, but also embodying an unparalleled nobility of character and virtue in his dealings with others. If only more young heroes like him, selflessly devoted to their nation and its people, emerged from the vast expanse of our homeland, how could we ever despair of driving out the demon clan and restoring our land? Having basked sufficiently in his own grandeur, Qin Feng paused momentarily, then shifted his tone, adding, "Of course, if you truly feel compelled to express your gratitude, a few inconsequential trinkets would suffice. I have a modest hobby of collecting materials from demon beasts and transforming them into exquisite artifacts for display in my home." As the team members continued to shower him with compliments, Qin Feng cheerfully interjected with a light-hearted remark that caused the team leader's eyes to widen with sudden realization. In an instant, he seemed to have an epiphany, promptly retrieving his storage ring and emptying its contents onto the ground. "Esteemed young hero, amongst these materials from my recent hunts, do any pique your interest for your artistic creations?" According to the young hero's earlier words, it appeared he had no inclination towards materials that shimmered and sparkled. After all, the majority of the demon beasts they had recently slain were of the demon general tier. Even if sold at the market, the financial return would be rather meager. Additionally, within the confines of his storage ring lay an immeasurable wealth of materials accrued from countless battles against the demon clan. Admittedly, most of these were mere scraps of demon general materials, and even the demon crystals present were largely depleted, having been previously utilized, leaving scant pure energy within. In truth, the team leader had long desired to dispose of these demon beast materials and the semi-defunct demon crystals. However, their intrinsic value was limited, often only reaching the levels of demon soldiers or generals. Such materials paled in comparison to the exorbitant worth of those from demon kings or emperors. Even if one were to sell them to unscrupulous middlemen, they would likely face severe exploitation, yielding only a trifling sum. As Qin Feng articulated his request for the materials derived from the demon beasts, the team leader was filled with immense joy, deeming it a fortuitous opportunity that served a dual purpose. Not only would it free up precious storage space within their rings, but it would also allow him to convey his admiration for Qin Feng. What a delightful turn of events! If the young hero expressed interest in these materials, they would certainly strive to meet his expectations. It was a serendipitous coincidence that the seemingly ordinary items in their possession could garner the approval and appreciation of this young champion, evoking a thrill akin to winning the lottery for the team leader. He promptly opened his storage ring, pouring forth a mountain of demon beast materials as if they were of no consequence. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of gleaming materials within the carriage, Qin Feng could not help but be dazzled by the spectacle. Yet, he feigned calmness, maintaining an expression of serene indifference as he remarked, "I find myself rather intrigued by these materials. With a touch of embellishment, they could transform into unique decorative pieces, bringing joy to one's home. Wouldn't you agree?" At this statement, the attendees erupted in expressions of exuberance. They were not foolish and understood that Qin Feng's words were a considerate gesture. a subtle way of providing them an exit. Regardless of whether he genuinely collected demon beast materials, the specifics no longer mattered. What was significant was the profound impact of Qin Feng's understanding nature, which deeply moved them. His image shone brightly in the hearts of the team members, embodying a sacred and inviolable presence. Dear hero, during our skirmish with those vile creatures, we not only gathered a substantial number of demon beast materials for ourselves, but also picked up several along our journey. If you desire them, please do not hesitate. We are more than willing to offer them to you, one member eagerly proclaimed. Indeed, our captain speaks true. Although these modest materials pale in comparison to your life-saving grace, should you wish for them, we shall make it a point to regularly collect more of these materials for you upon our return, hoping to assist you further. In a short span, the 7 members of the team hastily emptied their storage rings, creating a series of small hills of materials that appeared quite extravagant within the confines of the transport vehicle. Observing the scene, with several still rummaging through their belongings for more materials, Qin Feng symbolically raised his hand and said, All right, that should suffice. I just mentioned it casually. You need only grasp the essence, no need for elaborate gestures. Although Qin Feng spoke in courteous terms, he was secretly evaluating the materials provided by this group regarding the demon beasts. The 88th, the 98th, the 108th, the 356th. Haha, how delightful. This is truly exhilarating. One can indeed acquire demon beast materials effortlessly. Please, do not hold back, continue pouring them in. Do not cease at all, let us battle until dawn. Chapter 155, Transforming Waste into Treasure in regard to the materials derived from these monstrous beasts. I possess an abundance that is truly inconsequential. If our young hero finds them appealing, we are more than willing to bestow the entirety upon you. Indeed, it is true that our storage capabilities are rather limited by their inferior grade. Were they of a higher tier, the materials I gathered from the battlefield could effortlessly fill the transport vehicle's cargo hold in mere moments. As the captain of this team, having endured the trials and tribulations of nearly a decade on the front lines, the monstrous beast materials I have acquired are immeasurable. This time, I am certain to present our young hero with an astonishing surprise. Before long, the scene within the transport vehicle took an indescribable turn. The 7 team members appeared to be in a silent competition, each striving to outdo the others in the capacity of their storage rings. They dumped their monstrous beast materials with reckless abandon, as if they were of no value. This spectacle elicited perplexed and bewildered glances from the driver and co-driver, who exchanged curious thoughts in their minds. Could it be that the individuals seated in the back had lost their senses? Were they truly mindlessly pouring out materials from the beasts? This is utterly peculiar. Could this perhaps be the latest trend in stress relief? Remarkable. Nevertheless, regardless of how others perceived this scene, Qin Feng's actions were unhurried and deliberate. Despite the 7 team members discarding copious amounts of materials, Qin Feng deftly gathered large handfuls and stowed them away in his system space. A smile of exhilaration and excitement graced his lips, as the earlier stringent demands of the system regarding evolution points and experience exchange rates now seemed less daunting and far more acceptable. Yet, just as Qin Feng reveled in this moment of joy, he observed that the 7 members had nearly exhausted their stock of monstrous beast materials. At this opportune moment, he raised his hand and said, All right, that's enough. We are approximately an hour and a half away from reaching the imperial capital. Everyone should take a moment to rest against the vehicle. After 3 days and nights of grueling urban warfare with these beasts, you all deserve it. The materials you have given me will suffice for quite some time. Upon hearing his words, the 7 members ceased their actions. Indeed, even without Qin Feng's remarks, they had nearly emptied their stockpile during this tempestuous outpouring of materials. Any further extraction would necessitate rummaging through their very garments, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, Qin Feng paid no heed to the thoughts of the other 7 individuals. Instead, he immersed himself directly into the system. He could not resist the urge to discover the exchange ratio of these beast materials for evolution points. System, what is the approximate exchange ratio of these beast materials for evolution points? Ding. Replying to the host, the current exchange ratios for beast materials and evolution points are as follows. The complete advanced demon general materials can be exchanged for 1,000 evolution points, while the incomplete version is worth 500 points. The complete intermediate demon general materials yield 600 evolution points, and the incomplete version provides 300 points. The complete primary demon general can be exchanged for 400 evolution points, with the incomplete version yielding 200 points. Lastly, the complete materials for the perfect demon general can be exchanged for 2,000 evolution points, while the incomplete version offers 1,000 points. Upon seeing the system's calculations for the beast materials exchange for evolution points, Qin Feng felt immense satisfaction. In summary, although the complete beast materials did not equate to the thoroughness of personally hunting the beasts, as doing so would not only yield the most precious materials, the beast crystals, but also guarantee a one-to-one exchange of evolution points from the system. This meant that when Qin Feng personally hunted, he could effectively earn double the evolution points for his efforts. However, while he might not accrue the evolution points from personal hunts at present, he could still receive equivalent rewards without exerting effort. This was already a delightful surprise for Qin Feng. Moreover, compared to the complete beast materials, the incomplete versions could provide approximately half the evolution points of their complete counterparts. While this may seem diminished at first glance, it still represented a substantial 50% return, which in Qin Feng's eyes was a remarkably worthwhile option. It is crucial to recognize that these incomplete beast materials were far less precious than the complete ones. Once they entered the hands of martial artists and second-hand dealers, their market value would plummet, often not even reaching half of their worth. Through layers of exploitation, the price of beast materials would inevitably be severely depressed, failing to reflect their true value. This explains why, even after enduring nearly 100 battles, this small team still possessed such a considerable quantity of incomplete beast materials in their storage rings. Furthermore, Qin Feng understood the principle of accumulating small amounts to create a great whole. While these beast materials might appear to have depreciated by at least 50% compared to their complete versions, once their quantity reached a certain threshold, the qualitative transformation would inevitably follow. Subsequently, the evolution points that can be redeemed are exceedingly promising. For Qin Feng, the endeavor to amass a complete version of the professor would demand a cost in manpower and resources that is at least tenfold, if not 100-fold. However, should he lower his aspirations to the fragmented materials of the beast, all aforementioned challenges would cease to pose any obstacle. As long as Qin Feng is willing, he could effortlessly procure all the materials he desires in a remarkably short span of time, transforming them into invaluable experience and rewards in the form of system evolution points. Chapter 156. Secondary utilization aside from materials of the demon general level. It is evident from Qin Feng's previous experience escorting cargo for the Dragon Gate Escort Agency that once the materials from demon beasts reach the levels of Demon King or even Demon Emperor, they become priceless commodities, rare and elusive. This transcends the realm of monetary transactions. The vast majority are firmly under the control of official forces such as the Shinjo War Department. Ordinary individuals, lacking sufficient means and opportunities, find themselves unable to access such entities. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng made a decisive resolution. The immediate priority was to utilize all available resources and connections to procure materials from the low, medium, and high tiers of demon generals. In Qin Feng's view, even nearly perfected high-level demon generals were treasures that were equally difficult to obtain. Despite having survived the brutal Beast Tide battle at the Protector's Base City, the number of nearly perfected high-level demon generals he encountered was exceedingly limited. If such formidable beings were so rare even amidst a Beast Tide of that magnitude, how could he possibly expect to encounter them on uncharted maps while hunting? The prospect of finding them was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, entirely reliant on sheer luck. As Qin Feng meticulously devised his subsequent plans for hunting demon beasts, he simultaneously began to absorb demon beast materials in an orderly manner, converting them for his own use. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing a flawed version of the primary demon general material. You have gained 200 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing a flawed version of the intermediate demon general material. You have gained 300 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing a flawed version of the high-level demon general material. You have gained 500 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing a complete version of the intermediate demon general material. You have gained 600 evolution points. Before long, a variety of demon beast materials, differing in grade and completeness, were being absorbed with fervor by Qin Feng, as if he were devouring them in great gulps. Simultaneously, the demon beast materials, now drained of their remaining value by the system, rapidly shriveled, dimmed, and ultimately disintegrated into a handful of powder that scattered in the air. In less than half an hour, the majority of the flawed intermediate and primary demon general materials had been completely absorbed by Qin Feng. Based on the 200 and 300 evolution point ratio, he amassed a staggering total of over 70,000 evolution points during this absorption process. As for the high-level demon general materials and demon crystals he acquired during the battle, such as the Phantom Bear King and the Earth-Splitting Wild Bull, Qin Feng chose not to exchange them. Altogether, he unexpectedly reaped nearly 100,000 evolution points from this bounty. What a delightful triumph. The journey towards the third tier of the observation Haki, which boasts an impressive speed for advancement, is now tantalizingly close, with nearly 70,000 evolution points remaining for completion. The second tier of observation Haki significantly enhances Qin Feng's perceptual acuity and reconnaissance range, amplifying it several dozen times compared to the first tier, a truly formidable increase. Should Qin Feng gather the requisite 160,000 evolution points to successfully unlock the third level of observation Haki, one cannot help but wonder if he might, like Katakuri, attain the ability to glimpse fleeting moments of the future. This prospect ignites an exhilarating anticipation within him, as he eagerly awaits the day it may come to fruition. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his 7-member team are drawing ever closer to the imperial capital. He retrieves a mini-computer to pinpoint their location on the map. After a brief verification, he confirms that they are near the Shinjo elite training camp. With decisive action, Qin Feng swiftly incapacitates the other 7 members of the vehicle and, in a blur, transforms into a shadowy figure, vanishing into the vast night. When Qin Feng reappears, he has discarded his operational uniform from the Longman escort agency, opting instead for the training camp uniform from his system's inventory. Striding confidently towards the long-missed entrance, he embodies the spirit of joy as good fortune invigorates his demeanor. Not only has he accrued rich combat experience in battles against the Demon Clan at the front lines, but he has also reaped substantial rewards in evolution points, leaving him in a state of elation. With hands in his pockets, he walks lightly, drawing the attention of numerous students passing by. However, just as Qin Feng basks in his triumph, he suddenly finds himself immobilized, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Following his gaze, he notices 4 figures awaiting him not far ahead. As they recognize Qin Feng, the quartet, comprised of Li Ruobing, Chen Zhihua, and others, hastens toward him without hesitation. At this moment, Qin Feng feels an array of black lines etching across his forehead as the smile that once graced his face abruptly freezes. He stands there, caught between the desire to flee and the inability to move, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Amidst this inner turmoil, Li Ruobing strides swiftly to his side, her captivating almond-shaped eyes fixed intently upon him as she circles around him. The scrutiny renders Qin Feng increasingly uncomfortable until Li Ruobing finally exhales deeply, patting her bear-like companion, and declares, "Thank goodness, Qin Feng, you've returned from the front lines unscathed." That is a relief. Not far away, Chen Zhihua cast a discontented glance at Qin Feng, her expression reflecting her displeasure. After shooting him a disdainful look, her gaze shifted to Instructor Zhou. Previously, Instructor Zhou had merely mentioned that Qin Feng had reached the advanced battle general realm. However, aside from that, he remained tight-lipped about any other information regarding you, which truly left us in a state of anxious curiosity. Although Instructor Zhou did not disclose your destination, even I, as a senior, could not fathom that this troublesome individual would sneak away to the front lines of the Baofu battlefield without our knowledge. Chapter 157. Forgive me, Senior Qin Feng. Do you not agree with me, Senior? Humph. Without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, Chen Zhihua crossed her arms and huffed indignantly, saying, before undertaking any actions, "You should consult with us first. You always act unilaterally, showing no sense of collective honor. It drives me absolutely mad." Truly. In contrast to Chen Zhihua's complaints, Chu Xiao, who stood nearby, wore an anxious expression as he hurried to Qin Feng's side. He mimicked Li Ruobing's earlier actions, circling around Qin Feng, and soon began to poke and prod him. "I say, Brother Feng, how could you be so inconsiderate? How could you bear to leave your brother all alone while you sneak off to the most perilous front lines at the Bao residence? Brother Feng, this is truly excessive. It has left me quite heartbroken. Do you have any idea how I've spent these past few days? That feeling of solitary confinement is too painful to share. Brother Feng, you have a cruel heart." Before Chu Xiao could finish his ramblings, Qin Feng, without a hint of hesitation, delivered a swift blow that sent Chu Xiao flying. After regaining his composure, Qin Feng shook his hand and cursed, "Get lost with your nonsense. Enough of this melodrama." After delivering a sound thrashing to Chu Xiao, Qin Feng felt a measure of relief. He then turned to Li Ruobing, who had been standing awkwardly at a distance, scratching his head and offering an embarrassed chuckle. "Ruobing, I truly apologize. It seems I acted rather rashly this time and did not consult you beforehand. However, as you know, the situation on the front lines at the Bao residence is ever-changing, with countless small battles erupting in the streets every moment. Had I been even a second late, it could have resulted in unnecessary casualties for our frontline soldiers. Thus, there were reasons for my actions, and I hope you can forgive me." Upon hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Instructor Zhou furrowed his brow and scolded him. "Listen here, Qin Feng. Ever since you entered the Shinjo elite training camp, I knew you were not one to be underestimated. The reason I arranged for you and Li Ruobing to share a dormitory was to temper your sharp edges with her calm and gentle demeanor, hoping it would help you settle down a bit. Yet, it seems that my intentions have backfired. However, in light of the myriad of troublesome antics you've conjured up, it seems that the mess you've created previously pales in comparison. As he spoke, Instructor Zhou angrily diverted his gaze from Qin Feng and turned to Li Ruobing, whose expression mirrored his own sense of helplessness. He remarked, I never anticipated that not only would you fail to instill a sense of restraint in this young man, but during his 3-day disappearance, even the usually aloof and graceful Li Ruobing attempted on multiple occasions to stealthily venture to the front lines to uncover your whereabouts. Had I not been vigilantly monitoring your dormitory around the clock for potential dangers, I might have found myself facing the wrath of the old principal, rendered incapable of taking care of myself. While Instructor Zhou lamented, Li Ruobing and Qin Feng, on the other hand, shared an unspoken understanding, instinctively dismissing Zhou's grievances as mere background noise. At that moment, Li Ruobing stepped closer, anxiously grasping Qin Feng's hand, her voice tinged with trepidation. Qin Feng, you truly went to the front lines of the Baofu alone, didn't you? Indeed, Qin Feng responded, acknowledging the secret adventure he could no longer conceal. Li Ruobing gazed at him intently for a moment before turning away to continue walking alone. Witnessing this, Qin Feng felt perplexed, suspecting that Li Ruobing was still upset about his reckless decision to embark on such a perilous journey. Just as he pondered how to appease her, Li Ruobing turned back slightly, offering him a serene smile. Qin Feng, I've prepared dinner at Jinling Pavilion. Since everyone is gathered, it would be a perfect opportunity to welcome you back. As they made their way to Jinling Pavilion, Li Ruobing led the group, seemingly still harboring some resentment towards Qin Feng for his earlier abrupt departure. Yet her attention remained firmly anchored on him, glancing back frequently as if fearing he might vanish once more in an instant. Coincidentally, Chen Zhuo, Instructor Zhou, and Chu Xiao flanked Qin Feng on either side, forming a protective circle around him, their eyes fixed on him as if they wished to merge with his very being. This attention made Qin Feng feel a shiver run down his spine. Thus, after a tense standoff lasting less than 10 minutes, Qin Feng finally conceded, raising his hands in exasperation. I say, everyone, if you have something to express, please do so openly. Holding it in will only lead to unnecessary harm. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Zhuo, standing nearby, scrunched her delicate little nose in mild discontent and remarked, Qin Feng, are you truly claiming that you have already attained the realm of a high-ranking battle general? This is rather hard to believe, I assent it. Although Chen Zhuo had previously received a definitive answer from Instructor Zhou, the rapid ascension of Qin Feng's cultivation level still sparked immense curiosity within them. After all, how long had it been since Qin Feng joined the elite training camp of Shenzhou? Chapter 158. A great transformation in January. From the very moment Chen Zhuo encountered Qin Feng, he had merely been a newly emerged high-ranking warrior. However, within the span of just over a month, Qin Feng had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. He had ascended from a high-ranking warrior to a high-ranking general in an astonishingly short time. Though the difference between these two realms is but a single character, the distance and difficulty one must traverse to achieve such a leap are beyond mere words. Thus, Chen Zhuo found it hard to believe that anyone could, in a mere month, achieve such a significant advancement in their cultivation. This extraordinary feat was unprecedented, and perhaps may never be replicated. Yet, in contrast to Chen Zhuo's astonishment at Qin Feng's rapid progress, Chu Xiao displayed a demeanor completely opposite to that of the other three. His face radiated with pride and satisfaction. In fact, compared to the others present, Chu Xiao had been aware of Qin Feng's elevation to the rank of high-ranking general ever since they fought side by side on the battlefield. Observing Chu Xiao's smug expression, one might think that the legendary youth who had made such a remarkable leap from high-ranking warrior to high-ranking general in just a month was not Qin Feng, but rather himself. As Qin Feng's true essence was now laid bare for all to see, he decided to abandon his previous guise of humility. Suddenly, he unleashed his full power, emanating the formidable aura characteristic of a high-ranking general. Even those present could sense that while Qin Feng appeared to be at the level of a high-ranking general, he was, in fact, at the pinnacle of this realm. With just a slight opportunity, it was believed that Qin Feng could soon reach the legendary realm of a perfected high-ranking general. At present, Qin Feng had only revealed a mere glimpse of his true capabilities, yet even this surface-level strength left Chen Zhou momentarily speechless, her once chattering lips now silenced. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting her shock. She found it difficult to comprehend the sight of Qin Feng's slender, yet formidable figure. Meanwhile, Li Ruobing maintained her solitary forward stance, not glancing in their direction. However, She could distinctly sense the overwhelming and domineering aura emanating from Qin Feng behind her, causing her breath to become momentarily erratic. On the exquisitely beautiful face, an expression of profound shock and disbelief was unmistakably evident. Indeed, the reactions of those present may have seemed somewhat exaggerated to the casual onlookers. A martial artist of such high rank would undoubtedly be considered a top student in any other academy. However, it is essential to recognize that this is the elite training camp of Shenzhou, where over 70% of the nation's superlative talents converge. In such a place, teeming with prodigies and exceptional individuals, even a random selection could yield a paragon of incredible talent. Thus, while it is not entirely outlandish to encounter students at the advanced general level, they are certainly not a rarity in this context. There is an important caveat. Merely a month prior, Qin Feng had just begun his journey in the Shenzhou elite training camp as an advanced soldier. Now, in less than a month, he had achieved the status of an advanced general, and in his eyes, the pinnacle of this realm was merely a step away. Such astonishing progress was truly unfathomable. After a considerable pause, Jinjiruo finally managed to swallow hard, her voice quivering slightly as she remarked, "Qin Feng, you are truly extraordinary." An absolute anomaly. Beside her, Chu Xiao, who had risen from the ground at some point, nodded in agreement upon hearing Jinjiruo's words. He too gave Qin Feng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "To be honest, before your arrival, I had encountered many exceptional individuals. Yet, your level of incredibility surpasses anything I have ever witnessed in my life. You are remarkable, truly remarkable." However, despite the accolades from Jinjiruo and Chu Xiao, Qin Feng did not seem overwhelmed by their admiration. Instead, he noticed Liuatai, who had previously appeared flustered and breathless, now regaining her composure. With a voice tinged with pride and determination, she inquired, "Qin Feng, do you recall our previous agreement to spar again? I mean a challenge that includes positional exchanges." Seeing the charming figure before him, reminiscent of the first day of school, Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief and replied, "Ruabing, the times have changed. I acknowledge that during our last encounter, even with all my cards on the table, the hope of victory was exceedingly slim. However, as the saying goes, a person may be transformed in just 3 days. You may not find it so easy to contend with me now." "Qin Feng, the duel has yet to commence, and it is premature to draw conclusions," Li Ruabing retorted. "As for whether I can handle you, mere words are insufficient. Only the skill demonstrated in our clash will reveal the truth." Witnessing the fervent battle spirit igniting within Qin Feng and Li Ruabing, Jinjiruo and Chu Xiao, who had been enthusiastically praising Qin Feng, suddenly fell silent. They exchanged glances, and an inexplicable thought emerged simultaneously in their minds, yet it felt strikingly authentic. It was the notion that Qin Feng and Li Ruabing possessed a peculiar dynamic reminiscent of a couple who quarrel at the head of the bed but reconcile by its foot. It appears that the ensuing battles between Qin Feng and Li Ruabing are destined to be nothing short of spectacular. Chapter 159, Identity Revealed Thus. The four of them returned to the front of the Jinling Pavilion. Instructor Zhou stated that he had matters to attend to and could not linger, departing ahead of them. Qin Feng, along with Jinjiruo, Chu Xiao, and Li Ruabing, made their way back to their dormitory. In the first-floor reception room, a lavish feast, rich in color, aroma, and flavor, featuring an exquisite array of dishes from the 8 culinary traditions of China, was laid out before them. Although the dishes belonged to different culinary styles, they were all prepared by Qin Feng. This realization brought forth a sense of pride in him, causing a subtle smile to grace his lips. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao rubbed his hands together with excitement and declared, "Today, we are here to welcome Brother Feng and cleanse the dust of his travels. Let me take the lead and express my longing for him over these past few days." Enough with the longing, why waste words? Let us simply dig in. Before Chu Xiao could elaborate further, Qin Feng impatiently gestured for him to stop. During the intense 3 days and 2 nights of battle against the demon clan, Qin Feng had fought fiercely, reaping considerable rewards. However, due to the tight supply of resources at the front lines, he had endured a cycle of hunger and feasting. He had also been compelled to face the threat of sporadic skirmishes. Now, on his journey back from the brink of death, Qin Feng was ravenous. Feeling the pangs of hunger acutely, finally returned from the perilous battlefield and presented with such a sumptuous spread prepared by senior sister Ruabing. He could no longer maintain his composure. With a bowl in his left hand and chopsticks in the right, he began to devour the food with an insatiable appetite. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Chu Xiao noted that the hour was late and took his leave. After all, being a third wheel in the Jinling Pavilion was hardly a pleasant experience. Soon, only Qin Feng, Li Ruabing, and Jinjiruo remained within the grand hall. Just as Qin Feng was about to recline comfortably, Absent-mindedly patting his slightly protruding abdomen, Li Ruobing activated her wrist-mounted mini-computer. She projected the daily news broadcast and began to play a recorded segment. Junior Qin Feng. That man in the Dragon Gate escort battle attire on the daily news should be you, right? Li Ruobing pointed to the screen, where a figure wielding a spiked club, infused with the aura of armed color, was engaged in combat with the Phantom Bear King. Although her tone was inquisitive, there was an undeniable certainty in her words, as if she had already concluded that the man depicted in the news was indeed Qin Feng. Surprised, Qin Feng turned to Li Ruobing and remarked, "Senior Ruobing, I thought I had concealed my identity so well that you wouldn't recognize me." Earlier, during their duel on the rooftop, he had noticed her martial spirit seemed capable of bestowing a unique attribute upon her weapons, much like the spiked club in the news report. Such warriors endowed with this unique martial soul ability are exceedingly rare, and I venture to guess, Sister Ruobing is indeed formidable. Sister Ruobing is truly remarkable. Qin Feng swiftly cupped his hands in respect towards Li Ruobing. What a prescient deduction. I must say, a woman's intuition is indeed formidable. I had only sparred with Li Ruobing once, yet she had already etched the unique effects of my armed color domineering into her memory. This is the illusory Bear King, a pinnacle of high-level demon generals. It would be no easy task for a high-ranking battle general, let alone a beginner battle king, to contend with it. Qin Feng, is your cultivation truly at the level of a high-ranking battle general? Upon seeing Qin Feng nod in affirmation, Shinjiroa hastily pressed on with her inquiry. Shinjiroa's direct questioning left Qin Feng momentarily speechless. Goodness. So it turns out Shinjiroa was waiting for me here. Had I known, I would have vehemently denied being the man mentioned in the news when Li Ruobing inquired. Now, I have unwittingly fallen into the schemes of these two women. The images in the news. Perhaps the illusory Bear King, after enduring prolonged combat, became fatigued, or perhaps it let its guard down, thinking I was merely a high-ranking battle general. Do not think to deceive me. Yet, before Qin Feng could finish his thought, Shinjiroa interrupted him. Judging by the expression on the girl's face, it was clear she was skeptical of Qin Feng's vague responses. Any demon capable of reaching the peak of high-level demon general possesses intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. Compared to demon kings, they can merely not articulate human speech. Other than that, the differences are minimal. If a human warrior wishes to vanquish such a foe, the cost and methods required would be several times greater than that of defeating a high-level demon general. High-level demon generals are cunning beings, even when confronted by high-ranking warriors. They will employ every strategy to fight and retreat, seeking a suitable opportunity to escape. In summary, Qin Feng, you might as well come clean and explain what transpired. Based on your performance on the battlefield at the front lines, I believe you could even hold your own against a beginner demon king. Upon uttering these words, even Shinjiroa felt her heart quiver slightly. That day, when they witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary prowess and formidable combat ability on the daily news, both Li Ruobing and Shinjiroa were profoundly astonished by his seemingly monstrous capabilities. Sigh, Sister Jiroa, since you have said as much, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. If Sister Ruobing knew, I encountered a mentor over a month ago, who guided me extensively and imparted the supreme profound classic to me. It is through my practice of this text that my master aided me in unlocking the 8 extraordinary meridians. Upon hearing Qin Feng speak of this, Shinjiroa's eyes widened in shock, and the astonishment in her heart lingered for quite some time. In comparison to Shinjiroa, Li Ruobing's current reaction is markedly improved. After all, he was among the onlookers the last time Qin Feng practiced the Taishin Sutra. Consequently, the formidable and extraordinary talents and techniques that Qin Feng inadvertently displayed during that time remain vividly etched in Li Ruobing's memory. The scene of the earth-surfacing golden lotus and the purple chi rising from the east is as fresh in his mind as if it had occurred just yesterday. Indeed, during my own cultivation, my master imparted the Taishin Sutra to me, and in the process, he also opened up my extraordinary meridians. Thus, my cultivation and realm have since experienced a remarkable and unprecedented advancement. Chapter 160, the ability to recommend a master moreover. It granted me the rare ability to combat warriors of the same rank at a level above my own. Qin Feng understood that since the esteemed seniors, Li Ruobing and Shinjiroa, had sought him out, it would not be so easy for him to evade their inquiries. However, revealing the existence of the system was unequivocally out of the question. Thus, Qin Feng could only muster the courage to fabricate a half-truth. His expression gravely earnest as he spoke. Well, your master, she. A flicker of anticipation grazed Shinjiroa's exquisitely delicate visage. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, Qin Feng interjected, taking a drag from his cigarette. Senior Jiroa, I have already said what I needed to say. As for what follows, You are well aware of the significance and sensitivity of the Taishian Jing as a celestial-grade internal cultivation method. It is truly not suitable for further discussion. Qin Feng shook his head, his countenance reflecting profound difficulty. Well, fine. Seeing that Qin Feng had reached such a juncture in his explanation, Chinjirua's gaze dimmed. She opened her mouth, as if to speak, but the words were swallowed back. After all, she had heard whispers of the mysteries and complexities surrounding the Taishian Jing. It is well known that the Taishian Jing is reputed as the foremost internal cultivation method on the Shinjo continent, classified at a top-secret level of SSS. For an ordinary person, not only is it improbable to cultivate or comprehend it, even a glance at its cover could potentially breach upper-level confidentiality. Following Qin Feng's remarks, a look of understanding appeared on Liuabi's face. Compared to Chinjirua, she had long since become accustomed to the extraordinary talents and remarkable capabilities of Qin Feng. After engaging in light conversation with the two seniors, Qin Feng patted his bulging stomach and exited the Jinling Pavilion, intending to jog a few laps around the campus for digestion. However, as he jogged around the school, he found himself in a secluded wooded path. Occasionally glancing over his shoulder, a cold smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. As a possessor of observation Haki, although he did not consciously activate it, his perceptive abilities far exceeded those of his peers. Within the range of his observation Haki, he could distinctly sense the presence of another individual. Though he could not discern their appearance, he was certain that their power was comparable to his own, and they were following him, their intentions shrouded in mystery. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng swiftly maneuvered into a quiet alleyway. Sure enough, just as he stepped into the narrow passage, the figure followed closely behind. Ah! A startled scream escaped the lips of a woman, momentarily rendering Qin Feng speechless. He found himself gripping her throat with his left hand while his elbow pressed firmly against her shoulder, pinning her against the wall, rendering her utterly immobile. Qin Feng, what are you trying to do? This is utterly outrageous. The woman's voice brimmed with indignation and anger, yet it bore an air of familiarity. Could it be that this was Senior Jirua? What act is she performing now, trailing behind me like this? Upon hearing her voice, Qin Feng focused his gaze. And upon recognizing her face, he was nearly left speechless in astonishment. It was the dead of night, and he had merely come to the campus for a leisurely stroll after overeating. But why was his senior stealthily following him? He had nearly assumed he was being pursued by some deranged stalker, and this misunderstanding had truly escalated. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head and forced a sheepish smile. You really infuriate me. Qin Feng, you truly hurt me just now. Chinjirua fumed at the recollection of how, in front of Qin Feng, she had been unable to even defend herself. In a mere moment, he had effortlessly subdued her, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and on the verge of tears. In a reflexive motion, she delivered a light punch toward Qin Feng's chest. Senior. Please calm down, Qin Feng said, easily catching her fist in his palm, forcing a nervous chuckle. You big rascal. You really infuriate me. You only know how to bully your senior. Chinjirua lamented. Clearly, in terms of strength, she was no longer a match for Qin Feng. Unable to prevail in a fight, and recognizing that he had the upper hand in this situation, she pondered whether it was really significant for a woman to be in the right. With her eyes reddening, Chinjirua shot Qin Feng a furious glare. In response to her unreasonable behavior, Qin Feng could only roll his eyes in exasperation and shrug in resignation. I say, senior, could you please comprehend the current situation? You've been sneaking around behind me. And I thought I was being stalked by someone with ill intentions or perhaps an assassin sent by the demon clan to harm me. You're talking nonsense. Realizing her little scheme had been exposed, Chinjirua's face flushed crimson, and she feigned composure as she replied, All right, fine. I must admit I misjudged the situation and spoke out of turn. I sincerely apologize, senior. This time, it's on me. Qin Feng could only manage a resigned smile in response, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. He stood there, caught between leaving and staying, especially as Senior Jirua lapsed into silence. The two remained in this uncomfortable stalemate for a time. As Qin Feng turned to leave, he barely took a step before Chinjirua's voice called out, Qin Feng, stop right there. What is it now, Senior Jirua? He inquired, exasperation creeping into his tone. I admit, I was indeed following you just now. You are absolutely right. Chinjirua's eyes shimmered, her voice soft and delicate, her head slightly bowed, and her small hands unconsciously intertwined. In that moment, her expression was incredibly complex. Qin Feng, if possible, could you introduce me to your master? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, left speechless by the inquiries of Liuabi and Chinjirua. Instinctively, Qin Feng used his master as a shield, unaware that his casual remark had left a lasting impression on Chinjirua. Chapter 161. The system is quite deceptive. Jirua. Why do you wish to meet my master? The conflicts at the front lines have only just subsided, and she is currently preoccupied with the aftermath of the battle. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Chunjiro mustered her courage and replied, Junior brother Qin Feng, I too aspire to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians. Chunjiro, already ranked 10th on the list of prodigies, possesses only the cultivation level of a high-ranking battle general. Despite her diligent efforts and relentless training during this period, she has been unable to surmount the final hurdle to reach the realm of Battle King. This predicament has caused her considerable distress, as she fears being usurped by any new challengers at any moment. Moreover, having witnessed Qin Feng's extraordinary prowess today has instilled an unprecedented sense of urgency within her. This explains why she has followed Qin Feng closely. Seeing the resolve in Chunjiro's eyes caused Qin Feng to swallow back the words of refusal that were on the tip of his tongue. Initially, his mention of unlocking the 8 extraordinary meridians was merely a pretext, using Master Zoan as a shield. Along with the knowledge of the Taishan scripture that senior sister Ruobing was already aware of, to cleverly obscure the existence of the system. However, he did not expect that Chunjiro would take his casual remark to heart. Alas, the pit one digs must be filled by oneself. After much internal deliberation, Qin Feng ultimately turned to the omnipotent system for assistance, hoping it might offer a viable solution. System, is there a swift method to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians for martial artists? Ding. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the system's crisp notification chimed in his mind once more. Replying to the host, the omnipotent system can indeed instruct on how to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians. You need only pay 100,000 evolution points to avail yourself of this. What? Unlocking the 8 extraordinary meridians costs 100,000 evolution points? Is there some mistake? So, host, will you purchase it or not? Purchase. After a brief moment of hesitation and contemplation, Qin Feng ultimately decided to obediently part with 100,000 evolution points. What choice did he have? Upon reflection, Chunjiro was very considerate toward him. Helping a member of his team enhance her strength would benefit Qin Feng immensely. Ding. The method to unlock the 8 extraordinary meridians is now being provided to the host. However, just as Qin Feng was calculating the benefits in his mind, the method transmitted by the system left an increasingly peculiar expression on his face. In fact, by the end, Qin Feng's expression had transformed from peculiarity to an almost constipated look. Noticing the change in Qin Feng's demeanor, Chunjiro's expression quickly turned somber. Sigh. After much contemplation, Qin Feng rubbed his temples and said, before this, my master imparted to me a unique method for unlocking the 8 extraordinary meridians prior to her departure for the battlefield. What method is that? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, which hinted at a potential turning point, a glimmer of joy surfaced on Chunjiro's delicate visage, prompting her to eagerly inquire, So, Qin Feng, does that mean that once you have the method, you will be able to help me open the 8 extraordinary meridians? As she fixated her yearning gaze upon him, Qin Feng's expression grew increasingly troubled, caught in a moment of indecision. Qin Feng, do you harbor some unspoken concerns? Chunjiro asked, her brows furrowing slightly. As she pressed him further, Never mind. Contemplating the method imparted to him by the system for unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians, Qin Feng found himself reluctant to employ it in Chunjiro's presence. In fact, he was even contemplating seeking a refund from the system. What was this supposed to be? A unique technique for unblocking the meridians? It was clearly a trap. This method was far too indescribable. Jirua, you surely would not be willing to proceed, so let us drop this matter. Qin Feng shook his head, his face awash with an unmistakable embarrassment. What was happening? Qin Feng, please speak up. You are truly making me anxious, Chunjiro exclaimed, her impatience palpable as she observed his hesitance. Jirua, given the circumstances, I shall speak candidly. I am, after all, not as adept as my master, and in order to open the 8 extraordinary meridians, it is necessary for you to loosen your attire to ensure that the process proceeds without error. Should any external forces intervene, the risks would undoubtedly escalate, and any unforeseen incidents during the unblocking could significantly impact your path as a martial artist. How can it be like this? Qin Feng's words, though delicately phrased, were not lost on Chunjiro, whose cheeks flushed crimson, nearly resembling a ripe fruit. Loosening her attire? If that were indeed the case, it would leave her with no secrets before Qin Feng. How could this be permissible? Just as Chunjiro was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, Qin Feng's voice broke through. Jirua, I must admit that I have indeed overstepped earlier. Noticing her discomfort, he felt a pang of guilt for his earlier recklessness and quickly clasped his hands together. Jirua, the hour is late, and let us consider the previous matter as if it never occurred. Perhaps we should part ways here. I must return to Jinling Pavilion. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Qin Feng felt a flush of heat upon recalling his prior words, simultaneously sending a scathing thought towards the system. Yet, just as he was preparing to make his discreet exit, he heard Shinjua's soft voice behind him. Qin Feng, please. Allow me some time to contemplate this matter. After uttering these words, Shinjua ceased to speak further, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip as she hurriedly vanished into the vastness of the night. Observing the retreating silhouette of the enchanting figure, Qin Feng couldn't help but shake his head, letting out a bitter laugh. What on earth is this? Initially, he had simply been unable to refuse Zhiruo's request, thus mustering the courage to spend a staggering 10,000 evolution points to exchange for a method from this unscrupulous merchant of a system, one that would allow him to open the meridians. Little did he know, the depths of this system were so profound. It had ensnared him, providing the method to open the meridians, but with the stipulation that Zhiruo would have to disrobe before him. Had Qin Feng been aware of this prerequisite in advance, he would have categorically refused the exchange. Wasn't this akin to ensnaring himself? System, you have truly led me to my doom. Frustrated, Qin Feng couldn't help but silently curse. Chapter 162. Aftermath on the Frontline Ding Dong. Every judgment made by the system is solely aimed at enhancing the host's power, without any ulterior motives. Oh, what a noble intention to augment the host's strength. Qin Feng sighed, preparing to retrace his steps back to Jinling Pavilion. Just then, a new system notification suddenly appeared on his microcomputer. Ding dong. In 3 days, the elite training camp of Shenzhou will commence its positional challenge. During this period, the aftermath of the battlefield at the Baofu front has gradually drawn to a close. Following this, the army of the demon race, led by the demon emperor Tianqing, did not initiate a new wave of counterattacks. Simultaneously, the numerous signals that had previously surrounded the large-scale movement of the demon forces between the imperial capital's war department and Baofu base city seemed to have completely vanished at that moment. It felt as if the demon army had never been there, enveloping the atmosphere in an eerie silence. Although 2 successful waves had thwarted the demon race's schemes and assaults, this did not bring any relief to the high-ranking officials of the imperial capital's war department. A solemn expression marked each face, and a heavy cloud of foreboding loomed over their hearts. The top brass of the imperial capital's war department pledged to eliminate the demon emperor Tianqing from this realm. However, the hidden cards possessed by such a powerful demon sovereign complicate the endeavor of vanquishing it. Despite the resolute determination of the imperial capital's war department to confront the demon emperor to the death, they ultimately managed to slay only a few demon kings, which merely delayed the demon race's further offensive and slightly alleviated the pressure on their defense. Yet, as long as the demon emperor Tianqing remains, the imperial capital's war department will know no peace. Such an outcome, naturally, did not satisfy the commanders of the imperial capital's high command. But they found themselves with little choice in the matter. Ultimately, the troops that had traveled thousands of miles from the Jiang'an and Qilu war departments, after a brief respite, resumed their journey back to their respective base city defense zones to continue their vigilant guard. Meanwhile, the reconstruction efforts in Baofu base city have commenced in an orderly fashion over the past few days, with various organizations and departments diligently engaged in the task. The focus of the populace has gradually shifted from the 2 recent battles to the impending positional challenge at the elite training camp of Shenzhou. This forthcoming event has drawn many seasoned warriors, who typically hone their skills on the battlefield, to converge upon the elite training camp. The magnetic levitation trains to the imperial capital are filled with numerous martial artists from prestigious universities eager to observe and learn. Among them are many high school seniors who regard the elite training camp as their first choice, filled with immense anticipation for this annual feast of the positional challenge. If one were to consider the competitions with the highest prestige among university students across the vast land of Shenzhou, aside from the United Martial Arts competition, it would undoubtedly be the positional challenge of the elite training camp's talented rankings that evokes the greatest expectation. Among them, many students aspire to seize this opportunity to soar to great heights on the prestigious leaderboard, hoping to achieve fame and recognition. Ultimately, they aim to emerge as the brightest talents of the Shenzhou elite training camp. Of course, there are those who fantasize about leveraging the opportunity presented by the position-switching challenge to not only secure a commendable rank on the leaderboard, but perhaps also encounter a stroke of romantic fortune. If they could manage to shine during the challenge while simultaneously resolving their lifelong commitments, it would indeed be a source of immense joy. In an instant, they could become the winners of life. However, in contrast to the varied emotions harbored by each student, a greater number feel a sense of trepidation and unease as the challenge approaches. The arrival of the position-switching challenge signifies that while one is initiating a challenge, they must also contend with the relentless pursuit of other challengers. A moment's lapse in focus could result in plummeting to the lower ranks of the leaderboard, with the risk of expulsion looming ominously. Thus, the position-switching challenge becomes akin to a colossal magnetic field, drawing attention from all corners and concentrating myriad gazes upon it. Meanwhile, congregating at the gates of the Shinjo elite training camp are students and parents who regard this institution as their top choice. This is the pinnacle of military academies in Shinjo, is it not? Just by the sheer presence of its gates, one can sense the formidable aura it exudes. Hey, I implore you, can you not be so superficial? Who comes to the Shinjo elite training camp merely to admire its imposing gates? Instead of wasting time on that, one should pay heed to the couplets adorning the entrance. Those seeking to serve the nation, welcome. Those fearing for their lives, please turn back. This is undeniably the foremost academy in Shinjo. No other institution could possibly boast such a couplet. This is the military academy that countless young men and women dream of entering, and I fervently hope to cross its threshold myself. I must say, the Shinjo elite training camp not only possesses an outstanding reputation, but the caliber of its students, both senior and junior, is truly remarkable. They far surpass the quality found among the girls in our base city. It's absolutely enchanting. This time, I have awakened a grade 8 martial soul. And as the most distinguished individual in the base city, I am determined to exert myself in my final year of high school, striving to gain admission to the Shinjo elite training camp. Perhaps I could enjoy a blissful and carefree 4 years alongside some of those senior students. Amidst the throngs of students, each gazing at the grand gates of the Shinjo elite training camp, excitement painted their faces crimson as they engaged in animated discussions. Indeed, amidst this throng, the vast majority of individuals have merely gathered to witness the spectacle, eager to comprehend the nature of those prodigies capable of gaining admission to the illustrious Shinjo elite training camp. Goodness, is that not the renowned genius, Ling Tianxing, who ranks first in the Jeju base city? Indeed, I have long been aware of Ling Tianxing's illustrious reputation. It is said that he emerged as the top contender in the Qilu War Department's rookie trials, amassing an astonishing score of 135,000 points. A score of 135,000 points? Could it be that this prodigy single-handedly vanquished all the formidable beasts during the rookie trials? Vanquished them all? Ling Tianxing possesses an authentic Grade 1 elemental martial soul. It is likely that many of his contemporaries participating in the rookie trials fell victim to this remarkable talent. Chapter 163. This newcomer is quite impressive. Ah, how truly unjust the heavens are. As the sound of the bell resonated, the annual rank challenge of the Shinjo elite training camp officially commenced, drawing envious glances from all around as students entered, preparing for the upcoming competition. Many aspiring individuals, eager to establish their names and secure a position on the prestigious rank list, rose to their feet, ready to leap onto the arena and face their adversaries. Moreover, it was rumored that those who secured a position in the top 3 would be rewarded handsomely. According to the latest information, the rewards included a bottle of exquisite natural treasure and a manual of a 10th tier technique at the Earth level. A 10th tier technique at the Earth level. This represents the pinnacle of techniques beneath the celestial tier, a truly invaluable treasure. The disparity between this and the majority of practitioners who cultivate at the mystic level or even the lower tiers of Earth level is astronomical, at least 10-fold, if not 100-fold. They are simply incomparable. Setting aside the competition for the top 3, there are still substantial rewards for those who rank within the top 10. Furthermore, throughout the course of the challenge, esteemed mentors, elders, and the vice principal of the Shinjo elite training camp would be present to observe. Notable generals from various military divisions, dignitaries, affluent magnates, and members of century-old families would also grace the event with their presence. Exceptional performances during the challenge would undoubtedly attract the attention of various influential factions, eager to extend their olive branches. At this moment, instructors from each grade, accompanied by their disciples, streamed towards the Tower of Ascension. In the case of the Jinan Pavilion, led by instructor Zhou and 2 other instructors, the first-year students headed towards the tower. As the undisputed top disciple among the freshmen, Qin Feng naturally took the lead, exuding an aura of a natural leader. In contrast, Chu Xiao followed closely behind, clearly benefiting from Qin Feng's prominence, engaging in animated conversation. However, as soon as Qin Feng made his appearance, a wave of fervent cheers erupted around him, drowning out the chatter of the onlookers outside. Ah, I can hardly contain myself. Look, it's the great Qin Feng. He has appeared. Finally, I have witnessed the great Qin Feng in person. Oh, sisters, I can't take it anymore. I'm breathless with excitement. The great Qin Feng is simply too handsome. It's almost unreasonable. He is eternally a deity, and he is walking towards me with the first-year students. My happiness is overwhelming to the point of fainting. Amidst the cacophony of screams and cheers from the Qin Feng sisterhood, a tall, statuesque youth, remarkably handsome, leads a throng of freshmen toward this direction. The echoes of their exclamations reach the ears of bystanders nearby, leaving them perplexed and bewildered. What on earth is happening over there? What transpired? The exuberance of these ladies is astonishing. Their shouts nearly pierced my eardrums. Are you truly unaware of your fortune? To me, their voices resonate like ethereal melodies, exquisite and enchanting, making my very bones feel as if they might dissolve. The voices of the senior ladies from the elite training camp are undeniably delightful, intoxicatingly so. Lo and behold, look over there, so many seniors, each more stunning than the last. Where are they? Indeed, they are all fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. The elite training camp rightfully deserves its reputation, as even the quality of the seniors is exceptional. Speaking of which, who is the individual surrounded by this constellation of admirers? I am utterly envious, like a lemon squeezed dry. The gaze of these seniors has remained steadfastly fixed upon that young man. What extraordinary treatment he is receiving. Along the pathway, several keen-eyed observers noticed the crowd approaching, with the man at the forefront being encircled by a multitude of adoring followers. Immediately, those unable to partake in the festivities begin to murmur in envy. Who is this fellow, that he should bask in such happiness, surrounded by so many seniors? Qin Feng. That name sounds vaguely familiar, though I cannot quite place it. It is worth noting that each of these seniors, chosen at random, would surpass the beauty of any high school prom queen. Goodness. Upon a cursory glance, it seems there are not merely 100, but perhaps 200 such enchanting figures. This is precisely the kind of spectacle one dreams of experiencing at the pinnacle of life. Meanwhile, the second and third-year students returning from their own endeavors at the elite training camp are equally astonished by the breathtaking scene before them. In an instant, the spotlight that should have been theirs has been entirely usurped. The most irksome part is that this attention has been stolen by a mere freshman, creating an atmosphere of discontent. As for Ling Tiansheng, the prodigy ranked first in the Qi Lu battle division. He too has turned his attention to the current spectacle surrounding Qin Feng, noticing that the newcomer is merely a freshman yet possesses such an impressive influence. He cannot help but furrow his brow and inquire of his companion, Yi Heng, who exactly is this freshman? He appears to be quite remarkable. After listening, Huang Yiheng beside him was taken aback for a moment, and then with an expression of disbelief, remarked, Brother Ling, during your trials in the wilderness, could it be that the village network was inaccessible? The individual before us has caused quite a stir within the ranks of the Shinjo elite training camp, a once-in-a-century prodigy, an extraordinary talent. This person is named Qin Feng, who was directly admitted to the Shinjo elite training camp as a special recruit from the Jiangnan Jinling battle zone. Oh, so he is a special recruit? Upon hearing Huang Yiheng's words, Ling Tianqing exhibited a look of realization, yet soon a hint of confusion crossed his face as he inquired. Even if Qin Feng is indeed a special recruit, although he is a rare talent, could he truly wield such influence? Chapter 164. He is indeed Qin Feng. Even the formidable Situ Pajuan, ranked first on the talents list, pales in comparison to the influence wielded by this Qin Feng. At that moment, a procession of first-year students led by Qin Feng marched grandly past Ling Tiansheng, prompting him and Huang Yiheng to quickly step aside. As the lengthy line of students continued on, Ling Tiansheng remained transfixed, gazing in at the tall, upright figure of Qin Feng at the forefront. Unable to regain his composure, initially he felt envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Qin Feng for possessing such an overwhelming presence within the elite training camp of the Central Plains. However, upon learning of Qin Feng's numerous heroic deeds, he dared not harbor even a hint of arrogance. Since entering the elite training camp as a specially recruited student, Qin Feng's debut had undeniably captivated everyone's attention. He swiftly shattered the historical record for the first level of the Celestial Tower, establishing an unprecedented S-level record that may never be surpassed. Furthermore, Qin Feng set up a challenge arena, single-handedly achieving the astonishing feat of defeating 100 opponents, which was equally remarkable and drew significant attention. Ultimately, even the elusive Principal Zhao Wuji, who was known to be rarely seen, made an appearance. Thus, it becomes apparent just how terrifying Qin Feng's influence has become. Even the higher-ups of the elite training camp found themselves unsettled by this prodigious individual. It can be said that Qin Feng had truly burst into prominence, leaving no one able to rival him. In contrast, there is Ling Tiansheng. Indeed, as the foremost individual of the Qilu War Department, he too was a specially recruited student of the elite training camp like Qin Feng. However, to his credit, Ling Tiansheng possessed enough self-awareness to honestly reflect upon his own capabilities. Compared to ordinary students, he might have some measure of talent and comprehension. But when placed alongside the unparalleled genius that is Qin Feng, His own gifts seemed utterly insufficient, like a firefly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the moon. There were even those who believed that this year, Qin Feng would undoubtedly secure a commendable position in the upcoming positional challenge competition, conservatively estimating him to be among the top 10 on the talents list. In the presence of such a rare prodigy, Ling Tianxin's status as the top individual of the Qilu War Department seemed insignificant. How fortunate it was to yield way for such an esteemed figure. Along the way, many first-year students from the elite training camp recognized Qin Feng's identity, either hastily stepping aside like Ling Tianxin or following closely behind his procession, marching forward with great momentum. This scene not only astonished those who were less familiar with the elite training camp, but also left onlookers in awe of the regal aura that Qin Feng exuded, causing them to scatter and retreat to the sidelines. Qin Feng, when did you become the foremost in the imperial capital? At this moment, a young attendant rushed forward and playfully questioned the imposing Qin Feng, who stood confidently at the forefront of the crowd. I don't know. What do you think? Qin Feng, amused by the attendant's words, chuckled and pointed at him, exclaiming, "Today, of all days." Ha ha. His laughter resonated with an air of arrogance and dominance. In this positional challenge, if Qin Feng were to compete, it would undoubtedly be for the coveted top spot on the talents ranking. Those who stand in his way shall be crushed without mercy. Hearing Qin Feng's boisterous laughter from behind, the instructor Zhou and his companions felt a mixture of pride and unease regarding Qin Feng's grandiose confidence. Before them lay the vast martial arts arena, sprawling over an expanse of more than 1,000 acres. At the forefront of this arena stood a majestic structure resembling a lotus platform, composed of multiple fighting stages, rising to a height of 18 tiers. At its pinnacle, a solitary arena towered above, reminiscent of a crane standing tall among chickens. The tier below featured 2 arenas, while the next boasted 4. Surrounding the lotus platform, seating was plentiful, accommodating not only the competitors of this positional challenge, but also the top 10 from the talents ranking, as well as esteemed elders and high-ranking officials of the academy. Most notably, the premier seating, adorned with rare beast hides from the Demon King realm, was tended to by graceful attendants who served tea and water, their delicate fingers plucking the strings of a zither in a serene atmosphere. Yet, the foremost seats remained conspicuously vacant, devoid of any occupants. The throngs of people bustled about, each searching for their designated seats according to their numbered tokens. Despite the continuous flow of the crowd, the atmosphere around the arena was not chaotic like a quarry. Rather, each participating student wore a serious expression, many visibly anxious as they contemplated the challengers they would soon face. Simultaneously, the freshmen, led by Qin Feng, settled into their designated seating area. Instructor Zhou, along with others, retrieved numerous numbered tokens from their storage rings, distributing them methodically to the students preparing for the positional challenge. Meng Haohua, here is your token. Chu Xiao, take your token. Remember, don't put too much pressure on yourself during this year's positional challenge. Just do your best, and as long as you avoid placing in the bottom 10, that will be a victory. Upon hearing Instructor Zhou's earnest instructions, Chu Xiao felt a wave of frustration as dark lines appeared on his forehead, his mind racing with exclamations of disbelief. Is your expectation of me really so low? This is utterly unacceptable. However, Instructor Zhou remained oblivious to Chu Xiao's inner turmoil and handed a token to Qin Feng, stating, Qin Feng, here is your token. Thank you, Instructor Zhou. Qin Feng graciously acknowledged as he took the token from Zhou's hand. Before you lies a rectangular, palm-sized iron plaque, upon which a sequence of numbers is intricately etched, 10010. Qin Feng, although you are merely 16 years of age, you have already manifested an extraordinary talent and insight that is rarely encountered among your peers. Within a mere month and a half of joining the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, you have achieved the remarkable status of a warrior, an accomplishment that many might spend a lifetime striving to attain. Yet, you are well aware of the age-old adage that there are always greater talents beyond your own, and realms beyond your comprehension. Chapter 165, daring to speak out as he spoke. Instructor Zhou discreetly cast a glance towards the vacant seating area for the top 10 on the genius rankings, his tone laced with a note of caution. What you perceive as the abilities of those in the top 10 of the genius rankings should merely serve as a reference. Do not take it too seriously. To my knowledge, the prodigies on that list possess depths far beyond what is apparent, each concealing formidable skills and hidden strengths. Should you find yourself in a positional challenge against one of the top 10 and encounter an insurmountable opponent, it is perfectly acceptable to concede. After all, since the inception of the Divine Continent Elite Training Camp, no one has successfully challenged the positions of the top 10. Thus, even if you, Qin Feng, choose to surrender, it is a matter of honor, not disgrace. In summary, during the positional challenge, remember not to overextend yourself. Qin Feng had always been the unpredictable one. So as the competition approached, Instructor Zhou reiterated his warnings. Rest assured, Instructor Zhou, I am fully aware of my capabilities, Qin Feng replied with a smile, dismissing Zhou's concerns. As the attendant had previously indicated, since he had chosen to participate in the evaluation, his singular aim was to rise as the foremost among the younger generation of the imperial capital. Should anyone oppose him, he would fight until they submitted. After receiving his number, Qin Feng took his place among the dozens of first-year students in the nearby contestant seating area, quietly awaiting the commencement of the competition. As Chu Xiao, Qin Feng's most ardent admirer, it went without saying that wherever Qin Feng sat, he would follow, with his eyes slightly narrowed. Qin Feng closed them to cultivate his spirit, breathing deeply and calmly, his vital energy flowing smoothly, his sharpness subdued. In this moment, he appeared a stark contrast to his previously ostentatious demeanor, which had commanded attention from all. The previous night's events concerning Chenjuruo had left Qin Feng restless, tossing and turning until dawn. This morning, due to the upcoming positional challenge, he had risen early, and now, fatigue overcame him as he settled into his chair, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. Wow, is this even possible? Observing Qin Feng beside him, already seated and asleep, Chu Xiao nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets in disbelief. Are you kidding me? The annual positional challenge is about to commence. And my bro Feng not only fails to scrutinize his impending adversaries, but instead seems completely unfazed, reclining in his chair and dozing off. Incredible. Truly remarkable. No wonder he is my bro Feng. He is just amazing. While Qin Feng slept soundly, contestants from various grades, led by their respective instructors, began to fill the contestant seating area, each taking their places. Among them were several whose auras resembled dragons and tigers, and a select few upperclassmen whose presence radiated the peak of advanced warrior status, mere steps away from the realm of battle kings. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Qin Feng hardly paid any heed to these so-called potential competitors. At present, he was deeply engrossed in a game of Dodiju with Zhou Gong, having no spare time to concern himself with this group of insignificant characters. Should their paths cross, it would be their misfortune. He would simply trample over them without a second thought. However, just as Qin Feng was lost in sweet slumber, a cacophony of cheers erupted around him, crescendoing in fervor. With a slight furrow of his brow, he slowly opened his eyes. Ah, Yuan Yongshang has made his appearance. Look, is that not the illustrious Yuan? The second on the talent rankings? Wow, he truly is dashing. His charisma is undeniably captivating. How can such a handsome and gifted prodigy exist in this world? I cannot contain myself. With Yuan Yongshang's emergence, his legion of admirers could no longer remain still. Each one began to scream at the top of their lungs, cheering him on. Though they were not as numerous as Qin Feng's sister group, their fervor was equally matched. Amidst the chorus of admiration, Yuan Yongshang strode confidently towards his designated position as the second on the talent rankings. Just behind Situ Pajun, surrounding him were senior students, primarily from the third year, all gazing at Yuan with expressions of reverence. Yuan Yongshang's aura was akin to the long sword he bore, radiant and sharp, exuding an undeniable presence that could be felt even from a distance. As his gaze swept across the venue, many contestants partaking in the positional challenge felt an uncomfortable prickle along their spines, sitting tensely as if on a bed of nails. Some less capable individuals dared not meet his eyes, hastily lowering their heads as beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, their complexions paling. With a casual flick of his robe, Yuan took his seat, exuding an air of dominance, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes roamed over the contestants before ultimately resting on Qin Feng. When, Brother Feng, it seems Yuan Yongshang has indeed arrived. As expected of the second in the talent rankings, his presence is truly astounding. Although Yuan Yongshang's gaze did not directly fall upon Chu Xiao, who sat closest to Qin Feng, the latter could distinctly sense the oppressive aura emanating from him, causing his words to stumble. Chuckling softly, Qin Feng remained unfazed, choosing not to acknowledge Yuan Yongshang. Yet, with his formidable observation Haki, he could sense the scrutiny directed at him. Simultaneously, he detected the profound intent to battle and contempt within Yuan's gaze. Qin Feng. Suddenly, a senior student in his third year glared fiercely at Qin Feng, raising his hand to point at him, and unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Qin Feng, how dare you? At the last banquet, you showed disrespect to Brother Yuan. Today, in the challenge match, I shall see. He paused, his disdain palpable. Who let this mutt off its leash to bark so loudly here? Get out of my sight. In an instant, Qin Feng, whose eyes had been slightly closed, snapped them open, revealing a piercing gaze that radiated an electric intensity. A chilling aura that captivated all. The oppressive might of his conqueror's Haki surged forth, To the astonishment of all, the senior who had dared to disrespect Qin Feng was suddenly rendered pale, blood spurting from his mouth under the overwhelming pressure of Qin Feng's formidable presence. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground, his expression blank and trembling uncontrollably. What manner of power is this, to cause such a reaction without uttering a single word? Merely by the intensity of a gaze, this is truly terrifying. Such prowess is utterly fearsome. Chapter 166. The new generation. Isn't this the same Qin Feng who previously stirred the entire Shinjo elite training camp into chaos, single-handedly challenging 100 opponents? Originally, he was meant to be the most inconspicuous freshman in the academy, yet this prodigy shattered all conventional expectations. Now, the name Qin Feng reigns supreme in the Shinjo elite training camp, unmatched and preeminent. Indeed, Qin Feng is no ordinary individual. His fierce and domineering demeanor shows no signs of yielding even in the presence of Yu and Yongshang, the second ranked on the talents list. I have heard that at a previous banquet, a significant conflict erupted between Qin Feng and Yu and Yongshang. However, both parties were aware of their respective strengths and refrained from engaging in direct confrontation at that time. Yet now, as they enter this positional challenge match, tensions have already escalated at the onset. Should they meet in the arena, it is likely to result in a relentless and unforgiving clash. The encounter between these two prominent figures in the Shinjo elite training camp has undoubtedly sparked fervent discussions among the other students, who eagerly anticipate the ensuing positional challenge. Qin Feng and Yu and Yongshang represent the new and old generations of the elite camp, and the sparks that fly from their confrontation are highly anticipated. Will the new generation led by Qin Feng prove to be superior, or will the seasoned old guard led by Yu and Yongshang maintain their dominance? Today's positional challenge will reveal the ultimate outcome. Witnessing Qin Feng's ability to compel one of his subordinates to cough up blood with a mere display of power caused a noticeable shift in Yu and Yongshang's expression. However, he quickly regained his composure, regarding Qin Feng with a gaze tinged with pity, saying, indeed, not bad. If I am not mistaken, you have reached the realm of a senior battle general and have mastered some mysterious techniques unknown to me, granting you a degree of audacity. Yet, despite your remarkable intellect and your youthful ascension to the senior battle general stage, truly a rare genius, unfortunately, you are overly brash and dismissive of others. In our upcoming match, I shall impart a lesson to you, lest you meet a grim fate in future battles against the demon race, one that would not bode well for you. With a nonchalant smile, Qin Feng chose not to engage further. A tiger does not turn back at the bark of a dog. Moreover, the countless demon soldiers and generals he has already slain, including demon kings, render your words insignificant before me. Meanwhile, numerous instructors and mentors took their seats, including formidable figures at the battle emperor level, all of whom were clearly focused on the positional challenge match. Naturally, the spotlight was firmly on the two individuals, Qin Feng and Yu and Yongshang, as they became the focal point of discussion for all present. From the imposing demeanor exhibited by Yu and Yongshang, it is evident that his prowess has undoubtedly reached at least the intermediate level of a battle king. His mental acuity, honed to an unparalleled sharpness, is exceptionally fierce. Given time, he will undoubtedly break through to the advanced level of battle king, and subsequently ascend to the realms of battle emperor and even battle god. After all, he holds the prestigious position of second on the elite list of our Shinjo elite training camp, with the top 5 being eligible to represent our institution in the Demon Hunter selection. The Demon Hunter selection, you say? To participate in such a perilous assessment is truly a matter of life and death. Whether one possesses the qualifications to join is one thing. Daring to participate is another entirely. The trials for Demon Hunters are fraught with danger at every turn. As for Yuan Yongshang, the Yuan family may very well have superior alternatives arranged for him. After all, his significance to the Yuan clan is self-evident, and they would not allow him to take such risks lightly. Indeed, while our Shinjo elite training camp is renowned as the foremost academy on the continent, steeped in profound heritage and brimming with talent, the arduous nature of the Demon Hunter trials cannot be overstated. Yet, how many esteemed Demon Hunters have emerged thus far? The number is scarcely significant. Each student who manages to secure a place among the top 10 on the elite list invariably has immense families or powerful factions backing them. Setting aside the inherent difficulty of the Demon Hunter trials, it is worth noting that they represent the closest engagement with the monstrous races. Each mission undertaken can be aptly described as a battle for survival. For the scions of these prominent families, it is far more comfortable to secure a leisurely position within the Shinjo War Department or other authoritative sectors post-graduation, rather than risk their lives to attain a higher status as a Demon Hunter. However, should one choose not to join the ranks of the Demon Hunters, they will forever miss the opportunity to apply for the Battle God Hall, find themselves excluded from the Battle God rankings, and ultimately never reached the pinnacle of martial arts and power. The choice of sacrifice and gain rests upon these young individuals themselves. Now, let us not delve too deeply into the affairs of the demon hunters. For the moment, we are merely engaged in a positional challenge within our Shinjo elite training camp. You all seem to have become quite engrossed in discussing the demon hunters. I concede that Yuan Yongshang is indeed a rare and exceptional talent. However, in terms of his current means and foundation, he is still far from being comparable to those demon hunters. The disparity between the two is akin to the flickering firefly competing with the resplendent moon, utterly incomparable. Let us first await Yuan Yongshang's ascension to the advanced Battle King level before revisiting this topic. At this juncture, the speaker's tone softened, and his gaze shifted to Qin Feng, who stood not far away. He continued, "This young man, Qin Feng, since entering the Shinjo elite training camp as a specially recruited student, has established records that shine brightly, marking him as an exceptional talent. Yet, in this arena, there can only be one victor today. Ultimately, it will be a contest between him and Yuan Yongshang. Alas, the youth of today are truly formidable. Each one of them is a mid-level battle king or even a high-level battle king. Meanwhile, we, the mentors, find ourselves predominantly as mere junior battle emperors. Particularly noteworthy is the first-ranked Situ Pajun, a young man of remarkable prowess who, just 2 years prior, had already ascended to the status of a high-level battle king. Now, I have heard whispers that Situ Pajun is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the realm of a junior battle emperor. In summary, we, as instructors, must abandon any complacency and dedicate ourselves to rigorous training, for if we allow this group of students to surpass us, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment." Just as the instructors were engaged in lively discussions amongst themselves, a sudden cascade of radiant dawn and auspicious clouds descended from the heavens. Chapter 167. The Demon Hunters. At this moment, an invisible current of air was summoned from thin air, transforming into dragons, tigers, elephants, white cranes, and giant pungs, gracefully descending from the far reaches of the heavens. Divine light cascaded down, revealing a dozen extraordinary figures manifesting above the celestial tower. Among these individuals, both men and women appeared to be no older than their 30s at first glance. In terms of demeanor, some exuded a depth akin to fathomless oceans, while others radiated an imposing presence, their actions assertive and vigorous. Additionally, there were those whose aura was gentle and approachable, alongside others who bore an air of superiority reminiscent of celestial beings. Each person who emerged was enveloped in radiant light, commanding respect without overt hostility. Accompanying this grand entrance were familiar faces, seated in the elevated positions, upon chairs draped in the pelts of demon kings. The arriving group, consisting of elite hunters from the Divine Land Elite Training Camp, was met with reverence. The assembled instructors and mentors rose to their feet, clasping their fists in salute, expressing their respect for the esteemed demon hunters. In an instant, nearly 1,000 attendees stood in unison from their seats, clasping their fists and resounding, "We welcome the esteemed demon hunters." Among the competitors, all participants in the positional challenge, including the previously arrogant Yuan Yongshang, rose from their seats, bowing respectfully with expressions filled with admiration and reverence, exclaiming, "We welcome the esteemed demon hunters." At this moment, Qin Feng also stood, gazing at the figures of the demon hunters. Through the perception granted by his observation Haki, he discerned that this group of demon hunters comprised formidable individuals, each at the advanced battle king level. However, this advanced battle king was far from ordinary. They were true paragons of perfection. Achieving such a pinnacle of power in the advanced battle king realm was a feat that even thousands of battle kings might struggle to attain. Their combat prowess was such that one could easily contend against 10. The realm of perfection, with its peak power, was comparable to that of Song Zhiguang. Also at the advanced battle emperor level, mere steps away from the legendary realm of the war god. The collective strength of the demon hunters was indeed formidable. As the demon hunters took their seats, one among them, a young man with an aura as deep as the sea, his eyes reflecting a gentle smile, gestured for attention. Calmly accepting a cup of fragrant tea from a nearby maid, he softly declared, "Now, we may begin." This individual was Yuan Yonghai, the elder brother of Yuan Yongshang. He had come to witness firsthand whether his younger brother could ascend to the pinnacle of the genius rankings in this positional challenge. Receiving the approval of the demon hunters, the event host nodded and announced with clarity, "Yes, esteemed demon hunters. The Divine Land Elite Training Camp's positional challenge officially commences." Simultaneously, a distant, sacred chime resonated, awakening the spirits of all present, igniting their fighting spirit. Esteemed talents of the Divine Land Elite Training Camp. At this moment, the chief mentor rose with fervor. As the most esteemed mentor among the many present, his cultivation had reached the formidable level of a mid-tier battle emperor. Whenever he spoke, his words resonated like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating for miles around, and instilling a sense of awe and trepidation in all who listened. Upon the utterance of the chief mentor, the previously bustling atmosphere instantaneously fell into a profound silence. The surroundings became utterly still. The annual Positional Challenge tournament was officially commencing. Without further ado, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. You young individuals, selected from the most prestigious cities across the Divine Continent, are truly the Sea Army de la Sea Army, the future pillars of our great nation. In the days to come, it is conceivable that some among you will attain the rank of Battle Emperor, or even ascend to the legendary realm of the Battle God, thus becoming celebrated alumni of our elite training camp. During our future confrontations with the demon race, you too shall exhibit your brilliance, carving out an everlasting legacy for humanity and emerging as genuine national heroes. With that said, I shall not prolong my words any further. The rewards for this Positional Challenge tournament are now to be announced. As he spoke, the chief mentor's gaze turned towards the seat of the demon hunters. Landing upon the figure of a man clad in white robes, the man clasped his hands respectfully and announced, "Let the gentleman in white now reveal the rewards." At first glance, the white-robed man appeared rather unremarkable in terms of appearance. However, a subtle golden aura shimmered around him, and though his complexion was slightly pale, his presence was as profound and unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Occasionally, a piercing glint reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast would flash from the depths of his eyes, making it difficult to meet his gaze. Many of the demon hunters present turned their eyes towards the white-robed man, their expressions imbued with respect, clearly acknowledging him as their superior. Ha ha ha, the white-robed man laughed heartily. Then began, the rewards for the top 3 contenders of this Positional Challenge tournament are now before us. It is certain that this year's rewards are the most generous we have ever prepared, featuring not only rare treasures, but also invaluable martial arts manuals. With that, the white-robed man raised his left hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from the storage ring on his ring finger. One by one, a series of treasures appeared before the assembled crowd. Among these treasures were the blood of magical beasts capable of rapidly enhancing a warrior's physical strength and the essence of their marrow. There were also masterfully forged divine weapons, crafted from high-tier materials of magical beasts, glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Additionally, there existed miraculous treasures that could heal injuries and even resurrect the dead. Of course, there was no shortage of various combat techniques and secret methods. However, none of this is the most captivating. The true allure lies in the 2 treasures that hover majestically at the pinnacle. One of these treasures is a pill enveloped in a soft golden radiance, its body presenting a deep yellow hue. This pill, approximately the size of an adult's fingertip, does not necessitate close proximity for one to sense the boundless vitality it emanates. Akin to the tumultuous flow of mighty rivers, it evokes a sense of wonder and intrigue that hangs delicately in the air. Chapter 168. The champion's reward. It seemed that merely approaching a fraction closer would evoke an illusion of soaring into the heavens, instilling a sense of trepidation that deterred one from gazing too long. However, another treasure captured even more attention. This particular tome of martial arts exuded an aura of frigid energy, as if a mere touch could crystallize it into ice. Within the ethereal, shapeless coldness, one could vaguely discern a serpentine dragon coiling and swirling amidst the mist, occasionally unleashing a chilling roar that sent shivers down one's spine. Its icy breath rendered the thought of confronting this dragon utterly daunting, compelling onlookers to hastily avert their eyes. At that moment, even a brief glance into the dragon's gaze could result in an icy fate. Could this possibly be the long-awaited ultimate martial arts manual? Observing the frost-laden dragon swirling within the cloud, Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. He lifted his gaze to see the title on the cover faintly illuminated, 9 turns of frosty ice. Just then, the man in white clapped his hands, his voice imbued with a calm serenity as he spoke. Esteemed competitors, the reward for the champion of this Positional Challenge is a supreme elixir known as the Human Yuan Golden Pill. This miraculous concoction is a treasure that will aid you in your future endeavors, be it in aspiring to the ranks of the Battle King or even the Battle Emperor. It serves as an unparalleled holy medicine, laying a solid foundation on your martial journey. He continued, for those aiming to break through from the Battle General realm to the Battle King realm, this Human Yuan Golden Pill can enhance your success rate by 30. When transitioning from the Battle King to the Battle Emperor realm, it grants an additional 10 chance of advancement. Though superficially, this increase of merely may tint appear trivial. Countless martial artists remain ensnared within the tranquil confines of the Battle King realm. They are acutely aware of the significance of this opportunity for each individual. This 10 success rate is a divine boon, a fortuitous stroke of fortune that is both coveted and elusive. To traverse 100 miles, one must consider that the distance of a mere step can often be the most formidable. Advanced battle kings may find themselves lacking just that 10 chance, or even a mere 5, a distance that feels insurmountable, akin to crossing a chasm that may never be bridged within a lifetime. As the man in white elucidated the rewards of this positional challenge, not only did the first, second, and third-year students participating in the competition flush with excitement, their hearts racing, but even several instructors of the advanced Battle King realm felt their throats dry and their eyes gleaming with fervor, all casting longing glances towards the human Yuan golden pill. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, many would have gladly donned student uniforms to partake in the challenge themselves, yearning for such a monumental opportunity that seemed destined to elude them. Following the white-robed men's thorough introduction of these two remarkable treasures, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Yuan Yongshang exuded an aura of fierce intensity and ferocity. The desire and greed evident in his gaze were palpable. A mere 10 chance. Yuan Yongshang was on the brink of breaking through to the advanced Battle King realm. It was only a matter of time. Should I reach the advanced Battle King realm and aspire to ascend further to the Battle Emperor realm, this 10 opportunity is all I require. With the human Yuan golden pill in my possession, I would ascend to unprecedented heights, transcending the ordinary. At that moment, transforming from a battle king to a battle emperor, my martial arts mastery and the very essence of my being would undergo a profound transformation. At that point, not even the top-ranked figure on the talent rankings, Situ Pajuan, would be safe from my challenge. From now on, none could stand as my equal. Moreover, my greatest rival today, Situ Pajuan, had yet to make an appearance. This meant that apart from the man above me, no one could thwart my claim to the human Yuan golden pill. Whoever dared to covet it, be it one or two, I, Yuan Yongshang, would eliminate without hesitation. Who could stop me? As the man in white unveiled the mysterious treasures one by one, Yuan Yongshang's emotions surged with a hint of madness, his battle intent raging like a wildfire. In comparison to the human Yuan golden pill, the second treasure I had prepared, a martial arts manual, was even more formidable. I had stumbled upon this manual, the 9 Revolutions of Cold Ice, within a lost ancient relic on the vast Siberian plains. Should one master this technique to its fullest extent, they could manipulate their inner energy between the realms of Yang and Yin with ease. A mere thought could freeze vast expanses, transforming them into a pristine snowfield. The energy could morph into an icy dragon, exhaling absolute zero. With a single breath of cold air, one could instantly encase an unsuspecting foe in ice for millennia. And if someone were to cultivate the 9 Revolutions of Cold Ice to perfection, even when besieged by a horde of demonic creatures, they could, with a mere thought, freeze them into lifeless statues. Although the man in white spoke with an unruffled calmness, his words resonated deeply, penetrating the minds of all present as if echoing in their ears. Each utterance left an indelible mark on their consciousness. The power of the 9 Revolutions of Cold Ice was indeed terrifying. Who could have anticipated such formidable might? When the 9 transformations reach their utmost perfection, one can unleash extraordinary powers capable of altering weather, climate, and even the very landscape itself. It is no exaggeration to assert that the value concealed within the 9 transformations of ice is several times greater than that of the human primordial golden elixir. Should I succeed in mastering this technique, I would wield hellfire in my left hand and eternal snow in my right. At that juncture, who would dare to provoke me? I would unleash a tempest of ice and fire upon them, rendering them unable to live or die. In such a moment, who could possibly stand against me? Alas, how misguided such thoughts may be. Chapter 169. The human Yuan golden elixir. Though the 9 transformations of cold ice technique is formidable and domineering, it is imperative for you all to comprehend that the higher the grade of a cultivation method, the more arduous the path to mastery becomes. This principle is inherently reciprocal. As the saying goes, no matter how exquisite a technique may be, its true value lies in one's ability to wield it effectively. It is crucial to recognize that the 9 transformations of cold ice technique is, without a doubt, a genuine Earth-level 10th grade cultivation method. Should you find yourself unable to grasp its profound intricacies, it would render the text as inscrutable as a book without words, essentially a tasteless morsel, regrettably discarded. Therefore, I posit that the human Yuan golden elixir yields more immediate benefits. With it, you possess a greater likelihood of ascending to the rank of war sovereign and becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. I must inquire, why do you all find yourselves so entangled in this matter? Undoubtedly, both the 9 transformations of cold ice technique and the human Yuan golden elixir are treasures that are rare and invaluable. Only children make choices, adults embrace all. Here I come, first place. Amidst the fervent and ongoing discourse regarding the human Yuan golden elixir and the 9 transformations of cold ice technique, the white-robed man announced the prizes for this competition, igniting a surge of enthusiasm and anticipation among the crowd. The rewards for this positional challenge are exceedingly precious, and describing them as unparalleled would not be an exaggeration, even when surveying the grand competitions organized by various academies across the entire divine continent. Such bountiful and esteemed rewards have never been presented. The 9 transformations of cold ice technique, in a certain sense, also aligns with dragon attributes in cultivation. One cannot help but wonder, if I were to successfully cultivate this technique, would it not significantly enhance my character template of the Beast King? At least in terms of offensive capabilities, with the thunderous 8 trigrams in my left hand and the 9 transformations of cold ice technique in my right. The synergy of their powers would certainly not be a mere addition of 1 plus 1. Now, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The positional challenge is about to commence. The white-robed man waved his hand lightly and uttered these words. With the chief instructor announcing the competition rules, the challenge officially began. In an instant, a magnificent array of colorful clouds enveloped the lotus platform, creating an impenetrable barrier. From a distance, it resembled a breathtaking natural wonder. This spectacle serves a straightforward purpose: to prevent any unrelated individuals from recklessly intervening in the normal progression of the challenge. The vibrant barrier ensures protection for the entire contest site, while allowing each participant to focus intently on the impending challenges ahead. In the ensuing process, several mentors and instructors began to announce the subsequent matchups based on the previously assigned numbers of the contestants. One by one, the eager trainees leaped onto the elevated platform, engaging in a spirited exchange of offense and defense. Qin Feng, Su Haoran, to the arena. Just as Qin Feng was filled with anticipation, he suddenly heard a mentor call his name. Without hesitation, he lightly pressed his foot against the ground and soared gracefully onto one of the platforms. Standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of tranquility. His opponent, a fierce and formidable challenger at the Junior Battle King level, possessed a commanding presence. This Junior Battle King wielded a massive golden-backed machete, radiating an intimidating aura akin to mountains and rivers, embodying the ferocity of a roaring tiger ready to pounce. Qin Feng, I acknowledge that you have stirred quite a storm in the Shinjo elite training camp, your influence unparalleled. However, encountering me in the first round is merely a stroke of misfortune for you. Defeat is your only path. Perhaps you are unaware that in the last positional challenge, I, Su Haoran, ranked 11th, just behind Shinjiruo, wielding a beast martial spirit of the 8th rank in the mysterious tier. If you were wise, you should concede now, for the consequences of a potential injury in this arena could be dire. Those familiar with me know that I, Su Haoran, do not strike without intent. But when I do, blood is sure to follow. Thus, I advise you to think carefully. A slight, menacing smile curled at the corners of Su Haoran's mouth as he regarded Qin Feng with a gaze that dismissed him as a worthy adversary, embodying arrogance and hubris. Enough of your prattling. Get out of my way. Qin Feng, growing impatient with Su Haoran's incessant chatter, casually cleared his ears and, without any further ado, flicked his left hand. In an instant, a fierce gust of fist wind surged forth. With a resounding bang, Su Haoran, from start to finish, had no time to react as his ribs shattered, caving inward by nearly an inch. A distinct imprint of Qin Feng's fist was indelibly etched into the right side of his chest, and Su Haoran was sent reeling backward like a rag doll, spewing blood profusely. Throughout the encounter, Qin Feng remained stationary, effortlessly dispatching Su Haoran as one would squash an ant. Although on the surface, Qin Feng's cultivation level appeared to be that of a high-ranking battle general, even without summoning his martial spirit or employing the breath of water or the thunderous 8 trigrams. The sheer strength granted by his fish fruit was sufficient to overpower lesser Battle King opponents, especially after several days on the front lines. Amidst the fierce battles against the demonic beast army, Qin Feng had refined his physical form to its utmost limit. In a mysterious manner, he could control his strength with precision. Now, when Qin Feng unleashed a punch, it could unleash a force nearly equivalent to 10,000 June. His physical prowess had reached a level that could rival that of a high-ranking battle king, at least within the vast expanse of the Divine Land. There were hardly a handful of individuals in the same realm capable of surpassing Qin Feng in terms of physical strength. After effortlessly annihilating Su Haoran, Qin Feng did not even cast a glance at his opponent. Casually rubbing his hands behind his back, he gracefully leaped down from the arena. Chapter 170. The position challenge matched. The group of freshmen, upon witnessing their leader Qin Feng, was astounded by his remarkable presence. With a casual flick of his hand, he effortlessly dispatched Su Haoran, who held the 11th position on the genius ranking, resulting in an uproar of cheers, screams, and shouts. Meanwhile, the two other instructors, led by Instructor Zhou, exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and delight at the spectacle. Simultaneously, within the realm of the demon hunters, discussions erupted regarding the confrontation between Qin Feng and Su Haoran. So this Qin Feng is indeed the dark horse stirring the winds at the Shinjo elite training camp? Truly, he embodies the adage that appearances can be deceiving. At this critical juncture, he sent his opponent flying hundreds of meters away with but a single punch. His adversary, Su Haoran, ranks 11th on the genius ranking, yet he didn't even manage to last a single round against Qin Feng. Quite impressive indeed. The young man in the moon-white robe sat cross-legged atop a whale, seemingly his martial spirit. The whale exhaled, forming an immense vortex of wind, a sight both mystical and profound. The man shared his thoughts on the duel between Qin Feng and Su Haoran. This young man, despite his prowess and exceptional talent, is a rare gem. I've heard tales of Qin Feng's rebellious nature. Upon arriving at the Shinjo elite training camp, he became notorious for shattering a long-standing S-class record in the Sky Tower that no one had achieved since the camp's inception. He even issued a challenge to upperclassmen on the campus forum and single-handedly took on 100 opponents. Ultimately, even Principal Zhao was impressed and brought him to the Imperial Capital's War Department to meet with the war gods. While it remains a mystery why Qin Feng chose not to apprentice under any of the esteemed war gods present, opting instead for a war emperor as his mentor, it is evident that his remarkable feats over the past month and a half are unparalleled in history and may not be replicated in the future. However, the man in the white robe paused momentarily before continuing. Though Qin Feng is a prodigious talent, a once-in-a-century marvel on our Shinjo soil, he is still quite young. I understand he has just turned 16 this year. While he has achieved the rank of a high battle general at such a tender age, defeating the intermediate battle king Yuan in this upcoming position challenge match will undoubtedly be a formidable endeavor. Hearing the white-robed man lavish praise on his brother in front of the assembled demon hunters filled Yuan high with immense pride, prompting him to respond with a hearty laugh. Haraha, brother Bai speaks truly. Not long ago, I personally led my rather unremarkable brother to the front lines of the capital's defense, where we engaged in fierce battles against the demon race. Throughout this ordeal, my brother single-handedly felled nearly 100 high-ranking demon generals, and he even participated in a team effort to vanquish a low-level demon king. Therefore, in terms of combat prowess, my brother possesses capabilities that are by no means inferior to those of a low-level demon king. Among warriors of the same realm, he is unmatched, with no one able to stand against him. As he spoke of his brother, Yuan Yonghai's lips subtly curved into a smile. He then cast a glance at Qin Feng, his expression tinged with amusement. Indeed, the strength Qin Feng had just demonstrated left him astonished, but it was merely that. At present, Qin Feng was but a high-ranking battle general, whereas his brother was a bona fide mid-level battle king. The disparity in their powers was not something easily defined by a single realm, as they were separated by no less than 3 significant tiers. However, the white-robed man paid little heed to Yuan Yonghai's words, his fingers stroking his chin as a contemplative look flickered in his eyes. Yet, his peripheral gaze remained sharp and scrutinizing, akin to an ancient beast, as if he sought to uncover some hidden truth within Qin Feng. Brother Bai, what insights do you have regarding my earlier assessment? Noticing the contemplative expression on the white-clad man's face interrupted Yuan Yonghai's thoughts, he quickly inquired with utmost respect. Yuan Yonghai. The white-clad man waved his hand dismissively, replying softly. The contemplative expression on his brow deepened. This upcoming positional challenge may not be as straightforward as you suggest. There are numerous variables and unknowns that complicate any judgment. In short, until the final outcome is revealed, it would be prudent for you to refrain from making further comments. Allow me to observe the situation at hand. As he spoke, the white-clad man redirected his focus back to Qin Feng. Clearly, something about this youth possessed a quality that deeply intrigued him. For Qin Feng, this was merely a process to navigate. Once he stepped onto the arena, his adversaries would either kneel and plead for mercy or be swiftly dispatched from the stage with a single decisive blow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chu Xiao was also making a name for himself, having triumphed over 2 rounds of challengers, with luck favoring him. However, in the 3rd round, he faced his formidable brother-in-law, Liuatai, who held the 9th position on the talent ranking list. Upon witnessing the situation, Chu Xiao displayed remarkable discernment, opting to concede rather than engage in combat. In contrast to Qin Feng's experiences, the battles faced by Yuan Yongshang were not dissimilar. Among the disciples who encountered Yuan Yongshang, a staggering 90% chose to surrender on the spot, silently lamenting their misfortune. Even when confronted with the top 10 contenders of the Celestial Talents rankings, Yuan Yongshang maintained a composed demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility. Throughout the encounters, his opponents could not compel him to summon his martial soul, rendering the need to unsheath his sword entirely unnecessary. With merely a flicker of thought, a blade of sword energy materialized from the air, slicing through with unrestrained ferocity, leaving a wound upon the enemy's chest, truly a manifestation of divine mystery. Chapter 171. Yuan Yongshang. It is truly astonishing that your cultivation level has ascended to the realm of the formless sword and the art of effortless mastery. You are undeniably far more formidable than you were last year. I concede defeat with utmost respect, from beginning to end. Yuan Yongshang dispatched the top 10 contenders on the Celestial Talents list with a single, casual move. Such terrifying prowess can only be described as unmatched strength. With the emergence of the two invincible competitors, Qin Feng and Yuan Yongshang, the subsequent matches unfolded with an air of tranquility. The final results of the arena competition did not deviate significantly from the expectations of the audience. Even when there were surprises, they were but minute variations, hardly warranting further discussion. It was only Qin Feng and Yuan Yongshang who dazzled the spectators, overshadowing all other participants. As for the top 5 on the Celestial Talents list, aside from the mysteriously absent first-ranked Situ Pajun, the remaining contenders merely observed from the sidelines, exhibiting no intention to engage. Naturally, no one dared to challenge their positions, as even those ranked below Yuan Yongshang were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary aspirants. Unless, of course, one sought to be vanquished. The first battle of the final 4. Yuan Yongshang versus Qin Feng. Upon receiving the list of competitors, the chief mentor's eyes widened in astonishment, and with a quivering voice, he slowly pronounced the names of these two contestants. Who would have thought that the anticipated showdown between Qin Feng and Yuan Yongshang would occur prematurely in the semifinals? This match is undoubtedly the most prestigious in the history of the Shinjo Elite Training Camp since its inception. The anticipation for this bout far surpasses that of the impending final round. Suddenly, the audience fell into a hushed silence, holding their breath. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the stillness. Among them, one is Yuan Yongshang, the second-ranked on the Celestial Talents list, whose innate talent and overwhelming dominance exhibit a breathtaking combat pressure capable of leaving spectators in awe. His remarkable performance in the positional challenge has garnered the admiration of many formidable warriors, who are eager to take him under their wing for further cultivation. On the other hand, we have a special recruit who joined the Shinjo Elite Training Camp less than a month and a half ago. This individual seems destined to shatter all limitations and defy the impossible. As such, numerous long-standing records that have remained untouched for a century since the establishment of the training camp have been repeatedly broken by Qin Feng. His astonishing feats of single-handedly overcoming 100 adversaries are truly awe-inspiring. With the confirmation of the participants, the powerful figures seated at the top, including the monster hunters, collectively held their breath, their gazes fixed intently in this direction. As the voice of the chief mentor echoed through the air, Qin Feng and Yuan Yongshang ascended the high platform with determination. The two exchanged distant glances, their eyes clashing and intertwining in an unspoken battle. An invisible tension lingering in the atmosphere around them. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, you have always been so unexpectedly remarkable, from the past to the present. Managing to reach this pivotal moment, Yuan Yongshang raised his chin slightly, adopting a condescending demeanor as he gazed down upon Qin Feng. A chill lacing his voice as he declared, "But alas, the one you face is me, Yuan Yongshang. All the legends and accolades that surround you, Qin Feng, will be shattered by my hand. Today, I, Yuan Yongshang, shall allow you to open your eyes and truly comprehend the chasm that exists between you and the top 3 of the talented rankings. Unleash your martial soul." With a resonant command, Yuan Yongshang proclaimed, "Qin Feng, widen your eyes and behold. This is my martial soul, a grade 10 earth-level weapon soul, the Zhan Lu Blade." As he spoke, the sword known as the Zhan Lu Blade seemed to be imbued with life, soaring forth, grasped firmly in Yuan Yongshang's hand. The blade shimmered like autumn waters, radiating beams of divine light as it danced through the air. What a beautiful sword is this truly Yuan Yongshang's martial soul. It is indeed magnificent. The dazzling brilliance of the sword's light captivated the audience, leaving all the contestants momentarily entranced. When Yuan Yongshang summoned his martial soul, the spectacle astonished everyone present, leaving them in awe. "Qin Feng, summon your martial soul." Yuan Yongshang's spirit surged with battle fervor, his tone dripping with arrogance as he asserted, "Today, I will ensure that you lose clearly before all. You, Qin Feng, are merely a fade. When faced with a true master like myself, you will undoubtedly fall utterly. Summon my martial soul? You wish to see me lose clearly?" Upon hearing Yuan Yongshang's words, Qin Feng paused for a few seconds, then burst into wild laughter. Ha! In the next moment, he abruptly ceased his laughter, slowly extending a finger to shake before Yuan Yongshang, a look of disdain crossing his features as he proclaimed, Yuan Yongshang. You lack even the qualification to compel me, Qin Feng, to unleash my martial soul. Such audacity. Only the word arrogance could encapsulate Qin Feng's spirit. In that instant, everyone present could not help but intake a sharp breath. Though they had long heard tales of Qin Feng's hubris, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Today, they were astounded by Qin Feng's boldness, especially when standing against Yuan Yongshang, the esteemed second-ranked figure of the talented rankings. Moreover, Yuan Yongshang had triumphed over all challengers in the competition, an unstoppable force. Yet, in the face of such a formidable adversary, Qin Feng dared to publicly declare that Yuan Yongshang did not even possess the right to demand he unveil his martial soul. One cannot help but wonder whether Qin Feng possesses some hidden trump card or if he is merely displaying an arrogance that borders on folly. Just as everyone is lost in their own conjectures, a thunderous roar erupts. At that moment, the aura emanating from Qin Feng surges forth with astonishing intensity. As hundreds upon thousands of golden rays burst forth from his being, his presence escalates to its zenith, enveloped in a resplendent golden radiance akin to the twilight glow. He appears both ethereal and formidable, with his tousled black hair dancing wildly in the fierce wind, and his dark attire billowing like tumultuous waves. At this instant, Qin Feng stands before all, towering as if he were a celestial being descended upon the earth, exuding an impervious majesty. Chapter 172. A stunning revelation. The spectacle before us was nothing short of extraordinary. The Taishan Sutra, the foremost sacred text of the Shenzhou realm, had been mastered by none other than Qin Feng. Remarkably, his cultivation had reached at least the second level, with the third level seemingly within his grasp. Could it be that Qin Feng was the second coming of the legendary Sherpatian? An air of disbelief enveloped the audience as they rose from their seats, transfixed by the radiant figure of the youthful prodigy bathed in golden light upon the arena. Their throats constricted, words eluding them, as if the very act of breathing had become a challenge. In the section reserved for the demon hunters, confusion reigned. What was transpiring? Who could elucidate the events unfolding before them? As they gazed upon Qin Feng, Yuan Yonghai's expression shifted rapidly, his mind momentarily blank, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, Qin Feng was channeling the revered Taishan Sutra, the most esteemed internal martial art known throughout the land. At merely 16 years of age, he had achieved the pinnacle of the second level, hinting at an unfathomable future. This was no trivial matter. Urgency surged through him. Quickly, informed Principal Zhao. We must act swiftly. At that moment, a previously composed man in white robes could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He turned to a nearby demon hunter with urgency. Why are you still standing there? Report this immediately. Our elite training camp has birthed another remarkable talent. Qin Feng, it seemed, had chosen the perfect moment to unveil his prowess, rendering the crowd speechless and captivated. While the nature of the positional challenge hinted at the emergence of formidable competitors, the demon hunters and academy officials could never have anticipated such an explosive revelation. They had not merely uncovered a significant talent. It was as if they had unearthed an entire Pacific Ocean of potential. In this competition, an adept practitioner of the Taishan Sutra had infiltrated their ranks, turning their jovial anticipation into a moment of stark realization. Qin Feng had concealed his true abilities, appearing unremarkable until the semi-final against Yuan Yongshang, where he astounded all with his brilliance. It can be stated that Qin Feng's achievement today was unprecedented in the century-long history of the Shenzhou elite training camp. The Taishan Sutra, universally acknowledged as the premier sacred text of the realm, had only been successfully cultivated by the unlettered Sherpatian throughout the annals of Shenzhou's 5,000-year history. Aside from this, there exists no other prodigy within the vast expanse of the divine land who could successfully cultivate the profound text of the Taishan Jing. One could assert that Qin Feng's remarkable achievement in mastering the Taishan Jing is worthy of being inscribed in the annals of the elite training camp of the divine land, or more accurately, etched into the chronicles of its history. This is a feat unparalleled in the past, and it is uncertain whether there will be another to follow. Observing Qin Feng, who radiates a resplendent golden light as if a deity has descended, the smile on Yuan Yongshang's face abruptly freezes. His mouth forms an exaggerated O, attempting to articulate something, yet his mind is a blank canvas, rendering him speechless. He can only stand there, like a wooden puppet, gazing at Qin Feng in silence. Previously, the arrogance and pride that emanated from Yuan Yongshang's very bones seemed to have been utterly crushed by an invisible force, transforming him into a mere jester. Strikingly absurd and laughable. This starkly contrasts with his earlier demeanor, brimming with confidence and an air of invincibility. Perhaps it is the instinctual fear surging within him that causes Yuan Yongshang to tremble uncontrollably. It may stem from terror, or perhaps from a sense of dignity, intermingled with a touch of reluctance, yet predominantly It is jealousy towards the unprecedented genius exhibited by Qin Feng. At this moment, Yu and Yongshang resembles a duck caught by the throat, only able to emit a series of gagging sounds, devoid of any fighting spirit. Why? What could possibly explain this? Why is it that I, Yu and Yongshang, a once-in-a-century prodigy, have navigated the path of cultivation with ease, cutting through thorns? Yet when it comes to the Tai Xian Jing, the foremost inner cultivation method in the divine land, even comprehending a celestial-grade martial technique feels akin to deciphering a celestial script? And yet, Qin Feng, hailing from humble beginnings, so lowly and insignificant, now possesses such great fortune and remarkable destiny, able to grasp the Tai Xian Jing? Recalling the days of yore, was not Sherpatian also an illiterate beggar who ultimately mastered the Tai Xian Jing? Could it be that the Tai Xian Jing is meant solely for the likes of Qin Feng and Sherpatian, those of impoverished origins? Why? Oh heavens! Why must you be so unjust? Moments pass. Tell me, what is the reason for this? I, Yu and Yongshang, refuse to accept this. I am unwilling to yield. After undergoing a fierce internal struggle and a tumultuous battle of thoughts, Yu and Yongshang finds himself unleashing a roar towards the heavens. Yet his words are steeped in profound bitterness, resonating with desolation and indifference. In stark contrast, Qin Feng stands with his hands clasped behind his back, moving with a measured grace. With each step, golden lotuses bloom beneath his feet, cascading forth in a brilliant array of radiant light, enveloping him in a majestic aura, as if he were a celestial being descending to earth. The golden light emanating from Qin Feng is the embodiment of overwhelming true energy. At this moment, several wisps of golden energy delicately descend upon Yu and Yongshang's shoulder. Suddenly, the seemingly weightless golden essence, upon its descent, unleashed an overwhelming force upon Yu and Yongshang, instilling within him a sense of crushing oppression akin to a mountain collapsing upon the sea. His internal organs groaned in agony, and his knees buckled, threatening to submit to the ground. No, this cannot be. Fueled by indignation, Yu and Yongshang roared defiantly, his entire being brimming with energy, as his bones and flesh exerted every ounce of strength in a desperate struggle to resist, gritting his teeth in sheer determination. Yet, did he still dare to cling to futile resistance? Kneel before me, observing Yu and Yongshang's relentless defiance. Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as he gestured with a finger toward the void. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a surge of magnificent energy, Yu and Yongshang ultimately succumbed to the insurmountable weight, collapsing onto the arena in a full kneel. Chapter 173. Yu and Yonghai, what is merely a 10th-tier martial soul? Daring to act insolently before me? Truly, you cannot discern the distinction between greatness and insignificance. Observing Yu and Yongshang, who knelt and prostrated on the ground, Qin Feng felt no stirrings within his heart. Although this Yu and Yongshang had attained the rank of an intermediate battle king in terms of combat prowess, he paled in comparison to the Dark Claw Demon King that Qin Feng had previously vanquished atop Yunwu Mountain. At that time, Qin Feng had merely been at the initial battle general stage, yet had effortlessly slain the Dark Claw Demon King. Now, having reached the advanced battle general stage, confronting an opponent of similar strength was nothing less than a walkover, devoid of any suspense. Enough. All is concluded. Hiss. Focus entirely. Breath of water. Third form. Flowing dance. Against such insignificant beings, it is hardly worth Qin Feng's effort to utilize the thunderous 8 trigrams. He unsheathed the blade from his waist, raising his weapon high. Ripples emanated from the tip of his sword, cascading outward. Ultimately, these minute waves converged into a serpentine river, rushing forth with an unmatched ferocity. Simultaneously, from the seats of the demon hunters, the swordsmanship displayed by Qin Feng subtly encompassed the essence of the natural mountains and rivers. If one were to assess its tier, it would undoubtedly qualify as a divine technique of at least the 8th tier. This young man, not only capable of comprehending the profound mysteries of the Tai Xian classic, a supreme manual of the land, but also adeptly wielding such high-tier martial arts with effortless grace, Qin Feng is indeed remarkable. The man in the white robe gazed at Qin Feng's imposing figure on the stage, an overwhelming sense of excitement swelling within him. Truly, heaven has favored our land. After the rise of Situ Pajun, another prodigious talent, a rare gem of a millennium, has emerged. It is indeed a precious occurrence. Should Principal Zhao learn of this, he would undoubtedly be filled with immense joy. If our land could be blessed with more individuals like Qin Feng and Situ Pajun, how could we fear for the prosperity of our homeland? Brother Bai, however, hearing these words, Yu and Yonghai broke into a cold sweat. Hastily clasping his hands in supplication, Brother Bai, the outcome of this competition is already evident. I implore you to intervene and halt this match. If Qin Feng continues to dominate Yu and Yongshang in such a brutal manner, It could inflict irreparable damage upon my brother's resolve, potentially stalling him for a lifetime at the Battle King stage. Yet, before Yu and Yonghai could articulate further, Brother Bai abruptly raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "You and Yonghai, you have trained for many years, ascending step by step to your current position as a demon hunter. The journey you have traversed should be all too clear to you. The path of martial arts and cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. The challenges and trials one must face are undoubtedly far beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. You and Yonghai, must introspectively consider the hardships and tribulations you have endured to reach this point. On the path of becoming a demon hunter, how much have you faced and lost?" At this juncture, the man in white paused, his tone shifting as he directed his gaze toward the arena, where Yu and Yongshang was being relentlessly pressured by Qin Feng. Retreating step by step, utterly devoid of the ability to counterattack, he remarked calmly, "Today, even if I intervene to rescue your brother, what of tomorrow? What of the future? Am I to shield him indefinitely? In my view, he should feel fortunate for this trial. At least he is currently contending with his fellow disciple, who will exercise restraint and spare his life. However, should he find himself on the battlefield, facing that group of bloodthirsty, ruthless, and cunning demon clans, do you truly expect them to show mercy out of respect for you, Yu and Yonghai? That is a laughable notion." The words of the man in white resounded with conviction, prompting the surrounding demon hunters to nod in agreement. Indeed, as he articulated, while Yu and Yongshang shed tears in the arena now, if the future remains unchanged, it will be blood he spills. Upon hearing these words, Yu and Yonghai's mouth moved silently, his expression a tumult of emotions. Despite the myriad of thoughts swirling within him, he ultimately exhaled a deep sigh. He merely bowed to the man in white and withdrew to the side, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, upon the arena, Qin Feng advanced step by step, causing waves to surge beneath his feet, while the battle blade in his hand danced with lethal grace, transforming into an unstoppable torrent that barreled directly toward Yu and Yongshang. The arena trembled with each strike, the blade entwined with water, creating a web-like network of cracks radiating from Qin Feng's position. "No, don't come any closer." Confronted by the ferocious onslaught, Yu and Yongshang was forced to retreat, his earlier arrogance stripped away, replaced by a demeanor akin to a trembling kitten, filled with terror and despair. Qin Feng, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. At the banquet, I failed to recognize your grandeur and inadvertently offended you. It was entirely my fault. Please forgive me. I cannot die, if only given enough time. I am certain I can break through to the Battle Emperor and ascend to the Battle God. Even if death awaits me now, I cannot accept it. I refuse to leave this world with regrets. Qin Feng, I implore you, spare my life. Punish me as you see fit, but please do not kill me." Though Qin Feng remained reticent throughout, the overwhelming aura emanating from him had already instilled a profound terror in Yu and Yongshang. In that moment, disregarding all else, his sole recourse was to plead for mercy. "Oh, is it truly so?" Observing the pitiable Yu and Yongshang, who was now begging for mercy like dust, a playful smirk graced Qin Feng's lips. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the wave surging from the edge of Qin Feng's blade relentlessly pressed Yu and Yongshang back to the precipice of the arena. Faced with the approaching tidal wave, Yu and Yongshang trembled in fear, the last vestiges of his resistance utterly shattered and dismantled. Chapter 174. I surrender with both hands raised high above his head. Yu and Yongshang repeatedly exclaimed, I concede. Qin Feng, I concede." Witnessing Yu and Yongshang collapse in fear, trembling on the ground, was a sight to behold. Yet, at that very moment, a voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing from the sidelines. "Qin Feng, enough." Seeing Qin Feng's cat-and-mouse antics in the arena ignited Yu and Yonghai's fury, prompting him to clench his right hand into a fist, transforming his fingers into 5 blazing dragon-like apparitions. A surge of formidable and tyrannical energy erupted, propelling waves of scorching heat directly towards Qin Feng like a mighty river. "Yu and Yonghai, do you think you can act with such impunity here?" As Yu and Yonghai erupted in anger, the half-closed eyes of the man in white slightly opened. Swish. It sounded as though something had shattered in the air. The crowd, initially bewildered, soon directed their attention towards the massive whale beneath the white-robed man. The whale slightly parted its enormous mouth, unleashing an invisible blade of wind that instantly severed the 5 dragons summoned by Yu and Yonghai. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the dragons as they disintegrated into shimmering fragments, scattering into the ether. But this was not the end. Just a moment ago, the man in white, appearing as languid as a leisurely cloud, suddenly shed his relaxed demeanor. His aura surged, transforming him into a towering presence. His piercing gaze fixed sharply on Yu and Yonghai. He admonished sternly, "Yu and Yonghai, You are exceedingly audacious. This is a positional challenge. Do you wish to bring disgrace to the Shinjo elite training camp before the various powers of Shinjo? Realizing the white-robed man's ire had reached its peak, the demon hunters collectively felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively recoiling and pleading, "Brother Bai, please quell your anger, we beseech you." The oppressive energy radiating from the white-robed man rendered even the previously enraged Yuan Yohai momentarily speechless. He hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, kneeling on one knee before the man, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. "Brother Bai, I was out of line just now. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." As the demon hunters anxiously awaited the wrath of Brother Bai, on the arena, Qin Feng nonchalantly redirected his blade, causing the overwhelming tidal wave to subside. "How dull," Qin Feng remarked, casting a disinterested glance at the now petrified Yuan Yangshang, who quivered uncontrollably and had unknowingly created a puddle of an unpleasant yellow liquid beneath him. It was indeed an unimpressive display, as Qin Feng had initially hoped that Yuan Yangshang might provide him with some amusement. What he never anticipated was that, without even activating his martial spirit, simply employing the water-breathing technique, third form, flowing dance, would utterly terrify his opponent to the point of losing control. You might ask, how could Qin Feng maintain his composure in such a situation? His enthusiasm was completely extinguished. As for whether to take the life of Yuan Yangshang, Qin Feng merely considered their previous verbal dispute to be inconsequential. The latter's transgressions did not warrant death. Taking a life is merely a matter of striking the head. One should exercise mercy where it is due. Given that his opponent was already so profoundly frightened, if Qin Feng were to insist on delivering a fatal blow, it would only reflect his lack of magnanimity. With a sense of boredom, Qin Feng sheathed his sword and gracefully descended from the arena. During his return to his seat, he took a moment to adjust his somewhat disheveled attire, embodying an air of composure and tranquility. Although Qin Feng had reined in his aura and ceased to channel the Tai Xian Jing, following his earlier confrontation with Yuan Yangshang, he now radiated an almost ethereal glow, appearing resplendent wherever he went, towering in the eyes of onlookers with an imposing presence. In the freshman camp of the elite training academy of Shinjo, one instructor exclaimed in disbelief, "I can't believe it. Qin Feng has truly mastered the Tai Xian Jing? This is simply astonishing." One of the instructors, his mouth agape in astonishment, nearly dropped his jaw to the ground. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhou, equally taken aback, struggled to find his voice, his throat constricting as he turned to inquire of Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, what extraordinary fortune has befallen Qin Feng? How could he have cultivated the premier internal martial arts technique of Shinjo, the Tai Xian Jing? I presume you might have some insight, as you have always been close to him. When did he begin practicing the Tai Xian Jing? Oh, indeed, another instructor chimed in. Qin Feng is the quintessential example of not revealing his true capabilities. After a prolonged pause, another instructor finally managed to express his astonishment. Qin Feng has truly deceived us all in this challenge, playing the role of the underdog to perfection. Three instructors, Chu Xiao interjected. I'm afraid I also lack knowledge of Qin Feng's training in the Tai Xian Jing. However, a thought suddenly struck Chu Xiao, and he hastily continued. But I recall that during our recent gathering at Jinling Pavilion, Brother Qin Feng mentioned that Sister Ziyuan had imparted a secret technique to him. Yet, he did not elaborate on the specifics of this technique at that time. In retrospect, it must surely be the Tai Xian Jing. Ziyuan. Upon hearing the name, the three instructors exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting to one of realization. Ah, so it is Ziyuan. Who is that formidable figure? Renowned alongside the butcher of all demons and Song Zhiguang? It is said that Ziyuan is heralded as the foremost among those beneath the realm of the war god. A once-in-a-century prodigy from our elite training camp in Shenzhou. Upon hearing this, Instructor Zhou and others appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "No wonder Qin Feng has cultivated to such heights in the Tai Xian scripture. It was imparted to him by the esteemed Ziyuan." If this is the case, it all makes sense, given her status as a near-legendary figure. It is truly unimaginable that Qin Feng, this young man, possesses such extraordinary fortune and opportunities, evoking a sense of admiration. Indeed, it seems that Qin Feng is soaring to unprecedented heights, unstoppable in his ascent. Chapter 175, The Two Great Treasures. Ah, how amusing it is. I was the one responsible for guiding the headstrong Qin Feng during the freshman orientation. Despite the mischief this impudent lad has caused me since the beginning of the term, the glory he has brought us is undeniably worthy of being enshrined in history. The semi-final match between Qin Feng and Yuan Yangshang concluded in a fashion that was as thunderous as it was anticlimactic, bordering on farcical. With the absence of Situ Pajun, there was no longer any necessity to continue the positional challenge. Qin Feng, standing atop the pinnacle, surveyed the landscape below. having utterly overwhelmed his competitors and secured the championship of this positional challenge. This victory stands as the least contentious title in history, widely anticipated and celebrated. Following this, the audience eagerly awaited the award ceremony. The top 10 of the positional challenge were bestowed with meticulously prepared treasures from the Shinjo elite training camp, including rare materials, formidable weapons, and martial arts techniques. As each treasure was distributed, the fervent gazes of the crowd intensified. Fixated on the last remaining treasures suspended in midair, the human Yuan Golden Danon the Nine turns cold ice technique. These two great treasures. A hearty laugh resonated through the air as the group's elder brother, a man in a white robe, rose slowly, beckoning to Qin Feng with a warm smile. "You must be Qin Feng," he remarked. "I have heard much about your remarkable reputation. Seeing you today truly affirms your status as a youthful hero of extraordinary bearing." This elder brother in white is, without a doubt, a genuine war god. As Qin Feng scrutinized the man before him, he found himself perplexed. No matter how keen his observations may be, the aura of this elder brother was as profound as the abyss, rendering it impossible to gauge the depths of his mastery or the strength of his abilities. Within Qin Feng's perception, this white-robed figure could embody the might of celestial beings, yet also possess the tranquility of a humble mortal. Reflecting upon this, Qin Feng recalled that the last time he encountered such an unfathomable presence was a month and a half ago when Zhao Wuji had taken him to the imperial capital's war department to engage with the supreme powers of the war god realm. "Elder brother Bai, my unworthy younger brother has embarrassed himself today. I shall not linger any longer," Yuan Yonghai remarked as he swiftly assisted the utterly defeated Yuan Yongshang to his feet. He then turned, casting a deep gaze at Qin Feng before vanishing into thin air in an instant. Regarding Yuan Yonghai's threatening glance, Qin Feng paid it no heed. Should Yuan Yonghai possess any sense of propriety, all would end amicably, allowing for peaceful coexistence. However, if he were to disregard such wisdom, Qin Feng was no soft target to be manipulated. With this thought, Qin Feng strode confidently towards the elder brother in white. "Ah, splendid. Truly remarkable. In the realm of renown, there are few who can rival you. Aside from the exceptional Sherpa Dian, I find it difficult to identify another possessing your extraordinary talent." The man in white robes regarded Qin Feng with a serene gaze, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming good 3 times in succession. Were it not for Qin Feng's recent first-hand observation of the former effortlessly severing the 5 dragon heads of Yuan Yohai with a mere flick of his wrist, one might easily mistake this amiable figure for a charming neighborly elder brother in another context. "Qin Feng, if the information I have is accurate, you hail from a humble background in the Jinling-based city, with a mother who is unemployed and a father who is merely an ordinary laborer. Presently, the vast majority of prodigies and exceptional talents across the Shinjo continent are monopolized by the prominent aristocratic families and factions. And it has been many years since a true genius emerged from such modest origins as yours. Although I have not interacted with Sherpatian, I must declare that you, Qin Feng, are the most outstanding and gifted newcomer I have ever encountered in my lifetime." At this point, the man in white paused, then shifted his tone, asking, "Qin Feng, might you enlighten me on how you have ascended to your current stature from such humble beginnings?" The speaker's intentions were casual, yet the listeners were keenly attentive. As the man in white recounted Qin Feng's background with meticulous detail, the demon hunters present turned their curious gazes towards him, evidently intrigued by the incongruity of his humble origins and his extraordinary prowess. "Yes, esteemed seniors, I too have recently stepped into the realm of advanced battle generals. As for how I have progressed to this point from a humble background, it is entirely due to fortunate encounters and the aid of noble benefactors that I have achieved such success." Should Qin Feng wish to avoid being whisked away by these demon hunters to serve as a laboratory subject, he would certainly divulge no more than this. Thus, he decided to offer a half-truth to satisfy their curiosity. "Fortunate encounters and noble benefactors, is it? How intriguing," they mused. "It seems your fortunate encounters are quite extraordinary, Qin Feng. As for the benefactors, could it be Ziyuan? This notion is not unfounded. Without Ziyuan, it is unlikely Qin Feng would have mastered the Taishan Classic. The current youth are truly formidable. When I was the same age as Qin Feng, I could hardly comprehend a terrestrial-level technique, let alone cultivate the Taishan Classic. His innate wisdom and comprehension far surpass my own at that age. If I am not mistaken, the sword technique you just exhibited, Qin Feng, must also be a terrestrial-level battle skill, probably ranking at least at the 7th tier. With a Taishan Classic and a terrestrial-level sword technique of such caliber, your talent and comprehension are indeed beyond my reach." In contemporary times, the group of demon hunters, who enjoy a remarkably unique status and privileges across the vast lands of Shinjo, set aside their arrogance upon encountering Qin Feng, choosing instead to engage with him as an equal. It is indeed worthy of consideration. The innate talents and potential that Qin Feng has displayed suggest that, barring any unforeseen calamities in the future, surpassing them is merely a matter of time. Achieving the realm of the war god is essentially a foregone conclusion. If they do not seize this opportunity to cultivate friendships now, when else will they? Junior brother Qin Feng, your aptitude and comprehension are unparalleled, even by my extensive experience, especially since you have successfully mastered a level of Earth-grade combat technique. It can be said that you are the second individual in Shenzhou to attain such prowess following the extraordinary Sherpatian. I am confident that in the near future, you shall join our esteemed organization of demon hunters. Chapter 176. The selection of demon hunters. As the conversation unfolded, the man in the white robe gazed at Qin Feng with a look of admiration that only a senior could bestow upon a junior. He spoke, "Junior brother Qin Feng. My true name is Zoan. Although I have been away from the elite training camp in the Divine Land for many years, I was once ranked second on the previous list of prodigies. You may freely address me as Brother Bai." With a chuckle, he continued, "Ah, Junior brother Qin Feng. You truly know how to conceal your talents. Had you not chosen to reveal the Taishan scripture during the semifinals, even I would have been unable to see through your capabilities. Truly, the youth are formidable." The revelation of Bai Zongheng's previous rank startled Qin Feng momentarily, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "Brother Bai, do you happen to know Song Zhiguang, Brother Song?" Recalling their brief encounters during the Imperial Capital defense battle, where he had learned that Song Zhiguang was also an alumnus of the elite training camp, Qin Feng felt a connection. "Oh, you know Song Zhiguang?" Bai Zongheng responded with a smile. "He, like us, is a demon hunter, having secured the third position on the last list of prodigies." With a wave of his hand, Bai Zongheng summoned the human essence golden pill and the ninefold cold ice technique, which floated in midair before being grasped by him. "Junior brother Qin Feng, these are your rewards for participating in the position exchange challenge. Please accept them." "Thank you, Brother Bai." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude, promptly accepting the human essence golden pill and the ninefold cold ice technique without hesitation. "Brother Bai, what exactly is this demon hunting all about?" Qin Feng inquired, recalling that he had heard of Song Zhiguang's affiliation with demon hunting, as well as Bai Zongheng's. "What kind of organization are demon hunters?" With a knowing nod, Bai Zongheng began to elaborate. "Junior brother Qin Feng, I need not delve too deeply into the ancient enmity between our human race and the demon race. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, hundreds of years have passed, yet the battle between humans and demons rages fiercely in every corner of the world. The demons are inherently superior to us in combat prowess, physical strength, and agility. Moreover, with the opportunity presented by the resurgence of spiritual energy, their evolutionary advancements have outpaced ours by several magnitudes. This disparity once led to a catastrophic period where the demons regarded our kind as mere prey, slaughtering us at will. In response, we humans fought valiantly for our survival. You may know that upon reaching the War God realm, one can join the War God Hall, which serves as our last bastion of defense. However, what you might not realize is that to gain entry into the War God Hall, one must first become a demon hunter. The demon hunters are meticulously selected from among the formidable warriors of the human race. As demon hunters, they are not only required to possess combat prowess sufficient to engage in direct confrontation with demonkind of equivalent rank without succumbing, but for each hunter, demons are merely targets, mere prey to be hunted for pleasure. If the War God Temple serves as the last bastion of resistance for humanity against the demons, then the countless demon hunters form a steel fortress forged from flesh and blood. Without these hunters, humanity would likely have been decimated by the demons long ago. Countless demon hunters advance courageously, sacrificing their lives and convictions to defend the homeland beneath our feet, staining the earth with their blood and composing epic tales of heroism. Thus, demon hunters hold a position of unparalleled authority, wielding tokens of power that allow them to decide life and death with a mere thought. Although there exist laws specifically governing the demon hunters, they are entirely unbound by the constraints of mundane societal norms. Such immense power for a hunter, free from worldly limitations. Upon hearing Bai Zongheng's words, Qin Feng displayed a look of astonishment. Theoretically, this is indeed accurate. Bai Zongheng nodded in affirmation, calmly stating, "This is the law of the survival of the fittest in this world." Qin Feng, my junior brother, this vast land of Shenzhou encompasses 5 continents and 4 oceans, its expanse beyond your imagination. The size of your heart determines the vastness of the world beneath your feet. Following the cataclysm, the world we inhabit is no longer the same as that recorded in history books from centuries past. Within the boundless unknown territories lie mysterious ancient nations like Atlantis, savage tribes, and secret realms scattered like stars across the galaxy. What we currently perceive is merely the tip of the iceberg. There is an abundance of unknown realms awaiting our expansion and exploration. However, This destiny is forever unattainable for ordinary martial artists and mortals who do not even possess the qualifications to enter. Only we, the demon hunters, are permitted to tread upon this path. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression transformed to one of realization, suffused with deep yearning. Brother Bai, what must one do to become a demon hunter? He inquired, his interest piqued by the multitude of privileges and benefits associated with the role. Every decade, an unprecedented grand selection event for demon hunters is held. The foremost requirement to participate in this selection is that one's true essence must reach the advanced level of the warrior king and possess the capability to challenge opponents of higher ranks. In addition to having personally slain a demon king, each session of the Demon Hunter Selection Tournament encompasses the most exceptional young talents from various nations. They may hail from the continent of Europa, be descendants of ancient and mysterious families, or belong to the tribal clans of Africa, among others. At this point, a nostalgic expression inevitably graced by Zongheng's face, and his tone began to soften as he remarked, however, the process and requirements of the Demon Hunter selection are exceedingly brutal and stringent. Moreover, the mortality rate far exceeds your imagination. Setting aside other considerations during the last selection, the casualty rate was alarmingly high, with over 90% of the contestants meeting their demise. Countless young heroes from Europa, Africa, North America, and our own great land of China perished here, leaving behind a scene of carnage and despair that one would prefer not to recall. Chapter 177. Meeting the great god Qin Feng. As Bai Zongheng paused momentarily, he continued, Qin Feng, you currently lack the foundation to participate in the demon hunting selection. Nevertheless, your formidable spirit and keen interest in the identity of a demon hunter are commendable. It is worth noting that while our elite training camp in the Divine Land has produced numerous prodigies and geniuses, they often harbor a lifelong dread of the demon hunting convention. I, too, eagerly anticipate witnessing your presence in the next selection of demon hunters, junior brother Qin Feng. Thank you, senior brother Bai, for alleviating my doubts, Qin Feng replied, bowing slightly. Indeed, I have gained much from the recent positional challenge and require time to fully absorb these lessons. With that, he took his leave, feeling that today had been exceptionally rewarding. Not only had he reaped substantial benefits from the positional challenge, but he had also learned from senior brother Bai about the decade-held demon hunting selection, filling him with hope for the future. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Bai, Qin Feng departed, deciding to return home. Although the positional challenge had concluded, the fervor surrounding it remained unabated. Within the Divine Land elite training camp, an unprecedented atmosphere of joy and excitement prevailed, transforming the entire establishment into a vibrant sea of merriment. Even outside the camp, throngs of people gathered in layers, eagerly discussing the groundbreaking challenge they had just witnessed, which could be deemed a historic event. Qin Feng, since his arrival at the training camp, had continuously created legends and upheld his invincible reputation. During the positional challenge, he had demonstrated overwhelming prowess, decisively defeating the second-ranked Yuan Yangshang. Now, with the challenge's end, the crowd was fervently eager to catch a glimpse of Qin Feng's extraordinary presence. However, one instructor advised, I suggest you all return to your homes. Qin Feng is currently engaged in important discussions with senior brother Bai, and his return is uncertain. Even our director is unaware of the timing. Pausing, the instructor continued, moreover, our training camp intends to hold a grand celebration in honor of Qin Feng. If anyone is anxious, know that I share your impatience. It would be better to gather again when Qin Feng returns. As he observed the surging crowd outside the training camp, the instructor wore a wry smile, acknowledging the overwhelming enthusiasm of the onlookers. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but marvel at the incredible popularity of Qin Feng, which was truly astonishing. After today's positional challenge, it became evident that Qin Feng's influence had transcended the confines of the school, spreading throughout the entire capital. Individuals rushed to the school gates, eager to witness the extraordinary charisma of Qin Feng in person. Honestly, had there been more space in front of the Shinjo elite training camp, it seemed that this throng of fervent onlookers would have stormed the gates to catch a glimpse of him. Upon hearing the recent remarks from the instructor, the ordinary martial artists and curious citizens gathered at the capital's base displayed profound expressions of regret. Alas, my dear wife has never harbored grand ambitions. She merely wished to witness firsthand the emergence of such a prodigious talent from our capital. Yet, she has missed this opportunity, which is truly lamentable. We shall patiently await the return of the esteemed Qin Feng. Once he is back, we can quietly observe him. Oh, what a pity. Had I known this positional challenge would be so spectacular, I would have braved any weather to cheer for Qin Feng. In short, missing the last personal showcase of Qin Feng was unfortunate. This time, even the king himself could not dissuade me. Should I fail to see Qin Feng today? I shall remain here, steadfast in my wait. Witnessing the crowd's palpable excitement and fervor, the instructor felt an overwhelming sense of distress. Although the gathering of these spectators at the Shinjo Elite Training Camp's entrance had not caused any severe repercussions, it was undeniably inappropriate. One could only wonder when this would reach a conclusion. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, I've spotted something. It's him. Qin Feng has returned." In that moment, an electrifying voice erupted from the crowd. As the words resonated, everyone instinctively turned their gaze in the same direction. There, in a narrow alleyway near the entrance of the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, Qin Feng descended gracefully from the sky. However, upon witnessing the throng of eager onlookers, Qin Feng wore a bemused expression, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He had merely been conversing with senior brother about the selection event for demon hunters. And now, to his astonishment, such a momentous upheaval had unfolded at the school gates. Who could enlighten him on the nature of this occurrence? As he sensed the thousands of eyes fixed upon him, Qin Feng found himself momentarily disoriented. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, the enthusiastic crowd surged towards him like a tidal wave. "My dear, in my lifetime, I have encountered more individuals than you have consumed grains of salt. Yet, I must confess, the illustrious Qin Feng truly possesses remarkable good looks. There is a saying, a gentleman with a face as exquisite as jade is unparalleled in the world. Is there not? Alas, some individuals fade away under the spotlight. Yet our esteemed Qin Feng appears even more dashing in person than he does on the grand screen. His charm is undeniably striking. Goodness, could you all maintain your composure? Please refrain from crowding forward. While you yearn to behold the magnificent Qin Feng, I too share the same desire to witness the deity." Chapter 178. The influence of Qin Feng. Please do not cut in line. I am speaking to you. Can we exhibit some civility and politeness? Everyone, kindly settle down and form an orderly queue, if you please. With the appearance of Qin Feng, the crowd, on the brink of chaos, suddenly plunged into an unprecedented frenzy of excitement. Each individual now harbored a singular objective: to rush towards the direction where Qin Feng stood, eager to gain proximity to him. The previously composed assembly descended into disarray, while the instructor, who had been striving to manage the onlookers at the school gate, hurriedly moved with urgency. He ascended to a vantage point, surveying the scene from above. Upon confirming that it was indeed Qin Feng, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated his face. He then commanded the armed personnel and the faculty within the school, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and assist our great hero." After issuing the necessary orders, the instructor swiftly made another call. His words were brief, yet impactful. "Principal Zhao, Qin Feng has returned." On the other end, a light-hearted laughter akin to that of Madara Buddha echoed from Zhao Wuche. "Ha ha ha, I had already heard about Qin Feng's heroic feats in this recent challenge from Bai Zongheng. However, I did not anticipate that this lad would choose to return to school amid such tumult, rather than seeking to evade the spotlight. What a surprising turn of events." Thus, within a mere half-hour, amidst the layers of protection provided by numerous formidable individuals and armed personnel of the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, Qin Feng was welcomed like a hero, escorted into the training camp. Just as he was about to cross the threshold of the grand entrance, he paused. Turning partially to face the enthusiastic and adoring martial artists and citizens, Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Everyone, it seems we have crossed paths. Therefore, let us refrain from further crowding. Should any stampede occur, it would be a grave misfortune, and I would bear the blame." As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips, radiating an aura of warmth that was truly enchanting. In an instant, his words sparked a wave of excitement among the gathered young women, who erupted into tears of joy and shrieks of delight. The fervent youth, with clenched fists, were equally stirred, casting admiring glances toward Qin Feng. Were it not for the formidable team of martial artists and mentors at the Shinjo Elite Training Camp, the exuberant crowd might have overwhelmed the barriers, whisking Qin Feng away in an impromptu embrace. Upon observing the scene, the atmosphere became wildly chaotic and uncontrollable. The initial instructor gazed intently at the tall and graceful figure of the youth, who was leisurely making his way into the Shinjo Elite Training Camp. After a moment, he shifted his focus to the fervent crowd, raising his voice to announce, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall hold a grand celebration around 10 o'clock this evening, specifically for our first-year students. If you wish to attend, please register in advance. This momentous welcome ceremony will feature the esteemed Qin Feng, who is expected to arrive punctually. Therefore, I suggest you all return to your homes for now and reconnect with your families. There's no rush to arrive until 10 o'clock tonight." Upon hearing the instructor's words, the previously fervent crowd fell into an immediate hush, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of excitement. They were astounded that the Shinjo Elite Training Camp would permit the participation of commoners and civilian martial artists. What a splendid celebration it promised to be. If all went well, they would once again witness the unparalleled charisma of the great Qin Feng that evening. As the jubilant cheers outside crescendoed, nearly threatening to lift the roof off, Qin Feng found the situation quite astonishing. Is this for real? I merely participated in a positional challenge, didn't I? Yet, judging by the fervor of the crowd, their enthusiasm surpassed that of any devoted fan he had encountered in his previous life. What Qin Feng remained oblivious to was that he had employed the Taishan Classic in the semifinals against Yuan Yongshang today, a skill revered as the foremost internal cultivation method in Shenzhou, successfully mastered only by Shippo Tian until now, making Qin Feng the second individual to achieve such a feat. This monumental revelation was bound to ignite the passions of the martial artists and citizens of the imperial capital. For Qin Feng could very well be the national hero destined to lead humanity in vanquishing the demon race, restoring Shenzhou, and reclaiming their homeland. Just as Qin Feng pondered these thoughts, several figures hurriedly approached him. To his surprise, they were none other than Liuatai and her companions. Having received first-hand news, they could hardly contain their eagerness. They swiftly closed the distance to Qin Feng, scrutinizing him with concern before Liuatai inquired, "Junior Qin Feng, what exactly did Senior Bai discuss with you? Have you resolved the matters on your end? Did you and Yongshang's brother give you any further trouble? Did Senior Bai stand up for you?" It was well known to all present that they had witnessed Qin Feng dominate the positional challenge against Yuan Yongshang with an overwhelming advantage, leaving the latter utterly disoriented. However, Yuan Yongshang's elder brother was still present at the scene and had seemed poised to retaliate against Qin Feng. Had it not been for the intervention of senior brother Bai, the situation could have escalated into utter chaos. Following the conclusion of the position-swapping challenge, Qin Feng chose not to make his appearance immediately, leaving everyone in suspense due to his prolonged absence. This only served to heighten Liuating's anxiety. Her heart lodged in her throat, deeply concerned for Qin Feng's well-being. At last, when Qin Feng re-emerged, it alleviated the collective apprehension that had gripped everyone. Subsequently, he briefly recounted his conversation with senior brother Bai regarding the selection process for the demon hunters. The group then made their way back to Jinling Pavilion, preparing for the grand feast that awaited them that evening. Chapter 179, The Hidden Mission as the clock struck 10. The grand celebration orchestrated by Qin Feng commenced with great fanfare. The illustrious protagonist of this revelry, Qin Feng, found himself quite occupied. He held a goblet aloft, engaging in convivial exchanges with numerous senior students who sought to curry favor and extend their goodwill. Even some restless mentors and instructors could not contain their eagerness, approaching him to share a drink. Moreover, high-ranking officials from the War Department and the elite of the capital were equally perceptive, eagerly initiating conversations with Qin Feng. Their faces were adorned with eager smiles, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. Naturally, Qin Feng did not forget the ordinary martial artists and the common folk who had patiently awaited his appearance at the entrance. He raised his cup in a distant toast to them, celebrating this moment together. Witnessing Qin Feng's amiable and graceful demeanor only heightened the excitement of the enthusiastic onlookers. Their faces flushed and hearts racing. This grand night of revelry surrounding Qin Feng continued until the early hours of the morning. The following morning, in the Golden Lotus Pavilion, Qin Feng promptly inquired of Chu Xiao, "How have you progressed with the arrangements for forming a battle team alongside Feng Qianyuan and Sun Lingfeng prior to the positional challenge?" Previously, during his initial mission, Qin Feng had forged a profound friendship with Feng Qianyuan of the Dragon Gate Escort Agency. Consequently, as he ventured to the front lines, he relied heavily on the steadfast support of this young leader, which enabled him to reach the battlefield successfully. It is fair to say that Feng Qianyuan has become a benefactor to Qin Feng. Without his substantial assistance, Qin Feng might not have advanced to his current level of prowess so swiftly. At that time, they had already formed a temporary squad, and now, as Qin Feng aspired to establish a formal battle team, the foremost individual that came to mind, apart from the intricacies with Chu Xiao, was indeed Feng Qianyuan. He was undeniably a commendable candidate, qualified to join Qin Feng's team. Having recently acquired the human origin Golden Dan and the 9 transformations of Cold Ice technique, Qin Feng was now eager to embark on missions within the realms of the Demon Clan to reap substantial rewards. Only through such endeavors could he continuously strengthen himself and achieve breakthroughs. In due course, he would possess ample resources to participate in the selection tournament for demon hunters. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Chu Xiao smiled broadly and replied, "Brother Feng, you need not worry about this matter. I have already established contact with Feng Qianyuan from the Dragon Gate Escort Agency and assembled a commendable battle team. In accordance with your wishes, this team shall be named Qin Feng and his companions. Moreover, regarding the first trial task of our team, we took the liberty to finalize it. Just as this was mentioned, we witnessed Chu Xiao, who had been engaging in light-hearted banter with Qin Feng a moment ago, suddenly clasp his hands together, kneel before Qin Feng with a decisive thud, and display a face full of contrition. I, along with Feng Qinyuan, have taken it upon ourselves to undertake our team's inaugural trial task without your consent. This indeed bears the mark of acting before consulting, and for that, I offer my sincerest apologies. Observing Chu Xiao's dramatic bow in response to a mere disagreement, Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he could almost unearth a three-bedroom, two-hall apartment with his toes beneath his footwear. He spread his hands and remarked, "What is there to blame? There is no fault to find. Furthermore, if we are to establish a team, we must undertake corresponding trial tasks. This is a regulation set forth by the Shinjo War Department. The rules are clear, it is inevitable, so why should I cast blame upon you, Chu Xiao? Enough of this unnecessary chatter. First, show me what task you have accepted on my behalf." All right. Seeing that Qin Feng bore no ill will towards him brought immense joy to Chu Xiao, who swiftly sprang up from the ground and promptly shared the team task in Qin Feng's battle network message bar. Qin Feng casually clicked to view it. The task information read, Trial Task, C-Class Trial Task. The members of this squad are to swiftly proceed to Sherman Base City and assist the local military in suppressing certain unstable elements in the role of deputy. The rewards would vary based on the completion level of the task. Judging by the task details, it appeared that fulfilling this assignment would not pose a significant challenge for Qin Feng and his companions. Their responsibilities seemed akin to mere character introductions, requiring them to support the local military in a minor capacity. They could easily navigate through the task with minimal effort, as this was a C-Class team task, indicating low risk and high reward. Thus, it was no surprise that Chu Xiao proceeded to accept this task without consulting him beforehand. Ding! A hidden task has been triggered, and the system is automatically synchronizing with the current team's trial task. Ding! The system provides a friendly reminder that this task is not as straightforward as it appears. It is not merely about assisting the local military in suppression, but also carries a chance of unlocking significant side quests. Upon hearing this system notification, a knowing expression crossed Qin Feng's face. Indeed, he recognized that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, and there were certainly hidden complexities at play. System, what kind of side quests are we discussing? Ding! Due to the previous defeat led by the Sky Demon Emperor, which scattered numerous formidable beings of the demon race that followed him, they have been unable to regroup. Among them is a demon king named Xianyun. This formidable demon, of the highest rank and at the pinnacle of the demon king realm, finds itself ensnared 800 miles beyond the city of Sherman, trapped within the ancient city of Zhengding. Various factions across the vast expanse of the divine land have been stirred into action, vowing to bring the Xianyun demon king to its demise. Among those tasked with the hunt for the Xianyun demon king are not only members of the divine land's military forces, but also numerous demon hunters from various civilian organizations. Following the recent battle at the Protectorate, the Xianyun demon king has already faced the onslaught of several high-ranking war kings. Now, gravely wounded, it fled from the Protectorate base city to Sherman Base City in search of a respite to recuperate, only to inadvertently reveal its location. Surrounded and pursued by human warriors from all sides, it ultimately found itself trapped within the ancient city of Zhengding. Chapter 180. The Xianyun Demon King? Oh? Is it the Xianyun Demon King, who has attained the pinnacle of the advanced demon general realm? Upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his ears, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of understanding. He had already encountered a demon king, the Dark Claw Demon King, a month prior on Yunwu Mountain. Although the Dark Claw was merely at the initial stage of Demon King, the overwhelming strength it demonstrated that day remained vividly etched in Qin Feng's memory. Now, the Xianyun Demon King mentioned in this mission was a formidable advanced demon general, nearly on the cusp of becoming a demon emperor. Its power was certainly not comparable to that of the Dark Claw. While the system notification indicated that the Xianyun Demon King was currently in a weakened state, Qin Feng was well aware of the adage that a dying insect still twitches. This was especially true for a high-ranking demon like the Xianyun. Successfully vanquishing it would be akin to scaling a daunting peak. Moreover, one could not overlook whether the Xianyun Demon King harbored any hidden trump cards. Just considering the fact that it was a distinguished advanced demon king, its worth was incalculable. If one could claim the Xianyun's head, the rewards would be monumental, potentially yielding a mountain of rare materials and supreme elixirs. There was even the possibility of exchanging it for a celestial-grade secret tome of unparalleled martial arts. For demon hunters, slaying the Xianyun would significantly elevate their standing on the hunter leaderboard. This was indeed a matter of great consequence. Without the system's guidance, Qin Feng would not have been privy to such comprehensive information. Furthermore, beyond the threat posed by the Xianyun Demon King itself, Qin Feng was acutely aware of the covetous gazes from various factions lurking in the shadows. It was often said that the paths of yin and yang diverge, with humans and spirits on distinct journeys. While humans fear the supernatural, spirits comprehend the malice of human hearts, more than the cunning and treacherous demon Qin. What truly unsettled Qin Feng was the unpredictable nature of human greed in the face of treasured artifacts. In an instant, his brows furrowed in concern. It seemed that this seemingly straightforward task was far more intricate than he had anticipated. In summary, the path ahead was shrouded in mist, fraught with peril at every turn. Observing Qin Feng's grave demeanor as he scrutinized the three-dimensional virtual projection detailing the mission, Chu Xiao instinctively craned his neck, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Brother Feng, what do you think of the task I've undertaken?" Oh. Hearing Chu Xiao's words jolted Qin Feng from his deep contemplation. He turned to face him with a smile, saying, "Not bad at all. This is quite an excellent task. You've certainly made a commendable effort." One could not deny that Chu Xiao had proven to be a fortuitous ally. Had it not been for his timely acceptance of such a crucial mission, Qin Feng, no matter how astute, would not have deduced that the Xianyun Demon King resided within the ancient city of Jingding. Concurrently, the system would not have activated such a hidden side quest for him. As the saying goes, one must be wary of those who are not of one's kin. Having experienced the battlefield twice and encountered the Demon King on multiple occasions, no one present understands better than Qin Feng the monumental threat a Demon King poses to both the martial world and humanity. It is no exaggeration to assert that were it not for the unwavering support from the Jiangnan, Chalu, and Imperial Capital battle departments during the battle for the Baofu Bay City, the garrison forces alone would have been insufficient to withstand the might of the Xianyun Demon King, rendering the intervention of the sky-piercing Demon Emperor unnecessary. The phrase "one king can annihilate an entire faction" is not merely a saying. Thus, upon discovering the hidden quest concerning the Xianyun Demon King within the system, he resolved firmly to eradicate this formidable foe in the ancient city of Jingding, vowing not to allow such a tiger to return to the mountain, lest it sow endless future calamities. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware of the adage that a dead camel is larger than a horse. Currently, aside from himself, none of his team members were capable of withstanding even a single round against the Xianyun Demon King. Should he choose to confront this challenge head-on, would it not place Chu Xiao, Feng Qinyuan, and the others in perilous danger? Accepting or declining this task posed a formidable dilemma for Qin Feng. How fortunate. I was just concerned that you might not be pleased with my decision to act unilaterally, he mused. With Qin Feng not outright rejecting her, Chu Xiao's anxiety subsided. Yet, just as Qin Feng grappled with the uncertainties surrounding the mission at Shimin Bay City, Mu Qianqian entered Jinling Pavilion unannounced. Knock, knock, knock. She tapped on the door before stepping into the reception hall, her expressive almond-shaped eyes fixed on Qin Feng as she declared, "Qin Feng, I wish to join your team." "You two wish to join?" Upon hearing Mu Qianqian's unsolicited proposal, Qin Feng's brows knitted tighter in response. This woman certainly had a knack for stirring the pot. While he was still deliberating whether to include Chu Xiao and Feng Qinyuan in this endeavor, here was Mu Qianqian, adding to the commotion. Women can indeed be troublesome. "Qin Feng, I had the desire to join even yesterday when Chu Xiao was preparing to form the team. However, at that time, he did not give a definitive answer, stating that everything would be decided once you arrived, as he did not have the final say." Noticing the impatience etched on Qin Feng's face, Mu Qianqian hurriedly continued, fearing he might dismiss her outright before she could explain. "Rest assured, Qin Feng, I will not be a hindrance to your team. My healing skills are quite adept, and should any of you sustain injuries during missions, I can provide timely and effective treatment. Moreover, it is customary for any team to include a healer for logistical support." Seeing Mu Qianqian's earnest words and her face filled with a sense of entreaty, Qin Feng found himself unable to utter the refusal that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Indeed, the team he shared with his companions was still in its formative stage. In the future, Qin Feng would undoubtedly contemplate the inclusion of new members to bolster the existing roster. After all, he possessed the trump card of a team formation system provided by the system. If capable players were to join his ranks, what reason would he have to decline such an opportunity? Chapter 181. Mao Sui's self-recommendation. Considering that this is the inaugural team formed by Qin Feng, the individuals who can join are truly those whom he can trust implicitly, or close friends. In front of the king, Mu Qianqian, Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering seriously for a moment, before breaking into a cheerful smile and asking, "I wonder, can you assure me of your ample supply of healing?" "On this point, you need not worry, Qin Feng. I can confidently say that my healing capabilities are more than sufficient, providing you with an experience akin to an all-you-can-eat buffet, unlimited and satisfying." Moreover, if we discuss combat methods, as a healer, I may not be able to offer formidable support. However, in terms of medical skills, treatment plans, and significant recovery of stamina, I would dare to claim the second position in the elite training camp of Shinjo, for no one would dare claim the first. As Mu Qianqian spoke of her expertise, her spirit soared, standing tall with a confident smile illuminating her face. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Oh, is that truly the case?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's suggestive words, Mu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly realize something. Noticing the unmasked gaze of Qin Feng, she instinctively covered her chest, her cheeks flushed with a delightful shade of crimson. With a mix of shyness and indignation, Mu Qianqian retorted, "Qin Feng, how can someone so young be so mischievous? You truly should learn better. Besides, I am not some common cabbage by the roadside that you can easily procure. In fact, many teams had already extended their olive branches to me before you. Yet, I turned down all those invitations, for I, Mu Qianqian, am rather sentimental. Qin Feng, you understand me, don't you?" As she concluded, there seemed to be a deeper meaning embedded in her tone, laden with unspoken words. Seeing the suggestive smile on the girl before him, Qin Feng felt a warm flush on his face, momentarily forgetting his playful banter. Instead, he recalled the intimate moments they had shared in the battlefield clinic, which would leave any onlooker unable to contain their emotions. Consequently, he nodded earnestly in agreement. Previously, Qin Feng and Mu Qianqian had engaged in a playful exchange, testing each other continuously. However, from Qin Feng's perspective, he welcomed the addition of a healer like Mu Qianqian with open arms. Indeed, for any team, while possessing formidable offensive capabilities and hunting techniques for beasts is essential, one must also recognize another critical aspect. Before advancing, one must ensure the supply lines are secured. In both the Grand Army's operations and in martial teams like that of Qin Feng, medical practitioners are undeniably indispensable. Their ability to perform unexpectedly in critical moments is invaluable, often saving the lives of their teammates in dire situations, a true treasure beyond compare. Thus, prior to this, Qin Feng had engaged in discussions with his fellow team members regarding the selection of a suitable medical practitioner to join their ranks. However, he was taken aback when, just as he was contemplating this, the opportunity presented itself in the form of Mu Qianqian, a formidable healer. Her addition bolstered the confidence of Qin Feng's fledgling team significantly. Reflecting on this, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Chu Xiao and said nonchalantly, "All right, you all need not just stand there idly. Please proceed with the registration of team members. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." Qin Feng intended to dismiss them with a few casual remarks and make his exit. After all, he could not help but recall the indescribable encounters he had previously shared with Mu Qianqian, and now he could distinctly sense an awkward tension lingering in the air. Just as he prepared to withdraw, he spotted the enchanting figure of Liuatai gracefully descending the spiral staircase on the second floor, accompanied by Chendrao. Upon reaching the bottom, Liuatai approached Qin Feng directly, her captivating almond-shaped eyes fixed intently upon him. With an unmistakable assertiveness in her tone, she declared, "Qin Feng, I too wish to join your team." Chendrao chimed in. "If Liuatai is joining, then I must certainly be included as well. After all, with a powerful support like Mu Qianqian, I can contribute by controlling the battlefield and casting area spells. Moreover, during this period, not only has my own cultivation level advanced significantly, but Liuatai has also progressed from a junior warrior to a mid-level warrior. As for myself, I am indeed a genuine junior warrior now, you know?" Qin Feng, faced with the self-recommendations of two top-tier fighters from the school's elite rankings. "I trust you wouldn't dare refuse, would you?" While saying this, Chendrao casually embraced Mu Qianqian in the living room, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she remarked, "Now that we three beauties are gathered together, we will undoubtedly be a stunning sight wherever we go." Mu Qianqian, wouldn't you agree? Qin Feng noticed the simultaneous gaze of Mu Qianqian, Liuatai, and Chendrao fixed upon him, causing his lips to twitch as he contemplated how to respond. Yet, he could distinctly perceive an underlying message in the gazes of the three women. It was as if they were silently warning him, "Qin Feng, should you dare to refuse, feel free to test your fate." In a surge of survival instincts, Qin Feng found himself utterly confounded in the moment. If memory served him correctly, the scholarly Liuatai before him had been the subject of numerous reminders from others, highlighting her typically aloof and proud demeanor. She resembled an ethereal ice mountain lily, a being to be admired from a distance, but never to be approached. Unlike her peers who formed teams with fellow warriors, Liuatai preferred the solitude of her own cultivation. Even her own brother, Liuatai's warrior squad, held no allure for her. Chapter 182. The joining of the three great goddesses as Li Ruobing approached her impending graduation from her third year. She remained an enigmatic lone wolf, traversing her academic journey in solitude. While she was unable to reap the substantial rewards and bounties that her team could offer, she seemed utterly unfazed by this circumstance. And why, you ask? Because her family possessed wealth beyond measure, allowing her the luxury of such independence. However, upon perceiving the look of confusion etched upon Qin Feng's brow, Li Ruobing hesitated for a moment. Then, a thoughtful expression crossed her face, and a faint blush adorned her delicate features as she quickly clarified, in truth, I realize that cloistering myself within the confines of the school is not a viable approach. Should an opportunity for practical experience arise, I would certainly cherish it. Upon hearing Li Ruobing's rather unconvincing words, Shinjirua could only gaze at her friend with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. At this point in time, why persist in such coyness? Li Ruobing's previous statement was straightforward. She simply wished to join Qin Feng's team. This would undoubtedly afford them more opportunities to engage in meaningful exchanges regarding their martial arts insights and nurture their bond. Otherwise, if Qin Feng were to embark on missions, they would likely be separated for an extended period. As the conversation unfolded, a playful smile crept onto Shinjirua's face as she remarked, their essay saying, "Isn't there? Absence makes the heart grow fonder." Before Shinjirua could finish her thought, Li Ruobing's exquisitely sculpted face flushed crimson, as if blood might spill forth. Meanwhile, her delicate hands deftly pinched Shinjirua's waist, effectively silencing her. Observing the two young women engaging in their playful banter, Qin Feng, sensing the moment was ripe, cleared his throat and chuckled, as captain, I wholeheartedly welcome the enthusiastic support of two remarkable beauties. After all, one of you ranks 10th on the talented individuals list, while the other stands 3rd. If word of this gets out, it will surely elevate my status. Noticing Qin Feng's adept handling of the situation, Shinjirua flashed a charming smile, teasingly responding, humph. Qin Feng, it's good that you recognize this. Don't take your fortune for granted. Subsequently, Qin Feng instructed Chu Xiao to promptly facilitate the necessary formalities for Mu Qianqian, Shinjirua, and Li Ruobing to join his team. Afterward, as he contemplated the myriad of talented women surrounding him, a slight headache began to form, prompting him to seek a breath of fresh air. Yet, no sooner had Qin Feng stepped out of the Jinling pavilion than a waft of fragrant air followed him, revealing that Shinjirua had stealthily trailed him, like a devoted shadow. Jirua, what brings you here? He inquired, somewhat bewildered by her unwavering proximity. Completely unaware of the intentions hidden beneath the facade of his senior sister, Shinjirua, Qin Feng noticed her perplexed gaze directed towards him, causing her delicate features to flush with an inexplicable crimson. Her small hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of her skirt, and though her lips parted as if to speak, the words were caught in her throat. At this moment, Qin Feng found himself utterly confounded by Shinjirua's baffling demeanor and inquired, Senior Sister Jirua, are you feeling unwell? No, I am not unwell. I merely. Shinjirua bit her lower lip anxiously, struggling to articulate the thoughts swirling in her mind. Senior Jirua, if you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. I have other obligations to attend to, Qin Feng stated, having received crucial intelligence from the system. He understood that the upcoming team mission was far more complex than a mere sea-level task. Behind it lay the formidable presence of the Xian Yun Demon King, a being at the pinnacle of the advanced Demon King realm. Though the system's information indicated that the Xian Yun Demon King was gravely injured from the last defense of the Baofu base city, with a mere fraction of its combat prowess remaining, Qin Feng was well aware of the adage that even a dying insect can still cause significant trouble. As the leader of the team, he could not afford to underestimate such a powerful adversary. It was imperative for him to devise a practical and effective combat strategy against the Xian Yun Demon King before their departure. Just as he resolved to leave without further speculation about Shinjirua's intentions, her small hand grasped his sleeve, halting his progress. After a brief struggle, he turned to face her, only to find her delicate face flushed even deeper than before, resembling a ripe fruit ready to burst. After a long pause, she finally managed to express her thoughts hesitantly. Junior Qin Feng, I actually wish to explore the matter you previously mentioned to me. Previously? What matter did I bring up? Her half-revealed statement left Qin Feng in a state of bewilderment, and just as he prepared to press for clarification, a sudden realization struck him. Senior Jirua, are you referring to the technique for unblocking the meridians? As he spoke, a twitch of embarrassment crossed his lips, and a sheepish grin emerged on his face. Looking at the flustered Shinjirua, Qin Feng felt a warmth rise to his own cheeks. Yes. Shinjirua nodded lightly, her face now an even deeper shade of red. This woman still lingers on the matter from last time. To be frank, after acquiring the detailed steps and methods to unlock the meridians from the system, Qin Feng had mentally discarded this proposal, considering his 100,000 evolution points wasted. After all, the individual designated for this meridian unlocking should never, under any circumstances, be Qinjiruo. Had the candidates been Chu Xiao or Feng Qinyuan, there would have been no need for Qinjiruo to mention it. Qin Feng would have eagerly hastened to their quarters for a profound exchange. Chapter 183. You still have her on your mind after all. Qin Feng understood the principle of propriety between men and women. However, upon encountering Qinjiruo once more as she brought up their previous encounter, he found himself overwhelmed, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Qin Feng, what did you just say? Oh, I meant to say that women can be troublesome. No. What am I saying? Senior Jiruo, let's cut to the chase. Realizing he had nearly revealed his true feelings, Qin Feng quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Well, why don't you come to my residence at Guangling Pavilion? Currently, I am the only one staying there, so we won't be disturbed. Initially, Qin Feng observed the flustered girl before him, who seemed so embarrassed she wished to vanish into the ground. He mentally scolded himself, his mind wandering to peculiar thoughts that were wholly inappropriate for a child. What ought to have been a pure and noble encounter had been tainted by his base thoughts. Yet, just as Qin Feng was lost in self-reproach and contemplating how to comfort Qinjiruo, she uttered a statement that left him utterly bewildered. Good heavens. You've chosen a perfect venue for our private meeting. And what do you mean by no one will disturb us? The atmosphere shifted unexpectedly. Although Qin Feng's smile resembled a grimace, he found himself reluctantly led by Qinjiruo through the back door into Guangling Pavilion. Once inside, as he watched Qinjiruo bustling around, drawing the curtains and closing the door, Qin Feng felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, utterly uncomfortable. It was broad daylight, yet they had the lights on, and the two exchanged glances, the air thick with awkwardness. Qin Feng's lips twitched as he finally managed to stutter. Senior Jiruo, don't you think this is a bit excessive? Anyone who sees us might think we're up to something scandalous. Don't say such things. Before he could finish, Qinjiruo shot him an annoyed look, puffing slightly as she replied, Qin Feng, we didn't come to Guangling Pavilion for frivolities. We have serious matters to address. Yes, of course, serious matters. Qin Feng scratched his head, still laughing since entering, but now his smile had become somewhat rigid. Moreover, considering the intimate nature of what is to follow, I must emphasize that you must not take advantage of the situation under the pretext of helping me unlock my meridians. Qinjiruo said earnestly, inching closer to him. As Qin Feng raised his hand, fingers of his left hand poised together, pointing assertively at the overhead light. He declared with a resonant conviction, Senior Jiruo, I, Qin Feng, solemnly swear upon this light that I shall never commit any inappropriate acts towards you. If I do, may I be condemned to eat instant noodles without seasoning and forget to bring toilet paper to the restroom. With an air of exasperation, Qin Feng spread his hands, exuding a sense of helplessness. This, indeed, was the most severe and malicious curse he could conjure for himself. Humph, now that sounds more like it. Qinjiruo could not help but stifle a giggle, her laughter ringing sweetly. The tension that had enveloped them was momentarily alleviated by Qin Feng's interruption. All right, I shan't engage in further banter. I must first freshen up, she announced. While I bathe, you might as well take the time to prepare for the opening of the 8 extraordinary meridians. With that parting remark, Qinjiruo gracefully stepped into the bathroom, leaving Qin Feng to ponder the implications of her words. Washington, freshen up. The seemingly light-hearted comment from Qinjiruo nearly caused Qin Feng to falter in his composure. Oh, how could I have forgotten this detail? Initially, Qinjiruo had intended to take a shower, but upon opening the bathroom door, it dawned on her that she had been so preoccupied with the tension of being alone with Qin Feng that she had overlooked the fact that her master bedroom's bathroom featured frosted glass, with a section of mosaic glass that was, quite frankly, indescribable. What was she to do now? Should she forego her shower and allow Qin Feng to assist her in opening the 8 extraordinary meridians instead? Yet, the moment that thought crossed her mind, she swiftly dismissed it. After all, this was her first time alone with Qin Feng, and the prospect of facing him in a disheveled state without having washed was far more distressing than death itself. She found herself caught in a dilemma, to wash or not to wash. Surely, she couldn't return to Jinling Pavilion to borrow the bathroom from Liuatai. Not only would that raise questions, especially with Chu Xiao and Mu Qianqian still present, but Liuatai's keen intellect would undoubtedly lead her to deduce Qin Feng's absence and Qinjiruo's return for the bathroom, thus unraveling her intentions. However, if she were to force herself to take a shower, she was not mentally prepared for the consequences. What if Qin Feng inadvertently caught sight of something he ought not to see? As Qinjiruo grappled with this internal conflict, her delicate hands clenched the hem of her skirt anxiously, and beads of perspiration began to form in her palms. Upon witnessing Qinjiruo's anxious demeanor, Qin Feng immediately assumed the role of a steadfast gentleman, repeatedly assuring her, "Rest assured, Senior Jirua, you can place your utmost trust in me. I, Qin Feng, am a paragon of virtue. When I say I shall not peek, I absolutely shall not." He then added with a touch of humor, "Look, I shall now perform a little act akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand." Without waiting for Chinjirua's response, he swiftly removed his shoes and nestled himself beneath the covers, breathing in the delicate fragrance reminiscent of musk and orchids. Qin Feng brushed aside any lingering thoughts and continued to urge, "Senior Jirua, it is rather inappropriate for a man of my stature to linger in a female dormitory. Let us conclude this matter expeditiously. Otherwise, should someone catch me exiting your room, it would be akin to a mishap of the most embarrassing kind." Chapter 184. A swift resolution after enduring a prolonged internal struggle. Chenzhu finally exhaled deeply and murmured to herself, "Enough is enough." At this moment, there seems to be no better alternative. Seeing the calm demeanor of her junior, Qin Feng, she realized that further hesitation on her part would only embarrass her as a senior. With this thought in mind, she turned to glance at Qin Feng, who had cocooned himself entirely within his blanket. Thankfully, he still retained a semblance of decorum. Although he was hidden away in his bedding, the situation was undeniably awkward. Nonetheless, it was the best solution Chinjiruo could conceive under the circumstances. With her heart finally at ease, she opened the bathroom door and stealthily stepped inside. It wasn't long before the gentle sound of water began to echo within. One piece, two pieces, three or four, all disappeared into the water. Soon, Chinjiruo was adjusting the water temperature. With her chin slightly raised, her elegant neck reminiscent of a graceful swan, she allowed the perfectly tempered water to cascade over her delicate collarbone, pooling at her fair feet. This sensation brought her immense relaxation and relief. It must be said that women possess an undeniable fondness for bathing, a truth that even Chinjiruo could not escape. In this state of profound relaxation, she closed her eyes slightly and let out a soft sigh. Yet, she was acutely aware that outside, Qin Feng, the young man ensconced in his blanket, was waiting for her. Thus, she dared not linger too long. After a quick application of shower gel and conditioner, Chinjiruo dried herself and donned a somewhat sheer robe. As she toweled off her damp hair, she padded barefoot out of the bathroom. The sight of the bulging blanket once again ignited a blush upon her cheeks. She never imagined that in broad daylight, she would find herself sharing a room with her junior, who was 2 years her junior, no less. Moreover, they were in the female dormitory. Yet, inexplicably, Chinjiruo felt no aversion to her current situation or Qin Feng's presence. In fact, she found herself harboring a vague sense of anticipation that she could hardly articulate. Enough is enough. Given the circumstances, I shall not dwell on this any longer. I must quickly change my clothes. With this thought, she carelessly tossed her robe aside. Then, she began to change her clothes in an orderly manner. Just at that moment, the quilt, which had been surprisingly still, was suddenly lifted by Qin Feng. "Jirua, how are things on your side? I'm suffocating under this quilt." However, Qin Feng could only utter half of his sentence as the latter part was caught in his throat, refusing to emerge. His eyes widened in shock, mouth agape, and his chin nearly hitting the ground, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, yet he remained speechless for what felt like an eternity. At this instant, Chinjiruo felt as if her entire worldview, outlook on life, and values had shattered into chaos. Her pretty face turned crimson, almost as if it might bleed. Her mind was a blank slate, with only 4 words echoing, "Do not peek." Yet, at that very moment, Chinjiruo and Qin Feng found themselves in an unguarded encounter, erasing any semblance of secrecy between them. Chinjiruo's heart raced uncontrollably, and in this wildly reckless situation, she sought something to cover herself. But often, the more one tries to conceal, the more one reveals. The greater the urgency, the more prone one becomes to mistakes. Consequently, after her frantic attempts, she only became more flustered, causing her robe to slip off her shoulders. As she stumbled, she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. With no time to brace herself, a pained gasp escaped Chinjiruo, and in the moment she fell, her robe slipped from her delicate shoulders. Before Qin Feng stood a breathtakingly beautiful figure, utterly unreserved. Both were engulfed in an awkward silence. Qin Feng's mind, previously blank, snapped back to reality. He resolutely lifted his head, silently reciting to himself, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form." As he focused his gaze inward, he approached her with the demeanor of a gentleman, instinctively helping the seemingly lifeless Chinjiruo to her feet. Without hesitation, he gently placed her on the bed. Meanwhile, Chinjiruo was bewildered by her own condition. Her limbs felt weak and unresponsive. As she attempted to stand, she sorrowfully realized that she couldn't find a point of strength. She collapsed into Qin Feng's strong embrace. Like a puddle of mud. "Qin Feng, what exactly do you intend to do?" Let go of me at once. Do you even realize what you're doing? I am your senior. Please, do not act recklessly. Shinjirua warned, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, yet her face was flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. Her heart was a tumult of embarrassment and anger. At this moment, those watery almond-shaped eyes were veiled with a delicate layer of mist, crystal clear and evoking an irresistible sense of affection. Senior, there is no need for further words. Let us commence with the matter at hand. Let us act swiftly and decisively, without prolonging this any further. This is the most favorable outcome for both of us. As a man, Qin Feng inherently understood what needed to be done at this juncture. To hesitate is to invite chaos. He forcefully suppressed the extraordinary sensations surging within him. Then, with a sweeping gesture, he encircled Chunjua's slender waist, as if arranging building blocks, guiding her to sit upright before him. Chapter 185. Perhaps it's best to let it go. It was only at this moment that Shinjirua finally came to her senses. She belatedly realized that she was seated directly across from Qin Feng, feeling the intensity of his gaze, which, despite his efforts to restrain it, still bore a searing heat. The sensation was so overwhelming that she wished she could simply find a crevice in the carpet to hide herself. Qin Feng, please let me go. I must leave this place. Do not obstruct me. Chunjua bit her lip, resembling a frenzied little kitten as she struggled, desperate to escape from the bed. However, Qin Feng understood all too well that in this world, where matters had escalated to such a point, allowing Chunjua to leave would not only jeopardize their reputations, but also hinder his own progress. If he failed to take this opportunity to open his meridians, it would be a setback he could not afford. With determination, he grasped her delicate hand and, with a serious expression, implored her, given the situation, do you truly wish to throw away all your efforts thus far? The unexpected intensity of his soul-searching question left Chunjua momentarily speechless. She had already been vexed by her inability to break through her cultivation level. Now, having successfully joined Qin Feng's team, she felt that her current strength was not entirely lacking, especially with the support of medical warriors Mu Chanqian and Chu Xiao. Yet, a profound sense of crisis loomed over her, particularly with Chu Xiao relentlessly pursuing her from behind. Coupled with the terrifying combat prowess Qin Feng had displayed in the recent positional challenge, all of this weighed heavily on her. If she failed to seize the opportunity for a breakthrough, it was not merely a matter of becoming the weakest link in the team. She could foresee being left far behind by Qin Feng, to the point of being unable to catch up. Truthfully, this was something Chunjua could not accept under any circumstances. She did not aspire to match Qin Feng's pace, but certainly did not wish to be distanced from him to such an extent. What she desired was quite simple, to be able to gaze upon Qin Feng's back from a distance, and that alone would bring her immense satisfaction. Seeing Chunjua in such a state of hesitation, torn between choices, Qin Feng could not help but shake his head. Zhiruo, if you find it impossible to take that final step in my presence, I shall consider today's events as if they never occurred. However, I ask that you refrain from mentioning the opening of the meridians again. With that, Qin Feng ceased further discussion, releasing his hold on her wrist and preparing to depart. Witnessing the disappointment etched on his face pierced Shinjirua's heart like a needle. She lowered her head, and although she was now facing Qin Feng with composure, her heart was a tumultuous knot of emotions that was almost indescribable. At this moment, Shinjirua was grappling with an unprecedented internal struggle. The reasons for her repeated pleas to Qin Feng were not always complex. They were fundamentally simple, were they not? It was to strengthen herself, to avoid being left too far behind by Qin Feng, to pursue the martial path that resided in her heart, and to embrace the unspoken sentiments of youthful affection. Now, even if Qin Feng had seen through her, what did it matter? One might as well consider it a sacrifice for the martial way. As she contemplated the ramifications of this realization, Shinjirua exhaled a long sigh, lightly nodding her head, though her exquisitely delicate face was becoming increasingly flushed. It felt as if an atmosphere laden with a fragrance of ambiguous affection permeated the air. When the unyielding becomes chaotic, Qin Feng shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh. With his left hand raised before his chest, he silently recited within his heart, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form, Amitabha, well done, well done." Thus, he chanted the great compassion mantra and the Diamond Sutra numerous times in his mind, suppressing the unusual impulses that surged within him. Very well, Senior Jirua. There is no time to lose. Let us begin at once. With a firm thought, Qin Feng clenched his jaw, forcibly restraining the tumultuous energies within him, and spoke earnestly. In response, Shinjirua merely lowered her head and nodded gently, appearing like a marionette before him, yielding to his guidance. As the saying goes, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. This was a life lesson Qin Feng had learned from Mu Chanqian. In this moment, he too embraced the role of a healer, focusing his breath and concentrating intently. He withdrew a silver needle, deftly holding it between his index and middle fingers, and precisely inserted it into one of Chunjiruo's acupoints. The skin, resembling freshly whipped egg whites, was pierced by the seemingly weightless needle, accompanied by an involuntary soft gas that was difficult for a child to contain. Truthfully, Qin Feng felt like an ant on a hot pan. Each passing second felt like an agonizing eternity, making it nearly impossible to maintain composure. Throughout the ensuing process, Qin Feng remained steadfast, his energy sinking into his lower abdomen, methodically inserting a total of 49 silver needles into various acupoints across Chunjiruo's body. Every inch, every millimeter was executed with impeccable precision. Yet, during the entire needling process, Chunjiruo's body remained tense, her teeth clenched tightly on her lower lip, her breathing quickening significantly. Particularly, her exquisitely beautiful face was nearly flushed crimson, as if it might bleed at any moment. Thus, the time Qin Feng spent in unblocking Chunjiruo's meridians extended to at least 5 or 6 hours. In terms of the overall workload, it was nothing short of comparable to having Qin Feng perform a major surgical operation, an endeavor that was both prolonged and intricate. Moreover, Qin Feng was persistently reciting the Diamond Sutra and the Great Compassion Mantra, among other supreme Buddhist teachings, while maintaining an exceptionally high level of concentration to complete the task in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he felt that if he continued to procrastinate, it would not only have dire consequences for Chunjiruo, but he himself would be on the brink of an explosion from the mounting pressure. Chapter 186. Unblocking the meridians. In the end, Qin Feng, with his formidable willpower, managed to suppress the overwhelming impulse that threatened to consume him. Subsequently, for what felt like the umpteenth time, he recited the Great Compassion Mantra and the Diamond Sutra in his mind, while methodically withdrawing the silver needles embedded in Chunjiruo's body. As Qin Feng retracted the needles, Chunjiruo's body trembled uncontrollably. A sensation unlike any she had ever experienced surged through her limbs, akin to electric currents, leaving her feeling both tingling and numb, accompanied by an indescribable strangeness. Qin Feng. You. Chunjiruo bit her lip, casting an exasperated glance at him. She had not anticipated that he would inadvertently commit such a blunder at the last moment. Ahem. My apologies, Jiruo. That was indeed my mistake. I shall be more vigilant in the future, Qin Feng replied, feeling a mix of embarrassment and politeness as he smiled awkwardly in response to her disapproving gaze. Observing this exchange, Chunjiruo began to don her garment, but soon noticed that something about Qin Feng was decidedly amiss. His complexion was visibly paling at an alarming rate, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. In a flurry of concern, she hastily forgot about fastening her buttons and rushed to support him, her voice laced with urgency and anxiety. Qin Feng, what is happening to you? Please do not frighten me. Are you all right? You won't suffer any lasting harm, will you? Qin Feng's pallor had drained entirely, his lips quivering, and his overall demeanor was alarmingly dismal. Yet, despite his condition, he forced a semblance of a reassuring smile. Jiruo, you know that unblocking the extraordinary meridians is no simple feat, especially considering the time we have spent on this endeavor. I can't shake the feeling of utter exhaustion. Exhaustion? Is it truly that severe? Chunjiruo gasped, her concern deepening. Qin Feng, are you genuinely all right? If not, we should head to the infirmary at once. As she spoke, she instinctively attempted to lift him from the bed. However, witnessing her actions, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration akin to 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. They often say that physical attributes do not equate to intelligence, and he found himself questioning why his capable senior seemed to falter in critical moments. While his own attire was secure, he couldn't help but glance at Chunjiruo, who was not as properly attired. In this moment, with a complexion flushed and attire barely modest, should Qin Feng persist in bearing the burden of his own presence at Guangling Pavilion, it would take no more than 2 hours for the rumors concerning him and Chunjiruo to circulate throughout the elite training camp of the Central Plains and permeate the entire capital city. At that juncture, even if Qin Feng possessed the most eloquent tongue, elucidating the events of today with Chunjiruo would be a task fraught with insurmountable challenges. Senior Jiruo, there's no need for such concern. As I mentioned earlier, I merely require a moment to recuperate. A little rest will suffice, Qin Feng asserted, waving his hand dismissively. However, Junior Qin Feng, your current state truly causes me great unease, Chunjiruo replied, her heart racing with worry as she observed his pallid complexion and feeble breath. While you express your concern for me, might I suggest you first attend to fastening the buttons on your attire before continuing our conversation, he remarked. Pointing awkwardly at her unbuttoned garment, embarrassment etched across his face. Chunjiruo gasped, belatedly realizing the state of her clothing. Akin to the phrase the spring cannot be contained, a solitary red apricot breaks the wall. Yet, with little time to dwell on that, She hastily adjusted her attire and scurried to the restroom to check her makeup, ensuring there were no oversights. After a thorough inspection, she emerged from the restroom only to find Qin Feng sprawled on the bed, lost in a deep slumber. Considering the exertion he had just endured, drawing upon the techniques learned from the system to traverse the extraordinary meridians of a martial artist, his fatigue was entirely understandable. Coupled with his current status as merely a high-ranking battle general, having engaged in a battle of wits and strength with Chunjiruo, the toll on his energy was considerable. "Junior Qin Feng, are you all right?" Chunjiruo inquired, her concern evident as she approached the sleeping figure. However, as she gently nudged his shoulder and tested his breath with her delicate fingers, Qin Feng, seemingly dead to the world, fortuitously rolled over, enveloping her in his strong embrace without hesitation. Startled by the overwhelming presence of masculinity, Chunjiruo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her mind momentarily blank. After a brief moment, realization dawned upon her, prompting her to push against Qin Feng repeatedly. "Qin Feng, you're hurting me. Release me, please, release me." Despite Chunjiruo's fervent struggles within Qin Feng's embrace, her efforts proved futile. Qin Feng's arms were as unyielding as steel-reinforced concrete, firmly constraining Chunjiruo in his grasp, rendering her immobile. Just when she believed this to be the most dire of circumstances, Qin Feng drew even closer, pressing himself against her. Helplessly, Chunjiruo found herself leaning against his chest, her delicate features etched with a profound expression of frustration. Chapter 187. Assisting senior sister's promotion after much effort. Qin Feng clung to her like a koala, making it impossible for Chunjiruo to shake him off, no matter how hard she tried. Even when she called out his name, there was no response from him, as if he had fallen into a deep, unresponsive slumber. Thus, the somewhat comical tug-of-war between Chunjiruo and Qin Feng persisted until the early hours of the night. Feeling utterly overwhelmed, Chunjiruo resigned herself to the situation and reluctantly fell asleep. In a drowsy state, she was once again engulfed by that familiar, potent masculine aura. By midday, Chunjiruo sensed a heavy pressure on her chest, akin to being pinned down by an unseen force, leaving her breathless. When she finally opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of none other than Qin Feng, the troublesome junior. However, before she could utter any reproach, the sight of his pale, bloodless face stirred a softness within her heart. Despite her inner turmoil, the words of admonishment remained unspoken. After all, Qin Feng's exhaustion was a result of his efforts to help her navigate the complexities of her own path. Though Chunjiruo was torn between indignation and concern, wishing to drag him out for rigorous training, she could not bring herself to be harsh upon witnessing the fatigue etched across his features. With a long sigh, Chunjiruo finally extricated herself from his embrace after a considerable struggle. Straightening her wrinkled attire, her cheeks flushed, she silently departed from Guangling Pavilion. Yet, as soon as she left, Qin Feng's eyes fluttered open, and the pallor of his face quickly transformed, regaining its color at a remarkable pace. Having helped Chunjiruo with her energy pathways the night before, he found the situation quite embarrassing. The air seemed thick with an awkward tension, leaving him uncertain about how to face her again. Opting to feign sleep seemed the most prudent course of action, allowing them both to avoid the impending discomfort. Once he sensed through his observation Haki that Chunjiruo had genuinely departed, he wasted no time. Swiftly donning his outerwear, he opened the window and slipped away with agility. In the training grounds of the Celestial Tower, a second-year student yawned, surprised to see senior sister Jiruo arriving so early for her training. A day well begun is half done. A lifetime of diligence is paramount. As a senior, Chunjiruo offered a symbolic acknowledgement before hastily making her way to her designated training room. Once inside, she securely locked the door, settled onto her meditation cushion, and began to clear her mind, embarking on a new round of breakthroughs. Before long, a gentle sigh escaped Chunjiruo's lips, followed by a crisp sound, akin to a pop, echoing near her ear. In the next instant, a profound transformation enveloped her as her aura surged dramatically, propelling her from the realm of a novice warlord to that of an intermediate warlord with remarkable ease. The suddenness of this joyous breakthrough left Chunjiruo momentarily dazed, lost in the astonishment of the moment. Had I truly achieved this? The intermediate warlord's bottleneck, which had plagued me for so long, was shattered so effortlessly. Yet, just as she reveled in this unprecedented elation, a persistent buzzing from her microcomputer yanked her back to reality. She opened the device to find a message from the battle network, sent by Qin Feng. Jiruo, after unblocking your extraordinary meridians, have you felt any noticeable changes? If I am not mistaken, your cultivation should now have reached the intermediate warlord level. Keep up the great work. Furthermore, you must promise to keep this little secret of ours safe. It is only because I trust you that I have exerted myself to help you unlock these meridians. Upon reading Qin Feng's words, Chenjira instinctively covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down her face as she sank onto the mat, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Subsequently, in an effort to disperse the faint fragrance that lingered around Chenjira, Qin Feng devised a rather straightforward solution. He ran a staggering 100 kilometers around the playground, resembling a relentless bull, until he was certain that only the sin of sweat remained. Only then did he return to the Jinling Pavilion with a sense of relief, having spent the night away. Upon his return, he found that Li Ruobing and the other two had already taken care of the necessary arrangements to join the battle team. Thus, with Qin Feng included, their team had officially formed a standard 6-member squad. As for the matters concerning the Xinyun Demon King, Qin Feng deliberated thoroughly during his run and ultimately decided against disclosing this information to his team members. After all, some secrets are best kept silent. It suffices for him to be aware. Everyone, make the necessary preparations. We shall depart for Sherman Bay City tonight to accomplish this sea-level team mission. With their captain's declaration, Chu Xiao was eagerly preparing to contact the armored transport vehicle. However, at that moment, Li Ruobing gently interjected. There is no need for such trouble. I have already arranged for the family steward to prepare a private jet. A private jet? Qin Feng was taken aback by her casual mention of the phrase private jet, as if discussing mere vegetables, and was filled with profound amazement. Truly, she deserves the title of the wealthiest woman in the team. Her daily commutes are akin to soaring through the skies. And what of Qin Feng? On each occasion he has ventured to the front lines, he has merely hitched a ride on someone else's coattails. Indeed, it is a harsh truth that comparison breeds contempt, and one must discard the inferior when juxtaposed against the superior. It appears that on this mission, he need not seek rides from others any longer. For with a private jet at his disposal, it would be folly not to take advantage of such a luxurious means of transport. Free riding, an eternal marvel. After approximately 2.5 hours, a private jet gracefully descended onto the helipad of the Shenzhou Elite Training Camp. Following a final inspection to ensure everything was in order, Qin Feng and his companions began to board in an orderly fashion, setting their course towards Sherman Bay City. Chapter 188. The first team mission. As the private jet ascended into the stratosphere, it swiftly activated its stealth mode. After the butler meticulously programmed the destination, the aircraft entered an automated cruising state, leaving only the radar displays to monitor. Although the jet's cloaking system effectively obscured over 80% of the aerial beast's senses, such efficacy was not infallible. A certain vigilance was still warranted. With the formidable presence of senior sister Ruobing and senior sister Ji Ruo participating in this team mission, it felt to our squad like a mere formality, as effortless as dining or drinking. In the first-class cabin, Chu Xiao nonchalantly sipped from a goblet of 1982 Sprite, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Honestly, he mused, if an uninformed observer were to witness our relaxed demeanor, they might think we were off to Sherman for a holiday. How delightful! Chen Ji Ruo, seated nearby, did not contest Chu Xiao's remarks, instead stifling a giggle and chiming in, indeed. A mere C-grade team mission is child's play. It's hardly worth mentioning. Ever since she had traversed the 8 extraordinary meridians, Chen Ji Ruo had ascended from a junior warrior to a senior warrior. As the saying goes, joy elevates the spirit. Now, with her enhanced cultivation, she had little regard for the triviality of a C-grade mission. In contrast to the buoyancy of Chen Ji Ruo and Chu Xiao, Mu Qianqian focused her attention on the details surrounding Sherman Bay City. Curiosity piqued. You know, Sherman used to be a second-tier city, right? I can only imagine the local customs and delectable cuisine awaiting us. Once our mission concludes, we should linger in Sherman for a few days to unwind and savor the experience. A leisurely exploration would certainly make the journey worthwhile. Observing the cabin's occupants, each seemingly unconcerned about the mission at hand, Qin Feng instinctively wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. His team members were truly like inexperienced calves, unafraid of tigers. Should they learn that their trip to Sherman Bay City would likely involve a confrontation with the enigmatic Cloud Demon King, he wondered if their smiles would remain intact. Of course, given the sensitivity of the information regarding the Cloud Demon King's identity, Qin Feng had no intention of divulging it to them at this time. He preferred to let this group of individuals relish their rare opportunity to indulge in a bit of bravado. Once they disembarked the plane, such opportunities would be fleeting. Meanwhile, in Chandigarh, a significant base city in India, home to millions, it stood as one of the nation's pivotal strategic points, fortified to serve as a military stronghold. As one of the principal military strongholds of the land, Chandigarh is naturally guarded by formidable martial warriors. However, on this fateful day, a celestial anomaly descended upon this seemingly tranquil city without any forewarning. The once serene skies above Chandigarh, adorned with gentle breezes and brilliant blue, were abruptly darkened by ominous clouds rolling in from the horizon, obscuring the sun as if it were being devoured by an insatiable force. Within a mere 10 minutes, the entire realm was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, suffocating and oppressive, reminiscent of a city besieged by foreboding clouds. Demons. The demons are attacking. Sound the air raid alarm. In the streets and alleys of the city, hundreds of thousands of citizens recognized the impending danger and hastily shouted in alarm, rushing homeward. The shrill wail of the air raid sirens pierced the air as sentinels on the front lines activated the alarms, casting a tense atmosphere over the city, thick with an aura of impending doom. Prepare for battle. The demons are invading. Various military units sprang into action, swiftly donning their gear and heading to their predetermined positions, awaiting further commands. Just as the commanders of Chandigarh were methodically issuing orders, a pair of malicious crimson eyes emerged from the impenetrable darkness above, radiating a terrifying and overwhelming aura akin to a tempest. This malevolent energy swept through the city, accompanied by an encroaching black mist, casting a heavy shadow over the hearts of millions. Citizens huddled together in their homes, under tables, beneath beds, shivering in fear as they braced for the unknown fate that loomed ahead. A deafening roar reverberated across the skies of Chandigarh, echoing as if from the depths of ancient times, heralding an impending divine retribution that threatened to obliterate all. In less than 10 minutes, the oppressive clouds began to dissipate, allowing the long-lost sunlight to once again illuminate the earth. Yet, was this truly the end? In a certain sense, it was. The once vibrant city of Chandigarh now lay in ruins, a desolate landscape strewn with debris and lifeless bodies. A stark contrast to its previous vitality filled with laughter and joy. In this realm of despair, where desolation reigned supreme, a young man suddenly appeared. Sunlight cascaded from above, enveloping him in a divine radiance, instilling a sense of tranquility and serenity amidst the chaos. Upon closer inspection, he appeared akin to a cluster of snow-laden jade trees, seemingly merging harmoniously with the surrounding environment. He resembled the compassionate Bodhisattva Guanyin, evoking an instinctive reverence that compelled one to bow in homage. Yet, this sacred and imposing young man, in a most untimely manner, licked his lower lip and, disregarding all semblance of decorum, patted his stomach, emitting a resounding belch. In the next moment, he slowly opened his blood-red eyes, reminiscent of an apocalyptic horizon, exuding an aura of destruction so profound that it seemed capable of consuming all living beings in an instant. This stark contrast to the earlier image of the solemn and inviolable young man was strikingly pronounced. Chapter 189. The scheme of the Celestial Demon Emperor. This was indeed the Celestial Demon Emperor who had previously found himself ensnared in a web of relentless slaughter by the Imperial Capital's War Department, the Jiangnan War Department, and the Qilu Shanjian War Department on the battlefield of the Baofu base city. Cursed be that Song Zhiguang. Were it not for that day when you forced me into an inescapable predicament, I would not have traversed countless miles to this remote little nation to endure the humiliation of these wretched Asan people. Now, reflecting upon it, I feel an overwhelming sense of disgust and revulsion. Previously, the Chandigarh-based city was utterly powerless against the assault of the Celestial Demon Emperor, who devoured millions of souls in an instant with a mere opening of his mouth. The brutality of his methods and the coldness of his actions are simply beyond imagination. An experience unheard of and unseen. The devastation was so horrific that words cannot adequately convey its magnitude. Demon Emperor, have you returned to your zenith? As the aura of the Celestial Demon Emperor surged, 25 formidable demonic presences approached, overwhelming in their might. In the next moment, 25 towering demon kings, each standing approximately 5 meters tall, emerged from the swirling black mist. With each movement, their fierce demonic energy surged forth like a roaring tsunami, sending shivers down the spine. Upon closer inspection, it was impossible to ignore the fact that these 25 great demons were on par with the Xianyun Demon King, who was besieged by the forces of the Divine State War Department in the ancient city of Jingding. Without exception, these 25 great demons knelt before the Celestial Demon Emperor in reverence. Demon Emperor, the Xianyun Demon King is leading his tribe toward the Shimen Bay City, and a grand war against humanity is on the verge of erupting. The Xianyun Demon King has been ensnared by those accursed human beings in the ancient city of Jingding, with various forces from the Divine State War Department converging upon that location. Demon Emperor, the Xianyun Demon King has been your trusted aide. And should we not also rush to support his tribe and save his life? One of the great demons raised his hands high above his head, stepping forward to report. Is that so? The Celestial Demon Emperor slowly rose, the once tumultuous demonic energy receding suddenly, restoring his demeanor to one of calm and serenity. Were it not for the presence of these 25 high-ranking demon kings kneeling before the youthful figure, one might mistakenly perceive the celestial demon emperor as an ordinary human warrior. Though the Xianyun demon king has fought alongside me through life and death over the past century, enduring numerous perils, it is only fitting that I cannot turn a blind eye to his plight, especially since he has sustained grave injuries while trying to cover my retreat from the cunning human's trap. The celestial demon emperor stroked his chin, articulating his thoughts. The 25 great demons shall accompany me back to the divine state, vowing to exact a bloody retribution upon those treacherous humans. Blood for blood. As the command of the celestial demon emperor resounded, the 25 great demons howled toward the heavens in unison, their malevolent and darkly enchanting voices echoing through the ruins of Chandigarh, lingering in the air for an extended period. The tempestuous and domineering winds howled fiercely, leaving a desolate expanse of scorched earth amidst the stark whiteness of bones. Simultaneously, at the capital-based city of Shenzhou, a private aircraft carrying Qin Feng, Liuatai, and their companions arrived at the airport as scheduled. As they disembarked, a dedicated staff member promptly attended to their reception. After verifying their identities and the purpose of their mission, the airport employee, starry-eyed, as if beholding a long-admired idol, exclaimed to Qin Feng, "Divine Qin Feng, I watched your live match against the second-ranked Yuan Yongshang not long ago. Your performance in the semifinals was absolutely spectacular. In all," the staff member raised a thumb in admiration, declaring, "Divine Qin Feng, you truly embody the pride of our new generation of men, a paragon for us all." Paragon. The young admirer's use of the term to describe him caused a faint flush to creep across Qin Feng's cheeks, despite his typically thick skin. Wasn't it merely a matter of effortlessly defeating a few opponents in the semifinals? Such a trivial event hardly warranted the label of a paragon. That is quite flattering. Thank you. I shall endeavor to excel further and slay more monstrous foes on the battlefield for your enjoyment. And you keep up the good work, regardless of your position. We are all steadfastly advancing on the grand path to liberate humanity. In gratitude, Qin Feng generously offered a hearty bowl of motivational words. After requesting an autograph and a photograph, the airport staff member departed, visibly content. Upon leaving the airport, Qin Feng activated his miniature computer and led his team members briskly toward the designated gathering point for their mission. Suddenly, as they journeyed, the miniature computer on his wrist vibrated. "Hello, this is Qin Feng." He answered the call directly, getting straight to the point. Moments later, a crisp voice from the other end responded, "Is this Qin Feng and his team? I am an officer from Sherman Bay City, and I have received word of your arrival. There has been a sudden change in plans. The assembly location has been altered. Additionally, we are facing an urgent situation as several peripheral factions have engaged in disputes, leading to escalating tensions. We require military personnel to intervene and restore order. And since your team is here for a similar mission, you may accompany our main force. You one team need to take action. Merely observing will suffice." The officer succinctly outlined the changes in their mission before providing a new assembly point and concluding the call. Qin Feng subsequently relayed the meeting point to the butler, who was engrossed in driving. The latter nodded, abruptly swerved the steering wheel, and the vehicle sped off in a different direction. Qin Feng was not taken aback by the sudden alteration of the mission. It is well known that high-ranking demon kings possess a fatal allure for the martial artists of the human race. Moreover, the adversary ensnared in the ancient city of Jingding was a genuine high-ranking demon king at the pinnacle of its realm, severely wounded. Once this news disseminated, it captivated the attention and covetousness of various factions overnight. Chapter 190. The journey to the Stone Gate. Thus, aside from the warriors of the Divine Land War Department, private militias, martial arts families, and groups of wealthy elites resembled sharks scenting blood, hastening from all corners of the world towards the capital city of the defense base. Their singular aim was clear: the beast skull of the Xianyun Demon King. This expedition to the Stone Gate promised to be anything but peaceful. Not long after, a resounding cacophony echoed, reverberating through the area surrounding the Stone Gate-based city, which had been completely sealed off by the military. Innocent civilians were promptly escorted to bomb shelters for temporary refuge. The scene was one of chaos and devastation, shrouded in smoke. It was estimated that over 3,000 warriors were engaged in a frenzied battle, heedless of the flames of war spreading from the outskirts into the heart of the city. These warrior factions were consumed by bloodlust. Meanwhile, the Divine Land War Department was mobilizing forces to quell their insurrection, striving to contain the situation within manageable limits. What on earth was happening? Had these warriors lost their minds? The demon race had yet to be eliminated, and they were already turning on one another? Chu Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, was left astonished, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. For students like them, who had lived sheltered lives, such brutal scenes were utterly unprecedented. The enormity of the armed conflict erupting in the city was unimaginable, Did these individuals truly seek death so fervently? Just as Chu Xiao and his companions were grappling with the chaos before them, the official who had been assigned to welcome them approached briskly. Qin Feng, curious, inquired, "My friend, does such large-scale unrest frequently erupt in the city? Surely, there must be deeper issues at play?" He paused momentarily before continuing. "From my perspective, their rebellion has spread beyond the outskirts and is encroaching upon the city itself. As someone privy to the entire truth, Qin Feng understood perfectly why these factions had erupted into such widespread armed conflict at this moment. The reasoning was simple: greed drives men to folly. They were merely pursuing that one great demon, compared to those who were truly vying for the ultimate spoils. These fighters were nothing more than insignificant players in the grand scheme of the martial world, inconsequential in the larger conflict. To Qin Feng, this scene appeared utterly normal. However, for Chu Xiao, Liuatai, and their companions, the shocking reality left them speechless, for they had never encountered anything like this before, neither in school nor in the city. Under the brilliant sunlight, in the bustling heart of the city, a brazen brawl unfolded. Typically, such disputes might have resulted in mere verbal altercations. However, the city witnessed a fierce struggle for survival between warriors, with the flames of conflict spreading to every street and alley, leaving onlookers utterly astounded. Yet, when Qin Feng broached the subject, the warrior's lips twitched, and a profoundly helpless smile graced his face. In truth, given his rank, he was not privy to the underlying causes that had led to such a convergence of martial forces in their small city within a mere week. Akin to locusts drawn by the scent of blood, flocking from all directions. As the adage goes, where there are people, there exists a realm of martial prowess. Thus, the congregation of so many warriors and factions invited inevitable discord. For these martial artists, resolving conflicts was refreshingly straightforward. Action spoke louder than words. This was no mere platitude. In pursuit of substantial gains, skirmishes and battles were unavoidable. Unlike the ordinary populace, the higher echelons turned a blind eye to the skirmishes among martial factions, as long as the transgressions did not exceed certain bounds. Yet, the current situation transcended mere limits. It had spiraled out of control. Unexpectedly, within this brief span of a week, these factions began to frantically assault one another, launching offensives against each other's vital forces with reckless abandon. A fitting metaphor for the turmoil in Sherman Bay City would be akin to tossing a lit match into a warehouse brimming with gunpowder. An instant explosion. Disregarding the so-called unwritten rules among warriors, they engaged in widespread bloodshed without a second thought. Moreover, the frequency of these conflicts escalated with the passage of time, rendering the situation increasingly inscrutable. Fortunately, our military department reacted swiftly, managing to contain the damages within a minimal scope, preventing the flames of war from spreading further into the larger urban expanse. The latest directive from above emphasized minimizing impact on ordinary citizens. Upon hearing this pronouncement, Chu Xiao and others exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that these warriors had been emboldened beyond reason? Surely, only a deranged mind would act in such a reckless manner. After all, even battles among warriors would not occur so brazenly before the eyes of the Shinjo military department. Would they? Yet, amidst the crowd, only Qin Feng stroked his chin, a contemplative expression etched upon his face. To him, the situation was undoubtedly far more complex than it appeared on the surface. There must be some underlying secrets. Based on the current information possessed by Qin Feng, this sudden influx of various factions and groups into the Sherman Bay City seems to share a singular purpose. However, given the considerable distance between Sherman Bay City and the location where the Xianyun Demon King is besieged, it is perplexing that these martial artist groups have chosen not to engage in the competition within the ancient city of Jingding. Instead, they have opted for the bustling downtown of the Baofu Bay City, which is evidently contrary to reason. Could it be that there are hidden motives at play? Chapter 191. Can they be slaughtered, or is there an unrevealed purpose? A palpable tension has quietly enveloped the skies above the Sherman Bay City. Qin Feng, known for his meticulous thinking, instinctively delves deeper into the situation whenever a new development arises, while others remain on the surface level of understanding. Qin Feng has already ascended to a third, if not fifth, dimension of contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he addressed the officer beside him with unwavering resolve. "Brother, given the gravity of the situation, we can no longer remain idle. We must act swiftly to suppress this group of legendary warriors and minimize the residents' property losses. This is our immediate priority." Upon hearing Qin Feng's prudent suggestion, the officer nodded appreciatively. He then led Qin Feng and his companions towards the chaotic front lines. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered numerous students from various factions and other school teams, all embarking on similar missions, converging toward the epicenter of the turmoil. After all, The task assigned to Qin Feng was merely a C-level team mission, in contrast to the specialized nature of S and A-level tasks. B and C-level missions are generally accessible to the public. Once registered with the appropriate authorities, any team can successfully take on these assignments and assist in their completion. Among them were several students from the Imperial Capital's War Department, who recognized Qin Feng at once, each expressing goodwill and favor towards him. Qin Feng graciously responded to their overtures with a smile. Before long, they successfully reached the front lines of the battlefield. The Liuatai district is one of the pivotal urban areas within Sherman Base City, a place where myriad factions intertwine. Tensions had always simmered in this locale, but the emergence of the Xianyun Demon King has attracted various forces from across the nation, intensifying the conflicts in Liuatai. Here, one could observe the presence of financial magnates, centuries-old families, and formidable mercenary organizations, alongside several private armed factions. However, the current strife in Liuatai was instigated by 4 second-tier forces, 2 mercenary groups, 1 private militia, and a local family faction. The leaders of these factions are all terrifying entities at the initial level of war kings. The power dynamics in Liuatai had previously been clear and established. Yet, within a remarkably short span of time, 3 new factions had infiltrated this once tranquil district overnight. As the saying goes, in the realm of the sleeping, who dares to disturb? The sudden influx of these external forces has prompted the local factions to draw their blades, engaging in fierce combat with one another. Meanwhile, the myriad forces were simultaneously exhausted from contending with the suppression tactics employed by the Shinjo War Department, while still fervently engaging in fierce battles against their various adversarial factions. Their demeanor bordering on madness. A mere 100 meters away lay the old city, cordoned off by a yellow warning line, descending into further chaos as conflicts escalated incessantly. Qin Feng then turned his gaze to the officer beside him, shrugged, and declared, "Hey, brother, let us not dawdle any longer. Let us address the issue directly." The officer, taken aback by Qin Feng's unexpected proclamation, was momentarily bewildered. "Address the issue directly? How do you propose we do that?" "Quite simply," Qin Feng replied, "according to Shinjo law. It would not be excessive to eliminate this group of troublemakers, would it?" The officer gasped. "What did you just say? Eliminate them all?" For a fleeting moment, he wondered if he had misheard. While he was aware of Qin Feng's propensity to disregard conventions, he never anticipated such a radical approach. To resort to extermination over a mere disagreement? Indeed, such a method of resolution was decisively brutal, but what of the aftermath? Had he not considered the consequences? Noticing the curious gazes of his comrades upon him, the officer's lips twitched as he replied, "Well, let's focus our efforts on the scattered rogues outside the yellow line. We need not kill them all, merely subdue them. Furthermore, as you can see, there are 4 distinct factions involved in this matter, and it is our Shinjo War Department that will take the lead in suppressing the chaos. Of course, this does not imply you are entirely forbidden from taking lethal action. Should circumstances necessitate it, you may indeed engage in lethal force. However, bear in mind that this is your squad's inaugural mission, primarily aimed at honing your skills and familiarizing yourselves with the operational procedures. So do not place undue pressure on yourselves regarding this task. Does that mean we can indeed take lethal action against the rioters?" Before the officer could elaborate further, Qin Feng interjected, "Well, theoretically yes. But remember, we must not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Lethal force is only permissible when absolutely unavoidable. After all, the audacity of these factions to commit acts of violence in a bustling urban area, endangering countless innocents and displacing them, is a grave offense." Having received a clear response from the officer, Qin Feng rose and began to stride purposefully toward the chaotic crowd. With each step, his pace quickened, and unbeknownst to him, a dark-hued blade materialized in his left hand. With a resounding clang, the blade was drawn, and Qin Feng charged into the throng of people. "Hold on, Brother Feng. Please. Stay calm. Do not act impulsively." Chu Xiao and the other members of the team, including the recently appointed officer, have yet to grasp the situation. They were all taken aback by Qin Feng's unconventional actions. Currently, the battlefield is in a state of utter chaos. In the absence of knowledge regarding the enemy's situation, recklessly charging in is tantamount to delivering oneself to death. Furthermore, it is not only their team that has taken on a sea-level mission. There are dozens of teams involved. Meanwhile, the members of the other teams are still observing from beyond the yellow warning line. Now is not the time to rush in, as these frenzied assailants are yearning for an opportunity to unleash their fervent bloodlust. Chapter 192. A solitary battlefield in stark contrast. Qin Feng, this fellow, without a word of warning and without greeting anyone, found himself ensnared in peril alone. Though everyone had long grown accustomed to his formidable combat prowess, what he now faced was not merely a single adversary, but a united onslaught from 4 major factions. How could this not evoke concern and trepidation among the onlookers? Yet, the anxiety that had just begun to surface among the crowd was swiftly quelled in the next moment, leaving only heartfelt admiration in its wake. Wow, our brother is even stronger than during the last finals. They exclaimed, our brother is incredible, truly magnificent. The members of Team Chu Xiao were left utterly astounded by the spectacle unfolding before them, their astonishment leading to exclamations of disbelief. As for the officer who had previously intended to intervene against Qin Feng, he, along with dozens of other teams, stood dumbfounded, eyes wide as they watched Qin Feng navigate through the throng with an ethereal grace. Clutching a black battle blade, he made no aggressive moves, merely advancing with deliberate strides. Those who attempted to charge towards him faltered, collapsing into unconsciousness before even breaching a 10-meter radius of his presence. Meanwhile, Qin Feng wielded his long knife with a speed as elusive as a specter, weaving through the frenzied crowd with relentless ferocity, like a tiger among sheep. The blade's arc sent blood spraying in all directions. The mercenary groups that sought to deliver lethal blows to Qin Feng met with inevitable demise. They were either paralyzed by the sheer terror emanating from his overwhelming presence or felled by the lethal precision of his swordsmanship. Even more terrifying was the sudden appearance of a spiked mace, forged from adamantine, in Qin Feng's right hand. The air crackled with the power of purple lightning as it erupted among the masses, countless bolts transforming into serpentine forms that coursed through the ground, ensnaring everyone within a 100-meter radius in a web of devastation. Under the relentless onslaught of the thunderous force, numerous individuals were instantly reduced to charred remains. A glance revealed hundreds, if not thousands, of mercenaries, either cleaved in twain by descending lightning or rendered to cinders by surging currents of electricity. Others succumbed to fatal wounds inflicted by his blade. Yet, despite the ferocity of Qin Feng's assault, each strike seemed to possess a sentience of its own, targeting solely the frenzied mercenaries while sparing the soldiers tasked with maintaining order and suppressing chaos. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield had transformed dramatically. Alone and undaunted, Qin Feng effortlessly slaughtered nearly 2,000 mercenaries, causing chaos in the vicinity. As time progressed, his rate of carnage escalated at a visibly alarming pace. In Qin Feng's perspective, had he not been mindful of his fellow comrades on the battlefield and unleashed his full potential against the demon clan as he was capable of, he could have dispatched them in a mere 5 minutes, if not less. The 4 primary battle kings, in his eyes, were nothing short of a joke. Considering he viewed even the formidable Yuan Yongshang, a mid-tier battle king, with disdain, these lesser foes were hardly worthy of his attention. Should they foolishly provoke him, they would all meet their end without exception. Gulping nervously, Chu Xiao and others watched as Qin Feng moved through the battlefield with an air of invincibility, seemingly in a realm untouched by others. This is incredible. The brother is truly extraordinary when he strikes. It is with such ferocity that it seems he regards these thugs as mere beasts, he muttered, incredulous. Nearby, Li Ruobing, Mu Qianqian, and several other female members cast their gazes toward the battlefield. However, upon witnessing Qin Feng's one-man slaughter, transforming the scene into an abyss of despair, a chill surged from their feet upwards. They perceived that Qin Feng's cultivation level appeared to be at the advanced battle general realm, without any indication of ascending to battle king status, even though he possessed an extraordinarily terrifying ability to challenge those above his rank. Allowing him to toy with Yuan Yongshang during the semifinals, his singular prowess against the combined forces left them utterly astonished. This was no ordinary display of strength for a battle general. The sheer destructive power and dominance he exhibited were beyond comprehension. Even a high-level battle king would struggle to surpass his capabilities. Moreover, the attacks he unleashed, infused with violet lightning, were of an unprecedented magnitude, both in devastation and ferocity. Qin Feng's mastery over his formidable techniques, coupled with his unfathomable lethal strikes, left all who witnessed him in a state of shock. To Chu Xiao, the display of Qin Feng's terrifying combat prowess rendered him numb, as if no matter how astonishing or surreal the events, they paled in comparison to what he observed from Qin Feng. All things unreasonable seemed to receive the most rational responses. My elder brother is truly remarkable. I can hardly fathom the formidable strength and means he will possess when he ultimately arrives at the War King Palace. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a mid-level battle general and earning 200 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a high-level battle soldier and earning 50 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a high-level battle general and earning 500 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating a low-level battle general and earning points. As Qin Feng navigates the battlefield, engaging in relentless slaughter, the melodious and crisp sound of the system notification resonates within his mind. Chapter 193. The ferocity of Qin Feng, much like his endeavors against the demon race. Qin Feng's pursuit of human warriors also promised him a substantial reward in the form of points. According to the system, any creature that met its end by his hand would yield varying degrees of rewards. This very reason fueled Qin Feng's audacity, propelling him to take the initiative and commence this brutal game of slaughter even before the main forces of the War Department arrived. After all, even the smallest morsel holds value. These points were his to claim, and allowing others to seize them would leave him at a loss. As Qin Feng single-handedly engaged multiple factions in fierce combat, the warriors tasked with maintaining order and suppressing the rioters halted their actions. They stood, mouths agape and eyes wide, momentarily lost in a daze as they beheld Qin Feng's graceful yet lethal prowess on the battlefield. Astonishingly swift, he dispatched the rabble with effortless ease, rendering their presence seemingly unnecessary. Moreover, this enigmatic figure, emerging from the shadows, unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks that required no explanation. Wherever Qin Feng tread, mercenaries fell like wheat before the scythe. With such a formidable force in their midst, what purpose did their efforts to maintain order serve? If circumstances permitted, they would have relished the opportunity to lounge, snacking on seeds and sipping soda while watching Qin Feng exhibit his prowess. Yet, the most awkward predicament was faced by the members of other teams who had also received assignments to assist Qin Feng. At this moment, they found themselves in disarray, akin to statues eroded by wind, plagued by a singular thought: should they engage or refrain? Observing Qin Feng's solo rampage among the mercenaries, they were left questioning the completion of their mission should they choose to stand aside. In the heart of the intensifying battlefield, Qin Feng moved like a specter, appearing from unforeseen angles, each emergence heralding a storm of bloodshed as he relentlessly claimed the lives of mercenaries. Meanwhile, 3,000 meters away, atop a towering skyscraper, several figures cloaked in black trench coats and hoods surveyed the scene below. Strangely, though bathed in the midday sun, the light seemed to pass through them as if they were mere phantoms. It appears that these individuals are but ephemeral, insubstantial phantoms, devoid of any corporeal form. At this moment, these shadowy figures clad in black gaze intently upon a singular figure immersed in the carnage of the battlefield, Qin Feng, who has evoked their admiration. One of these cloaked specters, a woman of voluptuous form and wild allure, perched nonchalantly in the void, expressed her fascination with Qin Feng's prowess. Suddenly, the black-robed woman covered her mouth and giggled mischievously, exclaiming, "I can hardly resist the urge to recruit him into our demon clan." Furthermore, among the members of this combat team, aside from Qin Feng, there are numerous prodigies from the top 10 of the Celestial Elite Training Camp. Since they have chosen to wade into this murky water within the Stone Gate-based city, it is only natural that we designate them as high-priority targets for elimination. Hee. These Na'vi youngsters have willingly walked into the snare. As she spoke, the shadowy figure of the woman shifted her gaze towards Li Ruobing, Chenjirua, Mu Qianqian, and others outside the battlefield. Beside the graceful figure stood a towering man, approximately 5 meters tall, who coldly admonished, "Let us refrain from taking hasty action. Our demon emperor has yet to fully regain his peak strength. Have you all forgotten the painful lessons from the Imperial Capital Defense War? Should we act recklessly without being thoroughly prepared, we may not only fail to rescue the Xianyun Demon King, but could also attract the attention of more human powerhouses. At that point, it remains uncertain whether we possess the strength to ignite another fierce battle on their territory." Pausing momentarily, the black-robed man continued, "Moreover, there is wisdom in the saying, caution navigates a ship for 1,000 years. In summary, without absolute certainty, we should avoid unnecessary complications, prioritizing the rescue of the Xianyun Demon King above all else." Upon hearing her companion's words, the black-robed woman sneered dismissively, a hint of disappointment in her tone. All right. I'm well aware of what you say. Ultimately, the mission takes precedence. If we can successfully rescue the Xianyun Demon King, that would be ideal. Of course, as for this young man named Qin Feng, his threat to our demon clan may seem negligible for now. However, should he grow to become a formidable warrior, or even ascend to the ranks of a battle emperor or battle god, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to our kind. With that, the black-robed woman extended her crimson tongue and licked her lips, brimming with murderous intent, and proclaimed, "So why not eliminate him while he is still in his infancy? This indeed represents the most formidable solution for our demon clan's millennia-old foundation, does it not?" Hee. Your assertion holds some truth. Should we allow that young lad Qin Feng to continue his ascent, it would inevitably pose a grave threat to our kind. However, it is imperative that we exercise utmost caution in this endeavor. Under no circumstances must our movements be detected by the formidable warriors of the human race. Should we inadvertently attract the likes of the 10,000 Demon Butcher or Song Zhiguang, our escape would become exceedingly challenging. Chapter 194. Once again captivating, rest assured. We have been in conflict with humanity for over a century, and you should already be familiar with my modus operandi. Moreover, our esteemed Demon Emperor remains concealed within the confines of this stone gate-based city. Should the Demon Emperor choose to reveal himself, it would render a mere figure like Qin Feng inconsequential. Even the entirety of this city would be but a morsel, devoured to the last bone by the Emperor's mighty jaws. As the shadows of several figures in black concluded their discourse, they dispersed silently, vanishing like wraiths without leaving a trace. In stark contrast, Qin Feng, on the battlefield below, was unknowingly graced by a profound smile, hinting at deeper thoughts. Upon arriving at the front lines, he had activated his observation Haki to its utmost capacity. Thus, every subtle movement around him fell within his perceptive grasp. However, these were no ordinary foes. They were true demon kings. Had it not been for the venomous gaze of a dark-clad woman directed at him, filled with loathing and murderous intent, Qin Feng might have overlooked the presence of a demon king 1,000 meters away on a rooftop. Setting aside the question of when these formidable beings infiltrated the Stone Gate-based city, Qin Feng was acutely aware of their intentions. They sought the rescue of the Xian Yun Demon King. Yet, the methods these vile creatures would employ to achieve this remained shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, having caught wind of their elusive movements within the city was a fortuitous discovery for Qin Feng. It appeared that the task of hunting the Demon King was far from the straightforward endeavor it initially seemed. To his astonishment, even the Demon Emperor, who had previously led the defense of the imperial capital, had made his presence known. A glimmer of determination sparked in Qin Feng's eyes, and his previously anxious heart began to ease. Though these demon creatures lurked in the shadows, Qin Feng lacked absolute certainty in drawing them out. Yet, he understood the adage, while one can evade a visible arrow, a concealed dagger is far more treacherous. Despite the demons remaining hidden, as long as Qin Feng discerned their existence and purpose, devising a tactical response would become significantly more manageable. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, the tumultuous upheaval within the city drew closer to its conclusion. In a forsaken square, the corpses of fallen adversaries lay piled high, forming a grim edifice. After rinsing the blood from his spiked club and dark blade, Qin Feng advanced towards the crowd, resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. In truth, upon realizing that there might be individuals from the demon clan lurking in the shadows, Qin Feng did not reveal all his cards. He exhibited a degree of restraint. Nevertheless, he succeeded in exterminating over 70% of the mercenary organizations. The remainder, while still alive, were left severely maimed, rendered incapable of pursuing a life as martial artists. After all, had Qin Feng chosen to eliminate them entirely, it could have drawn the attention of those vile demons. Furthermore, he had to contemplate how the personnel in the War Department would draft their reports post-factum. The wisdom of leaving a thread of hope for future encounters was not lost on him. With this in mind, Qin Feng turned his gaze toward the officer, whose face wore a rigid smile, and cheerfully inquired, "I say, my good fellow, could you escort me to see the 4 bandit leaders you have imprisoned? I am quite curious about them, what schemes they might be concocting at such a critical juncture. Qin Feng, what further intentions do you harbor?" The officer trembled involuntarily at the sight of Qin Feng's seemingly benign smile. Observing the officer's anxious demeanor, Qin Feng shrugged with a hint of exasperation and said, "My dear brother, you need not worry excessively. My only desire is to understand why they chose to stir up trouble at this pivotal moment. My purpose here is merely to pose a few questions. I assure you, there will be no indiscriminate slaughter. Rest easy on that front." Despite Qin Feng's repeated assurances of his benign intentions, the officer could only helplessly shrug and replied, "Brother Qin Feng, I am but a lowly soldier and have no knowledge of where those 4 leaders are confined. The only information I possess is that they have been placed in the dungeons of the Stone Gate-based city by the garrison, and they are currently undergoing a night-long interrogation. Not only you, but no one is permitted to make contact with these 4. Moreover, my duties are confined to maintaining order at the scene and managing the ensuing chaos. As for why such an uproar has erupted at this crucial moment, or what plans those 4 leaders might be devising, this remains a mystery to us." Upon hearing the officer's words, Qin Feng furrowed his brows in contemplation. It seemed evident that there were deeper layers to this matter. The unfolding events, straying beyond his control, left him feeling quite unsettled. "Very well, I understand. I shall not trouble you further. Now that this matter has concluded, our team will return to the hotel below the tower. Should any urgent situations arise, we will communicate through the battle network." After a brief and casual conversation with the officer, Qin Feng, accompanied by Chu Xiao and the others, proceeded towards the temporary accommodations arranged for them by the War Department. Although the task assigned to them was merely a sea-level mission, it was one that required ongoing attention and completion. Only after the majority of the anomalies in Sherman Base City had subsided and been resolved could their team officially hand over the task. This underlying reason elucidates why. Despite the task's classification as sea-level, the rewards associated with it were remarkably generous. On their way back to the hotel, Chu Xiao, Feng Qinyuan, and Mu Qianqian gazed at Qin Feng with immense admiration and awe, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, they say that one should look at a soldier anew after 3 days. We haven't even reached 3 days yet, and you have already astonished us once again." Chapter 195. A midnight visit in response to the flattery from Chu Xiao and others. Qin Feng merely shook his hand and smiled lightly. "Chu Xiao, I can't believe you fought alongside me on the battlefield. This is merely child's play. It's just dealing with a few insignificant adversaries, yet you seem quite exhilarated. It's basic skills, do you understand? Ah, the familiar formula, the familiar flavor. As the saying goes, subtle pretentiousness can be most lethal." Witnessing Qin Feng effortlessly showcase his adeptness in ostentation yet again, both Chu Xiao and Feng Qianyuan, his most ardent admirers, could not help but give him a thumbs up. Subsequently, their mouths ran like a river, with praises for Qin Feng flowing incessantly, akin to the relentless flood of the Yellow River. At first, Qin Feng attempted to offer a few words of explanation, but seeing that they showed no signs of restraint, he decided to disregard the two fools and walked ahead, leaving behind a trail of awestruck gazes. After approximately half an hour, Qin Feng and his companions arrived at one of the few 5-star hotels in the Stone Gate Bay City, considering their purpose of executing a mission. The hospitality extended by the hosts was commendable. Each member of the team was allocated an executive suite. After several rounds of intense yet exhilarating 3-player landlord games in the suite, night swiftly descended upon them. Following a simple dinner in their rooms and after such a long journey, having disembarked from their flight and promptly begun their mission, Chu Xiao, Feng Qinyuan, and the others were utterly exhausted. After bidding farewell to Qin Feng, they returned to their respective rooms to freshen up and rest. In the early hours, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on a mat, focusing intently on his practice of the Taishin Sutra. However, at that moment, his tightly shut eyes gradually opened, revealing a smile that hinted at intrigue. Knock, knock, knock. Coincidentally, the door to Qin Feng's suite was knocked upon from the outside, accompanied by a somewhat languid female voice. "Good evening, Mr. Qin. Your room service has arrived." "Room service? How amusing." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng stretched lazily, shuffled in his slippers towards the door, and replied, "All right, I understand." Opening the door, he was greeted by a hotel concierge dressed in an elegant OL uniform. Her delicate, charming face broke into an enchanting smile as she looked at Qin Feng. In return, he smiled and gestured for her to enter. The female steward, unreserved in her demeanor, gracefully stepped into the room at Qin Feng's invitation, deftly closing the door behind her. With a playful smile, she stated, "Mr. Qin, we have meticulously prepared a special aromatic candle and bath essence for you." As she spoke, her gaze subtly flickered towards the bathroom of Qin Feng's suite before she continued. "Furthermore, as a reward for your tireless journey from the capital to Sherman, our hotel is delighted to offer you some exclusive services." Oh, upon hearing this, the smile on Qin Feng's lips deepened. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, "What do you mean by exclusive services, miss?" As Qin Feng's words lingered in the air, the steward suddenly cast a flirtatious smile in his direction. With a gentle sway, she approached him, delicately tugging at the collar of his shirt, and whispered softly in his ear, "Mr. Qin, you can have any service you desire. Whatever you wish for, I assure you, I will not refuse." With her words hanging in the air, the steward, who had been leaning against Qin Feng, lifted her head slightly, and a mesmerizing shade of rosy brilliance flickered in her captivating eyes, enchanting and ethereal. "However, I have but one request. If you are willing to become a creature of allure, a member of our enchanting kind, I shall comply with your every wish without resistance." As the enchanting glimmer in her eyes intensified, a mist of rosy haze began to envelop her form. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, the woman transformed into a sultry figure clad in a black leather skirt, draped in an elegant black cloak. Her once lush, crimson lips had morphed into a deep burgundy hue, drawing attention away from her exquisitely beautiful features towards the seductive aura that perpetually emanated from her, stimulating the senses profoundly. Moreover, her strikingly distinct eyes had transformed into shapes reminiscent of pink hearts, the rosy light shimmering from them casting an alluring and lethal charm throughout the suite. The red glow pulsed rhythmically, akin to a vortex, drawing Qin Feng deeper into its embrace. Gone was the initial vivacity and composure from Qin Feng's expression. His gaze fixated on the enchanting woman before him, his body stiffening in response. In a mere 10 minutes, he stood before her, resembling a marionette, rendered speechless and motionless. Though Qin Feng possessed extraordinary talent in martial arts, a rare prodigy born once in a century, he remained but a young man, inexperienced in the ways of intimacy. Especially under the seductive allure of her captivating gaze, he was left utterly entranced, ready to yield to her every whim. Regrettably, were it not for the fact that His Majesty the Demon Emperor is currently recuperating, I would not have resorted to sending a projection for a late-night visit. It would have been far simpler to abduct you outright. As she spoke, the enchanting woman delicately traced her slender hands along Qin Feng's robust chest, gradually moving upward to caress his face. Alas, I never anticipated that this young human would be so strikingly handsome. In comparison, our demon can appear as mere brutes. Rugged and coarse, unable to compare with you, dear brother. Were it not for the explicit command of His Majesty the Demon Emperor for you to join his ranks, I would be loath to relinquish such a charming youth so easily. Alas, I find myself powerless to resist the Emperor's decree. Chapter 196. Brandishing a great sword before me as she spoke, the alluring woman could not help but swallow hard. Her enchanting eyes meticulously surveying Qin Feng from head to toe. Her gaze resembled that of an art connoisseur admiring a flawless and exquisite masterpiece. With delicate hands, she traced a path up his chest, yearning to caress his handsome and refined visage. Dear miss, I interjected, my face is not something that just anyone can touch. Suddenly, a soft chuckle resonated, causing the seductive woman to freeze as if struck by lightning. She quickly turned towards the sound, meeting a pair of eyes brimming with mirth. At that moment, Qin Feng bore no resemblance to the lovesick fool she had initially perceived. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, and his demeanor exuded confidence. Unbeknownst to her, his observation Haki had activated, enveloping the entire room. Under the influence of this formidable Haki, the woman's feeble tricks were rendered utterly inconsequential in Qin Feng's eyes. This revelation sent the once self-assured seductress into a state of panic, her heart plummeting in despair. How can you resist my illusions? She stammered. As a member of the demon race, her pride lay in her mastery of illusions, a weapon that had always proven effective against human warriors. It was inconceivable that Qin Feng, a mere advanced warrior, could withstand her powers. Even a high-ranking warrior would likely succumb if caught off guard. Yet today, her illusions had proven utterly ineffective against him. What could possibly be his secret? Contemplating this possibility, the black-cloaked woman's face reflected her astonishment while her heart wavered in uncertainty. Observing her bewilderment, Qin Feng nonchalantly extended his hand and remarked, using illusions before me? My dear miss, do you not understand the meaning of wielding a great sword before Guangong? As he spoke, a shift in Qin Feng's aura became apparent, and his observation Haki withdrew. In an instant, his conqueror's Haki enveloped the seductive woman. Moments later, her enchanting eyes visibly dulled before regaining their luster. However, she found herself ensnared by the overwhelming force of Qin Feng's Haki, rendered speechless and devoid of any intent to resist. Her mind was a blank slate. How intriguing, Qin Feng remarked with a casual shrug, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had been troubled by how to navigate the presence of the demon race lurking in the shadows of the city. It was worth noting that any of these demons on the rooftop were of the caliber of demon kings. Relying solely on one's own abilities to apprehend such a formidable demon as the one associated with interpersonal relations without alarming it is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Yet, at this very moment, while Qin Feng was dozing, fate intervened, presenting an unexpected opportunity. It was truly a gift, evoking a delightful sense of exhilaration. Nothing is more gratifying than the art of feigning vulnerability while ensnaring the unsuspecting. Before him stood a woman clad in black robes. Upon a quiet assessment of her, Qin Feng discerned that her cultivation was merely at the nascent level of a demon king. Moreover, judging by her earlier words, this was not even her true form. The mere manifestation of a fraction of her being possessed such terrifying prowess, coupled with the unseen illusion she had just cast. It was evident that even a warrior of the highest caliber would falter if unprepared. Fortunately, Qin Feng had the advantage of observation Haki, complemented by the conqueror's Haki to retaliate, allowing him to stand undaunted. As he contemplated this, he examined the alluring figure before him with keen interest, his gaze sweeping over her curvaceous form. With a playful smile, he inquired, "You are the envoy of the demon race, are you not?" "Indeed. I am one of the 25 great demon kings under the command of the Heavenly Sky Demon Emperor," the black-robed woman replied slowly. Her voice strangely mechanical and devoid of emotion, her gaze fixed on the window, lost in her own thoughts. "Oh, one of the 25 great demon kings under the Heavenly Sky Demon Emperor? It is no wonder that a mere demon emperor dared to instigate two grand conflicts in the imperial capital and the two major military bases. I did not anticipate their foundation to be so profound. As this realization dawned on him, Qin Feng's brow furrowed, and an inexplicable weight settled upon him. If the black-robed woman's claims were true, it suggested that within this modest base, apart from a lurking demon emperor, there lay no less than 25 demon kings concealed within the shadows. The potential for such a formidable force to be unleashed without proper preparation would undoubtedly yield catastrophic consequences. Even if the human warriors could arrive in time, it was certain that the base would be reduced to ruin, with no survivors. Moreover, considering the demon emperor's capabilities, it was evident that the entire might of the Imperial War Department had been employed, alongside the combined efforts of the Qilu and Jiangnan War Departments. Yet they could not spare the life of the Heavenly Sky Demon Emperor. Now, with the enemy concealed and himself exposed, attempting to subdue this Demon Emperor and his 25 Demon Kings without prior strategic mobilization seemed an insurmountable task. Qin Feng felt as though he were a solitary vessel, unwittingly drawn into a vast, tumultuous whirlpool. The tempest and whirlpool are far beyond the capacity of one of his caliber. The martial artist asserted that what could be grasped was, in fact, a situation that has now exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. Pray tell, how has the strength of your majesty, the Demon Emperor, been restored? Upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, the expression on the black-clad woman's face clearly revealed a moment of intense struggle. Yet, under the overwhelming influence of Qin Feng's formidable presence, any flicker of resistance within her was swiftly obliterated. Subsequently, like a marionette once again, the black-clad woman replied, "When the sky-piercing Demon Emperor arrived in Tianju a few days ago, he devoured millions of lives, and his strength has now been restored to 80% of its peak." Chapter 197. A change of mission, millions of lives. Hearing such a seemingly calm number spill from the lips of the woman in the black robe stirred tumultuous waves within Qin Feng's heart. Although he had long been aware of the brutality and inhumanity of the demon race, the revelation that this demon monarch had slaughtered countless innocent beings to restore her own power was an abhorrent truth that Qin Feng could not accept. It was evident that from the onset of the war between humanity and the demon race, both sides had been locked in a deadly struggle, with only one able to emerge as the sole ruler of this azure planet. Those who are not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions. It seemed that his methods of dealing with these beasts had been far too lenient. Qin Feng flexed his wrist while contemplating how to fulfill the mission assigned to him by the system. According to the system, he was tasked with claiming the life of the Xianyun Demon King and thwarting the Tianqing Demon Emperor's conspiracy against the Shimen base city. However, the system had not clearly articulated the specific execution standards for completing this mission, offering only vague guidelines. The core objective of the mission was unequivocally the Xianyun Demon King. Moreover, the system had not stipulated that he must slay the Demon King alone. Employing another's blade was an acceptable alternative, given the various forces and factions gathered at the Shimen base city. Qin Feng initially intended to use this sea-level mission as a guise. He planned to infiltrate the main forces unnoticed, much like a tiger hiding among sheep. As long as he concealed his identity well, his cultivation level, being merely that of a high-ranking battle general, would blend seamlessly into the crowd, creating minimal disturbance. Furthermore, eliminating the woman in the black robe would undoubtedly bolster his mission score. However, it was clear that this was not the outcome Qin Feng desired. He had already gathered substantial intelligence indicating that the Tianqing Demon Emperor and his 25 Demon Kings had infiltrated the Shimen base city. He had also learned a crucial piece of information. The Tianqing Demon King had not yet regained his full strength. If he failed to capitalize on this vital intelligence, he would squander the bountiful rewards prepared by the system. Thus, for Qin Feng, the choice was clear. If he was to act, he must seize everything. After careful consideration, he concluded that the value this woman in the black robe could provide far outweighed the benefits of her demise. Moreover, even if he were to hypothetically eliminate her, it would severely wound the Demon King behind her, but would also risk alerting others and complicating his subsequent plans. Before them stood a woman clad in black robes, a mere avatar of the formidable Demon King, yet she was evidently subdued by her own overwhelming will. Why not cultivate her into my own manifestation to serve my purposes? It would indeed be a splendid arrangement. With this doppelganger embedded within the demon clan, I could navigate the complexities of the situation with the king's identity as a veil, thereby alleviating numerous potential inconveniences. Once all preparations were meticulously made, Qin Feng reclined on his bed, drifting into a contented slumber. On the following morning, Qin Feng and his team set forth early, journeying towards the ancient city of Zhengding. With the Demon King's avatar acting as an informant, there was no longer any reason for Qin Feng to linger in the Shimen base city. Now that the world knew the Xianyun Demon King resided in Zhengding, he resolved to lead his team there to uncover the truth, thereby gaining insight into the ancient city's circumstances rather than groping in the dark. As they advanced towards Jingding, the group arrived at a desolate and dilapidated town. Suddenly, a faint male voice echoed from behind them. "Ah, it seems a few little mice are stealthily trailing behind, discovered by the true one." The voice was imbued with coldness and arrogance, wafting from the opposite side of the forsaken town. "Among you, the strongest is merely a warrior at the king's realm. However, judging by your attire, I surmise you are students from the elite training camp of the Divine Land. You are among the most likely to ascend to the realm of the War Emperor, or even the War God in the future. Quite impressive indeed. Who goes there?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to locate the source of the voice. Before them, a man of approximately 34 or 35 years materialized at a distance of 100 meters. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached the gathered crowd with a leisurely stride. As he drew closer, they could discern that he was clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding a silver spear, radiating a brilliance akin to a blazing sun as he advanced towards them. The silver radiance illuminated the heavens, his hair mirroring the luster of his armor in a striking silver hue, while his closed eyes emanated beams of silver light. From afar, he appeared to be a figure sculpted from shimmering silver. The spear in his grasp shimmered, adorned with intricate and profound inscriptions. Wherever this middle-aged man tread, the earth beneath him was enveloped in a dazzling silver glow. Through his observation abilities, Qin Feng sensed the formidable power emanating from this silver-armored warrior. His strength and realm were nearly equivalent to that of the infamous butcher of 10,000 demons. He was undoubtedly a peak warrior at the advanced War Emperor realm, especially the scorching, luminous silver energy surging within the dantian of the silver-armored warrior caused one merely to glance at him to feel an intense pain and swelling in their eyes, rendering them incapable of gazing directly upon this formidable figure. His prowess was astonishingly akin to that of Song Zhiguang, who had previously battled the Tianqing Demon Emperor, both being of the advanced Battle Emperor realm. Moreover, in terms of the aura he projected, he was by no means inferior to Song Zhiguang. Who, then, was this extraordinary being that emerged from this desolate wilderness as a supreme powerhouse? Judging by his tone when he spoke, it was clear he hailed neither from the lands of Xinzhou nor from overseas Chinese communities. Could it be, "Esteemed sir, what brings you to our Xinzhou land so suddenly?" Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, the silver-armored warrior slightly narrowed his eyes. Emitting a brilliant silver light that swept over the elder, he proclaimed, "The actions of the various factions on Shenzhou and your homeland are utterly excessive. It is well known that the remnants of the demon race must be eradicated. Yet you have dared to besiege this wretched creature within the ancient city of Zhengding, forbidding other powerful factions from intervening, seeking to monopolize such a monstrous feast. Is this not excessive? Furthermore, the leader of this vile pack, the Tianqing Demon Emperor, has ruthlessly slaughtered countless innocents from my Tianzhu nation. Out of compassion and reason, I must demand justice on behalf of those innocent souls who perished." As the silver-armored warrior spoke, he began to levitate slowly in midair, casting a gaze filled with both pity and cold indifference over the crowd heading toward the ancient city of Jingding. It was evident that the silver radiance enveloping him grew ever more potent with each word he uttered. With every step forward, his imposing presence surged, cascading down like a torrent of silver divine light, stirring an overwhelming impulse within the hearts of those present to bow and pay homage. An urge that was nearly impossible to suppress. Upon hearing the silver-armored warrior's declarations, Qin Feng revealed a knowing expression. Indeed, everything aligned with his earlier speculations. The middle-aged man before him was undeniably a powerful figure from a foreign nation. Moreover, judging by his previous remarks, he was a supreme powerhouse from the ancient nation of Tianzhu. Additionally, Qin Feng had learned from the Demon King's avatar that the Tianqing Demon Emperor had indiscriminately slaughtered innocents in Tianzhu to restore his strength, leaving behind a scene of carnage. From the perspective of the Tianzhu nation, the rampant demon race within their territory warranted their attention regarding the matter of the Xian Yun Demon King in the ancient city of Zhengding. However, what surprised Qin Feng was the swiftness with which this powerful figure from the ancient nation of Tianzhu had arrived. In merely 2 days, he had traversed 1,000 miles to reach Zhengding. "Esteemed sir, regarding the matters related to the Xian Yun Demon King, the plan was devised after amicable discussions among the various factions of Xinzhou and its neighboring powers, seeking common ground while respecting differences. Furthermore, as you mentioned your origins from the ancient nation of Tianzhu, our strong figures from Xinzhou have previously engaged in extensive negotiations with your esteemed Tianzhu nation concerning this issue. Is there some misunderstanding between you and the realm of Xinzhou?" At that moment, among the large contingent heading to the ancient city of Zhengding, an elder stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and began to elucidate. Chapter 198. The the silver-armored General Ha. In response to the elder's words, the silver-armored general immediately burst into a raucous laugh. However, he abruptly stifled his mirth, adopting a cold demeanor, and declared, "The discussions between your land of Shinjo and our ancient kingdom of Tianju have ultimately remained superficial. Yet this time, our ancient kingdom of Tianju has suffered an unwarranted calamity. Had it not been for your people inciting this beast to fury, it would not have recklessly invaded our territory to unleash a massacre. In any case, I cannot swallow this grievance regarding the demon sovereign of Tianqing." At this juncture, the silver-armored general paused, then shifted his tone, continuing, "Moreover, the value held by the demon king Xian Yun is immeasurable. From your perspective in Shinjo, do you not fear being overwhelmed by such a monumental endeavor? Given your evident determination to claim the demon king, why do you not choose to venture directly into the ancient city of Zhending to compete with the various forces of Shinjo? Why do you obstruct us here on the way? If you have any plans, feel free to express them candidly." At that moment, a representative from another faction stepped forward, also cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards the silver-armored general, and directly inquired, "Going to the ancient city of Zhending can happen at any time. I am not pressed for time. Good food is worth the wait, and quality goods are worth the patience. However, your actions this time are truly excessive, implicating our ancient kingdom of Tianju and resulting in the slaughter of so many innocent lives. Today, I must impose a significant lesson upon you." As he spoke, the silver-armored general cast his gaze over the assembly, then continued, "Here, you have the rising talents of your Shinjo, among whom are many prodigies emerging from your elite training camps. If all of your lives were to perish here today, I believe it would leave an indelible negative impact on your land of Shinjo." No sooner had he finished speaking than the silver-armored general's entire being ignited with fierce flames. Raising his silver spear toward the heavens, an intricate and profound incantation, accompanied by a resplendent five-colored divine light, surged forth. As he wielded his spear, it seemed as if the attendees could faintly hear the recitation of the great compassion mantra by the sacred bodhisattvas of Tianju echoing in their ears. In an instant, the entire dilapidated city was enveloped by the vast and brilliant silver divine light. As a formidable warrior comparable to the likes of Song Zhiguang, the disparity in strength between us and him was palpably immense. At that moment, Qin Feng was also overwhelmed by the supreme pressure emanating from the silver-armored general. Drenched in cold sweat and filled with trepidation, he understood well that this silver-armored general's combat prowess would likely prove daunting even for the mentors and instructors of their elite training camp, should he choose to wield his blade against this assembly of rising talents from Shinjo. The act of slaughtering them would be as effortless as partaking in a meal or drinking water. Your Excellency, believing that, given your strength and stature, even in the ancient land of Tianju, you would be regarded as a figure of great renown, a formidable warrior at the apex of the Battle Emperor realm, capable of plucking stars from the sky and shaking the earth beneath your feet. Why then, do you choose to wield your considerable power to engage in such despicable acts of oppression against the weak?" One elder, gazing up at the radiant and imposing silver-armored warrior, who shone like the blazing sun, implored fervently for mercy. "Oh." Upon hearing the elder's words, the silver-armored warrior stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "You, old man, have a point indeed. If I were to casually exterminate all of you here, it would be a matter of great consequence. Not only must we consider whether you are willing to meet your demise today, but I must also ponder the repercussions of such an act. Surely, the ancient beings of your realm would come to seek retribution upon me in the land of Tianju. Even one as powerful as I would find myself embroiled in a bitter struggle against the esteemed warriors of your human race's battle god hall." At this juncture, the silver-armored warrior raised his left hand in an open palm and struck his right fist against it with a jovial smile, declaring, "Very well then. Let us each take a step back. I shall grant you 2 hours to employ all your means to escape. After 2 hours, I shall commence my pursuit of each one of you, one by one. What do you think of this proposal of mine, esteemed guests? Is this game of survival not quite intriguing?" In his words, the silver-armored warrior regarded all present as if they were merely prey within his grasp. His earlier remarks and the glances cast upon the crowd resembled that of a cat toying with a mouse. He granted them a fleeting 2-hour window to flee, after which he would extract them from the shadows, one by one, to relish the thrill of the hunt as a sovereign over his domain. Having uttered these words, the silver-armored warrior seated himself cross-legged on the ground, firmly planting his silver spear into the earth, exuding an imposing demeanor. "I have spoken. 2 hours means 2 hours. You should cherish this rare opportunity to escape. Who knows, with swift feet, you might yet salvage your lives amidst this trial of life and death, would you not? Run swiftly. What are you waiting for? Hurry and flee." Suddenly, the 2 elders in charge of the group, upon hearing the silver-armored warrior's proclamation, turned ashen. Nearly dripping with despair, they hastily urged their companions to scatter. Qin Feng, young one, in this dire moment, each must fend for themselves. I cannot ensure your safety against that silver-armored warrior with my limited strength. In any case, take care. If we survive to meet again, let us share a drink together. Earlier, the officer responsible for receiving Qin Feng approached him, gently patting his hand, his expression grave as he spoke. From the officer's words, Qin Feng could discern that this cunning group might possess some means to evade peril in a short span of time. Well, I appreciate your goodwill. Qin Feng acknowledged with a nod, then turned his gaze towards Chenjirua and Li Ruobing behind him. You too, do not remain in a daze. The situation is urgent, and I trust that your families possess methods for self-preservation. Now is not the time for concealment. Speak swiftly if you have anything to share. Ultimately, if we can survive this ordeal, we may yet meet again. With that, Qin Feng strode towards Feng Qianyuan. At that moment, following the seemingly fatal threat issued by the silver-armored warlord, the atmosphere among Feng Qianyuan and his companions had grown exceedingly somber. This pervasive gloom was akin to a plague, infecting all present. Everywhere he looked, Qin Feng observed faces marked by a deep-rooted anxiety, fear, and tension, a harbinger of doom, as if dark clouds loomed over a besieged city. Brother Qin Feng, Feng Qianyuan called out, having summoned an armored transport vehicle, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. Given the gravity of our predicament, let us dispense with superfluous words among brothers. If you choose to flee with me, the target we present will only grow larger. Thus, our immediate priority should be our individual escapes. However, I firmly believe that if you manage to survive today and reclaim your life from the silver-armored warlord, it shall not only be a crisis but a tremendous opportunity bestowed upon you. Under such unprecedented pressure of life and death, I trust you will soon reach the rank of a battle king. Your strength and foundational skills in the battle general realm are already solid. Once you ascend to the battle king status, I am confident you will secure an admirable position on the talented individuals list in the future. In any case, let us cherish our bond as brothers. Should we survive this ordeal, let us meet in the imperial capital. With that, Qin Feng clasped his hands in salute and returned to his designated battle team. Brother, what shall we do now? Chu Xiao, who had been closely following Qin Feng since his entry into the Shenzhou elite training camp, led a few other team members towards him. Observing their expressions, it was evident they were all looking to Qin Feng for guidance. Chapter 199. 2 hours for you all. Listen closely, everyone. I can now assert with utmost clarity that the silver-armored general who has just issued the assassination order possesses formidable strength, at least at the advanced battle emperor level. In the face of such a powerful adversary, even if we were to bind ourselves together, it would be insufficient to withstand the force of a single finger from him. Therefore, I urge you all to abandon any semblance of false hope. Our singular objective now is to escape, utilizing every ounce of our strength to survive. Not far from the ancient city of Jingding, there may be formidable allies from our homeland ready to assist us. At this point, Qin Feng turned to leave, but suddenly recollected something and returned, saying, Furthermore, if any of you can snatch back your life at this threshold of death today, I can assure you with great confidence that you stand a 90% chance of breaking through. You will finally shatter the bottleneck that has plagued you for so long and ascend to the ranks of true power. In any case, I wish you all the best until we meet again. Having delivered this proclamation, Qin Feng did not linger, but instead executed the wave step, leaving behind a series of phantoms as he soared through the vast cityscape. Soon, all the students and martial artists who had been bustling towards the ancient city of Jingding vanished, scattering in various directions in a frantic flight. Only chaos remained, accompanied by the haunting echoes of their desperate cries. In stark contrast, the silver-armored general hovered in the air like a deity. His aura surged like a mighty river, shimmering with silver brilliance, while a hint of mockery glimmered in his bright silver eyes. This chase was a game that the emperor relished, never tiring of the thrill it provided. With a single command, the silver-armored general's personal hunting grounds were officially opened. Forces from all directions fled in a panicked frenzy, employing their ultimate survival tactics to distance themselves from this base city as much as possible. Time was of the essence, for they had only a precious 2 hours. 2 hours later, this desperate group of fugitives swiftly departed from Jingding and entered a dense forest. To their astonishment, they discovered several official paths leading to different destinations within the thicket. Wait, Brother Qin Feng, there are 8 forks ahead. How should we choose? One path seemed to lead to a secret route of their demon kin, where countless powerful demon soldiers lay in ambush. A young man clad in black training attire, exuding an air of confidence, hurried to Qin Feng and clasped his hands in greeting. Despite his composure, he appeared far more collected than the other members of Qin Feng's team. Just then, an elderly man's voice resonated nearby, brothers of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Follow me to the second left path. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld a venerable elder with white hair, raising his arm and pointing towards the second fork on the left. If my intuition serves me correctly, ahead lies a powerful warrior from our Imperial capital's martial arts academy, poised to provide assistance. I can sense the summons emanating from this warrior, he declared. Without further ado, he urged, let us hasten our departure. No sooner had he spoken than the elder was enveloped in an imposing aura, his martial spirit manifesting as a colossal azure bull, towering at an impressive 25 meters. With its fierce visage and formidable tusks, it exuded an air of undisputed power. Each of its movements resonated like rolling thunder, commanding respect. The elder wasted no time. With a swift leap, he ascended to the broad, powerful back of the azure bull, which began to gallop forward with the speed of 100 meters. Charging towards the second fork on the left, the elite warriors from the Imperial capital's martial arts academy followed suit, mirroring the elder's swift advance. Meanwhile, two elders from the Jiang'an Martial Arts Academy, unperturbed, took out their tokens to carefully sense the surroundings before leading their disciples down an alternate path. Along the way, Liuatai and Shinjiroa frequently glanced in the direction of Qin Feng, their expressions tinged with reluctance. How they longed to stay and face the dangers alongside him. Yet, they understood that remaining would not only be futile but could inadvertently burden him, potentially placing him in unnecessary peril. Acknowledging the gravity of this realization, despite the pangs of separation, they resolutely entered the shadowy passage, ultimately disappearing into the depths of the thicket. After deliberation, the contingent from the Qilu Martial Arts Academy, having failed to establish contact with their powerful warrior, found themselves compelled to split into smaller groups and venture towards the fork that bore the lingering scent of the demon race. After all, the most perilous locations often concealed the greatest safety. By daring to tread the path of the demons, they might evade the relentless pursuit of the silver-armored general. In the end, a cluster of warriors, mostly solitary practitioners, faced the impending crisis without a leader. Left to their own devices, they could only rely on fate to guide them through the turmoil. As he watched the group depart in succession, a contemplative expression crossed Qin Feng's face. With a decisive wave of his hand, he urged, everyone, do not linger. Let us swiftly pursue the direction in which Liuatai and Shinjiroa fled. Time is of the essence. Move quickly. For reasons unknown, Qin Feng felt an unsettling confidence emanating from the steward, who had been tasked with protecting Liuatai and Shinjiroa. The steward appeared unfazed, as if he possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed, exuding an air of fearless assurance. Very well, we shall follow your lead, brother Qin Feng. Let us proceed. At this moment, Chu Xiao decisively shouted and then turned to Qin Feng, saying, Brother Qin Feng, are you not coming with us? Enough. Stop being so wishy-washy in front of me and hurry up and leave. Seeing Chu Xiao still wasting words, Qin Feng kicked him in the rear, urging him to get lost. Though the kick stung, Chu Xiao understood the resolve in Qin Feng's heart at that moment. In the face of danger, he ceased his chatter and led the members of the team to sprint at full speed towards the fork in the road where Liuatai and Shinjiroa had vanished. By this time, only Feng Qianyuan remained by Qin Feng's side. Feng Qianyuan hurriedly approached Qin Feng, his tone laden with concern, saying, Brother Qin Feng, what will you do to escape now? Before Feng Qianyuan could finish his sentence, Qin Feng interrupted him, speaking plainly, Feng Qianyuan, I believe you have witnessed the terrifying prowess of Song Zhiguang, the butcher of myriad demons, during the defense of the imperial capital. In my view, the silver-armored general we just encountered possesses a level of strength that surpasses even that of Senior Song. He's an incredibly formidable opponent. However, if we analyze the situation calmly, even with 2 hours to spare, that silver-armored general could easily pursue us with a mere clap of his hands. Our predicament is fraught with peril, a matter of life and death. Whether we can escape from the ancient city of Zhengding today ultimately depends on the favor of the heavens. At this point, noticing that Feng Qianyuan stood before him like a wooden post, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration and said, Feng Qianyuan, stop dawdling and flee for your life. But if you are willing to trust me, do not hesitate to follow the path taken by Liuatai and Shinjiroa. I believe you can seize a glimmer of hope from this dire situation. Chapter 200, The Battle Royale Game. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Feng Qianyuan cast a profound gaze at him, then placed his hand upon his chest, declaring, Very well, my brother. I shall refrain from any sentimental discourse. Let us meet again in the imperial capital. When that time comes, we shall indulge in copious amounts of wine and feasting. As Feng Qianyuan spoke, a resolute determination radiated from him, embodying an unwavering acceptance of his fate. A true man, born amidst the vastness of heaven and earth. fears not the loss of his life, regardless of the scars he bears. At this moment, he had refined his essence, energy, and spirit to their utmost limits. Harboring no fear of death, he understood now that Qin Feng's earlier words were spoken with genuine concern. Should he miraculously retrieve his life from the jaws of death, Feng Qianyuan was certain that his cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights. Indeed, the opportunities that awaited him could potentially shatter the confines of his current realm, propelling him into a new dimension of existence. Embracing this thought, Feng Qianyuan hastened his steps, swiftly following the path chosen by Liuatai, Jinjiruo, and the other members of the battle team. In the wake of their departure, the once vibrant grove fell eerily silent, leaving Qin Feng standing alone, immersed in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Qin Feng took a different course, moving towards the path imbued with the most potent aura of malevolence. Utilizing his observation Haki, he sensed the tumultuous, oceanic waves of demonic energy emanating from that direction. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he unleashed his observation Haki with full force, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters around him. As he ascended to the second level of his observation Haki, he felt a remarkable enhancement in his ability to detect the presence of the demon race. In that moment, his observation Haki operated like an intricate radar system, capturing every subtle movement within a 10,000-meter radius. Fortune favors the bold, and life and death are merely two sides of the same coin. Resolutely entering the demon's designated secret passage, he intended to cloak himself within the dense aura of the demon race, thereby obfuscating the silver-armored general's perception and seizing the opportunity to escape. With a decisive thought, Qin Feng severed the fragmented musings in his mind, achieving clarity of purpose as he reversed his approach. As the adage suggests, the most dangerous places often harbor the greatest safety. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the secret passage left by the demon army. As he ran, a silvery aura erupted around him, transforming his upper body into that of a dragon man. With foreclaws firmly planted on the ground, he propelled himself forward with increased speed. However, amidst his flight, he suddenly perceived the first warning signal within the expanse of his observation Haki. A thunderous roar resonated from the passage to his right, echoing with a deafening intensity. In an instant, a malevolent wind surged, sharp spikes piercing the earth beneath. Without any forewarning, it launched an assault towards him. The fierce demonic energy surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, crashing against Qin Feng's exposed skin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Feng wielded his Wolf Fang club with relentless vigor, unleashing a formidable and domineering aura that struck like thunder and lightning, severing the protruding bone spikes from the ground, reducing them to mere dust in the air. Yet, in the next moment, a voice, laced with intrigue, echoed suddenly. "Ah, this little human of mine truly possesses some skill. I had concealed my presence as much as possible before launching my attack, yet you managed to detect me." Before Qin Feng stood a towering beast, at least 13 meters high, its body adorned with sharp bone spurs. The crescent-shaped horn on its forehead shimmered like silver under the moonlight, while the surging demonic aura rolled around it like a tempest. It loomed before Qin Feng like an immovable mountain, blocking his path. The demon general stood upon a foundation of crimson demonic energy, its entire body seemingly forged from steel and iron. This was indeed a genuine high-level demon general at the peak of its realm. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows. Under different circumstances, encountering such a rare species of a high-level demon general would have brought him joy, perhaps even enough to awaken him from dreams and laughter. However, the present situation was far from ordinary. Qin Feng was not merely in the wilderness hunting a boss. He was fleeing for his life. Behind him lurked a silver-armored warrior, like a nightmare, relentlessly pursuing him. Should he be unfortunate enough to be caught by this silver-armored warrior, no matter how many skills he possessed, he would not stand a chance against such an opponent. No, he could not afford to delay any longer. He must seek a swift resolution. These complex thoughts flashed through Qin Feng's mind like lightning. Soon, he made up his mind. Human, prepare to meet your demise. Yet at that moment, the Crimson Demon General unleashed a brutal display of power. His right fist clenched tightly. In the next instant, a vast and fierce red gale surged towards Qin Feng. The demonic wind twisted the very fabric of space as it approached, accompanied by the piercing, shrill roars of the demon race. As the gale reached Qin Feng, the dense and profound demonic energy morphed into a monstrous maw, wide open and ready to engulf him in overwhelming pressure. Hiss. Focus entirely, breathe in the water. Form 3, and flow like a dance. Qin Feng took a deep breath, drawing forth his blade with his left hand. As Qin Feng unleashed the breath sword technique, the azure water ripples on the blade of his left hand continuously flowed, while the splashes danced in tandem with the tip of the sword. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable sword energy effortlessly dissipated the first wave of attacks launched by the demon general in an instant. In the next moment, the sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed sharply, sending ripples through the air. Unlike the fierce and domineering assault of the demon general, Qin Feng's swordplay now resembled the gentle caress of spring rain, subtly nourishing without a sound. With each step upon the blooming waves, he plunged headlong into the overwhelming aura of the demon before him, unyielding and resolute. The crystalline splashes upon the blade clashed directly with the seemingly endless crimson wind. He cleaved forward for 100 meters, striking with a fierce momentum akin to that of a divine spirit. His speed surpassed the sound barrier, and taking the enemy general's head amidst 1,000 troops was merely a thought away. Splash! A sudden sound of blade piercing flesh resounded, revealing the enormous, grotesque head of the demon general, which was now severed by Qin Feng's hand. As the head fell, the demon's towering form began to dissolve before Qin Feng, akin to ice melting under the sun, visibly disintegrating. The headless corpse of the demon was absorbed into a series of true energy arcs, as if all rivers were returning to the sea, completely consumed by Qin Feng. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a high-ranking demon general, earning 500 points. Upon hearing the familiar system notification in his ears, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy. His current points were sufficient to support another awakening of the three-colored overbearing chi. This enhancement to his own strength was akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, before Qin Feng could celebrate, a chilling sensation suddenly struck him. A wave of cold surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, making him tremble as if beset by a creeping dread. Yet, the source of this terrifying feeling did not originate from the demon general, but rather from the silver-armored war general. He was about to commence his own deadly game. With this thought, Qin Feng dared not delay. He hastily summoned the true energy within him, transforming it into a shooting star that darted into the void. His figure raced forward, disregarding the demon soldiers and generals he encountered along the way. At this moment, only one thought remained in Qin Feng's mind. He was utterly exhausted and in a frantic flight for his life. Chapter 201. The Imperative to Survive Life. You must survive. Qin Feng resolutely vowed to endure, determined not to perish in this wretched place. Yet, the palpable sense of impending doom that gnawed at him felt increasingly vivid, drawing ever closer like a haunting nightmare. Just as Qin Feng was desperately fleeing for his life, a radiant silver light illuminated the night sky, transforming the darkness into a surreal daylight in the grove where 8 paths diverged. Before him stood a silver-armored warrior, wielding a gleaming silver spear, as if he had emerged from a magnificent Buddhist statue. The dazzling brilliance of his armor rendered him akin to an immovable king of the underworld, exuding an air of nobility and overwhelming authority. The warrior's eyes sparkled with an ineffable excitement, and as he approached the crossroads, a smirk crept across his lips. Interesting indeed, he mused, his expression hinting at deeper thoughts. In an instant, with a swish, the silver light tore through the night, and the warrior astonishingly split into 8 identical figures. Each clone, armed with a silver spear, surged forth into the respective paths, chasing after their targets with relentless zeal. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, employing every ounce of his agility, executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, refusing to linger even for a moment. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not shake the deep-rooted sense of danger that clung to him like a thorn. As he raced through the dense thicket, a tumultuous river came into view. The roars of ferocious demonic creatures echoed from beyond the mountains and waters, their cries akin to the chilling gaze of a demon, sending shivers down his spine. Damn it! Whether fortune or misfortune, I cannot evade my fate. Let me gamble once more. Life and death hinge on this moment. With gritted teeth, Qin Feng summoned his azure dragon martial spirit, channeling it into a powerful torrent of true energy that surged back into his dantian. He flexed his muscles and plunged into the rushing river. Submerged in the current, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, condensing his formidable energy to its utmost limits. He endeavored to cloak his presence, sealing his eyes, mouth, and nose, effectively shutting down his senses. For safety's sake, he also closed off his heart meridian and breathing. Within the turbulent waters, he resembled a rootless floating weed, drifting downstream with the current. Like a lifeless pebble, he surrendered to the flow, exuding no signs of vitality. In this moment, Qin Feng seemed to meld seamlessly with his surroundings, achieving an unparalleled harmony, without a single flaw to betray his presence. The distant roars continued to echo, a stark reminder of the perils lurking nearby. As Qin Feng's figure completely submerged into the river, countless demon soldiers and generals surged forth from the dense forest, their crimson eyes fixated upon the relentless currents of the lake, yet yielding nothing. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden resounding roar echoed from afar, drawing nearer with an ominous intensity. In the midst of this brilliant silver light, intricate and profound incantations materialized, as though celestial deities were chanting sacred scriptures. In an instant, these malevolent spirits were pulverized into mere dust, vanishing without a trace. From the radiant silver glow emerged a silver-armored warrior, wielding a gleaming silver spear. Advancing with an imposing presence, this resplendent warrior gazed intently at the ceaseless flow of the river, his silver eyes scrutinizing every inch of the land beneath him. However, after a prolonged search, the silver-armored warrior found nothing amiss. With a thunderous crash, the silver light flickered, and the warrior seemingly vanished from the realm without a trace. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued his descent along the river, performing a free fall. His eyes were tightly shut, his body curled into a tight ball, resembling a lifeless entity. Yet, his observation Haki remained alert, quietly sensing every subtle shift in his surroundings. He was acutely aware of everything transpiring around him, but the sensation was enigmatic, difficult to articulate in words. Phew, that was truly perilous. The silver-armored warrior's swift passage and the aura he exuded were utterly terrifying. Akin to an ancient ferocious beast, instilling a deep sense of dread. I cannot emerge just yet. I must remain here quietly, exercising utmost caution. Until safety is assured, I must not reveal even the slightest hint of vulnerability. With this thought, Qin Feng silently began to enter a remarkably unique meditative state. In his ennui, he resolved to delve into his martial arts mastery. What struck him as particularly peculiar was that, after making every effort to seal his senses and aura, he found that comprehending his intricate martial scriptures became remarkably effortless. This process felt more relaxed and pleasurable than ever before. In this profound state, devoid of self and external distractions, indifferent to glory or disgrace, it was as if he had created a microcosm of his own. Within this realm, Qin Feng's so-called fears appeared trivial, incapable of shaking his steadfast resolve. He immersed himself in his training, realizing that the supreme profound scripture indeed required true energy for its manifestation. It seemed that his master was correct. To cultivate the supreme profound scripture to its pinnacle, reliance on mere true energy and personal strength was insufficient. Only upon reaching the realm of a war king could he truly grasp the profound mysteries of the supreme profound scripture. Thus, Qin Feng found himself completely immersed in this peculiar state of cultivation, quietly comprehending the profound intricacies and complexity of the foremost internal martial arts scripture from the divine land, the Tai Xian Jing. At this moment, he was entirely oblivious to the passage of time. Simultaneously, as Qin Feng diligently practiced the Tai Xian Jing, his visualization became unyielding. And within him surged the vigor of 1,000 galloping steeds. Merely a slight exhalation of his essence radiated forth, shimmering like silver, akin to the descent of a deity. His physical form, too, underwent a remarkable transformation under the influence of the Tai Xian Jing, as if every inch of his bones, muscles, blood, and meridians were coated in a glistening layer of silver, flickering incessantly. 3 days and nights passed in this manner. So much time has elapsed. It is likely that the silver-armored warrior has long since abandoned the pursuit, joining the main force en route to the ancient city of Zhengding. As he floated down the river, it was only after 3 full days and nights that Qin Feng finally eased the tension that had been lodged in his throat. Now, venturing out might allow him to arrive in time for the grand demon-slaying feast targeting the Xianyun Demon King at the Zhengding Manor. Although my cultivation is modest, and my prowess as a senior warrior is hardly commendable, I possess formidable hidden cards. If I can successfully slay this Demon King and thwart the schemes of the Tianqing Demon Emperor, the rewards I would obtain from the system would be beyond description. Time is of the essence. I must hasten to Zhengding Manor and reunite with my fellow disciples without delay. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng dared not linger any longer. With a resounding boom, he propelled himself from the water and leaped onto the shore. There, he was enveloped in a radiant aura, evaporating the moisture from his garments. Outside, the sun blazed high in the sky, its warm winter rays dispelling the chill from his body. After a brief stretch to loosen his muscles, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, only to realize that he had traveled quite a distance along the river, and the environment was utterly unfamiliar. Sigh, it cannot be helped. At this moment, there is no time to ponder such matters. I must quickly consult my microcomputer for a map. Time is of the essence to reach the ancient city of Zhengding, or I shall miss out on too much. Just as Qin Feng prepared to raise his wrist to access the nearby map, he suddenly heard the sound of clapping behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Chapter 202. The Battle Monarch's avatar. In the next instant, a dazzling silver light shot forth from the dense forest behind. It was a scene reminiscent of a magnificent landscape painting, unfolding before the eyes of the onlookers. A silver-armored warrior strode leisurely out of the thicket, clapping his hands as his gaze flickered with divine brilliance. Moreover, upon his back rested a silver-long spear, emanating boundless silver radiance intertwined with intricate and profound incantations. His eyes sparkled with silver light, making him appear as if he had emerged from the ancient lands of India, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Excellent, truly remarkable. The silver-armored warrior regarded Qin Feng with approving eyes, applauding as he spoke. To have traversed downstream for 3 days and nights, completely sealing off your essence, heartbeat, and true energy. Had I not encountered a high-level demon general before you leaped into this river, which allowed me to firmly lock onto your aura, perhaps even I would have been deceived by you. Pausing for a moment, the warrior's gaze toward Qin Feng brimmed with admiration as he continued, however. You are far superior to that bunch of incompetent fools. Given enough time and space for growth, you will undoubtedly emerge as a leader among the younger generation of the land. As the silver-armored warrior advanced toward him with relentless force, Qin Feng found himself instinctively stepping back, overwhelmed by the pressure of his presence. Amidst the endless silver light, he seemed to faintly perceive the ancient land of India beckoning to him, while a resonant and powerful lament echoed in his ears. The terrifying aura loomed over him like a celestial being, pinning him to the spot with an unyielding grip. But I must admit, young one, your brilliance and exceptional talent have indeed stirred my desire to nurture you. Observing the flickering uncertainty on Qin Feng's countenance, the silver-armored warrior's expression shifted to one of regret. I now ponder whether to end your life here or grant you ample time for growth, to see how far you can ultimately go. At that moment, in the eyes of the silver-armored warrior, Qin Feng was akin to a fish on the chopping block, with life and death resting solely on a whim. Were you a citizen of the ancient land, I would treat you as my own son. But alas, you belong to the land of Shinjo. Remember, those who are not of my kin may harbor different intentions. With that, the silver-armored warrior cast a cold gaze upon Qin Feng, his eyes glowing like mighty rivers, locking onto him with unyielding intensity. The oppressive force felt like the weight of mountains and seas, leaving Qin Feng utterly devoid of any will to resist. Little did he dream that despite his efforts to shroud his senses and aura, he was merely swept along by the relentless currents of fate. To my surprise, this silver-armored warrior is quite cunning, having long anticipated my position and lying in wait like a hunter. The reason for his discovery of my whereabouts, however, stemmed from an unfortunate encounter. During the chaos of the battle royale, I was compelled to clash with a formidable demon general, inadvertently revealing my location. Hiss. A high-ranking battle emperor, indeed, is terrifying. It is worth noting that when I fought for my life against that senior demon general, this silver-armored warrior was a staggering distance away, seemingly worlds apart. Yet, from such a great expanse, he could perceive the slightest trace of my struggle with the demon general. Prior to this, my understanding of high-ranking battle emperors was rather nebulous. I merely regarded them as powerful adversaries, formidable in their own right. However, the true extent of their capabilities and the pinnacle of their strength remained shrouded in mystery. Yet today, after directly encountering this silver-armored warrior, I have come to deeply appreciate his terrifying prowess. Such unfathomable techniques truly instill fear. Just as I was about to inquire with the system on how I might escape from this silver-armored warrior, or how many evolution points I would require to purchase my life, I suddenly noticed that this warrior, in terms of aura, appeared significantly weakened compared to when I first laid eyes upon him. Oh, upon realizing this, I stroked my chin and, after employing my observation Haki, quietly assessed his strength, revealing a look of dawning comprehension on my face. Hiki. Noticing the shift in my gaze, the silver-armored warrior chuckled and remarked, "It seems I have underestimated you, little one. Not only were you able to suppress your fear in such a brief moment during our close encounter, but you also possess the keen senses to detect the fluctuations in my aura. Quite impressive. You can discern the strength of my true energy, can't you?" Observing my change in demeanor, the silver-armored warrior casually cracked his knuckles and spoke at a deliberate pace. "How shall I explain what you see before you? What you currently face is merely a projection of my true self. Perhaps, given your current cultivation and realm, it may be premature to discuss projections with you, as you might not fully grasp the meaning of my words. However, you need only understand this, even if my strength is divided into 8 parts. Taking your life would still be as effortless as plucking a flower. So you comprehend now? A division into 8? This silver-armored warrior is indeed a mere avatar of his true self. In accordance with the words just spoken by the silver-armored general, Qin Feng utilized his observation Haki once more to keenly perceive the situation before him, confirming that this middle-aged man was, in fact, akin to the 25 demon kings who had attempted to ambush him the previous night, employing similar doppelganger techniques. If one were to assess combat prowess alone, it could be surmised that this individual possessed merely 1/8 of his true strength. Having grasped the context of the situation, Qin Feng's thoughts crystallized, and he swiftly employed his abilities to eradicate all negativity, tension, and fear that had surfaced in his mind. In their place arose a clear intellect and a fervent will to battle. Undoubtedly, a significant part of this determination stemmed from the terrifying survival instinct ignited within him. Ah, so it seems that I am faced with only 1/8 of your true combat power? Indeed, a formidable advanced battle emperor represents an insurmountable mountain for me at this juncture. Yet, if this is merely one of the 8 avatars of an advanced battle emperor, perhaps it is not entirely insurmountable. With this realization, Qin Feng had already tempered his unwavering spirit to an indomitable fortress, his potential concealed, yet undeterred by the predicament he faced. Armament Haki, activate. With a thought, Qin Feng drew his battle blade with his left hand, simultaneously enveloped in a dark hue of armament Haki. After 3 days and nights of seclusion, he had made substantial progress in his cultivation of the Tai-Shin scripture. His inner energy and Haki had reached a pinnacle state. Now his essence, energy, and spirit were all at their zenith, particularly with the silver-armored general likening him to the edge of a cliff. The instinct to survive propelled his combat capabilities to an explosive release. His fighting spirit surged, becoming more vibrant and invigorated than before. Simultaneously, the threshold that had long plagued him regarding the Battle King realm seemed no longer so distant. I ask you, have the other martial artists of our land perished at your hands? As Qin Feng posed the question, he retrieved the 8 Zhai Demon Fong from his system space with his left hand, gripping it firmly as an overwhelming, domineering aura ascended. If your words hold any truth, you must be a battle emperor from the ancient land of Tianzhu. As a foreigner, how dare you act so recklessly, arrogantly trespassing upon our sacred territory? To dare unleash slaughter upon our domain is an egregious affront. A storm follows the tempestuous, and calamity befalls the brash. Do you not fear that the formidable beings of our land shall see you buried in foreign soil, your life extinguished within our borders? Chapter 203. 3 opportunities granted to you. Qin Feng as formidable inquiry resonated with a powerful and commanding tone, reaching a crescendo of intensity. Ah, merely an ant at the level of a battle general, yet you dare to rise in battle spirit, unyielding even beneath my imposing aura? At such a tender age, possessing such terrifying potential for combat, truly, the younger generation is formidable. The silver-armored general cast a look of approval towards Qin Feng, lightly applauding with a satisfied expression, and remarked, "Young man, your words ring true. This avatar possesses merely 1/8 of my full strength at its peak. Perhaps, in a life-and-death struggle, you may indeed seize a slender chance of survival." Pausing momentarily, the silver-armored general shifted his tone to one of mockery, adding, "However, your earlier statements are rather alarming. Truly frightening. You would have me buried far from home, meeting my demise in the land of the divine? To invoke a non-existent powerhouse as your trump card at this crucial juncture? This echoes a saying from your land: to capture a city is to strike from below, while to capture the heart is to strike from above. Yet, such trivial tricks are hardly worthy of note. Before absolute power, all of this is but futile. It serves no purpose whatsoever." As he spoke, the silver-armored general took another step forward, his aura intensifying to an overwhelming degree, stating, "Do not presume to gauge the thoughts of one at the battle emperor level through the limited perspective of a mere battle general. Such a presumption will not enhance your chances of survival. Rather, it will incite the wrath of the battle emperor, invoking divine retribution. In this realm, I come and go as I please. Unless your land wishes to summon the supreme powers of the battle god temple to intervene, none dare utter such threats before me. Moreover, your elite combatants have long diverted their attention towards contending for the ultimate possession of the mystic cloud demon king. Who would waste their focus on me? On this battlefield, I wield absolute initiative. Enough, enough. Why waste my breath on a mere junior like you? Yet, I must admit, your performance has increasingly piqued my interest. I am right here. Feel free to unveil your hidden cards and techniques, so that I may observe the true limits of your potential." With that, the previously dormant, gleaming silver spear, once cradled behind the silver-armored general, seemed to spring to life. Soaring into the air, the general grasped it effortlessly with his left hand, the spear's tip inclined as if defying the heavens. The silver light radiating from it resembled a brilliant moon on the horizon, resplendent as the sea, with ancient, intricate patterns manifesting along its shaft. Through the silvery divine light, one can faintly discern the silhouettes of pious devotees prostrating themselves beneath the celestial deities of the East. Among them, the phantom of a particular deity gradually ascends above the silver-armored warrior, exuding an indescribable majesty. Young man, this is the essence of my martial soul, a heavenly grade weapon spirit. The white dragon yonder spear. A thunderous roar reverberated. As the silver-armored warrior casually brandished his spear, the ground beneath him appeared unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, sinking into the earth as if it were yielding to an unseen force, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Let us proceed. Focus entirely on the water-breathing technique, the 10th form. Life's eternal flow. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, casting aside all distracting thoughts, and propelled himself towards the silver-armored warrior. His sword dancing through the air like a dragon gliding through water, twisting and turning. With each rotation and somersault, the dragon's might surged exponentially. The ground shattered beneath the sword's trajectory, with fragments of stone and trees being swept into the air by the force of the water dragon. Boom! Roar! As Qin Feng's aura reached its zenith, the dragon's massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar. In the next instant, the dragon descended from the heavens, crashing into the silvery radiance with the might of 1,000 forces. Yet, after unleashing such a formidable assault, Qin Feng felt as though his efforts had vanished like a stone cast into the sea, leaving no trace behind. Water breathing, is it? Quite an impressive sword technique. During your continuous rotations and upheavals, I could distinctly sense the lethality of your blade intensifying. The silver-armored warrior's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he continued. However, if this is all you can muster, you are hardly qualified to discuss life and death with me. With a crack of his neck that echoed like the snapping of bones, his smile widened. Young man, heed my words. Out of respect for your youthful talent, I shall grant you 3 chances at life, allowing you to unleash your 3 most powerful attacks against me. In these 3 opportunities, should your performance fail to amuse me or provide a compelling reason for me to spare your life from a universal perspective, you shall become yet another lost soul beneath my white dragon yonder spear. The water-breathing technique you just executed counts as your first strike, young man. You now have but 2 opportunities remaining. Life or death rests entirely within your grasp. Why waste words? Come forth, let us battle. Uninterested in the silver-armored warrior's lengthy monologue, Qin Feng swiftly turned the 8 precepts ring in his right hand, unleashing a surge of purple lightning, with armed Haki enveloping it, causing his entire presence to undergo a dramatic transformation. Previously, Qin Feng emanated a sense of tranquility and gentleness akin to the gentle flow of water. However, now he exudes an aura reminiscent of a tempestuous whirlwind, his raised Bajia Wolf Feng Club radiating an unprecedented, overwhelming might as it descends with ferocity. The thunderous resonance of thunderous 8 trigrams accompanies Qin Feng's battle cry, drawing forth the full force of thunder from the heavens, converging upon the Bajia. As the energy surrounding Qin Feng reaches its zenith, he unleashes the Bajia with tremendous force, akin to a thunder dragon tearing through the fabric of space, devouring all in its path and crashing down upon the silver-armored warrior. The shockwave produced by this assault reaches an astounding velocity of 6 times the speed of sound. The lethal potential of the thunderous 8 trigrams, in conjunction with the divine weapon of the Bajia, is far from a mere arithmetic sum. It is a force of nature, renowned as one of the most formidable techniques wielded by Kaido of the 100 beasts in the world of One Piece. It is truly an unstoppable force. In this moment, Qin Feng holds nothing back, decisively releasing the full extent of his power. The sheer destructive capability of thunderous 8 trigrams is indeed terrifying. Confronted with Qin Feng's oncoming assault, the silver-armored warrior repeatedly utters, "So frightening." Yet, his white dragon-inching spear dances gracefully in midair, weaving intricate patterns. The silver, complex, and arcane inscriptions manifest as the spear twirls, effortlessly enveloping Qin Feng's thunderous 8 trigrams. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty thunderous strike diminishes in brilliance, culminating in a crisp snap as the attack disintegrates into shimmering ice crystals, vanishing into the ether as if it had never existed. Sequentially, techniques such as water breathing, Form 1, and living flow, culminated in the once invincible thunderous 8 trigrams, have now been effortlessly neutralized by the silver-armored warrior, marking an unprecedented turn of events for Qin Feng. Yet, he shows no sign of retreat. His expression reflects an unwavering spirit of combat, devoid of any hint of despair. He charges forth relentlessly toward the silver-armored warrior, fueled by the latent celestial might embedded within his previous assault. Indeed, at this moment, a faint smile graces the lips of the silver-armored warrior, who remarks, "This attack has certainly piqued my interest, but if this is all you have, it is far from sufficient. Young one, you have but one final opportunity remaining." Chapter 204. Hope if you are unable to prove your worth to me, do not blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, the silver-armored general stood immovable, radiating a brilliant silver light reminiscent of the setting sun or the twilight glow. The shimmering aura surrounding him allowed Qin Feng to faintly hear the devout and reverent rituals of the ancient people of India as they worshipped the god Shiva. A glance at this scene inexplicably filled one's heart with a sense of desolation and melancholy, akin to witnessing the twilight of the gods. How solemn and dignified it was. Fish fruit, mythical beast form, activate. Observation Haki, activate. Armament Haki, activate. Conqueror's Haki, activate. In that moment, Qin Feng fully unleashed all of his combat prowess. The abilities of the fish fruit were unveiled without reservation in this world for the first time. His upper garments erupted in tatters, and his aura surged to its zenith. Dark azure dragon scales, horns, and whiskers pierced through his flesh, enveloping him like armor. Simultaneously, the 8-temple ring on Qin Feng's left hand radiated a dazzling golden light, and the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed in the air. Once again, he executed the same move as before, but the intensity of his presence was vastly different from earlier. It was as if even the heavens above bowed and trembled at the appearance of this azure dragon. The previously illuminated scene of the twilight of the gods became ethereal and elusive, seemingly on the brink of shattering under the resounding echoes of the dragon's roar. The wrath of the azure dragon. The might of the strongest beings of sea, land, and sky shattered the dimensional barrier and descended into this parallel world. In an instant, the heavens changed hue, clouds stirred, and mountains and rivers quaked. Qin Feng felt his meridians, organs, and every fiber of his being ignite and boil. Enveloped in the baptism of the azure dragon's power, it was as if a true dragon had descended to the world, and in that moment, his strength soared like a rocket, fierce and overwhelmingly dominant. Oh, such true energy, such a martial soul, I acknowledge you. Among all those who have fought against me in the realm of generals, none surpass you in excellence. I, Ram, Nastor, and Covent, shall name you the strongest. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The massive azure dragon silhouette behind Qin Feng's sword, propelling him forward in a frenzied rush. His right hand gripped the Wolf Feng club, raised high, as the power of thunder converged upon the 8-temple ring. Suddenly, a storm of lightning clouds materialized above him, crackling with electricity. Qin Feng unleashed a desperate strike. He burned all of his true energy, meridians, and organs. Even his martial soul was engulfed in flames at that moment. The result of this strike dramatically multiplied his power severfold. This was Qin Feng's final, all-or-nothing assault. Why can't I move? As the golden-armored warrior prepared to brace himself against the impending assault, he discovered that the arms gripping the legendary white dragon yonder spear felt as if they were laden with lead, heavy beyond measure, rendering them momentarily immobile. Could it be that this young lad possessed some form of mental assault? In that instant, the silver-armored warrior, once composed and untroubled, was profoundly affected by the presence of this youth, Qin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, before the lethal strike could be unleashed, a fierce gale enveloped the silver-armored warrior's vicinity, obliterating everything in its path and reducing it to scorched earth. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, the silver-armored warrior was compelled to ascend into the air. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated once more, as the silver-armored warrior found himself suspended with no foothold, simultaneously suppressed by Qin Feng's overwhelming conqueror's Haki. With the thunderous 8 trigrams attack bearing down upon him, evasion was utterly futile. Amidst the relentless assault, the silver-armored warrior let out a resounding roar to the heavens. In that very moment, Qin Feng's strike, imbued with the might of thunder, crashed into the chest of the silver-armored warrior. Thud, thud, thud. Beneath the immense force of the 8 trigrams, the silver-armored warrior was forced to stagger back, retreating more than 10 steps. Each footfall left deep impressions in the ground, causing the earth to crumble beneath him. Clang! Another clash of metal echoed as the white dragon yonder spear was driven into the earth at an angle. However, in stark contrast, Qin Feng found himself utterly depleted. Every ounce of his true energy had been drained, leaving him bereft of strength. Yet, even in this life-threatening moment, he managed to summon a fragment of his spirit to exert his conqueror's Haki, momentarily disorienting the silver-armored warrior. To repel his opponent, Qin Feng had truly exhausted all means without reservation. Thud. Although Qin Feng struggled to maintain his balance and prevent himself from collapsing, his physical strength had been utterly exhausted, transcending the limits of mere willpower. He staggered forward a couple of steps before losing control and falling onto his back, breathless, drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from the depths of a river. At that moment, not only had Qin Feng reached the limits of his physical endurance, but the continuous exertion of the 3-color Haki had also drained his mental fortitude to the brink of depletion. He felt like a solitary boat amidst a tempest, on the verge of capsizing. All of his true energy had been entirely consumed, and even his mental strength felt utterly hollow. The sensation was excruciatingly painful, as if he were teetering on the edge of collapse. Qin Feng felt a splitting headache, his limbs heavy and weak, unable to muster even a fraction of strength. He could do nothing but hold a position, gasping for breath, utterly incapacitated. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, applause suddenly erupted from the side. It was then that he noticed the armor on the left side of the silver-armored warrior's chest had been struck by the 8 trigrams, resulting in a network of intricate cracks resembling a spider's web. In his grasp, the proud heavenly-grade spirit weapon, the White Dragon's Divine Spear, slipped from his fingers, embedding itself into the earth at an angle. Excellent. Remarkable. Truly exceptional. Young man, your resolute determination to fight to the death has profoundly moved me. You have even expended all your vital energy to deliver such a life-risking strike. I have just stated that among all who have faced me, none surpass you in excellence. The silver-armored general lowered his gaze to his battle-worn armor, which bore numerous cracks, and instead of displaying any sign of anger, a faint smile graced his lips, expressing his approval. Young man, you are truly remarkable. I must admit, your unwavering resolve to face death has granted you a chance to survive. Had your previous techniques merely remained at the level of thunderous hexagrams and the breath of water, you would have already met your demise. Of course, had you entertained the notion of conserving strength to flee during our battle, I would have unhesitatingly severed your head from your shoulders. However, at this point, the silver-armored general paused, then turned to Qin Feng with a gentle smile, saying, "But I see hope in you. I am genuinely eager to see how far you could grow if given ample time. Could you rise as a leader of humanity and drive the vile beasts of the demon race from our homeland? You truly will not kill me?" Upon hearing the silver-armored general's words, Qin Feng momentarily doubted his senses. Yet, in truth, given his current state of utter exhaustion, it seemed the silver-armored general had no reason to deceive him. Young man, there is nothing strange about this. Today, I have traversed great distances to your land primarily to seek retribution for the massacre of my people by the demon emperor Tianqing. I have already dispatched numerous rising stars from your realm. As for you, I initially did not intend to spare you, considering this river as your burial ground. Yet your performance and determination have far exceeded my expectations, allowing me to transcend the boundaries of nations. Perhaps, as I previously mentioned, you truly could become a hero of our race. As he spoke, the silver-armored general retrieved the spear from the ground, casually resting it upon his shoulder, and strode away with an air of confidence, waving his hand without looking back, his laughter echoing in the distance. Young Qin Feng, your life is granted by me. Ensure you do not perish before the selection tournament for demon hunters. I hope to witness the day when we drive out the demon race and restore our homeland in my lifetime. His voice faded into the vast moonlit expanse, but the figure vanished without a trace.